in the eyes of the world. I am a useless person with blocked meridians who cannot cultivate, destined to be a leisurely prince, enjoying a life of wealth and glory. But they do not know that I awakened a god-level sign-in system when I was 18. The system rewarded me with the highest level of the bridal gown divine skill right from the start. Every time I sign in at a place, the system rewards me with a full-level divine skill. I originally thought of enjoying the beautiful scenery of the world and becoming invincible. But unexpectedly, in the 4th year of my elder brother's command in the northern border fighting against the northern grassland dynasty, I was killed by people from the martial world. As the 4th brother of the elder brother, having learned superior martial arts, what use is my martial skill if I cannot avenge my elder brother? I, the son, request to take command of the Ministry of Martial Suppression for the court, to suppress the martial arts world of the Great Xia. At this moment, in the dark palace hall, a young man dressed in a black python robe clasped his hands in salute, bowing towards the hall, surrounded by dozens of black-clad individuals in night attire, wearing masks and holding sharp swords, encircling him in the center. Everyone, step back. You say you want to take on the role of the Ministry of Martial Suppression? The Summer Emperor looked at the young man with a complex expression. Father, I just heard about my elder brother's matter outside. Please believe me, Father, and entrust this matter entirely to me. What do you want to do? The Summer Emperor's tone was calm, and he did not ask the young man why he was here. The Jinwu Division suppresses martial artists across the world. Do you have that qualification? Father, why not let uniquely test my qualifications? The young man said. The Summer Emperor glanced at the old eunuch who had been standing silently since earlier, hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded. I have long heard that the art of farming under the midday sun, as taught by Lord Li, is a remarkable skill that integrates the principles of yin and yang. Today, I hope you will generously impart your knowledge. The young man stepped forward, and the aura around him changed instantly. Lord Li's expression became much more serious. Your Highness, I have offended you. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure instantly vanished from the spot and appeared in front of the young man, one hand sweeping the dust as if 3,000 strands of the mundane world were being thrown at the young man. The young man smiled confidently, not dodging or avoiding, and threw a punch. A powerful and domineering force, as strong and bright as the sun, shattered the dust-sweeping tool into pieces. The figures of the two men intertwined in the great hall, making it almost impossible for the naked eye to see their movements. After a long time, the two separated. Lord Li forcibly suppressed the surging blood energy and looked at the young man in surprise. May I ask what kind of martial arts your highness is practicing? Martial arts Zen, bridal garment divine skill. Martial arts Zen, bridal garment divine skill. I didn't expect the 4th prince to bring me such a great surprise. Issue an edict. Today the 4th prince of the emperor, Xia Mo, is both talented in literature and martial arts, with extraordinary wisdom and strategy. Therefore he is specially appointed as the master of the town martial division, overseeing the affairs of the great Xia Jianghu. In less than a month, the establishment of the town martial division and the news of the first master being the 4th prince of the Xia emperor quickly spread throughout the great Xia dynasty. At this moment, Xia Mo rode his horse, a smile that was hard to describe curving at the corner of his mouth. His thoughts were not on the town martial division, but rather the system was his foundation for survival in this world. In his mind, a wonderful scene emerged. Please proceed to the destination to check in. The check-in location, Baiyun Temple on Daqing Mountain. After a long time, Xia Mo slowly approached on horseback, and a staircase made of bluestone, weathered by wind and rain, came into view. Several young Taoist priests dressed in blue robes with white cloud patterns were busy cleaning the dust on the stairs. A layman, the Baiyun Temple has already closed today. If you wish to offer incense, please come back tomorrow. A slightly frail young Taoist priest saw Xia Mo and immediately walked up to him and said, I am not a visitor to Baiyun Temple, but I have important matters to discuss with Taoist Yunqing. Please inform him. Xia Mo clasped his hands together and said, which is the most basic etiquette in the martial world? Visiting the temple master? The young Taoist was slightly taken aback, then showed a look of difficulty. This layman, the temple master, has been in seclusion for over half a month and is not seeing anyone. Please return. The young Taoist bowed and said politely, over half a month ago. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Xia Mo's mouth unintentionally. Over half a month ago was precisely when the court issued a decree to establish the town martial division. Even the Baiyun Temple, which had always been close to the court, had such an attitude, let alone those sects far from the capital. Let's check in at the destination first, and then go catch that old Taoist. Xia Mo gently leaned down and patted the ink shadow chasing swift steed. Go find a place to play by yourself. Hiss. The ink shadow chasing swift steed was very intelligent and responded lightly. The sun set, and the mountain breeze carried a hint of coolness. Xia Mo squeezed his legs against the horse's belly, his body tense like a bow. and then he leaped off the horse like an arrow released from its string. The little Taoist felt a gust of wind rushing towards him and instinctively squinted his eyes. When the strong wind passed, he opened his eyes again, and the horse's back was already empty. The ink shadow chasing swift steed glanced at the little Taoist and then quickly turned around, running off into the distance without looking back. Xiaomo's figure traced an elegant arc in the air, channeling his internal energy to his feet, instantly crossing a distance of more than 10 zhang. Several Taoists were stunned by this sudden turn of events, and it wasn't until Xiaomo's figure completely disappeared from view that they finally reacted. Someone has intruded into the mountain. The little Taoist who called out to Xiaomo exclaimed loudly, and the other Taoists, as if waking from a dream, hurriedly ran towards the Baiyun temple on the mountain. As night fell, all was silent. A gentle breeze swept by, causing a leaf to sway slightly, and then a swift figure soared into the air like a great rock spreading its wings, its posture graceful. In the blink of an eye, this figure had landed steadily in front of a Taoist temple at the top of the mountain, feet touching the ground lightly, making no sound at all. Xiaomo stood there, scanning the surroundings as if searching for something or waiting for someone. The entire Dakingshan had been granted to the Baiyun temple by the court, with the most magnificent buildings concentrated halfway up the mountain, which was also the area accessible to ordinary worshippers, while the true place of martial arts inheritance of the Baiyun temple was this ancient Taoist temple before him. Congratulations on reaching Baiyun temple. Sign-in successful. Task reward, free-spirited immortal steps. This voice did not come from beside him but resonated entirely in his mind. A flash of brilliance appeared in Xiaomo's eyes, and a feeling of having the world at his feet arose. The lightness technique he had previously forced himself to use with internal energy now seemed rather unrefined. Who dares to intrude upon my Baiyun temple? The voice echoed in the air, causing the surrounding leaves to tremble slightly. The intruder's internal energy was quite formidable. Xiaomo turned around gently and saw a middle-aged Taoist priest glaring at him from not far away. This Taoist, Xiaomo slightly cupped his hands, but before he could finish speaking, he heard a loud shout from the middle-aged Taoist across from him. You bold thief, do you really think there is no one in my Baiyun temple? As soon as the words fell, the middle-aged Taoist had already flown towards Xiaomo. Xiaomo stood there in a daze. The Baiyun temple, whether in martial arts or doctrine, followed the Taoist path of tranquility and non-action. How could he encounter someone with such a bad temper right after arriving at night? In an instant, the middle-aged Taoist had arrived in front of him. The middle-aged Taoist's figure was ethereal, like flowing clouds crossing the sky, his hands moving swiftly like threads. This was the Baiyun seizing technique. Xiaomo's heart stirred, and for a moment, he was not in a hurry to reveal his identity. Baiyun Temple had been a major sect in the martial world for hundreds of years, and the current master of Baiyun Temple was a grandmaster on the Tianji Pavilion's martial evaluation. This middle-aged Taoist had profound internal strength and powerful energy. He must be a figure of elder status in Baiyun Temple, so it would be better to test him. Xiaomo stood on his toes, his body swaying slightly, and instantly dodged the middle-aged Taoist's seizing technique. The middle-aged Taoist's pupils constricted. He had initially thought that the person in front of him was just a youthful-looking young man, and he had held back 3 parts of his strength in his attack, but he did not expect that his seizing technique could be so easily evaded by the other party. Good lightness skill. The middle-aged Taoist's vision was not ordinary, and he immediately noticed that Xiaomo's lightness skill was extraordinary. He then shouted, "Shadow split palm." The middle-aged Taoist's figure began to blur, and in an instant, several figures of middle-aged Taoists appeared around, their forms flickering, movements synchronized, all striking towards Xiaomo. A smile curled the corners of Summer's mouth. With his hands behind his back, he pointed his toes once again. Like a nimble swallow, he shuttled between the middle-aged Taoist's doppelgangers. The pace was light and agile, each landing just right to avoid the middle-aged Taoist's attacks. Elder of law enforcement. This is, while the two of them were swimming and fighting, a dozen or so White Cloud View disciples had rushed here by exercising their lightness. They were dumbfounded at the sight of the scene in front of them. The law enforcement elder of the White Cloud View seems to, in being teased by a young man? Senior Brother Lin, can you see where that person's lightness comes from? A disciple of the White Cloud Canon asked a question. The White Cloud View disciple known as Senior Brother Lin stared tightly at the duo in the arena. A shake of the head followed. This person's stance is as ethereal as an immortal, to the point that it is 3 times similar to our White Cloud temples, Cloud Steps Piaomiao. Available. Senior Brother Lin's next words did not come out. How the more he looked, the more he felt. That young man's lightness was much more profound than the White Cloud View's, Cloud Step Misty. Damn it! Something that the disciples of the White Cloud Temple could see. How could the middle-aged Taoist, as a law enforcement elder, not notice it? The thought of being so teased by a young man, and that was in front of a group of inner disciples of the White Cloud Temple. The middle-aged Taoist finally stopped holding back. Kid, whatever you're from, today you trespassed into the White Cloud Temple. Even if I injure you, I'm sorry that your master's elders have nothing to say, the middle-aged Taoist priest shouted. Waves of sound rolled in, not to mention the crowd present. It could be heard clearly even from a great distance. Xia Emo smiled faintly. Cut the crap. What other skills do you have? Feel free to use them. If you can touch the corner of my coat, you'll be considered the winner today. After a short exchange of hands, Xia Emo had already roughly figured out the strength of this White Cloud View law enforcement elder. The internal force has been able to do the externalization of the power chi. A body of Bai Yunguan's martial arts is also considered to be pure. It shouldn't be inferior to Windbreak Yu, who intercepted him at the tea house. After learning the indulgent ascending immortal steps, facing this kind of opponent, it's much more fluid. Arrogant. The middle-aged Taoist priest glared angrily. A trace of white cloud air gradually converged from all directions. Big Dipper cloud air technique. A disciple of the White Cloud Temple exclaimed. There are two major internal mind techniques in the White Cloud Goddess of Mercy. One for the White Cloud of Truth. Only successive generations of White Cloud Guan Masters and candidates for the next generation of Guan Masters were qualified to practice. The second one is the Big Dipper's Cloud Weather Technique. Originating from the founding ancestor of the White Cloud sect, he realized the impermanence of cloud and air, and eventually integrated it into a supreme martial art. Compared to the mysterious White Cloud of Truth, the reputation of the White Cloud View was made more by the Big Dipper Cloud Air Technique. The middle-aged Taoist priest's entire body was wrapped in white cloud air. With a sway of his body, he had already dodged behind Shamer. Both hands look like they're about to vaporize, pushing violently at Summer. The palm wind was already poised to strike, and the true chi in both hands was as unstoppable as a river breaking its banks. In the middle-aged Taoist priest's eyes, Xiaomo's figure was originally clearly visible, locked by his true chi. However, in that very moment, Summer's figure abruptly disappeared from his sight. What? The middle-aged Taoist was shocked. The palm wind could no longer be retracted, and could only be blasted towards the location where Xiaomo was originally located. It passed through the air without any hindrance and directly blasted into a huge arbor several feet away. The arbor, with its thick trunk requiring several men to hold it, was heavily foliaged, but it became fragile under this palm of the middle-aged Taoist priest. The moment the palm wind made contact with the trunk of the tree, a deafening roar erupted and the entire tree trembled violently. The trunk of the arbor began to split from the center and the cracks quickly spread throughout the tree. With a roar, the entire tree exploded, splashing wood shavings and sending branches and leaves flying. Where are the people? Find him for me. The middle-aged Taoist priest stood still, his gaze filled with shock. Look around, but the area is empty. Elder. The White Cloud Guan disciple who had previously been called Senior Brother Lin was as if he had seen a ghost at the moment. Trembling, he pointed at the middle-aged Taoist priest. The White Cloud View disciple next to him had the same expression as Senior Brother Lin. What is it? The middle-aged Taoist priest said with some impatience. He's on top of you. Senior Lin roared out with difficulty. The middle-aged Taoist's pupils shrank. A drop of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. The eyes moved slowly upward. Summers wrapped his arms around him. Both feet landed firmly on the Taoist scarf worn by the middle-aged Taoist priest. Fourth Highness, be magnanimous and stop teasing these disciples. The twilight grew thicker, and in the stillness, a pale voice sounded quietly. The heavy gate of the White Cloud Temple slowly opened. Behind the gate, the figure of an old Taoist priest gradually appeared. Shamer looked at the old Taoist priest and smiled slightly. You're finally willing to come out. Old Taoist Yun Chang. Chapter 9, Vision Wu Book. The sky in the east was beginning to glow a pale fish-belly white. The mist lingered like a light veil, enveloping the majestic mountains in an endless sea of clouds. The gusts of air spread silently, like invisible behemoths, weaving in and out of the clouds, carrying the majestic momentum of overturning thousands of miles of clouds. Deep in the sea of clouds, two figures loomed, like two swimming dragons. They crisscrossed the sea of clouds, constantly exchanging blows. Each collision was accompanied by the spread of airwaves, stirring up a circle of ripples that spread out in all directions. I didn't expect this fourth prince's martial arts to be so strong. Even the Guan master couldn't hold him. On top of the hill, three Taoist priests stood like pines. Last night's law enforcement elders are among them. Next to the law enforcement elder, there stood a Taoist priest with a somewhat rounded figure and a faint smile on his face at all times. This person was none other than the transmission elder of the White Cloud Temple who was responsible for the disciples' homework. In front of the duo was an old man wearing a purple Taoist robe. The transmission elder respectfully said to the old man, Grand Elder, what do you think of the victory or defeat between the Goddess of Mercy and that fourth prince? The law enforcement elder nodded as well. Ever since that year, when the Goddess of Compassion fought with the barbarian temple's emissary, the barbarian heavenly god, at the heavenly Dangshan mountain, it's been 10 years since I've had to fight anyone again. I, Bai Yunguan, am on good terms with Great Xia, but I've never heard of any imperial son having such martial arts skills. Ah, and it is said that this fourth Imperial Highness has just turned 18 this year, which is cultivating, from his mother's womb. By the looks of it, it's not a royal martial art either. Thinking of last night's events, the law enforcement elder could not help but feel depressed. He, the law enforcement elder, could be said to have lost face in front of a group of disciples, but the other party, whether it was his identity or the martial arts skills he had revealed so far, there's obviously no way to get this scene back. The Grand Elder's gaze moved away from the duo fighting in the sea of clouds. Somewhat oddly, he glanced at the Elder of Transmission and the Elder of Law Enforcement. Grand Elder? The two elders of the Transmission Law Enforcement stared blankly. What kind of questions are you two idiots asking? It's not like I can't beat my senior brother. That little prince can fight with his senior brother to this extent. Apparently also one of the few great masters in the world. How do I know who wins and who loses? How dare you ask questions that I don't know? Is it a deliberate attempt to flirt with the old man? The Grand Elder in purple Dao robes pointed at the Elder of Transmission and the Elder of Law Enforcement and gave them a scolding. The Elder of Transmission and the Elder of Law Enforcement shrunk their necks. And don't dare argue. The two looked at each other. In his heart, he simultaneously uttered a cry of bad luck. How could they forget for a moment the foul temper of this old bullnose? Keep a good eye on it. A great master's exchange of blows is something that's hard to see in general. Master's sect leader has gotten serious. The Grand Elder once again looked towards the mountains shrouded in a sea of clouds. The tone was rarely much more grave. The Elder of Transmission and the Elder of Law Enforcement also looked over at the same time. A part of the sea of clouds began to tremble slightly. The tremor was so subtle it was almost imperceptible, but it was spreading rapidly, like ripples on water. A vague shape began to manifest itself in this vibrating cloud. At first it was just a blurry white outline, but as time went on, the outline gradually became clearer. It was a huge handprint. 5 distinct fingers and a broad palm burst out of the sea of clouds. White Cloud Great Hand Seal. The Elder of Transmission and the Elder of Law Enforcement exclaimed at the same time. The two looked at the scene incredulously. White Cloud Guan's Supreme Mastery, White Cloud Great Hand Seal. Just resurfaced? Ha ha ha, what a pain in the ass. Old Taoist Yun Chang. He really does have 2 skills. Shamer's bright laughter echoed through the mountains. A basalt-colored brocade robe was hunted by the wind. Gently standing on his tiptoes, the indulgent immortal ascension steps instantly unfolded, and with each step, layers of ripples rippled beneath his feet. Xiaomo's body floated up lightly, and in just a few breaths, it was like a void in the air. Facing a Grand Master on the Tianji Pavilion's martial assessment, Xiaomo no longer had any reservations at this moment. Fully activating the marrying clothes divine skill, the true chi in his body erupted like a volcano, converging on top of his fists. A blazing fist shadow broke through the air, carrying the power of heavenly thunder and earthly fire. It slammed into the opposite White Cloud Great Handprint. The two powerful forces collided in the air, emitting a deafening roar. The White Cloud Great Handprint shattered apart with a loud bang, turning into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Shamer's figure also swayed slightly under the impact of this force, but he quickly stabilized himself. This is the strength of a Grand Master? Mother asterisk 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 her. Didn't know I was going to have a day like this in my life either. The White Cloud View Grand Elder muttered. The Elder of Transmission and the Elder of Law Enforcement opened their mouths at this moment. I don't know what to say. Old Taoist Yun Chang. The court's meeting has already been brought to this palace, so I won't stay longer in your White Cloud Temple. Farewell. The breeze was light, and the clouds at the top of the mountain were gradually dispersing. Xiaomo swept towards the mountain like an arrow off the string. His speed was staggeringly fast. Each step stepped in the void as if it were a flat surface. Old Taoist Yunqing flickered a few times, leaping to the mountain where the three elders were. Senior, Goddess of Mercy. Seeing the three of them look like they want to say something, Old Taoist Yunqing waved his hand. 10 years ago, when emissaries from the barbarian temple came west, the Xia Emperor summoned me and the old monk, in the divine capital palace. I did meet this fourth prince once. At that time, this fourth prince was only a young child, but I didn't realize. Thinking about some exchanges just now, even old Taoist Yun Chang, a great master, couldn't help but be in a bit of a trance. Goddess of Mercy. The court announced the establishment of the Jinwu division most of a month ago, and it is this fourth prince who is in command. The Jinwu division's sword is pointed at the rivers and lakes. Though I, White Cloud View, am friends with the imperial court, but after all, they are separated into rivers and lakes, and you are in seclusion to avoid this matter. And yet what is to be done now? Elder Transfiguration no longer had a smile on his face at this moment. Both the Grand Elder and the Law Enforcement Elder also looked at old Dao Yuncheng. Old Taoist Yun Chang was silent for a moment. Then he sighed softly. Ever since the last generation of Guan masters followed the great Xia Taizu to overthrow the previous dynasty, where is the White Cloud Temple still a jungle sect? Over the years, the White Cloud Temple and the Lotus Temple have been honored by the court. Each has an endless supply of incense. The disciples of the two factions walk the rivers and lakes, and all the major government offices and post stations give the greatest convenience. In the eyes of the Jianghu people, I'm afraid our two families aren't too far off from Department 6 or the Jinhui. Since the court wants to establish the Jinwu division to manage the martial artists of the world, then we might as well go ahead and hand in this pitch. Old Taoist Yun Cheng took out a booklet from his bosom. At the edge of the cover, a silver line as thin as a hair is inlaid. Engraved on it in golden seal script were the words Jinwu Book. Chapter 10. Those who are not on the rolls are disorganized. Jinwu Book? The three of them, the Great Elder, the Law Enforcement Elder, and the Transmission Elder, looked at the pamphlet in Elder Taoist Yun Cheng's hand in puzzlement. Elder Yun Cheng handed the Jinwu Book to the Elder of Transmission. Record all the disciples of the White Cloud Temple who have cultivated true Qi. Then send it to the Jinwu division. In the future, if there are any new disciples, as long as they cultivate true Qi, they will all be recorded. With these words, the three elders instantly understood the weight of this pamphlet. Even the Grand Elder, who had always been cynical, was cautious for a few moments. Senior brother, how are people practicing martial arts in the world subjected to such constraints? Wouldn't this force? The Grand Elder's words were not finished, but all heard the implications. The Law Enforcement Elder on the side also said with some anxiety, "Yes, Master Guan, no matter what, the White Cloud Temple, can't take the lead in receiving this Jinwu Book. In that case, wouldn't the White Cloud Guan cut itself off from the Great Xia martial arts? Just can't. Really can't let the monk of the Lotus Temple take over this Jinwu Book first." Old Taoist Yun Cheng sighed helplessly. Ever since the court established the Jinwu division most of a month ago, that old monk and I have been in seclusion at the same time. I thought I would be able to avoid the storm. After the imperial court senses the resistance in it, this Jinwu division will naturally end. Yet I didn't expect this fourth prince to step into the realm of a grandmaster at such a young age. Last night after I sensed the aura he was deliberately emitting, I knew this matter could not be avoided. If we fight today, if we win, we might still be able to delay it for a while or two. But the old Tao has not performed anything except the last life-fighting move. It's been used to the fullest, yet it still can't help this fourth prince. Bai Yun Guan is deeply favored by the emperor. How can we shirk this Jinwu Book? As for the Lotus Temple, don't worry. I've heard that Uniquely of the Great Household has personally gone ahead to proclaim the decree. That old monk has even less room to refuse. Old Taoist Yun Cheng suddenly gloated a bit. Senior brother, that fourth prince is young. In the past, he was mediocre and notorious among a group of princes. Now a submerged dragon has come out of the abyss, leading the Jinwu division to point the sword at the rivers and lakes. But what happened in the court? The Elder of Transmission had a delicate mind. The court suddenly made such a great determination to suppress the Jianghu. It's never a whim. Old Taoist Yun Cheng was silent for a moment as he sniffed. Okay, don't try to speculate on what the court is thinking. Just follow the orders of the White Cloud Guan. Elder Transmitter, I'll leave the matter of the Jinwu Book to you. Be sure to be careful. The Transmission Elder clasped his fists and arched his hands. Yes, Master Guan. My White Cloud Guan has many more lay disciples. Should they be similarly entered into the Jinwu Book? Old Taoist Yun Cheng nodded his head gently. Somewhat seriously, he looked at the Transmission Elder. Make sure to enter everyone into the Jinwu Book. Never leave a person behind. The Grand Elder next to him had a heartbeat. Elder brother, what are the consequences if we don't enter it into the Jinwu Book? Old Taoist Yun Cheng's gaze was ghostly. Look to the ever-churning sea of clouds in the distance. Those who are not on the rolls are disorganized. Xia Mo left the White Cloud Temple and executed the indulgent ascension steps. As soon as his body moved, it was as if he had merged into the surrounding air. Silently, without even a trace of the astral wind lifting up. The pace was as light as a feather and as fast as lightning, as if he had shrunk. In an instant, he appeared at the foot of the great green mountain. Summer's face paled slightly. One pair of eyes, however, had an excitement that was hard to hide. It's worthy of being a dragon slayer and a phoenix destroyer, a supreme light skill created by an old monster who has lived for more than 1,000 years. I didn't expect that if I exerted it with all my might on a whim, it would actually have a miraculous effect similar to shrinking the ground into an inch. It's just that the exertion is just a little too much. Even with my great completions grafting divine skill I feel a bit overwhelmed. Shoo! Summer's thumb and forefinger circled. A whistle sounded. It wasn't long before the figure of Ink Shadow Wind chasing steed appeared in the line of sight. The grand completion's merry enclosed divine skill was, besides having a true chi that was rigid to the core and strong and overbearing, it is also one with the practitioner, and never leaks out in the slightest until it is utilized. But there was still an upper limit to the stock of true chi of the merry enclosed divine skill. This was not as good as another martial art that was on par with the merry enclosed divine power. When that martial art is in operation, not only will there be no loss of true chi, instead, they can be nourished and strengthened as the cycle runs its course. This circulation and accumulation of internal energy was like a snowball rolling bigger and bigger. Ultimately, it reaches a realm of constant and endless flow. This was more suitable than the marrying clothes divine skill for a light skill that consumed a great deal of energy like the indulgent ascending immortal steps. Shamer took a flying leap, landing on the back of the ink shadow wind-chasing steed. In any case, the two purposes of this visit to the White Cloud Temple had been achieved. Led by Baiyun Guan and Lianhua Temple, the martial arts sects in the vicinity of the divine capital. I'm sure there's no one who has the guts to dare to go against the Jinwu Sea openly. Next, just center on God's capital. Let the influence of the Jinwu division gradually spread out, until it covered the entire Daxia martial arts world. But the current class of the Jinwu division is still a bit too weak. Except for him, the master of the division. Not a single master has taken it yet. The Jinwu division currently has one division master. Under the head of the department, there are two deputy heads of the department, which is the second-rank official position in Daxia. Below the deputy chief of department, there are 12 Jinwu ambassadors, who are equal in rank to the third-ranking officials of Daxia. Under the 12 Jinwu ambassadors, there were also 3 levels of Jinwu guards: heaven, earth, and humans. With Ji Chushue's martial arts skills, she could at most only serve as a ground-level Zen Weiwei. I'm sure that Yu Qianhu from the Brocade Guards, his martial arts skills will not be as high. This time, with the people from the Brocade Guards and Department 6 coming, it would be fine if they could gather 20 human-level Zen Weiwei. The imperial decree has been issued. There wouldn't be any Jianghu sect that would be stupid enough to blatantly fight against the imperial court. But can we really suppress these jungle martial artists? That's up to the Jinwu Sea. To Wu Zhenwu, Summer had a plan in mind. To suppress these unruly martial artists of the jungle, it will take a much stronger force to do so. The imperial court is currently dealing with the war with the two major dynasties of the grasslands and the northern frontier. There won't be much support for the Jinwu division. That is why it is necessary to absorb people with strong martial arts skills to join the Jinwu division. Nothing else. At least half of the 12 Jinwu ambassadors must return to their positions. Only then did the Jinwu Sea have the courage to call the shots with the entire Jianghu. There was also the need to quickly find out the whereabouts of Wen Liang, the 7th in the Great Summer Kajaku martial arts evaluation. The prince's death can't be hidden for long. Killing intent flickered in Xiaomo's eyes, inferring from old Taoist Yun Qing's martial arts. He himself might not have the strength to kill Wen Liang now. Ding, please proceed to your destination for check-in. A new vision emerged in his mind. Hiya. Shamer gave a tug on the reins. The ink shadow wind-chasing steed galloped like a black lightning bolt. Chapter 11, The Desert Swordsman. Xia Mo left the White Cloud Temple and made his way back to the divine capital along the route he came. On the official road, the dome of the sky was dark, with a low cloud haze that obscured the sun's rays. The wind picks up, blowing the sleeves of your clothes and cooling your face. The weather has been quite changeable these past few days. Shamer muttered as he looked at the sky. It was clear in the morning. It's only just noon now and the sky is getting so cloudy. Shamer rolled over and dismounted, unhooked the water pouch on his horse's back, and gulped down a mouthful. Once the water is full, Xia Mo took out the exquisite pastries made by the Imperial Catering House, took a big bite out of it. Out and about, straying. His Royal Highness looks like he's going to have a hard time for a while. Go on. Gently patting the butt of the ink shadow chasing steed, Shamer came to sit under a large tree. The ink shadow chasing steed hung its head low, eating grass with grace and concentration. It doesn't matter if it's a divine horse or an ordinary one. If you want a horse to run, you have to feed it. Shamer is not the capitalist of all evil in his previous life. Gathering his thoughts, the scene shifted in his mind. It wasn't long after signing in at the White Clouds. The second check-in location is already in the back of my mind. The air seemed to be filled with the stench of decay and dampness. The four walls of the stone are greenish-black and mossy. The light of the sky was hard to penetrate. Only a few wisps of light leaked in from the narrow slits, reflecting the eeriness of the room. Water pooled on the ground, reflecting the mottled stone walls above. Outside stood a huge stone monument, the 9th floor of the heavenly prison. There is no riddle poem and no need to guess. Carved directly above the stone tablet were these large words. The heavenly jail is a prison under the direct control of the court. Mostly incarcerated are felons. The 9th floor of the heavenly prison. Xia Mo had also heard about it. All of them inside are well-known figures in the jungle. For certain things committed into the hands of the Jinui, martial arts secrets are very precious resources in this world. The court went to great lengths to catch these men. Naturally, they wouldn't just kill them off so easily. That's how the inventory of the royal collection grew little by little. The White Cloud Temple, the 9th floor of the heavenly prison. The system is really good at picking places, if not for his own reincarnation as a royal in this life. And I've taken over the job at the Jinwu division. I'm afraid these two check-in locations are a real pain in the ass. Hiya, hiya. A rush of hooves sounded, interrupted in his thoughts. Shamer frowned slightly. The eyes looked toward the distance. A large date-red horse was galloping towards him. On the back of the horse was a young man of about 20 years of age. The youth was dressed in a moon-white robe. At the hem of the robe, a few plum blossoms were embroidered with fine silver thread, and a jade belt with a flowing cloud pattern was tied around his waist. By the looks of it, he's also a son of a wealthy family. But at this point, there was a look of panic on his face. "Brother, run! There's an evil man coming after us, and if he catches up with us, it's all over." The youth first lit up when he saw Summer. This was followed by a look of disappointment. Even shouted out, "Ha ha ha, little thing, how dare you call your righteous father a bad person in front of outsiders? It's really unfilial. Don't forget, but your parents entrusted you to me on their deathbeds. Let your righteous father me protect you. The condition is to give me your Plum Blossom Villa's cold plum reflecting snow sword technique." Good son, these days you lead your righteous father around. I didn't realize this sword technique was in your head. What? Think you can escape in front of your righteous father? A perverse voice was like an echo in the valley. It clearly sounded far away, yet it echoed clearly in my ears. The voice contained deep inner strength. It was like an invisible storm that raged through the air. The big date red horse and the youth simultaneously showed a pained expression. The youth's silver teeth clenched and his voice trembled a little. "I'll be damned. You're not pretending to be a nice guy. It's just coveting my Lin family's supreme sword technique. You had nothing to do with my parents' deaths." As soon as the youth's words fell, a figure appeared in front of him, a ragged man. Ha, my good son. It's better to honestly hand over the cold plum reflecting snow sword technique to your righteous father, and spared from suffering. The ragged man's figure shifted and immediately appeared in front of the youth. A somewhat dry hand instantly climbed onto the head of the large date red horse. Bang! A muffled grunt. Blood suddenly flowed out of the 7 orifices of the big date red horse. Then it wobbled and collapsed. It has lost its vitality. Red. The youth fell from his horse. In a hurry, he crawled over to the body of the big date red horse. A face of grief. "Without this horse, let's see how you boys can run. Come on, go back with your righteous father and me. Mime the cold plum reflecting snow sword technique in your head to righteous father. After righteous father learns it, he will definitely pass it on to you. At that time, you'll be able to kill your way up to the Iron Sword sect and avenge your parents' deaths." The youth sniffed and looked at the ragged Hanyu. With a glint of hatred in his eyes, he gritted his teeth and said, "I shucks, traitor, just die. Even if my Plum Blossom Villa's cold plum reflecting snow sword technique is extinct from now on, and I will never give it to you. Kill me if you can." Anger showed on the ragged man's face as he sniffed. "Poof, bastard, toast to the world. Want to die? How can it be that easy? Wait until righteous father brings you back to shell the concoction properly. I'm not afraid you won't say anything." The youth's gaze flashed with a fierce color as he sniffed. The body swayed gently. "Oomph, trying to kill yourself?" The ragged man grunted coldly. Fingers flicked, each strike hitting several major points of the youth's body with unparalleled precision. The youth fell limply to the ground. One can only look at the other with a cannibalistic gaze. "Yonder boy, bring your horse." The ragged man ignored the youth's gaze. Instead, he landed his gaze on Shamer, who had been watching the show since a moment ago. To be precise, it was looking towards the ink shadow wind chasing steed beside Shama. "It's a long way, and it's a bit of a hassle for me to bring this kid along without a good horse. If you need a horse, then why kill it?" Shamer pointed at the large date red horse that had fallen to the ground. The ragged man grinned. "Since there is a better choice, Lousy naturally has no need to leave this behind." Cold light flickers through the ghostly weight. The soft sword blade is the only one in the world. You're the Desert North swordsman who had his martial arts skills crippled by Gu Fei Bai, the leader of the Angry Whale Gang, in Jianzhou 13 years ago? I didn't realize that nowadays not only are my martial arts skills fully restored, and dare to set foot in the Middle Kingdom. Hearing Shamer's words, the ragged man's face clouded over. It seemed to have brought back some bad memories. A pair of eyes stared dead at Shamer. "I had every intention of letting you off the hook. This is your own death." Chapter 12 Revenge. Restoration of the village. A fierce light flashed in the ragged man's eyes. A cold light shot out from his palm. It was a concealed weapon shaped like a flying locust stone. Bang! The concealed weapon stopped a few feet in front of Xiaomo, and there was a crisp clash, as if gold and stone had met. A circle of tiny ripples spread through the air. "Body protectors? Who the hell is your excellency?" A slight ripple went through the ragged man's eyes. The light in his pupils seemed to flicker more frequently. The body protector is not some cabbage on the side of the road. Characters who are able to release their protective astral aura. The internal strength had at least been cultivated to the 4th realm of internal strength recognized in the Jianghu, the realm of external release of internal strength. The youth at his feet suddenly trembled with excitement at the sight, but all the major points of his body were pointed by the ragged man. "It only makes a whimpering sound. Xia Jinwu Si." Shamer calmly looked at the ragged Hanyu. That gaze was like looking at a dead man. "Jinwu Si?" The ragged man murmured with some confusion. He chased this Plum Blossom Villa brat all the way to the vicinity of God's capital. Haven't heard from the Jinwu division yet, but the word Daxia was clear to hear. The courtiers. The ragged man arched his hand slightly. I was reckless in not recognizing your excellency's martial arts earlier. The mountains are high, so this is goodbye. After saying that, he grabbed the youth on the ground and was ready to leave. Slow down. The ragged man's body gave a slight lurch and turned to look at Xiama. What else does your excellency have to say? In vain, you are an old man. How can you be so naive? Could it be that Gu Feibai beat his head badly back then? Shamer suddenly broke into a smile, pointed to the youth and the ragged handsome's hand. I'm in a good mood today. Put this man down and leave another arm. Go back to your desert. Ha ha ha. The ragged man smiled angrily at his words. Well. Old me originally saw you as young, and having this kind of power is really rare. Wouldn't have wanted to get into it with you. I didn't realize that young people nowadays are so unaware of the sky. Today, I will teach you a good lesson on behalf of your family's lord. Just you? Shamer's body moved. The next moment, it appeared out of thin air in front of the ragged man's horrified gaze. So fast, the ragged man subconsciously threw the youth down. The right hand quickly felt for his waist. Swish, swish, swish. A soft sword with a slender body, soft as a snake, which could be curved or straight, appeared in the hands of Knight Tuozi. Beware. This sword is called the Underworld Rope and is this traitor's famous weapon. The youth who fell to the ground did not know when he had broken through the mute points that had been ordered on his body. Seeing this scene, he hastily spoke out to remind him. Late. The ragged man grunted coldly. The tip of the sword trembled lightly, emitting a subtle buzzing sound. The soft sword was like a snake, violently flung out, pointing straight at Xiaomo's throat. The speed is lightning fast, making it difficult to react. Interesting. Just at the moment when the tip of that sword was about to touch Shamer's throat, Xiaomo's figure flashed violently, as if he had disappeared out of thin air. The tip of the soft sword only had time to slice through the air and emit a sharp whistling sound, but it failed to touch Shamer in the slightest. 9 specters entwined. The ragged man changed his stance instantly. The sword drew a bizarre arc in the air, forming a barrier that enveloped the surroundings. Sword chi overflowed in all directions, like the wind of the 9 specters, making people feel cold and piercing to the bone and unsettled. Shamer suddenly appeared on the left side of the ragged man. Sojourn unchained. The ragged man's figure instantly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already behind Shamer. The soft sword was like a rope, and it went straight to the back of his heart, piercing through the remnants of Shamer's shadow. What? The ragged man looked at the scene in front of him incredulously. There are a lot of people in Jianghu who are good at lightness. There are also many who died in his hands. However, this was the first time in his life that he had seen such an unpredictable stance. Between thoughts tossing and turning, Summer's palm was already as hot as a branding iron against his back. The ragged man's face instantly turned pale. Your Honor, please also raise your hand. There was a muffled sound, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out of the ragged man's mouth. The body traced a long trajectory in the air. It broke several large trees in a row before finally smashing heavily into a clearing. The youth had witnessed all this and had long been stunned. Ah, the swordsman of the desert. 13 years ago, although defeated in the hands of Gu Feibai, the master of the angry whale gang, but a body of martial arts definitely ranked in the Jianghu. Today, he was actually powerless in the hands of a young man who looked even smaller than himself. Shamer walked towards the youth. The youth subconsciously gulped. Xiaomo's fingers lightning-like pointed to several acupoints on the youth's body. The youth took a sharp, deep breath, and his body returned to action. My name is Plum Blossom Villa Lin Fu. Thank you for saving me. Sir, Plum Blossom Villa. Does this power still exist in the Jianghu now? Xiaomo looked at the youth called Lin Fu in front of him with a smile on his face. Plum Blossom Villa, located in the cold state of the 13 states of the Great Xia. 100 years ago, the old master of Plum Blossom Villa, Lin Che, had a hand of cold plum reflecting snow sword technique that was unrivaled across the cold state. Back then, Lin Che fought a great master from the northern border for 3 days and 3 nights. Both end up in the same place. Since Lin Che's death, the cold plum reflecting snow sword technique was lost, and the status of Plum Blossom Villa was in tatters. From a top Jianghu power, it gradually turned into an unimpressive power. A few months ago, the news that Plum Blossom Villa had recovered the cold plum reflecting snow sword technique suddenly spread throughout the Jianghu, a sword technique capable of fighting against a grand master. Naturally, it attracted the attention of countless people in the Jianghu. Another martial arts sect in the cold state even brazenly struck out in defiance of moral justice, destroying the entire Plum Blossom Villa. Only the young lord of Plum Blossom Villa was left alive. The Jianghu people in the cold state were almost about to turn the entire cold state upside down for this young manor master. I didn't realize that this young lord of the manor had quietly come to the central plains. A bleak color flashed in Lin Fu's eyes as he slowly got up and gave a respectful salute to Xiaomo. Your excellency is right. A bereaved dog really shouldn't mention the Plum Blossom Villa, but Lin Fu only needs to live as long as he is still alive in the world. It's bound to revitalize the prestige of my Plum Blossom Villa. I remember. I don't think your name is Lin Fu, is it? The Jinwu division has been in existence for most of this month. Shamer looked through a large number of volumes about the Jianghu martial arts. The intelligence from Plum Blossom Villa is still somewhat impressive. Only the cold state was close to the northern realm, too far from the divine capital. Summer wasn't paying too much attention just yet. Lin Fu clenched his fists and said through gritted teeth, "Blood and sea hatred. I dare not forget it for a moment. That's why the name was changed to Restoration and as a constant reminder. Revenge. Restore the village." Chapter 13 Cutting. The center of God's capital. Qinglong Street looks like a giant dragon winding and stretching. The key to the capital city. A place of prosperity. Red walls towering, yellow tiles reflecting the sun, like dragon scales shining. Above the gatehouse, the gold inscription Zenwusi, 3 words, glittering, magnificent. Entering the Zenwuji, you will be greeted by a wide photo wall. On it was carved a beast shaped like a unicorn. There are treasures all around and at the feet of this beast. Ji Chu Shue, Yu Hao. Father personally decreed that the Sheriff King and Commander Feng would absolutely not dare to fool around. The result is from within these elites of Department 6 and the Jinui. In the end, we will only be able to screen out 2 Earth-grade Jinwu guards and 18 human-grade Jinwu guards. I'm afraid this amount of manpower won't even be able to manage the Jianghu gangs in God's capital, not to mention suppressing the martial artists of the world. In the middle of the study, in front of a wide case table, which was piled with volumes and paperwork, Shamer's gaze wandered and finally settled on an inconspicuous booklet on the desktop. Reaching out, he gently picked up the booklet and casually flipped through it. Name, Yu Hao. Position, Zenwei, prefecture level. Former position, Jin Wei, 1,000 households. Martial art, Bibo Xian Pong. This is among the class of the Jinui transferred to the Jinwu division, the one with the highest martial arts skills. I heard that with this Yu Hao's ability and merit, long ago, he was able to be promoted from 1,000 households to the Jin Wei Jinfu envoy. But for offending a commanding commander in the Jinui, that's why they never get promoted. Otherwise the average Jin Wei 1,000 household could be far from enough for a ground-level Jinwu Wei. This time, once the imperial court issued the imperial decree of establishing the Jinwu division, Yu Hao did not hesitate to ask for an order to be transferred to the Jinwu division. Name, Ji Chu Shue. Position, Zenwei, prefecture level. Former position, Department 6, Gold Coat Constable. Martial arts, Flowing Light Blade Technique. Name Meng Liang. Position, Zenwei, human level. Former position, Jin Wei, 1,000 households. Martial arts, Phantom Sword. Name Zhu Yin. Position, Zenwei, human level. Former position, Department 6, Silver Coat Constable. Martial arts, Soul Snatching Flying Star, Concealed Weapon. The roster of the Jinwu division. On it, the information of 21 members of the Jinwu division was currently recorded, but it's all just a few short lines. Name, position, and the martial arts skill on which he became famous. Though Summer was confident that there was no way anyone would be able to take this roster from him, but just in case, it was better not to expose too much information about the Jinwu Weis. Shamer continued to turn over the roster in his hands. Fingers slid gently between the pages of the book, making a subtle rustling sound. Suddenly, the movement stopped. Eyes fell on one of the pages. Name, Lin Fu. Position, Zenwei, prefecture level. Origin, Plum Blossom Villa, young master. Martial arts, Cold Plum Reflecting Snow Sword Technique. On the way back to the divine capital, the martial arts skills of this Plum Blossom Villa young master, whom he happened to save, were actually not weak. A person's internal energy has reached the apex of chi chakra penetration. Just one more opportunity. Lin Fu would be able to open up the 2 veins and reach the realm of thick internal force. Otherwise it would have been impossible at that time to break through the mute points pointed by the desert swordsman in a short period of time. Among the 18 human-level Jinwu guards of the Jinwu division, there were quite a number of people whose internal energy was chakra-connected, but only Lin Fu became the 3rd Earth-level Zenwei of the Jinwu division. The reason naturally lies in the famous Cold Plum Reflecting Snow Sword technique that has shaken the rivers and lakes. At that time, Summer struck out slightly to test the waters. As expected, this young lord of the manor had already begun practicing this sword technique. Naturally, Summer wouldn't let go of such a potential stock. After handing the desert swordsman over to Lin Fu to dispose of, the favor of saving his life coupled with the backing of the Jinwu Si, Lin Fu directly agreed to join the Jinwu Si. Shamer's ears twitched slightly, as if he had caught a subtle flutter in the air. Immediately afterward, an ear-piercing sound of fighting came like a tidal wave. The clang of metal clashing was loud and clear. What happened? Summer closed the roster, asked softly, back to Division Master. It seems like Lord Yu and Lord Lin are fighting. A deep voice rang out from the door. Yu Ho and Lin Fu? Shamer froze slightly. Go on, check it out. The door to the study opened slowly. Shamer stepped out of it. Outside the door stood a man of about 30, dressed in a dark-colored power suit with a jade belt around his waist. On it hung a long sword with a slender blade, revealing a sternness and calmness. Mang Liang, the best of the 18 human-level Jin Wu Wei. Yes, Mang Liang bowed slightly. With soft-soled cloth shoes, her steps are light, and she walks noiselessly, as if she were walking on the ground. Apparently lightweight skills are not bad either. A courtyard within the Jinwu division, both sides of the column weapons rack, swords, guns, swords and halberds, everything. Ancient trees in the corner of the court, green as a cover, gnarled branches and leaves. The Jinwu guards either stood leaning on their weapon racks or sat beside the stone benches, in twos and threes, pointing. All eyes were focused on the two people fighting in the field. Shamer and Mang Liang arrived quietly. The steps were so light that none of them noticed. Mang Liang was about to step forward to stop the two in the field, but Shamer reached out to stop him. First look, Mang Liang's pupils shrunk. The sound was clearly audible, but no one around looked this way. Transmission. Cold plum reflecting snow sword technique. This sword technique has become as famous as ever in the Jianghu in recent times. Brother Lin, why don't you let the group open their eyes today? Even though you are a ground-level Zen Weiwei personally appointed by the division master, but with the kung fu you just revealed, it's really hard to convince people. The man who spoke was a good-looking man, with a heroic spirit between his eyebrows. It was none other than Yu Hao, one of the 3 Grand Tier Jinwu guards. Summers scanned the corner. Ji Chuxue had already changed into her Zen Weiwei attire, holding a knife. He looked at the duo in the field with the same curiosity. Big brother Yu, it's not that little brother intends to hide his clumsiness. Rather, this cold plum reflecting snow sword technique, little brother has also just cultivated it not long ago, and the fire is still not well controlled. If you accidentally hurt someone, that's not good. Lin Fu rubbed the back of his head, a little coy. Ha ha ha, brother Lin, with your power, if you can really hurt me, brother's wine money for the next month, Yu Mao will cover it. Yu Hao patted his chest, obviously very confident in himself. Lord Lin, show your hand. Yes, Lord Lin. How majestic the Plum Blossom Villa was in years past. All of the northern border's great masters have completely stayed in the cold state. Let's also see the legendary swordsmanship in the Jianghu. The surrounding Jinwu Wei were up in arms. Lin Fu suffered a huge change though, but in the end, it was a young man in his early 20s. Take a deep breath and flush a little. He also knew that he had been promoted to the rank of a local Zen Weiwei. The big guys don't talk about it though. The heart is hard to resist. Trying to get a foothold in the Jinwu division. You have to show some real skill today. If that's the case, then little brother will make an offering. Lin Fu slightly raised the sword in his hand. The tip of the sword was aimed at Yu Hao in the distance. Brother Yu, be careful. The surroundings became silent. In the air, the warmth that had been pervading the air seemed to have been quietly withdrawn in an instant. In its place was a sudden chill. Chapter 14, Commander of the Jinyui. Snow falls without a trace. Lin Fu moved. His body swept through like the wind, and his long sword swung out. The tip of the sword drew an elegant arc in the air. Along with the trembling of the sword, it actually emitted a strong sword aura. The fallen leaves in the courtyard were swept up and attacked Yu Hao along with the long sword. Sword master? There were people present except for Shamer. All of them froze. In the vast Jianghu, there are as many sword practitioners as there are carp. A swordsman capable of casting a swordsmanship. It can be said to have squeezed into the ranks of the first-class swordsmen of the Jianghu. As the predecessor of sword chi, generally speaking, it is difficult for those who have not opened the Ren Du Air chakra to display sword aura. It is possible to do this at the stage of chakra penetration. It was enough to show that the cold plum reflecting snow sword technique was extraordinary. It was no wonder that when a supreme martial art appeared in the Jianghu, it would often set off a storm of bloodshed. Yu Hao looked slightly grave, even if the power was above Lin Fu. But when faced with the famous cold plum reflecting snow sword technique in the Jianghu, he still didn't dare to be bold. There was a calm gleam in his eyes. Yu Hao gripped his long sword tightly and moved his body like a cheetah to swiftly avoid the sword. At the same time, he slashed out with a backhanded knife, and the light of the knife slashed towards Lin Fu like a pike. Lin Fu quickly changed his stance. Raising his hand was a sword. Clang! With a loud sound, the sword and the knife collided with each other, emitting a deafening sound of metal clashing. Yu Hao's sword technique clearly followed the path of the rigid vein. Blade after blade, like a raging wind and rain, attacked Lin Fu. However, the heir to the Plum Blossom Mountain Villa was not a mere name. Lin Fu saw the moves and stepped on his feet in a kind of marvelous footwork. Each time, he was able to skillfully avoid Yu Hao's attacks. Big brother, you be careful. As Lin Fu let out a low shout, only the tip of the sword trembled lightly, and an invisible force seemed to coalesce in the air. Suddenly, a crystal clear cold plum bloomed in the air. Each one exuded a piercing chill. What? Yu Hao was taken aback. Use internal forces to induce changes in your surroundings. Don't talk about him. Even the average internal force externalization master could not do it. These cold plums seem to be alive. It circled and flew in the air, bringing a stern sword blade towards Yu Hao. Yu Hao took a deep breath and moved his body like a swimming dragon through the courtyard. Unfortunately, there are just too many cold plums in the air. Yu Hao's lightness couldn't avoid them all. A cold plum brushed the corner of his coat. Immediately, he felt a piercing chill coming from the corner of his shirt and couldn't help but shiver. The surrounding Jin Wu Wei were all dumbstruck. They really didn't expect that the one who fell to the wayside would be Yu Hao. Yu Hao's clothes had been cut in many places. Those places that had been scratched by the sword blade had formed a layer of ice crystals. Ice cold plum. A huge plum blossom bloomed out of nowhere at the end of the sword's blade. The plum blossom slowly rotates in the air. Each petal seems to be a sharp sword blade. Brother Lin, this sword technique of yours is truly amazing, but you're still too slow for a beginner. Yu Hao had just dodged seemingly haphazardly in the courtyard. He actually didn't know when he had closed the distance with Lin Fu. By Bo Xianin palm. Yu Hao abandoned his sword and used his palm, and a faint blue light began to coalesce in his palm. This is the sign of the Bibo Xianin palm. Prompted by internal force, the palm force was soft and deep, like the waves of the blue sea. Unceasing. Bang. The sound. The long sword clashed with the palm force with a loud bang. Although Lin Fu's sword technique was overpowering, however, in front of the dense palm force of the Bibo Xianin palm, it was like a boulder thrown into the sea, instantly drowned. Wow! The palm power spread out, turning into a circle of blue ripples that spread out in all directions. Lin Fu only felt a huge force coming from him, and the long sword in his hand was actually shaken and flew out of his hand. His body swayed and he retreated several steps before he could barely stand still. Brother Lin, I apologize. Yu Hao arched his hand and smiled. Lin Fu finally reacted. A bitter smile could not help but appear on his face. The cold plum reflecting snow sword technique is so famous. I didn't realize that I had lost again and again since my debut. Big brother used by Bo Xianin palm is really powerful. My little brother is willing to pay the price. Lin Fu wasn't someone who couldn't afford to lose. Hands in fists. A bow was returned towards Yu Hao. Yu Hao gently shook his head. I am only relying on the fact that my kung fu is just a little deeper than yours. This sword technique of Brother Lin seems to require an extremely high level of internal strength. If you break through the Xianguan and open the two chakras, I'm afraid I'll be the one who loses today. Yu Hao picked up the knife he had just thrown on the ground. Look at your tattered clothes. A bitter smile appeared on his face. This contest was won though, but how come I don't feel joy at all? Pop, pop, pop. Crisp applause rang out. Shamer and Meng Liang came over from the corner. Master of the division. The lazy Jin Wu guards around them were shaken. Immediately standing up straight, he bowed and cupped his fists towards Shama, master of the division. Yu Hao and Lin Fu also bowed respectfully. Ji Chushue performed her stance and floated from afar. The eyes that looked at Shamer were filled with complexity. Yu Hao is right. This cold plum reflecting snow sword technique of yours extremely consumes internal energy. If you break through the barrier, it will be a different world. Never let a moment's victory or defeat affect your state of mind. Lin Fu jolted, then once again bowed his hand towards Xia Mo. Thank you for the teachings of the division master. My subordinate will keep them in mind. Summers nodded gently, then looked around at the Jin Wu Wei. Within 3 days, have the large and small Jianghu gangs of the divine capital submit the list to the Jinwu division. If not, all will be treated as rebels. Yes, the crowd responded. Xia Mo looked at Ji Chushue. You will take the lead in this matter. Also notify the 5 cities military division and Department 6 to cooperate with the Jinwu division. The Zhen Weiwei is understaffed. The gangs of God's capital were also not martial arts sects in the traditional sense. Against these guys, it was natural that they didn't need to act exactly the way they did in the jungle. Ji Chushue gently nodded. Yes, you two change your clothes and come with me to the heavenly prison. Shamer said to Hao and Lin Fu. It had been 3 days since I returned to the divine capital, and I had been caught up in the trivial matters of the Jinwu division. It's also time to sign in on the 9th floor of the Sky Dungeon. The heavenly prison is located in the back of the divine capital, far away from the bustling city and isolated from the world. Inside, there are numerous organs and barriers, and unless there is a royal amnesty order, you can't trespass. Xia Mo, Lin Fu, and Yu Hao left the Jinwu Sea. Immediately, he went straight to the heavenly prison. Doorway closed, iron locks hanging high, iron chain coiled, like a dragon entangled, revealing the air of solemnity. The guards on both sides were tightly guarded, with distinctive armor, and their eyes were unblinking and imposing. When the wind blew, the door ring rattled softly, like an ethereal sigh, and it was chilling. Fourth Highness, in front of the heavenly prison gate, a figure seemed to be waiting here early. Cold appearance, hawkish nose, thin lips closed, a pair of narrow eyes as deep as the abyss. Through the shadowy and ruthless, A gorgeous python robe with a deep color, like a dark shadow in the dark night. Above the python robe, the python pattern embroidered with gold and silver threads meandered and twisted in a lifelike manner. Commander of the Jinui, Fengjiang. Chapter 15, Heavenly Mountain Plum Breaking Hands. Before the establishment of the Jinwu Division, there are two organizations that the court deals with the jungle. One is Department 6, the other is the Imperial Assassins. Department 6 is the ultimate place for the promotion of constables in all state government offices in Daxia. Usually only take over Jianghu gang fights and Jianghu bandits who are wanted by the government. In the Jianghu, and some of the righteous martial arts have some friendship. Department 6 is headed by the Sheriff King. Under his command, there are 4 divine constables with extremely high martial arts skills, and they are quite famous in the Jianghu. Under the 4 divine constables, there is the post of chief constable. Below that are the 3 classes of constables, gold, silver, and bronze coats, and on the side of the Jinui, the commander is the highest officer of the Jinui. Under the commander, there are 2 Jinui co-conspirators and 2 commanders. Below that are the Jinfu envoys of the various guards of the Jinui. Next came the 1,000 households, the 100 households, the chief banner, the lesser banner, and the ordinary brocade guards. It can be described as a sharp knife in the hands of the Summer Emperor. It's also important to have eyes and ears. The main duties of the Jinui were to guard the emperor, inspect all officials, and apprehend murderers and thieves. Other than that, what really spread the fierce reputation of the Jinui all over the world? It's the Genie Prison, which is under the jurisdiction of the Jinui. The Genie Prison is also known as the Imperial Prison. From princes and ministers, down to peddlers, all talk about it. Department 6 and the Imperial Assassins are often referred to as the eagles and dogs of the Imperial Court by people in the Jianghu. Commander Feng is busy with his official duties. Why are you free to be here today? Summers pulled on the reins. The ink shadow-chasing steed slowly stepped forward, condescending, without the slightest intention of dismounting. The establishment of the Jinwu Sea, not only from the Department of 6 sectors and the hands of the brocade guards to share out a lot of power, and it's clearly written in the imperial decree issued by the Xia Emperor. As long as it involves matters of the Jianghu, the Jinwu Division can be authorized by the Emperor beforehand. Department 6 and the brocade guards are to act in unconditional cooperation with the Jinwu Sea. There is suddenly such a Teiyukai on his head. To say that the god of trappers and this phone commander in front of him had nothing in their hearts, that would be weird. Some jumped-up clowns can't delay much. My humble servant has heard that Fourth Highness is heading to the 9th floor of the heavenly prison. Though I don't know what the Fourth Highness wants, but that's where all the vicious people are held. My humble servant was relieved, so I accompanied Fourth Highness. Feng Zhang clasped his fists and bowed. There was no reaction at all to Summer's arrogance. The corners of Summer's mouth lifted slightly. Looking at Feng Zhang, he said meaningfully, "This palace knows that the 9th floor of the heavenly prison is different from the normal imperial prison. That's why the folders were delivered to the palace a day in advance. But the palace didn't say when it was coming. I didn't expect Commander Feng to have this ability to calculate. Waiting here for the palace a step ahead of schedule? Could it be that Jinwu Sea transferred from the brothers of the brocade guard? Anyone else miss the old boss?" A brilliant light flashed in Summer's eyes. That's where he's weak. A royal son with no roots is suddenly in charge, whether it's intelligence or contacts. His roots in God's capital were far from even close. On the way to the White Cloud View, the person behind instructing Feng Wuyue to intercept and kill him had not been found out even now. But look at it from the aftermath. After he left the tea shop that day, there was actually cavalry whistling. A cavalryman's warhorse is not like a normal horse. After the constable from Department 6 found this out, immediately, the news was sent back to the Jinwu Division. Being able to move dozens of cavalry in the vicinity of God's capital, and these cavalrymen are not even part of the Daxia establishment. The person behind it is also considered a handful. Shamer's words fell. The air seemed to freeze instantly, and even the fine dust stopped fluttering. Feng Zhang was expressionless. Yu Hao in the back, however, had a thin layer of cold sweat on his forehead, opened his mouth to say something, but after looking at Xia Mo and Feng Zhang, still, he kept back what he was going to say. Fourth Highness is joking. Even if my humble servant has the greatest guts in the world, he wouldn't dare to plant eyes in the Jinwu Division. Otherwise my humble servant wouldn't be here waiting for Fourth Highness. Feng Zhang suddenly broke into a smile, completely unshaken by Summer's questioning. Xia Mo rode on the back of his horse quietly watching Feng Zhang, commander of the Jinui, Daxia's official position of the 3rd grade. In terms of establishment, it is on par with the 12 Jinwu ambassadors of the Jinwu Division. In that case, I would like to thank Commander Feng. The voice came from behind. Feng Zhang's pupils shrunk slightly. The afterglow glanced behind. Summer had dismounted at some point, appeared behind him. "You, big brother you, did you see the division master's movements clearly just now?" Lin Fu was on a horse. Subconsciously, he gulped. Yu Hao, who was beside him, shook his head woodenly. He had just felt his eyes blink. Shamer had then disappeared from the horse, then suddenly appeared behind Feng Zhang. Feng Zhang turned around and said respectfully, "This is an honor for my humble servant. Lead the way." Feng Zhang crossed over Xia Mo to take the lead towards the heavenly prison. Lin Fu and Yu Hao also reacted at this time. They all dismounted and followed Shamer. "See you, Fourth Highness." The guards guarding the heavenly prison dropped to one knee in unison. "All rise." "Thank you, Your Highness." The door to the heavenly prison slowly opened. Feng Zhang took the lead and walked in. The three of them, Shamer, followed close behind. Only the first level of the heavenly prison was located above the ground. The remaining 8 floors were all built underground. Such a huge space. I don't know how much manpower and resources have been expended either. Take the piss out of an ancient feudal dynasty. I'm afraid that none of the artisans who built this heavenly prison will be able to leave here alive. Deep underground, a few people quietly moved forward. The sound of footsteps echoed between the empty steps as if they had become the only melody in the silent space. All around, darkness was like sticky ink, swallowing up all the light. The only thing left was the faint torch that swayed in his hand, struggling to produce a few strands of orange light in the darkness. It wasn't long before the pace of several people suddenly slowed. Ahead, a faint light gradually appeared, breaking the long darkness. "There's even sunlight down here?" Lin Fu's tone was filled with surprise. Keep in mind that they could be a long way from the ground by now. "Commander Feng, I wonder who built this heavenly prison." Shamer suddenly opened his mouth and asked. He should have thought poorly earlier. The ability to draw sunlight so deep into the earth. This heavenly prison was definitely not as simple as he thought. It was also by no means built by ordinary craftsmen. Feng Zhang turned back. "I wonder if Fourth Highness has heard of the Southern Statewood family." Xia Mo looked at Feng Zhang with some surprise at his words. "Is Commander Feng talking about the Wood family that is famous in the Jianghu for their organ techniques?" Feng Zhang nodded. "Not bad, it's exactly this Wood family. This heavenly prison was built by the Ministry of Public Works and the Wood family in a joint effort ordered by the great ancestor back then. So it is. No wonder it's so spooky." A few people made small talk along the way. It quickly came to the 9th floor of the heavenly prison, looking at the monolith in front of him that looked exactly like the one in his mind. Once again, a familiar voice rang in Shamer's ears. "Ding! Congratulations on arriving at the 9th floor of the heavenly prison. Signing in successfully. Quest reward, Heavenly Mountain Plum Breaking Hand." Chapter 16, Spying in the Dark. Tianshan Plum Breaker. "I didn't think it would be this martial art." "Fourth Highness?" Feng Zhang's voice rang out. The bottom of this Jinui commander's eyes flashed with a flash of suspicion that was hard for an onlooker to detect. The Jinui deal with people of all colors and sorts all day long. Reading people's words is a skill that is embedded in your bones. Just now, this Fourth Highness was out of his mind for a moment when he saw the stone tablet on the 9th floor of the heavenly prison. "Your Fourth Highness has been here before?" Shamer instantly came back to his senses. "Commander Feng is joking. This palace has grown up in the palace since childhood. How could I have ever come to such a place? Commander Feng, I'll trouble you to take this palace on a nice stroll around the 9th floor of this heavenly prison. This palace would like to see it too." What kind of people are imprisoned on the 9th floor of the heavenly prison that people in the Jianghu are afraid of like a tiger? Yes, a few people crossed the monolith to the inside. The 9th floor of this heavenly prison was indeed exactly the same as the scene in Xiaomo's mind. The 9th floor of the heavenly prison has always been used to imprison those with high martial arts skills in the Jianghu. The chains on them and the walls on all sides are made of solid obsidian. And before entering this place, they were either pierced through the peepa bone or had their acupoints sealed with a special technique. No matter how famous he was in the Jianghu before he came in and how good his martial arts skills were, when you get here, all can only obediently spit out all their martial arts skills. Feng Zhang looked around the cell. Introductions were made along the way. This man's name is Zheng Taizhan, known as the Invincible Iron Fist, a pair of iron fists that can break rocks and crack gold. A brash, straightforward, cynical personality. Quite a reputation for chivalry in the jungle. Wanted by the court 2 years ago for killing a governor at the local level. In order to catch this guy, the Jinui lost 1,000 tenants and 200 tenants. Inside the dimly lit cell, a figure was mercilessly bound to the cold stone wall by heavy chains. "Humph, you traitors to the court. If you're not using some underhanded tricks, even if there are dozens more people, they may not be able to catch Lousy." The figure in the cell saw a few of Summer's men, suddenly struggling. Each struggle was accompanied by the ear-splitting sound of chains and violent trembling of the body. Xiaomo and Feng Zhang paid no attention to anyone. Continue toward the next cell. This is the sword shadow Lonely Hung Li Yuni, famous for his one-handed longsword technique, but aloof and acting alone. This is Dr. Sun Jin, the poison doctor. This person is proficient in the art of healing and specializes in poison making, capable of killing people without being seen. A year ago in the western borderlands, he poisoned an entire village of people. And this woman, thousand-faced demon fox, who may err, specializing in disguise. He can turn into all kinds of characters. Even his voice and mannerisms can be imitated to perfection. This woman is so ambitious that she somehow managed to get mixed up in the palace, almost made a big mess. Every time he passed by a cell, Feng Zhang introduced the origins of the prisoners inside as if he were counting them. The entire 9th floor of the heavenly prison held a total of a dozen martial arts masters. Every one of them is a big name in the Jianghu. But alas, Shamer shook his head gently. These masters had been captured here for at least half a year, and the longer ones even for several years. Most of the people's martial arts have long been abolished, and the injuries on each of them looked bad. The Jinyui's methods are not vegetarian. The only value these people had now was the secret martial arts books that had not yet been fully accounted for, and the jungle tactics that each relied on to become famous. For example, that Hu Meier and Sun Jin, transfiguration and poison, even more so than normal martial arts for an organization like the Jinyui. This man is. Shamer suddenly stopped outside a cell, pointed inside. On top of a messy pile of straw lay a man in a tattered gray coat. His hair was as messy as a weed, and a few strands were still sticky with dust and oil. The face was covered with a layer of greasy dirt, making it almost impossible to see the original features. Only the slightly open mouth and the occasional snore proved that he was still alive. It's amazing that you can sleep so well in a place like this, and the man wasn't chained. Feng Zhang had a rare look of embarrassment on his face. Back to the Fourth Highness. This person is the world's #1 lazy person. He entered the heavenly prison voluntarily and gave us the turtle breath technique he practiced on the first day, and then it's been living here ever since. Not just Xia Mo, even Yu Hao and Lin Fu in the back were speechless. Is there really such a person in the world? Waste of rice. Shama's voice was icy cold. He had expected to encounter some hidden expert on the 9th floor of the heavenly prison, then try to recruit into the Jinwu division. I didn't realize there were even such goods. Kill it. Shama directly extinguished his thoughts of continuing to stay here. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the outside. Yes. Feng Zhang looked at the world's laziest man in prison. With his left hand behind his back, his right hand swung out with a palm. This palm seemed to carry the force of 1,000 pounds, yet it was as light as a feather. The world's laziest man suddenly widened his eyes. There was horror and incredulity in his eyes. Put! A sound of bone breaking came, accompanied by a gush of blood. The chest sunk in, creating a horrifyingly deep crater, and the clothing was instantly stained red. Feng Zhang withdrew his palm and watched the scene expressionlessly, and then left the place without looking back. At this moment, Xia Mo, who had just walked to the stone monument, had a movement in his heart. I didn't realize that this commander of the Brocade Guard sheep palm kung fu was so good. Fourth Highness, then I won't see you off. Outside the heavenly prison, Feng Zhang once again arched his hand towards Xia Mo. Commander Feng is polite. I would like to thank Commander Feng for leading the way today. In the future, if you have any leisure time, you can come to the Jinwu division more often. The three summers rolled onto their horses. By now, he naturally wouldn't believe Feng Zhang's bull **** about the accompanying guards. No matter how imposing the prisoners on the 9th floor of the heavenly prison used to be, now all that's left is a bunch of old and sick people. This Lord Commander, is he really just here to get acquainted? My humble servant will definitely pay a visit to the Fourth Highness before. After exchanging pleasantries, just as Shamer was about to leave, there was a sudden frown, snapping his head up to look above the dome of the celestial prison. What man? This statement was made. Yu Hao and Lin Fu subconsciously drew their swords. The guards guarding the heavenly prison instantly lined up. It turns out that the heavenly prison where the imperial court detains people from the Jianghu is actually here. Had. If this place is leaked out, it will be a good show. A teasing voice rang out. Feng Zhang's originally calm and steady mountain-like face. After hearing this voice, it instantly became as ugly as being covered in frost. Where are the thieves from? How dare you spy on the important place of the heavenly prison? Feng Zhang let out a loud shout, his voice exploding like thunder. Before the words fell, Feng Zhang had already rushed out like an arrow off the string. With a tap of his foot, his figure lightly leapt up to the dome of the heavenly prison. Chapter 17, Martial Idiot by Xian. The heavenly prison is far from the city. It was actually in an inconspicuous mountain range in the divine capital. If the location of this place is really leaked out, that is unless the court sends a large army to garrison it. Otherwise it would surely attract wave after wave of good deeds from the jungle. The person who was spying in the dark just now has very high martial arts skills. The two of you stay here in case you fall for the other side's trick of transferring the tiger away from the mountain. Xia Mo instructed the two of them, Yu Hao and Lin Fu. The man had disappeared from the horse. The emerald roach is continuous. The ancient trees are in the sky. The valleys are deep, and the birds are chirping. The two silhouettes were like wind and electricity, shuttling between the mountains and forests. Their lightweight skills were marvelous. Stay for this, officer. Feng Zhang watched the figure in front of him leap through the air. His body was like a flying swallow, and he swept through the treetops. The inner strength of his palm coalesced, and he let out a fierce shout. A palm then blasted out towards the figure in front. The leaves are falling. The figure in front of him lurched. The body ghostly disappeared in place. Bang! With a loud bang, a large tree collapsed, its trunk snapping into several pieces and splattering wood shavings in all directions. Is this the rumored heavenly silkworm sheep palm of the commander of the brocade guards? Sure has some power. The previous figure suddenly appeared from another large tree. Wrapping his arms around his chest, he stepped lightly on his toes on top of a leaf. The leaves seemed to become like nothing under his feet, without the slightest tremor. What are you? What exactly is the purpose of peering into the celestial dungeon? Fengzheng also stepped on a branch and stopped. Looking at the figure not far away, he asked in a deep voice. Just now, both of them were in a state of flying speed. The stance the man had performed to avoid his own slap. It seemed a bit like the maple leaf sex, forest flying indulgence technique, in the Jianghu. Not really for any particular purpose. It's just that after coming to the Central Plains, I've been hearing some rumors about the heavenly prison. I really couldn't hold back the curiosity in my heart, so I thought I'd come and take a look. But the location of the heavenly prison is indeed very secretive. I've come to the divine capital for some time now, and I've actually been unable to find where this place is. There's nothing for it but to keep an eye outside the North Town Hall. Was about to give up. Finally, I saw Lord Commander leave from the Northern Jinfu Division in a hurry, so that's why this followed me all the way here. I didn't expect that His Highness the Fourth Prince to be so alert. I'm just taking a little breath of fresh air. And he found out. The mystic wore a dark-colored power suit with a black silk sash tied around his waist. A black scarf covers his face. Fengzheng's face suddenly became gloomy. You mean you've been following this official since he left the Northern Township? Mystic spread his hands. How else would I find the location of this heavenly prison? It's just a bit of a shame though. I haven't found a chance to go inside the heavenly prison to have a look. The mysterious man shook his head and said with a fake sigh. In that case, then this official really can't keep you. Fengzheng's eyes flashed with killing intent. The python robe hunted in the wind. On his toes, he leapt towards the mysterious man. At the moment it was as if there were two tiny silks intertwining and twisting between the palms, glittering with a faint silver light. This was the precursor to the heavenly silkworm sheep palm move. That silver light wasn't really silk, but a manifestation of internal energy condensed to the extreme. Fengzheng's heavenly silkworm sheep palm used softness to overcome hardness. The internal force was as fine and continuous as silk. Once it hits the enemy, it will tighten like a silkworm, leaving the enemy with nowhere to run. He himself gave away the location of the heavenly prison. If this reaches the ears of the Summer Emperor, at this moment, Fengzheng had already incorporated all of his internal energy, will, and killing intent into this palm. Good timing. The mystic was not afraid either. With a point of his toes, the leaves of the tree gently swayed as he flew towards Fengzheng to meet him. Boom! With a loud bang, the two palms faced each other, and true chi stirred among the trees. Countless leaves were blown in all directions by this force. The tree trunks also trembled slightly under the impact of this force. The moment the two exchanged blows, it was like two savage beasts crashing together. Fengzheng only felt a powerful force coming from his palm. Knowing that he had encountered a formidable enemy, the heavenly silkworm sheep palm was unleashed. Like a torrential river, unceasingly, the two of them went back and forth between the trees, their palms stirring. The mysterious man's figure shifted as if he had transformed into countless phantoms, spinning rapidly around Fengzheng. Both hands were waved out at the same time, and a transparent palm shadow appeared out of thin air. These palm shadows appeared and disappeared, as elusive as ghosts. Misty palm. Fengzheng raised an eyebrow, obviously recognizing the martial arts that the mysterious man had performed. Both hands came out together. The internal force in his palms was as dense as silk, and with a gentle wave, he clashed with those transparent palm shadows. There was a lot of banging and banging. Each clash of palms stirred up ripples in the air. All the palm shadows were dispersed by Fengzheng. Only the shadow of the only real palm remained. Fengzheng slapped his palm out. Mystic was not to be outdone. The two exchanged palms again. The mysterious man used the force of the countershock to turn his body and skillfully pulled away from Fengzheng. Like a light swallow, it arced through the air and landed steadily on the ground. Fengzheng flew down and stood equally firmly on the ground. A smirk flashed in the mysterious man's eyes. A fist slammed into the ground. The ground instantly cracked under the impact of this force. A huge crack spread towards Fengzheng. Fengzheng frowned slightly and subconsciously took a step back. With a stomp of his feet, his figure instantly rose up from the ground. The moment Fengzheng rose to mid-air, the mysterious man suddenly moved. His body was like the wind, instantly closing the distance between him and Fengzheng. The internal force in his palm gathered and slapped towards Fengzheng. In his haste, Fengzheng quickly redirected his internal energy and raised his palm to meet the mysterious man's attack. At the moment of collision, Fengzheng's figure trembled slightly, and then he fell down sharply as if he had been struck by a giant hammer. When he landed, his feet left deep imprints on the ground. Then he retreated a dozen steps in a row, each step accompanied by a tremor in the ground. It wasn't until he hit a large tree that he managed to stabilize himself. The tree shook violently at the moment of impact, and the leaves clattered. Feng Zheng's expression was gloomy as he clenched his teeth and forced his energy to pull himself together. A crack was clearly visible on the trunk of the large tree behind him. Forest flying art, misty palm, earth-splitting mountain-breaking fist and wind-breaking palm. The Jianghu knows so many martial arts at the same time, and all of them have such attainments. There is only one person that this official has thought about. Your martial arts nerd Bai Xian. Feng Zheng's words fell, but it was like a heavy hammer hitting the surface of a lake, stirring up layers of ripples. Countless birds were suddenly awakened and lifted their wings to fly. Really, it's showing after all. Not bad for the famous commander of the Brocade Guards. You know the martial arts of the jungle like the back of your hand. The mysterious man gently uncovered the masked black scarf. A somewhat helpless face was revealed. Chapter 18, 1 Good martial art. 2 Curious. Learning martial arts requires talent. Higher martial arts require better talent. There is never a shortage of people in the Jianghu holding a secret book of supreme martial arts, but the mediocrity that is slow to enter the door. But manpower is sometimes poor, and so is this talent thing. Choose the martial art that suits you best and then pour your life into it. This is the path taken by most of the geniuses in the world, but there is this one person. Eat 100 meals, learn 100 arts, hardwired to every martial art he had learned in his life, all cultivated to the point of peak performance. Wu Ji Bai Xian. This man comes from a cold state. Originally, he was the son of a wealthy family. When he was young, he worshipped a passing kung fu master, learned some rudimentary martial arts, but it's less than a year. Bai Xian's progress was rapid, and soon that master was no longer a match for Bai Xian. After discovering Bai Xian's martial arts talent, his first master dared not delay. Using Bai Xian's connections, he introduced Bai Xian to the Maple Leaf sect of the cold state. He worshipped under the old sect master of the Maple Leaf sect. It only took Bai Xian 3 years. He had already learned all of the Maple Leaf sect's martial arts, and there is a trend that the blue is better than the blue. The Maple Leaf sect's old patriarch was ecstatic. Immediately, Bai Xian was declared a candidate for the Maple Leaf sect's next sect leader. However, Bai Xian, who had learned all of the Maple Leaf sect's martial arts, thought that this was simply not enough. The Maple Leaf sect was at best a second-rate sect in the Jianghu. Bai Xian didn't want to waste his life in this tiny Maple Leaf sect. So after the Maple Leaf sect won in the middle of a meeting of martial arts with another sect, it was announced on the spot that he would never be a Maple Leaf sect disciple again. It almost didn't make the Maple Leaf sect's old patriarch gasp his back. The Maple Leaf sect naturally became furious. In the Jianghu, it was widely rumored that Bai Xian was ungrateful and shameless among the martial arts world. Moreover, several elders within the clan were dispatched to try and capture Bai Xian back. Although Bai Xian had learned all of the Maple Leaf sect's martial arts, but after all, the time spent practicing martial arts is still short. In terms of internal strength, it was not as good as the elders of the clan. He was hunted all the way down and finally thrown out of the cold state. This time Bai Xian was completely letting himself go. Anyone willing to teach him martial arts. When you kowtow, you worship, and when you meet, you call your master. This man has an incomprehensible obsession with the martial arts of the world. After another 3 years, Bai Xian's martial arts skills improved by leaps and bounds. The name of martial idiot has gained fame in the Jianghu. During this period, he even went around looking for famous masters in the Jianghu to challenge him. According to Bai Xian, there was no other intention but to see these renowned Jianghu mastery. It's gone from losing a lot to winning a half dozen, to winning a lot to losing a lot. Less than 10 years in total. Martial idiot Bai Xian's reputation had already caught up with some of the great sect's master-level figures in the Jianghu. What really made Bai Xian famous was his battle with the top master of the Devil's Way, Immaculate Grandmother. After Bai Xian had achieved great success in martial arts, he once again returned to the cold state. The Maple Leaf sect matter was, after all, his fault. Therefore, Bai Xian didn't take into account the vengeance of that year's pursuit. It went straight back to Autumn Forest City, where the family was located. Bai Xian's father was a famous and wealthy merchant in Autumn Forest City, but just the day before Bai Xian returned to Autumn Forest City, the Bai family had somehow offended the Immaculate Grandmother who was passing through Autumn Forest City. The whole family was killed. Bai Xian naturally wouldn't let it go, tracking all the way. Eventually the unsullied grandmother was blocked in an inn in a small town. The Immaculate Devil's Dictionary practiced by Grandmother Immaculate is said to have come from a devilish sect called the Pure Devil sect 500 years ago. Every move carries the strange strength that makes people go off the deep end, and Grandmother Immaculate was originally an expert who had been known in the Jianghu for many years. It was said that he had once escaped with his life at the hands of a great master on the Tianji Pavilion's martial arts evaluation. It was expected to be a no-holds-barred battle. However, I didn't expect that the one who ultimately won would be Bai Xian, who had an endless array of tactics. Avenged, Bai Xian did not inherit his family's estate. After donating most of the money to the beggar refugees in the city, started traveling the world again. Rumor has it that martial artist Bai Xian has two passions in life. One is good at martial arts, the other is curious. It goes without saying that good martial arts is a good thing. Obviously, he is already a top expert with a great reputation, but once you see a martial art that interests you, it doesn't matter if the other person is old or young, male or female. With a plop, he fell to his knees, immediately performed the rite of worship. As for the curiosity, it's as literal as it gets. This person has a curious heart all the time. What rivers and lakes rumors, hooks and bars secrets, sects forbidden, strange and dangerous places. Whenever he knew, he would find a way to poke his nose in. Once I heard that the head of a sect in the Jianghu had a dragon in Yang, Akari moralizing. I don't know how many face heads I've raised behind my back, and having an affair with his own great apprentice. This guy froze and hid under someone's bed for a day and a night, live to crash someone's good deed. Make it known, the sect leader of that sect was fighting Bai Xian like crazy. However, the efforts of the entire sect still failed to deal with this martial arts obsessive. All in all, this Bai Xian is considered to be the number one person in the Jianghu who is both good and evil. Lord Commander, if that's the only thing your heavenly silkworm sheepom is capable of, but it can't help me much. I didn't do anything to hurt anyone anyway, might as well forget it. I promise that I will never divulge the location of the heavenly prison. As you know, I can't talk about everyone in the Jianghu though, but not much of a friend. There's really no need to offend the court as well. It was just a little joke earlier. Bai Xian's appearance looked like he was probably in his 30s, a playful face at the moment. If the words of a martial artist can be believed, Lord Qingyu wouldn't have been searching for you all over the world until now. Feng Zhang snorted coldly. The gaze that looked at Bai Xian was vaguely unkind. Lord Qingyu was the same sect leader whose good deed had been crashed by Bai Xian. Such a huge scandal. It was naturally impossible to serve as the head of a sect again. It was said that in the end, the supreme elders of the gate who were close to death were all startled. Bai Xian touched his head somewhat awkwardly. I was ready to leave quietly that night. It was that guy who had to drag me into a contest. It ended up making too much noise, and it was only when the good deed between Lord Qingyu and that great disciple of his was crashed. It's none of my business. Feng Zhang's face was as gloomy as water. Just now there was an exchange of blows. There are elements of carelessness, though, but this person's martial arts skills were indeed above his own. Damn it, how come the fourth prince was present today? It's so true yourself. It's okay to show your face in front of the fourth prince. Now it's making it hard to ride the tiger. The heavenly prison is heavy, once known to the world. I'm afraid there will be no peace in the future. This person knows such a hidden secret. What is Commander Feng still hesitating for? The flat voice fell into Feng Zhang and Bai Xian's ears. The two's faces changed at the same time. There was a flurry of heads, looking in the direction of the voice. Chapter 19 Invitation. At the top of the tree, the branches are so thick and leafy that it looks like an emerald cover. A young gentleman dressed in a black python robe with a jade belt around his waist stood at the top of the tree, as if he were an immortal on the ground. Fourth Highness, Feng Zhang's surprised voice rang out. Honestly speaking, the Xia Emperor was able to allow this fourth prince to command the Jinwu division. Feng Zhang was guessing about this one's martial arts, earlier at the gates of the heavenly prison. It was also this fourth highness who first discovered Bai Xian's existence, but that at most meant that Shamer's senses were sharper. Feng Zhang had exchanged dozens of moves with Bai Xian so far, and for a moment, he thought that this fourth highness wasn't following. Now it seems that. Bai Xian looked at Summer at the top of the tree. The gaze was slightly strained. Surprisingly, he didn't realize when this person had appeared there. The fourth son of the current Xia Emperor, the head of the Jinwu division, Xia Mo. Bai Xian had already been in the divine capital for some time. Naturally, he knew what kind of place the Jinwu division was. For a jungle martial artist like him, that's an even tougher existence than Department 6 and the Jinyui. This, fourth highness, I swear to have absolutely no intention of working against the court. How about we call it a day? Bai Xian suddenly raised 3 fingers. A look of sincerity. With a smile on the corner of his mouth, Xia Mo tapped his toes on a tree branch and his body rose up in the air. In an instant, it had fallen to the ground. Peeking into the heavenly prison is already a capital offense. Not to mention the fact that my Jinwu division governs all martial artists in the world. He who fails to pass on the order is also a rebel. Martial idiot Bai Xian, the palace has heard of your name. Just now, this palace also watched the fight between you and Commander Feng. If that's all you've got, in the future, there may not be such a figure as martial idiot in the Jianghu. Bai Xian's face sank slightly at his words, but in a flash, he laughed again. I wonder when the fourth highness arrived. How much did I see of my match with this Lord Feng? Feng Zhang on the side also looked over curiously. Shamer pretended to think for a moment. then pointed to a large tree that had fallen to the ground. Before you jumped up that tree, the palace will already be here waiting for you. What? Feng Zheng frowned slightly. Bai Xian, however, had a look of disbelief on his face. I've already said that I have no intention of going against the court. This exploration of the heavenly prison is also out of curiosity in my heart. Your Fourth Highness must not act excessively and truly force me to divulge the location of the heavenly prison. Farewell for now. Bai Xian arched his hand. Turn around and get ready to leave. A commander of the Jinhui and his Imperial Highness. There was no way he could really do anything to them himself. Wanna go? Feng Zhang glanced at Summer, then quickly and decisively, he rushed out and slapped his palm towards Bai Xian's back. Cocoon binding. Feng Zhang's palm instantly manifested countless tiny palm shadows in the air. At first glance, it was actually a bit similar to Bai Xian's misty tracer palm from the party, but the substance is different. Countless silkworms intertwined and twisted in the air, forming a huge net. The entire space seemed to be enveloped by this net. Bai Xian felt a powerful suction force coming from behind him, and his body stagnated, barely able to move. The net that was there tightened more and more, as if it was going to wrap his entire being in it. Lord Feng, I've already said it. You won't be able to keep me with you. How many more times do I have to say this? Bai Xian's voice took on a trifle of impatience. The forest flying indulgence technique was executed, weaving between Feng Zhang's palm shadows. At the same time the hands waved gently. There were countless streams of air flowing through the fingertips. Although Feng Zhang's heavenly silkworm Mian palm was fine and tough, it gradually lost its binding power under Bai Xian's hands. Streaming clouds scattering hands. Feng Zhang once again recognized the martial art that Bai Xian had performed. Bai Xian's hands were sometimes as light as willow, and sometimes as hard as steel, constantly cracking Feng Zhang's attacks. The two of them demolished dozens more moves from each other in a short period of time. Bai Xian found a break in Feng Zhang's palm technique. With a light press of his hands, a chi force directly struck Feng Zhang's chest. Feng Zhang was caught off guard by this sudden attack. The entire person was shaken by the chi energy and retreated back and forth, and his face turned pale. If it is pestered again, I'll be really rude. After Bai Xian said this, he once again prepared to leave. Just a moment to turn around. A drop of cold sweat suddenly dripped from his forehead. Bai Xian turned back violently, then tapped his toes and flew back, pulling away a short distance. You. Bai Xian looked at Xia Mo with some astonishment. At this moment, Shamer had a light smile on his face. There was a hint of inexplicable meaning in the gaze towards Bai Xian. Fourth Highness, my humble servant is incompetent and is no match for this man. Feng Zhang rubbed his chest at this point. With some difficulty, he spoke. Commander Feng doesn't have to take it to heart. The duties of the brood were not meant to be. These characters who have been in the jungle for a long time. That being said, it should be my part of the Jinwu division. Stand down for now. Xia Mo waved his hand, signaling Feng Zhang to step back. Feng Zhang's pale face regained a hint of redness. Nodding lightly, he then stepped aside. Your nickname is Martial Idiot. I wonder just how many martial arts you have learned. Xia Mo looked at Bai Xian and opened his mouth to ask. Bai Xian glanced suspiciously at Xia Mo. The sense of deadly crisis that had previously welled up in his heart. I also wonder if it's this Fourth Highness in front of me. That said, dozens of martial arts should be there. Bai Xian replied truthfully. These martial arts skills are learned from teachers, from fighting strong enemies on the left side of the road, and from mistakenly entering the place where the former masters were seated. To be in the eyes of a martial arts nerd, I'm sure these martial arts are unique. Aren't you afraid of being greedy? Shamer asked curiously. It's true that there's some lack of energy, so I don't learn every martial art. You're confident in your martial arts? Your Fourth Highness might as well say what you have to say. If there is nothing else, then I may leave. Bai Xian met Shamer's gaze. A bad feeling welled up for no reason. You previously fought against Commander Feng, exercising 5 or 6 different martial arts before and after. Finally, I broke his heavenly silkworm sheep palm with flowing cloud scattering hands. If you can break my palace's heavenly mountain plum breaking hands again, then today's matter will end here. As for whether or not the location of the heavenly prison should be proclaimed, it's up to you. The court will not make things difficult for you in this matter. Shamer gently raised his hand. Tianshan Plumbreaker? Bai Xian and Feng Zhang simultaneously froze at his words. The eyes kept flickering, desperately trying to recall which kung fu school in the Jianghu was called by this name. Fourth Highness, Feng Zhang was just about to say something when he was interrupted by Xiama reaching out. I wonder what you think. What if I lose? Bai Xian asked tentatively. If you lose, then join the Jinwu division. Chapter 20, The Ninth Minister of Martial Arts. Inviting Bai Xian to join the Jinwu division was indeed a momentary whim of Xia Mo. As the commander of the Xia Brocade Guards, Feng Zhang's martial arts skills were definitely not weak. From what I just observed, Feng Zhang's internal force had at least initially reached the 5th realm of internal martial arts, the fusion of the realms of meaning. The heavenly silkworm sheep palm practiced was also considered a rare martial art. And yet, this Bai Xian was able to navigate in front of Feng Zhang. There's even some staying power in there. This martial arts nerd was not very popular in the Jianghu though, but it didn't do anything that's evil. Shamer does have some talent to spare. What if I don't say yes? Bai Xian asked, staring into Shamer's eyes. No matter how you look at it, this fourth prince is all too young. Bai Xian had been walking the rivers and lakes for many years, so he naturally knew that judging people by their appearance was the most taboo in the rivers and lakes. But it's still hard to imagine. How much martial arts skill could such a young man who was not yet in his weaker years have? But earlier, whether it is to break their own whereabouts, or to reveal the mastery of light skills, all of which indicated that this fourth prince's highness was not as simple as he appeared to be. If you don't agree, you will never be able to leave this place alive today. Summer's voice remained soft, but the words that came out of his mouth were cold as ice to those in the room. Ha 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 ha. Well, since I killed that old demoness Unsullied. It's been a long time since I've heard such threatening words today. I promise, but on one condition. Tell me about it. If I win, not only will today's matter be called off, but you'll also have to make him give me a copy of the secret manual of the heavenly silkworm sheep poem, and the light stance you just performed. Give me a copy of that as well. Bai Xian pointed to Feng Zhang on the side. You're delusional. Feng Zhang immediately glared at Bai Xian. Yes, Shamer agreed cheerfully. Fourth Highness. Feng Zhang looked at Xia Mo with some astonishment. Does Commander Feng have no confidence in this palace? I wouldn't dare. But, well, that's it. I obey. Feng Zhang arched his hand somewhat unwillingly. Then let's get started. Xia Mo smiled and said to Bai Xian. Well. With your status as a royal prince, I'm sure you won't renege on your debt. The palace never reneges on a debt. Then I'm offended. Bai Xian's figure shifted and appeared like a ghost at Xia Mo's side. Both hands swung out at the same time, like two long green dragons flipping in the air. It was the flowing cloud scattered hand that had just broken Feng Zhang's heavenly silkworm Mian palm. It wasn't that the flowing cloud scattering hand was necessarily stronger than the heavenly silkworm sheep palm. It was mainly the gap between the two cultivators. The stream of air was like silk, but it contained a powerful force that pushed straight into Shamer's throat. This move was significantly more subtle than when he defeated Feng Zhang earlier. Xia Mo staggered his feet and slightly sidestepped his figure, skillfully avoiding Bai Xian's attack. At the same time, his hands gently folded like folding plums and attacked Bai Xian's waist. Yes, Bai Xian couldn't help but nod his head when he saw Xia Mo's quick reaction and subtle moves. His figure shifted once again, and his hands transformed into a green cloud that instantly enveloped Xia Mo's surroundings. Xia Mo was unmoved, and no matter how rough the waves were, they couldn't shake him in the slightest. What a strong internal force! Bai Xian secretly marveled in his heart. He executed the most internal energy-consuming move among the flowing cloud-scattering hands, cloud-covering moon concealment. This move is used against people whose internal strength is not as good as your own, often with strange effects. But I didn't expect this fourth highness to be so relaxed. A light smile appeared at the corner of Summer's mouth. If he were to explode the marrying clothes divine skill with all his might, this martial idiot would not be a match for him. But if you want to subdue this person, then you have to completely break him down from the other party's proudest place. Shamer's stance changed again. The fingertips blossomed like plum blossoms with dots of cold light, aiming straight for Bai Xian's wrist. Seeing this, Bai Xian hastily withdrew his hand and stepped back, avoiding Xia Mo's tackle. The two of them went back and forth, their moves coming and going. Bai Xian's flowing cloud scattering hands were exquisite, while Xia Mo's Tianshan plum breaking hands were even more varied. No matter what kind of moves Bai Xian executed, Xia Mo was able to skillfully neutralize them and counter the opponent. The leaves in the forest swayed and rustled with the two men's aura. 3 palm techniques. 3 grappling techniques. These 6 martial arts can produce such a marvelous effect when they are blended together. The more Bai Xian fought, the more his heart-shing was alarmed. The flowing clouds scattered hands had been broken cleanly long ago. Misty palm, earth-cracking mountain-breaking fist, wind-breaking palm. No matter how many martial arts he knows, all of them were melted in the other party's 6 ways of folding plum hands. Fourth Highness's martial arts. Feng Zhang, who was watching the battle from afar, was also surprised as he watched the fight between the two. Though the mind is prepared for it, but at this time, he was still shocked. Others are even. He is the commander of the Jinyui. But I have seen this fourth highness many times. The impression was always of such a prince who was mediocre, unambitious, and greedy for pleasure. If this keeps up, I'm bound to lose. Bai Xian settled down and took a deep breath. The fist blasted out like a heavy hammer, carrying a strong air-breaking sound as it pushed straight ahead. However, Shamer just flicked his side and skillfully avoided the punch. At the same time, he transformed his palm into a finger and pointed it at Bai Xian's shoulder blade. Bai Xian hurriedly withdrew his fists in defense. However, he already felt an internal force coming from his shoulder blade, knocking him back a few steps. Shamer bullied his way up. Bai Xian's figure was short, and his legs kicked out like lightning. It cut through the air with a residual shadow, carrying a harsh wind, and went straight for Shamo's lower disc. Xiaomo's figure floated up like a willow, easily avoiding Bai Xian's attack. When Bai Xian saw that the leg technique did not work, he moved his heart and put his hands together and pointed like swords, his internal energy condensing at the tips of his fingers. Breaker fingers. This was one of the finger techniques he was most proud of. Xiao, however, seemed to have long since seen through Bai Xian's intentions. Just the moment Bai Xian's fingers were about to touch Summer, Xiaomo's hands suddenly changed into the shape of 3 plum blossoms and collided with Bai Xian's finger power. Boom! With a soft sound, Bai Xian's finger power was skillfully diffused by those 3 plum blossoms. How is this possible? Bai Xian was a bit incredulous, but Summer didn't give him another chance. The palm of his hand drew an elegant arc in the air, like a plum blossom gently swaying in the cold wind. Bai Xian hastily adjusted his stance, attempting to dodge the seemingly gentle but hidden killing move. Plum blossom 6 out. Shamer let out a low shout. Both palms poured down like a wild wind and rain. Bai Xian only felt an unrivaled force coming at him. He tried his best to resist, but in the end, he was still shaken by the power of Summer's palm and flew out. Put! Bai Xian fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. I lost. Xiaomo slowly pulled out a token from his sleeve and threw it to Bai Xian. From now on, you are the 9th Xinwu envoy of the Xinwu division, Shone Monkey. After you've recovered from your injuries, come report to the Xinwu division. Aren't you afraid I'll run away? Bai Xian covered his chest and stood up with difficulty. You can try. Shamer smiled faintly, then turned away without looking back. Feng Zhang gave the token in Bai Xian's hand a complicated look, a look of desire to speak. Finally, he sighed softly and followed Shamer away, leaving Bai Xian in a messy forest for a long time. Chapter 21, Washing Your Hands in a Pot of Gold? 9th Xinwu envoy Shun Monkey. Inside a study room of the Xinwu division, Shamer looked at the roster in his hands with a smile. The Xinwu division has set up 12 Xinwu ambassadors. The names of the 12 zodiac signs are used as code names. The 13 states of Daxia, with the Xinwu division headquartered in the Central Plains. The remaining 12 states, naturally, must also have a Xinwu Sea branch rudder. Bai Xian came from the Cold Prefecture, so why not let him go ahead and establish the Cold Prefecture branch rudders team up? Shamer was still thinking. There was a slight creaking sound. A figure fluttered from the window and swept lightly across the threshold. It fell silently to the floor, barely stirring up a speck of dust. If you don't go through the good gate, you have to go through the window. Do all of you Jianghu people have this problem? Shamer put down the roster in his hands. Looking at Bai Xian who was looking around the study, he said softly, Hey, the gate of the Xinwu division really has an inexplicable majesty. I'm not a dangerous person of concern to the court though, but as soon as I saw that plaque, my legs and stomach went a little weak. It's better to walk through the window. Bai Xian looked back and rubbed the back of his head and laughed. Then with a straightened expression, he clasped his hands and bowed towards Shama. 9th Xinwu envoy Shin Monkey. Greetings to the division master. Shamer nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. It looks like you're adapting quite quickly, so I'm relieved to leave this task in your hands. Mission? What mission? No way. Division master, I've just joined the Xinwu division, so don't dispatch any difficult tasks to me. Bai Xian first stared blankly before revealing a bitter face and said, it wasn't as if he hadn't considered slipping away since losing to Summer in the woods, but whenever he remembered the way Shamer looked at him when he was leaving, both subconsciously shivered. Think about being in the jungle for over a decade, now shaken into a courtier. It's still a real creation. Check it out. Xiaomo picked up another booklet on the table and threw it to Bai Xian. Bai Xian flipped it open. Somewhat surprised, he said, Cold state? Summers nodded gently. Not bad. You come from the cold state and know the Jianghu sects over there. With the Xinwu envoy's token in hand, all human and material resources, the civil and military officials of Hanzhou will act in cooperation. I'm sure it shouldn't be difficult to establish the Cold State's Xinwu division. Bai Xian revealed a bitter smile. Cold State. Ah, I haven't been back in 2 or 3 years. Xiaomo's hand that was lifting the teacup gave a slight lurch and looked up at Bai Xian. The Cold State is among the 13 states of the Great Xia, and the Jianghu forces are not that complicated. The righteous and the devil are clearly separated, and the 3 religions are nothing. The 12 Xinwu ambassadors must divide their territory. What? You don't want to go to the Cold State? Bai Xian was silent for a moment and sighed softly. Forget it, a cold state is a cold state. If I'm really sent to that hellhole in the desert north or even the demon state, not to mention establishing a Xinwu division branch, I'm afraid that my little life will be easily accounted for. Speaking of this, Bai Xian seemed to have suddenly remembered something. Playfully, he came to Shamer's desk. Master of the division, Establishing the cold state Jinwoo division rudder is such an important task. It's bound to be blocked by both the righteous and the devilish in the rivers and lakes of the cold state. Do you think it's a good idea to pass the heavenly mountain plum-breaking hands to your subordinate? My subordinate may as well go through fire for the great cause of the Jinwoo division. Bai Xian rubbed his hands together and looked at Xia Mo with a hopeful expression. Everyone in the Jianghu says that martial idiot Bai Xian can completely disregard his face in order to learn a martial art. Now it looks like the rumors are true. Ha! Had. In the Jianghu, human brains can beat out a dog's brain for a superior martial arts secret. If the master of the division is willing to teach the mastery, what's a little skin counting for? Why don't I kowtow a few more times to Master C and worship him? Bai Xian couldn't help but start bending his legs as he spoke. Right at this moment, an invisible and majestic internal force emerged from the void. It bound his knees as tightly as iron cables, stopping his legs that were about to touch the ground. Bai Xian's eyes flashed with brilliance. A fierce internal force erupted from the Dantian, attempting to break through the force that bound him. It was as if there was thunder looming in the air, and the two internal forces fiercely exchanged blows in the air. A subtle but jarring buzz was emitted. However, he saw Bai Xian's face turn from white to red as if it was burning with fire, and the veins at the corners of his forehead bulged. It is clearly doing its best. However, even with Bai Xian's best efforts, his knees were still hanging in mid-air, unable to touch the ground in the slightest. Patriarch, Master, Bai Xian said with some difficulty. Shamer raised his hand and lightly waved it. That internal force that had originally bound Bai Xian suddenly shifted direction. Instead of continuing to suppress it, it gently lifted his body. Keep him steady on the ground. The Jinwu Sea is not a theater troupe in the jungle. Don't give me that. If you really make enough merit, there's no harm in this, heavenly mountain plum-breaking hands, of this palace being passed on to you. Bai Xian took a deep breath, then calmed down the internal energy that was stirring in his body. Still somewhat incredulous, he looked at Shamer. Division, Master C, 18-year-old Grand Master. This news, if it gets out, it was bound to cause a tremor in the Daxia Jianghu. The Xinwu continent is vast, and no one has ever known where its borders are. The jungle is full of capable people. No need to be surprised at all. Xia Mo seemed to guess what Bai Xian was thinking. Bai Xian's face straightened. Once again, he arched his hand toward Xiama, master of the division. Then my subordinate will depart and head to the cold state. Go on. If you really encounter anything that is difficult to solve, you can use the Jinwu division's letter eagle to send a letter. Yes. Bai Xian didn't say anything more this time. After bowing, he headed in the direction of the gate. Just as Bai Xian stepped out of the gate with his front foot, a woman in Jinwu Wei clothes with a frosty face walked up to her. The woman bowed slightly when she saw Bai Xian. Bai Xian gently nodded in response. The Jinwu division is highly hierarchical, except for the Jinwu envoy of the same rank. That was the reaction of any Jinwu Wei who saw him. What is it? Looking at Ji Chuxue who walked into the study, Shamer asked directly. The large Jinwu division naturally could not have only a dozen or 2 dozen Jinwu guards to support the scene. During this period of time, Ji Chuxue was not only registering the lists of the major gangs in God's capital, he also had to cooperate with the duo of Yu Hao and Lin Fu to screen the recruited Jianghu people. You shouldn't have to come to yourself specifically for normal things. Division Master, the Shenzhou Flying Eagle has sent a message. Ji Chuxue took out a white note from her bosom. Elder Pang Wenshan of Bailu's Sword House will hold an assembly of golden pots of gold at the ancient city of Ming in Shenzhou on the 8th day of the 8th month. Shamer froze. Gold Basin? Chapter 22, Leaving the Divine Capital. Who did the news come from? Summers picked up the note and shook it. Ji Chuxue returned. It's a gold-clad constable from Department 6. The Bijou Sword Mansion is a great sect of the righteous path in the Xian state. The contemporary Bijou Sword Master is even a top expert second only to the Grand Master on the Tianji Pavilion's martial assessment. This Pang Wenshan is going to wash his hands in gold. How come he passed the news to us through Department 6? See the words Gold Basin. A feeling of familiarity surged through Shamer for no reason. But this world is far more complex than the one remembered. Naturally, Shamer would not fall into a preconceived misconception. Master of Division. A month ago, Pang Wenshan has defected to the court. It's now a captain in Nariku City. Ji Chuxue answered truthfully. Ha 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 ha. Summer sniffed and suddenly laughed. That's pretty much the same path. What does the master of the division mean by that? Ji Chuxue looked at Xiama suspiciously. Nothing, just remembering an old friend. The color of doubt in Ji Chuxue's eyes did not diminish. Before Summer was 18, she had been living in the palace. How can there be any old friends from the jungle? It's hard to turn back from the depths of the river and lake, and the dream of a floating reed has not yet ended. Lumpy clouds are easy to age, and swords in frost and snow are hard to fulfill. The red dust has held my body for a long time, and the blue water has crossed the world for a long time. I want to ask where the way back is, but the moon shines on the lonely boat. Shamer rose from his chair. Slowly, he came to the window that had just been opened by Xian. Jianghu. Once you step into it, it's hard to turn back easily. Although the Bijou Sword Mansion is a righteous sect in Xianzhou, it has always been respectful of the imperial court. Not only that, but the entire martial arts sect of Xianzhou, regardless of whether they are righteous or evil, they naturally form a tacit understanding that is incompatible with the imperial court. Gold basin. How can this golden basin filled with blood and water be washed clean? Xia Mo turned toward Ji Chuxue and asked, leaving aside the other sects in Xianzhou, what is the attitude of the Bai Lu Sword Mansion toward this matter? Ji Chuxue said softly, it's said that the Bai Lu Sword House is keeping mum about Pang Winshan's golden basin. The Bijou Swordmaster has also been in seclusion for a long time. On the contrary, it's the other big righteous sect in Xianzhou, the Heavenly Crane Palace, that's quite angry about this. Sky Crane Palace? It's the Heavenly Crane Palace where that old man Heavenly Crane is? Ji Chuxue nodded. Not bad, it's this Heavenly Crane Palace. Originally, the Heavenly Crane Palace could only be considered a second-rate force in Xianzhou at most, but ever since there was a great master, it has gradually come to be on par with great sects with a long heritage like the Bijou Sword Mansion. It even has the vague momentum of surpassing the Bijou Sword Mansion. Summers turned around, looking at Ji Chuxue with interest. She asked, that means if we go to Xianzhou this time, maybe against a Grand Master? Ji Chuxue subconsciously replied, Old Man Tianhe's whereabouts are uncertain. The one currently in charge of the Heavenly Crane Palace is Elder Heavenly Crane's only shut-in disciple. According to Department 6's dossier, this person seems to have had a grudge against a certain great member of the imperial court in his early years. To Xianzhou? Ji Chuxue suddenly reacted. Shamer casually threw it. The note in his hand rose out of thin air, then burned without wind and turned to ashes. The Gold Basin Convention. Of course you have to go to something so interesting. Isn't that what the Sheriff King meant when he asked you to bring this information to the Jinwu division? Ji Chuxue's heart was shaken, and she hurriedly said, Master, there. Xia Mo waved his hand, interrupting what Ji Chuxue was about to say. The palace doesn't mean to blame. This is supposed to be the duty of the Jinwu division. On the 8th day of the 8th month, although Xianzhou is adjacent to the Central Plains, the distance is not too close. If we leave in the next 2 days, we should be able to make it to Mingguqing before the 5th day of August. Let Yu Hao stay at the Jinwu division, and this time, you, Lin Fu, Meng Liang, and Zhu Yan will accompany this palace on a trip to Xianzhou, master of the division. When do we leave? 2 days later. Yes, the path is winding, the grass is luxuriant, and the wind whips the dead leaves, sounding like a whisper. A line of 5 riders, leisurely walking on it, horse hooves lightly trampled, dust slightly raised. The leader was a young male, dressed in black embroidered Chinese clothes. His eyebrows were full of vigor, and his demeanor showed the style of nobility. The duke's expression was bland, and he looked ahead, as if he had something to think about, but also as if he didn't have anything to ask for. Followed closely by 2 riders, left and right, half a pace apart. The woman on the left, with a face like frost and eyes as sharp as knives, a tight-fitting power suit with a dark blue background and silver thread outlining the cloud pattern, which was both competent and heroic, waist diagonally across a long knife. The sheath is simple and unadorned, but the momentum is compelling. Not out of the sheath has felt the sharpness. The youth on the right side, with clear eyebrows and a gentle smile at the corner of his mouth, clothing mainly in light green shirt, lapel swaying with the wind, waist girded with a jade belt, hanging his sword right in the center. The scabbard is finely carved and vaguely cold. A little after the two, there were 2 more riders slowly following, a man and a woman, both wearing strong clothes, revealing a bit of competence and practicality. The man was dressed in a dark gray suit, the lapel of his coat was simply tightened with a dark rope, and there was no sense of constraint in his actions. The woman, on the other hand, appeared to be more dynamic, also dressed in a strong suit, but the color was a bit brighter, a light goose yellow. The group was none other than the 5 people, Xia Mo, Ji Chuxue, Lin Fu, Meng Liang, and Zhu Yan, who had departed from the divine capital and were heading to Xianzhou, master of the division. With our current speed, I'm afraid we won't reach the stage ahead before sunset. Ji Chuxue glanced at the leisurely Xia Mo and warned out loud, ha ha ha, there's no harm in it. After leaving the divine capital, the world is vast. Where can't we rest our feet? Walking through the deserted path, Shamer raised his eyes as he rode the ink shadow wind-chasing steed. In front of us were green hills that stretched on forever, blue water around the village, crystal clear, gurgling sound, fine stone swimming fish, all can be observed. This is a view you don't often see in previous lives. It doesn't look like it's coming. The 5 traveled forward for another half hour. Shamer suddenly spoke up. Is the master of the division waiting for someone? Lin Fu asked with a puzzled expression. Ji Chuxue, who was on the side, looked thoughtful. It's okay, come on, let's pick up the pace. Shamer jumped on his horse and raised his whip, charging out ahead of the others. After exiting the god's capital, the journey was slow and leisurely. It was to see if he could fish out the mysterious cavalryman who had followed him that day. There is such a force hidden in the god's capital. Surprisingly, both Department 6 and the brocade guards came up empty-handed. It really sticks in the throat, but it looks like it should be out of the question. The matter of Martial Idiot by Xian's defeat at his own hands and joining the Jinwu division. I'm sure it can't be hidden from the eyes of those who are interested. Hiya. Although Ji Chushua's 4 people's mounts were not as good as the Ink Shadow Wind-chasing steed, yet it is a rare and good horse. Chapter 23, Rainforest Killing. Dark clouds like ink pressed heavily beyond the citadel. The woods along the wilderness road were thickly wooded, with a hint of unease in the dappled light. A line of 5 horsemen, like black lightning, shuttled between them, their hooves sounding sharp and powerful. Master of the division. Looking at the sky, it should be storming soon, Ji Chushua said in a deep voice. Summer sniffed with vague embarrassment. 2 hours ago the world was vast, and there was no place to rest your feet. Now it looks like it's going to be a fall. Their group didn't carry much when they traveled light, plus there was no such thing as a tent in ancient times. Master of the division. After leaving this forest and walking a short distance further, there should be a deserted ancient temple. Maybe we can go there to get out of the rain for a while. Zhu Yan, who was riding on the back of a large yellow horse, suddenly spoke. You've been to this place? Xia Mo looked at Zhu Yan curiously. This Xin Wu Wei, who specialized in concealed weapons, hadn't heard much from her since she left the divine capital. Seeing Summer's gaze fall on herself, Zhu Yan was slightly nervous. Back to Division Master. My subordinate used to be at Department 6. Came this way in pursuit of a gangster. At that time, when the sky was also as bright as this day, my subordinate had seen a glance of that ancient temple from afar. It didn't go in. Summers nodded gently. In that case, let's rush to the ancient temple in front of us. Let's spend the night there tonight. Yes. The remaining 4 naturally had no comment. The sky grew cloudy and the clouds hung low as if they could touch the treetops. Immediately afterward, a fine rain weaved a thin curtain of rain silently. The raindrops tapped the ground with a pattering sound. The 5 Shamer men took out their bucket hats from the packs they carried with them. Worn gently on top of the head, it shielded it from the denser rain that was coming. Crystallized raindrops hung from the edges of the bucket hat, occasionally slipping off and blending in with the earth below. The horse's hooves on the wet soil made a di-di-di sound. With each landing, a fine circle of water splashed. It was like a white lotus blooming on the surface of the water, which was instantly swallowed up by the rain again. As the 5 went deeper into the woods, the rain seemed to become more lingering. The leaves of the trees were washed by the rain and were even more green and shimmering. The forest trails were muddy from the rain. Just then, Shamer's ears twitched slightly. Without moving, he slowed his horse, his eyes quickly scanning around. A sneer involuntarily appeared on his face. Ji Chushue, you've been in Department 6 for so many years. Do you know why bandits since ancient times like to rob the road when it rains? Ji Chushue froze at her words. An immediate reaction followed, his hand unconsciously resting on the knife at his waist. For 3 reasons. For one thing, the time of day aids evil. As the rain falls, pedestrians' vision is obstructed, making it difficult for them to distinguish between front and back. Secondly, the geographical advantage. The roads are muddy and difficult to walk on, and it is difficult for cars and horses to get around, and pedestrians are often stumbling. The third is that people are on edge. Rainy nights are bleak, cold winds penetrate the bones. Pedestrians are eager to find shelter from the rain, often neglecting to take precautions. Ha ha ha, since you know so well, I guess it's either peers or officials. Brothers, keep your beacons bright, and don't let any of them get away, otherwise it's not going to be a good deal in the future. Ji Chushue's words fell. Another raspy voice rang out from the woods. Lin Fu unsheathed his sword and couldn't help but sneer at his words. Knowing that it's the government, he still dares to do it. What an ignorance. The raspy voice sounded again. What about the government? When it comes to this realm, the King of Heaven can't control us. Ha 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 ha. Laughter rose up here and there in the woods. If it were an ordinary businessman, I am afraid that he would have been scared and his legs would have gone weak. 1, 2, 3, 28 in all. 3 of them are breathing steadily, so they must have internal strength. Shamer said in his heart. Do it. Just as the 5 of Shamer were getting deeper and deeper, countless bamboo thorns shot towards them from all directions. These bamboo spikes were coated with black oil. Once triggered, it bounces off the ground at an alarming speed, enough to penetrate thick armor. Sculpture. Sensing the subtle changes in the air around them, Xiaomo's internal power surged, and those bamboo thorns were bounced away by a powerful force as they approached him. Ji Chushue's figure moved slightly, and the knife in her hand instantly turned into a stream of light cutting through the rain. Each blade strike accurately hit those flying bamboo thorns. Lin Fu lightly drank, his sword light flashing like a cold plum blooming in winter. Each sword carried a bitterly cold aura. freezing those bamboo thorns in the air and subsequently shattering them one by one. Meng Liang displayed his unique illusionary sword. The short sword in his hand manifested countless sword shadows in the air, making it difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. The bamboo thorns were misdirected as they touched these sword shadows. It lost its original direction and eventually scattered helplessly to the ground. Zhu Yan, on the other hand, was the most special of the few. Tapping the horse's back, the whole person leapt up. Her hands moved in succession, and countless tiny hidden weapons flew out from her fingertips like heavenly maidens scattering flowers. Zhu Yan's concealed weapon techniques were not only fast and accurate, but also incredibly powerful. The point is solid. Let down the net. The hoarse voice sounded again. 4 figures descended from the sky, pulling a huge net. There are also sharp iron hooks hanging from the net, making it almost impossible to escape once trapped. Seek death. Shamer grunted coldly. A palm blasted directly onto the large net that was about to close. Boom! The giant net was actually shattered by Xiaomo's internal force, with fragments scattering in all directions and iron hooks flying about. The 4 figures were struck by lightning, their chests were immediately dented, and they flew out backwards with blood in their mouths. What? The raspy voice rang out incredulously. Road-blocking strongmen with ruthless methods. I don't know how many passers-by they have harmed. Kill them all, Shamer said softly as he rode on the back of his horse. Yes. Ji Chu Xue, Lin Fu, Meng Liang, and Zhu Yan simultaneously rose up in the air and killed deep into the woods. Ah, not good. These people are all experts. Have mercy. One after another. Screams came from the depths of the woods. How is this group of bandits a match for the Jin Wuwei? The dark red blood slowly flowed down the tree and didn't go into the land. Master of the division. There are 28 people in total, and they have all been executed. It wasn't long before Ji Chushue's 4 came out of the woods. There were no blood stains on the body. Go! Xia Mo gently stroked the mane of the ink shadow wind-chasing steed. Ji Chushue's 4 people rolled onto their horses at the same time. The night was low and all was silent. The 5 summers stepped onto the muddy path. Finally, as the last light faded from the sky, reached the broken temple that stood alone in the wilderness. All around, darkness was like a heavy curtain. It descends silently, shrouding everything in a deep and unknown. Chapter 24, Statue of Buddha alive? Prickly. The sky seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force, and a dazzling bolt of lightning violently cut through the dark sky. It snaked down like a giant dragon, instantly illuminating the entire world. The light was bleak and blinding, outlining the broken temple. Even the tattered tiles of the temple roof shone with a ghostly luster in this instant. It was followed by a deafening thunderclap. Rumbling sounds rolled from the 9 heavens above, shaking the earth. The power of nature. It's horrible, Shamer muttered as he looked at the sky that had returned to darkness. The martial arts civilization in this world was very advanced. The Grand Masters on the Tianji Pavilion's martial arts evaluation were all like gods in the Jianghu. If the grafting divine power were to fully erupt, it would be comparable to the power of a volcanic eruption. But if he had been struck by that lightning just now, definitely dead or wounded. Get in there. The rain got heavier and heavier, and Xia Emil got down from the back of the ink shadow wind-chasing steed. The door of the temple was half covered, and every time the wind blew, it made a creaking sound, pushing the door open. A damp, musty smell hit me. Meng Liang and Zhu Yan went in first to explore. Master of the division. There's no one inside. Several of the Shamer men led their horses away from the broken temple. This temple is not a small one. There is also a spacious yard outside. Inside the yard, the weeds were so overgrown that they almost flooded the stone paths, and the yellowed weeds swayed in the rain. A few crooked old trees with sparse foliage and branches reaching for the sky like ghostly claws. Rain dripped along the worn eaves, creating a thin curtain of water, falling in the puddles of water in the courtyard, making a ding-dong sound. There are stables. Lin Fu swept around the courtyard. In one part of the courtyard of the broken temple, next to the mottled courtyard wall, there was a long deserted stable. Inside the stables, there was nothing but a mess. In the corners, perhaps some rusty chains and harnesses remain. Take the horse over there. Shamer looked at it too. The horse barn was dilapidated, but the good thing was that the boards on the roof were still intact. A couple of horses are not tethered in the yard at night in the rain. Yes, Lin Fu took the reins and led the 5 horses, including the ink shadow wind-chasing steed, to the stables. Xia Mo and Ji Chushue walked towards the broken temple. Meng Liang and Zhu Yan had long been guarding the door. Seeing Shamer approaching, he bowed slightly and saluted. It looks like this ancient temple has been deserted for at least 20 to 30 years. Shamer walked in. The light was dim, so Meng Liang and Zhu Yan each lit a torch. It barely illuminated the dilapidated space. In the center of the temple, a statue of Buddha sat on top of a lotus platform. The face of the Buddha statue is blurred by wind and rain erosion, and the gold body is mottled, losing its former luster. Under the lotus seat, the incense case has long been tilted over. The incense burner is broken, and the incense fire is broken. All around, among the broken walls, weeds grew unchecked. Master of the division. The conditions are simple, so it's better to make do with what you've got. Zhu Yan gathered quite a bit of hay and spread it not far from the Buddha statue. Shamer casually glanced at it, then shook his head. This palace can just meditate for one night, so if any of you are sleepy, you can sleep up there. However, when a person with high internal strength meditates, his mind is free of distractions. All thoughts are centered on one, and his chi sinks into the dantian. Quiet is God's peace. God's peace is the gas fixed. The gas fixed is the blood smooth. The blood smooth is all the skeleton shutai, the spirit of natural abundance. Among the 5 of them, the one with the worst internal strength was Zhu Yan, but she had also reached the realm of Chi Chakra Passage. Seeing Xia Mo find a random spot under the Buddha statue and sit cross-legged. Naturally, the other 4 wouldn't really sleep on that pile of hay. There was a flurry of people looking for a place, either leaning against a wall, or against a pillar. With their weapons out of reach, they began to close their eyes. The rain was sharp and forceful, pounding on the ruined tiles of the temple roof. As the day wore on, the rain softened, turning from a downpour to a fine, silken stream. The night was deepening, and the sound of rain outside the window was gradually becoming thinner. Occasionally a few naughty raindrops jumped on the eaves with a crisp reverberation. As the last of the dark clouds in the sky slowly dissipated, the silvery moonlight poured down like a waterfall, penetrating the broken walls of the broken temple. Inside the temple, at some point, the faintly wavering torches had gone out. Xia Mo, who was originally meditating with his eyes closed, violently opened his eyes and his eyes became stern, sweeping his eyes over every inch of the temple. Ji Chushua's 4 people were nowhere to be seen. The breathing of the horses in the yard had also all but disappeared. Shamer frowned slightly. He had just entered deep meditation though, but if someone can got unknowingly under his eyes, will Ji Chushu have 4 people captive? Shamer slowly got up and gazed at the slightly modeled temple door not far away. The world in sight seemed both real and somewhat distorted by the moonlight. It's as elusive as a mirror. Without any hesitation, he directly took a step and walked straight towards the temple door. Just at the moment when Shamer was about to step out of the door, a sudden heavy cracking sound snapped behind him. It shook the entire space like thunder. With a turn of his feet, Xiaomo's body seemed to have turned into a wisp of light smoke, instantly disappearing from the spot. A deafening roar rang through the night sky. After the dust settled, the spot where Shamer had previously been was blasted out of a large crater by a giant hand filled with rust. Really? Xia Mo appeared on the other side and looked in amazement at the huge Buddha statue that slowly stood up from the lotus platform. Buddha statue in the temple. Alive? It was hard to believe that he had ostensibly traveled through a high martial arts world. Is this actually Chatelaine? The Buddha statue's body gradually stood upright. Several feet in height slammed into the roof of the temple. The roof tiles were falling like rain. The Buddha statue was like an unshakable mountain that continued to rise, until the entire body was completely free of the temple. The corners of the Buddha statue's mouth were slightly downturned, and the muscles beside the corners of the mouth were tense, forming a kind of terrifying face with angry eyes. With a low, shocking roar, the Buddha statue's fist pierced through the air, carrying the sound of whistling winds, and smashed in the direction of Xiaoma with a swift momentum. Shamer's eyes were dead set on the Buddha statue. Without the slightest intention of dodging, he stretched out a palm and directly met it towards the Buddha statue's fist. As soon as Shamer's palm touched the Buddha's fist, an unspeakably huge force instantly surged like a tidal wave. The strength of this force caused Shamer's body to be shaken and sunk in an instant. The ground under his feet couldn't withstand the impact of this force and began to make clicking and cracking sounds. Kind of funny, Shamer said flatly as he looked at the Buddha statue. The cracking sound of the ground became denser and denser, and the cracks spread out quickly like a spider's web, until a huge spiderweb-like crack formed around Shamer's feet. Dust and debris continued to splash as the ground shook, and the entire ancient temple shook at this moment. Chapter 25, Demon Monk. Click a rumble like the first crack of an ancient ice sheet. Suddenly, it resounded in this quiet space. The Buddha statue's original furious look was inexplicably somewhat humanized at the moment. Rust-colored pupils, slowly moving downward. No longer a cold stare, but with a hint of doubt and self-examination. It landed on top of the arm that was held against one of Summer's palms. A mottled fragment flaked off the arm of the Buddha statue. It cut through the air and landed on the ground with a crisp and slightly dull sound. This change was like a stone cast on a calm lake, stirring up layers of ripples. The rivers and lakes are far-reaching, and there are countless strange men and women. It's just that the palace really didn't expect it. It's only been a short while since I left the divine capital, and I've met someone like your excellency who is proficient in spiritual martial arts. It's really an eye-opener for the palace. Shamer met the eyes of the Buddha statue. The right hand was slightly harder. An even more appalling sight appeared. Tiny cracks began to spring up like rain on the entire arm of the Buddha statue, and these cracks began to spread out at an alarming rate, intertwined with each other. they formed an intricate spider web. In the cracks, spots of firelight were vaguely visible flickering, transmitting a fiery heat that could not be ignored. The Buddha statue stared at Shama and suddenly spoke. What a deep inner strength. Shamer smiled faintly. The entire arm of the Buddha statue suddenly exploded into countless tiny fragments that flew in all directions. With this sudden explosion, the surrounding scenery was distorted by a mysterious force. The original lighted temple was instantly transformed back to its original state. The broken statue of Buddha still sat on the lotus platform, and the breathing of the horses in the courtyard sounded again. Ji Chushue's four figures similarly appeared in the room. However, at this moment, all four of them had their eyes closed tightly, and their faces were a bit pale. The corners of his mouth still had faint traces of blood, so it was clear that he had experienced a considerable amount of ups and downs before. Don't wake up yet. With a soft call from Shama, the four people's bodies jolted. The eyes were opened. Master of the division, Ji Chushue looked grave. She had the strongest internal strength among the four, so she could still barely move. The remaining three people, including Lin Fu, were currently meditating in place and exercising their energy to regulate their breathing. Although the cold plum reflecting snowsword technique is strong, but this means works directly on the human spirit. Lin Fu's internal strength was still a bit weak. Xia Mo waved his hand, signaling Ji Chushue to keep quiet for now. Let's run your energy to heal your wounds first. After saying that, he walked towards the door. Ji Chushue frowned slightly, her face changing. Looking at Shamer's back, her silver teeth clenched and she followed with her knife. Amit Ba, despite having heard about it long ago, but when I saw it today, I realized that the Fourth Highness martial arts skills are rare in the world. Rumors are somewhat of an understatement. The sky was whitening and just dawning. In the courtyard of the broken temple, I don't know when, but there was quietly more a figure. Old monk? There was an inexplicable flicker of meaning in Summer's eyes. The monks in the courtyard, who appeared to be of a young age, were well maintained. There was a vague glow under the skin that didn't fit the norm. The face was a bit evil and unruly, and the corners of his mouth often had a playful smile. Since you know this palace, you must not be from some wild temple in the mountains, and don't give your name. Shamer looked at the monk in the courtyard. The monk's robe is a dark purple color with intricate embroidery. Every stitch and every line revealed a strange beauty and danger. Your Highness is a nobleman of heaven. The poor monk is just a person outside the square. This is not to be mentioned, but since your Highness has asked, it would be rather impolite for the poor monk to keep his mouth shut and answer. Amit Ba. Poor monk's dharma name, Confused Heart. Bewildering Heart. You're the demon monk Bewildering Heart. No, aren't you already dead? Just after the words were said, Ji Chushue looked at the monk in the courtyard with a horrified face. Originally somewhat pale pretty face, at this moment even more no trace of blood color. I didn't expect the female monk to have heard of the poor monk's name. Then the poor monk will try to make the female cultivators walk as painful as possible in a while. The demon monk Confused Heart folded his hands. An evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he looked at Ji Chushue and slowly said, Demon monks confuse the mind? A flash of doubt flashed in Summer's eyes. There didn't seem to be any such person in the files of Department 6 and the Jinui within 10 years. Master of the division. This demonic monk's origins are quite bizarre, and the world is mostly unaware of them. It's just that this person had a battle with the current abbot of Lotus Temple, Master Jikon, 30 years ago. Had a battle with the old monk? Shamer asked in surprise. Ji Chushue nodded. Not bad. It's only rumored in the Jianhu that this demonic monk was knocked off the 10,000 feet cliff of Pure Lotus Mountain by Master Jikon. But in that battle back then, my master was there. Master Jikon was injured at the time. As Ji Chushue spoke, Bewildering Heart in the courtyard always maintained a faint smile. Oh, can you hurt a Grand Master? Summer finally came to some spirit at this time as well. Having fought with old Taoist Yun Sheng at the White Cloud sightseeing, he naturally knew that a level like Grand Master was already difficult to speculate with common sense. Old Monk Jikong was ranked one place lower than old Taoist Yun Sheng on the Tianji Pavilion's martial arts evaluation though. But if they really fought, the winner would be unknown. Remembering that just now he had unknowingly fallen prey to this demonic monk, Shamer actually had a bit of a leap of faith. Master of the division. Rumor has it that the demon monk Bewildering Heart's martial art is called the Chaotic God Technique. This skill is not an unusual martial art, specializing in attacking the weakness of the human heart, and a single thought can cause the mind to become disoriented, and the mind to become so full of demons that it cannot extricate itself. Ji Chushue read Summer's meaning, immediately out loud. Chaotic God Technique? It's true to its name. Xia Mo looked at the demon monk Bewildering Heart. With his power it was still like this. Those who are shallow in internal strength will definitely exhaust their essence and end up in a state of decay. Monk, there's one thing this palace doesn't understand. I wonder if I can solve it. The air in the courtyard was frozen, with the momentum of an imminent attack. Just then, Shamer suddenly opened his mouth and asked, Amit Ba Buddha, The Fourth Highness has nothing to say. The demon monk confused heart kept a smile on his face and replied politely. You were knocked off the 10,000-foot cliff of Pure Lotus Mountain by old monk Shikong back then. Why don't you go and find trouble with that old monk, instead of staring at this palace? Xiaomo's gaze was as sharp as a sword, staring straight into the eyes of the demon monk confused heart. Ha ha ha. Poor monk knows what Fourth Highness wants to ask, but the poor monk cannot tell you. As for the grudge between the poor monk and the Lotus Temple, it will be resolved later. I won't trouble your Fourth Highness with that. It's getting late, so it's time for the poor monk to send you all on your way. Just you, Lin Fu, Meng Liang, and Zhu Yan had finished regulating their energy at this moment, rushed out of the temple. Whoosh! Dozens of black shadows stood silently on the wall, dressed in black like the night, with ghostly faces. The men moved in a neat and tidy manner, longbows drawn slowly in their hands, strings taut. There was a suffocating tension and oppression in the air. Chapter 26 Ancient Temple Fierce Battle. Looking at the black-clad ghost-faced archers in all directions, except for Summer, the faces of Ji Chushui, Lin Fu, Meng Liang, and Zhu Yan instantly became ugly. The palace thought you guys wouldn't strike again this time. I didn't realize the cavalry came last time, but this time it's a fleet of arrows. Captive private soldiers. Don't the people behind you know that this is a crime that will execute 9 clans? Shamer swept his gaze over all the black-clothed ghost-faced archers one by one. The voice gradually turned cold, though there had been a mind to draw these people out as well. But it did not occur to him that the person behind the curtain would actually dare to intercept him twice. It's really bold. Amit Ba. As long as the Fourth Highness and several Jinwuwei are all left here, naturally, no one will know about today's events. Demon monks confuse the mind and lower their eyebrows. A strange fluctuation rippled out from around his body. Humph. Xia Mo let out a cold snort. His voice was like cold ice, piercing through the clouds and cracking rocks. At that moment, the wind rose in the courtyard, and a fierce wind rose up, curling the lapels of the clothes and flying sand. That strange fluctuation was even like a scared bird, instantly converging, with no trace of it. Don't make a fool of yourself in front of this palace with these unseemly tactics. Don't you ever think you'll fail? Xia Mo blocked in front of the 4G Chushue, deadly staring at the demon monk confused heart. This monk was indeed a bit dangerous, and if you weren't careful, you would fall prey to his tactics. Amit Ba. Although the poor monk is a loose cannon in the Jianghu, he is still quite confident in his own means, but Fourth Highness's feats has indeed surprised the poor monk once again. Seeing Xia Mo break his own means so easily, the color of surprise flickered in the eyes of the demon monk confused eyes. It's no wonder that His Majesty today has made His Fourth Highness the head of the Jinwu division. Today's matter may yet fail. Xia Mo faced the demon monk confused heart, and the hand behind his back gently moved. The 4G Chushui understood. Half a foot retreated back into the temple. They had previously fallen prey to the demon monk's means of confusing the mind, not in peak condition per se. If you go head-on against a yard full of black-clad ghost-faced archers, inevitably, there will be casualties. Only with the help of the complex terrain of the ancient temple was it possible to maneuver around it. Since you know that you will fail, you might as well tell this palace about the people behind you. This palace can make the decision to forget about today's matter. Grandmaster has excellent martial arts skills. If you are willing, this palace can grant Grandmaster a position as a Junwu envoy. I wonder what the master would like. The demon monk bewildering heart smiled at his words and shook his head. Third grade Junwu envoy. Your Fourth Highness's proposal does give the poor monk that much heart, but the poor monk owed a heavenly favor 30 years ago. This favor will be offset today with the head of the Fourth Highness. 30 years ago? Xia Mo sniffed and stroked his chin and said softly, I thought it was one of the palace's brothers. Now it looks like the scope of this is going to have to be expanded a little bit. The oldest of the Xia Emperor's sons was the crown prince who had already died in the north. He's only just turned 30 this year. The demon monk confused heart fell silent at his words. It was only after a few moments that he spoke. It looks like we can't talk to Fourth Highness much longer. Do it. In an instant, a rain of arrows poured down like a black torrent. These black-clothed ghost-faced archers are all people with internal strength. The rain of arrows was dense and swift, and each arrow contained enough power to pierce through gold and stone. Ji Chushue's 4 people reacted extremely fast. Their figures flashed, just like the flowing wind returning to the snow, instantly retreating back to the temple. Ding ding ding. Crisp and sharp sounds of metal clashing continued to ring out. Shamer stood still. After the arrows came into contact with his protective astral aura, it was as if they had encountered an invisible giant hammer and snapped one after another. The breaks glistened with cold light and snapped to the ground. Look out! The voice of the demon monk confused heart had just escaped his mouth and had not yet completely dissipated in the air. A black-robed ghost-faced archer's eyes flashed. Shamer's palm had firmly clasped his chest like an iron vice. Bang! A dull and heavy sound. The black-robed ghost-faced archer's chest was instantly dented, and the sound of his sternum shattering was faintly audible. The The body was like a kite with broken strings, being carried backwards by the huge impact. It hit the courtyard wall hard, smashing a shockingly large hole in the solid wall hard. Debris is flying and dust is filling the air. This scene happened so quickly, so much so that the black-clad archers around them didn't react at all. The corners of Xiaomo's mouth rose lightly as he took a step out, crossing great distances in an instant. The hands turned into a trail of stumps, like a falling leaf in a gale, or a swimming fish in running water. It is agile and deadly. The 6 black-clothed ghost-faced archers felt the threat from Shamer almost simultaneously. They wanted to dodge, but found that their bodies seemed to be bound by invisible chains. There is simply no way to respond effectively. Shamer's hands were like 2 bolts of lightning, striking their vitals with unerring precision. A powerful force instantly erupted. These people were also ruthlessly sent flying out just like that archer before. In the blink of an eye, 7 black-clothed ghost-faced archers had already been killed under Xiaomo's palm. Stop! The demon monk Bewildering Heart's figure suddenly rose. In an instant, it flew above Shamer's head. The evil countenance was now tinged with astonishment. The stance that Xiama had performed just now really didn't even allow him to react to it. A palm slammed down from the air. The palm wind was harsh and with a whistling sound. It directly struck Xiaomo's heavenly aura. Xiaomo's eyes narrowed slightly. His body's true chi surged, and he similarly struck out with a swift counterpalm. The 2 palms violently collided in the air, erupting into a deafening roar. The surrounding air currents were distorted by this force, forming a ripple visible to the naked eye. Go ahead and finish off those 4 first. The demon monk confused heart flushed a little. Yes, the remaining black-clad, ghost-faced archers droned in unison, one after another. They threw away the bows and arrows in their hands and drew bright steel swords from their waists, rushed towards the temple. Doesn't the 4th prince go to the rescue of his own subordinates? The demon monk confused heart's teeth clenched. Only by truly coming into contact with the overbearing true chi of the Mary-enclosed divine power, only then did I realize the horror of it. If we can't even solve these rabble-rousers, then they don't deserve to stay in the Jinwu division. Shamer smiled lightly, looking very calm, without the threat of a rain of arrows. With the martial arts skills of Ji Chushu as 4, there was no fear of these black-clad ghost-faced men. Bang! There was a muffled sound in the air. Shamer stayed put. The demon monk Bewildering Heart used this power to fly back. Both palms struck out like electricity. It was as if there were thousands of demonic shadows tumbling between the palms. Each of them contained the terrifying power of tearing apart the spirit. Chaotic God Palm. Chapter 27, The Might of the Great Master. The demon monk Bewildering Heart showed a smug look on his face. This palm, called Chaotic God, not only attacked the physical body, but also pointed directly to the heart. It can stir up a person's mind and plunge them into endless fear and confusion. Xiaomo only felt a blackness in front of his eyes, as if the entire world had collapsed under this palm. Not only was this demon monk's inner strength powerful, his martial arts skills were really a bit bizarre. His body turned slightly, and his right hand was like a plum blossom in the first bloom of spring, lightly but without losing strength. He met the demon monk confused heart's attack. The subtlety of Tianshan's plum-breaking hand was on full display at this moment. It was as if Summer's palm was able to fold space at will, dissolving the demon monk Bewildering Heart's overpowering palm winds one by one and skillfully transforming them into counterattacks. What kind of martial arts is this? The demon monk Bewildering Heart was, after all, a martial arts expert capable of fighting against a grand master. A quick glance showed the subtlety of Tianshan's plum-bending hand. His body shape surged up, like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey, and he slammed his palm straight into Shama's chest. This subtle stance is the worst way to get caught up in your opponent's rhythm. Beat your martial arts. Xia Mo did not panic. His footsteps were slightly wrong, and his body was as light and evasive as an exiled fairy. At the same time, his right palm drew a beautiful arc and met him with the plum blossom 5 fortunes of the Tianshan plum blossom hand. Palm wind and fist wind intertwined in the air, issued a muffled sound. The airflow turbulence rolled around the leaves flying. The two exchanged hands in an instant, and it entered a white-hot stage. The demon monk Bewildering Heart's palm technique was bizarre. Every time he made a palm strike, it would leave a faint black crack in the air. I'm afraid that this demon monk's inner strength has already reached the ultimate level of blending of ideas, one step away from back to basics. Every time the two of them exchanged punches and kicks, they were accompanied by gusts of airwaves that blew the surrounding plants and trees to the ground, messing with the mind and mesmerizing the soul. The demon monk Bewildering Heart suddenly bellowed, his palms slamming together. A powerful mental shockwave spread out in all directions with him at the center, attempting to disturb Shamer's mind. A blazing and majestic true chi within Xiaomo's body rose from his dantian. Like the blazing sun in the sky, it instantly illuminated his entire body's meridians. The domineering nature of this true chi was as if it could burn all the false and evil thoughts in the world, completely unaffected by the demon monk's confusion and chaos technique. This palace thought how powerful this chaotic god technique was. I didn't realize it was only to this extent. It's a far cry from those martial arts involving the spirit that this palace knows. Xia Emotion ran the true chi of the marrying clothes divine skill to all of his limbs and bones. Only a faint layer of flame was seen wrapped around him. Although this flame is invisible, it exudes an inviolable majesty, making the surrounding air tremble. Grand Master? Compare that to Summer's tour de force. The demon monk Confused Heart was currently looking at the flames around Xia Emo that were evolved from pure internal energy. There was disbelief in his eyes. How old is this fourth prince? Amat Ba. The poor monk has heard that the contemporary holy daughter of the Grassland dynasty's Everlasting Sky has practiced the Everlasting Sky's supreme martial arts mind method, but in the district of Peach and Plum, he has already achieved a generation of great masters. Now it seems that Fourth Highness is even more amazingly talented in martial arts than that holy maiden. Don't give this palace a diversion. Do you think you can still escape today? Xia Emo let out a cold smile. His body shape stormed up and violently rushed towards the demon monk Bewildering Heart. Tianshan plum breaking hands were utilized to the extreme at this moment. Both palms fluttered and finger shadows were woven, forcing the opponent to retreat back and forth. The demon monk Confused Heart's face was a bit ugly. Your Highness's martial arts are indeed beyond the poor monk's expectations, but it's not that easy to leave the poor monk behind. Plum Blossom, set. Xia Emo let out a soft shout, and the three plum blossoms made of internal energy struck the demon monk Confused Heart at the same time. However, the demon monk Confused Heart's inner strength was not weak after all. His eyes were rounded, his forehead veins bulged, and a bizarre aura began to permeate his entire body. It was the unique power of the chaotic god technique that was stirring. There were vaguely unseen forces colliding fiercely in the air, emitting bursts of tiny popping sounds. After a deafening roar, the demon monk Bewildering Heart managed to break free from his bonds and his figure stormed back out, like a ferocious tiger that had gotten out of its trap. Its figure was as fast as a ghost. In the blink of an eye, he had swept to the edge of the courtyard wall, to take a shot at a great master. This favor of the poor monk is considered to be returned. Fourth Highness, the mountain is high and the road is far. I'll see you later. After discovering that Summer was a grand master, the demon monk Confusion had already had the intention of retreating in his heart. If a grand master is that easy to kill, then those existences on the Tianji Pavilion's martial arts evaluation had not been too gold less. The demon monk Bewildering Heart flicked his feet on the wall, and in a few rises and falls, he distanced himself from the ancient temple. The master has come all this way, so he might as well stay. This ancient temple should be the master's burial place today. Summer's voice rang in her ears. The demon monk Bewildered Heart's pupils shrank and he turned back violently. A hot fist came face to face. Boom! The demon monk Confused Heart was smashed straight back into the courtyard. Cough cough. As the smoke and dust cleared, the demon monk Bewildering Heart stood up with great difficulty from the huge pit that had been smashed out. Are you a man or a ghost? Just now, Xiaomo's speed had clearly surpassed the scope of normal lightweight body techniques. The master is really rare. Before Xiaomo's words fell, his figure had disappeared like a ghost, and when he reappeared, he was already behind the demon monk Confused Heart. The demon monk Bewildering Heart turned around violently, his sight locked onto Xiaomo. Xiaomo did not rush to strike again, but stood in place, sizing up the demon monk Bewildering Heart with a scrutinizing stance. There are indeed supreme geniuses in the world who are able to blur the barrier between the Great Master and the layer below the Great Master, but you obviously don't have the whole can-do. I think that if you were able to injure that old monk Shikong 30 years ago, you should have used some kind of unseemly means, right? The demon monk Bewildering Heart's face sank, and a flash of determination flashed in his eyes, knowing that today is a time of life and death. No longer having any reservations, the true chi in his body surged wildly like a flood that broke the dike. Heavenly devil dance. Both palms swung out, palm winds whistling. It kicked up a furious stream of air. The temperature rose dramatically, and a suffocating, sizzling smell filled the air. Shamer's fist seemed to transform into a meteorite in flames. With an unstoppable momentum, it collided fiercely with the palm wind of the demon monk Confused Heart. Ka-ching! A crisp and terrifying sound echoed in the air, the sound of broken tendons. Xiaomo's fist directly penetrated the demon monk Confused Heart's heavenly demon chaos and heavily smashed into his chest. This punch not only shattered the demon monk Bewildering Heart's protective astral aura, but also caused his sternum to emit an unbearable wail. Ah! The demon monk Confused Heart only felt a pain in his chest, and blood spurted out, staining the lapel of his coat red. The body fell heavily to the ground on the far side, splattering a cloud of dust. Xiaomo closed his fist and stood, quietly looking at the fallen demon monk. I haven't even pushed hard enough and you're down. Chapter 28, Wujiang Town. When the time to Tensi, the sunlight fallen oblique sprinkled in the wilderness above. The originally deserted ancient temple was now even more walled and crumbling, with rubble scattered. The courtyard was a mess, with the bodies of black-clad ghost-faced archers everywhere. Shamer slowly walked next to the demon monk Confused Heart. A slight frown, He had just had some fun and didn't expect to kill this demon monk with his full strength. Originally, he had wanted to ask for clues about the person behind the curtain from this demonic monk, master of the division. The four of them, Ji Chu Shue, came out of the temple and the smell of blood hit them. Any survivors? Ji Chu Shue, Lin Fu, and Meng Liang were okay. Just a little pale, a little unsteady breath. Those black-clothed ghost-faced men were clearly no match for them. Only Zhu Yan's right hand was gently holding her left arm. There was still undried blood on his clothes. Specializing in concealed weapons, she was not supposed to be good at fighting multiple enemies at the same time in a small space like an ancient temple. Meng Liang shook his head. All of them are dead soldiers with poison hidden in their teeth. After Master of the Division defeated the demon monk, a few of my subordinates were unable to react in time, and all of them took poison to kill themselves. Summer stood still, not knowing what to think. The four Ji Chushue didn't dare to interrupt. They had also heard the alarming cry of the demon monk Confused Heart earlier. Grand Master, especially Ji Chushue, since the establishment of the Jinwu division, Shamer refreshed her perceptions one at a time. In his heart, for some reason, there was a vague hint of regret. Flying Eagle sends a message to notify Department 6 to come and dispose of the bodies. And, Xia Mo looked at Ji Chushue. Have your master reinvestigate this demonic monk's whereabouts over the past 30 years? Being knocked off the cliff by old monk Shikome, it's impossible to walk out of Mount Pure Lotus alive if no one helps. Ji Chushue nodded her head gently. That's right, master told me about it. And at that time, Department 6 and Lianhua Temple searched for a long time. Neither found the body of the demon monk Confused Heart. In the end it was only taken as if it had been carried off by a wild animal in the neighborhood. Okay? Xia Mo suddenly looked at Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan said with some trepidation. Thank you for your concern, Master of the Division. It's just a minor skin wound. Nothing serious. Then let's simply pack up and get ready to continue on our journey. The demon monk Confused Heart and the black-clad Ghostface Arrow team were just an interlude. It was naturally impossible to delay the trip to Xianzhou because of this matter. Ji Chushua pulled out a thin tube made of an unknown black metal throughout from her bosom. There was a gentle swirl against the sky and a crunching whoosh sound, leaving a brilliant wake. It instantly blossomed into a sparkling firework in the azure sky. It wasn't long before the quiet of the sky was broken by a sharp, powerful sound of wings. A gray-blue letter eagle sped down from the miles of clouds. This cloud-hidden falcon is the unique falcon of Daxia. The body is athletic, with a wide wingspan, and crucially, very spirited. It was natural for Summer to leave the divine capital, and naturally, she wouldn't completely cut off her ties. The letter eagle gracefully folded its wings and landed steadily on Ji Chushue's outstretched arm. Ji Chushue tied the note to the shin eagle's foot. Go on, little one. The letter eagle rose into the air and gradually turned into a black dot in the sky. The summer sun is hot, and the sun pours down on the earth like golden threads. The 5 Xia Mo people traveled on the official road, their steeds galloping, their hooves sounding like thunder. In a matter of moments, a sizable town came into view. That's the town of Wuqiang? Shamer stopped abruptly. Yes, Master of the Division. Ahead is the town of Wujiang. We've reached the border of the Central Plains. After this town, some distance further on, it's the boundaries of Xianzhou. Meng Liang opened his mouth and returned. He had been on Jinyui duty in Xianzhou, so there is an understanding of this place. Since leaving the ancient temple that day, the journey had been uneventful. What a heavy town. Ji Chushue sighed as she looked at the distant martial border town that was almost no less than a normal city. As the only daughter of the Minister of War, this point of vision is still there. Wujiang Township is located in the mountains and surrounded by water, with undulating terrain, like a huge dragon winding and coiling. Let's go. We'll stay here in Wujiang Town today. Hiya. The 5 Xia Mo entered Wujiang Town, where the streets and alleys were long and the wine shops and tea houses stood in abundance. Jianghu people with swords and knives could be seen everywhere on the streets. Martial Border Town is close to Xianzhou, and it's a necessary place to travel to and from the two places. I think the ethos and customs have been influenced by the Xianzhou side in no small way. Ji Chushue also saw around, although Daxia does not prohibit swords either, but walking down the street so brightly, even these peddlers are used to it. I'm afraid that's only the ethos over in Xianzhou. Master of the Division, should we notify the festival minister of this town to come and meet the emperor? Meng Liang softly opened his mouth to inquire. Shamer shook his head. We're just passing through. We'll leave tomorrow, so let's not cause any trouble. Go find an inn. Yes. The 5 rode slowly down the street, soon came to the door of an inn. The lintel is high and the wood is carved in an antique style. The Inn of the Lake. That's a straightforward name. Just this one. Several people rolled off their horses and walked straight into the inn. Stepping into the inn, the lobby is spacious and bright, with a mahogany round table in the center, surrounded by carved wooden chairs. Several landscape scrolls hung on the wall, with sound brushwork and far-reaching meaning. adding a bit of literary elegance to this rough land of rivers and lakes. Behind the counter, the shopkeeper, dressed in a green shirt and with a kind face, was busily fiddling with the abacus and recording the accounts. Seeing the 5 people enter, the shopkeeper was busy putting down the work in his hands and welcoming them with a smile. Several guests. May I ask if you're dining or staying? Lin Fu pulled out a silver ingot from his pocket. Stay and eat as well. Get us 2 upper rooms, 3 regular guest rooms, and bring your store sign up to the 2nd floor. Also, feed the horses we have out there. Yes, sir, don't worry. There is no better inn in Wujiang town than our Jianghu Inn. The shopkeeper received the silver with a joyful smile. A sharp-eyed junior in the store had already gone out to get the horses. 5 upper rooms it is. Shamer, who was walking up the stairs, suddenly spoke up. Lin Fu froze, then arched his hand and said, yes, the upper room is usually located in the backyard or on the 2nd floor above the inn, away from the hustle and bustle, in a quiet environment. The door to the room is made of heavy heathered wood with a pattern of water and cloud meditation. Shamer directly opened the door to the room and walked in. The room is spacious and bright, with a reasonable layout, not losing the ancient charm, but also taking into account the convenience and comfort of living. In the center stood a large carved bed with soft silk bedding on top of it. There was an antique bookcase by the window, on which were placed the 4 treasures of literature, as well as several volumes of ancient books. Outside the window, there is a well-tended courtyard scene, rockery flowing water, green bamboo and pines, occasionally a few birdsong through the forest. This jungle inn looks average on the outside. Inside, it's a different kind of setup. The shopkeeper's earlier statement was not necessarily false. Sir, I don't know what else I can do for you. Junior's voice rang out from outside. Chapter 29, Snowy Ice Heart Lotus. Get me some bath water. Shamer sat on the bed and leaned back casually. Hands are naturally folded across the chest. The feet, on the other hand, were slightly apart, finding a most natural placement. Internal energy cultivation had reached a realm like his. Both dietary and sleep requirements have long been very different from the norm. Even the shower. The internal force ran around the circumference of the sky, circling all the bones, filling up the chi and blood without any stagnation. At this time, the pores are slightly open, as if the leaves of the morning dew, to meet the sunrise and spread. It's so much more effective than taking a bath yourself. It's just that Shamer still likes to do these things, as a habit he's developed over the years. Okay, wait a moment, customer, Junior responded, and footsteps hurrying away came from the door. Summer slowly closed her eyes, and the world behind her eyes instantly became pitch black. And yet, as a result, every subtle change in the body was felt more clearly. Consciousness gradually wanders to the edge of reality and dreams, surrounded by ancient trees, all 1,000-year-old hemlock, branches and leaves like a sword, pointing straight up to the sky, day and night, like the guard of the sword. Entering its realm, the cold air is aggressive, and the sound of the sword is hidden. In the center of the mound, there is a stone platform, 100 feet high and dozens of feet wide, polished like a mirror, not stained with dust. At that exact moment, a ray of swordlight swiftly crossed from the void. It is not something that can be captured by mortal eyes, but only a touch of clear light in the sky and the earth. Cold and sacred, Xiaomo suddenly opened his eyes, and the light in his eyes flickered. Abruptly, he had already stood up from above the bed. The bijou sword mound? Summer's voice was a little surprised. I didn't realize that a nap would lead to a new check-in location. Bijou sword graveyard. I haven't heard of it, so I think it must be related to the bijou sword mansion. That's quite a coincidence. Guest, your bath water is ready. At this moment Xiao Er's voice once again sounded outside the door. Bring it in. In ancient times, people with a little bit of conditions, bathing almost always use a wooden barrel bath. In one corner of this upper room of Summer's room, there was an antique wooden barrel. Get out. The little one excuses himself. After Junior exited the room, Xiaomo undid his shirt and stepped into the wooden barrel, with various flower petals scattered in the water. The weather was already hot, and Summer didn't wash for long. Throughout the process, there was also no bridge that happened inside the TV series in the previous life. For example, a female flying thief suddenly breaks through a window, or the chaste jungle girl hiding in a barrel to escape her enemies. Shamer finished bathing and slowly got up from the wooden barrel. Droplets of water slid down his toned skin and dripped onto the wooden floor with a small, crisp sound. Casually, he took a dry cloth aside and gently wiped it off. After dressing up, he pushed open the doorway and arrived at a windowed elegant room on the 2nd floor of the inn. Duke Ji Chushua's 4 people had been waiting for a long time, and they all got up when they saw Xiaomo arrive. There were other guests in the inn, so naturally they couldn't be referred to as division masters. Sit down, all of you. Shamer waved his hand. Xiao Er, serve the food. Lin Fu shouted loudly. It didn't take long for one exquisite dish after another to be served. Eat them all. Make yourself at home. The chef at this and looks like he has a couple of tricks up his sleeve. Shamer had long since had his fingers in his mouth. Junior, do these dishes have a name? Shamer used his chopsticks to pick up a piece of fish that was fried golden and crispy. Hey, sir, these are all signboards of our Jianghuan signboards. You are now eating dragon leaping river fish. This dish uses fresh river fish caught in the streams near the town of Wujiang as the main ingredient. The body of the fish is first marinated in secret spices for flavor, then quickly fried in boiling oil until the outer skin is golden and crispy, while the meat inside remains tender and juicy. This is Shui Zhuhan torn chicken, made with mountain free-range local chicken. The meat is firm and has a unique flavor. And this, Golden Sands tofu casserole. The tofu is handmade from the finest soybeans, delicate and smooth, and the pot is infused with a special Golden Sands sauce. Under slow simmering, the tofu fully absorbed the fresh flavor of the Golden Sands sauce. Junior depicted it with a raised eyebrow. These guests in front of me are generous. The shopkeeper had already ordered earlier that he must serve them well. It's not bad wine either. Better than Ben. It's no worse than the wine I drink at home. Shamer looked curiously at the glass in his hand. Ha ha, customer. This is the Jianghu Drunken Moon Brew, using local mountain spring water with grains and cereals, following the ancient method of brewing. It takes 4 seasons of spring, summer, fall and winter to make a good wine. I don't have many of those in this whole inn. The shopkeeper suddenly appeared behind Junior. Taking over Shamer's words, he smiled and explained. In that case, it's a coincidence that we're here. Shopkeeper, are there so many outsiders in this Wujiang town on weekdays? Shamer took another sip of Jianghu Drunken Moon Brew. Eyes fell on the shopkeeper. It didn't seem strange at first, but as more and more people went to the second floor to eat, you can tell by the way these jungle people are dressed. It seems to be mostly out-of-towners, and from their conversations, they keep hearing why, aren't the several guests here for the Snowy Ice Heart Lotus? The shopkeeper suddenly looked at the several Xiao people in surprise. Snowy Ice Heart Lotus? What's that? Shama asked curiously as his heart stirred. My lord, the Snowy Ice Heart Lotus is usually born in the far north, on top of the 10,000-foot snowy peaks. This lotus blooms once every 300 years, and it is rare for an ordinary person to see it. Rumor has it that taking the ice heart lotus of the snowy region will wash the marrow and remove the turbid chi of mortal dust, multiplying the internal strength. The shopkeeper had not yet answered. Next to him, Lin Fu said with an excited face. He came from the Plum Blossom Villa and had dabbled in such legendary treasures of the Jianghu. Oh, where is the Snowy Ice Heart Lotus now? Shamer came visibly interested. The shopkeeper looked around before he lowered his voice and said quietly, Guest, I think it's better not to wade into this mess if you can. This snowy heavenly heart lotus was originally commissioned by a merchant in the north to be brought to Wujiang town by the Divine Eagle Dark Bureau, but I don't know why. But the consignee was wiped out the day before the arrival of the Divine Eagle Dark Bureau. Now that's where this sits. Many people from the jungle have heard about it. That's why Marshall Border Town has had so many outsiders these past few days. Summers nodded. So that's how it is. People die for money and birds die for food. It looks like there's a lively scene in Wujiang town this time. The shopkeeper agreed. Who says it isn't? Just in our inn, there are already several famous figures in the Jianghu living there. Everyone is staring at the snowy ice lotus in the hands of the Divine Eagle Dark Bureau. But, I did hear a tidbit of information. The shopkeeper's eyes fluttered and he lowered his voice again. This chief bodyguard of the Divine Eagle Dark Bureau also knows that the Snowy Ice Heart Lotus is a hot potato. It's not like I have the guts to take it myself, so I've sent someone to get in touch with the court. Lord Wang, the festival minister of Wujiang town, is willing to pay a high price for the Snowy Ice Heart Lotus. Chapter 30, Dark Moon and Windy Night. The shopkeeper made small talk for a while and then left. Funny, just funny. As he sipped his wine, Xiao thought about what the shopkeeper had just said. Wang Jing, the festival governor of Wujiang town, seems to be your father's student, right? Ji Chushua nodded her head gently. That's right, this Wang Jing does come from my father's door. It's some real stuff. It's been out there for many years. Shamer looked relaxed, his eyes looking out the window. At twilight, the sky was gradually tinged with a reddish haze, like a brocade spreading, brilliant and eye-catching. The sun's wheel was setting in the west, and the golden glow of the Judas was spilling out. You studied under the god of trappers and cultivated a superior internal martial art, but without some strange encounters, it's almost impossible to go further in a short period of time. Well, any ideas? Ji Chushue sniffed with some interest. Still, there was some hesitation as he said, after all, it was Lord Wang who negotiated with the Divine Eagle Dark Bureau. Xia Mo directly voiced out, we don't want it for nothing, just give him as much money as he wants. The Snowy Ice Heart Lotus is so precious, it would be a bit of a waste to give it to me. If the gentleman takes it, you guys don't understand. At a realm like mine, simply increasing some internal energy won't do much at all. Might as well let you make the best use of it. 300 years of snowy ice heart lotus. Perhaps it won't even take all of it for you to break through your current bottleneck. The rest of the lotus petals, the three of you take them separately, and I'm sure they will be equally helpful, Shamer said in careful thought. Thank you, Your Excellency. Lin Fu, Meng Liang, and Zhu Yan showed excitement on their faces, especially Lin Fu. His cold plum reflecting snow sword technique was limited by his own weak internal strength. It was never really powerful. If one can penetrate the two bridges of heaven and earth and reach the realm of thick inner strength, the power of the cold plum reflecting snow sword technique could only be truly utilized. It's getting late today. Let's visit this Lord Wang tomorrow. Yes, after 3 rounds of wine, the food is over. There were still many dinner guests in the inn though, but the sun had completely set. The current imperial prince and the master of the Jinwu division personally paid a visit to his home. The district is a festival minister, and it's considered to be giving face. The hour of the night's leakage, when the river of stars is slanting across the sky and all is silent. Shamer was in his room, sitting quietly on his couch, legs coiled, the shape of a lotus cross-legged. The mind is fixed, as if the old monk in meditation. The candlelight in the room flickered, reflecting Xiaomo's face, looking solemn and transcendent, grafting divine power, martial arts Zen. It is difficult for those who are not great in wisdom and courage to glimpse its doorway. He took one step to heaven and accomplished the marriage divine skill. But the system rewards full-level martial arts. It should be the highest level that the creator of this martial art or one of the practitioners had ever reached. Although the speed was extremely slow, but Shamer could clearly feel one's own kung fu was still able to be enhanced. The chi veins surged, as if 1,000 thin streams converged in the dantian, and as if 10,000 channels of haze light pierced through the clouds and cracked the rocks, shining in the heart. The indoor air is heavy. There is a faint breeze on the face, but there is no door or window open or closed. There is a hidden flow of light around Xiaomo, although it is not very bright, but it is enough to reflect the 4 walls. The breath became long and deep at this moment, seeming to breathe with heaven and earth and share the same destiny. For a moment, it seemed to merge with all things without distinction. I don't know how long it took, but Shamer suddenly opened his eyes. Above the ridge, there is suddenly a strange sound slightly moving, dust and ash rustling, falling with the wind. Shamer gently stretched out his fingers. The dust that should have fallen suddenly stopped in the air and floated leisurely around Summer's fingertips. Staying up late at night is not a good idea. The window of the room slowly opened. A gust of wind passed, and Shamer had disappeared into the house. On the roof of the inn, Xiaomo's feet stepped on the green tiles, and his steps were light, as if he was walking in the clouds, not shocking the dust. Looking around, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. The white moon was in the sky, and the silver glow was like a practice. As you look around, the buildings around you are scattered. All the people from the Jianghu seen in the daytime, either sitting or standing, appeared on the roof. Duke, the 4 Jichushui also flew up to the roof from their respective rooms. With all this commotion, it would be strange to be able to sleep. What's going on? Shamer asked Meng Liang, of the several people, on the experience of the jungle. Even Lin Fu, who was from Plum Blossom Villa, could not compare to this former 1,000 tenant of the Brocade Guards. From the time they landed, all the Jianghu news from the town of Wujiang, it was always Meng Liang who was responsible for inquiring. Sir, I'm afraid someone is going to make a move on the Divine Eagle Dark Bureau tonight. Meng Liang glanced around and opened his mouth. Light of day. Lin Fu glanced at the starry night sky, immediately changing his words. In the middle of the night, why did these people have to choose this time to strike? Ji Chushua said in a cold voice. Tomorrow, the Divine Eagle Dark Bureau will make a deal with Lord Wang. If the snowy ice heart lotus falls into the hands of the court, it won't be so easy to grab it again. These Jianghu martial artists have always disdained the imperial court though, but there aren't many who can really afford the thunderous wrath of the court. So tonight is the perfect time to strike. I just don't know who's going to be the outlier. Xiaomo took Ji Chushua's words and a smile was drawn on the corner of his mouth. Jianghu, it's still funny. How dare you? Not much time had passed when a sudden bellowing cry came out from the silent town. Immediately afterward, 2 figures rose and fell above a patch of roofs. The sound of colliding forces was unceasing. Ha 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 ha. Chief Bodyguard Lei, this snowy ice heart lotus is also a scourge if it stays in your Divine Eagle Dark Bureau. Why don't you give it to the old man? It's also good to get rid of this hot potato. Lu Xiaotian, what's the point of hanging out at your age if you're not going to find a place to die? Aren't you afraid of an accident that could cut off an old life? The 2 landed on the roof of one house each. Lei San, the chief bodyguard of the Divine Eagle Dark Bureau, is also considered a character in the Jianghu. The kung fu of its Songying Iron Claw has reached its peak. As for the other guy, Iron Fist Yama Lu Xiaotian, this person comes from a martial arts school family in a small town. The family was tragically wiped out by a sudden jungle feud. Only one person, Lu Xiaotian, managed to escape. In order to avenge his hatred, He visited famous mountains and rivers, and challenged all kinds of masters to keep refining one's martial arts at the cost of life and death combat. This man has a twisted mind, typical of might makes right, and seeks the ultimate in power by any means necessary. After avenging the extermination of his family, he did even more as he pleased, and carried many murders on his back. The bounty at Department 6 is not low. Ji Chushua saw the old man confronting Lei San. The hand subconsciously landed on top of the hilt of the knife at his waist. There's no rush. Let's see it first. Shamer sat on his ass on the tile. He looked with interest at the two who were once again exchanging blows in the distance. Chapter 31, The Left-Handed People. Fine. Since you don't know any better, then don't blame me for taking away the snowy ice heart lotus after beating you to death. Such a precious thing. I'm sure Chief Bodyguard Lei would only carry it with him to be at ease. Lu Xiaotian's voice sounded again. The surrounding onlookers of the Jianghu had their hearts stirred. Lei San burst into a rage. The old piker is looking for death. After saying that, his body shape was like electricity, leaping down from the roof in the air, just like a falcon in the dark night. His eyes were sharp, locking onto a lanky figure below. Good timing. Let me learn how powerful this pair of eagle claws of yours really is. Lu Xiaotian didn't dodge. Instead he stepped forward. The wind of his fist roared and struck Lei San directly in the face. Oomph! Lei San's figure turned slightly in the air to avoid it. At the same time both palms swiftly change eagle claw. Sharp gas forcing people. Straight to Lu Xiaotian's shoulders, shoulder well point. Eagle strike twin peaks. Someone recognized Lei San's move. It is the late Chief Dart famous Jianghu Tsongying iron claws in the subtle moves. The intention is to break the surface with a point and checkmate the enemy. Never. Seeing this, Lu Xiaotian's figure stormed back half a step, and his iron fist led with the trend. The wind of the fist swirled back and forth, intent on dissolving Lei San's attack into nothing. Lei San's internal strength is deep, the claws remain unchanged, and he actually borrowed the power from the momentum. The body shape in the air again change, turn claws into fingers, straight poke Lu Xiaotian chest Danzhong point. The air at his fingertips swayed, clearly containing internal energy. Break me! Lu Xiaotian let out a bellow, utilizing the power of his entire body. His iron fist coalesced like iron, and hardened to receive this finger. The two forces collided and erupted with a dull sound. Dust flew up and the roof was a mess. The two of them were separated at the touch of a button, and each of them stood still, their gazes like torches, confronting each other without saying a word. Lei San's clothes were slightly disheveled, but his breath was still calm. What a Tsonging iron claw! What a Chief Bodyguard Lei! Lu Xiaotian's face was slightly red, obviously under a lot of pressure. Get lost if you know what's good for you. Lei San had his hands behind his back. Lu Xiaotian's pair of iron fists weren't that easy to receive. At the moment, we are surrounded by enemies, and we don't know how many people with evil intentions are there. If we don't use a thunderbolt, I'm afraid that the Divine Eagle Dart Bureau will be famous in the Jianghu today. The greatness of the rivers and lakes is indeed full of capable people. Let's leave aside the internal strength of these two. Based on this strong external strength alone, I'm afraid I can take my place among the first-rate experts of the Jianghu. Ji Chushua's right hand was on the hilt of her sword, and she was actually a bit eager to try. Lin Fu, Meng Liang, and Zhu Yan nodded approvingly. At their age, they were not considered to be any demons in the Jianghu though, but in all sects and disciplines, they are also the elite disciples who have been cultivated, but facing the older generation of the jungle. Whether it was internal power or experience with moves, it was still a bit lacking. Several people's gazes subconsciously fell on Summer. Not bad. Two simple words that felt nakedly perfunctory. However, once he thought that the one in front of him was an 18-year-old grandmaster, a few people couldn't help but be discouraged. Any demon in the Jianghu seems to be insufficient in front of this person. Humph. Does Chief Bodyguard Lei think that you, the Divine Eagle Bodyguard Bureau, will be able to protect the snowy ice lotus today? Lu Xiaotian's face sank. The two of you aren't coming out yet. Could it be that you want to wait for Old Man and Chief Bodyguard Lei after they are both defeated? Sitting on your ass again? Lu Xiaotian's voice carried out in all directions along the night. Ha ha ha, Old Man Lu, don't measure the heart of a gentleman with your small mind. I don't mean that with the man boy. A burst of laughter abruptly cut through the night sky. Every fluctuation seemed to resonate with the air, stirring up a circle of invisible ripples. It shows the deep inner strength of the donor. As the laughter approached, the two silhouettes were like ghosts of the dark night. The tip of his foot lightly pointed. The tile slightly trembled but did not fall. His figure had already leaped from several feet away, fluttering now above the gables. Withered Bone Wang, One Ma Evil, how come it's these two guys? I didn't expect them to come together with Iron Fist Yama Lu Xiaotian. Now the Divine Eagle Dart Bureau is in big trouble. Had, more than just big trouble. One carelessness. I'm afraid that Tsonging Iron Claw will really have to remove its name from the Jianghu. As soon as the two showed up, Whispers rose in all directions. The withered Bone Wang was an old man with a stooped figure and white hair. He was wearing a worn gray robe that was patchy but clean. In his hand was a cane that looked ordinary to the core. When Mo Xia was a scholar dressed in black. A head of ebony hair was gently pulled up with a simple jade hairpin, and a few strands of broken hair fluttered gently with the wind. Holding a folding fan with ink drawings of mountains and water. Master of the division. These two are members of the left path in Xinzhou, and are likewise listed at Department 6. Ji Chushua whispered in Xiaomo's ear. What is the left path? In the Jianghu, outside of the two paths of righteousness and evil, those who are also righteous and evil, that is, the left path. Withered Bone Wang, Wen Moshuan, do you also want to make enemies of my Divine Eagle Dart Bureau? Looking at the two who suddenly appeared, Lei San's face was grim as he immediately spoke out. Ha! The entire Divine Eagle dartboard in addition to Yu Tsongying Iron Claw can still take the hand outside. What other experts? So what if I'm the enemy? Chief Bodyguard Lei, be sensible and hand over the snowy ice heart lotus. Otherwise, this martial border town will be your burial place tonight. When Moshuan took a folding fan in his right hand and hit it on his left hand, looking at Lei San, the corner of his mouth arched out. Not bad, Chief Bodyguard Lei. The old man is also unwilling to be your enemy. The employer's designated recipient is dead anyway. Handing over the snowy ice heart lotus will not be considered as smashing the signboard of your Divine Eagle Dart Bureau. If Chief Bodyguard Lei doesn't think about himself, he must also think about the entire dartboard, right? Lei San sniffed with a vague flash of anger on his face, but it was forced down. Which of the three people opposite him was not below him in terms of martial arts? Three people join hands, really have the strength to destroy the Eagle dartboard. Oomph, don't think I don't know what you three are up to. So many Jianghu people are here today. Might as well get the word out then. The snowy ice heart lotus. I've long since sold it to Lord Wang Jing, the festival minister of Wujiang town. If you guys can do it, go grab it from him. Lei San's gaze swept over Lu Xiaotian, Wen Moshuan, and Withered Bone Wang one by one. At these words, the scene fell into a dead silence. A moment later, the Withered Bone Wang's face sank to the ground. This is a matter of our Jianghu. Why should Chief Bodyguard Lei bring the imperial court into it? I don't know how many pairs of eyes were staring at the Divine Eagle dartboard once they entered Wujiang town. At least for tonight, the stuff must still be on you. Lei San coldly stared at the Withered Bone Wang. I run a dartboard, and I've properly filed a case with the government. Not like you guys. Stubborn. You too. What's the point of talking nonsense with this guy? Let's beat him to death first, and then find the snowy ice heart lotus. Lu Xiaotian's eyes flashed with determination and coldness. The green and gray tiles under his feet were suddenly overwhelmed and made a crisp, sharp cracking sound. Both fists were clenched, muscles bulging under his shirt. The entire person suddenly leapt up in the air, his fists carrying towards Lei San to attack. Chapter 32. The respective opponents. Facing Lu Xiaotian's overpowering attack, Lei San's eyes flinched and his body was as agile as a cheetah on one side, easily avoided the powerful blow. Both hands instantly clenched into fists, the fingertips slightly curved as if they were truly in the shape of eagle claws, a sharpness that could not be ignored. Finish you off first, Lei San shouted loudly. Big talk. Lu Xiaotian was equally unwilling to show weakness, and an iron fist directly met him. In a flash, the air was ignited and a deafening roar erupted. Dust and air currents intertwined in a chaotic swirl. Chief Bodyguard. Suddenly a dozen silhouettes jumped onto the roof of the house with knives and swords. It was the Dart Masters of the Divine Eagle Dart Bureau. Stand down. You are no match for these men. Lei San yelled. Hey! The corner of Wen Mo's mouth hooked up into a smile that was evil to the extreme. Each step was like stepping on an invisible wind. Without making the slightest sound, it was able to cross a distance of several feet in an instant. Chief Bodyguard Lei, I'm offended. The folding fan in Wen Mo's hand flicked. The surface of the folding fan flowed with a weird ink light, as if there were thousands of ink spots leaping in it. With a flick of his wrist, the folding fan violently unfolded, transforming into an ink-colored pizzle with a whistling sound, directly targeting Lei San's vital points. Lei San only felt a blackness before his eyes. A powerful suction force accompanied by a biting cold air came to the surface. Suffered. He was competing with Lu Xiaotian in a contest of internal strength. There was simply no room to deal with Wen Mo's attack. Clang! A delicate sword, with incredible speed and precision, framed Wen Mo's folding fan. A trace of surprise flashed through Wen Mo's eyes. What are you? A head of long black hair was tied up high, with a few strands of broken hair dancing gently in the wind. The face was as cold as frost. The features were exquisite, and the brows revealed an inviolable heroic spirit. Ji Chushua coldly said, 178 years of the Great Xia calendar, the bloodshed in Yu Valley. Xianzhou, Wan Ma evil, you're in trouble. Hearing this, Wen Mo's face changed. Then he stared at Ji Chushua with a gloomy face. You're a traitor from Department 6. Ji Chushue's face was expressionless, still icy cold. This girl is from the Jinwu division. Streaming like chopping the moon. Ji Chushue lightly opened her vermilion lips and spat out words like ice. The knife that held Wen Mo's folding fan trembled slightly. The silver light of the blade skyrocketed, transforming into a brilliant silver pike, carrying a biting cold aura and an unbeatable aura, straight to Wen Mo's throat. This move was not only an extreme display of speed, but also an exquisite fusion of power and skill that dazzled the eyes. This woman. Wen Mo's scalp went numb and he couldn't think about Ji Chushue's origin. Flick it backward. The whole person seemed to blend into the dark shadows around them. An indescribable black aura permeated out from his body, which was the ink shadow divine power that he had practiced for many years. Both palms lightly waved, internal energy rolling like ink clouds, meeting that unstoppable blade. Bang! Ji Chushue's figure shook slightly, but she didn't retreat. Instead, she utilized the force of the counterquake and her figure stormed up again. Flowing light instant shadow. Ji Chushue's speed instantly increased to the extreme. Only a blurry shadow was left in place. The strike was so fast that it was difficult to catch even with the naked eye. One could only sense its terrifying speed with the fluctuation of the air and the fleeting flash of silver light. When Mosia was filled with a gloomy color, with a wave of the folding fan in his hand, the ink shadow divine skill was pushed to its limit. The folding fan seemed to come alive in his hands. As the wrist turned, a stream of ink-colored air surrounded it. It happened to block Ji Chushue's lightning-like slash. Ding! A crisp metallic clash sounded. When Mosia's folding fan was also made of an unknown material, Ji Chushue's knife actually erupted into dazzling sparks when she slashed at it. However, this was only a momentary contact, and Ji Chushue quickly drew her sword back. Once again, it was poised and ready to launch the next round of attacks, and when Mosia lightly took a few steps back, the folding fan flipping in his hand. Under the activation of the ink shadow divine skill, the ink color flowed on the surface of the fan, containing unspeakable changes. This woman's internal strength is not as good as mine, but the speed of this blade is truly terrifying. Damn! When Mosia met Ji Chushue's icy gaze, the heart actually unnaturally sprouted a few moments of timidity. Withered Bone Wang, what are you doing? When Mosia suddenly turned his head and shouted. If he and the Withered Bone Wang went at it together, this woman would definitely be no match. When Mosia frowned, on the roof of another room, a young man holding a sword appeared in front of the Withered Bone Wang at an unknown time. Withered Bone Wang's aged appearance was like the last withered leaf in winter, which might go away with the wind at any time. One eye but both eyes but unusually bright. Little doll, give your name. Jinwu Si Lin Fu. Lin Fu slowly spoke. The gaze that looked at the Withered Bone Wang carried a hint of excitement. This old man looked a little scary, but his martial arts were far inferior to the desert swordsman who had chased him. The master of the division's vision is never wrong. This guy was perfect for his own sword test. Jinwu Si. Withered Bone Wang's expression moved. The news of Dixia's establishment of the Jinwu division had long since spread throughout the entire Jianghu, but compared to the prestigious Department 6 in Jinhui, the Jinwu division is like a fog. In addition to knowing that the Jinwu division master was the fourth son of the current Xia emperor, the rest is nothing. I didn't expect a man and a woman to suddenly appear tonight claiming to be from the Jinwu division. Judging from the martial arts skills displayed by the girl doll over there, I'm afraid this little doll in front of me is not to be underestimated. An extremely bad feeling of foreboding suddenly surged from the bottom of Withered Bone Wang's heart. He had traveled the Jianghu for many years and was able to live to this age largely by trusting this sudden intuition. The feeling wasn't coming from the little doll in front of her. Withered Bone Wang's afterglow glanced around. Are there still experts from the Jinwu Si nearby? Thinking about this, a hint of withdrawal was vaguely born in the Withered Bone Wang's heart. What are you looking around for? I've heard that you old man have done a lot of evil in Xianzhou. Today, I'll let you see how powerful little master is. The temperature around them plummeted, and fine ice crystals condensed in the air, slowly drifting down. Lin Fu's figure rose up, and the long sword in his hand was as fast as lightning, aiming straight at the Withered Bone Wang's face. This sword did not carry the slightest sound of wind, only where the tip of the sword passed through, leaving a tiny ice mark. It was even more cohesive with a bit of cold aura, like the first snow of winter, pure and deadly. What kind of swordplay is this? When the Withered Bone Wang saw this, a trace of gravity flashed in his eyes. Although there is a legend of the cold plum reflecting snow sword technique in the rivers and lakes, but this sword technique had been lost for hundreds of years, and not many people had actually seen it. The deadwood springs back to life. Withered Bone Wang let out a low gulp, and the walking stick in his hand seemed to come to life. On one side there is a vibrant green, on the other side there is a depressed and withering yellow. Chapter 33, Wang Jing. The cane touched the long sword. Dang! Lin Fu only felt a strong internal force coming from the walking stick, shocking his wrist slightly. The attack of the longsword couldn't help but be stalled. Damn it! Up until now, internal strength was really still his shortcoming. Withered Bone One used the momentum to counterattack. The cane drew a smooth arc in the air. The tip of the cane pushed straight into Lin Fu's side ribs. Lend a hand. Lin Fu reacted extremely fast. His body shape was sideways. His long sword was picked up in a smooth manner. The tip of the sword lightly tapped on the walking stick, using the momentum to defuse Dead Bone Wang's counterattack. At the same time, Lin Fu's footsteps were continuous, constantly wandering around the withered Bone Wang. The exchanges between the two grew more and more intense, and the clashing sounds of long swords and walking sticks rose and fell. After a particularly intense collision, both of them simultaneously withdrew their momentum and took several steps back, each staring at the other. The tip of Lin Fu's sword was still trembling slightly. Obviously that strike just now had caused him to feel quite a bit of pressure as well. Good sword technique. Withered Bone Wang was the first to speak, his voice hoarse but full of vigor. It has been many years since the old man has met a young man like you. Lin Fu sniffed and sneered. That's just because you're ignorant. Not to mention his revered division master. How vast the 13 states of the Great Xiao were. This withered Bone Wang has one foot in the coffin at his age. The reputation only circulated in the area around the border between Xianzhou and the Central Plains. And how many true celestial pride can one see? Junior arrogance. Didn't your lord teach you what it means to respect the old and love the young? The withered Bone Wang glared angrily. Then my lord will send you to ask them. As Lin Fu's words fell, the temperature around him plummeted. A faint cold fragrance filled the air. A fragrance unique to the plum blossom, but also heralding the approach of death. Lin Fu went all out. Wherever the sword blade passed through, the air was cut to pieces, emitting a slight popping sound. What kind of sword technique is this? Withered Bone Wang's face changed drastically. The junior in front of him was a bit weak in terms of internal strength though, but the sword technique used gave him a feeling like a thorn in his back. In the face of Lin Fu's killing move, the withered Bone Wang's eyes snapped open, and a brilliant light exploded in his eyes. The wheel of wither and glory turns, and all the elephants return to one. The withered Bone Wang let out a low roar. With a flick of his wrist, the cane turned into a yellow tornado with the sound of whistling wind. It slammed head-on into Lin Fu's long sword. The impact from the collision between the longsword and the walking stick caused both of them to feel a surge of chi and blood. The house under his feet was even shaken by this force and cracked open. The snowy ice heart lotus may not be carried around by the iron claw of the crowned eagle. The Dark Master of the Divine Eagle Dart Bureau hasn't made a move until now. There's something odd. Search. Hand over the snow region ice heart lotus. With Ji Chuxue and Lin Fu facing off against Wen Mashue and Withered Bone Wang respectively, Lei San and Lu Xiaotian fought hard. Some of the Jianghu people watching the battle around them finally began to be unable to hold back. Immediately, a dozen or so figures swept towards where the Divine Eagle Dart Bureau was located, and the numbers are growing. How dare you? Lei San roared angrily, but right now he couldn't get rid of Lu Xiaotian's entanglement at all. Mother ****** her, do you really think I'm made of clay? Brothers, anyone who dares to rob the dart will be killed without pardon. The Dark Masters of the Divine Eagle Dart Bureau drew their swords one after another, and the scene had become completely chaotic for a moment. Master of the division, what do we do? Meng Liang asked as he leaned down towards Xiama, who was sitting on a tile watching the show. Get thee out of my way. Before Xiama could reply, a grumpy voice suddenly sounded behind him. A man carrying a large sword leapt towards where they were. It was fast and didn't stop at all. An imperceptible cold light flashed in Zhu Yan's eyes. With a slight movement of her fingers, a flying knife as thin as a cicada's wing with a chilling light had quietly appeared in her palm. The big man, who was raging, was about to throw punches and kicks, but he didn't expect a sudden change. Pupils contracted violently at that moment, shock and fear intertwined. Not even the most basic defensive movements could be made in time. The flying dagger in Zhu Yan's hand had gone straight for the big man's throat. Swoosh, a slight cracking sound followed. A thin and deep wound suddenly appeared on the big man's neck, and blood instantly gushed out. The big man's eyes were wide open, full of unwillingness and disbelief. The unsupported body, like a kite with broken strings, fell straight down from above the high roof and fell heavily on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. A dead silence fell around them. The only sound was the whine of the wind through the window pane and the occasional cry of a few night birds in the distance. Jinwu Si. There was a flurry of shock in the neighborhood. Someone suddenly remembered the young man and woman who were now facing off against the withered Bone Wang and Wanma Evil. Just now it seems to be on the roof of the Jianghu Inn. These people are in cahoots. What an ignorance. Zhu Yan glanced at the big man's corpse, flicked his hand. Hey, tonight's a good show that's been going on for so long. This Lord Setsuna of ours has finally made his appearance. Summers suddenly laughed softly. Meng Liang and Zhu Yan beside him froze at the same time. Just when he wanted to say something, dozens of riders like ghosts in the dark night came galloping from the distance. Immediately afterward, hundreds of figures silently emerged from the roofs of the surrounding houses, clutching the longbow in his hand with a cold and shining light. The arrow was pointed directly at the watching Jianghu people below. Officers? Not good. Surrounded. Damn it. Kill it. Don't be impulsive. Do you want to be shot through a sieve? All the fighting subsided instantly. Ji Chushui and Lin Fu pulled away from Wen Mashui as well as the withered Bonwang respectively. Iron Fist Yama Lu Xiaotian's face was cloudy as he looked at the officials and soldiers who had surrounded them. Lord Wang. Lei San's face clearly showed joy. A few leaps swept towards the middle-aged man at the head of the dozens of riders. Wujian Township Festival Minister Wang Jing. Chief Bodyguard Lei. It looks like the deal can't wait until tomorrow. It's better to hand over the snowy ice heart lotus to this official first. Don't keep thinking about waiting for the price. If this official doesn't come tonight, the Divine Eagle Dart Bureau is afraid that it will be difficult to get through this. Wang Jing rode on his horse and gently bent down, smiling at Lei San. Cough cough cough. Lord Wang is joking. Mr. Lei never meant to do that. A look of embarrassment flashed across Lei San's face. After saying that, he hooked his hand towards the Divine Eagle Dart side. A dark master with a somewhat thin figure held a jade box and came next to Lei San. Chief Bodyguard. Lei San took the jade box and respectfully handed it to Wang Jing. Lord Wang. Wang Jing had a curious look in his eyes. Directly taking the jade box with one hand, he carefully opened a slit. A fresh, cold and pure aura violently overflowed from the box. It really is the snowy ice heart lotus. Wang Jing revealed a joyful expression. Lord Wang. Then the price we talked about at the beginning. Lei San bowed slightly, a smile on his face. This hot potato was shaken off, and the Divine Eagle Dart Bureau was finally able to pull itself out of this vortex. Of course, this official is a man of his word, and what he has said will not go unrecognized. Wang Jing closed the jade box and looked at Lei San with a satisfied smile. Instead, his eyes suddenly turned grim, revealing unquestionable determination and ruthlessness. Lei San seemed to have sensed something and was about to make a move, but it was already too late. Chapter 34 Demon Trail in Border Town. Wang Jing suddenly struck out, slapping his palm hard at Lei San's chest. Lei San only felt an unspeakably sharp pain coming from his chest. It was as if there were millions of ice needles stabbing in at the same time, and as if they were being burned by a blazing fire. The two extremes of pain intertwined, causing him to cry out in agony. The sudden turn of events left everyone unresponsive. Ji Chushui, who was ready to go forward to greet her, also subconsciously stopped her steps. Chief Bodyguard. The somewhat scrawny Dart Master pounced towards Lei San with a startled cry. Chief Bodyguard. Quick, take the healing spirit pill. The skinny Dart Master held Lei San's head and panicked as he took out a small bottle from his arms. Pouring out a white pill was about to give it to Lei San. The dozen or so Dart Masters from the Divine Eagle Dart Bureau all rushed over, escorting Lei San in the center. He stared at Wang Jing with a cannibalistic death glare. Wow! A mouthful of black blood violently spurted out of Lei San's mouth and splattered on the ground. This black blood was mixed with bruises, toxins, and corroded fragments of internal organs, giving off a haunting aura. Lei San couldn't eat anything at all. Eclipse Poem. You are the Pantheon. Spectral Path. Lei San stretched out his finger and pointed it tremblingly at Wang Jing. Then the eyes began to go slack and consciousness faded. Chief Bodyguard. The skinny Dart Master's heartbreaking voice rang out. Lu Xiaotian looked at Lei San's corpse in shock. That Song Ying Iron Claw, who had just fought with him and even had the upper hand at one point, had died just like that? And the Spectral Path. Lei San's last words on his deathbed caused all the Jianghu people present to look at Wang Jing as if they had seen a ghost. In the 13 states of the Grand Xia, there was a state called the Demon State. The Devil's State approached the barbarians, one of the 7 dynasties of the Divine Martial Continent. There are 2 factions and 7 sects in the Devil's State. It is said to have come from a split in the Devil's Sect 1,000 years ago. The Devil's Sect calls itself holy, and at its peak, the entire Devil's State was under the control of the Devil's Sect. Long before the establishment of the Great Xia dynasty, the 2 sects and 7 clans of the Devil Sect had already taken root in the Devil State. It could even be said of all the Devil Dao sects in the 13 states of the Great Summer. All of them are somewhat inextricably linked to the Devil's Gate, and the Underworld Tao is one of the 2 schools and 7 clans. I'll take my leave now, as I think of other important matters. Seeing that the situation was not good, the withered Bonewang pointed his toes and rushed towards the direction outside the town with great speed. Whoosh! The arrows poured down like a sudden rain, each arrow flashing with a cold light. Asshole! Withered Bonewang cursed angrily. The cane made a dense trajectory through the air, or picking off, or knocking down. The movement is so fast that it's dizzying. As the rain of arrows grew denser, the withered Bonewang's figure retreated violently. Ha ha ha, you thieves, do you still want to leave Wujiang town alive today? Release it for this officer. Wang Jing waved his hand. The officers and soldiers on all sides drew their bows and arrows, covering everyone. Damn it, asshole, these court traitors? Fight them. People in the Jianghu are used to living a life of blood at the edge of the sword. Naturally, I'm not going to sit around and wait for it to happen. Especially the Dark Masters of the Divine Eagle Dart Bureau rushed towards Wang Jing in a desperate manner. Capture the thief first. Take down this dog official first. Someone called out in a loud voice. Another 20 to 30 figures rushed up along with the Divine Eagle Dart Bureau's Darkmen. The direction Wang Jing was in was likewise the weakest direction of the arrow rain. Although this person had previously killed the chief Darkmaster of the Divine Eagle Dart Bureau with a single slap, but everyone saw that the dog officer had made a sneak attack. Also with this idea is Lu Xiaotian, the Iron Fist Yama. Wang Jing rode on the back of his horse, his mouth showing contempt. The dozens of riders behind him let out a low cry and snapped into a neat and tidy movement, accompanied by the crisp sound of miso. Miso, miso. A long knife with a chilling light whistled out from its sheath. Master of the division, Ji Chushui and Lin Fu flew up to the roof of the room where Xiaomo was. The sword swung and blocked all the arrows raining in all directions. Summer's gaze was fixed on Wang Jing and the cavalry behind him. This group of cavalrymen had exquisite internal strength, and their martial arts skills were far beyond the black-robed ghost-faced archers who had surrounded them when they broke the temple. No, these guys, they're not cavalry. A brilliant light flashed in Summer's eyes. The cavalry behind Wang Jing suddenly dismounted in unison. One could only see their agile figures, like ghosts weaving in and out of the crowd. Wherever the blade passed, it left a silver trajectory visible to the naked eye. The Dart Masters of the Divine Eagle Dart Bureau, although they were also good fighters in the Jianghu, but in front of these people, it was obvious that they were a bit out of their depth. There was a constant sound of giggling, the sound of the blade cutting through cloth and flesh. This was followed by the sound of poof, poof, poof. One by one, the Dark Masters and the Jianghu men who rushed up to them fell in a pool of blood. Die for me. Lu Xiaotian, the Iron Fist Yama, was like an unshakable iron tower, his two fists wrapped in whistling fist winds, violently blasting out. Only two dull pops were heard, and the chests of the two charging cavalrymen suddenly collapsed. The figure flew out uncontrollably and fell heavily to the ground. No more sound. Seek death. Beside Wang Jing, a general clad in silver armor with a cold face leaped out. This person leapt up from his horse, his sword light weaving, instantly enveloping Lu Xiaotian under a shadow of swords. What a fast sword! Lu Xiaotian's heart sank, both fists clenched, sinking his waist and standing on his horse, both fists carrying the momentum of a mountain and a sea. He crashed hard into that deadly sword. The sword light and fist wind clashed fiercely in the air. The silver-armored general flew back. Although Lu Xiaotian has stabilized his feet, his clothes have been torn in many places, his face was pale, and it was obvious that this strike was also a great load for him. Right at this moment, when Mo Xia lightly leapt to Lu Xiaotian's side with a folding fan in his hand, Lu Xiaotian's taut nerves couldn't help but loosen slightly. It's just in time. We will definitely be able to strike together. Before the words fell, the folding fan in Mo Xia's hand violently closed. With a flick of the wrist, the folding fan struck Lu Xiaotian's waist with lightning speed and precision. Lu Xiaotian's figure shook, his face instantly pale as paper. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out like a spring, splashing down in the dust. The moment he fell, Lu Xiaotian turned around with difficulty, his gaze filled with disbelief and anger. A trembling finger, with the last of its strength, pointed at Mo Xia. You! The silver-armored general stepped forward without the slightest hesitation. With a flash of cold light, the long sword penetrated Lu Xiaotian's chest with unerring precision. Iron Fist Yama is really going to meet Yama this time. My lord! When Mo Xia stepped forward and bowed towards Wang Jing, Wang Jing nodded and pulled on the reins to leap forward. Almost all of the people in the Jianghu this evening have fallen under the rain of arrows. There were only a dozen or so scattered figures, all converging around the Jianghu Inn. Your humble servant sees the Fourth Highness. Wang Jing's gaze landed on Xiaoma, who was sitting on the roof. There was a meaningful smile on his face. Arched fists. Chapter 35, The Thousand Faces Illusory Face Technique. This palace has not contacted any local officials since leaving the divine capital, entering this martial border town and not revealing his identity. Listening to Lord Wang, he means that he already knew that this palace is here? Summer slowly stood up from the roof. Hands gently patted the dust that stained his clothes. Of course, if it were not for waiting for the Fourth Highness, as far as these jungle people are concerned, this official would have wiped them out long ago. Wang Jing smiled and pointed to the surviving dozen or so people around the Jianghu Inn. This includes the dead Bone Wang. Although this old man's martial arts skills did not enter Xiaomo's eyes, but a few rounds of arrows won't even kill him. Hearing the conversation between Summer and Wang Jing, the faces of the surrounding Jianghu people changed and changed. How could they not expect this night for the snowy ice heart lotus? It's amazing how many changes can be born. Eyes fell on Shamer in droves, the fourth prince of the Great Xia and master of the Jinwu division. I didn't expect that the leader of the organization used by the court to suppress the world's martial artists would be so young. Many people were slightly relieved in their hearts. In the current situation, This Shinwu division master had become their chance of survival. Hearing Wang Jing's tone of voice, Summer hadn't said anything yet. The four of them, Ji Chu Shue, had a vague look of anger rising on their faces. Lord Wang, how dare you violate your superiors in such a way? Do you want to rebel? And, Ji Chu Shue's voice grew colder and colder. When did you learn the heart-eroding palm of the underworld path? The earlier scene of Wang Jing sneaking up on the chief bodyguard of the Divine Eagle Dart Head, and they're all looking at it. If Miss Ji is so many questions, which one should I be allowed to answer first? Wang Jing suddenly revealed a wry smile. Lord Wang? Ha 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 ha. It was as if I had heard the funniest joke in the world. Dozens of writers behind Wang Jing laughed along at the same time. What's so funny? Lin Fu, who was on the side, suddenly opened his mouth and drank. Could it be that you are not Wang Jing? Shamer stared at Wang Jing's face and said thoughtfully, what? When these words came out, the crowd looked at Wang Jing in surprise. The court's one town's governor is being impersonated? All the laughter came to a screeching halt. A night breeze blew by, and the air seemed to turn a little stern. Wang Jing stared into Xiaomo's eyes, and after a moment of silence, he said, now that it's come to this, there's no harm in telling you. The sectional minister of this Wujiang town was killed by my lord 2 years ago. Suddenly, Wang Jing's face began to ripple like water. This is, everyone, including Shamer, looked at this bizarre scene in amazement. Wang Jing uttered that one sentence. Xia Mo had originally thought that someone had disguised himself as the appearance of Wang Jing, the Wujiang town festival minister, to impersonate him, but now it seems as if it's not as simple as transfiguration. For a very short time, the ripples stopped fluctuating. Wang Jing's face had completely changed into that of another person. The skin is fair and delicate, the nose is like a hanging gull, and the lips are like painted vermilion. From a middle-aged man to a young man in an instant. Thousand Faces illusory face technique. You are the illusory face Dragon King, Mei Qi. Cold sweat fell from the withered bone Wang's forehead. On one side, he pointed at Wang Jing in horror. No, it should be called Mei Qi now. Phantom Face Dragon King Mei Qi, one of the three holy sons of the underworld Dao in the demon state. It was likewise the personal disciple of the contemporary Dao master of the underworld Dao. No one knows how high this person's martial arts skills are, because anyone who has seen it is probably dead. Mei Qi had another mastery in addition to the martial arts of the underworld path. Thousand Faces illusory face Kung Fu. It is rumored that this technique originates from the ancient secret tradition. It can run the martial artist's internal energy between the sinews and bone marrow, and then manipulate the skin and flesh texture, illuminating thousands of faces. Between one breath, it can turn old into young, easy to ugly into handsome, 1,000 changes. There is no fixed phase. This skill is not only limited to face illusion, but also can simulate other people's voice, demeanor, and even temperament, making it difficult for people to distinguish between the real and the fake. The illusory face Dragon King Mei Qi had made great achievements for the underworld road with his Thousand Faces illusory face skill. That's why he sat as the holy son of the underworld Dao. I didn't think that you old man would know my lord's name. If you can submit to my lord, it is not impossible for this gentleman to spare your life. Mei Qi said softly as he looked at the withered bone Wang. Humph, the old man is not some 3-year-old. Will there be a way to live after crashing your good deed today? Withered bone Wang subconsciously glanced at Xia Mo. Consider the rumors of the phantom-faced Dragon King in the Jianghu. It's not at all self-evident who the target is tonight. When Mo Xie, I didn't expect that you would have already joined the banner of the underworld Dao. Withered bone Wang looked at Wen Mo Xie beside Mei Qi and said in a deep voice, those who know what's good for them are the ones who know what's good for them. Wen Mo Xie lightly shook his folding fan and smiled faintly. The phantom-faced Dragon King Mei Qi, right? 2 years, and it looks like not only the Wang Jing sectors have been dropped, but the soldiers and horses of the Wujian township have all been replaced with your people. After going to such lengths to lurk in the border towns of the Central Plains, why choose to expose them now? If you continue to act, this palace may not be able to see through your true colors. Shamer's face sank like water. If the reason for taking on the burden of the Jinwu division in the first place was just to be able to freely enter and exit the divine capital, but now he has a deep sense of threat from the jungle. These guys are really bold. Ha ha ha. As long as we can obtain the Fourth Highness, what is a mere martial border town? An unspeakable fire flashed in Mei Qi's eyes. It looks like the underworld Dao is trying to get rid of its name in the Jianghu. Thousand Faces illusory face technique. There was no need to guess what the other party wanted to do. Xia Mo smiled instead of anger, and looked at Mei Qi as if he was looking at a dead man. Your Fourth Highness is joking, not to mention whether the court can do it or not. After this night, this prince will travel to the divine capital in place of the Fourth Highness to greet the father. And what reason is there for the court to make a big deal out of it? After all, 3 of the Grand Masters on the Tianji Pavilion's martial arts evaluation are from the 2 schools and 7 clans. Mei Qi stared at Shamer and said word for word, The 2 sects and 7 clans of the Devil State were split from the Devil's Sect 1,000 years ago. On weekdays, despite the constant open and secret battles, but if the court wants to take a shot at any family, several other factions are bound to not stand idly by. The palace will make the trip. I'm afraid Fourth Highness doesn't have that chance. Release the arrows. At Mei Qi's command, the surrounding officials and soldiers, no, perhaps it would be more accurate to say underworld Tao disciples. Countless chilling lights cut through the night sky, carrying a deadly threat. The arrows from all directions were like a torrential downpour, pouring densely and swiftly in the direction of Xia Mo and the others. Shamer turned one palm toward the sky. A low and long buzzing sounded from Xiaomo's palm. The rain of arrows suddenly lurched in the air. Oomph! A cold grunt. Shamer clenched his 5 fingers. The arrows in the air began to make click and click sounds. It fell straight out of the air. This, withered Bone Wang and the surrounding Jianghu people revealed horrified looks. Mei Qi's face, however, gradually became gloomy. Chapter 36, The 3 Ultimate Fiends of the Underworld. It looks like the court really isn't fooling around with the establishment of this Shinwu division. Fourth Highness's martial arts are somewhat surprising. Mei Qi stared at Shamer and said word for word. The internal force is released externally to block the rain of arrows in the sky. This power Mei Qi thought that he was not as good as. Release. Makai waved his hand again. The rain of arrows from all directions came again. No matter how strong the internal power is, there will always be a time when it is exhausted. Xia Mo surrounded his body shielding astral energy and directly swept towards Mei Qi against the rain of arrows. Ji Chushue clenched her silver teeth. The flowing light blade technique was executed, instantly cutting down the arrows around them. Then followed Shamer as he rushed towards this side. At the same time, the withered Bone Wang also exerted his lightness, and actually went straight to an Mo Xia. There are almost no mediocre hands in the jungle that have survived until now. With the intricate structure of the surrounding houses, the rain of arrows could not help them at all. Meng Liang's stance was live, like an elusive night breeze. The toes of his feet flicked, each landing precisely avoiding the trajectory of the arrows. Although the rain of arrows was dense, it failed to even touch the corner of his coat. Each dodge was accompanied by an imperceptible chugging sound. It was the subtle sound of his toes tapping on a branch or a fallen leaf, lending his strength. Go to hell! In the blink of an eye, Meng Liang had approached the 2 closest archers. With a raise of his right hand, an illusory sword shadow appeared out of thin air. It was the illusory sword that he relied on to become famous. The tip of the sword flicked, and without a sound, the necks of the 2 archers had each received a thin bloodstain. Zhu Yan hid behind a pillar, clutching several poison plum blossom needles in her hands, fingers gently rubbing over the cold surface of the plum blossom needle. A hint of viciousness flashed in Zhu Yan's eyes. With a flick of his wrist, 5 plum blossom needles shot towards his target with a sharp cracking sound at an incredible speed. The archer sensed the danger too late. The first plum blossom needle struck his wrist with precision, and under the sharp pain, the bow and arrow in his hand came out of his hand. Immediately after that, the remaining 4 plum blossom needles struck his throat, heart, and both knees. Almost at the same time, the flame of his life went out. Zhu Yan's figure was once again hidden in the shadows. Cold plums reflect the snow, and frost falls 3 ways. Lin Fu let out a low chant, and his sword light skyrocketed like frost and snow. Not only did it illuminate the dark battlefield around it, it cut the air to pieces. Within the sword light, dots of cold plums could be seen blooming. When the 3 archers saw this, they all looked horrified. With a flash of sword light, the bodies of the 3 archers were actually covered by a thin layer of ice crystals in an instant. Then clicks sounded one after another. The sound of ice crystals breaking, and the omen of the end of their lives. Seeing that the 3 were so valiant, the remaining Jianghu Zhonghua were all energized. There was a flurry of killing towards the archers around them. For a moment, the situation was a mess. On the other side, Xia Mo flew up, aiming at Mei Qi, who was right in front of the crowd, killing court officials and putting the idea on his head. There is really a way to take death. Kill! The 5 knights bellowed in unison, their voices converging into an unstoppable torrent. The light of the swords was like a dragon, sharp and unrivaled, and they all chopped at Xia Mo. Out of your depth. Xia Mo's eyes were like electricity. Just at the moment when the 5 long knives were about to touch his body, with a violent wave of his hand, as easy as capturing a falling leaf, he actually steadily grasped all 5 blade tips in his hand. What? The 5 knights were startled. In the blink of an eye, the 5 long knives shattered with a bang, turning into countless fragments that flew in all directions. The 5 knights were impacted by the force of this backlash. Their faces instantly paled like paper, and the corners of their mouths overflowed with threads of blood. The body was like a kite with broken strings, losing control and flying out backwards. Xia Mo went unabated, reaching out and grabbing towards Mei Qi's face. Holy sun! 5 more knights rushed forward, without even having the time to pull out his sword. His eyes blinked and he was sent flying out by a huge force. Mei Qi was as heavy as frost covered his face. a palm was slapped out. The center of the palm was covered in black gas, like the door to the abyss slowly opening. The temperature around them plummeted. The wind stung the bones, and the grass was scared. Xiaomo's eyes narrowed slightly, and true qi surged within his body. The two palms faced each other and a roaring sound erupted. Mei Qi's face changed again and again, and his body vaguely trembled. The horse under his crotch, unable to withstand the impact of this force, let out a mournful neigh and collapsed to the ground. Mei Qi saw the situation is not good. Face astern, body shape suddenly changed, like a ghost out of shell. Perform a kind of weird light skill. Suddenly, he had already drawn back and flew several feet away. When he landed on the ground, his footsteps were chained together, stepping on a dozen or so steps in a row, and each step was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Stepping on the solid ground and making a deep imprint. After standing firmly, Mei Qi looked at Xiaoma in disbelief. Although he is famous for his thousand faces illusory face technique in the Jianghu, but as the holy son of the underworld road, his martial arts skills are straight after the older generation of the Jianghu. I didn't expect this fourth prince's martial arts to be even more incredible. That rigid and overbearing true qi caused Mei Qi's hands behind his back to be a little numb even now. On the other side, the silver-armored general was about to help Mei Qi, when he suddenly felt a cold wind on his face and a crisis suddenly arrived. The silver-armored general reacted swiftly. His figure lurched and his head tilted back slightly, just like a swimming fish avoiding the waves. Avoided the sudden slash in the nick of time. The blade grazed the hair on his forehead, bringing up a wisp of smoke. Your opponent is me. Ji Chuxue aimed her sword at the silver-armored general and said coldly, "One ma evil, let the old immortal go, and I promise to keep my mouth shut about tonight's events." Withered Bonewang looked at Wen Moxie and the dozen or so cavalrymen who were blocking the way. The face was quite ugly. Wen Moxie's folding fan unfolded with a helpless look on his face. Withered Bonewang, I don't want to be your enemy either, but if I let you go, I won't be able to save my little life. So, better yet, please go to hell. Wen Moxie's tone suddenly became icy cold. Humph, come and try if you have the skill. Withered Bonewang's walking stick was crossed in front of his body. Despite having overestimated Fourth Highness as much as possible, I didn't expect to underestimate, Makai said, staring at the slowly approaching Shamer. Are those your last words? Shamer's face was expressionless. It's not certain who the deer will be. 3 elders, what's the time to wait if you don't show up? Makai's voice spread out. Saint's son, if the 3 of us were to make a move, the Saint's son could be considered a failure in this examination. A mellow voice rang out. 3 figures came from far away and blocked in front of Shamer. Underworld Road, Hidden Darkness, there are 3 elders, specializing in the art of combining attacks. Shocked the Jianghu. The world fear as ghosts and gods. It's called the 3 deadly furies of the underworld. Chapter 37, Mei Qi's death. For the sake of my underworld Dao's great cause, what is a district test? Don't be careless. The 3 elders, this Shenwu division master's martial arts skills are even higher than imagined. Seeing the visitor, Mei Qi subconsciously sighed in relief. Then he looked at Shamer with a scornful gaze. Xiaomo's attention at this moment was on the 3 people who had suddenly appeared. The 3 deadly furies of the underworld? These 3 were elder-level figures within the underworld Dao whose status was second only to the underworld Dao master. It counts as a fierce reputation in the devil's state. I didn't expect to come to the central plains this time as well. Listening to the meaning of their words, it was nothing more than some kind of boring stuff like the Holy Sun examination. This is the Imperial Court's Shenwu division master? It's a shame to have such a martial art at such a young age. The woman wrapped in a long black veil dress among the 3 ultimate fiends of the underworld suddenly licked her lips. Shamer's eyes were drawn to an ancient zither in the woman's hands that was as tall as a person. The zither demon Lu Wuyin. A song, Dark Night Underworld song, can seduce the soul. Wherever the sound wave goes, the mind and spirit are all in turmoil. Combined with its unique finger method, soul-breaking finger. The wind of the finger with the sound of the zither. Straight to the heart. No one can block its front. Humph. Tie hooves don't let loose. This kid in front of you is not something you can covet. Beware of missing the great event of the Taoist master. Beside Lu Wuyin, a tower-like strong man hummed lightly. The Iron Guard, Yu Chi Ching, cultivated the underworld Dao's renowned iron bone technique, melting the heavens and earth's most rigid and yang qi, hammering the physical body, strong and unparalleled, capable of carrying a tripod, invulnerable to swords and spears. Humph, what's it got to do with you Mangina? Lu Wuyin glared at Yu Chi Ching. One stood the zither on the ground and looked ready to strike. Okay, a chortle. The last of the 3 ultimate fiends of the underworld was an old man in his 60s with a slightly changed face. Shadow Hand Meng Xian Yu. Underworld shadow weaving, unique in the martial arts world, specializing in shadow as a mediator. Hands into the invisible. A great enemy is at hand, and you are still infighting. Beware of the gutter today. Meng Xian Yu's pair of eyes stared dead on at Xiaomo, who had appeared very calm since they showed up. For some reason, there was a vague sense of foreboding in my heart. Old man Meng, isn't that a bit too alarmist? With the three of us here, plus Saint Plum, could we not take down such a young man? Lu Wuyin suspiciously looked at Xiamo. Unless the current emperor is out of his mind, he cannot be so childish, letting a young child sit in such an important position as the head of the Zhenwu division. Be careful what you wish for. Yu Qiqing's dull voice sounded again. Have you all had enough chat? Xiamo looked toward the underworld three Jedi fiends and Mei Qi, whose face was gradually turning red on the side. The corners of his mouth suddenly traced a bizarre arc. With a whoosh sound, the person had already disappeared from his original position, and in the next moment, appeared above Lu Wuyin's head. Sound attack type martial arts are rare in the Jianghu, but almost every one of them has its own unique power. The palm wind was biting cold, covering the sky, and the four fields felt stuffy and abnormal. Lu Wuyin's face suddenly changed, and she wanted to touch the string to respond, but her arm weighed 1,000 pounds, and it was difficult to move, as if she was haunted by a nightmare. Yelp! Yu Qiqing suddenly exploded with a tiger's roar. His body was stout and stood up to protect in front of Lu Wuyin. His clothes burst, his muscles were gnarled, the color of iron was hidden, and his fist was wrapped in the momentum of wind and thunder, blasting towards Xia Mo. Fists and palms exchanged blows, and the roar shook the sky. Yu Qiqing let out a low chant, forcibly suppressing the tumbling blood qi in his chest. Dust flew under his feet, sinking the ground into an abyss. A deep pit heave. Keep your head down, Lu Wuyin chirped, fingertips slightly trembling. Finally got to break free from the bondage. The string sound suddenly rose, with the sound as the blade, in all directions, sharp intention to point directly to the summer mare. Xiamo's body shape spread out, performing the Zhongyi Dengxian steps, just like a swimming dragon taking off a rabbit. In an instant, he was already far away from the place where the sword lights were intertwined, and was now several feet away. Meng Xianyue bizarrely appeared behind Xiamo. The figure appeared and disappeared, as if thousands of phantoms were overlapping, making it difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. A finger pointed out, like a cold star in a valley, pointing directly at the void behind Xiamo. Spectral finger. True qi was abundant, erupting from his fingertips, transforming into a wisp of ghostly blue qi, as thin as a swimmer's thread, but as heavy as 1,000 pounds. The martial arts skills of these three absolute demons of the underworld might not be as good as the demon monk Bewildering Heart in the ancient temple when taken out individually, but the three of them move with a tacit understanding. The level of threat was by no means less than the demonic monk Bewitching Heart, not to mention the fact that there was a phantom-faced Dragon King watching from the side. Good chance, made Qi eyes like a falcon. Spied Meng Xianyu quietly appeared in the back of Xia Mo. His figure moved slightly, like a ghost, instantly adjusting his orientation. Wanting to form a pincer attack with Meng Xianyu, Mei Qi's aura around him suddenly changed, as if there were countless illusory faces rapidly flowing around him, or hideous, or compassionate, or playful, or angry. The illusions are endless. 1,000 faces of phantom kill. Mei Qi launched both palms violently. One could only see the countless illusory faces coalesce into a terrifying true qi, transforming into an illusory dragon made of interwoven light and shadow. With open teeth and claws, carrying an amazing might, he lunged towards Xia Mo. This is the reason why he is called the Illusory Dragon King by people in the Jianghu. The corner of Xiamo's mouth slightly hooked, a cold smile, the body shape lightly turned, leisurely stood in the gap between Meng Xianyue and Mei Qi's attack. The demeanor is not worried. Just see Xia Mo fingertip light point, like spring breeze rain, and like autumn frost over the leaves. Underworld finger of the cold and poisonous, but by this gentle fold, quietly dissolved. What? Meng Xianyu's face changed slightly, and his attack stalled slightly. Before he had time to react, Xiamo's figure stormed up. The wind of his fist was like a dragon, wrapped in the blaze of the marrying clothes divine skill, and before the fist arrived, the fire had already started ablaze. This punch, however, was blasted towards Mei Qi. This person's 1,000 faces illusory face technique was too bizarre. It would really be a big trouble if he impersonated someone else and mixed into the court later. The air was ignited, and the flames intertwined with the true qi, creating an unstoppable force. Boom! As soon as the two sides came into contact, the giant dragon transformed by Mei Qi's palm power was swallowed up in an instant. Xiamo's figure ghostly disappeared in place, and in the next moment had appeared in front of him. Mei Qi's face twitched and his pupils shrank, full of unwillingness and horror as he yelled, "No!" A punch lands to the chest of Makai. With a roar, Mei Qi's body was like a kite with broken strings, flying backwards and crashing into a house not far away. The house shattered at the sound, dust and debris flying in all directions, and when the dust settled, only to see in the ruins, Mei Qi was covered in fire, black smoke, unable to move. With the full force of the grafting divine power, the result was naturally self-evident. The phantom-faced Dragon King Mei Qi dead. No way! Lu Wuyin directly exclaimed in shock. Mei Qi was one of the 3 holy sons of their underworld Dao, though not known for martial arts. However, if they were to fight alone, among the 3 underworld furies, no one has been able to securely defeat Mei Qi. Thousand Faces Phantom Kill was likewise a great killing move of Mei Qi. How is it possible to be defenseless? Perform the art of combining attacks, don't hold back. Meng Xianyue was the first to react, his figure storming back, pulling away from Xiamo by a distance. Just now, Xiamo's martial arts skill of breaking his underworld finger was not mentioned for the time being. When he killed Mei Qi, he was as powerful as the thunder and fire of the earth. It really made Meng Xianyue's heart jump a little. The Taoist master of the underworld Dao was a martial artist, and the rumors in the Jianghu were that he was already infinitely close to the Grand Master on the Tianji Pavilion's martial arts evaluation. The tactics of this Xinwu division master just now, it gave Meng Xianyue the illusion of facing the Dao master of the underworld Dao directly. Chapter 38, 1,000 Folds of Red Makeup, Blossoms and Falls. Lu Wuyin and Yu Qiqing moved their figures and surrounded Xiaomo in the center with Meng Xianyu in a formation of 3 talents. Mei Qi is dead. The plan has completely failed. Go all out and kill him together. Meng Xianyu stared at Xiaomo, his voice cold and abnormal. Lu Wuyin instantly caressed the Yaoqin and gracefully erected it to the ground. A high tune plays. Sound waves such as silk like a wisp, entangled seem to have thousands of whispers, attracting people into the illusion. The mind and spirit are lost. Yu Qiqing's body was like an iron tower, and the strength of his flesh was comparable to gold and stone. Without holding an inch of iron, with just a pair of meaty fists, he can shake mountains and rivers. The wind of the fists whistled, carrying the clanging sound of metal clashing, and each strike seemed to have the force of 1,000 pounds, enough to open mountains and crack rocks. Meng Xianyue spread his hands out, only to see black shadows densely covered, like ghosts under the night. Each black shadow contained Meng Xianyue's deep and thick internal energy, or entangling, cutting, or binding. They intertwined into a web of death that surrounded Shamer. The 3 strike together in silence. The sound waves, fist winds, and black shadows in the sky intertwined, forming a huge vortex that firmly absorbed Shamer in the center. Within the vortex, Yu Qiqing suddenly manifested and let out a low roar, his voice mixed with endless anger and determination. Underneath Yu Qiqing's skin, it was as if there were thousands of iron currents surging, and his bones let out a roar. The body surface was covered with a layer of impenetrable steel luster, just like a living steel god of war. The whirlpool that was originally raging around them even trembled slightly, and Yu Qiqing's eyes were like torches, locking onto Xiaomo, who was not far away. An iron fist containing the power of a landslide blasted toward Xiaomo. Interesting. The corner of Xiaomo's mouth hooked up a faint smile, in the face of this strike that was enough to shake mountains and rivers. Instead of flickering and avoiding, he condensed his entire body's true chi into the end of his fist. The true chi of the marrying cloth divine power surged and glittered with red light, like a dance of flames, both fiery and lingering. The moment the 2 fists met, it was as if heaven and earth were silent. Yu Qiqing clenched his teeth, his face was resolute, and the power of the iron bone decision was evident. Even in the face of the dominance of Xiaomo's marrying cloth's divine power, he was able to stand his ground and fight with his fists, vowing to distinguish between the 2. Is that all? Shamer suddenly opened his mouth. Yu Qiqing, who was gritting his teeth, froze. The next moment, there was a sound of breaking air in his ears. Xiaomo swept his foot violently towards Yu Qiqing's head, the true chi containing the marrying cloth's divine skill blazing like fire, flames shooting out in all directions. Yu Qiqing instinctively raised his hand to block, but as soon as his palm touched it, it was illuminated by the flaming true chi and turned red like red iron, and the pain was excruciating. With a roar, Yu Qiqing was blown away by a kick as if he were a cannonball through a wall. The house was dusty, and a man-high cavity now appeared in the wall. The surrounding vortex of true chi, however, had no intention of dissipating. Just at this moment, Meng Xianyue's figure quietly appeared behind Xiaomo, just like a ghost. His 5 fingers were open, black gas lingering, almost blending in with the night. Silently, it struck at Summer's back. Xiaomo seems to have an aura behind him. Instantly turning around, Tianshan folding plum hand is like a cold plum blossoming. Palm wind is harsh, with a bit of cold light. Meng Xianyue was clasped by Xiaomo's wrist in an instant. The black shadow trembled as if it was frozen by frost, losing its previous agility and swiftness. The sound of the zither suddenly rose, melodious with a hint of strangeness, coming from all directions. Xiaomo's figure was slightly stagnant, seemingly disturbed by the sound of the zither. Meng Xianyu used this opportunity to draw back violently. Looking up, he saw a huge sword appear out of thin air, hanging high in the sky, the sword light as dazzling as a pike, and without hesitation, he chopped down towards Xiaomo's head. What a pain in the ass, Summers muttered. A fist blasted out, The true chi surged and surged as if a volcano was erupting, magma overflowing in all directions as it fought head-on with the giant sword. After a few moments of stalemate, the giant sword finally couldn't withstand the force of Xiaomo's fist and shattered into countless fragments, dissipating into the air. So that's how it is. The so-called underworld triple Jedi fury is with the help of your homologous martial arts. Trinity. Whether this palace fights any of you, it is fighting 3 people at once. Xiaomo swept his gaze over Meng Xianyu, Yu Qi-ching, and Lu Wuyin one by one. Meng Xianyu sneered. Not bad. The 3 of us now each have internal strength equal to the sum of the 3 of us. You are fighting 1 person, which is equivalent to fighting 3 people at the same time. If the 3 of us strike at the same time, you will definitely die today. I've been in the Jianghu for many years, but I have yet to kill an imperial prince of the dynasty, so today is considered a precedent. Shamer shook his head gently. In vain. You are also called the old man of the Jianghu. I did not expect all of them to be drunken bags. This palace has seen your martial arts. It's really a bit dull now. There's no need to rush. I'll have you on your way in no time. Shamer suddenly stretched out in a big way. A languid tone said, Humph, how dare you speak up when you're dying? Bitch, old man Meng, go all out. Don't give him any chance. Yu Qi-ching angrily urged the iron bone skill. The potential in his body was released to the fullest, and his body erupted with dazzling iron light, as if the blazing sun was breaking through the clouds and shining brightly. After the iron light and the extreme flourishing, slowly flow, even gradually faded hard color, turned into a warm jade-like luster. Yu Qi-ching tapped his foot and the ground collapsed, creating a deep pit. It charged directly towards Shamer. Spell it out. Lu Wuyin lightly opened her vermilion lips, her hands gently lifted, and the Yaoqin was slowly suspended in midair under the traction of her internal force. As she flicked her fingertips, a stirring and surging killing sound suddenly rang out. The sound of this zither contained endless killing intent and power, as if it could summon the underworld. At that moment, the air around them trembled, a gloomy wind rose, and countless skeleton generals clad in underworld armor and holding blades appeared out of thin air. A ghostly green light flashed in his eyes as he viciously lunged towards Shamer. Meng Xianyu's true chi was compressed to the extreme as he slapped out his palm, and a large black and red handprint exploded from his palm. This large black and red handprint was strangely colored, black with red with black. It rapidly expanded in the air, covering the sky and carrying a destructive aura as it blasted towards Xiaomo. Xiaomo's expression was awe-inspiring. These 3 people joining forces did have some power. Hands slowly raised, fingertips tapping, weaving some sort of trajectory in the void. The surrounding air seemed to be pulled by an invisible hand, converging into a brilliant red light that surrounded Xiaomo's body, like the layers of a bride's dowry when she gets married. It is both beautiful and contains unspeakable power. Red light jumped around his fingertips, eventually condensing into a dazzling beam of light that pointed directly at Yu Qi-ching, Lu Wuyin and Meng Xianyu. 1,000 folds of red makeup, a thought of flowers blooming, a thought of flowers falling. As Xiaomo let out a clear whistle, the light erupted violently, transforming into 1,000 overlapping red light shadows that swept toward the 3 like a raging storm. Although Yu Qi-ching's iron bone skill was strong, it appeared to be overwhelmed by this strike. Shocked by the red light, he retreated back and forth, and a crack even appeared in his body intertwined with iron light and jade color. The sound of Lu Wuyin's zither came to an abrupt end, and those underworld armored skeleton generals were reduced to nothingness under the onslaught of red light. Yaoqin was sent flying by the shock, and she herself was also pale, obviously suffering from minor internal injuries. As for Meng Xianyue, the moment the large black and red handprint came into contact with the red light, it was actually like ice and snow encountering the hot sun, rapidly melting away. Meng Xianyue's entire body was shaken by this force and flew backwards, falling heavily to the ground. Unable to get up for a moment, there was silence all around, and Xiaomo was the only one left standing in place. Chapter 39, The Big Kill. You're a grand master. Yu Qi-ching struggled to support his body with his hands, looking at the oncoming summer, showing an incredulous look. That red light just now, rigid and overbearing, directly broke the iron bone technique that he had urged to the extreme. Most notably, the true chi contained within it had clearly stepped into another level. That was a realm that their underworld Tao masters had dreamed of all these years. The bones of the human body, as if the trunk of the tree, supporting the flesh and blood, guarding the internal organs, is the foundation of life. When you cultivate this Gong method to the extreme, your bone marrow will be full and your bones will be dense. So not only will you have great strength, but you will also be able to resist external evils. But if it is subjected to the strongest and most rigid force, or meets with strange poisons and strange techniques, breaks its defense, and attacks the bone marrow, then the origin is damaged, and the foundation is shaken. Even if you can get well, you'll still be an invalid in the future. Xiaomo indifferently looked at Yu Qi-ching. Even if they combined the strength of the 3 of them, The upper limit of this iron bone technique was there. If we change the Vajra unbreakable divine power, even if his inner strength was not as good as his own, he could definitely fight hard with the grafting divine power. Cough cough, he. It would be worth it to die at the hands of a grand master. I just didn't expect that at your young age and being the son of a royal prince, you would have practiced such a terrifying martial art. The Tao Lord has really miscalculated this time. Yu Qing's breath gradually weakened. Hearing Shamer's words, he couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. Hit the road. Summers didn't bull **** either. Half crouching down, his palm gently touched Yu Qing's chest. A muffled grunt. Yu Qing's eyes' divine light dissipated and he directly collapsed. Meng Xianyu witnessed this scene, face horrified color, quickly points several key points around the body, briefly suppressed the injury. A palm silently slapped the ground, and before the dust could rise, his figure had already left the ground like a ghost. Escape! Meng Xianyu only had one thought in his mind at the moment. Facing a grandmaster. If the underworld Tao master was here, he might barely have a fighting chance, but they alone can't possibly have a chance of winning. The light stance Meng Xianyu was performing at the moment was extremely fast. Under the interplay of moonlight and shadows, he swept towards the outskirts of Wujiang town. Xia Mo whirled around and looked, his eyes like torches, locking onto Meng Xianyu's back as he fled. Feet lightly, shrinking the ground into inches, in an instant, has stood in the path of Meng Xianyu forward. What? Meng Xianyu's face turned pale. At a handful of years old, it's better to stay. Xia Mo looked at Meng Xianyu and blandly said. Meng Xianyu had a look of awe in his eyes. A palm struck towards Xia Mo, and just as the palm wind approached, it instantly dissipated, and his figure had already stormed back more than 10 feet. Fearless struggle. Summer's voice once again rang from his ears. Meng Xianyu was just about to say something, then the whole world went dark. Xia Mo looked at Meng Xianyu's corpse, and without looking back, he walked towards the last Lu Wuyin. Why don't you run away? Lu Wuyin covered her chest, and there was still blood at the corner of her mouth. To flee or not to flee, the result is the same. Summers nodded. This palace is interested in your sound skills. If you can abandon your darkness, I'll spare your life for now today. Lu Wuyin smiled miserably. Do I have a choice? Shamer looked at her curiously. Is it that easy for you to betray the underworld? Lu Wuyin stood up from the ground. I was originally halfway to joining the underworld as well. Nor can I speak of any loyalty to the underworld. If His Royal Highness encounters a stronger enemy in the future, and I won't do my duty for you. Sharmu really sized up Lu Wuyin. You're quite frank, but none of that matters. The palace isn't very comfortable with you right now either. Seal your martial arts first, and wait for the palace in the divine capital next. After Xia Mo finished speaking, he reached out and quickly pointed a few acupoints on Lu Wuin's body. Lu Wuyin stifled a grunt and didn't say anything more. When you return, hand over what you know about the underworld Tao and the 2 sects and 7 clans of the demon state first. Shamer turned to look at several other battlefields. Half of the underworld Tao disciples with bows and arrows in hand were already dead or injured. On the other side, Ji Chushua's figure moved slightly, like a willow in the wind. Fluttering, the flowing light blade in his hand swung violently, chopping towards the silver-armored general at an extremely fast speed. The silver-armored general's face changed slightly, and the long sword in his hand instantly transformed into 1,000 sword shadows, interweaving into an impenetrable sword net. Ji Chushua's blade was like the light of daybreak, piercing through the curtain of night. The silver-armored general's pupils suddenly shrunk, as if he was facing an abyss, and in his eyes, everything was empty, except for the light of the sword. In a matter of moments, the neck of the silver-armored general suddenly appeared a line of crimson. Blood then gushed out, such as a spring like unstoppable, stained the silver armor. Fast swords versus fast knives. In the end, fast knives were better. Ji Chushua's chest rose and fell. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, and it was clear that the win had not been easy. With a movement of his body, Xia Mo instantly appeared between the cavalry led by Mei Qi earlier. Bang, 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 bang. The 7 or 8 cavalrymen didn't even see anyone. Their bodies left the ground and flew out backwards in all directions, with Shamer joining the fight. The disciples of the underworld Tao who came this time were quickly killed and wounded. Master of the division, Lin Fu, Meng Liang, and Zhu Yan swept in one after another. The Jianghu people who were still alive did not stay, but broke out towards the outside of Wujiang town. There was no need to think about it to know that this night's battle in Wujiang town would soon spread throughout the Jianghu. The Imperial Court Xinwu Division Master was actually a great master. Division Master, the withered bone Wang has escaped. Several people were currently gathered around a body with a dented head. It was none other than Xuanzhou's left path master, when Mo said. Earlier, during the chaos, when Mo led a group of underworld Dao disciples to stop the withered Bonewang. Unexpectedly, Humph really underestimated that old guy. Lin Fu poked when Mo's corpse with his sword. A feeling of a hijacked life rose in the bottom of his heart. If the withered Bonewang had used this kind of strength to fight him in the beginning, with his current internal strength alone, even if he executed the cold plum reflecting snow sword technique, he could not be a match for the withered Bonewang. People grow old. With the age of the withered Bonewang, it's normal to hide some tricks in the dark, Ji Chushua slowly said as she sheathed her sword. Notify the garrison of the neighboring towns to wrap up. Also, Flying Eagle sent a letter to the brocade guards to thoroughly investigate all the border towns in the Central Plains. If there is another situation like this in Wujiang town, let Feng Zhang take off the hat of the commander of the brocade guards himself. Xia Mo was silent for a moment and said to Ji Chushue, yes, master of the division. What about this man? Lin Fu pointed to Lu Wuyin on the side. She was blocked from martial arts by my unique means, so I'll have her escorted back to the divine capital first. We'll dispose of it when we return from Xinzhou. Xia Mo glanced at Lu Wuyin and said. Ji Chushua let out a whistle, and another letter eagle, very different from the one at the ancient temple, landed under the night sky. Chapter 40 Xinzhou, the Imperial Palace. Inside the Imperial Study, a porcelain marigold flew out from the side of the dragon case and swept past Feng Zhang's ear. A loud clang struck the doorway, shattering the porcelain in all directions and raising a cloud of dust in the room. Feng Zhang's head hung lower and lower, touching the dust a few times, and the Xia Emperor's angry voice came to his ears. What do you Jinyui do for a living? A town knucklehead, along with his own soldiers, has been stolen and replaced, and you guys don't even know anything about it. After saying that, the anger did not stop, and then scolded in a stern voice, if one day, I also suffered from this kind of backstabbing, are you also at a loss? Not realize? Feng Zhang's body trembled slightly, and he said in a five-body fearful manner, Your Majesty forgive me. The voice was humble and showed all the awe and trepidation. Being the commander of the Jinyui for so many years, Feng Zhang naturally knew never to argue anything with the Xia Emperor at this time. It's the angry Summer King who is the least dangerous. If the Xia Emperor's attitude was bland today, then Feng Zhang would really have to worry about his own head. Emperor Xia coldly glanced at Feng Zhang. His anger calmed down a little, and said, This time if it wasn't for Old Four saying that you still have some use, I will have to punish you severely. The Zhenwu division is in its infancy, and the place is understaffed. You personally take a team of elites and rush to Xinzhou in a starry night. When you get there, just do whatever the oldest one tells you. Xinzhou is adjacent to the Central Plains. The Jianghu forces there are not small, and there is a great master, so we really can't be careless. Feng Zhang was as if he had been pardoned and said in fear, Many thanks, Your Majesty. I will set off for Xinzhou immediately after I return. Emperor Xia gently nodded. Go. Feng Zhang slowly got up and respectfully retreated back. After Emperor Xia watched Feng Zhang walk out of the Imperial Study, the eyes became deep, muttered under his breath, The Devil's State, the Underworld Road. Your Majesty, the secret guards have found traces of what happened in Wujiang town, but lately, I'm doing my best to track down Wen Liang's whereabouts, so I didn't care about it for a while too. Eunuch Li, who was holding a duster at the side, bowed and said. Emperor Xia waved his hand, starting from the great ancestor, all the way up to me. I'm about to get used to the lawlessness of these Jianghu people. Why else do you think I would be so supportive of Lao Si? The matter of his assumption of the post of master of the Department of Jinwu, not to mention the civil and military ministers, is a matter of several other sons of mine. There's a lot of opposition. Eunuch Li bowed once again. This time, after the battle in Wujiang town, Fourth Highness's identity as a grandmaster should spread throughout the world. There will be much less resistance from the court. Emperor Xia nodded approvingly. Good, I'm sure Old Four has it in his mind. By the way, Eunuch Li, is there any news about the mysterious group of black cavalry that appeared outside the divine capital? Back to Your Majesty. The secret guards are close to figuring out where that group of cavalrymen landed. A cold light flashed in Emperor Xia's eyes. Remember not to frighten the snakes. I would like to see who was so capable to raise such a cavalry under my nose. Yes, Devil State, Underworld Mountain, the peaks of the mountain range, the jagged rocks, the forests are lush and shaded, the streams are gurgling and hidden in ghostly light. There is a deep valley in the mountains, like a gap in the sky, hidden between the verdure. On the two walls of the valley, there are even houses scattered, layers upon layers. The complex is built on the mountain and is skillfully crafted to blend in with the cliffs. Between the houses, winding paths and stone steps lead you deeper and deeper. In the deepest part, a thatched cottage was hidden. This house is simple, but exudes a transcendent tranquility and mystery. In front of the thatched hut, a side of green stone lay still, on which sat an old man. The old man was dressed in a black robe. His face was emaciated. His features were well defined, and his eyebrows revealed an aura of unruffled authority. In other words, my underworld Tao lost 3 elders, a holy son, and 200 to 300 disciples. In the end, nothing is gained. Instead, it has become the prestige of the court's Jinwu division. The old man slowly opened his eyes. As far as the eye could see, 2 young men and an old crone with a cane stood respectfully before them. Taoist master. That's how it's rumored in the Jianghu. No one would have thought that Jinwu division master, who was not even as young as a weak crown, would be a martial Dao grandmaster. The old woman bowed slightly and said to the underworld Dao master, "Humph, less than a weak grandmaster? Elder Wu, you believe such borderline words?" The underworld Dao master snorted coldly. "But master, with the martial arts skills of the 3 elders and Master Mei, if it wasn't for the Grand Master's strike, even if surrounded by an army, escaping would always be no problem. No news has come back until now. But as the rumors say, it's a lot of bad luck." One of the young men in azure robes spoke. The gaze of the Dao master of the underworld Dao looked at the young man. "This seat has been in seclusion for many hours, cultivating our sect's supreme martial arts mind method, the underworld heart sutra. That last layer of barriers is always like a mirror, begging for more. A mere boyish son, even if he started cultivating from inside his mother's womb, it's impossible for him to become a great master at this age. The Taoist lord is right, that His Highness the 4th Prince must be a puppet introduced by the court. The real Jinwu division master is someone else. Brother Mei and the 3 elders must have been poisoned by the real Jinwu division master." Another slightly older man suddenly spoke up. The underworld Dao master nodded. "That's what this seat thinks. Humph, the court hawks are truly treacherous. The underworld 3 Jedi fury is even so. But Mei Chi's 1,000 faces illusory face skill. In the past few hundred years of this sect, it was not easy for one person to emerge to cultivate this skill to great success. It was supposed to have a big role later, but I didn't realize it was in the gutter." The man in azure robes had his eyes downcast. There was a flash of imperceptible joy in it. Then raising his head, he said with some concern, "Master, the court is aware of what we have done in Wujiang town." "Will," the Taoist master of the underworld Dao said disdainfully, "unless the imperial court wants to cause chaos in the world, it will never be possible to do anything to my underworld Dao. But, send an order to the disciples of the underworld Dao outside of the demon state to all switch from light to dark from now on. Don't let the court hawks and dogs find out. Otherwise, this seat won't be able to save them." The Guanshan Mountains stand majestically, clouded with iron bones and standing above the plains. It is majestic and magnificent. Hoofbeats thundered in the distance. Dust flew up, and 5 steeds galloped from the sky. In a short while, 5 riders have been to the front. The sound of hoofbeats came to an abrupt end. Only the remaining sound around the beams. A long time does not dissipate. Division Master, Xianzhou has arrived. Shamer looked at the majestic pass in front of him. Jintu Pass. Shamer saw in a trance the shadow of Yanmen Pass, the first majestic pass in his previous life. "It took you guys a lot of time to break through the realm by taking the snow region Ice Heart Lotus. Don't delay here. Run directly to Ming Ancient City." Yes. Chapter 41 Worship. After Xia Mo killed Mei Qi, the snowy Ice Heart Lotus naturally fell into his hands. A 300-year-old snowy Ice Heart Lotus was of little use to a Grand Master, so let Ji Chuxue, Lin Fu, Meng Liang and Zhu Yan share the food. Even with Xia Mo's assistance, it took the 4 of them several days to fully digest the medicinal power of the snowy Ice Heart Lotus. Lin Fu's internal force had directly increased from Qi chakra penetration to thick internal force. Ji Chuxue has reached the peak of the realm of thick internal energy, half a foot into the realm of internal energy release. Meng Liang and Zhu Yan's internal force was barely chakra penetration. Now they have half a foot in the realm of thick inner strength. The 4's martial arts skills improved by leaps and bounds, especially Lin Fu. The true power of the cold plum reflecting snow sword technique gradually came into play. Even Ji Chuxue didn't dare to say that she could securely defeat Lin Fu right now. With this delay, the time that was once plentiful was suddenly strained. So the 5 of them sped up and went all the way from Wujiang town to Xianzhou. Nor was there much delay at the border. All the way towards Nariku City. In the realm of Xianzhou, there is the city Minggu. The city wall is made of green stone. Through the wind, rain and snow, more simple and pale. Above the city gate, hanging with an iron sword as decoration, the sword light as frost, through a biting sword aura, so that passers-by are not fear. The streets in the city were narrow, lined with ancient inns and martial arts halls with modeled signboards revealing the traces of age. In the center of the city, there stands a lofty tower called Nameless, with the top of the tower pointing to the sky and the body of the tower inlaid with countless sword marks. Each one is a mark left by a master of the jungle. Ming Dynasty City, Pang House. In a hall, there was a solemn atmosphere between the carved beams and painted buildings. Xia Mo sat in the chief. The table celadon tea light smoke curls, tea fragrance overflowing. Ji Chuxue, Lin Fu, Meng Liang, and and Zhu Yan stood on both sides behind Xiaomo, as if they were the four pillars of the sky, guarding the central dignitary. Suddenly, in the center of the hall, a middle-aged man stepped in, with an elegant face and decent demeanor, and walked in front of Xiaomo, bowing and saluting. His voice was loud and respectful. "I, Pang Wenshan, see your fourth highness for 1,000 years. Xiaomo slightly raised his hand to show that he was leveling up. "Lord Pang, please rise without ceremony." Lord Pang in the past years was powerful in the Jianghu, and his reputation spread far and wide, but now he can see the situation, resolutely detach himself from the Jianghu disturbance, and devote himself to the imperial court. Such wise actions are a sign of great wisdom and courage. This palace observes that your lordship will be able to make great strides in the imperial court in the future, contributing much to the prosperity of the Grand Xia. Pang Wenshan heard Xiaomo's praise, his face changed slightly, bowed and bowed again. Words humble, I'm terrified to the extent that, Your Highness fallacious award, I really do not dare to be. His attitude was fearful, and he showed the courtesy of a courtier. Xiaomo smiled faintly, caressing the tea light with his hand, looking at the turquoise-colored soup in it, leisurely, following, slowly pick up the teacup, placed on the lips, lightly opened the lips, tasting its fragrance, intoxicated. After tasting it, Xiaomo put down the tea, his eyes suddenly turned and landed on Pang Wenshan. Looking at the famous Bai Lu sword immortal, his eyes revealed a bit of curiosity and inquiry. The Bijou sword mansion's status in the Jianghu was in no way inferior to that of the underworld Dao. This Lord Pang's kung fu should not be below that Meng Xianyu of the three deadly fears of the underworld. Is Mr. Pang good at music? Shamer suddenly opened his mouth. Not only Pang Wenshan, even the four behind him, Ji Chu Xue, were stunned. I don't know why Summer suddenly asked this. Pang Wenshan carefully glanced at Xiaoma. Back to the fourth highness. I'm a Jianghu martial artist. I'm okay with dancing with swords and knives, but I don't know anything about music and rhythm. Xiaomo muttered in his heart. Look at your jaded look. You still think? Then he asked, does Lord Pang have any close friends who are in the devil's path or the left path? Pang Wenshan looked at Xiaomo suspiciously. Your Highness is joking. I come from the Bijou sword mansion, and if I meet a devilish demon, I can only draw my sword and kill him. Where will be friends with these people? Summers nodded. It seems that this Bailo sword immortal is really tired of the Jianghu, and wants to join the court. Pang Wenshan, I am here. This palace is here. Pang adult all kinds of do not worry. Gold basin wash hand assembly normally held is, but there is one thing that the palace would like to trouble Lord Pang with. Pang Wenshan's expression suddenly became serious. He bowed with both hands clasping his fists and said, I don't dare to say the word trouble. Your fourth highness, please command. This palace would like to meet the contemporary sword master of the Bijou sword mansion, and I would also like to ask Lord Pang to introduce him. Pang Wenshan looked at Xiaomo suspiciously. I don't know if fourth highness wants to see senior brother is. Shamer's eyes lit up. Oh, Lord Pang and sword master Bailu are master and brother? That couldn't be better. Don't worry, this palace has no ill will towards the Bijou sword mansion. Lord Pang can just introduce himself. Pang Wenshan suddenly showed an embarrassed expression. Is there anything difficult for Lord Pang? Shamer opened his mouth and asked. Pang Wenshan once again arched his hand and said, I don't dare to hide anything from your fourth highness. Ever since I decided to wash my hands in gold, the Bijou sword mansion has not made things difficult for me though, but it has also been affected by the rumors of some Jianghu sects in Xianzhou, and has gradually distanced itself from the minister. Minister, I have long since drawn the line and broken off communication with the Bijou sword mansion. Shamer suddenly laughed at Pang Wenshan. The entire Xianzhou martial arts world shook when Lord Pang washed his hands in the gold basin. Mr. Pang, this is to not involve the division. Pang Wenshan looked solemn. No matter what the result is, this is my own choice. Summers nodded gently. In that case, the palace won't make things difficult for Lord Pang. The Bijou sword mansion is not far from Minggu City, so this palace will just pay a visit in person. I'm sure the Bijou sword mansion won't turn this palace away, but there's one thing I'd like to ask Lord Pang. Fourth Highness, please speak. I wonder if Lord Pang knows about the Bijou sword graveyard. The Bijou sword mound? Pang Wenshan looked at Xiaomo with surprise. Where did Fourth Highness learn about the Bijou sword graveyard? What? Lord Pang can't speak well? I wouldn't dare. Looking at Summer's vaguely impatient look, Pang Wenshan hurriedly said, the Bijou sword graveyard is the place where the Bijou sword mansion's successive generations of Bijou sword house disciples who have practiced all of the Bijou 9 styles bury their swords. The sword mound is the forbidden land of the Bijou sword mansion. Only the Bijou sword master and the sect's supreme elder are qualified to enter. I have been worshipping the Bijou sword mansion for many years, and have only heard of its name, but have never been inside. Xiaomo asked curiously, where is this Bijou sword graveyard? Pang Wenshan hesitated for a moment, but said slowly, it should be at the highest part of Bailo Peak, behind the sect master's hall. Thank you, Lord Pang. it's getting late today. The palace would like to intrude in the Pang mansion for a while. I'm sure Mr. Pang won't mind, right? Where? It's my honor, Meng Liang. You'll go ahead tomorrow morning and head to the Bijou Sword Mansion to hand in your invitation. Yes. Chapter 42 Bijou Sword Mansion, Bailu Peak, towering between the sea of clouds, like a sharp sword piercing the dome of the sky, unrivaled. Around the peak, the craggy cliffs and 10,000 feet of abyss were daunting. In the Bijou Sword Mansion, the ad hoc Council of Elders is a position of high power and honor. Pang Wenshan used to be one of them. Fourth Highness, since Pang Wenshan has decided to break away from the Jianghu, it naturally has nothing to do with my Bijou Sword House. I don't know what the Fourth Highness visit today is about. The Grand Hall of the Palm Sect was magnificent, with flying eaves and carved beams. In the center of the main hall, an old man sat upright. The top is a pair of robes with a delicate sword pattern embroidered on the lapel in silver thread, with the tip of the sword pointing upwards to the heavens. Grand Elder, the bright people don't say anything in the dark. The court set up the Jinwu division to straighten out the Jianghu, and the Bailu Sword House is a major sect of the righteous path in Xianzhou. If we can take over the Jinwu book on behalf of Xianzhou, it will not be a bad thing to talk about in the future. Shamer sat down and gently took a sip of tea. Your Fourth Highness is joking. Since my Bijou Sword House was based in Xianzhou, my disciples have always obeyed the law when walking the rivers and lakes. Apart from fighting with the demons of the Devil's Path, he never takes the initiative to get into trouble with people. Why is the court singling us out for the Bijou Sword Mansion? Beside the Grand Elder, a middle-aged beautiful woman wearing the costume of an elder of the Bijou Sword Mansion slowly said, Mistress Blue is overstated. The Imperial Court is not targeting the Bijou Sword House, but all martial arts sects within the Great Xia territory. The Imperial Court has to unify its jurisdiction. Although the Bijou Sword House is in the Jianghu, it is also a subject of the Great Xia. If we can be the first to receive the Jinwu book, we can also set an example for the Xianzhou Martial Forest. Ji Chushua looked at the middle-aged beauty and opened her mouth. Lan Jihua, the only female elder in the Council of Elders of the Bijou Sword Mansion. This lord, the Bijou Sword Mansion has a somewhat thin reputation in Xianzhou though, but I don't dare to say that I can represent the entire Xuanzhou's fellow martial artists. An elder with an 8-bearded beard to the left of Lan Jihua said, Not bad. Who doesn't know now that the Heavenly Crane Palace is the sect that reigns supreme in the Xian State's righteous path? Why don't a few of you go to the Heavenly Crane Palace first, and let them receive the Jinwu book first? The only youth of the Bijou Sword Mansion in the Great Hall said with some indignation. Shut up, where is your place to talk here? Lan Jihua suddenly scolded the youth. Uncle Lan redeems himself. Disciple slipped up for a moment. The youth clasped his hands together and bowed towards Lan Jihua, Bijou Sword House's chief grand disciple, the contemporary Bijou Sword Master's personal heirloom, Feng Tian. Since the Bijou Sword Mansion can't represent the Xianzhou Martial Forest, it's just representing the Bijou Sword Mansion to take over the Jinwu book, right? Xia Mo looked as normal and said in a flat voice. Aside from the Bijou Sword Mansion's Grand Elder, all the elders in the Sect Masters Hall frowned. The most troublesome thing about today's matter is still the one in front of me, the Xia Emperor, the Jinwu Division Master, and the Jianghu's recently rumored Great Grandmaster. A dead silence fell over the Great Hall for a moment. Whether it was Lan Jihua or any of the other elders, or the chief great disciple who spoke just now, neither spoke at the moment. Their status wasn't qualified enough to receive Xiaomo's words on behalf of the Bai Luo Sword Mansion. The Grand Elder of the Bijou Sword Mansion looked towards Xiaomo and said slowly, Fourth Highness, my family sect leader went into seclusion a month ago and has been in seclusion since then. Such a big event cannot be decided by a non-sect leader. I wonder if we can wait until the sect leader comes out of the gate. Xiaomo with a finger gently flicked the lid of the cup. Along the edge of the fine rubbing, issued a fine and pleasant sound. Just like the summer wind gently brushed bamboo leaves. Does the Grand Elder think we're 3 years old? Your sect leader favored the time when our Jinwu division came to our door to begin seclusion. These tricks, those sects in the Central Plains are tired of playing them. Lin Fu looked at the Grand Elder and laughed softly. How dare you? The Grand Elder is talking to your division master. What are you? How dare you? Interrupted Will. Feng Tian glared angrily at Lin Fu who was standing behind Xiaomo with a sword. Humph, this young scholar Feng is so young, how come his memory is not so good? Did you forget that you were interjecting yourself just now? Lin Fu didn't spoil the other party in the slightest. You. Feng Tian looked at Lin Fu's face that was much younger than his own. A bit of coldness flashed in his eyes. As the Bai Luo Sword Master's personal disciple, it was the Bai Luo Sword Mansion's elders who were usually polite to him. I didn't expect to be here today in the Grand Hall of the Palm. First, he was rebuked by Lan Jihua, and now he's being choked by this unknown little man in the jungle. Feng Tian's hand holding the sword pointed directly at Lin Fu. What's the use of just showing off? Seeing that you are also a sword practitioner, do you dare to fight with me? Unbridled, the Grand Elder opened his mouth and chided. What is your status and how do you dare to make a move against an adult of the Jinwu division? An ugly look appeared on Feng Tian's face. But, shut up, the Grand Elder reprimanded again. There's no need for the Grand Elder to be angry. This palace does think that a competition wouldn't hurt. Before this palace came to Xianzhou, I had heard that the 9 styles of bijou of the Bijou Sword Mansion was extremely powerful. Why don't we just take advantage of the two of them to spar, so that this palace can see what's going on? Summer put down her tea. The voice was soft, but it contained a hint of unspeakable dominance. The several elders of the Bijou Sword Mansion frowned once again. This fourth Imperial Highness's thinking was a little too jumpy. It always felt like it wasn't that simple. However, it's a bit too boring to compete just like that. Xia Emo looked at the several elders and laughed. I wonder what the fourth highness means, Lan Jue asked tentatively. If this young swordsman Feng wins, this palace will immediately lead the people out of the Bijou Sword Mansion. Until the Heavenly Crane Palace takes over the court's Jinwu book, it will never bother your sect. And what if this lord wins? The 8-bearded elder looked at Lin Fu. Then this palace will not make things difficult for your sect. The matter of the Jinwu book can be discussed after Swordmaster Bailu leaves the gate. Shamer paused and continued to speak. I heard that there is a sword mound in the Bailu Sword Mansion, in which I don't know how many swords that people in the Jianghu have dreamed of are buried. I wonder if it would be possible for us to go forward and pick out a handful of guys while we're there. Summer's words came out. All of the Bijou Sword Mansion except for the Grand Elder's face changed. A lanky elder who hadn't spoken since earlier said in an urgent voice, the sword graveyard is a forbidden land of the Bijou Sword Mansion. Other than the sect leader and the supreme elder, it's the Grand Elder who doesn't have the right to enter. Xiaomo's voice gradually turned cold. This palace has already conceded again and again today. Does the Bijou Sword Mansion really think that this palace has no temper? Let it be as the fourth highness says. The Grand Elder's pale face moved slightly as he looked at Xiaomo with a somewhat puzzled gaze. Grand Elder? The elders were shocked. The Grand Elder gently waved his hand and said, some of the consequences will be borne by me. Feng Tian, are you sure? Feng Tian's expression was joyful. Immediately stepping out and cupping his fists, he said, please don't worry about the Grand Elder and all the elders. Disciple will not dishonor the prestige of my Bijou Sword House. Chapter 43, Sword Competition. The sunlight dappled through the sparse clouds on the smooth, mirrored lapis lazuli floor. Outside of the Bijou Sword Mansion's Sect Master Hall, there was a martial arts arena. All around the martial arts arena, pines and cypresses, their branches and leaves intertwined into an emerald green dome. The wind through the top of the forest brings gusts of pine waves and birdsong. All around, stone tables and benches were staggered. The Bijou Sword House's chief great disciple was going to have a sword match with one of the Imperial Court's Jinwu guards from the Jinwu division. Once the news was spread, it immediately attracted many disciples of the Bijou Sword Mansion to come and watch the battle. That's the Zhen Weiwei who competed with senior brother Feng's sword? Doesn't look very old. Really doesn't know what he's doing. That's right. Senior Feng's 9 styles of bijou has been deeply passed down by the sect master. And even some of the elders are no match for him. Don't underestimate the other side. I heard that the Jinwu division wants us, the Bijou Sword Mansion, to accept the Imperial Court's Jinwu register. It's impossible to send a weakling to compete with Senior Feng. Since ancient times, Jianghu has stayed away from the temple. The court is really whimsical. Shu, keep your voice down and don't invite trouble for the Bai Luo Sword Mansion. Not bad. The court's determination is not small this time. Even the White Cloud Temple and the Lotus Temple have announced their acceptance of the Jinwu book. Those two are sects with grand masters in attendance. Alright, who doesn't know that these two families followed Taizu of Daxia back in the day, and were originally with the court all the way? What's so strange about that? You guys said that His Imperial Highness is already a Grand Master of Martial Arts when he is less than a weak crown. Is this matter true? Yeah. The 3 ultimate fiends of the underworld and the illusory-faced Dragon King were both planted in the hands of this Imperial Highness. Why do I sound a little disbelieving? Every once in a while, some incomprehensible demons always emerge in the Jianghu. Whether or not this Imperial Highness is a Grand Master is none of our business. Even if he's just an ordinary guy who doesn't know any martial arts at all, our Bijou Sword Mansion will still be honored as a guest. It's better to focus on the contest in front of us. That Jin Wuwei's name seems to be Lin Fu? Not to mention the whispers of the surrounding Bai Luo Sword House disciples. On the highest viewing platform, the Grand Elder's gaze remained fixed on Lin Fu, who was in the center of the field. At such a young age, to have this kind of internal martial arts cultivation is truly rare. Fourth Highness, I wonder who this Lord Lin studied under. Lan Zhihui beside the Grand Elder suddenly opened her mouth and asked, what? Is this Mistress Lan's lack of confidence in the Bijou Sword Mansion's chief senior disciple? With a smile in his eyes, Xia Emo spoke softly. Fourth Highness is joking. Elder Lan is just worried that Feng Tian's men won't have a light touch in a while. It wouldn't be good to accidentally hurt that Lord Lin, the 8-bearded elder said with some dissatisfaction. Ha ha ha. There's no such thing as a jungle match that doesn't result in injury. Don't worry, with this palace and the Grand Elder here, there won't be any serious harm. Let's just concentrate on seeing how these two swordsmanship is. After Shamer finished speaking, the surroundings once again fell into silence. Master of the division? Ji Chushua's voice rang in Xiaomo's ears. She frowned as she looked towards Lin Fu on the martial arts stage. Although Lin Fu's internal strength had risen greatly after taking the snowy ice heart lotus, but that Feng Tian was the chief great disciple of the Bijou sword mansion. Martial arts could never be weak. Look, Summer said softly, the name of this sword is Dawn, and it was forged at the exact moment that the first rays of the sun shone at dawn. The blade is 3 feet 7 inches and weighs 7 pounds 14 taels. Feng Tian said as he raised his hand and held up the sword in his own hand. The blade is over 3 feet 6 inches and weighs exactly 7 pounds 9 taels. Built by an ordinary blacksmith store in God's capital. It is not as good as the sword in Brother Feng's hand, but after this battle, Mr. Lin should also be able to replace his sword with one that's handy, right? Lin Fu slowly drew his own sword. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Feng Tian's mouth. Big talk, a clear and long miso sound, as if the dragon was waking up, or like the wind passing through the pine forest, instantly attracted everyone's attention. Senior Feng made a move. A disciple of the Bijou sword mansion exclaimed. The sword was free from its sheath, its cold light sword, and the air was filled with a stern aura. As the heaven-sealing sword stance unfolded, a flash of ghostly blue light suddenly lit up on the tip of the sword, just like the purest color of the sky's blue fall coalescing here. The air made a subtle but piercing sizzling sound. Star River falling rain. Feng Tian's figure rose violently, and countless tiny sword chi shot out from the tip of his sword. The sword chi intertwined and rotated in the air, eventually converging into a brilliant river of stars that poured down towards Lin Fu. The Bijou sword technique has both the vastness of the stars and the delicacy of rain and dew, the power of destruction without losing its warmth. This Feng Tian's attainments in swordsmanship were worthy of being the Bijou sword mansion's chief great disciple. Lin Fu's face was slightly gloomy, true chi surged, and his eyes suddenly lit up, as if they were cold plums illuminated by the early winter snow, both cold and tough at the same time. His body moved slightly, like a plum branch swaying in the cold wind, and he instantly entered a fighting state. With a crisp whistle, Lin Fu lightly lifted his long sword with his right hand, the tip of the sword lightly tapping the ground. A cold aura spread out from the tip of the sword, and the air around it froze, forming a circle of fine ice crystal swirls. This is, on the viewing platform, the several elders of the Bijou sword mansion had their expressions moved. The first bloom of a cold plum. As soon as the sword move was made, Lin Fu's figure stormed up. The air was left with a crystal clear sword mark. Snow dance and fly. Countless snowflakes danced in the air, each containing a sharp sword aura. The moment the swords collided, sparks flew in all directions and the sound of metal clashing was deafening. Feng Tian's eyes flashed with a brilliant light, and his long sword was violently raised high, the tip of the sword pointing straight up to the sky. Beyonce, the tip of the sword trembled slightly, and a sword intent that blurred life and death suddenly erupted. The clear light of the Bijou bloomed at the tip of the sword, illuminating Lin Fu's resolute face, while immediately afterward, the dark shadows of the yellow springs followed, swallowing up all the light. Lin Fu's figure suddenly retreated, as if the wind rolled down the leaves, instantly stabilized himself. Knowing that the power of Feng Tian's sword was not to be underestimated, he concentrated and gathered his energy, determined to counterattack. Pride of frost and lingering snow. Lin Fu scolded, cold air overflowed, like winter snow suddenly fell, condensed frost in the air. The sword light flashed, as if the early winter sun broke through the clouds, illuminating the 4 fields. Wherever the sword went, the air was cut, leaving traces like ice, crystal clear. Sword move. Lin Fu around the body of the illusion of countless cold plums, virtual but real, glittering, cold air, high and pure unyielding. The meaning of this move is not only in the beauty of form, but also in the depth of meaning. Cold plum reflecting snow sword technique. The Grand Elder who was watching the battle heatedly spoke out. After all, he still recognized the world-famous supreme swordsmanship of the Plum Blossom Villa in the cold state. Plum Blossom Lodge is in decline though, but after all, his ancestor had produced a genuine sword Dao Grand Master. Chapter 44 13 Swords of Life Snatching. Some days ago there were rumors in the Jianghu that the Plum Blossom Villa's cold plum reflecting snow sword technique, which had been lost for 100 years, had resurfaced in the Jianghu. My Bijou sword mansion is also of the sword sect lineage. I had intended to travel far to see the cold states, but it didn't take long to hear the news that the Plum Blossom Villa's entire family had been destroyed. The Grand Elder slowly said as he looked at the cold plums blooming on the martial arts stage. Not bad. Lin Fu was indeed the only heir to the Plum Blossom Villa. After the Plum Blossom Villa was destroyed, it was a grueling journey to the Central Plains, where it was targeted by the desert swordsman. The palace stepped in and saved him. Summer said unapologetically. The Grand Elder nodded. So it is. Back then, the old master of the Plum Blossom Villa fought that great master from the Northern Territory with this hand of cold plum reflecting snow sword technique. It's really something that people like me who practice swords aspire to. It looks like a sword Dao Grandmaster should appear in the Jinwu division in the near future. Xia Mo laughed softly. The Grand Elder is polite. Even more powerful martial arts. It equally depends on how qualified the person practicing them is. Wasn't the founding ancestor of the Bijou Sword Mansion likewise a great master of the sword Dao? It's been more than 300 years since the founding of the Bijou Sword House. However, apart from the founder of the school in the past, no one has ever become a great master with the 9 styles of Bijou. This had always been an obsession in the hearts of the disciples of the Bijou Sword House. Several elders subconsciously lowered their gazes. If a different person had said this, they could almost consider it a provocation to the Bai Luo Sword Mansion. But in front of him was a teenage great master who was not as young as a weak crown. It's really hard to find anything to say in rebuttal. Several elders, including the Grand Elder, did not speak. Xia Mo's gaze also looked toward the martial arts stage once again. The battle between the two had entered a white heat. Feng Tian was the chief great disciple of the Bijou Sword Mansion. He was at least 7 or 8 years older than Lin Fu. The internal force above barely had a slight upper hand, but Lin Fu relied on the cold plum reflecting snow sword technique as well as a wave of desperate fighting style. Hardly, Feng Tian was forced to retreat back and forth. How can you make a good sword when your mind is uncertain? The Grand Elder shook his head with some disappointment. Feng Tian's inner strength was a hair stronger than Lin Fu's. The 9 styles of Bijou might not be much worse than the cold plum reflecting snow sword technique, but Feng Tian was under the watchful eyes of his master's elders and many of his fellow disciples. It seemed to be a bit distracted and unable to concentrate on making the sword. Damn it! Feng Tian also noticed this, but it's easy to identify the problem. It's too hard to change it in a short period of time. Beyonce cloud hidden. Feng Tian's figure flashed, and the tip of his sword was already in front of Lin Fu. His speed was astonishingly fast. This move is like the streaming clouds in the sky of the blue drop, appearing and disappearing, elusive. Although the sword she carried by the tip of the sword was not ostentatious, it was sharp enough to penetrate through gold and stone, not to mention the district's flesh and blood. Snow covers 1,000 mountains. Lin Fu faced Feng Tian's desperate strike and instead of retreating, he advanced and swung out his sword, only to see sword light like snow, flurrying and instantly covering the entire battlefield. The sword light contains extreme cold and sharpness. Each snowflake is a sharp blade, not only can directly attack the opponent, but also interfere with his mind. What? Feng Tian was taken aback. The long sword stopped a few inches in front of Lin Fu. How could it not advance? The temperature around them plummeted, as if they had instantly entered midwinter. The snow that was transformed by the sword light not only covered the ground, but also condensed into a single ice crystal in the air. Lin Fu's wrist lightly rotated, the sword like a snake coming out of the hole, drawing a rounded and unobstructed arc. Silently, had gently set aside the sword in Feng Tian's hand. Feng Tian was stunned, and before he could move, the tip of Lin Fu's sword was already quietly at his throat, and the cold air was so aggressive that it sent chills down Feng Tian's spine. Brother Feng, I apologize. Lin Fu put away his sword and stood. Phew. Feng Tian let out a long breath and looked at Lin Fu with a complicated face. Lord Lin's sword skill is superior. It is my skill that is inferior. Lin Fu nodded slightly as a sign of humility. Immediately, they will start the light power. The body shape is fluttering, just like flying swallows in the clouds. In a flash, has leaped from the martial arts stage to the observation platform. Master of the division. Fortunately, Lin Fu clasped his hands and bowed, the long sword in his hand, the blade slightly cracked. Although he won the battle, the sword in his hand was not as hard as Feng Tian's dawn. Grand Elder? Shamer looked at the Grand Elder. Ugh. The Grand Elder sighed softly. Since that's the case, then please ask Fourth Highness and Lord Lin to follow me. The sword graveyard is a forbidden land of my Bijou Sword Mansion. It stands to reason that I don't have that right to take the Fourth Highness in either. But the Fourth Highness has a noble status. If only 1 or 2 swords are obtained from it, it still shouldn't be a problem. Xia Mo naturally heard the Grand Elder's words. Grand Elder, is it certain that the place where the successive generations of the Bijou Sword Mansion's masters buried their swords is in the middle of the sword mound? A look of suspicion flashed in the eyes of the Grand Elder. Still nodding, although it is only on the outermost layer, it is indeed within the sword mound. Then please lead the way. Great Elder. At the top of Bai La Peak, a stone staircase was like a heavenly ladder, winding its way up. The 3 figures walked slowly. It was none other than the trio of Xia Mo, Lin Fu, and the Grand Elder. After all, it was the forbidden land of the Bijou Sword Mansion, and it wasn't good to go to too many people. We're here. It didn't take long for the Grand Elder to stop. This is the Bijou Sword Mound. Lin Fu looked around in surprise. The stone path winds its way through the seclusion in depths. Mound dark. Only Starpoint sword light through the gap and out, such as the stars fell to the ground. cold convergence, reflecting the surrounding stone walls. On it were engraved some mutilated sword recipes and secret books. The handwriting was ancient and simple, vaguely transmitting the flow of sword intent. The wind passes by. There is the sound of whistling. Are the spirit of the sword of the past, unwilling to be silent, still fighting. A spring gurgles and flows. The water quality is fresh and clean, reflecting the sky and clouds, adding a bit of ethereal meaning. By the spring, dozens of ancient swords are inserted diagonally into the stone. Most of the swords are modeled, but the sharpness is still there, not angry and imposing. That's right, this is the land of buried swords of my bijou sword mansion's successive generations of predecessors. Most of these swords are of superior quality. Some of these swords have not fought the ravages of age. After the two of you have made your selections, follow me out of this place. The Grand Elder sighed softly. Master of the division. Lin Fu looked at Shamer with some excitement. The swords here did dazzle him a bit. It needs a good selection. Go on. Summers nodded gently. Lin Fu walked directly towards the dozens of swords by the spring. Ding! Congratulations on arriving at the Bijou Sword Graveyard and signing in successfully. Quest reward, 13 Swords of Life Snatching. A familiar beep sounded in his ear. Shamer's heart fluttered. Ever since he knew that the signing location was a sword mound, he had a premonition. You'll get a sword technique this time. It was thought to be the divine sword skill that accompanied the Marrying Clothes divine skill. I didn't expect it to be the 13 Swords of Life Snatching. Chapter 45, Stygian Prison. The true chi of the grafting divine power was rigid and overbearing. If it was equally matched with the equally powerful and unrivaled divine sword skill, power is never as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Shamer closed his eyes and sensed carefully. There was some speculation earlier about the martial arts given by the system, the so-called full grade. It should be standardized by the highest level achieved by the founder of the martial art or a certain practitioner. The grafting divine skill and the divine sword skill were a perfect match though. But this life-threatening 13 swords, a terrifying sword intent of extinction of life flickered out. In his haste, the Grand Elder beside him actually retreated several steps. With a shocked face, he looked at Shamer. Indeed, Xia Mo opened his eyes, and joy suddenly appeared in his pupils. Fourth Highness is also proficient in swordplay? The Grand Elder's voice was tinged with doubt. Although that sword intent had disappeared quickly just now, he definitely could not sense it wrong. This palace does know a little bit about it. That's why I asked for a handy sword from your sect. Shamer smiled bashfully. If this was the 13 Swords of Life Snatching, then it would indeed be even better than the divine sword technique. Master of the division. Lin Fu came back soon after. Xia Mo and the Grand Elder simultaneously looked at the sword held in Lin Fu's hand. The sword was long and slender, with a blade like autumn water and a cold light. There is a vague pattern of frost on it, and the flow seems to be chilly. The hilt of the sword, however, was carved from ancient wood, and the hilt was wrapped in fine silk and silver strands, with a tiny pearl embedded in it. The name of this sword is Lingfrost, which matches your cold plum reflecting snow sword technique. The Grand Elder nodded. It seemed that Lin Fu was not surprised that he chose this Lingfrost. Xia Mo asked curiously, Great Elder, I wonder what is the origin of this Lingfrost sword? Lin Fu looked at the Grand Elder with similar curiosity. The Grand Elder stroked his long beard and slowly said, This Lingfrost is not from the handiwork of my Bai Lu sword house. In the past, there was an elder in the Bijou sword mansion who was obsessed with swords and visited famous mountains and rivers to seek good swords. One day, even a deep mountain valley, see the cold air. I know there is something different, so I dug through the ice and opened the stone, and finally got this sword. That elder was like a treasure, so he named it Lingfang, meaning that this sword is as cold as autumn frost, and is incomparably sharp. So it is. Summer and Lin Fu nodded slightly. This Lingfrost is now in the Bijou sword graveyard. I'm sure that elder has long since passed away, since Lord Lin has already chosen. Then let's leave the sword graveyard after Fourth Highness picks another one. The Grand Elder hadn't finished speaking. Shamer had then walked over to a sword stuck in the stone. This sword hangs alone in the stone. The cold light convergence. At first glance, it seems to be not inferior to Lin Fu got the Lingfrost. When Xia Mo wants to explore the hand to take it, fingertip is still away from the hilt of the sword inches. The sword body suddenly issued a soft chant, and then trembling. As the saying goes, after learning the 13 Swords of Life Snatching, his understanding of swords had similarly reached the level of a generation of masters. This sword was resisting the sword intent on him, and even was fearful. Such a sword naturally could not withstand the complete 13 Swords of Life Snatching. Xia Mo converged his hands and retreated, and in an instant, his body surged with biting sword chi, killing intent overflowing, as if frost covered the ground. Within the sword mound, 100 swords resonated and buzzed and trembled, all because they sensed this sword intent. Shamer frowned slightly. Grand Elder, are these the only hidden swords in your sect? Grand Elder Pale's jaw dropped. Looking around the constantly buzzing sword for a moment actually became a little stuttering. Sword, Sword Dao Grandmaster. It can make the spirit contained in so many swords react at the same time. Not a great master of the way of the sword. Looking at Summer's somewhat disgruntled look, the Grand Elder hurriedly said, Fourth Highness, the swords of the successive generations of Bailu Sword House disciples who have practiced the 9 styles of Bailu are all here. If this place doesn't even have a sword that your highness is satisfied with, then there won't be one anywhere else. Xiaomo's gaze flickered at his words, then he looked deeper into the bijou sword mound. The Grand Elder snapped, Fourth Highness, that inside is where successive generations of swordmasters of my bijou sword mansion have been in seclusion. Do not trespass at will or... The Grand Elder subconsciously wanted to say a few threatening words, and then he suddenly remembered the identity and martial arts skills of the one in front of him. There's no need for the Grand Elder to be alarmed. As long as we don't go inside, it won't be a violation of our agreement, right? Xiaomo suddenly looked at the Grand Elder and laughed. The Grand Elder froze, and a hint of a bad feeling vaguely rose in his heart. But at this moment, he could only nod his head and say, as long as Fourth Highness doesn't break into the depths of the sword mound, the treasured swords here are at the disposal of the Fourth Highness. The smile on Shamer's face grew even wider. It's good to have these words from the Grand Elder. Shamer slowly turned around, and the air around him quietly took on a subtle change. The robes actually bulged up on their own, as if they were gently lifted up by an invisible force. Fourth Highness, you are? The Grand Elder asked cautiously. Shamer just smiled faintly. His eyes traveled through the layers of sword shadows and shot straight towards the deepest part of the sword mound. Shamer stretched out his right hand and aimed it in the direction of the depths of the sword mound, seemingly sensing, and like he was summoning something. The swords around them, which were originally only slightly trembling, trembled more and more violently. About a marigold's worth of work, a cold and bone-chilling gust of wind, mixed with endless grievances and the aura of killing, suddenly rose. Lin Fu's face instantly turned white, and his body became abnormally stiff. Get back! The Grand Elder's figure flashed and blocked in front of Lin Fu. Lin Fu seized the opportunity to fly backward and didn't stop until he reached the edge of the sword mound. A sword with a body as black as night actually broke out from the depths of the sword mound. The body of the sword flowed with dark red bloodlight, like the wailing and unwillingness of countless dead souls coalescing together. Underworld. When the Grand Elder saw the sword, his voice vaguely trembled. Oh, this sword is called Underworld. Shamo reached out with his hand and the underworld prison fell into his hand with a swoosh. The moment it touched Shamer, there was a subtle change in Underworld. The sword gently trembled, and the resentment and murderous aura that had been raging seemed to be pacified by an inexplicable force. Wouldn't it be a pity to bury such a precious sword deep in the mound? The Grand Elder's face turned serious. Fourth Highness, this sword was sealed here by the founding ancestor of my bijou sword house. None of the successive generations of sword holders have been unaffected by this sword, eventually going off the deep end and falling into sword slavery. It's really a sword of uncertainty. Shamer held up the underworld and scrutinized it. It's going to be this one. It was as if he hadn't heard what the Grand Elder had said at all. Playing with the underworld in his hand, his eyes were full of joy. This sword, he was satisfied. What kind of curmudgeon dares to trespass on my bijou sword mansion's forbidden land? The sound of a violent shot boomed from the profound place of the sword mound. A grayish sword chi broke through the air. The grass and trees were frightened. The rocks cracked and the dust flew. Shamer's eyes flashed. Raise your hand. A black sword chi met the gray sword chi. Chapter 46, Defeating the Enemy with a Sword. Bang! The two sword chi confronted each other with a loud boom that echoed as if the sky was crumbling. A huge storm of smoke and dust, as if 10,000 horses were galloping, and wild sand filled the sky. In the smoke and dust, the sound of iron and gold can be heard faintly, adding a few points of murderous atmosphere. In a moment, the smoke dissipated. A figure in a green shirt slowly emerged. Master! As soon as the Grand Elder saw this person, he immediately let out a cry of surprise, and then he arched his hand in salute. Bijou Sword Master? Shamer's gaze went to the visitor. Look at his age. About and more than standing. Face like jade, between the eyebrows to hide the sharp, eyes deep like the sea. The contemporary sword master of the Bijou Sword House had become famous 20 years ago. If this person is really the Bijou Sword Master, its true age is never as young as it appears. Grand Elder. In the middle of the sword graveyard. Why are there outsiders? The Bijou Sword Master slowly opened his mouth. The moment he saw the Grand Elder, he knew that he seemed to have misunderstood something. The eyes kept glancing at Shamer. The sword chi that this young man had casually waved just now had actually given him a palpitating feeling. The Grand Elder's figure moved slightly, and in an instant, he had arrived at the side of the Bijou Swordmaster. Master! The Grand Elder whispered something in the Bijou Swordmaster's ear. The Bijou Swordmaster's expression changed abruptly. A flash of surprise flashed in his eyes, which then turned to surprise and even shock. So it's the Fourth Highness riding here. Mr. Li has been in seclusion for a long time, so I have missed the welcome, but I'm still presuming to bear with you. The Bijou Swordmaster's last name is Knight? While Xiaomo's thoughts were tossing and turning, she said under her breath, Where? It's rather this palace that has disturbed sect leader Li's purification. Since sect leader Knight has already come out of the gate, why don't we first talk about the matter of the Bijou Sword Mansion taking over the Jinwu book? Xia Mo looked at the Bijou Sword Master and casually took the underworld prison in his hand. There was not the slightest mention of the sword. The Bijou Sword Master raised his eyebrows slightly and hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he didn't say anything. This Fourth Highness has an appointment with the Grand Elder. It did not enter the depths of the sword mound. It's his own skill to get the underworld. But that sword intent just now. The Bijou Swordmaster looked at Xia Mo with some gravity. Fourth Highness, the brightest people don't speak in the dark. My Bijou Swordhouse has been rooted in Xinzhou for many years, and has always refrained from opposing the imperial court. In the 100-mile radius of this Bijou Peak, the Bijou Sword Mansion also protects the local people on one side of the peace. But the fact of this Jinwu book is of great importance. The Bijou Sword Mansion doesn't go against the imperial court, but it doesn't want to stand against the Xinzhou martial arts. Xia Mo looked at the Bijou Sword Master and smiled. Sect Leader Knight might as well be straightforward if he has something to say. If your Fourth Highness is able to get the Heavenly Crane Palace to take over the Xinwu book, then I, the Bijou Sword Mansion, will never say anything either. The Bijou Swordmaster's tone was quite sincere. Heavenly Crane Palace, Shamer muttered. Is old man Tianhan now in Xinzhou? The Bijou Swordmaster shook his head. Elder Sky Crane's movements are indistinct. I'm afraid that no one knows of his whereabouts other than the current Sky Crane Palace Master. However, the Heavenly Crane Palace was originally created by the Heavenly Crane Elder, and the Fourth Highness traveled all the way here without covering his tracks. I'm guessing Elder Sky Crane will show up. Xia Mo suddenly laughed. 13th in the Tianji Pavilion's martial arts evaluation. If there is a chance, this palace would like to learn how to do that. Since Sect Leader Knight told me truthfully, then for the sake of this sword, this palace allows the Bijou Sword Mansion not to receive the Jinwu book for the time being. But if we wait for this palace to push back after dealing with the Heavenly Crane Palace, the Bijou Swordmaster hurriedly said, Don't worry, Fourth Highness, such things will never occur. Summers nodded gently. Then this palace won't intrude. By the way, Lord Pang Wenshan Pang has asked this palace to greet Sect Leader Knight on his behalf. The Bijou Swordmaster's eyes suddenly became a bit complicated. Shamer turned around and was about to leave. Fourth Highness, Swordmaster Bilo called out to Summer. What else does Sect Leader Knight have to do? Summers turned back around. Your Fourth Highness caused all the swords within the sword graveyard to roar, and obtained this underworld prison from the depths of the sword graveyard. But have you already entered the way with a sword? Swordmaster Bai Luo suddenly asked in a serious manner. Into the way? As Xia Mo looked at the Bijou Swordmaster, the corner of his mouth curled into a playful smile. Sect Leader Knight's words. Why doesn't this palace quite understand? What is initiation? The Bijou Swordmaster said with some urgency. Of course it's to become a Sword Dao Grandmaster. Ha 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 ha. Shamer suddenly laughed. What is Fourth Highness laughing at? Mr. Knight is sincerely asking for advice. The Bijou Swordmaster said with some dissatisfaction. Nothing. The palace just thought of something interesting. Shamer waved his hand and then revealed the underworld prison. With Sect Leader Knight's martial arts swordsmanship, I'm afraid that he's only one step away from being a Grandmaster. The Bijou Swordmaster said in a deep voice. But just this one step away is like a heavenly moat, trapping Mr. Li for many years. Then Sect Leader Knight might as well feel it for himself? Xia Mo looked toward the sword in the hands of the Bijou Swordmaster. The Bijou sword, visually, was about 3 feet 3 inches long and no more than an inch wide. Successive generations of Bijou Sword Masters matching swords. Yes, the Bijou Swordmaster didn't push back and leisurely raised his hand, as if responding to the owner's mind. The Bijou sword detached itself from its sheath and levitated in the air. A supreme, deep and boundless sword intent came out majestically from within the main body of the Bijou sword. Fourth Highness, be careful. The Bijou Swordmaster aimed the tip of his sword at Xiama. In this instant, the colors of the sky and earth seemed to darken, and only the light of the Bijou sword grew brighter and brighter. An extremely brilliant sword erupted from the hands of the Bijou Swordmaster. After reaching its apex, it did not continue to wreak havoc as expected. Instead, in an unspeakable way, it faded into a grayish color. It was a color that transcended color and went straight to the essence. It seemed to represent the supreme heavenly will, cold and unfeeling, yet containing the truth that all things in the world are born and die. This is the final move of the 9 styles of Bijou Upper Infinity Bijou. The only thing left in Xiaomo's eyes was the brilliance of this sword. The underworld emitted a low and shocking hum in his hands. The overbearing true chi of the marrying clothes divine skill exploded at this moment. Xiaomo directly executed the 13th sword. This sword not only fused the essence and killing aura from the 13 swords of life snatching, even more so, under the blessing of the marrying clothes divine skill, it produced changes that previous cultivators had never seen before. In the sword chi, there was both a stern and unparalleled sharpness as well as a domineering and overwhelming power. It can cut through all the obstacles in the world and reach the underworld. The Bijou Swordmaster's sword was picked off. It even tore a hole in the defense net of Heaven's Will and pierced through the shoulder of the Bijou Swordmaster. Blood splattered, and the Bijou Swordmaster's figure staggered. His eyes filled with unbelief and shock. "Master!" The Grand Elder's worried voice rang out. "On the 8th day of the 8th month, the Golden Pond Assembly in Mingyuqing. This palace suggests that sect leader Knight should not miss it." Xiaomo's voice came from the distance, and the person had already reached the edge of the sword mound. Chapter 47, the 8th day of August. On the 8th day of the 8th month, in the ancient city of Ming, inside a blacksmith store, the fire was roaring, reflecting off every inch of space. Dang it! The hammer struck heavily on the red-hot anvil, each fall accompanied by the characteristic tremor and reverberation of metal. A richly dressed gentleman sat in a chair, eyes pierced through the haze of smoke and gazed intently at the work in the master blacksmith's hands. Behind them stood two guards, a man and a woman. It was none other than Xia Mo, Meng Liang, and Zhu Yan. After returning from the Bijou Sword Mansion, Xia Mo had been studying the underworld prison in his hands. This sword was made of some unknown material, and it was exceptionally sharp, so an ordinary scabbard could not withstand it. Xia Mo directly found the largest blacksmith store within Ninggu City. He spent a lot of money to customize a scabbard that barely matches the underworld. Today is the day of Pang Wenshan's Gold Basin Conference. That's why he brought Meng Liang and Zhu Yan to pick up the scabbard early in the morning. Ji Chushua and Lin Fu stay inside Pang Mansion. There were gradually more and more people from the Jianghu and Mingyuqing in the past few days. "Master, it's the people from the Tai Sui Cottage and the Wind and Rain faction." Meng Liang looked outside the blacksmith store, where the two groups had just had an unpleasant verbal altercation. During the time he stayed in Ninggu City, he had almost mapped out all the Jianghu sects in Xianzhou. "I didn't expect that even the Green Forest people are here. It seems that Pang Wenshan's Gold Basin Assembly this time. It's destined to be hilarious," Summers said with a smile. "After all, Lord Pang is an elder from the Bijou Sword Mansion, and the Bijou Sword Mansion is a major sect of the Xian State's righteous path. There are quite a few sects that have wanted to take over the position of the Bijou Sword Mansion over the years." Zhu Yan gazed back from the door. While a few people were chatting, a blacksmith stepped out of another slightly dimly lit room. Bare-chested, sweat slid slowly along the firm lines of his muscles. An old towel for wiping off sweat hung around his neck, slung casually over his shoulder. "Guest, your scabbard is ready." The blacksmith held a sword sheath of ancient form in both hands and respectfully handed it to Shamer. "This guest here is a big spender. To build this scabbard, all the precious materials that had been accumulated in their store over the years were consumed." As Xiaoma took the scabbard, a warm jade-like touch came from his hand. "Nice scabbard," Shamer exclaimed in admiration. The underworld trembled slightly. If the dragon returned to the abyss, the sword light was like a pike bringing up a harsh wind. Soughing, sword to the extreme, ended abruptly, the sword leisurely into the sheath, only to hear clanking sound, clear and pleasant to the ear. The blacksmith laughed on the side and said, "This scabbard is made of meteorite iron, mixed with cold jade, and calcined by fire day and night before it takes shape. 100 years of silk inside, flexible and unusual, and with the effect of shock absorption. When the sword is in the sheath, it's like a dragon returning to the sea, and the movement is all in the mind." Shamer nodded in satisfaction after hearing this. "Good job on the palm, Meng Liang. Give the silver to the shopkeeper." "Yes." Meng Liang took a bundle and lightly moved his pace to the table. When the rope was loosened, the package opened and inside were 3 gold bars and more than 20 silver dollars. "Paw point." Meng Liang made a gesture of invitation. Who knew that the shopkeeper was waving his hand? "No rush, no rush, let me finish, my lord. This scabbard is the work of my heart. In addition to those previously mentioned, even more wonderful, this sheath can follow the mind of the sword owner. As long as the injection of true qi can adjust the temperature of the sword body cool, protect the sword also protect people." "Oh," Shamer's eyes lit up. "And such effects?" With that, he injected his true qi into the scabbard, and sure enough, a warm sensation rose up. Meng Liang, raise the money. In the main courtyard of Pang Mansion, the sunlight is dappled through the shadows of the trees, but it is difficult to penetrate the heavy and tense atmosphere. On both sides of the courtyard, there were Jianghu people of all shapes and sizes, holding all kinds of swords and knives. Their eyes were either cold, indignant, or complex. Pang Wenshan stood on a high platform, dressed in a light robe. He clasped his hands and slowly swept around, his voice steady and powerful. "Thank you all friends for attending Pang's Gold Basin meeting today. Many years on the road of the Jianghu, all the grudges and feuds have become clouds of the past. After today, Pang serves the court and has no more business with the Jianghu." After the words were spoken, there was a short silence before 2 underlings carefully carried a golden basin made of pure gold and stepped into the field. Pang Wenshan took a deep breath, slowly raised his hands, and was about to dip them into the basin to show a complete farewell to the Jianghu. Just at this moment, a cold voice rang out, "Pang Wenshan, how easy is it to wash your hands in the pot of gold? Today, you must return our master's life." With this stern shout, the crowd began to stir, and two figures flashed out of the crowd like ghosts, pushing straight for the high platform. The sword light transformed into countless snake shadows, intertwined and entwined, stabbing towards Pang Wenshan at an astonishing speed. Vicious shadow sword technique. Wasn't this the Dragon Snake Lang Jun's unique sword technique back then? That's right, the Dragon Snake Lang Jun was in the Jianghu in the past with this vicious shadow sword technique, but it didn't take long for it to disappear. I didn't expect to die at the hands of the Bijou Sword Immortal. Could these two be the heirs of the Dragon Snake Ranger? Pang Wenshan's face was ironic, a deep chill coalescing between his brows. With a gentle move, the long sword in the hands of a guard not far away even involuntarily buzzed and accurately fell into the hands of Pang Wenshan. "Your master sought me out for a sword match in the past, agreeing to live and die without complaint." Pang Wenshan's voice was low. Every word seemed to hit the human heart like a heavy hammer. The elders of the Bijou Sword Mansion weren't just anyone who could be touched. Facing Pang Wenshan's awe-inspiring aura, the other two didn't retreat, one on the left and one on the right, their bodies slightly moving, their sword tips pointing remotely, forming a horn's position. "If it weren't for my skill, I'm afraid it wouldn't be your turn to seek revenge on me today." Pang Wenshan's body didn't move. The tip of his sword turned into a blue trajectory, aiming straight at the throat of the enemy on the left side. The man reacted extremely quickly. His long sword blocked horizontally. The sound of metal clashing was crisp and loud. However, Pang Wenshan's sword technique was exquisite. Using force to fight force, the sword turned, already sliding to the opponent's wrist, forcing the opponent to withdraw his sword back to defense. The enemy on the right took the opportunity to launch an attack. Sword shadows like weaving, directly pressed Pang Wenshan's flank. Pang Wenshan's body shape rises, like a cheetah hunting for food. Footsteps in strange steps, 3 consecutive swords. Swords are different, either stabbing or chopping, either teasing or hanging, while the other parties attack to dissolve one by one, and in the last sword to find a break. The tip of the sword lightly point his shoulder, although not hurt his vitals, but also make him stagger back. "Humph, what's that got to do with us? You killed our master. Today we kill you. Isn't this the Jianghu? Pang Wenshan, you thought you'd wash your hands in a basin made of gold, and you'll really be able to get out of the jungle? Can you count the dead souls under your sword all these years?" The two disciples of Dragon Serpent Ranger landed in the courtyard. Only then did the crowd see clearly that they were actually two young men in their 20s. Chapter 48, The Grudges Come in Strife. The two were similar in appearance and looked like they should be twins. "Humph, do you think your master, Dragon Snake Lang Jun, is some kind of good guy? How many innocent people were killed back then in order to practice the vicious shadow sword technique?" Pang Wenshan said in a cold voice. Today's Golden Basin Assembly, almost all of the sects in Shenzhou that were called out had sent representatives. If he didn't make these grudges clear, then this golden pot of his would be a complete joke. In the past, why would he need to explain too much with these two little snake cubs? "Cut the crap. Today either the two of my brothers die at your hands or kill you." The two disciples of Dragon Snake Lang Jun once again aimed their swords at Pang Wenshan. Ha ha ha, well. Pang had intended to take advantage of this gold basin washing assembly to draw a line with the Jianghu, but it looks like some fellow martial artists still have quite a few words for Pang. Might as well set the record straight here. Then, Pang Mao, this hand is washed today. If you had an old grudge against Pang in the past, you might as well come forward now. In front of so many fellow martial artists, all grudges are settled together. After today, if anyone finds trouble with Pang again, they will be an enemy of the court. All of you should think carefully. Pang Wenshan stood on the high platform holding a sword. A pair of eyes looked around sternly. "Surname Pang, since you've said so, it's time to settle the score between us." A figure suddenly leapt from outside the courtyard. It landed firmly in the courtyard. It was clearly broad daylight, but this person was dressed in night clothes. The face is well defined. The sword eyebrows fly into the temples, but was born a good skin. Only the left eye is covered with black silk, adding a bit of shadowy atmosphere. "Jade-faced butterfly Lu Xuanhuan," someone in the crowd exclaimed. "How dare this flower picker show up here? Humph, this bastard didn't know how many virtuous women he had victimized. We mustn't let him escape today." Those strokes of his were stabbed blind by the Bijou Sword Immortal. Pang Wenshan stared at Lu Xuanhuan, his eyes like cold stars, containing anger and power. "Back then you escaped on the strength of your superior lightness and the complexity of the terrain. I didn't expect to come to the door of my own accord today." Lu Xuanhuan couldn't help but laugh coldly. "Pang Wenshan, cut the crap. If you're good at being an elder of the Bijou Sword House, I can't wait for such a great opportunity. Since you've decided to break away from the Jianghu, I'm sure the Bijou Sword Mansion and all of you won't stand up for the people of the imperial court." As he spoke, Lu Xuanhuan's gaze looked towards Lan Jihu, who hadn't spoken since earlier, and the group of disciples behind him. On the matter of Pang Wenshan's golden basin, Biluo's sword house is in an awkward position. The Bijou swordmaster ultimately did not come to participate. However, it sent the female elder, Lan Jihua, and a group of disciples to represent the Bijou sword mansion to the Ming ancient city. Lu Xuanhuan, you don't have to use words to provoke today's grudge between you and Pang's senior brother. We, Bijou sword mansion, won't intervene, but after this is over, you thief, everyone will be punished. Lan Jihua said in a cold voice with a chilling expression on her face. Not bad, so is my 9 palace sect. Lu Xuanhuan, since Brother Pang has decided to wash his hands in gold, there is no reason for us to stand up for him, but you this flower picker well. Is your brain kicked by a donkey? How dare you waltz in here? A middle-aged man wearing robes with emerald bamboo as the base color suddenly laughed out loud. Humph. Lu Xuanhuan snorted coldly without speaking. Among the Xuanzhou's righteous sects, besides the Bijou sword mansion, there were 3 other sects that were on par with it. One was the Heavenly Crane Palace, which, due to Elder Heavenly Crane, had been claiming to be the #1 sect in Xianzhou all these years. The second is the Vajra Temple, where the monks are practicing the Vajra Lohan body, which is tough, invulnerable to swords and spears, and has infinite strength. The temple is known for its fierce martial arts, with every move containing the momentum of a landslide, and the Luohan demon formation, which can trap thousands of troops in the invisible. Unfortunately, no one was sent to the Golden Pellet Conference today. The third is the 9 Palace Religion, the inheritance of a long time, the door of martial arts integration of the 9 Palace Gossip Mystery, self-contained, a unique martial arts. The position of the sect leader, passed down from generation to generation, is not only superior in martial arts, but also needs to be proficient in the 9 palace formations and the art of Qimen Dunjia. This middle-aged man was none other than an expert of the 9 palace sect. People called the Bamboo Grove alone Bamboo Shadow Cold. This man is not known for his sword or his fists and feet, but he specializes in a set of body techniques called the 9 palace bamboo shadow steps, like the wind that passes through the bamboo forest, and like the soundlessness of the bamboo leaves as they fall, being able to avoid the enemy's attacks in an instant, with the help of the 9 palace principle, while searching for the opponent's breaks and delivering a fatal blow. The flower pickers and flying thieves in the Jianghu are most afraid of meeting Bamboo Shadow Cold. There's no escape at all. Is there anyone else? If not, Pang will settle some grudges with these people first. Pang Wenshan pulled a sword flower with one hand and shouted, Hey, 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 it's so interesting here. Why don't you let the old man have a hand in it? A strange laughter caused many people in the courtyard who were not strong in their inner strength to cover their ears. The sound of breaking air, sharp and harsh, startled the flying birds in the courtyard. An old man with white hair and eyes like cold lightning appeared in plain sight. Bloody hand Di Liang. Pang Wenshan's pupils shrank. Lan Jiho and Bamboo Shadowhan violently stood up from their chairs. Whether it was the 2 heirs of the dragon snake Langfang or the jade-faced butterfly Lu Xuanhuan, together they carried far less weight than this old man in front of him. Di Liang, how dare a devilish demon show himself? Bloodhand Di Liang. In the Xianzhou ferocious reputation, a martial arts is extremely strange. Can suck people's blood? Turn the enemy into dry bones. Lan Jihuo immediately drew her sword with a miso sound. Bamboo Shadow Cold also moved a few steps without realizing it. Just now, this Bijou sword immortal was the one who said in his own words that he wanted to end his grudge before he washed his hands of the golden basin. The old man had an apprentice grandson who died at his hands in years past. What? Are you all trying to swarm us? I'm fearless, too, old man. Di Liang's gaze swept around, seemingly not placing these people in his eyes at all. Humph, big talk. If my family sect leader or the 9 palace sect master were here, I'm afraid you would have fled in the wind long ago. Lan Jue sneered. Di Liang acted as if he hadn't heard it at all. Looking at Pang Wenshan, he said, the old man won't take advantage of you either. After you've taken care of that little thief and snake pup over there first, come fight me again. But if you righteous people want to go together, then why don't we call it quits for today's Golden Basin Assembly? At these words, Pang Wenshan's face immediately turned ugly. Go! Just as the scene fell silent, the 2 disciples of Dragon Serpent Ranger struck again. 10,000 snakes devour the heart. Chapter 49 Strong. The 2 of them shouted at the same time, and the sword light suddenly rose up, like 10,000 poisonous snakes scurrying out from the darkness. Each sword shadow was twisted and coiled, carrying the slightest hint of coldness, as if it contained the world's most poisonous poison. The crowd watched with attention. This sword move was not only powerful in its attack, what was even more frightening was its sinister nature. The air left a faint fishy odor and chill. The 2 streams of 10,000 snakes devouring the heart converged into an unstoppable torrent, surging towards Pang Wenshan. Among the sword shadows, there seemed to be 10,000 snakes twisting and hissing. attempting to drown Pang Wenshan in this endless sea of snakes, devouring his heart and soul and depriving him of his vitality. So you too have practiced the 10,000 snakes devouring the heart. No wonder you dare to come to the door today, Pang Wenshan said with some surprise. At the same time a refreshing aura emanated from the sword. His figure slightly turned, a sword stabbed out, just like the rising sun pierced through the clouds, instantly illuminating the surrounding shadowy space covered by the 10,000 snakes devouring the heart. The tip of the sword touched those viper-like sword shadows, making a snorting sound. Every sword shadow seemed to be purified when it touched Pang Wenshan's sword and dissipated directly. The two disciples of Dragon Serpent Ranger were not surprised. If the famous Bai Luo sword immortal was defeated by them so easily, then their master would not have lost to this person back then. Two people's sword momentum change, dissipated sword shadow actually reborn. From all directions again converge, more dense, more ferocious, out of your depth. The corner of Pang Wenshan's mouth hooked up with a faint smile, and the 9 follow-up sword moves of the bijou style followed closely behind. The sword light then became soft and versatile, each swing of the sword aptly avoiding the sharpness of the viper's sword shadow. Pang Wenshan's figure was like the wind, sword shadow was like a dragon. In the flash of lightning, he had already arrived in front of the two disciples of the dragon snake Langjun. The sword flashed like a comet attacking the moon. Before the two dragon snake Langfang's disciples could react, they felt a coldness in their throats. Blood flowers bloomed, and then solidified. Two disciples' eyes full of unbelief. The body shape of the stiff. The sword fell down. A life. What a fast sword. What a strong sword. Bamboo Shadow Cold's expression moved. Just now, Pang Wenshan's sword was a bit hard to avoid with his light skill. Not to mention those two juniors. Look out. Pang Wenshan closed his sword and stood. Drops of blood just dripping from the tip. The voice of Lan Zhihua came to his ears. Lu Xuanhuan didn't know what kind of stance he was using. Like a butterfly dancing among flowers, he had already arrived behind Pang Wenshan in a silent manner. A finger pointed towards Pang Wenshan. The finger wind brought up a faint scent. This finger contained a secret trick, silently attacking Pang Wenshan's vitals. Pang Wenshan, alert and abnormal, turned around violently as if he were turning a poncho in the wind. The sword light was like a pike, piercing through Lu Xuanhuan's shoulder with unerring precision, and blood instantly dyed the lapel red. In a flash, Lu Xuanhuan's other hand had already grabbed a step ahead, lightly tapping on Pang Wenshan's body. The quickness and accuracy of the maneuver is breathtaking. Hey! The corner of Lu Xuanhuan's mouth hooked up with a playful smile, and despite the severe pain of his shoulder injury, he remained calm and unruffled. He covered his wound and retreated violently, instantly pulling away from Pang Wenshan. Pang Wenshan was about to pursue, but suddenly felt that his body's true chi surging was not smooth. His body inexplicably stiffened, and his face instantly became unsightly. Having been hit by my traceless hand, the true chi in your body is already disorganized. Don't ever think of forcing your way through the acupoints. That will only make your true chi backlash worse. Lu Xuanhuan quickly clicked a few times on himself. It briefly stopped the bleeding from his shoulder. He is only able to utilize at most 70% of his martial arts right now. With senior's martial arts skills it would be absolutely easy to take his life. Lu Xuanhuan said to Bloody Hands Di Liang. After saying that, he didn't wait for anyone to react. The tip of his foot flicked, moving like a rabbit, shuttling between the courtyards, arriving under the wall. Lu Xuanhuan was like a butterfly wing spreading out, wanting to cross the courtyard wall. He's running away, someone exclaimed. Bamboo Shadow Cold's footsteps moved slightly, and he was about to chase after them. An austere sword chi like a cold plum blossoming, came from outside the courtyard and pushed straight to Lu Xuanhuan's chest and abdomen. What? Lu Xuanhuan was startled, and his body stumbled violently, but the reaction was just as fast, and that masterful stance was utilized to the extreme. In an instant, he avoided the front, and his foot pointed lightly at the wall, intending to use the force to leap again. A sudden change occurred, a knife light from the side of the storm, like floating light and shadow, almost wanna cut his throat. Lu Xuanhuan's heart was in awe, his body shape changed again, and his stance added a few more points of treachery. The light of the knife was like electricity, and it swept through the throat, dangerously close. Lu Xuanhuan could only stagger back and land back in the courtyard. Only then did the crowd see that above the courtyard wall, there was a man and a woman, dressed in unicorn clothing, staring intently at Lu Xuanhuan. You guys. Lu Xuanhuan was unsteady on his feet and was just about to speak, only to see the eyes full of sword shadows coming and going, impervious to the wind. Damn it! Lu Xuanhuan was shocked and furious. His body transformed into a shadow, weaving and wandering through the sword shadows. Just at this moment, an embroidery needle quietly and silently crossed the gap between the swords. Lu Xuanhuan was caught off guard. His heart was horrified, and it was already too late to avoid. The needle reached the center of his eyebrows. His eyes opened roundly, full of shock and unwillingness. His body shook, and then he slowly collapsed. Lord Pang, The palace went out to get a scabbard for the effort. How the house has become so lively. A softly spoken voice rang out. The crowd looked for the sound. A magnificently dressed gentleman came stepping from outside the courtyard. The 4 people who had just attacked and killed Lu Xuanhuan had landed behind the male. Fourth Highness, Pang Wenshan uttered in surprise. Hastily stepping forward, he cupped his fists and bowed. I thank your Fourth Highness. There is no need for you to be polite. Lord Pang, you are a 5th-ranked lieutenant personally appointed by the court. The official uniforms, official seals, and instruments of office are all in place. This so-called pot of gold is just some random act. Today, this palace would like to see just how many disorganized officials there are within the borders of my Grand Xia who dare to make a move against a 5th-ranked member of the imperial court. Shama gently patted Lord Pang's shoulder. The eyes looked towards the surrounding Jianghu people, including Lan Jihuo and Bamboo Shadowcold had subconsciously avoided their gazes. Although the Bijou Sword Mansion and the 9 Palace sect were great sects in Xianzhou, but not arrogant enough to openly provoke the court, especially Blue Novelty. Thinking of the 1,000 instructions given by the Great Elder before the trip. Definitely don't start any conflict with this Fourth Highness. It seems that one quietly circulated in the Bijou Sword Mansion. It's probably true. Hey. So it's the master of the Jinwu division who has arrived. Didn't think it was really a little doll. The heir of my lineage died at the hands of Pang Wenshan. The old man intended to seek his bad luck this day. But if you are willing to worship under the old man, it's not as if the matter can't be written off. The rumor in the Jianghu is that you are a junior Grand Master. But old man, I don't believe it. Di Liang looked Xiaomo up and down and suddenly said in a shocking voice, Who are you? Shamer gently turned his head, his tone very flat. Fourth Highness, this person's name is Di Liang, known in the Jianghu as the Bloody Hand, and is a renowned expert of the Devil's Way in Xianzhou. Pang Wenshan, who was at the side, whispered, Bloody Hands? Shamer suddenly laughed. Looking towards Di Liang, he said somewhat playfully, If you can receive a sword from this palace, there is no harm in worshipping you as a teacher. Di Liang's face showed joy. Really? Summers nodded gently. Naturally true. Okay, then you're out. Di Liang said rather confidently. Chapter 50, Elder Sky Crane. Fourth Highness, Pang Wenshan was startled. Just as he was about to say something, he was interrupted by Summer. Lord Pang needn't worry. This palace has its own measures. Pang Wenshan sighed helplessly. This time of contact, he also knew that this Fourth Highness's character was quite a bit dry and arbitrary. No one is allowed to interfere with the decisions made. Yes, Fourth Highness, be more careful. The martial art this guy cultivates is called blood refining demon technique. Years of tempering his body with the blood of living creatures has made his flesh strong and unrivaled, and his true chi is even more cold and overbearing. When this magic skill is practiced to its fullest extent, it can even manipulate the flow of the opponent's blood while fighting, which is really ferocious. After all, he had been an elder of the Bijou Sword Mansion for so many years. Pang Wenshan still had some knowledge of the characters of the righteous and devilish paths in Xianzhou. Shamer nodded, signaling that he knew. Feel free to pull the underworld out of its scabbard. I didn't realize that I had just put you in the scabbard today, and now I have to drink blood again. It was as if Underworld understood Shamer's words. The sword couldn't help but let out a burst of buzzing. Good sword. With Di Liang's knowledge, he could naturally tell that Underworld was a good sword. Good disciple. Strike. Di Liang seemed to be very confident in his martial arts. Xiaomo's eyes gradually became cold. The Underworld sword slowly lifted up, the tip of the sword pointing straight at Di Liang. A sword intent filled with the aura of death covered the 4 fields, terrifying to the extreme. When the sword light rose, it was as if the gates of hell were wide open and 10,000 ghosts were walking at night, making people's bones creepy. This sword was the kiss of death, and when the tip of the sword pointed, the living beings were in danger of being destroyed. Di Liang's face suddenly changed. His pale face was swept by the gusts of wind, showing all the colors of panic. No! What kind of swordplay is this? Di Liang can't think too much. His hand swung quickly. Fully activated blood-refining magic power. Blood light sword. Transformed into a pair of blood-colored hand. Want to block Xiaomo's front. Boom! Blood splattered everywhere, and the bloody hand actually shattered by inches under the sword. The blood-refining demon technique was directly broken by a sword. Devastating and unstoppable. The sword light went on unabated, penetrating Di Liang's chest, and blood spurted out like a spring, staining the lapel of his coat red. Di Liang's body trembled violently under the impact of the sword light, his eyes full of unbelief and despair. The remaining energy of the sword light continued forward, directly shattering one of the compound's walls. Masonry was flying and dust was filling the air. The entire courtyard became silent, including Lan Jihua and Bamboo Shadowcold, the 2 experts of the Bijou Sword Mansion and the 9 Palace sect. All mouths were wide open at the moment. Overwhelmed, he looked at the scene in front of him. The infamous bloody hand of the Shenzhou Devil's Road was killed with a single sword? The crowd all looked at Xiaomo with shocked faces. Are the rumors true? Is there really such a young grandmaster in the world? Mr. Pang, aren't you going to wash your hands in gold? Shamo took the underworld back to its scabbard. The so-called bloody hand martial arts is weird in the ability to manipulate blood. In terms of internal strength alone, even the three deadly fiends of the underworld were inferior. How could it be possible to catch the sword of his? Pang Wunshan snapped back to his senses. Yes. He was also stunned by this sword of Xiaomo's just now. Honestly, even if he hadn't been sneak attacked by Lu Xuanhuan, against this old devil, the chances of winning would only be 40% at most. Wouldn't that mean that he likewise couldn't even receive a single sword from Xiaomo? Most of the Jianghu people were still immersed inside the hell-like sword moves just now. Pang Wunshan walked to the gold basin in a bit of a trance, just about to put my hand down. Wait! A neutral voice rang out from outside the courtyard. In a whirlwind, dozens of figures fishtailed into the room. Clear color elegant robe embroidered with cranes and clouds, white as snow, not stained with dust. Heavenly Crane Palace, how did they get here? Pang Wunshan frowned slightly, not moving to put his hands back. Looking at a figure that had just entered the courtyard, he said, I wonder what Wind Blue Palace Master Fong here. Tianhe Palace Master, Fong Shui. Ha. How can Mr. Fong be absent from Pang's Golden Basin Conference? But Brother Knight didn't come, which is somewhat surprising to Fong. Xiaomo glanced at this Heavenly Crane Palace's Fong Palace Master, who was draped in a light and elegant crane cloak. His face was emaciated, and his eyebrows revealed a kind of majesty without anger, but that occasional flash of shrewdness in his eyes. One gets the feeling that this man is not what he appears to be. Thank you, Palace Master Fang, for thinking of me. My family's sect leader has been in seclusion for a long time practicing the 9 styles of bijou. This time, I've come to attend Senior Pang's Golden Potato Assembly on behalf of the sect leader. What? Could it be that Palace Master Fong doesn't think I'm qualified enough? Lan Jihua said as she stared into the eyes of the Heavenly Crane Palace Master. The Heavenly Crane Palace Master smiled gently. Lady Blue is joking. It's just that Mr. Fong and Brother Knight haven't seen each other for many years, and I had thought that we could take this opportunity to discuss swords with each other today. Now it looks like it will have to be left for later. After saying that, this Heavenly Crane Palace Master's gaze looked towards Xiaomo. Then his expression became a little serious and he clasped his hands together. Fong Shui, Palace Master of the Heavenly Crane Palace of Xinzhou. Meet your Fourth Highness. Shamer gave Fong Shui a meaningful look. What a coincidence that Palace Master Fong has come. Fong Shui raised his head and curiously surveyed Shamer. Where? The distance from the Heavenly Crane Palace to the Ming Ancient City is not close. After Mr. Fong finished dealing with the many trivial matters in the sect, he hoofed it this way. Not too late after all. Fourth Highness came to Xinzhou. Why don't you go to my Heavenly Crane Palace to sit down? And Mr. Fong can also fulfill the landlord's friendship. This palace is not familiar with Palace Master Fong, so I'm afraid it would be inconvenient to take the liberty of interrupting. Ha. Where are your words, Fourth Highness? The Heavenly Crane Palace welcomes the Fourth Highness as a guest at any time. Bloody Hand Di Liang's corpse was not far from this Heavenly Crane Palace Master, but Fong Shui acted as if he didn't see it at all. Self-consciously, he exchanged pleasantries with Shamer. Is Palace Master Fong waiting for someone? Shamer stared into Fong Shui's eyes and asked directly. This Heavenly Crane Palace Master had completely left the protagonist of this Gold Basin Conference out to dry. There seems to be some hint of procrastination. Fong Shui's face changed slightly. Not expecting this Fourth Highness to be so direct. Just wanted to say something. The sky at first sounded the crane. The sound of the new, clear and melodious. The crowd looked up. A black dot looms in the firmament, gradually differentiating itself as a dandelion crane arrives. The crane's feathers are white and flawless, and its top is vermilion red like a flame. With an elegant posture, there was an old man standing firmly on the back of a danding crane, carrying an ancient sword on his back. The old man has crane hair, eyes containing autumn water, divine light convergence, a transcendent attitude. Greetings, Master, Fong Shui suddenly shouted out, bowing towards the old man. Greetings, Ancestor. The surrounding Heavenly Crane Palace disciples shouted in unison. The representatives of the various sects and factions stood up at this moment. Somewhat startled, he looked at the old man in the sky. 13th in the Tianji Pavilion's martial arts evaluation. Xuanzhou's only explicit Grandmaster Old Man Tianhe. Chapter 51, Shifting Shapes. This old man. He's much more pretentious than old Taoist Yun Qing. Xiaomo looked toward Elder Sky Crane. A thought subconsciously surfaced in his mind. Elder Sky Crane's clothes fluttered as if he had become one with the wind and breath of heaven and earth. The movement was as light as a falling leaf in autumn, slipping noiselessly off the branch. In the blink of an eye, the figure that was still relaxing on the crane's back had transformed into a faint white phantom. In the courtyard, The fragrance of flowers and bamboo swayed gently. In this instant of change, the old man's figure has steadily landed in the center of the courtyard, his feet gently pointing to the ground, without stirring up a trace of dust. Shift! Bamboo Shadow Cold exclaimed in shock. He is known for his lightness, but the shifting shadows skill is not as simple as lightness, without a strong internal force to back it up. Even if the cultivation is the world's #1 lightweight skill, and definitely can't do this. Truly the jungle is vast, and there are talented people in the world for generations. You're really rare at your young age. Rare. Elder Sky Crane started from the moment he set foot in the courtyard. A pair of clear eyes never left Shama's. The sky is so big that I don't know how many unknown looks there are. You've been stuck in a corner of Shinjo for a long time, not knowing the vastness of heaven and earth, so it's understandable for you to have this lament. Shamer's voice was flat as he returned. Great masters have their own chi senses between them. Others might have doubts about his status as a Grand Master, but Elder Sky Crane should have been able to sense it the first time he saw him. Fourth Highness, although your status is honorable, but my master is a great master of the generation. It is the present majesty who is here, and he will never dare to take it lightly. Feng Shui's tone suddenly changed, directly expressing a hint of dissatisfaction. Unbridled, Elder Sky Crane's voice rang out. Feng Shui looked at Elder Tianhe in doubt. Master? Elder Tianhe arched his hand towards Xia Mo. The young disciple is rude, so I hope the Fourth Highness will be magnanimous. Xia Mo curiously looked at Elder Tianhe. The old man seemed a little different from what he had thought earlier. This palace naturally won't bother with anything with the late generation. Shamer said faintly. You. The corner of Feng Shui's mouth twitched slightly. He was more than a round older than this royal highness. How dare you speak so boldly as to treat yourself as a junior? He's a grand master. Elder Sky Crane's voice suddenly resounded in his mind. Feng Shui looked at Shama in surprise. The rumors are true. Then all your plans. A grand master would have been difficult to deal with, especially one from the imperial court. Wow! The sound of water gurgling, as if beads falling from a jade disc, crisp and pleasant. The crowd looked for the sound. It turns out that Pang Wanshan is looking at this side of the world with accidents going on. Solely put your hand directly into the golden basin. A painful wash. Ha ha ha. Gentlemen, Pang has already washed his hands of the gold pot, and some of the grudges in the Jianghu in the future will have nothing to do with Pang. Thank you all for coming to watch today. Pang Wanshan arched his hand toward all sides. Warrior Pang. No, it's time to call Lord Pang nowadays. Now that the Gold Basin Conference is over, then we'll take our leave as well. Farewell. The Jianghu people in the courtyard left the Pang mansion in 2s and 3s, arching their hands. Most of them were supposed to be coming to see a good time. That sort of shamas earlier was enough for them to go back and have bragging rights. Xianzhou Devil Dao's top expert, Bloodhand Di Liang, was killed with a single sword strike. The great patriarch Sky Crane Elder was silent after his arrival. Everything indicated that this Xinwu division master sent by the imperial court was indeed a great master. To be able to hang out in the jungle, there is naturally no shortage of smart people among them. Less than an incense stick. In the courtyard, apart from the Pang family's subordinates, there were only the people from the Heavenly Crane Palace, the Bijou Sword Mansion, and the 9 Palace sect left. Great! Aside from the Vajra Temple, 3 of the 4 major sects of the Xian State's righteousness have arrived today. The Heavenly Crane Palace is even more so with the founding ancestor and the current palace master. It saved the palace a lot of trouble. The imperial court has established the Xinwu division to unify and manage the martial artists of the world. All of you are longtime veterans of the Jianghu, so I'm sure you can understand this bitterness of the court. Xia Emo took out 2 Xinwu books from his arms. Prompted with his inner strength, the Xinwu book fell into Feng Shui's and Bamboo Shadow Han's hands respectively. Bamboo Shadow Cold was a bit overwhelmed with the Xinwu book in his hand. He hadn't wanted to take it, but I hadn't thought about the hand moving on its own reflexively. On the other side, Feng Shui's face was a bit ugly. Bamboo Shadow Cold was nothing more than an elder in the 9 Palace sect, but he, the hallowed Heavenly Crane Palace master, hadn't been able to avoid this Xinwu book in his hand. He could see better than Bamboo Shadow Cold. The Xinwu book that Xia Mo threw out had a very subtle internal force attached to it. If you don't take it obediently, this little booklet, I'm afraid, will immediately turn into a very scary hidden weapon. Feng Shui and Bamboo Shadow Cold opened the Xinwu book. Just flipping through the first page, the faces of the duo immediately became complicated. Fourth Highness, this is a matter of great importance, so please forgive me for not having the authority to decide. When I return to report to the sect master, I will give the Fourth Highness an answer at that time. Bamboo Shadow Cold immediately spoke. Summer was not surprised when she sniffed. The 9 Palace sect is in the far west of Xianzhou. It's too far away from Nargatown. Today, I met this Huanggu Dobu, but also to save him another trip. If the 9 Palace sect is unwilling to accept the Xinwu book, that's even less of a problem. This palace has also been a godly friend to your sect Master Situ for a long time. If your church agrees to take over the Jinwu book, you may contact the local government office. The Jinwu division will immediately send someone to the Nine Palace sect, Shama said carefully to Bamboo Shadow Cold. Between the words, the possibility of the Nine Palace sect's rejection was not taken into account in the slightest. The Heavenly Crane Palace's founding ancestor and contemporary palace master are both present today. Think you'll be able to give this court an answer soon? Shamer's words changed, looking towards the two people, Old Man Tianhe and Feng Shui. Fourth Highness, if the court acts like this, aren't they afraid of causing a shock in the martial arts world? Feng Shui raised the Jinwu book in his hand and said, ha ha ha, the world's martial arts? Palace Master Fang, what yamen is this world Wulin, and how many ranks does the official hold? Shamer said as he looked into Feng Shui's eyes, there is no king's land under the sky, and there is no king's subject in the land. Within the boundaries of Disya, the will of the court is the only will, not to mention the various sects and factions. Even the martial arts alliance is nothing more than a man of the cloth. Nowadays, the court has made it possible for you paladins to receive the same treatment as court officials. Could it be that Palace Master Feng has some other calculations in mind? Summer's voice suddenly turned harsh. Feng Shui trailed off. Subconsciously, he looked towards Elder Sky Crane, one that could carry the pressure of a great master at this moment. I'm afraid there's only one other great master. Chapter 52 The Covenant. You are now the palace master of the Heavenly Crane Palace. What are you looking at me for? Take it or leave it. Looking back and forth, it seems that there was still some rashness in handing over this huge foundation to you back then. Surprisingly, not only did Old Man Tianhe not go along with Feng Shui's idea, instead, he came out with a reprimand. Master, Feng Shui glanced around at the Heavenly Crane Palace disciples who had buried their heads very low. The face was a bit of a mouthful. Old Man Tianhe shook his head in disappointment, caring about these false names day in and day out. So what if Heavenly Crane Palace becomes the #1 sect in Xianzhou? If this palace master of yours is not good at martial arts, won't it be in vain to make the heroes of the world laugh? Master, disciples, netherworldly undetermined sword, has reached great completion. Under the Grand Master, I ask myself that I won't lose to anyone? Feng Shui gently clasped his fists. Won't lose to anyone? Old Man Tianhe glanced at Feng Shui out of the corner of his eye. A playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Does that also mean you can't win against anyone? The Night Kid from the Bijou Sword House, the Situ Kid from the Nine Palace sect, who are you sure you can beat? Not to mention the old vultures of the Vajra Temple. I'm afraid your sword can't even break someone's golden body. Feng Shui opened his mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment. Today, it is clear that Elder Sky Crane was asked to back him up. How come it's all about you now? If the two of you want to discuss martial arts, you can go back to the Heavenly Crane Palace and take your time. Palace Master Fang, you haven't answered my palace's words yet. This Shinwu book, do you take it or not? Shama suddenly interrupted the two with a voice. Fourth Highness, I wonder if the Bijou Sword Mansion can take over the Jinwu book. Feng Shui's tone turned serious. The eyes moved from Shama to Lan Zhihui. Just now, Xiamo Shinwu book had only taken out 2 copies. If the Bijou Sword House was the first to take over the Imperial Court's Jinwu book, that message got out. The reputation of the Heavenly Crane Palace was not damaged. Lan Zhihui smiled faintly. A few days ago, the Fourth Highness already visited my Bijou Sword Mansion. My family sect master said that there are great masters like Senior Tianhe in Xianzhou today. The Heavenly Crane Palace is also a mainstay in the martial arts. The Bijou Sword House doesn't dare to trespass, as long as the Heavenly Crane Palace agrees. The Bijou Sword Mansion, will never say anything. Lan Zhihua finished. Feng Shui's face instantly grimaced. On the other side, Bamboo Shadow Cold's heart suddenly stirred. The Bijou Sword Mansion is a good idea. Feng Water grunted. If the Bijou Sword Mansion had this kind of realization in the past, of course he would be happy. But now, what? Palace Master Feng feels embarrassed? Summer's voice rang out again. Feng Shui's face changed. Hastily arching his hand, he said, Your Fourth Highness is joking. Feng Mao. Ever since knowing that Summer was a Grand Master, the strategies Feng Shui had thought of beforehand were all useless at the moment, especially if Elder Sky Crane is unreliable. Ugh! Looking at Feng Shui's tangled look, Old Man Tianhe sighed helplessly. When you return, remove the burden of Palace Master from you and leave the affairs of the palace to the elders. Go back to the Crane Heart Cave to retreat and cultivate by yourself. Master? Feng Shui's body shook as he looked at Elder Tianhe in disbelief. At this time, Old Man Tianhe ignored Feng Shui. Instead, he looked to Summer. It's true that I've been stuck in Xianzhou for a long time all these years, to the point where I don't know what has become of the world outside. The White Cloud Temple and the Lotus Temple have taken over the Jinwu book. The Heavenly Crane Palace naturally wouldn't dare to risk universal condemnation and go against the Imperial Court. But the jungle has its rules. If the court doesn't even have a decree, the Heavenly Crane Palace will just take over the Jinwu book. It's not enough to be underestimated. Just now, I was riding a crane hundreds of feet above, and I sensed from afar that the sword intent below me was so fierce and horrifying that I thought it must have been the handiwork of the Fourth Highness, right? Xia Mo sighed softly. How is it that regardless of the righteous and devilish paths, all of you people in the Jianghu are all of the same virtue? Elder means for this palace to compete with Palace Master Fong? Fong Shui looked at Shamer with some confusion. Elder Sky Crane laughed lightly. Fourth Highness has an interesting personality. How many kilograms can this stupid disciple of mine have? How can he be a match for the Fourth Highness? If your Fourth Highness can defeat my Heavenly Crane Palace's ethereal undetermined sword, this Shinwu book, Sky Crane Palace, will take it. Elder Sky Crane said decisively. A stern aura emanated from Old Man Tianhe. Around the courtyard, the wind suddenly rose, swirling up fallen leaves and dust, flying all over the sky. Bamboo Shadow Cold, Lan Jihua, Pang Wenshan and Ji Chuxue all changed their faces. Only then did he remember that the one in front of him was an actual Grand Master. Yes, a word spat softly and flatly, yet it instantly penetrated the noise and turmoil around it. With the fall of this voice, the wind that originally raged around the courtyard seemed to be gently smoothed by an invisible hand. Gradually, the wind dies down, the dust settles, and all is quiet. Xia Mo looked at Elder Tianhe and said, "This place can't be exerted. Don't ruin the master's courtyard. Change the place." Elder Sky Crane nodded. More than 10 miles outside of the city, there is a bamboo forest. Why don't you let me, your Fourth Highness, give this crane a ride? Elder Sky Crane turned around and gently stroked the feathers of the dandelion crane. This dandelion is really quite a bit larger than the average dandelion. It's supposed to be a rather spirited king crane. There's no need for that. Senior, just lead the way. The old man's figure moved slightly, like a swallow skimming the water. Without a trace of dust, he had lightly leaped onto the broad back of the danding crane. The danding crane seemed to have long been in tune with its mind and did not wait for any hesitation. A strong gust of wind swept out from underneath it as the wings flapped vigorously. It brought up the fine leaves and dust in the courtyard, but in an instant it was left far behind by that high-flying figure. Fourth Highness, there are fine BMWs in the residence, Pang Wenshan said quietly as he came up beside Xiamo. Xiamo's figure moved slightly and silently, and when the crowd reacted, he was already standing steadily on the towering courtyard wall. It's an instant, and it's ridiculously fast. Immediately after that, it directly leapt into mid-air. Shama's toes tapped the void, as if he had touched some kind of invisible medium. A circle of invisible ripples, to the feet as the center, slowly rippling, like the surface of the water throwing stones, but no sound can be heard, only to see the air trembling. In a matter of moments, Xiamo's body shape gradually hidden, and then whoosh sound, completely disappeared in the crowd's line of sight. Follow it. I don't know who shouted. The crowd then responded, one after another. They performed lightweight skills to chase towards the direction where Elder Tianhe and Xia Mo had disappeared. Battle of the Great Masters. If you can learn a thing or two from it, this trip was not in vain. Chapter 53, The 14th Sword. Bamboo, dense shadow overlapping, the wind over, bamboo leaves rustling, such as whispering. The sky suddenly have a crane cry clear, high-pitched and impassioned. The sound of vibrating wings, resounding through the bamboo forest, startled the birds flying. A danding crane arrived, with feathers as white as snow and a red top like fire, descending from the 9 heavens, like a fairy bird descending. The old man Tianhe stood on the back of the crane, overlooking the bamboo forest. His eyes were deep and profound, as if he was evaluating this quiet heaven and earth. In a moment, the old man Tianhe figure slightly moving, light as a feather, from the back of the crane jumped down, toes light point, not touch the ground, has steadily stood on top of a piece of bamboo leaves slightly trembling. Rustling sound, the branches only slightly moving, as if carrying non-objects, showing its light skill is highly skillful. Seeing this, the danding crane raised its head and made a long cry, its voice clear and loud. Then it lifted its wings and flew up, spreading its wings and bringing up a strong wind that made the bamboo leaves clatter. This is quite spiritual. A voice suddenly rang out in the bamboo forest. Elder Tianhe looked at Xia Mo, who was also stepping on a bamboo leaf in the distance. A strange color flashed in his eyes. Even he didn't dare to say that he could compete with a large bird like the danding crane with his lightness alone. From Pengfu to this bamboo forest, it is at least tens of miles away. This Fourth Highness surprisingly arrived almost around the same time as him. There is a blue pool on Lingyun Mountain where the Heavenly Crane Palace is located, and a flock of cranes lives there. If your Fourth Highness likes it, you can go ahead and pick one yourself. Shamer watched the dandelion crane's fading silhouette toward the Sky Crane Elder. He asked, "Are all of the Sky Crane Palace's dandelion cranes of this caliber?" Old man Tianhe shook his head. Naturally not. This crane of mine was the last leader of that flock. Summers nodded. If there's a chance, this palace will go to the Heavenly Crane Palace to sit down. A crane that can be ridden. Shamer was really up for keeping one. Clang a clear sword roar. Elder Sky Crane slowly drew the ancient and simple longsword that was behind his back. The sword was slender, light and unassuming, with a faint silver-white luster flowing through it. It was like the first rays of sunlight in the morning sprinkled on top of the crane feathers. This sword is called the Crane Fly, and the last time it was sheathed was 3 years ago. Elder Sky Crane said slowly. Xiamo's sleeve hand spread slightly, and in a light touch, the hand holding the sword suddenly loosened. Then swift as lightning, his right hand clasped the hilt of the sword with unerring precision. Miso. The scabbard fell down from the high altitude with an irresistible momentum, half of it deeply embedded in the ground. Dust flew. The surrounding air seemed to be agitated by this throw and grab, and could not be calmed for a long time. Underworld. Summer hadn't had time to be introduced. Old man Tianhe had recognized the sword in his hand. That's right, this palace took a trip to the Bijou Sword Mansion earlier. They are quite generous, giving this underworld prison to this palace. Shamer casually pulled a swordflower and said, this fierce sword had quite a reputation in Xianzhou back in the day. The founding ancestor of the Bijou Sword Mansion almost went off the deep end because of this sword. Why did the Fourth Highness choose it? Old man Tianhe frowned slightly. The founding ancestor of the Bijou Sword Mansion was likewise a great master. In the end, it was decided that the sword would be sealed in the sword graveyard. You can see the ferocity of the underworld. Yes? Then the palace doesn't know. Perhaps it's the incompatibility between that founding ancestor and this sword. This palace does find this sword very tame. Summers isn't talking nonsense either. The sword technique of the Bijou Sword House didn't match the underworld in any way. And in Xiamo's hands, a set of life-snatching 13 swords juggled down. Simply not too smooth. How much longer will seniors be gossiping? This palace can't wait to see what is so powerful about the famous, ethereal undetermined sword? In that case, then Fourth Highness be careful. Sky Crane old man also no longer talk. The body suddenly rise, as if the crane wings, light and extraordinary, in the bamboo leaves between the shuttle unhindered. The sword light flashed like flowing clouds in the sky, and like a mountain stream, drifting and elusive, the wind dances in crane's cry. In the middle of the bamboo forest, where the sword wind reaches, the bamboo leaves are flying, like a violent storm, the bamboo trunk is swaying, the branches are broken and the leaves are falling. A mess. There were even a few thin bamboo plants that were actually cut off by the sword chi, lying on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the sword in old man Tianhe's hand was already approaching Xiamo's face. Xiamo's complexion was slightly condensed, his figure retreated sharply, an underworld prison directly met him. In the middle of the bamboo forest, almost only the remnants of the two could be seen. The tip of Heavenly Crane's old man's sword lightly tapped on the ground, stirring up a circle of subtle ripples, and the bamboo leaves lightly trembled with it. Shamer retreated a few feet away. A bamboo branch was bent down. Senior will also receive a sword from me. Xiamo's eyes slightly condensed. A morose cold aura spread out from the body of the sword. Friction with the surrounding air, emitting a burst of ethereal sound. The eighth sword. The sword light stormed up, like a ghost in the dark night, instantly cutting through the sky and aiming straight for the old man Tianhe's vitals. Within the sword chi, it was even mixed with a rich killing chi, and the two intertwined together to form a bizarre black and white cyclone. This sword play. Seeing this, old man Tianhe frowned slightly, but he did not panic. The ancient sword crane flying is in full bloom at this moment. Sword light like weaving, flying in the sky. Each sword shadow is indistinguishable from the real, like 10,000 cranes flying together, and like a star river hanging upside down. Dazzling. The two sword lights intertwined and entwined in the air, emitting a roar. The surrounding bamboo forest, under the impact of this force, was even more violently shaking. Bamboo leaves flying. The 10th sword. The sword light was like a waterfall, pouring straight down, carrying an unstoppable impact, wanting to roll the old man Tianhe into an endless abyss. Tianhe old man's body shaped slightly sideways. Sword tip light point, soft to overcome hard. Will Xiamo this momentum of a heavy blow dissolved into nothing? The 11th sword. Xiamo's figure was illusory, and his sword light split into several channels, attacking the old man Tianhe from different angles, each sword light containing a deadly threat. Tianhe old man frowned slightly. The pace of his feet was subtle. His body shape was suddenly left and right, actually weaving in and out of this dense sword shadow, avoiding it one by one. The 12th sword. Xiamo's sword changed suddenly. The sword light was bright and dark, like the door of life and death constantly opening and closing. Elder Tianhe's expression was grave. His entire body's true chi stirred, and the tip of his sword condensed a thick sword chi. The two swords clashed, and in a flash, sword light shot out in all directions, killing aura rushing to the sky. Drink! A stormy shout from the old man Sky Crane suddenly came out from the bamboo forest. A vast and boundless sword intent rose up to the sky. It was the most powerful killing move in the ethereal undetermined sword. This move, the sword light into a piece of nothingness, but also seems to contain everything, so that it is difficult to catch its true location. The surrounding space seemed to be distorted by this sword intent. Bamboo leaves were flying, the wind was whistling, and the sky and earth were in chaos. Old man Tianhe's figure moved with the sword, like a ghost floating in the void, and came straight for Xia Mo. The surrounding space seemed to be distorted by this sword intent. Bamboo leaves were flying, the wind was whistling, and the sky and earth were in chaos. It looked like it was no longer going to continue fighting with Shamer. Xia Mo faced the killing moves that came from all over the world. His heart was shocked and unruffled though, and his eyes flashed with a touch of determination. The trajectory of the first 13 swords floated one by one in his mind like a walking lantern, as if the underworld sensed the will of its master. The sword light transformed into a hideous poisonous dragon, hovering in the air, the tip of the sword gulping hellish flames. The 14th sword. Chapter 54, The Dust Bowl. It blended the essence of the first 13 swords with the unique nature of the Mary-enclosed divine power. Xiaomo's 14th sword was already very different from the original user of this sword technique. The poisonous dragon roared as the sword move came out, carrying an endless power of killing and destruction. The old man's crane flying crashed head-on into the old man's crane flying. A sharp and extreme crane call broke through the sky, sounding like gold and stone striking each other, and like a sharp blade coming out of its sheath, resounding through the clouds. The chirping sound was not only deafening, but also contained endless sword intent, turning into rolling sound waves that surged like angry waves. The surrounding bamboo forests fell in response to the sound, branches and leaves flying, as if they had been flattened one by an invisible blade, leaving a mess. As the crane's song gradually died down, in the void, the shadow of a huge immortal crane slowly coalesced into shape. The entire body was condensed from sharp and incomparable sword chi, and each feather flashed with a cold light, just like a substantial sword, emitting a palpitating coldness. Good swordplay. Shamer gave a heartfelt praise. It was true that none of those who could become Grand Masters were simple. The ethereal undetermined sword executed by Elder Tianhe himself. The strength of the power was far from being comparable to the Bijou Swordmaster's stream. The poisonous dragon opened its huge mouth and let out a deafening roar, the sound containing anger and despair from the abyss. The ghostly green flames that surrounded his body fluttered violently. Each trace of flame seemed to be drawn from the depths of hell, carrying the toxicity of corrupting everything and endless heat. The poisonous dragon rose into the air, transforming into a lightning bolt burning with green flames and heading straight for the immortal crane. Hellish sword intent filled the air, and the entire bamboo forest was shrouded by an invisible cloud of gloom, and the air was filled with the scent of death. The immortal crane did not retreat, but instead, his gaze became even colder. Each swing of the wings was accompanied by an eruption of sharp sword chi, clashing with the poisoned dragon's flames and dazzling sparks. Elder Tianhe continuously swung his sword, and a brilliant sword aura shot towards Xia Mo. However, they were picked off one by the sword in Shamer's hand. It ends here. Xia Mo indulged in his immortal ascension steps, and almost at a speed that was indiscernible to the naked eye, he silently appeared on the side of old man Tianhe. What? Elder Sky Crane's pupils suddenly shrunk. He was fully focused just now, but he was still startled. It's like the shrinking ground into inches technique, not at all like all the martial arts on earth, but Elder Sky Crane was at least a grand master. Still, it was an instant reaction. The long sword instantly flipped over, the tip of the sword gulping out a harsh sword aura in an attempt to adjust the attack as fast as possible. Yet Shamer's speed surpassed the limits of his reflexes. As the true chi surged wildly within Xiaomo's body, the 14th sword seemed to break free of its shackles. The might instantly erupted, and the entire bamboo forest was completely flattened by an extremely strong force. Fire and poison entwined, forming a brilliant and deadly tornado. In the midst of the dragon's scroll, a pair of gigantic feathered wings condensed from pure sword chi violently opened up, sweeping towards Elder Sky Crane with devastating power. It wasn't just a sword, it was more like a cataclysm between heaven and earth. It was as if nothing could stop that rampaging poisonous dragon. The air was ignited with a guttural pop. Old man Tianhe's face turned red. It was simply too late to admit defeat and call it quits at the moment. A long-lost deadly threat rose from the heart. Go! Elder Sky Crane exerted all his strength, condensing his lifelong cultivation into the tip of his sword. Swinging out a brilliant sword light, he attempted to block this terrifying sword. The two collided, but it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. And old man Tianhe's sword light instantly crumbled under the monstrous might of the 14th sword. The entire person was even shaken by this force and was sent flying several feet like a kite with broken strings. His clothes were ragged, and blood was spilling from the corners of his mouth, so he was obviously seriously injured. At the same time, the crane silhouette that had been encircling beside Elder Sky Crane let out a mournful wail. The light then dimmed and dissipated into nothingness. Surprised you survived? Xia Emo was a little surprised when he looked at the severely injured Elder Sky Crane. The great masters of this world really couldn't be underestimated. This person was clearly only ranked at the bottom of the Great Xia's Tianji Pavilion's martial arts evaluation. Yet, he was able to survive the 14th sword that he had exerted with all his might. He really did have the intention of killing Elder Sky Crane just now. As soon as this Grand Master dies, with the amount of awareness displayed by that Heavenly Crane Palace Master, it was simply not enough to support the Heavenly Crane Palace to become the top sect in Xianzhou. The work of the Jinwu division can also be carried out better. But on second thought, Elder Sky Crane has promised to take over the Jinwu book. Anyway, it also figured out the old man's martial arts. The Heavenly Crane Palace couldn't turn over any big waves. With such a great master sitting in Xianzhou, it could also play a vital role in stabilizing the Jianghu. Whoosh! The sword sheath that was previously stuck in the ground suddenly flew back into Shamer's hand, spacing out and taking in things. Elder, I apologize. Xia Emo put away his sword and sheathed it, and was about to go check on Elder Sky Crane. A cracking sound rang out. In the distance, Feng Shui arrived at an astonishing speed by exercising the Sky Crane Palace's unique lightweight skill. Unbelievably, he looked at the scene in front of him. An entire bamboo forest has been reduced to broken walls and devastation. Bamboo leaves scattered on the ground, or piled up into piles, or gently swirling with the wind, can no longer be gathered into that vibrant sea of green. Master, Feng Shui suddenly saw Elder Sky Crane, who was slowly getting up from the ground at the moment. I lost. Old man Tianha raised one hand and slowly pressed it down again. The pale face gradually reddened a little. This sword technique of the Fourth Highness is too murderous. No wonder it fits so well with that ferocious sword. I wonder what the name of this sword technique is. 3 air-breaking sounds rang out in succession. Bamboo Shadow Cold, Lan Jihua, and Pang Wenshan also finally arrived. I didn't realize that the contest was already over. Pang Wenshan looked happy. It looks like it should be Fourth Highness who wins. 13 swords of life snatching. Shamer slung Underworld over his shoulder, unapologetically saying the name of the life-snatching 13 swords. It was impossible for these guys to find out the source of their martial arts skills anyway. 13 swords of life-snatching, Elder Sky Crane muttered. A look of doubt flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, Old Man Tianha snapped his head up and looked at Xia Mo and blurted out, "Isn't it the 14th sword?" After saying that, he reacted immediately himself. So that's how it is. Extreme sublimation. That's the red flower after the green leaf. Elder Sky Crane nodded his head repeatedly. Unconsciously, he recalled the competition just now. Right at this moment, Ji Chushua's 4 people also arrived here. Compared to these Jianghu lords, the Forjin Wuwei's internal strength was still somewhat inadequate. Aside from Ji Chushua, who was just a little pale, Lin Fu, Meng Liang, and Zhu Yan were all gasping for air. Fourth Highness, after we return, the Heavenly Crane Palace will immediately announce to the outside world that it has taken over the Imperial Court's Jinwu register. My master's injuries are not light, so I'll take my leave. Feng Shui clasped his hands and said towards Shama. This time the attitude was significantly more respectful. Jianghu, after all, is a place where strength is used to speak? Summers nodded gently. A crane sounded in the sky, and Feng Shui left with Elder Sky Crane. Bamboo Shadow Cold and Lan Jihua also took their leave. What happened here today? They had to go back and report it to their own sect leader at the first opportunity. You guys follow Lord Pang back first. This palace still has some things to take care of. After Xia Mo finished speaking, he didn't wait for Ji Chushua's few people to react. The person has disappeared. Chapter 55, Wen Liang's News, A Verdant Valley. Xia Mo stood quietly on the bank of the stream, his expression as light as water. Come out. Before the words left his mouth, a breeze brushed by, accompanied by a slight sound. A black shadow flashed out from the darkness like a ghost, instantly appearing in Summer's line of sight. The man's entire body was shrouded under a thick black robe, revealing only a pair of sharp, eagle-like eyes. Darksan see the Fourth Highness. The black-robed man knelt on one knee and clasped his hands in a respectful salute. Shamer gently raised his hand, signaling this person to get up. What is it? Darksan sniffed and immediately straightened up. Fourth Highness, after days of secret scouting, the secret guards have discovered Wen Liang's whereabouts. An imperceptible glint flashed in Summer's eyes. Where? Wen Liang had killed the crown prince, so it could be said that he was already on Dasha's must-kill list. He was able to gain the support of the Xia Emperor and become the Jinwu Division Master so easily. In addition to the martial arts skills revealed to the Xia Emperor, this Grand Master ranked 7th in the Tianji Pavilion's martial assessment, but he made a military order. Wen Liang's whereabouts had always been investigated by the secret guards around Emperor Xia. Now it's finally coming to a head. Back to your highness. Wen Liang hasn't left the northern realm since he killed his highness the crown prince. Someone once spotted him in a small city in the north. According to the intelligence that came back, Wen Liang seems to be looking for something? Darksan said respectfully. The Summer Emperor had long ago ordered all information about Wen Liang. the secret guards can report to the fourth prince as much as they can, especially after seeing the match between Xia Mo and Elder Sky Crane. Dark 3 thought that even the leader of their Arc guards would be respectful in front of this fourth prince. Looking for something? Shamer frowned slightly. Did you send someone to inquire? Dark 3 continued. There are already dark guards in disguise, entering that small city. I'm sure we'll hear something soon. Can you determine Wen Liang's exact whereabouts? Back to the fourth highness. The other party is a great master after all. Although the dark guards are good at hiding, they still don't dare to follow them directly. Right now, we can only be sure that Wen Liang is still in the north. As for the exact trail, the dark guards weren't able to get it exactly right for a while, but please rest assured, Fourth Highness, that the dark guards have already been turned into pieces and dispersed into the large and small towns of the northern realm. As long as Wen Liang shows up again, he will definitely not be able to escape the heavenly net. Dark 3 said rather confidently. Don't underestimate a great master. Such a big commotion, if it's not even noticed, then it can only be said that this Wen Liang is a deceiver. Shama looked at Darksan and said flatly, no way? Darksan said with some hesitation. We know how powerful the Grand Master is. That's why Wen Liang hasn't taken the initiative to have contact with him since he showed up. Do you think Elder Sky Crane didn't notice you when you were in the city? Shamer spoke directly. Darksan's pupils snapped. Fourth Highness? Well, after this palace finishes handling some trivial matters in Xianzhou, we'll depart immediately for the north. If Wen Liang really sensed you guys and was slow to react, that means what he's looking for is important. Wen Liang will not leave the north until he gets it. You guys just follow the previous arrangement and lock down Wen Liang's exact whereabouts first. Everything will wait until this palace arrives in the north. Shamer was ready to turn around and leave after he finished speaking. Fourth Highness, what else? Darksan hesitated for a moment, but still spoke. Nowadays, the imperial court is at war with the two major dynasties of the grasslands and the northern frontier in the northern border. The situation is changing. Some of the generals are already suspicious, and the matter of the crown princess disguising herself as His Royal Highness can't be hidden for long. His Majesty means to announce that His Highness the Crown Prince died of an illness after killing Wen Liang. Prince Consort. A dignified yet gentle figure subconsciously surfaced in Xiaomo's mind. The prince was born of the Empress. This Empress of Daxia nowadays has a gentle character and is not of the nature to fight for power. As the first mother of the princes, she was quite devoted. Otherwise, Summer's past 18 years in the palace wouldn't have been so comfortable. The crown princess was hand-picked by the Empress. It seems to come from the queen's mother's clan. Summer had a few encounters with this crown princess when she was a child. If the news of the crown prince being killed by Wen Liang got out, the face of the court will certainly be damaged. No matter how heartbroken the Xia emperor was, he had to make the decision that an emperor should make. The prince's death from disease is certainly the best way to put it. The palace knows. With the voice still echoing in his ears, Darksan raised his head. And Shamer had already disappeared. Half a month has passed, and the furor over Pang Wenshan's golden basin has gradually subsided. Only the news that Elder Sky Crane had been defeated at the hands of the Imperial Court's Jinwu Division Master. Under the spreading of people who had the intention to do so, it spread out frantically with Ming Ancient City as the center. There was no longer any doubt about the fact that the court had produced a young Grandmaster. The Heavenly Crane Palace kept its mouth shut about this matter. It didn't take long to announce the acceptance of the court's Jinwu book. The Bijou Sword Mansion and the Nine Palace sect followed closely behind. There is no way for the Vajra Temple to be left alone when the big picture is set in motion. The abbot of Vajrapani Temple personally visited the city of Naruto. No one knows what's going on. Upon his return, he likewise announced that he had taken over the court's book of Jinwu. The four major sects of the Xian State's righteousness have all taken over the Jinwu book. Lord Pang, even the Bijou Sword Mansion doesn't know where the mountain gates of the Evil Spirit Valley and the Dark Night Hall are located? A courtyard. Shama turned to ask Pang Wenshan. In Xianzhou, before the rise of the Heavenly Crane Palace, there were a total of 5 top sects. The 3 schools of the righteous path were the Bijou Sword House, the Nine Palace sect, and the Vajra Temple. 2 families of the Devil's Way, the Valley of Evil Spirits and the Hall of Darkness. But since the emergence of Elder Sky Crane, a great master, these 2 devilish sects acted in an unusually low profile. No one knew where their mountain gate was either. Pang Wenshan bowed and said, back to the Fourth Highness. Indeed, I don't know. Xia Mo sighed softly. I wanted to completely solve the problem here before leaving Xianzhou. Now it seems that we can only ask Commander Feng to temporarily sit in Xianzhou and deal with the subsequent matters. Next to Pang Wenshan was none other than Feng Zhang, who had arrived from Chengdu with the elite of the Brocade Guards. Yes, Feng Zhang clasped his hands together. The Jinwu envoy of Xianzhou has not yet landed. Pang Wenshan had no desire to pay any more attention to the matters in the Jianghu. If it wasn't for Shamer himself speaking up, he wouldn't even contact his fellow disciples in the Bijou Sword Mansion to inquire about the news of the Evil Spirit Valley and the Dark Night Hall. Feng Zhang came at the right time. This Jinhui commander's martial arts skills are not weak. When the Jinwu division grows, the positions of Department 6 and the Brocade Guards, two yamen whose functions highly overlapped with those of the Jinwu division, would become awkward. I believe Feng Zhang himself has a number in mind. Division Master, you are leaving Xinzhou. Ji Chushua's four people looked at Xiaomo in surprise. This is something they had no prior knowledge of. Good, you won't have to follow this time. Stay in Xinzhou for the time being and cooperate with Commander Feng to handle things over here. The northern border is a long way to travel, whether it's to kill one Liang or to fight with the two major dynasties. With Ji Chushuas and their martial arts skills, it was extremely dangerous to participate. It was easier for Shamer to move around on his own. Chapter 56, Tianji Pavilion. After staying in Xinzhou for another 2 days, Xiaomo rode the Ink Shadow Wind chasing steed towards the northern border. Backing the court has that benefit. No matter what city you go to, there are local officials and Jinhui acting with full cooperation. The reputation of the Daxia Jinwu division was as strong as ever. Shamer hadn't met a single ungrateful fellow so far. It looks like it's time to take the time to walk to the Heavenly Crane Palace. Beside a small stream, Shamer was holding a brush as he bathed the Ink Shadow chasing Windgear. Running this kind of long distance, the best horse is not as good as the white crane flying in the sky after all. If you look at the speed of that dandelion crane of Elder Sky Crane, I'm afraid we're getting close to the north now. Moo moo. Ink Shadow chasing steed made a disgruntled sound. Well, no put-downs intended. The division of labor is different. The division of labor is different. Xiaomo gently brushed the mane of the Ink Shadow Wind chasing steed. Sometimes animals get jealous and are simply more direct than people. But by the looks of it, we'll have to stay in the field again tonight. Shamer looked up at the sky. The dome of the sky is gradually tinted orange and yellow. The afterglow is like gold. The clouds are sprinkled with afterglow, gradually tinting the clouds. Dusk has arrived. In ancient times there was no navigation and maps were abbreviated. Plus, Shamer deviated from the official road and took a side road that was rarely traveled. That's why a sense of direction is especially important. Luckily, after the establishment of the Jinwu division, Shamer had mended his skills in recognizing directions through the natural environment. Plus Ink Shadow chases the wind and steeds the handsome horses to know the way. Getting lost is naturally impossible. The moon was bright and silver. The Ink Shadow Wind chaser steed was grazing under a crooked-neck tree. All was silent around them, except for the occasional cry of a night bird. A clearing with lush grass and trees. The breeze brought gusts of coolness and the scent of grass. Luckily it's a nice night tonight. Otherwise you won't be able to find any ancient temples or broken houses to shelter from the wind and rain this time. Shamer picked up a number of branches and piled them together. Was about to light a campfire. There was a sudden rustling sound in my ears. Shamer's sharp gaze pierced through the gradually dimming light and looked straight into the grass in the distance. His left hand quickly probed out. 5 fingers spread out like an invisible net, violently grabbing in the direction of the source of the sound. The grab was both fast and accurate, as if it could capture the dust in the wind. A plump gray rabbit, its ruby eyes wide with terror, was steadily sucked into Shamer's hands. Looks like we won't have to nibble on jerky and pasties tonight. Shamer looked at the rabbit in his hand with a satisfied smile. It didn't take long for a mouth-watering aroma of meat to begin to fill the air. In addition to salt, this world already has cumin as a seasoning. Sprinkle a little on randomly. The unique aroma instantly intertwines with the flavor of the grilled meat to create an indescribably delicious flavor. Shamer just broke off a piece of meat and took a bite. Brother Liang, wouldn't it be a shame to have a long night with meat and no wine? The ears suddenly rang clear sound, like a spring breeze on the face, with a few points of uninhibited and laughter, so that Xiaomo could not help but slightly narrowed his eyes. A flash of surprise and curiosity passed through his eyes. If this person hadn't made a sound, he wouldn't have realized it. Following the sound, a few feet away, a young man in a crisp white dress looked at him with the same curiosity. This person was about 25 or 26 years old, with a handsome face, and his eyebrows revealed a composure and wisdom beyond his age. The waist was bound with a jade belt of the same color, hanging a jade pendant of ancient shape, warm and moist as jade, luster introverted. Obviously not mundane things can be compared. The meat is here. Where is the wine? Shamer pointed to the roasted meat in front of him. The man was empty-handed and had no baggage or anything on him. A faint smile hung at the corners of the youth's mouth, his posture revealing an unintentional elegance. It was in this moment of inattention that, miraculously, an earthenware jug of wine appeared in his right hand. The body of the pot is elegantly painted with a cloud and water design. The other hand gently carried 2 delicate jade cups. The art of strange doors. Shamer's eyes stared slightly. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid that it would be easy to treat this person's tactics just now as a Jianghu trick. However, he could clearly sense a subtle chi bureau emanating from this person. This was undoubtedly a precursor to the unleashing of the strange door technique. Although those who were good at chi men under the sky were rare, with the population of the 13 states of Daxia, or even the entire divine martial continent. There are still a lot of people who are known in the jungle. And there were 2 sects in Daxia that specialized in the art of Qi-Man. One is the Star Sect located in the Spirit State. The Star Sect has a strange art called Star Trail Strange Gate. This strange art is said to be inspired by the movement of the stars, and is able to perceive and simulate the trajectory of the celestial bodies. Introducing this magnificent power into the Bureau, users are able to draw complex star maps around themselves and influence the rules of the Bureau by adjusting the star trails. The legend of the Star Trail has been circulating in the Jianghu, but very few people have actually seen it. The Star Sect's disciples were sparse, with at most 3 or 4 heirs walking the rivers and lakes in each generation. This generation's Star Sect patriarch was even ranked as the 3rd great patriarch in the Tianji Pavilion's martial assessment. The status is honored. As for the other sect that specializes in the art of Qi-Man, not technically part of Daxia, the 7 major dynasties of the divine martial continent all had shadows of this sect. Tianji Pavilion, Star Sect and Tianji Pavilion. One was the Grand Xia dynasty's strange sect school, while the other was the most mysterious sect in the divine martial continent. There was no one in the 7 dynasties who didn't want to get to the bottom of Tianji Pavilion. However, the Tianji Pavilion existed within the great states and mansions of every dynasty, and yet no one ever knew where the real Tianji Pavilion was. The Star Sect's patriarch had once made a personal effort to project the exact location of the celestial pavilion, but for some reason, it looks like a taboo afterward. Brother Liang has a discerning eye. Yes, it is precisely the art of the Qi-Men. The visitor threw a jade cup to Shamer. Shamer took it casually. The wine in the wine pot automatically flew out, traced a bright trajectory in the air, and fell into the jade cup in Xiaomo's hand. Brother Liang drinks my wine, and I eat the meat that Brother Liang roasts. Fair enough. The youth nonchalantly took a seat across from Shamer. He was about to reach for the roast that was set up on the campfire when he finished speaking. Whoosh! The youth's complexion flinched, and his hand retracted instantly like a startled bird. A stone passed through the campfire and a ripple of reddish-yellow light was born. I don't like strangers eating meat I've roasted. Shamer's flat voice rang out. Then he drank the wine in his hand. When the youth saw this scene, he opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. In the next moment, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Brother Liang is really a man of nature. After saying that, the youth's expression became a few degrees more serious. Clasping his hands together, he said, Tianji Pavilion's Xin Jing. Meet Brother Liang. Chapter 57, Insanity. Tianji Gu. Xia Emo stared at the youth who called himself Xin Jing. It seemed to want to see through each other. This palace doesn't even know which path it will take after leaving Naraku City itself. I'm surprised you were able to find this palace so accurately. It seems that Tianji Pavilion's Qi-Man's art is indeed unique in the piece of finding people. Xin Jing smiled and once again extended his hand towards the roasted meat. Summer didn't stop him this time. Xin Jing bit down hard, as if he hadn't eaten for days, muttering, the 8 trigrams of Qi-Man are profound, and the method of finding people in the district is not worth mentioning. Not to mention our Tianji Pavilion, it's just any random person in the Jianghu who actually practiced the art of Qi-Man. It's all out of the question. Of course, Brother Liang's status is honorable and his destiny is thick in order to find him. I've suffered a lot. Xin Jing finished the roasted meat in his hands in 3 batches. Rather reluctantly, he licked his fingers. Oh, what is it that your Tianji Pavilion is looking for this palace for? Shamer's heart fluttered. The Tianji Pavilion, in addition to promulgating the martial arts evaluations of all the major dynasties, every one armor, it's still essentially an organization that sells intelligence. Tianji Gu claimed that there was nothing in the world that they didn't know. As long as you pay the price, you can go to any city's Tianji Pavilion, as little as 1 or 2 days, or as much as 3 or 5 days. You always know what you want to know. Xin Jing used his true qi to clean the grease from his hands. Then another glass of wine was poured. Wine and roasted meat is quite comforting. Xin Jing stretched his back. Tianji Pavilion does intelligence business for the entire divine martial continent. Naturally curious about what we don't know, this time I came to find Brother Liang. It can be said that it's a trek. First of all, I would like to confirm whether Brother Liang is as rumored. Xin Jing looked at Xia Mo and slowly said, it's a grandmaster. Summers said faintly, got an answer? Xin Jing shook his head. Doesn't matter. Though those who can defeat a grandmaster may not necessarily be grandmasters, but it's a fact that Elder Sky Crane was defeated at the hands of Brother Liang. With this, Brother Liang is fully capable of ascending to the next armor's martial assessment. Not interested, Shamer said bluntly. This Tianji Pavilion's martial arts evaluation looks scenic, but there is no real benefit other than vanity. Instead, it tends to attract covetousness. Is hallowed Dixia's royal son and Jun Wuxi's master. He didn't need any list ranked by a Jianghu sect at all. Xin Jing wasn't surprised when he heard this. Brother Liang, The courtiers of the 7 great dynasties have always refrained from entering the Tianji Pavilion's martial assessment, just like that eunuch Li in the palace hall. With his martial arts skills, if he wasn't a member of the Jianghu, how could the last martial arts evaluation have left him out? And the Jinwu division established by Dixia can be said to have been an alternative Jianghu sect. It's like the everlasting sky of the Steppe dynasty, the temple of the barbarians. That's why for the next martial arts evaluation, Brother Liang will definitely be on the list. Shamer's face went cold. Tianji Pavilion is also a Jianghu sect. How come none of them are on the list? You can't tell me that there are no great masters present within the heavenly hall. Xianjing smiled and didn't answer this question from Shama. If Brother Liang is really unwilling to be on the list, allow me to go back and inform the elders of the sect. The matter is not non-negotiable. Xia Mo looked at Xianjing and suddenly said, no need. It's just a martial arts evaluation. You guys can rank them however you want. The other 6 dynasties this palace doesn't care about. But within the Great Summer, the list of all the Tianji Pavilion's personnel, the palace is bound to know. And, never let this palace find out where your mountain gate is. Xianjing looked like he had expected it. Tianji Pavilion does business in all the major dynasties and naturally abides by the decrees of all the major dynasties. Don't worry, Brother Liang. After I go back this time, I will hand over the list of Tianji Pavilion personnel with internal power in the various state capitals of Daxia to the Jinwu division. Never let Brother Liang be embarrassed. Xia Mo looked deeply at Xianjing. Say, what else is going on? Xianjing's expression was shaken. At Brother Liang's age, he is able to have such martial arts cultivation. I'm sure the division is extraordinary. Division? Shamer visibly froze. Xianjing hurriedly said, I'm not hiding anything from Brother Liang. I'm here on the orders of the Heavenly Chance Pavilion Master this time. Invite your master, Ancestor Bodhi, to be a guest at the Heavenly Pavilion. If Brother Liang wants to know where my Tianji Pavilion is, he can also come with your master. Of course, if your master has any concerns, my pavilion master can also pay a visit in person. I just need to trouble Brother Liang to lead the way. There was suddenly more coldness in Xiamo's eyes. How did you know the name Ancestor Bodhi? He had only perfunctorily revealed the existence of Ancestor Bodhi that night to Emperor Xia. Could Tianji's means even calculate this? Then what else in the world could be hidden from them? Xianjing waved his hands in succession. Brother Liang, don't misunderstand. The Heavenly Chance Pavilion was also under a coincidence. It was learned that Dixia's secret guards are secretly investigating a high-ranking person called Bodhi Ancestor. Although the art of Qi Men is good at projecting, it is not an easy thing to do. Especially the heavier the target's destiny, the riskier the projection. Xia Mo gave Xianjing an odd look. You guys wouldn't really have projected Bodhi, my master, right? He wasn't surprised that the Dark Guards were investigating the Bodhi Ancestor. I'll be damned if I can find out. Available at Skype. Xianjing was a bit silent at his words. Ryoga looked up at Summer. Truth be told, ever since Brother Liang came out of nowhere, the Heavenly Hall of Opportunity has been very interested in everything that Brother Liang has to offer. For a character who can teach a high-ranking disciple like Brother Liang, it's natural to want to find out about it. Curious, Summer asked, how did it turn out? Xianjing looked at Xia Mo and said word for word, within the Tianji Pavilion, the senior who is most skilled in the art of projection, gone mad, crazy? Shamer looked at Xianjing. I wonder what he means by crazy. Not bad, that senior also counts as a meritocracy. Even if the general celestials were projected by the art of Qi Men, this would never be the result. Xianjing paid careful attention to Shamer's expression. Unfortunately, Shamer had an ancient look from start to finish. It didn't seem like he was much surprised by what Xianjing had said. Celestials. Summer couldn't help but mutter in her heart. Could this be the realm above the Great Master? There is not a single record of celestial beings in Daxia. Ever since the marrying clothes divine skill had become a great success, and after learning the Zhengyi Dengxian steps, Tianshan plum breaking hands, and the 13 swords of life snatching in quick succession. Summer didn't show it though, but there has indeed been a hint of underestimation of the world. Tonight this heir to the Celestial Pavilion arrives for a visit. Instead, it was a wake-up call for him. The world is not as simple as it appears. This palace knows, but Master, his old man, has always been a god. If I meet you next time, this palace will pass on the message for Tianji Pavilion. Shamer took the underworld prison in his hands and suddenly stood up. Now that you've eaten and drunk, why don't you let this palace see the so-called Qi Men's art? Miso, the underworld is sheathed. Chapter 58, The 5 Elements of Qi Men. Rio brother? Xianjing was startled. Before he could react, the tip of Underworld's sword was less than a foot from his throat. The body's response is often the most honest. This Tianji Pavilion successor's figure trembled slightly, and his feet gently touched the ground as if he had stepped on top of an invisible spring. The entire person catapulted out to the side and back at an incredible angle. Underworld's blade was fast, but it could only capture Xian Jing's phantom image from a moment before. This sort of Xiamos was mainly a test, but there were absolutely very few characters in the Jianghu who could avoid it. Xian Jing was now standing steadily several feet away. Good stance, but as this palace said, it's the Chi-men's art of the heavenly hall that I want to see. Sumer's calm voice came from his ears. Xian Jing's pupils shrunk, only to see that not far away, Shamer was still standing in the same place. Stigmata? Xian Jing instantly reacted. It looks like this famous Jinwu division master is not only unfathomable in terms of internal strength, the likeness was equally terrifying. The seventh sword. Xiaomo once again stabbed his sword towards Xian Jing. The air around them instantly froze, stopping even the tiniest sound of the wind. No good. Cold sweat dripped from Xian Jing's forehead. Both fingers were violently raised, and he droned under his breath. Can Fa transporting water? As the words fell, a layer of delicate mist gradually filled the surroundings. A clear and deep blue light erupted from between his fingers, instantly forming a water screen barrier. Xiaomo's eyes suddenly condensed, and a stern sword chi shot out. That water curtain barrier, under the bombardment of the sword chi, instantly disintegrated and turned into a sky full of water, like a summer shower, but with a stinging chill. Amidst the splashes, Xian Jing had long since disappeared. However, a few feet away, the air moved slightly, and the water droplets gradually coalesced, as if the morning dew had gathered, and eventually transformed into the appearance of Xian Jing. Brother Liang, I'm no match for you. Xian Jing showed a bitter smile on his face. Interesting. Shamer faintly spat out two words. The tip of the sword was hanging low, and it had been filled with a murderous aura that was enough to tear through the night sky. This sword, not seeing the softness of the moonlight, only endless darkness and the aura of death wrapped around it. The sword light had not yet appeared, but the palpitating killing aura had arrived first. Brother Liang, the words have been brought to you. I remembered that I still have important matters to attend to, so I will leave first. Xian Jing only felt a cold, piercing chill rise from the bottom of his heart. He was about to bolt, but the sword light had already arrived, fast beyond imagination, with a power to drag everything in the world into an endless abyss. Fa burning. Xian Jing once again performed the Chi-men technique. A fire dragon emerged from the void and roared as it lunged toward Shama. The air around them was distorted by its high temperature, and the destructive power was astonishing. Bang! The sword light intertwined with the fire dragon, erupting into a roar. Hiss! It didn't take long for the fire dragon to be torn to shreds like a rag by the sword light. Xian Jing's figure was the same as before, appeared in another location, tending to good fortune and avoiding evil. The 5 secret elements. This palace is really becoming more and more interested in Chi-men practitioners. Shamer turned to look at Xian Jing. These 2 swords of his were only casually executed though, but some of the Jianghu's palm-level characters may not be able to receive it so calmly. This heir of the heavenly hall of opportunity looked like he had a heartfelt look on his face, but there's obviously quite a bit left in the tank. Phew! Xian Jing let out a long breath. It looks like Brother Liang doesn't intend to let me go easily this night. Shamer aimed his sword at Xian Jing. That depends on whether or not you can make this palace happy. Xian Jing's gaze suddenly turned harsh. In that case, Brother Liang, be careful. Xian Jing lightly pressed the tip of his middle finger with his right thumb, and slightly curled the remaining 3 fingers. Then, the left hand palm up, 5 fingers together, gently covered in the right hand, forming a Qiankuan Jibi posture. The breeze brushed gently, bringing up an imperceptible wave. Oh, Shama's gaze was slightly condensed, and he didn't rush to make a move for a while. Only on the ground, a subtle ray of light began to converge, originating from an unseen source but outlining 8 directions with unerring precision. This is the Bagua map? Even though Shamo didn't understand Chi-men, he was still able to recognize the pattern under Xian Jing's feet. As the Chi Bureau unfolded further, a huge Taiji diagram gradually appeared in the central area, with the yin and yang fishes slowly rotating and the black and white colors intertwining. Golden locked chain. Xian Jing looked at Xiaomo and suddenly drank. Dozens of tiny golden chains appeared from the void, as flexible and entwined as living creatures, blocking the space around Xiaomo layer by layer. Wood binding prisoner dragon. As Xian Jing's seal changed, the surrounding forest suddenly moved. Thick tree roots and vines broke out from the ground, intertwining into an intricate web that quickly spread toward Shama. Water prison traps the sky. In the void, a clear curtain of water appeared out of nowhere and quickly wrapped around Xiaomo, forming a crystal clear water prison. Inside the water dungeon, the water flowed like a living thing, constantly squeezing and rotating, forming a powerful water pressure and whirlpool. Fiery flame of hate. The fire glowed to the sky, and the 9 fire dragons danced with their teeth and claws, surrounding Shama and eyeing him. Thick earth Jinyu. The ground trembled, and a thick earth yellow light surged out from the ground, transforming into a lofty mountain shadow that pressed down heavily. Looking at Shama, who was completely flooded by the 5 elements mysterious technique, Xian Jing's face didn't become lighter. He knew in his heart that although the Chi-Men technique looked bluff, however, with his ability, it was still a bit too much of a stretch to face a great master. 8-gate carrying. Xian Jing's originally pale face was even more devoid of a trace of blood color. A hole of nothingness gradually cracked open behind him. He gently leapt backward and jumped right into the hole. There was no intention of stopping in the slightest. Just for a moment. The 13th sword. Xiaomo's voice rang out from the Chi-Men 5 Elements Bureau. The sound was not loud, but it echoed like thunder. Wherever the sword light went, everything was silent. Life and death, good and evil, love and hate, love and hatred, all turned into nothingness at this moment. The power of the 5 elements collapsed and disintegrated under the impact of the sword light. What was even more terrifying was that as the sword light penetrated deeper, the entire Chi-Men Bureau began to vibrate violently, as if it was a giant tower about to collapse. Space became twisted and chaotic at this moment. Boom! The Chi-Men 5 Elements Bureau completely collapsed and dissipated into countless fragments in the air. Shamer's figure was revealed with it. That was a pretty fast run. Looking at the hole in the void that had already closed, Shamo casually put the underworld into his scabbard. With getting deeper and deeper into the jungle, Shamer realized that this world seemed more interesting than expected. Tian Ji Guer, Chi-Men Bagua, Tian Ren. It's been quite a night. Ding, please proceed to your destination for check-in. Shamo's footsteps lurched and a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. I didn't expect the system to react at this time. Honestly, until now he hadn't been able to figure out what the conditions for triggering the system quest were. Is it really completely random? A new view came to mind. Chapter 59, 10,000 Poison Ridge. As the sun was declining in the west, the sunlight was pouring down and the golden light was shining on the mountain road. A young male, dressed in a gorgeous dress made of cloud brocade, slowly walked from outside the town. The town is located in the deep mountains on the edge of Xinzhou, and is famous for producing a poisonous flower called yulan. The orchid is born in the valley and does not know how old it is, but the poisonous gas is hidden between the leaves. Flowers and shadows sway like fairies, but they are a source of danger and evil in the world. This was the secluded residence of the 6th-ranked Grandmaster on the last Tianji Pavilion Martial Assessment, the Sai Poison Emperor. The Tianji Pavilion Martial Arts Assessment is held every 60 years, and the lifespan of a great master is about 200 or 300 years. So it wasn't surprising that there were a handful of re-elected Grand Masters on the Tianji Pavilion's martial assessment. It was said that the Great Master that was ranked second in Xia today had been on the list 3 times in a row. Every single time it came in second place. That's why it's called the second in the world. The rules of the Tianji Pavilion martial assessment ranking were simple. 1 is a solid battle record. If you can defeat a Great Master on the list, then you will naturally be ranked ahead of him in the next session. The second is that the Great Master has fallen because his lifespan is approaching or by accident. There are at least half a dozen personnel changes in every Tianji Pavilion martial arts evaluation anyway. Finally, looking at the Sylvan town in front of him, Shamer swaggered in. The town of Yulan was between lofty mountains, surrounded by rugged mountain roads, with no official roads. He left the Ink Shadow Wind chasing steed in the middle of an official post. If they didn't return for a long time, someone would bring the Ink Shadow Wind chasing steed back to the divine capital. Xia Emo stepped into the town, but saw that the town was sparsely populated, and there were no signs of travel. The streets and alleys are empty, only the wind over the remains of the wall, bringing up several strands of dust. Orchids are planted all over the place, with bewitching flower colors and treacherous fragrances. The breeze carried the scent of flowers and blossoms, and an ominous aura permeated through the wisps. Shamer's mind was in a state of shock, and he felt that there seemed to be a foreign object intruding between his breaths. As the internal force revolved around the sky, a strange force surged out and actually lifted that wind back hard. In the air, in addition to the scent of flowers, there is also a hint of imperceptible click sound. A flash of surprise flashed in Summer's eyes. These poisonous gases of the orchid were actually able to corrode the protective astral energy? If that's the case, then there's no way that ordinary people could exist in this town. Xiaomo's figure spread, and between one step, he was already standing firmly on the roof of the neighboring room. A few rises and falls, through the streets and alleys, to the outside of a fenced-in compound. Inside the courtyard, with an elegant view, a white-clothed woman holding a fan of bushels of sunflower, gently swaying, was carefully tending to the pot of medicine on the stove. The look was gentle, and a light elegance flowed from her demeanor. All around, orchids were everywhere, green leaves were sparse, and white flowers were spitting. This girl, I don't know what to call her. Shamer clasped his hands outside the courtyard. The white-clothed woman gently raised her head at the words and glanced at Shama. For you to be able to come here, you must not be a mortal. Take my advice. There's nothing you want here. Go back where you came from. Xia Emo looked at the woman in white with some dismay. How does the girl know what I want before I even ask? The woman in white turned her head away and resumed tending the potion jar. This Yulon town is filled with Yulon orchids all over the place. It is the first-class masters in the Jianghu Lake who are careful when they arrive here. The mountain range around Yulon town is called the 10,000 Poison Ridge, and it's filled with poisonous creatures, just like a hell. Anyone who comes to this town nowadays is either a person with deep inner strength or a person who is well versed in poisonous techniques. Did you not come here for the inheritance of the Phantom Poison Emperor? After a brief glance between the white-clothed woman and Xiama, she slightly sidestepped and lightly moved her fingers, sprinkling some white powder. It was like flying snow falling and sprinkling on the fire. In an instant, the flames subsided, leaving only green smoke curling up and lingering with the medicinal fragrance. The woman in white clapped her palms to remove the dust and poured the decoction into a bowl. Then drink it down in one go without a care in the world. The legacy of the Phantom Poison Emperor? Shamer was first stunned, then immediately reacted. The secret codex of Psi Poison? The reason why the Phantom Poison Emperor was ranked 6th in the last Tianji Pavilion's martial assessment. In addition to an unfathomable martial arts skill, there is also that horrible poisonous skill that kills invisibly, and the one that combined the best of both was the ultimate poisonous technique created by the Phantom Poison Emperor in his later years, the Phantom Poison Mysteries. No wonder there are so many strange breaths in the town. It turns out that they are all rushing towards the secret code of the Phantom Poison. Shamer muttered, "Miss, it is rumored in the Jianghu that the spectral Poison Emperor lived in seclusion in his later years, but over the years, there should be no shortage of people arriving who want to obtain the spectral Poison Emperor's legacy. Most of them came to nothing and even left their lives in the 10,000 Poison Ridge. Why is there now a rumor about the secret code of the Phantom Poison? The records of the Zhenwu-Si's archives have all these strange stories. The legacy of a great master who specializes in the art of poison. It's the court that's hit this place. After a few times of getting nothing and losing troops, they gradually stopped caring." The white-clothed woman was curiously sizing up Shama at this moment. "By the looks of you, are you really not aiming for the secret code of the Phantom Poison?" Xia Emo shook his head and smiled bitterly. "To be honest, I came here because I wanted to look for a poison in the 10,000 Poison Ridge. Could it be that something has happened to the 10,000 Poison Ridge recently? To have all these demons and monsters that are usually rare to see in the Jianghu converge here?" Shamer quickly thought of the key point. The woman in white retracted her gaze, didn't answer Summer's question, and began to clean up the medicine pots. "Since you're not here for the secret codex of spectral poison, I advise you to leave as soon as possible. This place hasn't been peaceful lately. Don't risk your life for nothing just for the sake of curiosity. The 10,000 Poison Ridge is filled with poisons, some of which even Grand Masters are afraid of. Coming to the 10,000 Poison Ridge to look for poisons. It's really thanks to you to think of it." The woman in white said she was about to carry the pot of medicine back to the house. Summer sighed softly. He didn't really want to come. Who knew that the system's sign-on mission this time would be a living creature? The system suggests that the view is only the tip of the iceberg, and it's constantly changing. It took a lot of effort for Shamer to find this place. If that thing is even in the 10,000 Poison Ridge, the sky was the limit, and he didn't really know where to look for a moment. "What poison are you looking for?" The woman in white stepped one foot into the house, then turned and asked. Xia Mo hurriedly said, "I don't know what the name of that poison is either, but it looks like a scorpion on the outside, less than 2 inches long, with a crystal body carved like blood jade, a sharp tail hook, and no sound between walks." The white-clothed woman's eyes showed a rare look of surprise. "If the girl knows, please inform me. I'm sure I'll be well rewarded." Xia Mo looked at the white-clothed woman's appearance with a happy expression. "It looks like it knows." The white-clothed woman's gaze was ghostly as she looked toward Shamer. "I do know this item, but before that, I hope you can help me out with a little trouble." As soon as the words fell, 2 cracking sounds rang out, landing on either side of the yard fence. Chapter 60 Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion. "Bitch, how dare you trick us? Today Grandma will let you not die well." Xia Mo looked in search of the voice, and the person who spoke was an old crone with silver threads like frost and a wrinkled face. This old woman was dressed in a long purple robe with a hidden snake pattern embroidered on the robe. Several tiny silver rings were wrapped around her wrists, making a crisp sound as she gestured. At this moment, the old woman stood outside the fence, looking at the woman in white with a look of indignation. "Humph, Bishop, what's the point of nagging her? When we capture her, we will not be afraid that she will not tell us the whereabouts of the secret code of the Phantom Poison." The other looked short and looked like a child. A short, colorful shirt with a delicate belt around her waist, from which hung several small porcelain vases. The child's gaze towards the woman in white became even more gloomy. "Granny Bai Fu, Flower Poison Boy, I have already told you long ago, there is no secret code of the spectral poison in the 10,000 Poison Ridge. But you don't listen to yourselves. You have to dive in head first. Now that only the 2 of you have returned, it looks like Lord Akasu is in a bad way." The woman in white turned around and said in a flat tone, not the slightest mood swing from the 2 menacing guys outside. Bishop, Flower Poison Boy, and Lord Redshanks?" Shamer's expression twitched. The 10,000 Poison Ridge was located on the edge of the Xian Prefecture, but half of its territory was within the North Prefecture and the Cold Prefecture respectively. It's actually part of a triple zone. The Jianghu forces here are intricate, and every day, famous masters die on the left side of the road. So with regards to the Jianghu characters in the vicinity of the 10,000 Poison Ridge, Summer really didn't know much about them. These three had names he hadn't heard of at all, but if you look at the literal designation, they should all be good at using poison. Then why didn't you say that halfway down the road, there was a swamp filled with Jedi poison? Ground Jedi poison. Invisible, no quality, hidden in the ground veins, touching into the muscle. At first no difference. To be aware of the time has been deep in the poison. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels are corroded. The pain is unbearable. I see you're deliberately showing us a dead end. The white-clothed woman calmly looked at Bishop. The three of you are also experts in using poison. You should know that apart from the strong toxicity of the Earth Jedi poison, if it doesn't come into contact with the skin, it will definitely not be poisoned. Seeing the two of you in such a sorry state, you wouldn't have been in the middle of the swamp at that time, fighting over something, would you? Granny by Phosphorus and Flower Poison Child were simultaneously silent at the words. In less than a moment, Bishop Phosphorus fiercely opened her mouth and drank. Bitch woman, no matter what happens today, you must pay for Lord Redbird's life. Granny by Food gently raised her hand, and a tiny green snake darted towards the woman in white. Orchids in the yard, as if there is a spirit of communication. Leaves Chi turn, competing towards the green snake, as if it wants to stop it with the fragrance of the front. The Flower Poison Child flicked his sleeve blandly. The orchid fragrance restored its tranquility, and his posture was as it was in the beginning. Just at the moment when the green snake was about to touch the woman in white, a sword light flashed violently from the side. The Baifu Poison Lady and the Flower Poison Child only felt a flash of light before their eyes, only heard a click sound. The green snake instantly became several sections in the air. Both of you, why don't you give me the benefit of the doubt and come back tomorrow? Xia Mo had appeared in the courtyard at an unknown time, with his back to the woman in white. He looked at Granny by Fook and the Flower Poison Child with a smile on his face. Granny by Phosphorus and Flower Poison Child frowned at the same time. They saw this young man just now. There were absolutely no simple characters who could appear in Yulan town. So after judging that this person was not all the way with the woman in white, both of them tacitly ignored this person. What is your honor? This is a matter between us and this woman. I advise your excellency to stay out of it. Bai Fuang Bao looked at Shama with scorn. With that sword just now, she was honestly in a bit of a trance. I have no intention of getting into a feud between you. I just have something to ask this girl today, so please come back tomorrow, both of you. The woman in white saw this scene and walked straight into the house. Toast, kid, this is your own death. By Phosphorus Granny's body was surging with true chi, and the fence outside the courtyard could not withstand the pressure. After clicking several crunching sounds, the fence was actually torn open like papier-mâché, with wood shavings flying and dust rising in all directions. This old crone didn't know what kind of stance she was practicing. After a few staggers, the person had already appeared in the courtyard and slapped his palm towards Xia Mo. The palm wind whistled, bringing up a suffocatingly strong wind. The wind was also laced with wisps of turquoise mist, which obviously contained a strong poison. There was a clear whistle in the air. Bai Fook's pupils contracted violently, and a flash of disbelief flashed across her eyes. Xia Mo disappeared out of thin air in front of her eyes, and in the next moment had appeared behind it. A long, thin wound suddenly appeared on the neck of Bai Fook's wife, and blood spurted out like a spring, and fall down. A sword to the throat. The Flower Poison Boy's face was filled with horror. This man is unfathomable. The tip of his foot flicked, instantly transforming into a flash of brilliantly colored shadows. Each borrowed force could span a distance of several feet. Not caring about the dead body of Bijou Phosphorus woman on the ground, that was the only thought in his mind right now. Escape! Stay! A faint voice came to his ears. A cold glint flashed in the eyes of the Flower Poison Child. Lightly lifting his right hand, his fingers curled slightly, and countless poisonous needles as fine as cow hairs instantly erupted from his fingertips. These poisonous needles shimmered with colorful light in the sunlight. The corner of the Flower Poison Boy's mouth hooked into a smug smile. These poison needles were carefully carved by him, as thin as a hair, yet they could easily penetrate the armor. And what was even more terrifying was that these poison needles were infested with hundreds of rare and bizarre flower poisons. Even people with high martial arts skills can hardly escape their fate once they are struck. The voice in my ear was so clear. It is assumed that this person is close to him or her. This was the moment he was waiting for. The smile on the Flower Poison Boy's face stiffened as the poison needle passed through Summer's residual shadow. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out violently. The Flower Poison Boy fell to the ground in response. The face that was originally as young as a child's turned pale at the moment, and there's something extremely off-putting about it. Shamer watched with a slight frown. This Flower Poison Boy was skilled at keeping his face in place. and it was obvious that he was not using any decent methods. Girl, some minor trouble has been taken care of. Now should you be able to tell me the clue to that poison? Shamer came into the courtyard and shouted towards the house. It wasn't long before the woman in white walked out with a basin of fresh water. The kind of poison you described should be an overlord-level poison deep within the 10,000 poison ridge. Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion. The woman in white pulled out a small vial of powder from her bosom and sprinkled it on the body of the biphosphorus woman. Within moments, a puddle of yellow water appeared on the ground. Xiaomo's gaze was attracted to the vial in the white-clothed woman's hand. This is good stuff. Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion? Please also tell the girl in detail. I am grateful. Chapter 61 Poisonous Abyss. After the white-robed woman successively melted away the corpses of Granny Biphosphorus and the flower poison child, pour a handful of fresh water out of the basin. This 10,000 poison ridge spans more than 800 miles, and there are no less than 10,000 types of poisons in it. The Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion you mentioned is at least capable of ranking among the top 5. This poisonous scorpion is scarce and never works alone. Its poison is hidden deep in the blood. One drop can cause rivers to change color and everything to wither. It's that if a Grand Master dabbles in it, his life may be in danger if he doesn't have a method of restraining it. The woman in white said this and turned to look at Summer. Although I don't know what you're looking for with the Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion, I still advise you to think twice. Xiaomo arched his hand and smiled. Thank you for the girl's kindness. I also have reasons why I have to meet the Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion. This 10,000 poison ridge is so large. I would also like to ask the girl to tell me where I can find the Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion. The woman in white retracted her gaze and said no more. Since your mind is made up, whatever. The Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion generally lurks in the profound hinterland of the 10,000 poison ridge. There is a secret valley in the ridge called the Poisoned Abyss. Inside the valley, the strange rocks are jagged. The dark current is surging. The watercolor is crimson like blood. It is the poison of the Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion diluted, so it is called the Blood Jade Pool. If you want to find a Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion, the probability there should be the greatest. Shamer looked delighted. In that case, thank you, girl. After saying that, he was ready to turn around and leave. Slow down. The woman in white suddenly spoke out. What else is there for the girl? The woman in white walked straight into the house, and a moment later, a small white bottle was in her hand. In the 10,000 poisons ridge, exotic flowers and plants all contain poison, and there are hidden killers in the fragrance. This is an antidote to poison that I concocted in my spare time. After taking it, within 3 days, it can at least block the vast majority of the poisons in the 10,000 poison ridge. The woman in white threw the small bottle to Shamer. I originally wanted you to expel those too, but I didn't realize your martial arts skills were so high. This antidote pill, consider it as payment. Shamer curiously surveyed the bottle in his hand. Antidote? I wonder if I can take it back to the Thai hospital and learn from it. Thanks a lot, girl. Xiaomo casually placed the bottle containing the antidote pill into his arms. Are you kidding me? How can you just eat anything a stranger gives you? Although from just now, Xiaomo didn't sense any malice in this white-clothed woman, but it's always good to keep an extra eye out. With his internal strength and stance, I believe that as long as he is careful, he shouldn't be in any serious trouble. The white-clothed woman calmly watched as Xiaomo slipped the antidote pill into her bosom. Then without saying anything more, he turned around and went back into the house. With a light leap, Xiaomo had disappeared without a trace. The woman in white stepped into the room and came to sit on a stool in front of the window. Just then, an almost transparent spider's silk quietly dangled from a corner of the beams. At the end of the spider's silk dangled a spider that was as black as the deepest ink of the night. The only thing that seemed to fall into it were those golden eyes. The spider slid gently along the spider silk and finally landed firmly on the table. Yes? That man just now. Very dangerous. The woman in white stretched out her jade finger and the spider jumped straight up. To be able to kill the besieged phosphorus granny and the flower poison child so easily. Naturally, it won't be any simple character. But none of this is any of our business. Wait a few more days. The woman in white reached up and gently stroked the spider in her hand. The spider's golden pupils seemed to have streams of light flashing through them. A spider silk was spat out of his mouth and instantly stuck to the wall, and the 8 stepping feet gently leaped out of the hands of the woman in white. A corner of the 10,000 poison ridge was like a forbidden place between heaven and earth. The sunlight seems to be extraordinarily stingy here as well, only leaking spots of light through the dense canopy. On the ground, a variety of exotic plants competed for growth. Some had bushy branches and leaves that covered the sky, while others had twisted bodies that were as hideous as ghosts and monsters. There is no lack of highly poisonous species among these plants, whose leaves, flowers and even fruits exude an attractive luster but hide deadly dangers. There was a complex and subtle scent in the air. The freshness of earth and leaves is mixed with the pungent smell of a mixture of toxins that makes you wary. A toad that was no more than 2 inches in length, but with a body that was crimson red and better than blood, was now quietly crouching under a wide patch of ferns. the body clung to the moist earth, almost blending in with its surroundings as it patiently waited for its prey to arrive. Not far away, a colorful butterfly was flitting leisurely through the forest. The butterfly stopped and landed on a delicate flower, greedily sucking nectar. Just as Butterfly was enjoying the peace and quiet, a dark shadow approached silently. It was actually a lizard clad in pitch-black scale armor, its eyes flashing with an eerie green light. The color of this lizard's body could actually change to follow its surroundings. Just as the lizard approached the defenseless poisonous butterfly and was about to unleash a fatal blow, with a small thud, the toad leapt up and took a bite out of the lizard's tail. Caught off guard, the lizard let out a mournful scream as its body struggled violently. Within moments, many blood blisters appeared on the lizard's body. Then there was no more movement. After the toad poisoned the lizard, its head flung out violently, and a tongue, like black lightning, it catapulted out of its wide mouth with unimaginable speed, slicing through the air with a slight hiss. This tongue is long, thin and flexible, with a forked end, like the most elaborate insect net in nature, pinpointing the target with unerring accuracy, the butterfly that was just now trying to escape from this place of wrongdoing. Almost instantly, the toad's tongue had wrapped around the butterfly's body, binding it tightly. It then retracted with the same amazing speed, bringing the butterfly back to its long-awaited mouth. Ha 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 ha, it's really a step in the right direction. Red-blooded red toad, worthy of the 10,000 poison ridge. I didn't expect there to be such a poisonous creature. A voice that was strange to the extreme rang out. The red-blooded red toad that had just eaten the butterfly seemed as if it had received an overwhelming shock. A jump of 3 feet. It was directly grabbed by a somewhat dry palm. A strange man in dark blue robes excitedly looked at the red-blooded red toad in his hand. Little good boy, I've been wandering around this 10,000 poison ridge for several days, and I've finally caught you. With you, old me's, underworld cold finger, please ask. Before the strange man could finish his sentence, a slightly curious voice came from behind him. Do you know the way to the poisoned abyss? Chapter 62, The 9 Sons. The strange man turned his head, his eyes as dark as water, only to see a richly dressed youth, who was smiling and clasping his fists at him. In this 10,000 poisons ridge, how could someone get so close to him? If this person had just made a sneak attack. Who are you? The strange man's voice at the moment was devoid of the previous ecstasy. Instead, there was a hint of raspiness. Xiaomo's gaze swept past the red-blooded red toad in the strange man's hand. A natural poison reservoir like the 10,000 poisons ridge was naturally favored by some people in the Jianghu who practiced insidious and poisonous kung fu. Listening to this person's words earlier, he should not be the group of people who came for the phantom poison emperor's inheritance, just a lost man in the district. I also hope that you will show me a path. I am grateful. There was a hint of helplessness in Summer's voice. He really didn't think that he had the physique to get lost. It was also true that this 10,000 poison ridge had high mountains and deep forests, and many of the places were extremely dangerous. He had already lost his sense of direction after less than half a day of walking in the direction that the woman in white had pointed out. The conventional method of recognizing direction by environment is often wrong in the 10,000 poison ridge. Moreover, Xiaomo realized that he had indeed underestimated the poisonous flowers and insects in the 10,000 poison ridge. There are even some poisons that are capable of directly infesting the true qi. If it were not for the fact that after grafting divine power had been greatly accomplished, as long as one did not actively release it, there would not be a single trace of true qi leaking out. Otherwise it's a real pain in the ass. 2 hours after coming in, he had already taken the antidote to poison that the woman in white had sent him. The Grand Master though stood at the apex of the vast majority of the Jianghu. But this poison stuff, it's really hard to tell. Back then, when this spectral poison emperor had not yet become a Grandmaster, he had a battle record of poisoning and killing a Grandmaster. So as soon as he broke through the Grandmaster, he was directly ranked 6th in the last Tianji Pavilion martial assessment. Humph, the strange man grunted coldly. Poisoned abyss? Even I don't dare to dip my toe in that place. Look at your young age. Are you going to seek death? Shamer blinked and just looked at the weirdo. Is your excellency very good? The strange man casually put the red toad into a cloth bag at his waist. Ha ha ha, it seems like it's really been too long since I've walked in the jungle. The juniors nowadays don't even know the name of my old man. Kid, don't say I'm bullying you. As long as you can take this finger, I'll tell you where the poisonous abyss is. Xiaomo's eyes grew cold. He had truly noticed that many people who hung out in the jungle liked to think of mouthing off as a form of spontaneity. An excited look appeared on the weirdo's face. It seemed to take great pleasure in being able to meet a living person in such a place. With his index and middle fingers together, the centered door was wide open, pointing towards Shamer without any fear. A white stream of air visible to the naked eye coalesced between the strange man's fingers, the bone-chilling cold, not yet touched. The surrounding air has been condensed. Grass and trees are covered with thin frost, as if instantly into winter. What did he just say? The Stygian finger? Xiaomo looked as normal, not the least bit moved. Seeing this, the strange man said angrily, Junior, this is your own way of seeking death. He is this dark cold finger. In the person's blood veins are frozen. The flesh is stiff as a stone. Non-solar internal energy cannot solve its cold poison. This Junior is so arrogant. Then don't blame him for being ruthless. Miso. The sound of the sword trembled slightly. Ah! The strange man screamed miserably, covered the wound of his broken finger, and stumbled backward. Sitting on his butt, he looked at Summer in horror. He was about to open his mouth to say something, when his throat was already pressed against a sword. Really? It's rare that this court has the patience to speak properly. Tell me, the exact location of the poison abyss. I think you wouldn't be the only one alive in the 10,000 Poisons Ridge these days. Would you? Shamer teasingly looked at the weirdo. The weirdo sucked in a breath of cold air in pain, feeling the cold tip of the sword on his neck move forward a little more. Southeast, over that hill ahead, about 20 or 30 miles. The poisoned abyss is right there. Spare. The strange man raised his hands high in the air. Blood kept flowing down from the broken finger. The voice also gradually became a little weak. Take care of yourself and then come with me. Shamer looked at the strange man's fallen fingers. The voice had no mood swings. What? The odd man was startled. I've already told you the location of the poisoned abyss. Shamer tapped the tip of his sword twice on the strange man's shoulder. When we arrive, we will naturally release you. The strange man's face sank. At this moment, people were the chopping board. He was the fish. Who would have thought that this junior's swordsmanship was so powerful? He didn't see it clearly at all just now. Just got his fingers cut off by the other guy. After the strange man sealed a few of his major points and briefly stopped the bleeding, Shamer grabbed the weirdo by the collar. With his legs slightly curled and a gentle stomp, the entire person rose up into the air as if he was lifted by invisible feathers. It swept straight towards the nearest sky-high tree. The leaves and branches rustled as they were carried by their brisk winds. The strange man was firmly restrained by Shamer, his face full of shock and unwillingness, but he was helpless in front of this amazing speed and strength. About an hour or so passed. Shamer lifted the strange man and landed on a protruding rock on the cliffs of the valley. Blood Jade Pool, this is really the place. Watching the valley's crimson, blood-like undercurrents, a look of joy finally appeared on Shama's face. The valley known as the Poisoned Abyss is home to fewer poisonous creatures than one might expect. The Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion was a ferocious creature that could be ranked in the top 5 in this 10,000 Poison Ridge. The sense of territory must be strong. This lord, below is the Poison Abyss, so you can release me, the strange man said through clenched teeth, holding back the pain. Shamer just gave him a faint look. The glance sent a chill down the odd man's spine. My lord, we had a deal. Finding the Poisoned Abyss only offsets the cost of your first strike. Along the way you poisoned this palace with 3 very different poisons, and how will it be counteracted? Shamer looked at the strange man with a sneer. My lord, the little one has no need to argue. Whether or not you poisoned it, you know it in your own heart. Unfortunately, you don't seem to be very good at using poison. This palace won't make things difficult for you either. 3 times of poisoning in exchange for you just doing one more thing for this palace. The strange man gulped and asked cautiously, My lord, I wonder what I am asked to do. Xiao pointed to the Blood Jade Pool in the Poison Abyss. I've heard that the Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion is especially sensitive to the blood chi of living beings, so I'll trouble you to go down and lure it out for me. No. The weirdo shook his head violently at that. Shamer couldn't care less about him. With one hand, he grabbed the strange man by the shoulders and violently threw himself downward towards the bottom. Bastard! I just won't let you go even if I'm a ghost. Put! Scarlet waves rose in all directions, and the strange man fell directly into the Blood Jade Pool. There was no struggle in the slightest. The body floated quietly in the water. Are all diluted poisons this powerful? Shamer looked at the blood-colored water with interest. Sasha, on top of a rock next to the Blood Jade Pool, a small figure suddenly appeared. Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion. Shamer was delighted, not expecting it to go so smoothly. Ding! Congratulations on finding the Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion and signing in successfully. Quest reward, 9 Suns Divine Power. Chapter 63 Conflict and Integration. A stream of true chi that was most rigid and yang suddenly raced out from hundreds of acupoints all over Xiaomo's body. This true chi was very different from the strong and domineering grafting true chi. This true chi carried vibrant vitality and endless warmth at an unbelievable speed along the intricate chi meridians. Like a babbling brook gathering into a river, it rushes to every corner of the body. 9 Suns True Chi. Shamer's complexion stared. With that, he sat cross-legged on the rocky outcrop of the crag. All of the gateways around his body are open and unobstructed, as if the moat had changed into a road, without any obstruction. With this real gas flow, limbs and bones gradually have dense purple gas curls up, dazzling, reflecting Xiaomo's skin was vaguely permeated with a layer of purple. However, just when the 9 suns were in full bloom, the grafting true chi in the body that was originally like a sleeping volcano, however, seemed to have been awakened by a thunderbolt and violently erupted with unprecedented power. It was like a volcano erupting with lava splashing in all directions, with an air of expelling the Jiuyang true chi. With the dominance of the grafting true chi, wouldn't others be allowed to snore on the side of the couch? The two strands of true chi fiercely fought within the body as if they were dragons and tigers. Both are the most rigid and young true chi. Shamer's figure swayed a bit. His face was sometimes as red as fire, sometimes as green and white as paper, and he was obviously suffering greatly. Holy system, is it reliable or not? That's if something like this happens in a fight with someone, then his little life would be in danger. The time it took for the two strands of true chi to hedge in his body felt very long to Shamer. In fact, only a few breaths of time had passed in the outside world. An unspeakably powerful force appeared out of nowhere, as if it transcended all known descriptions and boundaries. The grafting true chi and the Nine Suns true chi were perfectly fused. This fusion is more than simply adding up. Rather, the two types of true chi interpenetrated and complemented each other on a deeper level, forming a completely new and unprecedented true chi. Phew, Shamer let out a light breath. What should we call it now? The Nine Suns wedding dress? Lightly clenched his fists. Jiuyang divine power and marriage divine power are both masculine martial arts, but the emphasis is very different. The explosive power of grafting divine power was unrivaled, while Nine Suns divine power was more all-encompassing, and a light green mist spilled out in wisps from his pores, although he had eaten the white woman's antidote to poison. However, this journey had more or less been tainted with some toxins that the antidote pills hadn't been able to completely remove. Nine Young divine power is not only a top-level internal martial art, but also a sacred text for healing, which can be invulnerable to all poisons after its completion. Whoosh! There was a faintly audible cracking sound in his ears. Shamer's head tilted back gently. At that very instant, a red light swept swiftly past the front of his throat with staggering speed. In an instant, the light and shadow suddenly turned, once again cutting through the remnants of where Summer had just stood at an astonishing speed. But Summer was long gone. Before the red light struck again, it had appeared on another protruding rock several feet away. I didn't realize you had a pair of wings. A flying scorpion? Shamer looked at the sudden assailant with considerable interest. On the small and delicate body, there was a pair of transparent wings as thin as cicada wings, constantly beating the air. The strange man had long since been reduced to a shriveled corpse at this point. The blood was sucked out of his entire body. Even without considering the terrifying toxins contained in the blood jade spirit scorpion, this guy is also a rare and ferocious creature. The speed and sense of power just now. No wonder it can be ranked in the top 5 in the 10,000 Poison Ridge. And I wonder how such a small body can absorb so much blood. Next to the strange man's corpse, there was also the corpse of an equally dried-out red-blooded red toad. This poisonous creature was because it had previously been collected into a cloth bag by the strange man. Plus it was itself a highly poisonous thing, so it was somewhat resistant to the diluted scorpion poison in the blood jade pool. As the blood jade spirit scorpion drained the strange man's blood, it broke free from the cloth bag and tried to escape. How could the blood jade spirit scorpion tolerate the prey in front of it to escape? Immediately chased after him and easily resolved the red blood red toad. There is absolutely no comparison between these two poisons, and thankfully so. If the blood jade spirit scorpion had taken advantage of the collision between the grafted true chi and the Nine Suns true chi just now to attack him, that's still a bit of a problem. It's not enough to suck so much blood. Do you still want my blood? Xiaomo looked at the blood jade spirit scorpion and slowly said, judging from the sneak attack just now, the intelligence of this blood jade spirit scorpion was not low. Should be able to understand what he's saying. The blood jade spirit scorpion flew in the air and swayed gently. A pair of soulful eyes stared dead at Summer. The greed contained therein was clear to Shamer even across species. The reason why he hesitated after he missed the sneak attack, it was because the person in front of it gave it an extremely dangerous feeling. Xiaomo smiled faintly, and with a wave of the underworld in his hand, a black thin line of sword chi instantly slashed into the blood jade spirit scorpion. Is the torso so hard too? Looking at the unharmed blood jade spirit scorpion, this time, Shamer was really a bit surprised. This sword of his was capable of splitting even gold and stone, but he didn't expect it to be blocked by this little scorpion. LOL. The blood jade spirit scorpion seemed to be enraged by Shamo. The AO needle at the end of the tail stood up fiercely, like a blood-colored battle flag. The tip of the AO needle seemed to have opened the gates of hell, spraying out a sky full of red rain, all fine and sharp poison needles. True chi. Shamer's eyes lit up. Could it be that he had uncovered a corner of this world's alien cultivation today? The blood jade spirit scorpion itself naturally wouldn't grow so many poisonous needles. These are all air needles condensed from true chi, or perhaps it would be more accurate to call them air needles for foreigners. Xiaomo's figure retreated violently, as if he were a leaf falling in the wind, and every dodge was just right. Brushing against the poisonous needles brought up a subtle clashing sound. the prelude to the sword tip's encounter with the poisonous needles. Between the flashes of the sword light, it turned all the poison needles into bits of sparks that dissipated into the air. The blood jade spirit scorpion swung violently back and forth on the stone. A red mist erupted from his mouth, still faster than the previous rain of needles, instantly flooding the area, including Summers. A flash of excitement flashed across the blood jade spirit scorpion's eyes. With a shock of his wings, he turned into a bloody lightning bolt and rushed into the red mist. A fierce wind sprang up, instantly blowing away the red mist around them. The blood jade spirit scorpion scurried around in terror, but no matter what, there was no way to escape from Xiaomo's palm. Even that woman's antidote pill can't carry this red mist. If I hadn't gotten the Nine Suns divine power today, it wouldn't have been easy to capture you little guy alive. It was as if there was an invisible field in Xiaomo's hands, firmly binding the blood jade spirit scorpion inside. The blood jade spirit scorpion's ferocity was completely aroused. The AO needle at the end suddenly flashed with a shocking red light, stabbing violently towards Shamer's hand. There was the sound of air tearing. The blood jade spirit scorpion's AO needle passed through the invisible field and directly stabbed on top of Xiaomo's thumb. Clang! It's like getting stuck in some kind of hard metal. The tail of the blood jade spirit scorpion bounced back. The Vajra unbreakable body achieved by the Nine Yang divine power is not as good as the Vajra unbreakable divine power though, but it would be a drop in the bucket if you punctured it with your little one. Now let's talk it over. Summer let out a soft laugh, slowly placed the blood jade spirit scorpion on the ground. The strike unleashed by breaking through the field he had laid just now seemed to have drained this little guy's physical strength. At the moment it was sprawled out on the ground in a deathly state. Chapter 64. Little one, you like blood, right? Summer slowly crouched down. Finally, he had the time to take a closer look at the most poisonous and ferocious thing in this 10,000 poison ridge. Judging from the performance just now, existences under the great masters had to be all pumped up to face the blood jade spirit scorpion. Otherwise you will be killed if you are not careful. And this little guy is currently the only one capable of posing a threat to the Grand Master. It is the scorpion venom it contains. Not the same kind of scorpion though, but after all, even the legendary monkey has fallen on this scorpion poison. Whether it was the previous rain of poisonous needles or the red mist, the poison contained within was at most a little more violent than the poison that had been diluted in the blood jade pool. The poison in this little guy's body is hidden in his blood. The only way to experience the full scorpion venom is to be directly zapped by the native AO needle on the tail. Unfortunately, in his haste, the little guy didn't pierce Shamer's skin. Xiaomo gently touched the blood jade spirit scorpion on the ground with his finger. The cold armor was tinged with a bit of ineffable warmth. The blood jade spirit scorpion's tail gently lifted up, preparing to attack again. But just halfway through the lift, he collapsed helplessly. The true chi field that bound the blood jade spirit scorpion in Xiaomo's hands just now did not hold back. The fact that this little guy was finally able to break through that layer of field boundaries was already extraordinary. The blood jade spirit scorpion watched as Shamer shifted somewhat uneasily. A pair of soulful eyes contained complex emotions that even humans might not be able to express. It is the unusual animals that have a strong fear of life and death. Not to mention this kind of alien that has been born with a touch of spiritual intelligence. Shamer smiled faintly and gently extended his index finger. A chi needle composed entirely of true chi was condensed. This air needle was as thin as a hair, and its presence was almost invisible. This was still the inspiration given to him by the blood jade spirit scorpion just now. The chi needle pierced into the skin, and a drop of bright red blood slowly rose from Xiaomo's fingertip and floated in the air out of nowhere. When the blood jade spirit scorpion saw this drop of blood, its body involuntarily trembled. There was longing in his eyes. I know you can hear me. As long as you follow me from now on, not only will you be able to survive today, and I can offer you a drop of blood every day from now on. How? For the blood jade spirit scorpion, blood that contained true chi was undoubtedly the best tonic. Not to mention after the fusion of grafting true chi and Nine Suns true chi, the value of this drop of Xiaomo's blood was even more unknown how much it had increased. The blood jade spirit scorpion hesitated for just a moment before nodding. Whether it's saving your life or the lure of blood, both had to make it that choice. Xiaomo flexed his fingers and the blood droplets instantly flew in front of the blood jade spirit scorpion. The blood jade spirit scorpion nonchalantly opened its mouth and swallowed it. A faint red light emanated from the entire body. Instantly the injuries were healed and revitalized. Not only was this drop of Xiaomo's blood of high quality, but it also carried the characteristics of Nine Yang true chi. To the blood jade spirit scorpion, the value was stronger than the essence blood of that strange man all over earlier. Miso. The blood jade spirit scorpion's movements were so fast that they almost exceeded the limits of what the naked eye could capture. It turned into a dazzling, blood-colored lightning bolt that danced around Xiaomo. This kind of alien, which has first developed spiritual intelligence, is not as complex as human beings. After submission, unless mistreated or faced with a life or death crisis, otherwise it's not usually an easy betrayal. The blood jade spirit scorpion's body length was less than 2 inches, and it gently landed on Xiaoma's shoulder. Well, things are pretty much taken care of here. Go out and see the new world. Shamer was about to leave when he suddenly lost his footing. What's wrong? The blood jade spirit scorpion suddenly flew up, and after circling in the air, it flew towards the depths of the poison abyss. Shamer was surprised for a split second, and then he performed a light skill to follow. This is Blood Marrow Peach? In the depths of the valley, all the music was silent, and the only sound was the gurgling of water. There is a peach tree, born on top of the chalcedony, with a strong trunk and luxuriant branches and leaves, just like jade carved. Peach leaves hidden between the point of crystal. A closer look is 2 blood-red peach hanging on the branch. This peach has a rounded form, a warm jade-like color, and contains a faint blood aura. I didn't realize that the depths of the poisonous abyss had other holes in it. If you hadn't led the way, the average person wouldn't have even thought about coming in here. Shamer looked at the peaches on the tree. On top of both peaches, there was a tiny crack. This is a sign that the blood marrow peach is ripe. The sword light flashed, and the 2 blood marrow peaches fell in response. This blood marrow peach was not as precious as the snowy ice heart lotus though. It can be considered a rare heavenly treasure. Eating it can strengthen the tendons and bones, condense the chi in blood, and even open the potential of the human body, so that the cultivation will soar. Instead, you can bring it back to use for the good seedlings in the Jinwu division. So you grew up eating this stuff. No wonder your flesh is so tough. The ripening cycle of the blood marrow peach also takes at least 6 or 7 years. If we transplant this peach tree, forget it, the environment here is unique. Hisses. The blood jade spirit scorpion suddenly moved quickly around the peach tree. A light flashed in Summer's head. Suddenly, he looked at the 5 unripe blood marrow peaches on the tree. Are you saying that my blood can ripen these blood marrow peaches? The blood jade spirit scorpion kept nodding its head. Is it because of the 9 suns? Summers made a snap decision and used the underworld to cut a slit in his hand. 7 or 8 drops of blood flew towards the peach tree and disappeared into it as far as the naked eye could see. Blood alone is not enough. A fine light flashed in Summer's eyes. Immediately, he sat down with his legs crossed, his hands facing the sky, and a majestic true chi broke out of his body. 1 day later, 7 blood marrow peaches. This time it really wasn't in vain. But how do you take so much stuff? Shamer's face paled a bit. Suddenly, he remembered the means by which Xin Jing of Tianji Pavilion had suddenly taken out the wine that night. Chimera, that's pretty handy. Squeak. The blood jade spirit scorpion flew in from the distance with a soaked cloth in its mouth. Ancient primitive storage tool, a bag. It's that weirdo's. Shamer held out his palm. The powerful true chi instantly vaporized the moisture on the package as well as any remaining toxins. Go! A figure weaved between the dense branches. The moonlight was thin, but it outlined his stance just right, leaving no trace of his every leap. The branches that seemed so fragile and weak became solid bedrock under his feet. Suddenly, the figure stopped at the top of a large tree. That's the 3rd one, I think. Shamer's gaze passed through the dappled shadows of the trees, and even though it was nighttime, it couldn't hinder his vision in the slightest. In a clearing under the tree, a body lay. The moonlight shone on that pale face, showing a bit of desolation and terror. The man's hands were in a twisted position around his own neck, and in those staring pupils, the unspeakable fear and despair of the moment before death remained. Chapter 65, The Poisonous Lady and the Spider. There are no visible wounds on the whole body except the neck. All organs are intact. Is it hard to believe that this man strangled himself to death? Summer slowly crouched down. The body was carefully examined. The man was found to be intact except for his hands, which were in a death grip around his neck, and there were no signs of poisoning. If it wasn't for the fact that I now have the 9 suns true chi to protect my body, Xiaomo also wouldn't feel free to touch this corpse of unknown origin in an environment like the 10,000 Poison Ridge. On the way back from the poisoned abyss, this was the 3rd body he had found dead in the same condition. Could it be some sort of spiritual martial art? Shamer took a closer look at the corpse's twisted face. Seems to have seen something extremely horrible before he died. This appearance rather reminded him of the demon monk Confused Mind's chaotic god technique. There is nothing better than spiritual martial arts at killing people. The blood jade spirit scorpion flew out of Xiaomo's arms. It's been sleeping just now. Well, Xiaomo looked at the blood jade spirit scorpion. As one of the overlord level poisons of the 10,000 Poison Ridge, definitely know this place much better than he does. The blood jade spirit scorpion landed on the corpse's head. The AO needle on his tail stuck directly through his brow, then quickly withdrew again. Leaves a very small red spot. Hiss. The blood jade spirit scorpion's body shook gently. Is it really poisoned? It really deserves to be called the 10,000 Poisons Ridge, but there's even this kind of psychotropic toxin that sends people into a frenzy. It looks like something should have happened to the 10,000 Poison Ridge while we were at the poison abyss ripening the blood marrow peach. Xiaomo body light start toe. Did not hear the slightest sound. Has left the ground a few feet. Go! Under the all-out rush, It was about an incense stick's worth of work. The town of Glades has come into view. Something did happen. Those breathing sounds. It looks like some powerful characters have come. Without much thought, Xiaomo shuttled like a ghost in the sky above Yulan town. The moonlight is thin and the stars are hidden. It was dark between the streets and alleys of the town of Yulan. Only a few lanterns waved their faint light, barely illuminating the green stone path. Ah! Several miserable screams rang out, cutting through the silence like sharp blades. Shamer's body was in a state of flux. It landed firmly on the tiles of a roof. That direction. It's the woman in white. Shamer quickly swept towards the direction from which the tragic scream came. Poison lady, quickly hand over the secret code of the phantom poison, or today is the day of your death. A bellowing cry. The one who spoke was a big man with a big body. The big man's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he stared dead at the white-clothed woman who stood quietly in the courtyard. The fence outside the yard, at the moment all destroyed. The yard orchids, half withered. Only the remnants of the fragrance remains. Dozens of dark shadows surrounded this courtyard silently. An atmosphere of saber rattling permeated the room. The woman in white had a plain dress like snow, and her face was indifferent. It seemed that these people were not taken into account at all. When did the famous Iron Palm Lagon become a traitor of the Dark Knight Palace? The woman in white looked at the lanky man and said softly. The shadowy Shamer's complexion moved slightly. The Hall of Darkness? I didn't expect to encounter the Dark Knight Hall, one of the two major sects of the Shinjo Devil Dao. Here, as for that Iron Palm Louis Kung, Shamer vaguely remembered seeming to hear this name. This person's martial arts excellence, especially good at palmistry, a pair of iron palm, fierce and peerless, under one strike, gold and stone for open. The people in the Jianghu are not afraid of the wind, but this man has a good reputation in the jungle. Whenever there is a dispute, he will step forward and calm the conflict with a pair of iron palms, so he was honored with the name of Lei Gong. Humph, how Sprinkler acts is none of your poisonous girl's business. Don't you really think that with a tiny spider, you'll be able to stop Sprinkler? Iron Palm Lei Gong stared angrily at the woman in white. Spider? It was then that Summer noticed. The courtyard where the woman in white was covered in nearly transparent silk threads. A spider is moving continuously along the silk thread. The spider was pitch black, almost blending in with the night. No wonder I didn't notice it earlier. There are still a dozen bodies lying in the yard. The death was identical to the body encountered in the forest. The blood jade spirit scorpion was suddenly a bit agitated when it saw this spider. Xiaomo gently stroked the shell of the blood jade spirit scorpion to calm it down. It was able to cause such a reaction from the blood jade spirit scorpion. That spider must not have been a normal poisonous creature. Swordsman Lei, the golden pupil night shadow spider produces a limited amount of phantom poison in a day. It has killed so many of us now. Guess there's not much left. Don't give it time to regenerate. Don't make a move yet. Behind the Iron Palm Lei Gong, a middle-aged man with a face like cold jade said indifferently. The man wore a basalt-colored brocade robe with dark gold cloud patterns embroidered on the robe. Low profile without losing his majesty. The Dark Knight Hall disciples around the courtyard all seemed to be led by this person. Iron Palm Lei Gong's face changed at his words. Looking at the white-clothed woman in the courtyard, he gritted his teeth and his figure stormed up. A pair of iron palms wrapped in the wind and rain, with an unquestionable might, straight to the courtyard of the white-clothed woman who stood still as a lotus. Just then, the black spider's eyes snapped open. The golden light shone brightly, like two miniature suns, illuminating everything around them. Iron Palm Lei Gong's movements slightly lurched as an inexplicable chill surged in his heart. Eyes subconsciously avoided the spider's golden pupils. The iron palm fell with a roar, and the fine spider webs that were originally densely spread across the compound crumbled under the violent palm wind. The sound of breaking was interspersed with the sharp sound of air being torn apart. The black spider moved deftly, utilizing the aftermath of the palm wind's agitation to lightly swing an almost invisible spider silk that landed on the white-clothed woman's shoulder. A mournful and extreme scream pierced the night sky, only to see that Iron Palm Lei Gong's iron palms, once known for their fierceness, were incredibly strangling his own throat at this moment. The eyes were round and the pupils were covered with lurid blood, struggling wildly like a wild animal. His body trembled violently due to the extreme pain, and he eventually planted himself helplessly in the courtyard. The woman in white frowned slightly. Reaching out with her jade fingers, she gently touched the spider on her shoulder. Don't push yourself too hard. The golden light in the spider's eyes quickly turned dim. All of the remaining spider silk in the courtyard also fell to the ground. Elder Morong? The middle-aged man didn't give a damn about Iron Palm Lei Gong's death. Instead, she cast a questioning glance at a woman next to her in a purple court dress. The golden pupil night shadow spider's phantom poison is bizarre and unpredictable, and the victim is instantly haunted by nightmares and visions, and ultimately suffers a mental breakdown and self-destructive death, which is a tragic death. Earlier this has already released quite a lot, and now it has poisoned Iron Palm Lei Gong to death. And even if there are still toxins in the body, there is definitely not much left. Vice Hall Master hidden. This is the best time to take this woman. Chapter 66, Amazing Poison Technique. Go! Hearing the words of the Purple Palace dress woman, the middle-aged man known as the Hidden Vice Palace Master did not hesitate for a second. A big hand. The surrounding Dark Night Hall disciples were killing towards the white-clothed woman. The martial arts of the Hall of Darkness have shadow, darkness, speed, and guile as the four core essentials. These Dark Night Hall disciples also seemed to know how powerful the woman in white was. None of them dared to step forward. There has been a resort to wandering. A palm, a sword, a knife, a leg. There were sounds of strength breaking through the air in all directions. I'll do it. The woman in white stopped the golden pupil night shadow spider on her shoulder that was about to jump out again. His eyes fell on the woman in the purple palace dress beside the hidden deputy palace master. I said how the people of the Darkness Palace have such guts, dare to intrude into the 10,000 Poison Ridge. It turns out that in addition to subduing some of the drunkards, there is also an expert from the Heavenly Fragrance Poison Garden. It's no wonder you guys recognize the golden pupil night shadow spider. The woman in white walked out of the courtyard. The incoming forceful chi around them was like meeting invisible resistance. All dissipated. Puff, puff. It was followed by the sound of a fall to the ground. The closer they got to the woman in white, the faster they fell. Retreat. Until the moment the woman in white walked out of the courtyard door, there were already more than a dozen corpses of Dark Night Hall disciples on the ground. I don't know who shouted. The remaining Darkness Hall disciples retreated. What? Has that old woman not died by now? The woman in white looked at the Purple Palace dress woman. A rare flash of coldness passed through his eyes. Thanks for hanging in there, girl. Master, her old man, is in robust health, and before she came, she specially instructed me to bring the girl back to the Heavenly Fragrance Poison Garden as a guest. The woman in the Purple Palace dress had a smile on her face, gently arching his hand towards the woman in white. Not interested, but since you are that old woman's disciple, you can stay here today. An icy cold to the extreme killing aura suddenly erupted from the white-clothed woman's body. The Purple Palace dress woman's face was also cold at this moment. I respect the fact that you are a disciple of the Poison Emperor, so I will salute you again. But the girl is so outspoken, so I can't help but teach you a lesson today on behalf of the Emperor of the Phantom Poison. The woman in white said in a cold voice, "You're just as hypocritical as that old woman. If I hadn't found out about Master, his old man would have died long ago. How dare you people from the Heavenly Fragrance Poison Garden set foot on the 10,000 Poison Ridge? During this period of time, those bullies in the jungle were also attracted by you guys, right?" The white-clothed woman's fingertips flicked up, without the slightest bit of pyrotechnics, but condensed the most keen and cold toxins in heaven and earth. Tiny ice crystals suddenly condensed in the air, and the surrounding plants and trees were assaulted by the invisible cold, with a thin layer of frost hanging from the tips of their leaves. Her fingertips, on the other hand, transformed into the sharpest ice blades in winter, carrying a poison strong enough to freeze her heart and veins. This finger, actually towards the hidden deputy palace master point. The corner of the hidden vice hall master's mouth was slightly skewed, and without moving his body, he violently swung out a palm with only the strength of one arm. The palm wind whistled, carrying an unspeakable dark force. In an instant, the palm transformed into an ink-colored abyss, profound and lightless, like the night devouring the day. The two forces, one dark and one cold, clashed in the air, stirring up a circle of ripples that were hard to see with the naked eye. Retract your palm. Her finger power is poisonous. The voice of the woman in the Purple Palace dress rang out. The hidden vice hall master raised an eyebrow. He only felt an incomparably chilly force drilling desperately into his palm. Just as he was about to withdraw his palm, he suddenly realized that his right hand had lost consciousness. Phew! The Purple Palace dress woman lightly opened her vermilion lips, and between the exhale, a ball of profound purple mist curled out. The violet row miasma? The woman in white seemed to recognize the purple mist. Her body shook, like a stream of clouds, and retreated several feet, avoiding its sharpness. All around this covered with frost, because of the purple fog intrusion, but quietly melted. The cold retreat. Vitality seems to be quietly deprived. The white-clothed woman's eyes flashed. Her jade hand flickered. Her fingers moved slightly, and instantly a flash of emerald green light overflowed from her sleeve. The purple mist in the air seemed to encounter a natural enemy and retreated, turning from dark to light in color and eventually turning into nothingness. The hidden vice hall master's face sank like cold water. The unconscious arm clenched its fist violently, and a wisp of cold air spilled out of it. The Purple Palace-suited woman slowly said, "The secret codex of the spectral poison is mysterious and unfathomable, capable of hiding the poison between all things. Back then, the spectral poison emperor hard-poisoned a grandmaster with this ability. It's better for Vice Hall Master Hidden to be careful." The hidden Vice Hall Master's face was a bit ugly as he sniffed. It was this seat that underestimated this woman, worthy of being the successor of the psionic poison emperor. Since that's the case, Elder Morone, before the night grows long, The two of us will go together and take down this woman quickly. After saying that, he looked around at the Dark Knight Hall disciples who were still alive. Form a Dark Knight canopy formation. Heaven and earth are muddy. Darkness reigns, all things return to the past, and the curtain falls invisibly. The remaining Dark Knight Hall disciples shouted in unison. The night seems to deepen. The canopy hangs low, shrouding the four directions, with endless dark shadows, all surging toward the white woman. The hidden Vice Hall Master's figure was hidden in nothingness, with only a sliver of cold light remaining, striking the white-clothed woman's vitals directly from the other side. A purple flower quietly bloomed in the center of the purple palace dress woman's palm. The petals were as delicate as silk, bringing up layers of purple ripples as they rotated, and likewise sped towards the woman in white. The white-clothed woman's expression was awe-inspiring, and even though she was surrounded by enemies, she did not see the slightest panic. A strange aura emanated from the woman in white. His right hand swung lightly, his fingertips pointing through the void. In an instant, an extremely gorgeous poisonous mist erupted from her palm, transforming into thousands of colorful butterflies that danced in the night sky. This move is called Thousands of Butterfly Shadows, which is a poisonous technique in the secret codex of the phantom poison. Not only is the toxicity fierce, but it also contains 1,000 variations. The colorful butterfly wings spread lightly, each piece shining differently, either gathered or scattered, fast or slow. The impenetrable shadow began to blur, cracks gradually appearing, and those shadow split blades, the moment they touched the colorful butterflies, were like ice and snow melting and turning into nothingness. The purple flower issued by the woman in purple palace dress also lost its previous might under the surroundings of colorful butterflies, and after spinning a few times, it fell to the ground powerlessly. The Dark Knight Hall disciples who had originally ferociously pounced on the white-clothed woman were at this moment as if they had been cast into stasis. The eyes gradually changed from the previous viciousness to confusion and fear. The colored butterflies danced around them, each one seeming to carry an invitation to death, gently touching these Dark Knight Hall disciples, leaving a barely visible trail. A moment later, the faces of the Darkness Hall disciples began to turn pale. Fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead, and his lips were pursed with pain. One of the disciples was the first to let out a mournful scream, his eyes rounded and his hands desperately clawing at his chest. It was as if something was raging inside him, wanting to break out of his body. Immediately after that, more Darkness Hall disciples also fell down one after another. Their bodies began to distort, and bizarre colored patterns emerged under their skin. Chapter 67, Going Off the Deep End. The hidden Vice Hall Master's face changed. There are countless various schools in the Jianghu. Their Dark Knight Hall's martial arts were considered to follow the route of the bizarre lineage. However, facing a woman in white as a poison master, there was still some trepidation when they fought. Even if he personally made a move to settle the surrounding Dark Knight Hall disciples, it was done, but never as quickly as the woman in white. He thought to himself that with his own internal strength, he would never be poisoned over so easily like the average Dark Knight Hall disciple. But when they saw the miserable state of these people, they still didn't have the guts to try the power of these colorful butterflies. The hidden Vice Hall Master transformed into an elusive dark shadow that instantly swept past several feet in the interplay of light and shadow, skillfully avoiding colorful butterfly after colorful butterfly that attempted to get close. After a series of dazzling movements, he steadily landed behind the purple palace-suited woman. Elder Morong, be careful. These colorful butterflies are a kind of compulsion called butterfly ghost moth. Just touching the skin injects the poison. This kind of poison is very fierce, can quickly penetrate the blood veins and erode the bone marrow, causing people to become delirious and their flesh to decay, killing them in an invisible way. It's just that when someone with high internal strength meets it, it's hard to resist. It's the famous tactic of the Phantom Poison Emperor back then. The purple palace dress woman looked at the colorful butterflies flying in the sky, both scornfully and greedily. Within a couple hundred years, no poisoner in the Jianghu will be able to outshine the Phantom Poison King. This means of combining compulsion and poison techniques. The purple palace dress woman naturally eyed it. But the manipulation of such a large number of butterfly phantom beetles is extremely burdensome to the poisoner. As long as we hold off for a moment, these butterfly spectre dormice will not break without attack. The purple palace dress woman obviously knew quite a lot about the means of the woman in white. A faint but complex aroma suddenly filled the air. A silver flute engraved with intricate totems appeared in the hand of the purple palace dress woman. The melodious sound of the flute instantly cut through the silence of the night. Colorful butterfly phantom moths were gathering towards the purple palace dress woman. As her fingers jumped nimbly over the flute holes, a circle of poisonous mist that was hard to see with the naked eye quietly spread out. The butterfly phantom dormice seemed to have sensed the danger and lifted their wings to escape, but the invisible poisonous mist was like a huge, airtight net, trapped the butterfly phantom dew in it. Silver flute? I didn't realize that old woman gave you all this stuff. A flash of surprise flashed through the white-clothed woman's eyes as she looked at the silver flute in the purple palace dress woman's hands. Vice Hall Master hidden. I'll use my silver flute to get rid of these troublesome bugs for you. Hurry up and make a move to restrain this woman. Don't be hiding this time. After all, this is an order from your hall master himself. The purple palace dress woman looked at the hidden vice palace master slyly. The voice that spoke was a little weak. It was thought that the silver flute in his hand was not as simple as it appeared. Elder Morong is joking. The other party is the heir to the emperor of the phantom poison. So I was indeed a bit brainwashed earlier. Since Elder Morong can solve these troublesome contraptions, then this seat can naturally try again. Also, although I don't know why the palace master agreed to help your heavenly fragrance poison garden to capture people, but Elder Morong should still pay attention to how he speaks to this seat. The hidden vice hall master's gaze was lowered. A deep look was given to the purple palace dress woman. The purple palace dress woman's face was a bit unpleasant. Nothing more was said after all. Tianxiang Poison Garden is not in Xianzhou. Right now, the power of the Dark Hall was still needed. The hidden vice hall master struck again, his aura very different from earlier. After all, it was the vice hall master of a major sect of the Devil's Way. How can martial arts be weaker? Suddenly, he raised his hand, and his fingertips converged on a dark aura that was deep to the core. Dark God Finger. The dark aura instantly skyrocketed, transforming into a finger shadow as black as ink, slicing through the void. Along the trajectory of the finger-ons, grass and trees withered, sand and rocks flew, and a scent of death filled the air. The woman in white stood in place, her eyes flickering with both determination and helplessness. Whether it was the purple palace dress woman or the Dark Night Hall vice lord, neither is a character that can be dismissed at will. It was picked at this time of year. All poisons return. As the white-clothed woman's clear and cold voice fell, an unprecedented poisonous mist erupted from within her body. It instantly wrapped the dark finger shadow of the dark god's finger within it. Within the poisonous mist, colorful poisonous gas tumbled. Every trace of poisonous gas contained a terrifying power that was enough to corrode golden stone and dissolve life. The black finger shadow slowly began to dissipate under the erosion of the poisonous mist. The hidden vice hall master's face became unusually ugly at this moment. Incredulously, he looked at the white-clothed woman who easily defused his full-strength strike. This was not a simple poison technique, and the true chi contained in it was also very terrifying. Before he could recover from his shock, the woman in white had already used her momentum to move. A palm carrying the aftermath of the 10,000 poisons ruthlessly slapped on top of the hidden vice hall master's chest. Bang! With a loud bang, the hidden vice hall master was sent flying out like a kite with broken strings, leaving a trail of stumps along the way. Damn it! The hidden vice hall master struggled to get up, but realized that his true chi was disordered within his body. There were even hints of toxins invading his heart and veins, making it difficult for him to move for a while. The purple palace dress woman was startled. Subconsciously take a step back. Put! The woman in white violently sprayed out a mouthful of black blood. A fine cold sweat oozed from between his forehead, and his breathing became rapid and heavy. The purple palace-suited woman who had originally seen the situation and was preparing to retreat first froze. You went off the deep end? Ha 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 ha, what a heavenly help! I didn't realize that you were in the process of breaking the realm earlier. The secret codex of psionic poison is one of the few spells in the world that fuses poison techniques with martial arts. Each of the metaphysical passages is a lot more treacherous than ordinary martial arts. You forced your hand at the time of the breakthrough. I think that at this moment, the true chi in his body is reversed, and he is even already heavily poisoned. The purple palace dress woman was overjoyed, also a connoisseur of using poison, even if she couldn't fully judge the state of the woman in white at the moment. It's also 8 or 9. The mellifluous sound of a silver flute is like a sob. A large amount of purple mist appeared, forming a huge vortex. What? The purple palace dress woman raised an eyebrow, and the flute sound came to an abrupt end. The white-clothed woman actually performed an extremely fast stance, instantly arriving in front of the purple palace-suited woman. One hand grabbed directly towards the silver flute. Impossible. How is it possible that you are not affected by the purple luo miasma in the slightest? There was a hint of incredulous shock in the purple palace dress woman's voice, but the reaction was swift. Quickly hiding the silver flute behind his back, the woman in white lightly tapped her feet on the ground, and her figure floated forward like a willow, both hands lightly spread out, turning into two soft but not too sharp chi blades, aiming straight for the purple palace dress woman's vitals. The purple palace dress woman was shocked in her heart, but she also quickly adjusted her stance, and her palm wind turned into pieces of purple mist, trying to force back the woman in white. The woman in white was like a fish swimming in the water, skillfully weaving her way through the gaps in the purple mist. The palm wind was as clear as water, but it carried a force that could not be ignored, striking directly at the purple palace dress woman's chest. Chapter 68 Saving Lives. Drink. The purple palace dress woman also reacted extremely quickly. Although the silver flute had been put away, between the flips of her wrists, there were actually slender silver threads flying out of her sleeves, like a spirit snake coming out of its hole. It twined towards the white-clothed woman's attack. This silver wire is her personal soft weapon, named Spirit Snake Rope. Not only is it exceptionally tough, but it also contains a special mechanism that makes it extremely difficult to break free once it is entangled. The two of them went back and forth for a while. Their moves were exquisite. Humph. The more you call upon your internal energy at this moment, the greater the backlash you will receive in a moment. Or behave yourself, lest we suffer. The purple palace dress woman's face was a bit ugly. She didn't expect the other party to be able to exert such strength despite going off the deep end. The purple palace dress woman's eyes grew more and more vicious, and the silver threads that were as thin as snakes were like living creatures. Toward the neck of the woman in white wrapped, poison vine hand. Break! The woman in white let out a low gulp, and a faint green glow flowed from her fingertips. Clearly another fusion of poisonous arts. One hand is like guiding the vines of nature. Nimbly and accurately, he met the speeding spirit snake rope. The moment of contact, the poison from the white-clothed woman's hand quickly penetrated into every inch of the spirit snake rope. The originally tough and incomparable silk thread seemed to be corroded, and began to emit a snorting sound. What kind of poison is this? The purple palace dress woman's face changed drastically. His own spirit snake rope was made of a special material, with the addition of internal power. It could even cut through hard iron easily. I didn't realize that it could be corrupted as well. The main thing was that with his own eyesight, he could not see through what poison the other party was using at all. There are so many different kinds of poisons in the world. How can a person know them all? The white-clothed woman's hands were like two poisonous vines, directly clasping the purple palace dress woman's wrists. The toxin quickly invaded the purple palace dress woman's body. The spirit snake rope fell to the ground, and his entire body staggered back, his face as pale as paper. You! The purple palace dress woman looked at the woman in white in horror. Before he finished speaking, he felt an irresistible force coming from his wrist. The whole thing was like a fallen leaf swept up by a giant wave, being gently brought down by the woman in white. She lost her balance and fell heavily to the ground. My master will not let you go. The purple palace dress woman's voice trembled with a bit of color. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, but the light was fleeting and was soon replaced by despair. No, don't. A strange aura spread quietly. The woman who had originally tried to threaten with words suddenly changed her face drastically. His lips twisted with pain, and his hands clutched at his chest, as if trying to grasp the invisible thing that was devouring her life. Ah! With a mournful scream, the purple palace dress woman's face quickly turned from purple to black, and veins were faintly visible under her skin. He fell to the ground with a thud. The eyes were round and full of resignation and shock. The woman in white looked at the dead woman in the purple palace dress. His chest rose and fell slightly, and sweat dripped from his forehead. I don't need you to tell me. I'm going to find that old woman. Master spared her life back then out of old friendship. I'm not that generous. The woman in white casually waved her hand. Sprinkle some unknown powder. Traces of the purple palazzo woman completely disappeared from the world. Pop pop pop. The girl's skill in this is truly breathtaking to me. Wouldn't it be a great pity for such a skill to be buried here? The woman in white looked up slightly. A young male was holding a sword in his arms and leaning his back against a large tree, a smile on her face. At his feet lay a half-dead man. It was none other than that hidden vice hall master of the Dark Night Hall. It's you? I can't believe you made it out of alive. The woman in white looked at Shamer slightly surprised. Before the words were out of his mouth, his gaze fell on Summer's shoulder. Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion, how dare you accept such a poison? The white-clothed woman revealed a rare and obvious mood swing. Others might not know, but she was more than aware of the danger level of a poison like the Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion. Even she didn't dare to say that she could go deep into the 10,000 poison ridge and tame the Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion. The Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion felt the gaze of the woman in white. At the moment on Shamer's shoulder, the two Keeley were waving tigerishly, as if provoking something. A flash of golden light bloomed in the darkness. The golden pupil night shadow spider on the white-clothed woman's shoulder opened its eyes violently. Stop! The woman in white voiced a rebuke, but it's still a little late. The golden pupil night shadow spider's entire body was taut to the limit with every single hair of its sweat. Those iconic golden pupils were so radiant at the moment that they almost pierced through the darkness, but for a moment it quickly dimmed. The night breeze, with a touch of coolness and freshness, one of Xiaomo's hands was gently calming the enraged Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion. You're okay? The woman in white reacted at this point. The eyes that looked at Shamer changed from surprise to a kind of disbelief. Under Xiaomo's pacification, the Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion gradually calmed down, and the red light on its body was much softer and no longer so blinding. However, a pair of scorpion eyes were dead set on the golden pupil night shadow spider on the white-clothed woman's shoulder. The hook of the tail is raised high. I see. Is this the phantom poison? The uninformed must have thought it was something divine about the eyes of the golden pupil night shadow spider. I didn't realize it was an airborne toxin. Shamer sniffed gently, with a rather reminiscent look. The 9 yang true chi in his body gradually calmed down. Your honor is a powerful martial artist. And now that you have found the blood jade spirit scorpion, is it possible that you are also interested in my concubine's secret code of the phantom poison? The woman in white breathed a little sharply as she spoke. The girl is being overly concerned. I am not very interested in the secret code of the phantom poison. Just noticed the commotion here, so I stopped by to check it out. Rather, I hadn't thought that the girl was actually the successor of the Poison Emperor's predecessor back then. May I ask your name? Shamer arched his hand and smiled rather politely. An imperceptible pallor spread across the white-clothed woman's face. Suddenly stumbling, his body lost its balance and fell directly to one side. Shamer disappeared with a whoosh. Just at the moment the woman in white was about to fall, she managed to catch her. The hairs on the golden pupil night shadow spider's entire body suddenly stood up, looking unusually nervous. Its abdomen snapped and it spat out a long, thin spider silk as if it wanted to do something. But right at this moment, the blood jade spirit scorpion quickly jumped onto the body of the woman in white, directly pinching off the spider silk and eyeing the golden pupil night shadow spider intently. I can save her, Shamer spoke faintly. The woman in white was then helped to sit on the ground. The golden pupil night shadow spider looked even more uneasy and began to pace back and forth in place, but it also seemed to realize that Shamer had no malicious intent and slightly lowered its guard. For his part, Shamer ignored the movement around him and gently placed his fingers on the white woman's wrist. Not only the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, but even the true chi contains so much intense poison? If you hadn't met me, you wouldn't have had a good time today. Xia Emo looked at the white-clothed woman's pretty face with some surprise. The woman in white wore a pained expression. Cultivating the toxic heart method. If you go off the deep end at this time, you will suffer from the pain of all poisons eating your heart. Summer didn't hesitate. Straight away, he undid the belt on the white woman. The shirt slipped off, revealing a snowy white. Chapter 69, The Sixth Shinwu Envoy. Well, it's quite something. Shamer nonchalantly glanced at the infinite scenery. The woman in white was then helped to sit up. The moon is in the sky. All the music is silent. Only the sound of the wind ruffling the bamboo leaves is heard. Xiaomo's hands lightly pressed against the white-clothed woman's smooth jade-like back. As for why you have to take off your clothes, Shamer says he doesn't have much experience either. You can only follow what was played out in the TV series in your previous life. Closing his eyes and concentrating, his chi moved to the dantian, and the 9 young true chi surged out from his body. It transformed into a warm and powerful stream of chi, following the meridians and slowly injecting it into the white-clothed woman's body. As the power flowed, the white-clothed woman was surrounded by a faint golden light. It was a divine reflection of the bright moonlight in the night sky. In a matter of moments, the bruises and toxins that had built up in the woman's body, under the flushing of the 9 suns true chi, it transformed into wisps of black gas that overflowed from its pores. This woman, is it possible that she grew up eating poison from childhood? Shamer's face looked a little odd. If it wasn't for his profound power, if it was an ordinary person, I'm afraid that he would have been recoiled by the toxin in the white-clothed woman's body. I don't know how long it's been. As the last trace of black chi dissipated, the woman in white softly chanted and slowly opened her eyes. The eyes regained their previous clarity and vitality. Feel the warm breath coming from behind. The woman in white was obviously aware of her state. All of a sudden, the pretty face was suddenly scarlet. The eyes flowed, lowered his head and hung his eyes, not daring to say more. My lord, my concubine is almost well, so I'll just do the rest myself. After another moment, the white woman's breath had completely stabilized. Phew. The girl's secret code of the cytoxin is truly magical. To be able to fuse true chi and toxins so perfectly, it looks like even if I don't mind my own business, the girl won't be in any serious trouble. Xiaomo instantly withdrew his hand and ran his energy to calm the agitated 9 young true chi. During the process of running his power to heal his wounds, he used his 9 young true chi to continuously remove the intense poison from the white-clothed woman's body. Unexpectedly, these virulent poisons became a complete feeder for the white-clothed woman's true chi, and between the two, it was like yin and yang, forming a perfect balance. Not waiting for the 9 suns true chi to remove the toxin, the true chi within the white woman's body then spontaneously began to absorb these toxins. Your Excellency, my concubine has just walked through the gates of hell. The woman in white slowly put on her clothes. Turning around, he brushed his right hand against his left sleeve, bent his knees slightly, and tilted his upper body slightly. Concubine Jingshu, thank you for saving my son's life. The woman in white, or the woman called Jingshu, bowed towards Shama, a quiet girl. What a name for a girl. My name is Xia, with a single silent character. The girl in fact do not need to say thank you. In addition to I cannot bear to see the girl die at a young age. There's another purpose, and that's why it's coming to the rescue. Xia Emo reached out and raised his hand in vain, not accepting this salute from Jingshu. How can you repay me for saving your life in just a few words? Are you kidding me? Duke, Jingshu looked at Summer suspiciously. Xia Emo said bluntly, It's a pity that the girl is buried here with all her skills. I am doing something that has never been done before in the Jianghu. I would like to ask the girl to come out and help me. I wonder what you think." Jingshu didn't rush to answer. Instead she said in surprise, "With Gongzi's martial arts, is there anything that can't be solved?" Shamer smiled, knowing that the other party would have the wrong idea. "It's not that it can't be solved. It's just that the frontiers involved are too large and there are some distractions." "Borderlands?" Jingshu froze and said, "I haven't yet asked you what sector school you come from." "Dasya, Jinwu Si. You're from the court?" Jingshu subconsciously opened her red lips. The girl shouldn't have any grudges against the court, right? Xiaomo's heart suddenly thumped, suddenly remembered that the court also seems to have played the idea of the secret code of poison. Shizuka shook her head gently. "That's not true. I just heard Master talk about it when I was a kid. No one from the court is good." Summers, who had just breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the first half of the sentence, choked by Jingshu's sudden words. "But my master, he's a curmudgeon, and he's prejudiced against a lot of things. At least I'm impressed with the male." Looking at Summer's somewhat embarrassed appearance, Shizuku laughed softly. It seemed to carry a hint of shyness and joy. Shamer's heart fluttered as he watched. This descendant of the Poison Emperor has been living in the mountains for a long time. Is he not a traditional person? So, the girl has agreed? Shizuku nodded gently. "Judging from the people from the Jianghu and the Dark Night Palace and the Heavenly Fragrance Poison Garden who have come over these past few days, the 10,000 Poison Ridge won't be peaceful in the future. Since so many people want to obtain the secret codex of the Phantom Poison, then why don't we just let the secret code of the Phantom Poison make a comeback? As your excellency has seen today, the concubine's troubles will not be small. Even so, does your excellency still want to recruit concubines?" Jingshu gently twisted the green silk with her prime hand and slowly ruffled it between her fingers. The winks caused Shamer to freeze slightly, but Shamer instantly came back to his senses. Pulling out a black token from his pocket, he threw it to Jingshu. Jingshu casually took it and curiously surveyed the token in her hand. On the front, engraved in seal script, the characters look like dragons and snakes dancing, saying, "Suppressing evil spirits and pacifying the state, and bringing prosperity to the martial arts." On the reverse, a serpent is carved in relief, winding and circling, with its head held high and its mouth holding a ring of beads. From today onwards, the girl is one of the 12 Jinwu ambassadors of the Great Xia Jinwu Division. See Snake. A few Jianghu sects in the district are not enough to be called trouble for the Jinwu Division. Jingshu gently put the token away and bowed slightly to Xiaoma. "Then I should honor the title of master of the division from now on." Shamer grinned. "No need to be polite. The first light of day is breaking, and the sun is peeking out at the east end." A corpse with not a single good skin left on its entire body was exposed to the sunlight. The moon is hidden and the stars are dark. The wind moves and the pines sound cold. 1,000 steps of floating shadows appear, and a single thought enters the gateway to the universe. I didn't realize that the mountain gate of the Dark Night Hall was actually in the mysterious Xian Kai Valley in the Jianghu, the south of Xianzhou. Isn't that close to the territory of the Nine Palace sect? Xia Mo and Jingshu stood next to the corpse. Neither felt any discomfort from the misery in front of them. Under the means of Jingshu, this hidden vice hall master of the Dark Night Hall naturally knew everything. It's just a pity. The previous injury was too heavy to withstand the tossing and turning. "Division Master, are we going to make a move against the Dark Night Palace?" Shizuku's calm tone was tinged with a hint of excitement. "It seems like this is a very new thing. The district is just a darkness hall. There are more important matters at hand. Since the 4 major sects of the Xianzhou Orthodox Tao have already taken over the Jinwu book, then find them something to do." A loud whistle sounded. The letter eagle circled high in the sky and was slow to land. Chapter 70, Prairie Wolf Rider. Northern State, one of the 13 states of Xia bordering the Northern Border Dynasty. Since the founding of the Grand Xia, it had been heavily armored, and almost everyone was a soldier. While the states of the Central Plains were enjoying the heyday and prosperity of the Great Xia, the borders of the northern states were in conflict with the Northern Frontier Dynasty every now and then. The northern border is located in a bitterly cold land, and every winter, I don't know how many people die in the snow. So almost every year before the winter solstice, the northern frontier would send its elite cavalry south to plunder. However, most of them were scattered cavalry, which did not pose much of a threat to the northern state garrison at all. After all, in order to guard against the northern frontier, Xia had stationed 50,000 Frost China Iron Horsemen as well as 300,000 troops on the northern state border all year round. But 3 years ago, I don't know what wind the northern border dynasty drew. After all, it is no longer a small group of stragglers who come to loot. Instead, it's a big, bright army pressing in. The Northern State Border Army fought with the Iron Guards of the snowy region of the Northern Border Dynasty several times, and each side suffered damage. But I didn't expect that this time, the northern border dynasty didn't know what kind of leverage it had used. It actually persuaded the Grassland dynasty to send troops to help, facing the elite armies of two great dynasties. Even though the Frost China Iron Horsemen and the Northern State Border Army were valiant, the battle situation was still not optimistic. The two dynasties had even captured several cities along the border of the northern state. That's why there was the matter of the Crown Prince leading the 10,000 Frost China Iron Cavalry that had just been formed, as well as the 100,000 forbidden troops to the northern state to sit on the ground. After all, in addition to being the eldest son of the emperor, this Crown Prince of Dacia was originally the one who had overwhelmed all the emperors with his military prowess and sat in that position. Just didn't think. A letter eagle spreads its wings, and with the sound of the wind, its wings begin to stir vigorously. Finally, with a clear, loud whoosh, the letter hawk cut through the air, its silhouette and the whimpering sound of the cold wind intertwined, appearing both lonely and tough. An abandoned village. Shama and Jingshu looked away from the letter eagle. It's finally done. There was a hint of helplessness in Summer's voice. How could he not have expected that the court-trained messenger eagles, no matter how much they were summoned, would not dare to land within the boundaries of the 10,000 Poison Ridge? It was hard to get out of the 10,000 Poison Ridge after arriving at the territory of the northern state. It was also necessary to let the Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion and the Golden Pupil Night Shadow Spider go far away. This letter hawk dared to come down. Master of the division. Although my concubine has lived in the 10,000 Poison Ridge for a long time, I have heard of the names of the four great sects of Xianzhou. Will they really cooperate with the court and together force the Darkness Palace to take over the Zhenwu book? Jingshu looked at the faraway letter eagle, withdrew her gaze, and refocused it on Shamer. Don't worry, even without the pressure from the Zhenwu division, these self-proclaimed righteous martial arts sects won't give up this good opportunity to get rid of the demons. If the Dark Knight Hall really doesn't know how to behave, then it can only be used to make an example of them. The Jianghu forces in Xianzhou must be completely in the hands of the imperial court. And we still need the Dark Knight Hall to tell us where the Evil Spirit Valley, the other great sect of the Devil Dao in Xianzhou, is located. Summers turned and whistled again. A flash of red light flew from the distance at an astonishing speed. It landed on his shoulder. The commander of the Brocade Guards is also in Xianzhou at the moment, and as long as the four major sects don't go against the grain, the Dark Knight Hall definitely can't turn any waves. Shizuku nodded plausibly. The Golden Pupil Night Shadow Spider also appeared silently on her shoulder. Even the Hall of Darkness is trivial. Master of the division. What exactly is our business in the northern state this time? Can you tell my concubine now? North State bitter cold. Now the month of August has not yet passed. Can raise their eyes to see, but the remaining pale. The wilderness is empty, sparsely populated. Only hunters out to catch animals and birds, wrapped in the abdomen to protect from the cold. Both were dressed in thin garments. With their internal strength, they had naturally long been able to survive cold and heat. Kill a man, Shamer said and headed in the direction of the village entrance. Oh, curious, Shizuku followed. She had thought that Xia Mo had come here on the imperial court's orders, for the sake of the war with the two major dynasties of the northern border and the grasslands. I didn't realize it was just to kill a man. What kind of person could have startled the master of the division to come all the way to the northern state to kill him? Shamer smiled bashfully and did nothing to avoid it. Wen Liang. Shizuku nodded thoughtfully. Then he froze and snapped his eyes to Shamer. Wen Liang? The master of the division won't tell my concubine that it's that Wen Liang, will he? How Xiaomo's martial arts skills were. This way Jingshu had more or less learned. The only way to describe it is to use the word unfathomable. There must be quite a few people in the jungle named Wen Liang, but the person who needed to be killed by Xiao, the Jinwu division master himself, master of the division, Jade Zun Wen Liang, ranks 7th in this term's Tianji Pavilion martial assessment. I'm afraid that the martial arts will not be below the late family master. Such a character, isn't it a bit? If it's just the two of us? Shizuku said with some hesitation. Shamer looked at Jingshu in surprise. You've lived in the 10,000 Poison Ridge for a long time, so it's just as well that you know about the Jianghu sects in Xianzhou. I didn't expect that you'd know about this Wen Liang as well. Jingshu frowned lightly. The 10,000 Poison Ridge is not truly isolated from the world after all. My concubine doesn't know much about other things, but I still know a thing or two about the Grand Masters on the Tianji Pavilion's martial assessment. The two of them exerted their lightweight skills and rushed through the wilderness at an extremely fast speed. Summers nodded gently. So it is. Not bad. The one to be killed is none other than Jade Zun Wen Liang. Regardless of him being a Grand Master on the Tianji Pavilion's martial arts evaluation, this man has committed a heavenly offense, and His Majesty has long since ordered that the 9 clans of this Wen Liang be secretly executed. Intelligence has come through that Wen Liang had appeared somewhere along the border of the northern state. No matter what, Wen Liang will never be allowed to set foot in the Central Plains again alive. Execute the 9 clans of Wen Liang. Junsu fell into silence for a moment. If Wen Liang were to learn of this, I'm afraid that he would personally kill his way into the palace. After all, there was no shortage of such things in the history of the divine martial continent. Master of the division. My master left behind a strange poison before he was born that might be able to be used against the Grand Master. No need. This Wen Liang, I will personally take action, and there is absolutely no way for him to live. A shocking killing opportunity flashed in Summer's eyes. After the 10,000 Poisons Ridge obtained the Nine Suns' divine power, although the martial arts could not talk about a qualitative sublimation, it could definitely have surpassed the Great Completion's marrying clothes divine skill, plus the 13 Swords of Life snatching. If you still can't kill this Wen Liang, rumble, rumble. The sound of horses' hooves on the ground converged into a loud roar that shook every inch of the ground. The duo came to a halt. It's the cavalry. There are thousands of them, Summer said softly. A touch of dust and smoke quietly rose, and a group of cavalry quickly came into view, as powerful as a dragon, as fast as the wind. The riders are clad in tight-sleeved leather armor, the color of basalt. He wears a cap of wolf skin with a low brim, showing only his eyes, and a necklace of wolf teeth around his neck. The hands were armed with blades of different lengths, and on top of the blades, all of them were engraved with wolf totems. The warhorse at his hip, with its mottled fur and exceptional robustness, had 4 hooves that generated wind and ruthlessly stepped on top of the plains. Shamer's face grew somber. Prairie Wolf Riders, Chapter 71, Sweeping the Thousands. The northern state was sparsely populated among the 13 states of the Great Xia, but the territory is so vast that it can even be ranked among the top 3. It had been less than half a month since Xia Mo and Jingshu had crossed the 10,000 Poison Ridge and entered the boundaries of the northern state. This place is a very long way from the north where the war broke out. It can be said that it is still in the hinterland of Daxia. I didn't realize that the Wolf Riders of the Steppe had penetrated this far. A glimpse of the whole picture. From this, I'm afraid the war in the north is not promising. What are you waiting for? Behind them are the Wolf Riders of the Steppe. Mount up. A sharp voice interrupted Summer's thoughts, only to see that in front of that group of Prairie Wolf Riders, there were still a dozen or so riders that were speeding away for their lives. At the head of the group was a big man with a rough appearance. These people were wearing Daxia's costumes. Each one of them was armed with a sword and satchel, and were obviously not ordinary folk. The big man was accompanied by a young girl in a green-colored power suit. Looking at the two, Summers stood dumbfounded on their way to escape. Unable to help himself, he shouted anxiously. The ink shadow wind-chasing steed stayed at a post station in Xianzhou. It should have been taken back to the god's capital by now. Xia Mo and Jingshu had been using lightweight skills to catch up after entering the northern state. No horses around naturally. That young girl and the other youth with a somewhat mute expression were now rushing towards the Xia Mo duo at a fast pace. It looked like they wanted to give them a ride. The Wolf Riders of the Steppe dynasty are crotcheted by wolf horses unique to the steppe. This warhorse is best at running. These guys are enjoying the hunt. With a glance, Shamer could tell that the thousands of Prairie Wolf Riders behind him weren't running at full speed. Otherwise the dozen or so people in front of them wouldn't have been able to last this long. That little girl is kind-hearted, but it's a pity that slowing down to save people in this situation will only involve them. By the looks of them, I don't think they're from the court, are they? Shizuku looked at the Prairie Wolf Riders in the distance. A plant somewhat similar to a dandelion appeared in his hand at some point. The war has been going on for 3 years. How can there be any eggs when the nest is overthrown? There are quite a few Jianghu sects and local powerhouses in the northern state that have joined in this war. Why doesn't the court send a large army to support the northern state? Shizuku said with some confusion. She had heard about this war between the Great Xia and the two major dynasties of the northern frontier and grassland when she was at the 10,000 Poison Ridge. It's not that far away after all. However, from the beginning to the end, the imperial court has sent out the Frost China Iron Horsemen and the northern state border army. There were no other forces committed to the northern states. Otherwise the battle here wouldn't have been stalemated until now. The name of the head of the 7 dynasties of the Great Xia did not come for nothing. It hasn't been long since this war broke out. In several other directions of the Great Xia, the armies of the Barbarian dynasty and the Daqi dynasty are showing signs of stupidity. The more distant Dacian dynasty and Bohai dynasty aren't too peaceful either. Everyone is waiting for Daxia to show fatigue in this battlefield. These guys just don't hesitate to pounce and take a bite. The court had to defend their hand, so it can't draw much strength to support the war in the northern states. You go and stop those dozen or so people, and I'll go ahead and take care of the Prairie Wolf Riders in the back. As the two sides got closer, Shamer instructed Jingshu. Yes. Shizuku nodded gently. What are you two still stupidly standing there for? That green-clothed girl saw that the Xia Mo duo were at this time still talking to myself in the same spot. Couldn't help but get a little pissed off. Daughter, leave them alone. Let's go first. If we fall into the hands of these grasslanders, it's all over. The rough hulk at the head shouted sharply. The Prairie Wolf Riders in the back constantly had mocking, sneering, strange laughter coming from them. That won't do. My master of the house has something to ask you all later, so concubine might as well ask you all to stop for now. Shizuku walked towards the line of people. It's up to you, little one. A soft call. There was a flash of golden light over his shoulder. Phew! All the horse's front hooves were raised high, almost touching mid-air. Then it fell heavily, sending up a ripple of dust. The rugged man and his party were in a state of shock. What kind of sorcery did this woman in white cast? It was as if their horses had been frightened in some unaccountable way. Jingshu didn't care about the rugged man and his party. These ordinary horses don't need to be used in any way. The golden pupil night shadow spider only needs to let out a little breath. These horses would never dare to advance. But those prairie wolf riders are different. The fury of the army was enough to make the warhorses fearless of the blood jade spirit scorpion's aura. This is a common tactic for large armies to deal with kung fu masters. Look guys, is that guy crazy? The rugged man and his group also noticed Shamer, who was walking head-on towards the steppe wolf riders. That's thousands of prairie wolf riders. Under the attack of these prairie wolf riders, even the same number of Frost China Iron Horsemen of Disya did not dare to say that they could win steadily. The sky was low, the curtain of clouds heavy, and the daylight so thin that it was difficult to penetrate it. To the yellowing of the four fields, and the air of dreariness that pervades the infinite, thousands of horsemen rushed in unison, like ink clouds pressing down. These wolf riders are all armored and armed. Waist scimitar, cold moon bright, arc of heaven, seems to be able to break the gold and cut off jade, chopping the enemy's head in an instant. The spear in his hand was more than 2 feet long, and the tip of the spear was as sharp as a dragon spitting out pearls. Dust rises from the wind and obscures the distant eye. A hungry wolf silhouette quietly emerged, athletic body, eyes fierce, as if from the 9 ghosts, want to devour all living things. This shadow, which was created by 1,000 horsemen's fury, condensed the killing intent and battle intent of these wolf riders. The green powersuit girl subconsciously closed her eyes. It seemed as if he couldn't bear to see the scene of Shamer being hit and bloodied. Xia Emo had a single person with a single sword, and his eyes were cold like cold stars. The underworld had yet to be unsheathed, and the sword's body faintly flickered with black aura. It is as if they can see into the evil of the heart and extradite the dead souls to nowhere. Miso. The sword light instantly cut through the dull air, as if a messenger from hell had descended to harvest living souls. The void left a crack as black as ink. The wolf's silhouette roared. Swish! With a sound, the sword light had arrived, and the head of the hungry wolf shadow fell in response. No blood appeared, and the only thing that remained was a touch of blackness that dissipated into nothingness. After the hungry wolf lord's head, the sword light went on unabated, transforming into a black sword blade that instantly penetrated the enemy formation. All the enemies touched, regardless of horses and men, were split in two, with their heads separated. The scene was shocking. The power of a sword is as great as this. Xia Emo put away his sword and sheathed it, his face bland, as if the sword just now was nothing more than a casual act. As for the rugged man and his group, all of them had their mouths wide open at this moment. Unbelievably, he looked at the scene in front of him, watching as Shamer walked towards them after resolving the prairie wolf rider. The rugged man then reacted, immediately greeted all the men and dismounted. Bishop came to the front. Xian Ice Castle Lu Dapeng has met your excellency. Thank you for saving his life. Chapter 72, Northern Sky City. Xian Ice Castle? Xia Emo looked at Lu Dapeng, who respectfully bowed his head, and the people behind him who were carefully surveying him. Obviously the scene of Xia Emo flattening thousands of prairie wolf riders with a single sword just now had completely shocked them. There was also a sickening smell of blood in the air. The name of this sect was not one that Summer had ever heard of. I think it should be some small sect in the northern state. How did these prairie wolf riders appear here? Could it be that North Sky City has been lost? Shamer asked the question that concerned him the most. North Sky City was located in the northernmost part of the northern state. It was also a main city-level city that directly faced the 2 major dynasties of the northern border and grassland. If it was true that North Heavenly City had been lost, then the armies of the grasslands and the northern frontier would be able to drive in. Things would be really big. No, Your Excellency, North Sky City has not been lost. The group of prairie wolf riders just now should be after that last big battle, straight into the territory of the northern states. Lu Dapeng had yet to speak. The green-colored powersuit girl on the side subconsciously opened her mouth. Shut up, how can you talk in front of the prince? Lu Dapeng sternly scolded the young girl. Then he arched his hand at Xia Emo and said, My daughter is insolent. Please forgive me, Your Excellency. Xia Mo's eyes blazed at Lu Dapeng. What the hell is going on? Lu Dapeng's heart was flabbergasted, and the small thoughts that had just risen in his heart instantly dissipated. Back to the prince. About half a month ago, the 2 major dynasties of the northern border and grasslands suddenly gathered heavy troops outside of northern Sky City. The imperial court's army fought with the armies of the 2 major dynasties. The battle lasted 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, It was only by relying on the tall walls of North Sky City that it was able to hold on. I heard that both sides lost a lot in this great battle. The Imperial Court's frosty iron cavalry plus the defenders of North Sky City have died by tens of thousands. Also, as a result of this great battle, there are quite a few small bands of cavalry from the steppes and the northern frontier. Somehow it bypassed the northern Sky City and straight into the hinterland of the northern state. These assholes, they kill and rob everyone they see. There have even been a number of people who have been victimized by their fellow Jianghu practitioners. Today is also really unlucky for us, meeting this group of prairie wolf riders halfway. If it wasn't for the Duke's help, I'm afraid. Lu Dapeng looked like he was having a heart attack. Shamer frowned slightly. The Imperial Court's elites in the northern state are naturally concentrated in northern Sky City, but it's not so bad as to leave the northern state empty. With the garrisons of the major cities as well as the power of the rivers and lakes, how can we let these prairie wolf riders get this deep? Lu Dapeng carefully glanced at Summer. The afterglow inadvertently swept over Jingshu. Come on. Shama's impatient voice caused Lu Dapeng's body to shake. Spoken like pouring beans. Your Excellency doesn't know. That big battle half a month ago was not only between the Frost China Iron Cavalry and the Border Army. The major sects in the northern state have sent their elite from their sects to participate. One might even say, before the armies of both sides engage. Our various sects in the northern state alone have already fought several matches with experts from the grasslands as well as the northern frontier. But unfortunately, we did not gain the upper hand. Lu Dapeng exclaimed as he spoke. Are the Jianghu forces of the two major dynasties also involved in this war? Shamer was a little surprised. More than that, it is rumored that the Heavenly Pool in the northern border and the Everlasting Sky in the grasslands have reached some sort of agreement. I wonder what these guys are up to. We weren't prepared at first. Several of the great sect's head elders have died in battle. Lu Dapeng clenched his fists with some indignation. The Heavenly Pool in the northern territory, the Everlasting Sky in the grasslands, and the Temple of the Barbarians. Because of geography and beliefs, there were already organizations in these three great kingdoms dynasties that had supreme status and ruled over all Jianghu forces. Have the prairies in the northern frontier gone mad? Even the Everlasting Heaven and the Heavenly Pool have intervened in this war. Can it be that you really want to go to full-scale war with Great Xia? Shamer's expression was a bit grave. One more message. Everlasting Heaven and Heavenly Pond have each sent a great master to accompany their armies this time. In the battle half a month ago, if it wasn't for the Cold Gun Northern sect resisting with all their might, maybe the gates of North Sky City have long been breached. Looking at Shamer so interested, the green power suit girl still couldn't help but open her mouth. Cold Gun Northern sect. Is he in Northern Sky City at this moment? Lu Rin Fong of the Cold Gun North sect, 9th in the Great Summer Machine Pavilion's martial arts evaluation. This man came from Beiju, and was originally a son of the army, but unfortunately, because of the nastiness between some officials, he left the court. The Xia Emperor had been chagrined by this and had made a big fuss over some of the officials in the court. There was even a first-ranking official who copied his family and destroyed his family for this. This is a rooted Grand Master. But later, no matter how much the court invited him, Lu Rinfeng still did not return to the army. The green power suit girl nodded her head repeatedly. That's right, many people witnessed that battle. 3 great masters are fighting outside of North Sky City. No one dares approach them within a few hundred feet. The other party has 2 grand masters after all. The Cold Gun North sect is still somewhat dwarfed by 1 against 2. Only His Royal Highness the Crown Prince led the Frostworld Iron Cavalry to form an army formation and come forward to help. Managed to repel the opponent though. But His Highness the Crown Prince was struck by that northern border Grand Master through the air. It is said to have been seriously injured. The voice of the young girl in the green power suit was getting smaller and smaller, because an icy cold to the core murderous aura began to spread in the air. The people from the Xian Ice Castle cultivated martial arts with the Yin and cold attribute as well. But at the moment, he still couldn't help but shiver. You said His Highness the Crown Prince was injured? Shamer stared at the young girl and asked word for word. The voice was flat, making it impossible to hear joy or anger. The green power suit girl subconsciously nodded. Yes. The news is now spreading everywhere within the northern state. I don't know if it's true or not. Xia Mo ignored the Xian Ice Castle's group, called out softly. Young Shu. With a gentle leap, Jingshu came to Summer's side. Xia Mo was nonchalant and wrapped one hand around Jingshu's jade waist. A foot gently stepped out. In the next moment, the duo's figures had disappeared. Fort Master. These 2 people. Are people or ghosts? The people of Xian Ice Castle looked as if they had seen a ghost. Lu Dapeng sniffed angrily. How would I know? But even if it is a ghost, it should be a ghost on our side. Quickly, those prairie wolf riders just now. See if there's anything of value. Take it all away from me. North Sky City, the northern border of the majestic pass, standing tall in the extreme north of Daxia, overlooking the sky to receive the Han. Magnificent. The city is high and thick. The stone masonry is like iron, solid as a golden soup. It is the moat of the enemy, the great wall of the earth. Above the city, the flags were hunting and waving in the wind. Underneath the city, the moat is deep and wide. The water waves do not rise. Hidden killers, if any enemy dares to come to violate, must first cross this moat. Yet they would be greeted by a rain of arrows and locusts. Stop! Who are you people? Don't you know that North Sky City is closed? At the entrance of the city, a group of guards with distinctive armor, holding long spears and sharp blades, lined up in front of the city gate, as if they were facing a great enemy. Chapter 73 Prince Consort, North Heavenly City, the Imperial Conservator's Mansion. The double queues are high and the animal rings are tightly clasped, and the golden nails are brilliant in the daytime, while the lights are bright at night. Outside the door, there were armored soldiers standing, holding halberds and hanging bows without looking at them. Inside, there are heavy doors with deep locks, and every time you pass a door, you need to check the ultimatums and symbols, and there is no room for error. Soldiers on patrol, moving to and fro, with clanging steps, like weaving and weaving, were densely packed between the verandas and under the eaves. Dr. Wells, the Crown Prince. How is His Highness the Crown Prince? Inside a heavily guarded courtyard, 4 figures stood in the courtyard. A middle-aged man in a dacia official uniform anxiously pulled a doctor with a medicine chest on his shoulder and asked, Lord E, there's a terrifyingly cold chi in His Highness the Crown Prince's body. If you don't remove it, it's simply too hard to cure. The old immortal has already thought of every possible way, and at the moment, it only temporarily stops this and cold chi from continuing to erode His Highness the Crown Prince's body. But if it can't be solved within today, I'm afraid that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. What are you babbling about, you quack? I think it's simply that you're not a good healer. Dr. Wells had just finished speaking. A general in his 30s, with a phoenix-winged helmet and a long sword at his waist, seized the lapel of Inoue Dai's breast with a hand and, the living lifted the man. General Nye, stop. Dr. Wells is already the best doctor in Northern Sky City. I don't know how many of our generals have been saved in these 3 years. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is all but courteous to him. I understand how you feel right now, but stop it right now. The middle-aged man in Dacia's official uniform grabbed the general's wrist. A serious face stared at him. Humph. General Nia looked at Dr. Inuyasha, who was having some difficulty breathing. Another look at the serious-looking middle-aged official. Eventually, he let go. Lord Crown Prince, no matter what, His Highness the Crown Prince must never have another incident. Do you understand? General Nia held back his anger, his voice showing some hoarseness. Of course this officer knows, the governor said in a deep voice. With that, he turned to look from just now, the man who had been leaning against a pillar with his eyes closed. General Liu, is there nothing even you can do? The man slowly opened his eyes. Liu has been out of the military for many years, so I can't take the title of general. Lord Tai Shou, that great master from the northern border should be practicing the Heavenly Pawn's renowned, cold marrow extinction technique. Once struck, the true chi penetrates the muscles like a wandering silk, traveling through the meridians, causing the heart to palpitate and the spirit to chill. If not for the fact that His Highness the Crown Prince was only struck by a palm wind through the air at that time, I'm afraid I'll be killed immediately. Where else could it have been delayed until today? Nowadays. Unless there is a great master practicing pure yang inner strength to make a move. Otherwise, the person leaning against the pillar was none other than the Northern States Grandmaster, Cold Lance Northern Sec Lu Rinfeng. Lu Rinswen said as he nonchalantly looked at that Lord Taisho. Silence fell in the courtyard for a moment. What Lu Rinswen practiced naturally wasn't pure yang inner strength. The Great Summer Machine Pavilion Martial Assessment on the Great Grand Master. There was also only the one who ranked 5th. The previous head of the Jiyang sect, realist Liang. He is famous for his profound pure yang internal martial arts. Damn it! General Nye's fists were clenched tightly. Now, at this time, where to find realist Liang to heal His Highness the Crown Prince's injuries? Pure yang inner strength? Then why don't you let the palace try? The sudden sound caused the faces of several people in the courtyard to change at the same time. Lu Rinfeng was even more so the moment the voice rang out, blocking the front of the crowd. Reach out. An ebony lance with a cold inner light fell into his hands. What man? Lu Rinfeng looked at the man and woman who suddenly appeared in the courtyard. The look was quite grave. Northern Gun Cold Sec Lu Rinfeng. I've heard a lot about you. After all the matters are settled, this palace would like to learn about your Xian ice-splitting gun. The palace? Lu Rinfeng looked at the young man in front of him who was dressed in fancy clothes in a puzzled manner. There were countless palaces in the Daxia Palace, and as long as one was the head of a palace, they all had the habit of referring to themselves as this palace. Can it be that this young man is from the royal family? General Nye, why don't you take me to see the crown prince? Xiaomo's eyes were stern as he looked at the general who was being a bit startled. Commander of the prince's personal guards, Nye Zhang, could you be the 4th Highness? Nye Zhang looked at it for half a day and finally got Sharma out. Report. Just then, a messenger suddenly burst in outside. As soon as I came in, I didn't see who was who. Kneeling down on one knee, he clasped his hands and said, "Reporting to Lord Taisho. Word from the city gates. The Jinwu Division Master and the 6th Jinwu Envoy have already entered Northern Sky City." The news of the establishment of the Jinwu Division by the Grand Xia had long been spread throughout the world through the letter Eagle. The northern states are racked with war though, but still, the existence of the Jinwu Division is still known. The jungle, too, has its own channels for spreading news. Lu Rincewen's eyes lit up, scrutinizing Shamer. "I heard that Elder Sky Crane lost to the Fourth Highness?" Summers nodded gently. It was only then that Tai Shou and Nie Zhang reacted. "See you, Fourth Highness." Xia Mo reached out and raised his hand in vain. "No need to be polite. Quickly take this palace to see His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." The crier retired with a signal from the Teiyukai in a sensible manner. "Fourth Highness, the Crown Prince." His Highness the Crown Prince was injured by the northern borders, cold marrow extinction technique. "It's inside." Nie Zhang reached out and gestured towards the compartment on the east side of the courtyard. "The palace already knows." Shamer directly strides towards the room. Push open the door to the room. A delicate figure lay on the bed. Face as white as paper. Cold light hidden through the color of its perseverance. Between his eyebrows, frost condensed, thick as fine snow, reflecting his unyielding will. What man? Two armor-plated, valiant female guards simultaneously drew their swords and drank. "Don't be rude. This is the Fourth Highness." Nie Zhang and the three of them followed. Fourth Imperial brother? The Lillian on the bed seemed to hear movement. With great difficulty, he opened his eyes. Shamer immediately stepped forward and grabbed Lillian's wrist. "Crown Princess, my brother is offended." After saying that, he gently helped the Crown Princess up, then jump on the bed. The temperature in the room unconsciously rose a few points as the internal force ran around. Shamer placed his hands directly against the Crown Princess's back. The Crown Princess closed her eyes and subconsciously let out a wooing sound. Gradually his face began to flush. Shizuku stood in the doorway. Curious, he watched the scene of Xia Mo healing the Crown Princess injuries. "Don't you have to take off your clothes?" It lasted about half an hour or so. Mainly because the Crown Princess's body was weak, Summer didn't dare to use too much force. "Take good care of the Crown Princess," Shamer instructed the two female guards. "Yes," the two female guards respectfully said. "Three lords, let's catch up in the study." Chapter 74 Two Great Masters. Tell me about it. The situation of those two great masters in the north border and grassland. And, how exactly did His Royal Highness die? Within the study, the bookshelves were lined with volumes. Shamer nonchalantly sat on top of the main seat. The color of his face is calm, as if he were the lord of this place. With his status as the head of the Jinwu division coupled with the dignity of a royal son, the others didn't see anything wrong with it. Jingshu was as gentle as an orchid, quietly serving behind Xia Mo, curiously surveying everything in the study. Along the way, apart from the fact that Xiamo was a prince somewhat out of her expectation, it was only the gun-toting middle-aged man in front of her that gave her a sense of danger. The rest of the things were dull and uninteresting. "Fourth Highness, with so much at stake, isn't it better for fewer people to know?" The northern heavenly city's imperial guard, Yi Beichuan glanced at Jingshu, who was standing behind Xia Mo, with his afterimage. "It seems to mean something," Shamer said in a straightforward manner. "No need, Lord E. Lord E has yet to be introduced. This is the Imperial Court's official third-grade Jinwu envoy, Sea Snake. Speaking of which, it's on par with Lord E, so there's no need to avoid it." Jingshu's gaze fell on Yi Beichuan. Yi Beichuan's heart suddenly jumped for some reason. The back was actually a little itchy out of nowhere. Nie Zhang beside him didn't have any reaction. On the contrary, Lu Rinchen's eyes stared slightly. "I see. My humble servant did not know the identity of Lord Sea Snake. Please forgive me." Yi Beichuan slightly arched his hand towards Jingshu. "I wonder if it's an illusion. The itching on my back seemed to stop immediately. There is no need to be polite. Lord E, the so-called unknowing is not to blame." Jingshu looked as normal. "Fourth Highness, about those two great masters from the northern border and grasslands. My humble servant knows nothing other than that they came from the heavenly pool and the everlasting sky respectively. Not much else is known. Better let General Lu tell you." Yi Beichuan once again arched his hand. The gazes of the crowd fell on Lu Rinchen, who hadn't said a word since a moment ago. "Lord E, Mr. Lu will have to say a few more times. Don't call Mr. Lu by that title anymore." If it were not for the people of the northern states, Lu was not interested in getting involved. Lu Rinchen looked at Yi Beichuan with some dissatisfaction. Yi Beichuan smiled bitterly and confessed repeatedly. "It's not a big deal, to say the least. That great master of the grasslands is named Hassal. There's a windwalker on the prairie. It is said that this man has been able to sense the language of the wind since he was a child. I've fought with Hassal for hundreds of moves, and other than that agile stance is indeed a bit difficult to deal with. As for that great master from the northern border, That's the one who injured the crown princess. I don't know the name, except that the people of the northern border call him Venerable Cold. You all know the martial arts you practice. Neither of these two ranked high on their respective dynasties' Tianji Pavilion martial assessment. I'm sure I can handle any one of them, but if two go together, it's still hard to hold them off if they don't fight for their lives. Lu Rinchen seemed to have remembered something. The face was a little less than pretty. Has Sal, the cold venerable. Shamer touched his nose lightly with his index finger. A look of pondering something. The war lasted 3 years. My Daxia generals fought with blood. The Frost China Iron Cavalry lost more than half of them, and the border troops were even more heavily killed and wounded. But the Wolf Riders of the Grasslands and the Snow Guards of the northern frontier are equally no better. It didn't take Northern Sky City in one fell swoop in the first place. The situation going forward will only become more favorable to my Grand Xia. There's no way these two major dynasties can't see this. But even so, the troops are constantly being thrown inside this giant meat grinder. And they even sent out a Grand Master. What exactly is the intention? Except for Summer, Yi Beichuan and Lu Rinchen were also in deep thought. One of them was a Taisho, and the other had also been a high-ranking general in the northern state. A problem that even Shamer could see. And how could they not see it? I think it's these two major dynasties that are wolfish. His Highness the Crown Prince has sent emissaries several times to try to put an end to this pointless war. But they're completely indifferent. Even to show his sincerity, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince brought only his own troops to meet the messengers sent. If it wasn't for that, we wouldn't have met that bastard Wen Liang when we were on our way to the ice extinction ridge. Fourth Highness, the personal guards are not good at escorting and know that they are guilty of death. So I ask your Fourth Highness to allow us to keep this remnant of our bodies. Avenge the prince's death. Nie Zhang snapped to his knees. The head hit the ground hard. The court sent another prince. There must be an explanation for the prince's death. Naturally, the personal guards protecting the crown prince, could not escape death. After Nie Zhang knelt down, it was so quiet in the study that his heartbeat could practically be heard. Summers tapped his fingers on the tabletop. Get up! Father has already decreed this matter, and when the time comes, it will be announced that His Highness the Crown Prince has accidentally contracted a disease and died. Provided, after killing Wen Liang, Nie Zhang's eyes were instantly covered in blood. The pro-troopers would like to be the vanguard. Alright, General Nie, get up. Wen Liang is a Grand Master on the Grand Summer Machine Pavilion's martial arts evaluation. Not for you people to deal with. Keep the Crown Princess safe. If anything else happens to the Crown Princess, it's your heads that really won't be saved. As for Winnie, the palace will fix it. Summers finished standing up. Fourth Highness, do you know where Wen Liang is now? Yi Beichuan asked tentatively. Xia Mo gently nodded. Wen Liang has never left Beizhou since the beginning. This palace will go and take care of him first, and then we'll tackle the two great patriarchs of the two major dynasties. Yi Beichuan looked at Xia Mo with some skepticism, moved his mouth to say something. After all, he didn't say it. Following that, he looked at Lu Rinchen. Warrior Lu, I wonder if I can help the Fourth Highness. Lu Rinchen held his spear and said flatly, Lord Yi, we have an agreement. If the foreigners invade, Mr. Lu will naturally be obliged. What happened to Wen Liang was not part of our agreement. And, Lu Rinchen looked at Xia Mo. Wen Liang was able to rank 7th in the Tianji Pavilion's martial assessment. It's never a waste of time. Even if it's me, I'm not sure I'll be able to break his jade glaze divine skill. Xia Mo just smiled when she heard Lu Rinchen's words, did not fail to respond to the question. Since that's the case, then I'll trouble you, great warrior Lu, to sit in Northern Sky City. The news of the Crown Princess recovery from her injuries is kept secret for now. Everything will wait until this palace brings back Wen Liang's head. That being said, this is supposed to be the duty of the Jinwu division. After saying that, without waiting for a few people to react, he directly led Jingshu out of the study. Chapter 75 Ice Extinction Ridge. Fourth Imperial Brother, is it really not necessary to send a large army along? Inside the courtyard, Xia Mo was saying goodbye to the Crown Princess, whose injuries had healed a great deal. Crown Princess need not worry, my brother will bring back that Wen Liang's head, as a sacrifice to His Royal Highness's spirit in heaven. But this period of time will be a burden on the Crown Princess. When the time is right, the court will announce the death of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Shamer looked at the still somewhat haggard woman in front of him. The heart couldn't help but sigh softly. Whether the Crown Prince died of a disease or at the hands of a great master from the northern border. From now on, there was no need for the Crown Princess to appear in front of people with a disguise. I know it. A dull color flickered in the Crown Princess's eyes. Then he raised his head and looked at Xia Mo. Fourth Imperial Brother, in this great battle, I have seen the terror of these great masters. That Wen Liang's ranking on the Heavenly Chance Pavilion is several places higher than Taoist Yun Cheng and Master Zhikong. I know that Fourth Imperial Brother has long since changed from the past and is likewise a Grand Master of martial arts. But don't be careless. Xia Mo bowed and arched his hand and said, I know what's in my heart. Crown Princess recuperate well, my brother will leave. Immediately after saying that, he turned around and left. Jingshu had long been guarding the outside of the courtyard. Together, the two of them walked towards the outside of the Imperial Guard's residence. As he passed a ginkgo tree, he saw Lu Rinchen still holding his ebony lance leaning under the tree. Wan Liang is in the Ice Jedi Ridge? Lu Rinchen looked at Xia Mo, his tone filled with certainty. It looks like warrior Lu is also quite well informed in the northern state. That's because Winryu never wanted to hide his tracks. What? Warrior Lu changed his mind? No. The affairs of the court have long been no concern of mine. A free piece of information. Shamer stopped in his tracks. Lu Rinchen held the ebony lance towards another courtyard. Ice Extinction Ridge. A lone peak standing on top of the vast sea of clouds. Its name was enough to inspire awe. It was as if the coldest and most merciless brushstrokes of nature had sketched out an overwhelmingly dangerous path between the vastness of heaven and earth. But only those born and bred on the border of the northern states know that. This ice extinction ridge had suddenly appeared one day 1,000 years ago. This place was originally a snowfield. In just one night, there was an additional ice extinction ridge here. The locals were amazed at the miracle. Between the mountains, the cold wind is as bitter as a knife cut, whistling through the crags, emitting a gust of mournful whimpering. Snowflakes fall in a never-ending stream across this forgotten land. Piles of thick ice cover the rugged mountain roads. Every step needs to be taken with care, and the slightest mistake can lead to the abyss of doom, the sitting place of a celestial being. I didn't expect the ice extinction ridge to have such an origin. Summer's voice came from the wind and snow. The Daxia dynasty had still been established for too short a period of time for the perception of the world. It wasn't even comparable to some of the sects with a long heritage in the Jianghu. The two silhouettes were like streaming clouds moving by the moon, weaving in and out of the cliff face without a hint of stagnation. The tip of the foot lightly tapped the rock wall, all accompanied by fine stone chips quietly sliding down, but did not see them have any shaking. Summer's is even. The Zhongyi Dengxian step was originally a light skill that did not belong to the mortal world, and what Jingshu practiced was a light skill called Mirror Flower Water Moon. It was obtained from the cave of a former senior when the Sai Poison Emperor was young. When Jingshu's figure moved, it would split into countless faint shadows in a split second, like flowers in the mirror and the moon in the water. It is difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. Not only can it confuse the enemy's vision, but it's also very fast. In an instant, the two of them had already crossed the many obstacles and landed in front of a snow-covered pavilion in the mountains. Master of the division. Wan Liang has been staying at the ice extinction ridge without leaving. Could it be related to that celestial being who sat here? Jingshu Su step, raised his eyes to look around, only to see the silver precipitous in the sky. Aside from that level, I don't think there's anything that can make a Grand Master. Can't even take care of the 9 clans being exterminated, of staying here for a long time. According to the secret guard's intelligence, when Liang leaves the ice extinction ridge except for a very few times, almost about to live here. Shamer looked up at the peak of the ice extinction ridge. The heart wasn't too worried about Wan Liang. Xian Jing of the Tianji Pavilion had also mentioned the existence of celestial beings. There was no doubt that this was the realm above the Great Master. But, is human power really capable of such things? The Marrying Clothes' divine skill was greatly accomplished, and was already considered an expert within the great masters of this world. After fusing the 9 suns, then he fought with a great master like Elder Skycrane. There was no need to make the 14th sword. But even so, Shamer still felt that the road ahead was a maze of obstacles. The limits of the realm of Grand Masters were far more than that. The means of the Celestials are hard to fathom. I guess Wan Liang didn't get what he wanted. Perhaps, waiting for a time? Shamer thought briefly. If that's the case, there's a reason why the Prairie Elder Heaven and the Grand Master of the Northern Border Celestial Pool have been staying here. It could also be related to the Celestial who once sat down in the ice extinction ridge. That Lu Rinchen fellow. He said under his breath that he wasn't interested. There may not be no calculations in mind. Come on, let's go to the top of the hill. Snow filled the dome of the sky, fluttering like flotsam. The sky is white. Do not see the distant mountains and near the water. The only thing left is a blank. The wind is blowing and the snow is falling, and the sound of the snow is like the sound of 1,000 voices. In the midst of all this silver, there was a lone figure sitting still. The man was cross-legged in the snow, his eyes closed and his breath long. Within 3 feet, the wind and snow even opened up their own paths, surrounded and shall not approach. Time is fine sand through the fingers. Silently, the silver whirled. A touch of life quietly awakened. The man slowly opened his eyes. 20 feet away, there stood a young man, with a handsome brow and an unrivaled arrogance. You're quite composed. That's admirable. The youth's tone was teasing. If they come, just kill them. What's there to care? The man in the snow looked at the youth and said calmly. The youth couldn't help but let out a loud laugh at his words. Ha ha ha, what a jade Zun Wanliang who has broken his love and desire. The scourge of the 9 clans has failed to sway you in the slightest. This state of mind is truly rare in the world. When Liang's expression remained indifferent, as if all the clamor of the outside world had nothing to do with him, he looked at the youth silently, an imperceptible chill flashing in his eyes. If you truly wish to seek death, I will not begrudge you. Although the words were light, they were like cold ice blades, piercing straight to the heart. The youth's laughter stopped. If you could kill me, would you not do it now? Boom! When Liang blasted out with a palm, the light in his palm was like a little star set in a shard of glaze. The wind and snow were torn raw. Chapter 76, Shinkei, Glazed Star Shattering Palm. The youth recognized when Liang's use of the move. Although he had no fear in his mouth, he did not have the slightest intention of belittling it. The skin of his entire body began to radiate like a blazing sun. A loud sound, like thunder cracking in the sky, violently shook the entire quiet snowy plain. The ground, which was originally covered in snow, began to tremble violently. Break me! The youth roared angrily, at this moment like a fire god descending into the world. Gold and red intertwined, blazing hot, with his palms facing the sky. The air around him was set ablaze in an instant, and the snowflakes turned into nothingness before they could get close to him. On the snowy ground under his feet, a huge palm print appeared, like the palm of the heavenly dome gently caressing the earth. This palm print was crystal clear, with clear edges, and contained a majestic force that seemed to be able to shake mountains and rivers. The youth was located in the center of the palm print, and the flames on his body gradually went out. Except for a slight shortness of breath, the whole body was not damaged at all. Ha ha ha, see, this is the power of the yin-yang overlord body. Even if I'm not a grand master yet, with this feat, I'll be able to fight against grand masters. How's it going, Wayne Liang? Want to join us? With your strength and qualifications, you can definitely be reused by the organization. Maybe I can get a more powerful martial art than my yin-yang bastard body by then. If you join, the organization can even take care of Dasha's troubles for you. The youth gently patted the snowflakes on his body. The corners of his mouth curved into a confident arc. Your jade glaze divine skill should have already been cultivated to its limit, right? Otherwise you wouldn't have hit on the ice heavenly monarch's inheritance. Wan Liang looked at the youth, his gaze a little downcast. This person's martial arts were still quite a distance away from the Grandmaster realm. Being able to block one of his own slaps, this so-called yin-yang hegemony body is indeed a very powerful martial art, and it looks like it's the same as my own jade glaze divine power. It is a martial art that belongs to the aspect of body refining. So the owner of this place is called Ice Heavenly Monarch. It does look like your organization is not simple. But, when did you get the illusion that you can fight against a grandmaster? The youth froze, then jerked around. When Liang had disappeared from his spot at some point and appeared behind him. Playing God. The youth is very confident in himself. What is the name of your organization? When Liang looked at the youth calmly, an extremely strong pressure enveloped the youth like a Tarzan. The youth's face sank like water. He didn't expect this Wan Liang to be so insensitive. Skin began to redden, as if cast in molten gold. The surrounding snow met its breath, even turned into curls of white mist, hovering up. Let me see if you're qualified to know. The youth let out a long whistle and launched both palms out. A scorching wave of air blasted towards Wan Liang, who was standing opposite each other. The ground is scorched black. Wan Liang's body began to be covered with a layer of crystal clear glaze. Gently raising his hand, he easily isolated that burning heat from the outside. Then you can go to hell. Wan Liang's words fell, and his person had already bullied his way to the front of the youth. With a light wave of his right hand, the inferno yang qi around the youth was instantly infiltrated and disintegrated by the glazed light, and then crumbled into bits of sparks. The youth only felt an irresistible force surging into his body and involuntarily retreated backward, his face pale, obviously suffering from minor internal injuries. If you dare to kill me, the organization will not spare you. I'm nothing more than a newbie in there who just joined. This time, when the inheritance of the Ice Heavenly Monarch came out, there were quite a few powerful guys in the organization. There is no shortage of Grand Masters among them. Their strength is far stronger than the worldly so-called Tianji Pavilion martial assessment. If you kill me, feeling the killing intent on Wan Liang's body if anything, the youth kept talking like pouring beans, until that glazed glow completely covered the world in his eyes. God K won't let you go. Wan Liang muttered under his breath as he looked at the corpse of the youth in the snow. Shen K? The pitch-black eyes completely turned into a radiant glazed color at this moment. Whoever it is that dares to compete with me for what the Celestials here have left behind. Death to all. Wan Liang's figure disappeared into the wind and snow. Damn it, woman, what kind of poison did you give me? A man who looked to be in his late 30s or so was half kneeling in the snow. There was a hideous scar from the corner of his right eye to his mouth, and he held a dark red knife in his hand. The blade was stuck in the middle of the snow. The man looked angrily at a man and a woman not far away. Red Moon Blade, White End. 5 years ago because of offending the northern state's top sect Flying Frost Palace. It's been out of sight in the jungle ever since. I didn't expect to meet here today. And, you seem to recognize me? Shamer looked curiously at the man in the distance. The closer we get to the top of the Ice Jedi Ridge, the crowd suddenly got bigger. I've already met 2 or 3 unsavory guys along the way, although the martial arts were not in Shamer's eyes, but when placed in the Jianghu, it was already considered a rare master. There was news of a celestial inheritance in the Ice Extinction Ridge. It seems to have long been circulating in some circles in the jungle. The teenage grandmaster who defeated Elder Skycrane, the famous master of the Jinwu division, can be said to be the most popular person in the Jianghu nowadays. What's so strange about me knowing? Red Moon Blade White N gasped for air. Cold sweat constantly fell from his forehead. Where have you been these past 5 years? And why has your martial arts improved so dramatically? And what's the name of the organization you were talking about? Thinking of that red blade light just now, Shamer asked with some curiosity. If he hadn't stepped in, even if Jingshu was able to poison this person, I'm afraid I'll also be seriously injured by that blade. What's in it for you to say it? Bai Duan grabbed his chest in a death grip and opened his mouth with some difficulty. I won't kill you if I say so, Shamer said sincerely as he stared into White N's eyes. Phew. White N took a deep breath. The name of the organization is God K. I don't know much. Back then, I was cornered by the Flying Frost Palace. Just met someone from this organization. That man passed on a kung fu style to me, and I joined the organization and became a peripheral member of the Divine K. All these years I'd been practicing in seclusion, until not long ago, when we received orders from the organization to go to the Ice Jedi Ridge and search for the legacy of a previous master who died here. I got another order after I got here. Let me try to test your martial arts. Unexpected. Bai Duan looked at the woman in white beside Shama. Put. Bai Duan spat out a mouthful of blood. Incredulously, he looked at the hand that had passed through his chest. I told you that one of these guys was more than a match for the other. The chief is really a bastard. Even listening to that asshole Compass Eagle and recruiting some peripheral members. 1 by 1, 2 by 2. They've really disgraced our Divine K. How dare you call yourself Divine K with these 2 tricks? A short man, no more than 4 feet tall, shrugged off his still dripping hand with disdain. Foot on White An's head and spit. Chapter 77, Void Illusionary Phaseless Hand. Ding, please go to Mission Hills to sign in. Shamer's attention was completely off the short person wearing a mask in front of him at the moment. This is the first time the system has directly stated where to sign in. Year-round snow, winds howling like knives. In the extremely cold domain where everything is hard to live, there is a strange place. Though small as a starry eye, it contains the warmth of heaven and earth, boiling water gurgling in white mist. The surrounding area was covered with ice and snow, while around the spring, greenery and flowers bloomed in strange colors. I don't know if it's a human effort or a work of nature. Lanquan? Totally unheard of. But with the system's urbane nature, combined with the picture in his head, 9 times out of 10, this place was in the Ice Jedi Ridge. Kid, I'm talking to you. Some achievement at a young age. Don't be too arrogant. The short, masked man's angry voice pulled Summer's thoughts back. Summer turned her head to look at Jingshu. What did he say? Jingshu snorted. He said his name was Zhu Yao and that he came from an organization called Shinkei. Between the words, it seems that he is quite dissatisfied with the division master as well as the grand master on the Tianji Pavilion's martial assessment. It's not discontent, it's disdain. You people have no idea how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. There are no heroes in time to make a name for themselves. If we appear in the jungle, then there will only be one voice left in the jungle. The short masked man had his hands behind his back, a look of a former senior pointing the way. Divine K. Zhu Yao. Only then did Shamer take a closer look at the short masked man. The mask is carefully carved from unknown metal and dark wood. It is shaped like a white ape with angry eyes and fangs. A long, whitewashed green cloth shirt with slightly rolled up cuffs, revealing the same old but clean lining inside. A hemp rope was casually tied around his waist, and an ordinary-looking cloth bag hung from the. You fought with a Grand Master on the Tianji Pavilion's martial arts evaluation? Shamer asked curiously. From the sudden appearance of this Zhu Yao to kill the Red Moon Sword White Duan, as well as the undisguised aura of this person's body to see. Undoubtedly a great master. The inheritance of the Celestials really attracted a lot of bulls and devils. No. Zhu Yao calmed down at the moment. A pair of eyes stared at Shamer dead in the face. Suddenly, fiercely, she drank towards Jingshu on the other side of the room. Little girl, use these little tricks again. Watch out, I'll stomp your spider to death. Jingshu looked at Zhu Yao in surprise. Other than Xia Mo, this was the first person she had met who could detect the golden pupil night shadow spider's phantom poison. Such big talk without having fought. So it's a rat-brained person. By the looks of you, you should be an official member of this Divine K organization, right? I wonder if you could introduce me. Summer said softly. There is also a gap between Grand Masters and Grandmasters. A bunch of mongrels. How powerful can their martial arts be? You juniors are not very old, but you have a lot of thoughts. Zhu Yao said rather disdainfully. A grand master. If one is willing, glory and wealth are at one's fingertips, but you would rather wear masks and not show your true colors. It seems that you, as an organization, do have some tricks up your sleeve. Shamer said this as if he had thought of something. Eyes met the pupils behind that mask. Or is your true identity is not well known? Zhu Yao kicked the body on the ground. Junior, there's no need to make more attempts. People who know too much in the Jianghu tend to die faster, unless the man is one of our own. I don't know how you developed this martial art, but I can give you a chance. Join the Divine K. The organization can take care of all your troubles. You want the Jin Wu Si, and Wen Liang. Our chief is quite impressed with you. Zhu Yao seemed to be routinely performing some kind of ordinance, and his voice was very cold. Shamer looked at Zhu Yao with amusement, tapped his head with a finger. Is there something wrong with your brain? Where do you see that these count as trouble? Zhu Yao's hand behind his back lowered. A somewhat creepy laugh escaped his mouth. Ha. Looks like it was rejected. Shamer stared at Zhu Yao. You seem eager for me to refuse? Ah, of course, because it's the only way I can kill you without fear. After all, to you guys who are being watched by the organization, more or less to the thin end of the wedge. You guys? It looks like you guys invited a lot of people. You're not the first to refuse. People who refuse don't end up well? You'll see soon enough. Underneath the mask of Zhu Yao, suddenly wisps of white gas overflowed. Jingshu, get behind me. Jingshu gently nodded her head and moved her feet, backing up a distance of tens of feet. This masked member of the Divine K organization who called himself Zhu Yao. Even the phantom poison of the golden pupil night shadow spider couldn't help him. Being on the sidelines by himself would only cause Shamer to tie up his hands. The sky hangs low, and snowflakes, like thousands of light feathers, silently weave a world of pure white. Zhu Yao slowly raised his hand, and the air around him froze for a moment. An imperceptible fluctuation rippled out of his palm, gently spreading through the void like ripples. Void disillusionment phaseless hand. Words fell, flipped palm lightly waved. Do not see the substance of the touch, but there is a powerful force surging out. In a flash, space distorted, light and shadow interlaced, and above the snow, it was as if another world had been opened up, in which electricity flashed and thunder roared, and wind and rain were exacerbated. This is, Shamer's expression twitched. This guy with the Zhu Yao can't talk about how deep his inner strength is. At best, it was in the middle of the pack with old Taoist Yun Chang, but the martial arts that were performed were really unheard of. Void disillusionment phaseless hand? The power looked like it was still above old Taoist Ming Qing's white cloud great hand seal. Xia Mo similarly slapped his palm in the direction where Zhu Yao was, like a cold plum blooming on the top of the snowy region. It is the essence of Tianshan plum breaking hand. There were many phantoms in the void, and Xia Mo's palm force was like a mud cow entering the sea, without a trace. Instead of being dissolved, the phantoms became even more ethereal and unpredictable under his palm. Endless. You can't even melt the hand of a Tianshan plum breaker? Xia Mo was secretly shocked in his heart, and added force to push again. The palm wind whistled, driving the surrounding snowflakes to dance wildly, forming a white storm. However, that void disillusionment phaseless hand seemed to have supreme magical power, absorbing all attacks and transforming them into even more violent offenses. Ha. Zhu Yao laughed triumphantly at this scene. He who is void is formless and embraces all things. Those who are disillusioned are instantaneous, and it is difficult to distinguish between truth and falsehood. How can you be a match for me, no matter how much you change? He was also a great master after all. The moment they exchanged hands, they similarly detected a hint of the characteristics of the heavenly mountain plum breaking hand. Chapter 78, Destruction. Light and shadows crisscrossed around Xia Mo, as if 1,000 worlds were collapsing and rebuilding at the same time. Ha, go to hell. Zhu Yao laughed recklessly and grabbed towards the void with both hands. Invisible waves of chi surged towards Xiama from all directions. Miso, the underworld was sheathed, like a dragon's roar breaking through the dawn, and a line of sword light opened up the sky and the earth. Everything in front of me cracks and splits in an instant. A giant palm condensed from nothingness, covering the sky and pressing down on the top. The palm wind whistled, sounding like thunder and lightning as it rolled on. Shizuku looked around at the vibrating snowy mountains with some horror. This is the power of a Grand Master's strike? Xiamo's entire body's chi surged, as if it was an unstoppable sea of fury. Chop! Swinging his sword fiercely, the sword light carried a strong hellfire and biting murderous aura as it directly attacked that huge void handprint. The black sword chi raged like a raging storm, crazily tearing every inch of space of the void handprint. Like a giant beast tearing, it hardened and chewed up that huge handprint. Zhu Yao made an incredulous sound. What? As he spoke, the tip of the sword was already in front of his eyes. Zhu Yao reacted swiftly, as if electricity and fire were traveling through the air, and when he lifted his hand, a strange force struck the blade of the underworld sword with unerring precision. actually hardened the direction of that decisive sword reversal. Between the flashes of sword light, the trajectory was twisted and unpredictable. Shamer's eyes flashed with dismay. Jiankuan de Nuai? Really? Damn it! The vicious color in Zhu Yao's eyes became even more intense. Not waiting for Xia Mo to think more, a palm carried a whistling wind sound and directly slapped at the vitals of Xia Mo's chest. Xia Mo's face did not change. His body's true chi surged, and he similarly slapped out a palm. The two palms met as if they were mountains facing each other, immediately stirring up shocking airwaves. The snow beneath his feet was shattered by the force. Countless flying snow was swept up by the huge airwave, transforming into a sky full of wind and snow that swept wildly in all directions, obscuring the sky in chaos. Two distinctly different air currents of black and white appeared intertwined behind Zhu Yao. The true chi of his entire body stirred, almost on the verge of materializing. An illusory volcano behind Shamer erupted violently. The magma rolled and the heat waves were so intense that they scorched the air and twisted it out of shape. Two people internal power exchange. Each has 1,001. A moment is difficult to distinguish between high and low. The killing chance in Xiaomo's eyes was undisguised. This person did not know what kind of martial arts he was practicing. The true chi reversed its flow and actually bounced back a portion of the grafted true chi. This was the first time that someone had blocked the grafting divine power since the system had passed it on. Zhu Yao similarly grimaced. He practiced the Qiankuan reverse vein Xian Yuan Gong, insight into the mysteries of the human body veins, and then reverse the flow of the body's true chi reversal, to reach an unprecedented level. When this skill is accomplished, it can reverse the universe in a line, so that the enemy's moves are reduced to nothing, and even counter injury to his body. At the same time, it can borrow the power of heaven and earth to open up a chance of survival in desperate situations and turn the tide of battle. The depth of its meaning, if it can manipulate the Kikan and reverse destiny. In the past, against the enemy, even if they were both grand masters, they were caught off guard. All will suffer greatly at his hands. Those who knew his background would never contact him hastily. But this junior in front of me, the true chi was strong and overbearing not to mention, and it was almost as if they were rooted inside each other. He exerted the Qiankuan reverse pulse Xian Yuan Gong with all his might. Surprisingly, it could only shake a small portion of the other party's true chi. This is a situation that has never been encountered before. The two figures faced each other like ancient gods. The air was oppressive to the core. As the two men's internal strength continued to rise, wisps of electricity arcs were vaguely visible jumping in the void. In the distance, Jinshu's gaze was locked onto the two men exchanging blows. A touch of unconcealable worry passed between his brows. One hand was behind her back, thumb and middle finger gently interlocked. Although her martial arts were far from a grandmaster, she was not without means. The heart secretly calculates, if it really comes to a critical situation. Junior, if this continues, we will have to lose both of us. How about this? I count to 3. We withdraw our palms at the same time. How about we call today's battle a draw? Zhu Yao's voice rang out in the wind and snow. Yes, Summer didn't hesitate. 1, 2, 3. The arcs of electricity stirring in the void became even thicker. Well, Junior, I'd like to see how long you can hold out. Zhu Yao's angry voice rang out. The black and white chi behind his back suddenly spun at an astonishing speed. Go to hell! A sudden emotionless voice came to his ears. Zhu Yao's pupils shrunk violently. Only the volcano silhouette behind Shama could be seen towering. There were 9 huge fireballs slowly rising in the sky above. Zhu Yao, however, looked unusually wretched at the moment. The legs bent violently and the snow beneath his feet dissipated without a trace. In its place was a shocking crack that spread out quickly like a spider's web. Boom! The ground was overwhelmed and collapsed completely, splashing dust and debris in all directions, creating a dust storm that covered the sky. Zhu Yao was unable to stabilize his body after all. A muffled grunt, blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. Those eyes, filled with shock and unwillingness, stared dead on at Xiama. No way. Zhu Yao's voice was hoarse and trembling, as if he couldn't accept the facts in front of him. At your age, a district secular dynasty, how is that possible? Xia Mo stepped on the void, his gaze as bland as a god. An overwhelming sword intent instantly filled the entire space. The sword intent reached its peak at this moment, transforming into a hideous poisonous dragon that roared and lunged at Zhu Yao. Damn it! Zhu Yao was in a state of madness, both palms facing the sky, a huge handprint blasting towards the poisonous dragon. Hiss! The void handprint was torn apart like a rag by the poisonous dragon. Compass Eagle, help me! A hint of despair flashed in Zhu Yao's eyes, and he suddenly opened his mouth to shout. You idiot! You've been told not to take liberties. If you're still alive this time, go back and get your punishment yourself. There was a crisp and biting snort. The blade light cut out violently from nothingness, carrying an irresistible cold aura and coming straight towards the poisonous dragon that had devoured Zhu Yao. The poison dragon grabbed viciously at the blade light with lightning speed. Clang! Where the blade light collided with the dragon's claws, Sparks flew in all directions, accompanied by bursts of ear-piercing tearing sounds. The sudden blade light violently converged and transformed into a strange eagle with a bizarre form and blade-like feathers. The strange eagle's eyes flashed with a ghostly cold light as it fought fiercely with the poisonous dragon in the air. Bang! There was a loud boom. The poisonous dragon and the strange statue dissipated at the same time. Zhu Yao was currently being carried in the hands of a woman who was also wearing a mask. In her other hand, the woman held a knife that was narrow and sharp, with a faintly chilly glow throughout. Compass Eagle, let go of me. Let's go together and kill him. Zhu Yao roared excitedly. The clothes on his body at the moment looked like they had been burned. There was a thin gash on his neck. It kept oozing blood out. Anyone with eyes could see that the wound would have been an inch deeper. It was enough to kill Zhu Yao. Shut up, the woman known as Compass Eagle chided nonchalantly. Chapter 79, The Ice Domain Opens. Hearing the Compass Eagle's chortle, Zhu Yao's instinctive anger surged, but the wound on his neck brought his sanity back in an instant. Take a deep breath. A pair of eyes filled with cold intent looked at Summer. This junior's martial arts are very strong, and his swordsmanship is even extremely high. The Compass Eagle was not surprised by what he heard. That's obvious by the look of your misery. Jubilee. The Compass Eagle put Zhu Yao down. It seems to be because the organization hasn't walked the earth for too long. This teenager or not, and that Win too, neither knows what the word Shinkei stands for. Zhu Yao was visibly stunned. That one Liang guy refused too? Compass Eagle nodded. That's good. I found Wu Qi's body before I came here. Zhu Yao skimmed. What a waste of time for the chief to bestow that martial art. These peripheral members are really trash. Compass Eagle's calm voice rang out. You'd be no better off if I didn't come. Zhu Yao was silent. That sword just now did almost kill him. Don't underestimate these worldly great masters. They were able to cultivate to the realm of a grand master. Both the heart and the means are extremely powerful. The compound sculptor's eyes peered through the mask. It seemed to want to see through the distant shamer. Are you two done talking? Summer asked politely. Zhu Yao's previous invitation still stands. Young warrior is young. Why don't you go see a wider world? The Compass Eagle said with sudden sincerity. Humph, how dare a bunch of disorganized people say that? Shamer sneered. A sword was swung out, and between the sword's shadows, it captured one's heart and chilled one's guts. The Compass Eagle was silent and swung his sword with a backhand. The light of the sword was unstoppable, like a mad dragon coming out of the sea. Bang! Air waves churned, dust flew up, and the surrounding scenery was enveloped by this powerful aura, becoming blurred. Now but this junior doesn't want to let us go. The smoke cleared. Zhu Yao crouched on the ground. I don't know what kind of trickery was used. The wound on his neck had stopped oozing blood. The sword that defeated Zhu Yao just now, was that your limit? The Compass Eagle stared at Xiama and asked bluntly. You can learn that for yourself. Xiamo's sword pointed at the compulsion statue, an organization that popped up out of nowhere with two grand masters randomly coming out of it. And then there's the secular talk from these two. Kill one. Arrest one. Looking at the two people across from him, a cold light flashed in Xiama's eyes. Although Zhu Yao was seriously injured, he did not lose his battle power. This woman wearing a strange sculpture mask had a sword technique full of fury. If they fought later, they might not be able to stop themselves. I'll definitely appreciate it if I get the chance, but now well, the ice domain should be opening soon. If you don't want to miss the opportunity, I think it's better to stop fighting for now. The woman in the strange sculpted mask unexpectedly put her knife away. The ice domain? Shamer frowned slightly. Hey, after all, it's someone from the world. I've heard that the so-called Great Xia dynasty was founded less than 200 years ago. The insight is really short. Zhu Yao couldn't help but make a mocking remark. It doesn't do to be too insightful and too much of a loser. Otherwise it would be better to stay in your own third of the world and avoid the pain. Shamer disliked it nonchalantly. You. Zhu Yao's fists clenched in anger. The means of the celestial beings, seizing the void and making a domain of their own. It's rare, but not without precedent. This place, the Ice Extinction Ridge, was moved here 1,000 years ago by a celestial named Ice Heavenly Monarch. The life of the celestial beings is counted as over 1,000 years old. I'm afraid that Ice Heavenly Monarch's lifelong accumulation is all in the hidden ice domain of the Ice Extinction Ridge. The Compass Eagle turned away, ready to leave. Seizing the void and forming a domain of their own, a celestial is capable of such things? A flash of suspicion flashed in Summer's eyes. This sounded far beyond what the average Jianghu person would recognize. Of course not just any celestial can do this matter. That Ice Heavenly Monarch is said to be among the top of the line among celestials. Zhu Yao immediately spoke. This person seems to be very fond of demonstrating his cognitive superiority. Xia Emo slowly put the underworld into its scabbard. His eyes swept towards the snow-capped peaks around him. In that case, these people are all here for the treasures in the ice domain. The commotion caused by a Grandmaster's battle was not small. The perilousness of the Ice Extinction Ridge could not stop the people watching at all. The chi emanating from these people, The weakest of them placed in the Jianghu were all first-class experts. I, Desya, am so close to this place that I have not gotten the slightest bit of information. The two great masters from the everlasting sky and the heavenly pool don't need to think that they're rushing here. Interesting. A smile curled the corners of Summer's mouth. It's like throwing a tiny stone into a calm lake. This world is really vast. The legacy of a top celestial. He doesn't use it even himself. If he can get it, that would undoubtedly strengthen the great Summer's bottom line as well. I can't imagine being able to fully establish the class of the Jinwu division. It looks like you should have gotten it. If we fight here, we'll just be cheapening others for nothing. The compass eagle turned around and looked deeply at Shamer, then leave without hesitation. Zhu Yao immediately followed. What? Not inviting that junior to join the organization? Compass eagle was silent for a moment. That look, he's not on the same page as us. Master of the division. A light, fragrant breeze. Jingshu looked at the back of the Divine K organization duo. This time, the celestial inheritance has come with quite a few powerful guys. There are not a few archons either. You, Jingshu slightly sideways jade face, vegetarian hand gently twisted the green silk, slowly lifted to the back of the ear. How could a concubine miss such a heavenly opportunity? Master of the division need not worry. Concubines have means of self-preservation. Summers nodded. He knew that the Phantom Poison Emperor had left quite a few good things for Jingshu. In that case, let's wait for the ice domain to open. Soon 2 days passed. Xia Mo had never found Wen Liang in the ice extinction ridge. Rather, it was a few hours ago. I happened to run into the Cold Gun Northern Sect. Those two guys are here too. I'm just here to keep an eye on them. Lu Rinchen carried the ebony spear and said sincerely, Warrior Lu has a heart. Xia Mo smiled blandly, not caring about Lu Rinchen's words. At this time in the Ice Jade Ridge, there was one more Grand Master who barely counted as one of their own. Not that it's a bad thing. Boom! The entire ice extinction ridge suddenly began to shake. A pillar of blue-white light drew up to the sky, like a dragon leaping through the gates of heaven, dazzling with brilliance. Birds converge, white clouds are stagnant, all is silent, the air is condensed, and the time is stagnant. Coming! Shamer stared at the pillar of blue-white light. The giant doorway in the air gradually appeared, an illusory gateway carved out of ice. Chapter 80 Spots. The giant door slowly opened, and the cold air swept across the entire ice extinction ridge. The silver armor adds a bit of austere atmosphere. Shamer curiously surveyed the giant ice sculpture door in the air. This cold air, not to mention ordinary people, is the internal energy cultivation to the chi chakra penetration of the martial artists. Staying in the Ice Jedi Ridge right now is in danger of freezing to death. Behind the door, there are other caves, with pavilions and pavilions towering into the clouds, all carved out of ice and snow. The eaves are full of ice, like a million swords hanging upside down, glittering with the blue light. In the daylight is even more bizarre. Inside the palace, carved beams and painted buildings, although there is no pen and ink, but the shape of ice crystals, sketching out the scenery of flowers, birds, fish and insects, mountains and rivers. Ice field, someone exclaimed in shock. There was also some fire in Summer's eyes. This was the means of the top celestials. The blue-white light pillar just now, the power contained within it, could easily destroy him. I'm afraid. That's. A joyful look appeared on Summer's face. Lan Quan was indeed in the ice domain. It's unimaginable. Lu Rinchen also looked at the scene in front of him with surprise. What's that? Jingshu suddenly pointed at the giant door carved out of ice. An ice monument slowly rose from the ground in front of the door. The frost on it faded, revealing its true form. The 3 words "the ice dissolves itself, like springtime rain" stand out. 49. What does that mean? Could it be some riddle left behind by the ice heavenly monarch? Perhaps it was done at random and did not mean anything in particular. Can you believe that such a big ice monument was erected before the ice domain without meaning? The commotion from the opening of the ice domain just now was too great. In the eyes of some, it's no different than a miracle. That's why none of them have dared to go until now. And the gates of Ice World opened between snow-covered mountains. One of those distances didn't even have the slightest point of impact. If one's light skill is not good, or if one's internal strength is not good, one's body will surely be shattered if one falls down from there. What is the meaning of this ice heavenly monarch leaving the words 49 at the door? Shizuku asked curiously. The mind of a celestial being is not something that mortals like us can guess. Lu Rinchen shook his head. The Grand Master of the Tianji Pavilion's martial arts rating of 9th. Apparently, he was also completely shocked by the scene of the opening of the ice domain. Maybe it doesn't have to be so complicated. This ice domain will only be open for 49 hours? Or maybe, only 49 can go in? Shamer also pondered the meaning of 49. The sitting place of a top celestial. No one dared to do anything rash. No, there are head irons too. Ha 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 ha. Since all of you guys are dryly watching, I'll be rude to the old ancestor. A figure suddenly leapt out. Elder Li. He's even here? The Li family? Which Li family? Which Li family can it still be? There are quite a few families in the Jianghu surnamed Li, but the only one who can be called an old ancestor is the Li family, which is known as the number 1 family in the Cold Prefecture. This one was the one who fought with Elder Skycrane back then and retreated in one piece. I've heard that One Foot has already stepped into the realm of a Grand Master, so it's that Li family. It's said that this Li family's oldest ancestor is over 100 years old. If we don't break through, we'll be in the coffin. This is going to be a last-ditch effort. There were whispers in all directions, all focusing on the Li clan's old ancestor. The Li clan's oldest ancestor utilized his light power and sped towards the ice domain's gate. On the ice extinction ridge, the cold wind was bitterly cold, ice and snow covered, and everything was quiet. Although the Li family's ancestor was old, his stance was not bad, leaving behind a blurry and swift residual shadow. In an instant, he had already arrived in front of the ice domain gate. The old face surged with a flush in this icy environment. Without the slightest hesitation, the Li clan's old ancestor stepped directly into the ice domain's gate. Quiet. Apart from the whistling cold wind, there was not a single sound around. The numbers on the ice tablet twisted like tadpoles. 48. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dense cracking sound rang out. Instantly, hundreds of figures swept towards the ice domain's gate. The meaning of the numbers is already known. No one is willing to be left behind. Get out of the way for this clan. A man wearing clothes made of animal skins with bronze-colored skin shouted angrily. A fierce wind rose up, and a powerful wind came from his fingertips, transforming into a transparent wind blade that chopped towards the figure in front of him. Windwalker. In front of him was a man in his late 30s or so. Turning around, he immediately recognized the great master from the grasslands. The face changed drastically, but at the moment, being in mid-air, there was absolutely no way to dodge. Teeth clenched, this person's double fists wrapped in thick internal energy and met the whistling wind blade. Hassel's wind blade, however, was like pervasive mercury, instantly penetrating his opponent's punching wind. The opponent's face suddenly changed, and it was completely too late to react. There was a soft snort and the wind blade had arrived. This body looks so familiar. It was the last thought that came to the man's mind before he closed his eyes. Humph. What kind of thing dares to covet the celestial inheritance? Has Sal spat disdainfully. The figure transformed into a breeze and had appeared in front of the ice domain's main gate. Asshole. Seek death. Get thee outta here. The numbers on the ice monument kept changing, and soon there were only the last 10 spots left. You guys go in first. In front of the ice domain's main gate, Xiaomo said to Lu Rinchen and Jingshu. With his lightness, he was naturally the first to arrive here. There was no rush to get inside though. Master of the division, Shizuku called out worriedly. Don't worry, I have it in mind. Be careful. Summers nodded gently. Girl, let's go. Lu Rinchen glanced at Summer, directly stepping through the ice domain gate. What is this Shinwu division master's idea? He could have guessed it with his toes. That jade dignitary, but he hasn't appeared until now. Master of the division, take care. After hesitating for a moment, Shizuku similarly entered the ice domain. There were still 8 people left in the quota to enter the ice domain. What? Gonna stop us here? 2 figures appeared in front of Shamer. It was none other than the Compass Eagle and Zhu Yao duo. The injuries on Zhu Yao's body seemed to have healed. At this moment, he was staring at Shamer with a scornful face. I'm not aiming at you guys. Go ahead. Shamer made a gesture of invitation. The Compass Eagle and Zhu Yao walked straight towards the ice domain. A few more people settled their rivals and rushed into the ice domain, bypassing Shamer. Shamer stood in place with his eyes closed, without the slightest intention of stopping it. Until the number on the ice monument becomes 2, a figure slowly walked out of the wind and snow. The face is emaciated, with well-defined features, a high nose, and a soft lip line. A wide white robe with ink-colored clouds and water embroidered on it. Shamer's eyes snapped open. A terrifying pressure descended. The few people who wanted to fish in troubled waters and rush into the ice domain were all shaken away. Been waiting for you for a long time. Wan Liang, get out of the way or die. Wan Liang's face was expressionless, and his body began to emit glazed light little by little. Chapter 81, Jedi Cold Haze. Bang! In front of the lofty gates of the ice domain, the 2 great masters exchanged blows without any fear. Wan Liang was like wearing a glazed battle armor at the moment, with a bright light that reflected the sky. Xia Mo urged his inner strength with all his might, and the red light flourished like a blazing sun rising. The 2 of them suddenly exchanged blows with lightning speed. At once, the glazed light and the red light of the wedding garment intertwined and entwined, like dragons and snakes dancing together. It was difficult to distinguish between them. Bang bang! Shamer's hands were filled with unspeakable heat. Each palm hit Wan Liang. It made a crisp ringing sound. So hard. Shamer frowned. With his current internal strength, a single palm strike would turn even diamond into powder. But looking at Wan Liang's appearance, apart from a slight pause in his figure, it didn't do much damage at all. Jade glazed divine power. In terms of body refining, It was simply not something that could be compared to the iron bone skill of that elder from the underworld Dao. Simply put, it's one word: hard. Wan Liang was similarly frowning. A flash of disbelief flashed in the depths of his eyes. His jade-glazed divine skill took the essence of both heaven and earth, and the fire refining wonderful treasures. Fused into flesh and blood, sinews and bones, it refines the immortal body. Since the great completion of his divine power, he had never encountered anyone whose casual punch or slap could cause the chi and blood in his body to turn over. The inner strength of the kid in front of him was a bit terrifying. Wan Liang blocks a punch from Summers with one hand. The other hand slammed into Summers' head. The palm wind whistled, bringing up ripples in the surrounding air. Xiaomo's body-shielding astral aura instantly collapsed like papier-mâché under the impact of this force. The remaining energy was even more surging like a tidal wave. Humph! Shamer grunted coldly. The nine-yang marriage divine skill erupted with full force. The same palm slapped up. Boom! The two of them staggered their figures, and at the first touch, each of them used their strength to take a few steps back and stabilize their positions. When Liang's face was grave, and Shamer revealed a smirk, the power of the Nine Suns marriage fusion was immense. Sure enough, it could suppress the opponent's jade-glazed divine power. It was just a pity that it wasn't enough to completely destroy the opponent's glazed body. Use the 14th sword. Shamer beckoned the underworld prison into his hands. Right at this moment, two black shadows swept out from both sides, with excellent lightness, intending to burst into the ice domain. When Liang and Xiaomo's gazes flinched as they simultaneously sensed the sudden change of events, now only the last two spots remain. If it's muddled by these guys, that's not good. Quick, rush in. On the left side was an ugly-looking man. Having seen the martial arts of Shamer and Wan Liang, there wasn't even the slightest thought of facing the duo. Just be able to dash off into they. A look of madness appeared on the ugly man's face. With a flip of his wrist, Xiaomo's underworld sword was already out of its sheath, bringing up an air of moroseness and coldness. The tip of the sword flicked, and blood splattered out with it. This blood quickly condensed in mid-air, scattering all over the place with a chilling aura. I don't know what to do, Shamer muttered as he watched the falling body. So far, what's going in has gone in. The two grandmasters blocked the gate of the ice domain. How could they let these guys fish in troubled waters? Wan Liang tackled the other one at the same time. Damn it! These two won't go in themselves, and they won't let us in. Daxia Jinwu Division Master, Yuzu and Wan Liang, what kind of deep hatred do these two have? Do we have to divide life and death here first? Do we not even want the inheritance of the Celestials? The crowd that was still watching from a distance was shocked and furious. However, no one dared to rush into the range of the two men's exchange now. Get out of my way. Wan Liang stared at Summer with a gloomy expression. Doesn't seem to want to dwell on it. This time even the head turned a glazed color. There was an audible explosion in the air. Die! Xiaomo's eyes were filled with killing intent. The underworld began to tremble slightly, emitting a low, long hum. Sword intent violently erupted, and a hideous and ghastly hellish poisonous dragon appeared. It is? When Liang's pupils shrunk, the poisonous dragon was completely a terrifying swordlight in his eyes. Jade-glazed immortal body. After noticing that it was impossible to avoid the sword, there seemed to be a trickle of water surging inside Wan Liang's body. All the limbs and bones crackled. It was actually a silent recasting and sublimation under the effect of this force. Boom! The poisonous dragon roared and collided with the jade-glazed immortal body in the air. Where the two clashed, vortex turbulence suddenly arose, devouring everything around them. The surrounding peaks were affected by the waves, and crumbled. The broken rocks pierced through the clouds and split the sun. The scene was horrifying. Not good. Run away. All the people watching the battle around them had their faces changed drastically. At this moment, he only hated that his parents had given him two less legs. Right at this moment, an unprecedented and terrifying suction force surged out from the ice domain gate. Like an ancient beast with its mouth open for devouring, it instantly wrapped the poisonous dragon and jade-glazed body in that whirlpool. Both Shamer and Wan Liang. There was no time to react, and he was sucked into the ice domain. The numbers on the ice monument completely disappeared at this moment. The gate closed with a loud, echoing sound like thunder. The illusion of the ice domain faded away as the gate closed. Cough cough. Really? Why be so impatient if you're just going in a little late? What the hell is this place? Summers coughed lightly. As far as the eye could see it was all white, with land made of solid ice underfoot. But what was most unusual was the strange layer of cold mist that shrouded the surroundings. This fog was not only bone-chillingly cold, but also had an indescribably eerie quality to it. Wan Liang shouldn't be dead yet. It was only after the 9-yang marriage divine skill plus the 14th sword that he barely broke through the defense of his opponent's jade-glazed immortal body. Damn it, if it wasn't for the ice domain suddenly sucking the two of them in, that sword could definitely pierce Wan Liang's heart. After being sucked in by the ice domain, he and Wan Liang were wrapped in a turbulent current. After stabilizing his body with all his might and coming back to his senses, he appeared in this ice field. Wan Liang, however, was nowhere to be found. There's so little information about the ice domain right now, and I don't know which way the spring is. Shamer took the underworld prison and started walking in one direction. The cold fog was thickening and the temperature was getting lower and lower, practically invading the skin and penetrating the bones. A thin layer of red light faintly surfaced on the surface of Summer's body. What the hell are these cold haze things? Even I must use my true chi to resist the coldness in it. Suddenly, Shamer was on his feet. There was a sudden noise coming from the ice beneath his feet. There are even creatures that can survive in this hellhole? Boom! A thunderclap. The ice suddenly cracked, the cold air overflowed, and between the smoke, a huge thing slowly manifested itself. This is... Shamer looked up curiously. The scorpion's head was high, and its two chelicerae were huge, like two giant pincers inlaid with ice blades, flashing with a biting cold light. A giant ice scorpion. The ice scorpion's eyes glared roundly as it violently leapt up and directly pounced towards Shama. Its thick tail was like an ice whip, wrapped in biting cold wind and sharp ice crystals, cutting through the air and emitting a sharp whistling sound. Looks like a guy who can't communicate. Shamer stood still for a moment. A petite figure flew out from inside the sleeve. It's up to you, little one. Chapter 82. The Guardian. The blood jade spirit scorpion gently opened its mouth, and a brilliant red mist instantly gushed out, as hot as a flame, yet with a jade-like warm luster. The red mist expanded rapidly, intertwining with the cold mist, and the air was filled with a strange atmosphere that was both cold and hot. The ice scorpion's huge double keely smashed towards the blood jade spirit scorpion in a furious manner. It seemed to want to rely on its massive size and strength. In one fell swoop, the blood jade spirit scorpion and the red mist it released were crushed. Compared to the agility of the blood jade spirit scorpion, the ice scorpion's size and movements seemed particularly bulky. Without the boost of the cold mist, the speed was even more greatly reduced, completely lacking the swiftness when he had just leapt out of the ice. The blood jade spirit scorpion easily avoided that ferocious strike. Immediately after that, it opened its small mouth and spat out densely packed tiny needle-ons, which shimmered with a cold light and shot densely at the ice scorpion like rain. Although the ice scorpion was huge, it was a complete living target in front of such a dense rain of needles. Tiny pinpricks struck its body with unerring accuracy, each blow causing the massive body to tremble. Soon, the ice scorpion's body was covered with densely packed small holes as if it had been sifted through a sieve. The massive body fell to the ground with a loud thud, stirring up a large cloud of ice and dust. I can't believe there's no flesh and blood? Shamer carefully examined the ice scorpion's corpse. The look was quite a bit of a surprise. This ice scorpion's armor was even the innards were all made of ice. The blood jade spirit scorpion also landed on the corpse of the ice scorpion. Curious, he surveyed the big guy who looked somewhat similar to himself. A space opened up by a top celestial. It's really all about the weird stuff. Summer came from the age of information explosion after all. Didn't feel cognitively shocked by this huge ice scorpion. If it were a normal jungle person, I'm afraid I've cried out for a demon. Come on, let's check out the front. Xia Mo greeted the blood jade spirit scorpion and prepared to leave. Now that we've come to the ice domain, it's imperative that we find Mission Hills and sign in. What's wrong? Shamer was about to leave. Suddenly, he turned back to look at the blood jade spirit scorpion. Since taking in this little guy, it's the first time there's been a time when there's been a hesitation about what you're saying. The blood jade spirit scorpion flapped its wings and flew into midair. An almost transparent stream of air slowly rose from the corpse of the ice scorpion. The blood jade spirit scorpion was like seeing some kind of worldly delicacy. That stream of air was directly sucked into the blood jade spirit scorpion's body. I see. Is that why this ice scorpion is able to become alive? By the looks of it, the benefits to the blood jade spirit scorpion are not small. Looking at the blood jade spirit scorpion's excited appearance, Summers subconsciously nodded. I don't know if there are many ice scorpion-like life forms in this ice field. If you meet them, let's solve them all. After the blood jade spirit scorpion ate and drank, it flew to rest on Shama's shoulder. One person and one scorpion just walked through the ice field filled with cold fog. Along the way, it was full of monster corpses made of cold ice. The color of the armor on the blood jade spirit scorpion's body darkened quite a bit. I don't know how long I've been gone. The scenery around us hasn't changed a bit. Even with Shama's heart nature he subconsciously frowned. Until a few misplaced bodies in the distance, resembling the remains of a battlefield, came into view. It's the ones who entered the ice field in front of them. Bones and tendons were broken. Flesh and blood were blurred. And one or two corpses were not even in human form. It was as if it had suffered something life could not bear. Elderly. Shamer walked over to a body. This first half-step great patriarch to enter the ice domain. Lying here forever at the moment. Trespassers, welcome. The sound was like muffled thunder. The ice field shook, and the chill in the air instantly intensified. A huge thing slowly stepped into the eyes. The form was lofty, like a guardian god born from the depths of ice and snow. Shamer looked up. An ice giant several feet tall with a crystal-clear body was looking down at him. It was as if it was carved from 10,000 years of cold ice, flashing with a faint blue light. I am the guardian of the Ice Jedi. Leave immediately, or else these people will be your downfall. The ice giant's voice was very loud. Finally, one that communicates. Big guy, do you know the way to Mission Springs? Shamer revealed a joyful expression, waved his hand toward the ice giant. The ice giant was silent for a moment, bending down, its pupils cast in cold ice gazing at Xiaomo. Deep in the icy valley behind me is where Lanquan is located. Surprisingly, the ice giant replied directly and cheerfully. Shamer's eyes lit up. Look behind the ice giant. The cold fog was no longer as thick as it had been earlier, and it was possible to make out the outlines in the distance. Sure enough, it's an ice valley. Xiaomo's figure was like a stream of light, shrinking into an inch, crossing the ice giant in an instant. Bang! The icy ground suddenly appears as a giant ravine. Xiaomo's body shape appeared, storming back to fall steadily outside of 10 feet, looking at the ice giant face surprised. It was still the first time that someone was able to force him out of his state of indulgent immortal ascension steps. This ice giant who calls himself the guardian of this place. You're a grandmaster? It was too late to think about it, and the fist like a meteorite fell again. Shamer didn't dodge. A direct punch to meet it. A huge ice pit appeared at his feet. The figures of Shamer and the ice giant disappeared in an instant. The ice field is a void as far as the eye can see. There was only the sound of thumping in the air. It was like ancient war drums and the sound of heaven and earth meeting, stirring every inch of the icy cold land. Deep craters repeatedly appeared on the ice surface, as if stars had fallen in pits and ravines. Invisible waves of gas surged out of the pit, spreading in all directions, and everything it touched trembled. Suddenly, a dazzling red light violently appeared in the air. It was followed by a deafening thud. Shamer floated in the air, his eyes sharp as an eagle. Fast enough, but unfortunately a bit lacking in power. A huge hole appeared in the ice giant's chest. Scorch marks remained on the edges of the hole. No longer able to support himself, he fell to the ground with a loud thud, his massive body stirring up a cloud of ice and dust. The blood jade spirit scorpion quickly flew out and headed straight for the ice giant. In one breath, he absorbed all of that mysterious airflow within the ice giant's body into himself. After completing this, the blood jade spirit scorpion looked a little wobbly. Slowly, he flew back into Shamer's shirt, looking like he was in a deep sleep. Summer didn't hesitate. Straight away, he swept towards the direction of the ice valley by executing his light energy. The Divine K organization, Wan Liang, and the owner of this ice domain. He couldn't wait to sign the new martial arts out now. After Summer left, the ice giant that fell on the ice field slowly turned into a puddle of icy water. It flows into the crevices of the ice. I don't know how long it's been. An identical ice giant appeared in place out of nowhere. I am the guardian of the Ice Jedi. Chapter 83, Vajra Unbreakable Divine Power. In an environment so silent that it seemed as if even time had frozen, there was a subtle but distinct sound of footsteps. A great master's mind is clear, and his moves contain great power. But compared to this at arm's length tactic, it's really nothing. Shamer came to the entrance of the ice valley. Looking back, the way he came was clearly not far away, but he cast his indulgence ascension steps to hurry. It actually exceeded the time it took to burn incense. If it were any other great master, he might not have felt it. However, for the indulgent immortal ascension step's great achievement, it was obvious to feel what the distance implied. Honestly, with the martial arts that are signed out right now, the grade of the free ascent to immortality step is undoubtedly the highest. After melting the Nine Suns divine power and the marriage divine power, Xiaomo was much more relaxed in performing the indulgent immortal ascension steps compared to the past. The number of times and the distance of the shrinks have increased significantly, but this was still not the limit of the indulgent immortal ascension step. The system signs out martial arts at full level. Now it was still just limited by his lack of internal strength. After all, this light skill is able to fly. Without hesitation, Shamo directly walked towards the inside of the ice valley. The mouth of the valley is slightly open, as if the door of heaven is first exposed, and the cold air is so aggressive that the hairs of the walkers stand on end. Inside, icy peaks towered like 100-foot jade pillars, ice wall like a mirror, reflecting the sky and clouds, ice waterfalls hanging, thousands of strands, quite spectacular. If all of this is made by human power, then this ice heavenly monarch is an elegant person. Xiaomo looked at the surrounding scene and couldn't help but sigh. This ice valley was unusually deep and long, and after about half an hour or so, it seemed that it hadn't come to an end. Ha! Shamer stopped abruptly. Hidden in his ears, there were gurgling whispers. The temperature around them seemed to start rising, as if a warm current was creeping in. A flash of joy flashed across Summer's eyes. With a light click of his foot, his body instantly disappeared like a swallow skimming across the water. The movement was so fast that it left no trace in the air, as if he had never existed. In a matter of moments, the scenery suddenly changed and a hot spring appeared in front of us. Spring side of the stone run moss green, grass and trees, although in the cold place, but full of vitality, and the outside world of ice and snow is like two ways. Ding! Congratulations on arriving at Lanquan. Signing on successfully. Quest reward, Vajra Unbreakable Divine Power. Shamer suddenly stifled a grunt. The chi and blood churned as if there were 1,000 armies rushing through the bloodstream. The cells in the body split rapidly in an instant, and then reorganized in a whirlwind, living and rejuvenating. The surface of the body was vaguely golden light through the body, as if the Buddha's light was shining, sacred and extraordinary. Xia Mo instantly sat down on his knees in place, his mind condensed, and his intention guarded his dantian. The nine-yang marriage divine skill was in full operation, as if the 9 suns were in the sky, blazing and brilliant. In the void, golden Sanskrit texts appeared faintly, echoing and resonating with the true chi in Xiaomo's body. This is not the Vajra Unbreakable Divine Power with the last name Chang, nor is it passed down from that strange warrior. This is Dharma's Vajra Unbreakable Divine Power. A sudden wave of clarity rose in Xiaomo's heart. The 9 suns divine power and the marriage divine power are both top martial arts in the world. The time when these two disciplines were enlightened, but not as hard as it was for him now. About an incense stick of time passed. The vision gradually subsided. Shamer's eyes remained closed. The hot springs in the distance suddenly rippled in layers. There was a loud boom, as if a huge beast had awakened in the ground. The hot springs exploded with a loud splash and a clatter. It turned into a whirlpool of countless ice crystals intertwined with hot air. Ha ha ha, there really is something else down here. If it weren't for the fact that my father had kept an extra eye out, it's about to pass by this condensed elemental technique. The Yuan Qi is dense and transforms everything. With this Dharma, my father will definitely be able to break through his current bottleneck. 100 feet to the top, a figure leapt out from the center of the water curtain like lightning and thunder. The clothes he was wearing were soaked with moisture the moment they came out of the water, and then dried by the cold wind. Fit snugly to the muscle line and outlines a strong physique. Droplets of water slid down the man's angular face and dripped onto the ice, instantly condensing into beads of ice. This person came out of the hot springs and immediately spotted Xia Mo, who was running his energy to regulate his breathing. The 4th Prince of Great Xia, master of the Jinwu division. Shamer slowly opened his eyes. A faint golden light flickered from his eyes. Oh, you know me? Ha ha ha, there are not a few people who recognized you when you were blocking the gate of the ice domain. The person who came out of the hot spring looked at Shamer and laughed. Judging by your appearance, you should be from the northern border. Shamer looked at the man in front of him, stout and majestic, hair blonde like the drooping of autumn spikes, nose high and straight like the mountains, cheekbones slightly rumbled, wearing leather fur, boots, obviously someone of a different race. Ha 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 ha, the 4th Prince of Great Xia has come to the northern prefecture. How could he not have heard of my father? The lanky man laughed out loud with a pair of stares at Xiama. Northern border, venerable cold. Summer's tone was unusually flat. After Has Sal, the great master of the grasslands, entered the ice domain, he had also kept an eye out for this venerable cold one. But of the 49 people who had entered the ice domain, at least a dozen of them had exerted means to hide their identities. I'm sure this venerable cold one is one of them. Have an eye. No wonder you've already become a grand master at a young age. It's so much stronger than that weak prince of yours. It looks as if you've been practicing your kung fu for a while. Why don't you let my honor help you? The cold venerable one casually tucked a book in his hand, which was made of extraordinary materials at first glance, into his back waist. Eyes looked Summers up and down. There was an impish grin on his face. 1 step, 2 steps. Venerable Cold slowly approached Xia Mo. Seeing that Shamer was still sitting in the same spot and not moving, the smile on Venerable Cold's face grew even wider. Brazenly, he slapped out his palm towards Shama's head. Ha ha ha, this honored one is truly lucky today. Not only did he obtain the condensed elemental decision, but he was also able to receive the head of the great Xia Emperor. The blue palm wind carried a destructive chill. Bang! This palm hit Shamer's head directly. A tearing sound came from the air, forming cracks visible to the naked eye. Rumble! Countless ice cubes and broken rocks were dislodged under the agitation of the powerful chi, as if the sky was crumbling. Spectacular and horrifying. I see. This is the cold marrow extinction technique? It is indeed much cooler than the ice cellar of the palace. But to this extent, is it trying to freeze this palace to death? Summer's voice rang out. There was a strange scent flowing in the air, like a dragon roaring and tiger whistling, shaking the surrounding ice debris flying. The sound of gold and iron clanking together came faintly. Xiaomo's skin glowed with a faint golden light, just like an ancient Buddha in the world. Between breaths, the air swallowed mountains and rivers. Cold air does not invade the surrounding sound of ice and stone landing. All cannot disturb it in the slightest. Chapter 84, A Small Test. How is this possible? Venerable Cold One staggered back. incredulously looking at Xiao, who was covered in radiant golden light. He didn't hold back just now. One could also sense that Summer had not fought against it with her inner strength. This is Kung Fu for body refinement? Venerable Cold was, after all, a great master of his generation. There's still some of that I left. Venerable Cold. Good. Very good. Among the people this palace must kill, you are only ranked after Wen Liang. It's quite a coincidence today, but it's good. So I'll just take you to try out the power of the Vajra unbreakable divine power. I hope you don't disappoint the palace. Shamer slowly stood up, his body looking extraordinarily stretched. He stretched gently, a gesture that seemed perfectly natural. But just then, a sound as crisp and pleasant as striking metal and jade came from within. This is the Vajra unbreakable divine power. Feel the power you contain at this moment. Shamer felt more relaxed than ever. In fact, the best person to practice on right now was Wen Liang, who had refined his jade-glazed immortal body. This cold honored one well. I'll make do. But it's just a mere body refining feat. How dare you pretend to be a god in front of this father? Venerable Cold snorted coldly. He had traveled across the northern border all his life and had encountered countless opponents. It's not like these people with strong external skills haven't seen them before. How great can a coat of gold be? Earlier it was just that he was a bit careless. Shamer revealed a mocking smile towards Venerable Cold. He gently hooked his hand. Kid's arrogant. Venerable Lord Cold burst into a rage. Although it was known that the other party was also a great master, but the face was a little too young. It still made him hold back his anger. Venerable Cold's hands slowly lifted up, and it was as if there were thousands of cold ice condensing in his palms. The temperature in the air plummeted, and the surrounding wind and snow were pulled by this cold. A huge vortex of ice formed around him. This honored one will see how you can block this. With a low, majestic growl, Venerable Cold launched both palms forward violently, and a dazzling light erupted between his palms, a light that was transformed by the extreme cold. As the palm wind reached, everything in front of them was frozen. The subtle sound of cracking ice echoed in the air. Xiaomo's golden body stood, radiant, like an immortal god of war under the blazing sun, its golden light shining and reflecting the four directions. However, a sudden change occurred. An unnameable coldness quietly penetrated, starting to spread from the surface of the golden body subtleties. At first, the chill seemed only insignificant, like dewdrops in the morning lightly touching blazing golden sand, instantly evaporating without a trace. But in an instant, the cold chi actually seemed to have life, spreading slowly but firmly along the textures and veins of the golden body. Under the golden skin, it was as if fine ice crystals were quietly growing, gradually covering the dazzling golden color. Ha 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 ha, how is my father's cold marrow true chi? Venerable Cold laughed triumphantly. Flesh mortal body, originally warm and hot, encountered this cold air, naturally born to resist. But the cold marrow true chi is not trivial. The penetration of the force is extremely strong, noiselessly has penetrated into the bone marrow. As the true chi accumulated within the flesh, warmth and cold competed with each other as if the warm winter sun was fighting with cold ice. At first, the flesh can still use the heat of the chi and blood to resist the cold, but the thicker the cold marrow true chi accumulates, the more prevalent the cold, and eventually the flesh is difficult to withstand. At this time, the true chi transformed into an invisible sharp blade, following the meridians. Wherever it passed, the blood and flesh solidified and the meridians tightened. No matter how strong this kid's golden body is, in the end, it could only instantly disintegrate under the erosion of the cold marrow true chi. That's it. The flat voice brought the laughter to a screeching halt. Venerable Cold's pupils shrank. Those ice shavings covering the body of the summer merkin trembled slightly and gradually fell off. Just like the spring breeze, 10,000 pear blossoms bloomed and fell. The cold air fell off with the ice shards, and like being scorched by an invisible fire, it turned into a wisp of light smoke that rose up and then dispersed in all directions. How is that possible? Venerable Cold pointed his finger at Xiaoma. Again, the question was raised. Shamer smiled contemptuously. At the same time the heart can't help but sigh. He didn't even utilize the 9 yang marriage divine skill. With the power of the Vajra unbreakable divine power alone, all foreign forces are effortlessly blocked out of the body. This is Dharma Master's Vajra unbreakable power. The physical body and the essence have become one. It is not overcome by any technique under the sun that can induce true chi in the body, not to mention the district chill. Now if we meet that Zhuyao of the Divine K organization again, I'm afraid it will be a much easier win. Venerable Cold's face sank as a bad feeling vaguely surged in his heart. Reach out and grab in the air. A strand of cold air that was hard to see with the naked eye transformed into ghostly shadows, weaving and wandering through the surrounding ice. These ghostly shadows were extremely fast. In an instant, he had arrived at Shamer's feet, lunged toward him. Just now it was cold marrow, so now it's extinction? Shama violently raised his foot and stomped it so heavily that the entire ice valley seemed to quake. the ice cracked open in a shockingly large fissure. Those ghostly shadows that surrounded Shamer were instantly torn into nothingness and dissipated without a trace in front of this force. The crack rapidly expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye, like an angry ice dragon, roaring as it swept toward Venerable Cold. Venerable Cold's face became unusually grave in an instant, quickly stormed backward. This kid's golden body is really weird. Why don't we pull out today? Yet Summer's movements were faster than his eyes could see. Almost the instant the crack spread, it had followed as a shadow. Venerable Cold's heart flinched as he looked up to the top of his head, only to see a blinding golden light, and subconsciously his eyes closed. At the critical moment, with his many years of cultivation, he instinctively raised his hand to block, his palm condensing a dense cold air. Boom! A deafening roar exploded over the ice valley, erupting into dazzling light and raging waves of air. Ah! Immediately afterward, a mournful scream cut through the silence. The air violently erupted into a thick mist of blood. Before the blood mist completely dispersed, it was instantly solidified by the bone-piercing cold air around it, creating a bizarre and bloody picture. Venerable Cold staggered and withdrew from the blood mist, his body shaking in the air. Incredulously, he looked at his left arm. Only half of the left arm was gone. Apparently it had been beaten alive in the attack just now. He's a Grand Master, even without deliberately cultivating the physical body. That's a Grand Master, too. Wait. Venerable Cold landed heavily on the ice, the ice under his feet shattering apart from his tremendous impact. When he looked up, he saw a golden figure slowly walking towards him. That figure was dazzling in the cold wind of the ice valley, as if it was a god of war coming out of the sunlight, carrying an unrivaled majesty and power. Chapter 85:10, Asshole. The Holy Lord of Tianqi will not let you go. In the ice valley, huge chunks of ice were in pieces and scattered all over the place, reflecting a miserable white light. Trees snapped and branches scattered, mixing with the thick snow to create a chaotic and disorganized ruin. Venerable Cold, who had broken half of his arm, was currently being lifted in midair by Xiaomo by grabbing his neck. That golden figure really gave him an unspeakable shock. The battle can only be described as devastating. Holy Lord Tianqi, number 1 in the northern border Tianji Pavilion's martial arts evaluation? I really can't understand you people. You're still so colorful when you're dying. As powerful as that Saint Lord of yours is, could he still save you from this palace at this moment? Shamer's hand pressed slightly harder. There was a click. The Cold honored one's neck crooked, eyes white, and finally fell to the ground with a bang. A generation of great masters fell. The state of Vajra unbreakable divine power gradually faded. Shamer turned into his original form. Walking over to Venerable Cold's corpse, he picked up the pamphlet he had just placed at his waist. Concentration technique. Meditate and concentrate. Draw the yuan into the body, converge the dan into liquid, and punch the barrier to break the ban. So it's a method that helps one break through one's own bottleneck. No wonder this guy is so happy. Shamer flipped through a few pages at random. Already understand this condensed elemental technique clearly. The core of the concentration technique lies in concentration and breaking. Cultivators first use a strong will to guide the true qi in their bodies to resonate with the yuan qi in heaven and earth, forming a wave of unprecedentedly pure yuan power. This process is extremely difficult and requires the practitioner to unite his mind and soul and discard distractions. It is as if one becomes a tiny but vital node between heaven and earth. As the yuan power continued to converge, the yuan qi in the cultivator's body would gradually become viscous and dense. It flows through the body like liquid metal. However, this force is too large. Without the guidance of the condensed elemental technique, I am afraid that it will break through the meridians, causing irreparable damage. But it is in this extreme state, guiding this force in an extremely subtle way. It impacts and reshapes the cultivator's cultivation foundation. When the meta-impact reaches its peak, the congealed elemental technique will guide this force to break through the bottleneck of the original cultivation level with a destructive force. But this trickery method can only be used once in a lifetime at most. As for what stage to use it at, again, everyone is different. The condensation technique was useful to a great master like Venerable Cold. That naturally worked better for those under the Grand Master. Even able to be used to break through the bottleneck of a great master. A brilliant light flashed in Summer's eyes. With this condensed elemental technique, it might be possible to create a few more great masters for the Jinwu division. Lanquan had already been searched by Venerable Cold. Summers had no intention of going back down to look at it either. Continue toward the other end of the ice valley. After exiting the ice valley, what met his eyes was a huge ice crystal palace. Around the ice crystal palace group, floating round platforms were spread out, like stars scattered and dotted under the dome of the sky. Shamer had just come out of the ice valley. A stern sword chi shot out. Bang! Sword chi collapsed. Shamer stood intact. An icy blue point of light swept past Shamer's eyes. Shama raised his hand and grabbed the icy blue point of light in his hand. Hand over the ice extreme pill to me. With a stern cry, The sword chi struck like a raging storm towards Xiao. The land around them was sifted by the sword chi, but it fell to summer. There was no need to turn on the Vajra unbreakable divine power at all. All you can hear is the sound of crackling. What? The voice from earlier was a little surprised this time. Summers looked up with an expressionless face. It was an old man in black holding a long sword. It should have entered the ice field before he blocked the door. The two men looked at each other. Ah! The black-clothed old man only felt his heart and mind shaken. Beads of sweat oozed from his forehead and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. A mouthful of blood spurted out and he fell straight out of the air. Wisps of charred gas rose from the corpse. Around the ice crystal palace, sword shadows and blade lights and powerful chi were intertwined into a brilliant and cruel battlefield. Ice extreme pill. Shamer spread his palms. If the moonlight condenses frost, it is round and flawless, as if the starry river on a cold night falls into the mortal world. Dan body around. Vaguely have cold air around, but not piercing cold. Anti-warm meaning. Master of the division. The sound of breaking air rang out. Shizuku swept in from the side. Surprisingly, he was similarly holding an ice extreme pill in his hand. What's the situation? Shamer asked curiously. Master of the division. This is the core of the ice domain, the ice heart hall. Most of us who came in were spread out in different places, but eventually it all converges here. As a reward for getting here, the Ice Heavenly Monarch has placed 10 ice extreme pills capable of increasing one's internal strength for 1 armor here. So the big guys started fighting over it. A rare blush appeared on Jingshu's face. This ice extreme pill could increase internal strength by 1 armor without any side effects. Then after she took it, there was a great probability that she would be able to break through to the Grandmaster realm. The weakest of those who had the ability to walk here were all half-step Grandmasters. In order to snatch this ice extreme pill, she had poisoned 2 such existences without mercy. 1 armor of inner strength. Xiao gazed at the ice extreme pill in his hand. Then throw it in your mouth without hesitation. Seeing this, Jingshu also took the ice extreme pill in her hand. Such an elixir would certainly not produce an immediate reaction. Just go back in and take the time to refine it. What you eat in your mouth is now your own. To a Grand Master, 1 armor of Kung Fu was just the icing on the cake of color. What they wanted most was to break through their bottlenecks, reach the next stage of cultivation. But for these half-step Grand Masters, the preciousness of this ice extreme pill was undoubtedly worth risking one's life for. Do you seek death? Lu Rinchen looked at the left and right, like 2 iron tower-like men, and couldn't help but coldly say, Warrior Lu, there are many treasures in the ice domain. Why don't you let the 2 of my brothers have this ice extreme pill? Otherwise, if we get tangled up in it, Warrior Lu is afraid that he'll lose out on the other treasures. The 2 Hans spoke at the same time. The words spoken were exactly the same. Humph, profit makes you stupid. A mere 2 half-step Grandmasters, thinking that just because they are good at a little combining art, they can negotiate in front of me? The ice extreme pill is right here. Come and get it. Lu Rinchen pulled a snatch of flowers and said disdainfully, Then I'm offended. The 2 burly men struck out in unison. The stance was fierce and unrivaled, the double palms of the dragon and tiger roaring as they came straight at Lu Rinchen. The cold light of the ebony spear in Lu Rinchen's hand was bitter. With a flash of the gun's shadow, Lu Rinchen had withdrawn his gun and stood. The 2 burly men staggered, their faces horrified as they looked in disbelief at the bloody holes in their bodies that had frozen over. Elsewhere the fighting ended quickly. Only just reached the entrance to the Hall of Ice Hearts. Of the 49 who had come in, only the 10 in front of him remained. Everyone took the ice extreme pill without hesitation. Chapter 86. Wan Liang. Shamer's gaze locked onto a white-robed man. With Wan Liang's martial arts skills, there was no doubt that he had arrived here as well. And the same fight for an ice extreme pill. Bang! The golden light of Xiaomo's whole body suddenly appeared, as if Buddha had entered into meditation, instantly entering the realm of Vajra unbreakable. The feet collapsed, a deep pit appeared, and dust flew up. What a ghoul! Wan Liang looked gloomy. The skin on his chest ached a little. How many years had it been? How many years had it been since anyone in the Jianghu had been able to break through his jade-glazed immortal body? At that time, if it wasn't for a sudden burst of suction from the ice domain, I'm afraid it won't be as simple as a little skin graze. What kind of martial arts is this? Looking at Xiama, who was covered in a layer of golden armor and didn't use a sword, Wan Liang subconsciously sighed in relief. As long as it's not that mischievous sword move. And he was fearless. Xiaomo transformed into an unbeatable Vajra body and slapped his palm towards Wan Liang. There was a red light flickering in the center of his palm, containing endless destruction and burning heat. He wasn't going to give Wan Liang another chance this time. Vajra unbreakable divine power horsepower is on full blast, not to mention, he also used the 9 Suns marriage divine power. Under the superposition of the 2, the power was still above the 14th sword. The air crackled and popped. Wan Liang suddenly felt an unspeakable pressure coming over him. It was as if the entire heaven and earth collapsed at that moment, while he became the center of that destructive storm. No good. When Liang finally sensed the difference, His expression was grave, his true chi surged, and his entire body was covered by a layer of crystal-clear glazed light. Drink! As Wen Liang let out a low shout, a move of the glazed shattered star palm greeted him towards Xia Mo. As the two palms faced each other, an unimaginable impact instantly erupted. What? Between the golden red light and the glazed light, Wen Liang's incredulous voice came out. Ka-ching! The jade-glazed glow of Wen Liang's arm began to fluctuate violently, and then it even appeared to be slightly cracked. Under the impact of this terrifying force, Wen Liang was simply unable to resist. The entire person flew out unsuspectingly like a broken kite. His form traced a long arc through the air. It eventually smashed heavily on top of an ice staircase leading to the ice heart hall in the distance. It looks like your jade-glazed immortal body isn't hard enough. The corner of Xiama's mouth sketched out an evil smile. He was about to step forward to finish off Wen Liang once and for all. A green-colored whirlwind rose from the ground beneath his feet. This wind rapidly rotated and expanded, and countless sharp wind blades swooped towards Xiama from all directions. Xiama didn't make any movements, only the golden light on his body became even more dazzling. Crackle! The sound of striking gold and jade was unceasing. Are you looking for death? Shamer looked at the person who suddenly landed next to Wen Liang, the great master of the steppe, Hassal the Windwalker. Your Honorable Royal Highness of Dasha, Hassal has no intention of making an enemy of you. It's just that in this situation now, if you're left to kill, I'm afraid that all of us won't be able to walk into that ice heart hall. I think the big guy should stop fighting for now. Let's team up and explore together first, and settle any grudges when we get out. Hassal spread his hands, rather sincerely. Instead, his eyes kept glancing back and forth at Xia Mo as well as Jingshu and Lu Rinchen. The meaning is self-evident. Of the 10 who survived now, except for the fact that the 3 summers huddle is together, it was also just the other side with 2 guys standing around in masks. Everyone else is alone. Venerable Cold hadn't arrived here by now. It looks like it's going to be a bad one, trying to get a piece of the latter opportunity. Now it's just a matter of pulling in everything that's worth pulling in. Jade Dignity Warmth. Hassal had also heard of the man's name. I didn't expect that I wouldn't be able to take a single move in the hands of this Xia Emperor. This martial arts skill is really a bit scary. Hassal did not doubt the gold content of Wen Liang, the 7th in the Great Summer Machine Pavilion's martial arts evaluation. Before arriving here, he had a brief encounter with Wan Liang. Naturally, he was clear about the power of the jade-glazed immortal body. On the contrary, it was the golden body of this Xia Emperor. I don't know what kind of body refining kung fu it is, but it's really a bit scary. What do you all say? Hassal looked around at the onlookers. Just now, Xiama suddenly stormed out and defeated Wen Liang in the blink of an eye. It did take quite a few people by surprise. This guy, Zhu Yao looked at Xiama with some surprise. Outside the ice domain, Xiamo had not used this kung fu. Ha! The compass eagle laughed softly, cradling the knife in his arms as if he found it amusing. Nice! This time when the ice domain opens, it is really a heavenly chance. So much for those who don't know themselves. Those who are able to stay here nowadays are all first-rate experts in the Jianghu. Why bother fighting over a little thing here? A middle-aged man with an 8-beard stroked his beard and said slowly, You are breaking sword Emperor Zhang Hongyun. Although this person is not a great master, a pair of gnarled dragon swords in his hands is truly powerful. If we can successfully break through, we should be on the top of the list for the next Tianji Pavilion martial assessment. Lu Rinchen whispered in Summer's ear. Nice, that's what I'm saying. The speaker has a plump body, a face like a full moon, a smile, and some peace and prosperity. Zhao Fuman, nicknamed Fuyuan Guangzhe, it's a Grand Master on the Dichi Tianji Pavilion's martial arts evaluation. It is said to be practicing a martial art known as Blessed Long Life Kung Fu. I haven't heard of any famous mastery, but it is rumored that this person's internal strength is unfathomable. It's enough to be on par with the top few people on the Daki Tianji Pavilion's martial arts evaluation. Of the 10 people, 3 on Summer's side, 2 from the Divine K organization, and now in addition to Grassland Grandmaster Hassal, 2 more men stepped forward. Only a veiled woman in black was left standing alone and silent. Wen Liang stood up from the pit he had been smashed out of. Reaching up, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Deadpan stared at Shamer. This kid's power was definitely not as strong as it is now outside of the ice domain. Without that terrifying sword technique, it wouldn't have been able to injure himself at all. That's how long it's been. How? Is it possible that he got some chance in the ice field? A fiery color appeared in Wen Liang's eyes. Do the two of you feel the same way? Xia Mo suddenly looked at the duo from the Divine K organization. Zhu Yao coldly grunted without saying anything. Compass Eagle then looked at Wen Liang. This man rejected our good intentions and killed one of our peripheral members. If that's what you want to kill, be my guest. Shamer looked again at the black-clothed woman wearing a veil. None of my business. The icy voice was succinct. That would be great. Xia Mo looked at Hassal, Zhang Hongyun, and Zhao Fu Manchu. What if the palace says no? Chapter 87 When Liang dies. This statement was made. The faces of Hassal, Zhang Hongyun, and Zhao Fumang all became a bit ugly. Apart from the fact that Xiaomo was surprisingly so arrogant that he didn't give them the slightest bit of face, also suddenly realized that even if the four of them joined forces, it didn't seem to take advantage of anything in the slightest. Hassal looked at Lu Rinchen beside Shamer. He had fought with this great Xiao's Cold Lance Northern sect quite a few times, knowing that Lu Rinchen would be able to hold him off on his own. The other white-clothed woman's martial arts skills were a bit weak though, may have previously poisoned the opponent's means. Those who were there were also watching. I'm afraid it's the same as the breaking sword Emperor Zhang Hongyun. The same ability to fight against great masters. That leaves Wen Liang and Zhao Fu Manchu of Daki. Zhao Fu Manchu's smiling fat face trembled a little. His ranking in the Daki Tianji Pavilion martial assessment was the same as Wen Liang's, both ranked 7th. Just now, when Liang was defeated by a single move from this Xia Emperor in front of him, it was the two of them who joined forces, and I'm afraid that they might not be able to stop each other. Humph, if I die, do you think he'll leave you alone? When Liang looked at the trio's somewhat scornful appearance, how not to know what these people are thinking yet? This palace can promise to kill only Wen Liang. Then we can explore the palace ahead together. If not, the big guys will have to spend time here together. The two of them, Zhang Hongyun and Zhao Fuman, were instantly silent. They didn't have any friendship with Wen Liang. They were merely afraid of the strength that Xia Mo had just revealed. Fear of being broken by this young man one by one in the back is all. There was no real intention of trying to shield Wen Liang from disaster. Now that he saw that Xiaomo was so tough, the two were immediately a little uncertain. The great master of the grasslands, Hassal, did not move and pulled away from Wen Liang. Xia Mo wrapped his arms around himself, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, showing a teasing smile. After obtaining the Vajra unbreakable divine power, his martial arts had taken a qualitative leap. Although he had yet to meet the top 4 people on the rumored Great Summer Machine Pavilion martial assessment, but judging from Wen Liang's martial arts, 1 or 2 more such grand masters would pose little threat to him. If he had been alone, he would have done it long ago, but right now Jingshu was still here. If it's a real messy fight, even if she had the certainty of poisoning a great master, but it was also bound to be subjected to a dying counterattack by a great master, and the position of the Divine K organization and the woman in black was unknown. If there was a real chance to subtract the competition, Shamer didn't believe that they would hold back. Humph. As soon as Wen Liang took a look at the silent trio, he knew what they were calculating in their minds. That kid's martial arts skills are a bit scary. At this rate, he will never survive. Wen Liang, what do you want, you bastard? The first one to call up was Zhu Yao from the Divine K organization. Wen Liang was decisive, and as soon as he saw that the situation was not right, he immediately followed the ice ladder, flying towards the ice heart hall. In the blink of an eye, the ice ladder left a faint residual shadow. Wen Liang, damn it, asshole, Hassal, Zhang Hongyun, and Zhao Fu Manchu looked back, the same burst of anger. No one knew what kind of chance was in the ice heart hall. How could they allow Wen Liang to go in first? Brilliant golden light suddenly appeared in midair. A silhouette broke out of the golden light, just like a heavenly god descending. Xia Mo kicked out, wrapped in endless might, and directly smashed towards Wen Liang. This guy, how did it get so fast? Wen Liang clenched her silver teeth, but a trace of gravity flashed in her eyes. The figure was slightly sideways, avoiding the thunderous strike with incredible speed. This kick of Xia Mo's, powerful and heavy, landed with a bang, unbiased, hitting the ice ladder squarely. There was a roar that was deafening. The ice ladder was instantly shaken by this tremendous force. Not good. Go! Enter the Hall of Ice Hearts first. While the crowd was shocked, they saw that above the ice ladder, cracks spread out like a spider web. The whole ice ladder had a shaky look. Whoosh! Without hesitation, all of them performed lightweight skills that were rare to see in the Jianghu, swept towards the ice heart hall in midair. Up first, Shamer shook his neck and said with a calm face. Jingshu and Lu Rinchen nodded gently. It directly crossed over the area where Shamer and Wen Liang were. Tiny and dense fractures sound unceasingly. Ice flakes flurry from the ladder's surface off, like a fine snowflake in winter. Rather give up the chance here than kill me? 1 or 2 of you royal family members are really out of your minds. I wasn't going to kill him then, but he sought his own death, and had to say something about the righteousness of his family and country, which made me really tired of it, to the extent that I didn't expect the great Xia imperial clan to produce a character like you. Wen Liang said slowly as he looked at the ice ladder that kept shattering. It's really the jade dignitary of broken love and desire. The Jianghu really doesn't have the wrong nickname. You and the 9 clans have long since gone down, only missing you. They but want you tied. Do you think you can still get away with it today, even if you're so skillful with your tongue? Shamer's figure disappeared once again. In the next moment, the person had already appeared next to Wen Liang and kicked towards his head. Bang! a glittering, glazed meteor was catapulted away. Aren't you afraid I'll destroy this ice staircase? When Liang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and coldly looked at Shama, Shama revealed a mocking smile. Do you give up? When Liang said in a deep voice, no matter how good the chances, it is not as important as life. Then you do it. Shama shrugged unconcernedly. You. When Liang's gaze stared, somewhat uncertainly sizing up Shamo. This guy really didn't even want the chance left by the Celestials in order to kill himself? So fast. When Liang subconsciously raised such a thought, a fist glittering with golden light had appeared in front of him. Damn it! Boom! When Liang was smashed out again, glazed star-shattering palm. With a low shout, when Liang's palms were violently launched out. This time, however, it was indeed at the ice ladder covered in cracks at his feet. The surface of the ice ladder was flooded with layers of ripples, and immediately after, starting from the center, cracks spread out rapidly like a spider web, emitting a crisp and ear-piercing fracture sound. With a deafening roar, the ice ladder could no longer withstand this powerful force and completely broke apart from the center. The ends tipped to each side, revealing the deep and unknown space below. Ha 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 ha. In that case, don't even think about it. When Liang suddenly let out a loud laugh, his rampant demeanor showing, eyes in a flash of light, quickly scanning the bottom. The heart secretly think, I am not this son's enemy. The situation is established. When quickly seek to get out of the plan, find another path to escape. What are you laughing at? The sound of a voice close at hand brought the laughter to an abrupt halt. When Liang looked up in dismay, Shamer was holding a black sword in his hand, stepping in midair as if he were walking on a flat surface. He was walking towards him step by step. Chapter 88 Ice Heart Palace. Guys, welcome to the Ice Heart Hall. Except for Shamer and Wen Liang, the remaining 8 people arrived outside of this Ice Heart Palace floating in midair almost back and forth. As Sal didn't hesitate. He was the fastest and pushed right through the door and walked in. The rest of the group followed suit. Right after the last person stepped into the Ice Heart Hall, a gentle voice came to the ears of the crowd. What man? Come out. Don't play God. Zhu Yao was startled. The voice was literally ringing in my ears. So close and he couldn't sense anything. I've seen you. Zhang Hongyun tightly gripped the 2 gnarled swords in his hands. Everyone was secretly on guard, their gazes constantly scanning the hall. The Ice Heart Palace was very large, and they should be at the entrance now. A path paved with fine ice crystals winds its way forward, lined with ice sculptures of various shapes and sizes. Some were like the roaring of spiritual beasts, and some were like the blooming of immortal flowers, all of which were lifelike and skillfully crafted. The entire palace was based on a huge block of ice, layered and staggered, each piece of ice emitting a faint blue light. The roof of the palace was covered with thick snow, and occasionally the wind blew, rolling up flakes of snow, as if time was gently swaying at the moment. The hall was filled with a fresh and austere odor. Icicles acted as natural lampstands, set with softly glowing gems that illuminated the great hall. In the center stood a throne carved out of ice crystals and covered in soft snowfox skin. Behind the throne, a huge ice mural slowly unfolded. It depicted a young man in blue and white robes in the middle of an icy sky, the image being danced with some ice flowers. On the surrounding walls, there are also a variety of ice jewelry, including exquisite ice pots, ice piano. Ha 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 ha, it's all a shock, isn't it? Definitely. This monarch has left a restriction within the ice domain. At most, it can only accommodate people in the realm of Grand Master. For you, what you have seen today is perhaps difficult to comprehend, isn't it? The voice from earlier sounded again. The tone seemed a bit smug, like a kid showing off his baby. Could Senior be the owner of this place? Ice Heavenly Monarch? The black-clothed woman who hadn't said anything all this time suddenly opened her mouth and asked. The expression on her face was not really visible under the veil. What? Ice Heavenly King? How is that possible? Everyone looked surprised. Didn't they say that this one had already been seated a long time ago? Celestials live for over 1,000 years, and top Celestials live for a few thousand years at most. There was no lack of people present who had the heritage to know some of the Celestials' hidden secrets. If this Ice Heavenly Monarch hadn't died, then they were simply sheep in a tiger's mouth when they entered someone's lair. You must have been wondering just now, isn't the owner of this place dead? Right? Ha 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 ha. Don't worry, this monarch is indeed the master of this ice domain, Ice Heavenly Monarch. When this chant was left behind, then June was still alive and well. As for whether or not he's dead now, this king doesn't know. Ha 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 ha. But you guys don't have to worry. This monarch has no malicious intent, just the same origin from the divine martial continent, leaving some trinkets for those who come after him. Even though they are trinkets, there are a few of them that even an average celestial would be moved by. To be able to come to the Ice Heart Hall, I'm sure all of you are amongst the millions or even tens of millions of people. This king has set up some tests to finally pass and get those trinkets. It's up to you guys. Ice Heavenly Monarch's words fell. The breathing in the hall was much heavier. Leaving thoughts in the void is simply a divine tactic. It didn't matter if this ice heavenly monarch was dead or not. Right now it's all a huge opportunity. And this ice celestial monarch said it. Treasures that would interest even the average celestial. Hassel tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and transformed into a faint shadow that swept towards the ice shelf on the side of the Great Hall. Damn it! What are you doing? The crowd was still immersed in Ice Celestial Monarch's words. At this point there was no reaction at all. Hey, Ice Extreme Pill. It's mine. On top of the ice shelf lay a jade bottle that emitted a cold aura. This was exactly the same as the jade bottle that held the Ice Extreme Pill outside just now. There are 10 in a bottle. He had already taken one. And this kind of elixir only worked best when the first one was taken. But even if he didn't use it and brought it back to the everlasting sky, he could at least create a few more great masters for the everlasting sky. Just at the moment when Hassel's 5 fingers were about to touch the jade bottle, an imperceptible yet exceptionally powerful force erupted violently from around the jade bottle. Bang! Hassel only felt an irresistible force of recoil hit him instantly. The entire person was actually violently bounced off by this force. After landing, his body stumbled and fell back several steps before he could stand still. What is it? Not only Hassel, but everyone else who touched any item in the Ice Heart Hall was all bounced back by the invisible barrier. Is this Ice Heavenly Monarch playing tricks on us? Hassel's fists clenched with a look of anger. The treasure is in front of me, but I can't see it. Oh, yes, forgot to tell you guys. Inside the Ice Heart Hall, everything has a prohibition laid down by this monarch. Only the equivalent batch of people who entered the ice domain have come here. It's only when these prohibitions go away. It's better to be happy alone than to be happy together. I don't like people who eat alone. Ice Heavenly Monarch's voice sounded once again. The people in the hall looked different. Gingshu and Lu Rinchen naturally had no problem with it. The rest of the group frowned. When everyone is here, won't that be us killing each other? This Ice Heavenly Monarch's disposition doesn't look as easygoing as it appears, Zhu Yao said irritably. Just now he looked at a jade pendant in the hall. Again, it was bounced back by the ban. Those two out there are even. I don't think it will take long to get in. If there's still someone who hasn't arrived at the Ice Heart Hall, then won't we have to wait forever? Broken Sword Emperor Zhang Hongyun suddenly opened his mouth. That's what everyone is worried about. There were a total of 49 people who came into the ice domain this time. Those of them plus the ones who died outside because of the fight for the Ice Extreme Pill. It's only about 24 people at full count. Silence suddenly fell within the Ice Heart Hall. Time passes by quietly. The minutes and seconds as elusive. Some people converge their eyes and gaze, their minds wandering in the void. Some people are restless, sitting and standing still, like ants in a hot pot, showing impatience. Damn it! How much longer do we really have to wait? A fist slammed into the ground. It does absolutely nothing. Zhao Fu Manchu didn't have a smile at the moment either. Gentlemen, what are you all doing here? Another moment passed. A voice suddenly sounded at the door. The crowd's eyes were instantly drawn to it. Holding the underworld prison in his left hand and carrying a corpse in his right hand, Xia Mo stepped inside the Ice Heart Hall. Chapter 89 Heavenly Demon Dance. Master of the Division. Except for Jingshu's face that showed joy, including Lu Rinchen, the crowd looked at Xia Mo, who had stepped into the Ice Heart Hall, with varying expressions. The eyes kept glancing back and forth between Shamer and the corpse he was carrying in his hands. Jade Dignity Warmth. Let's not talk about killing this man. There shouldn't be anyone in the temple who dared to say that they could steadily defeat Wen Liang. I didn't expect to really be killed by this Xia Emperor. Just as everyone froze, the veiled woman in black suddenly walked over to a desk made of ice, reaching directly toward a jade pendant on the table. The crowd's attention was on Shamer though, but still, he noticed the movements of the woman in black. Got it? The woman in black looked at the jade pendant in her hand herself. And you got it so easily? That means that the 49 people who came in this time are down to just the 9 in the temple. The restraints in the temple were lifted? Hassel reacted the fastest, almost like a green wind. Once again, he rushed towards the exquisite jade bottle on the ice shelf. Bang! A huge sound shook the sky, and Hassel was once again sent flying backwards, landing more than 10 feet away. Imperial Prince de Xia, what do you mean by this? Hassel glared at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of the ice shelf. The grasslands in the northern frontier have been violating our Great Xia borders for many years. Now you still want to take treasures from my Great Xia territory? Do you really think this palace doesn't exist? As soon as Xia Mo entered the Ice Heart Hall, he figured out what the current situation was. As he spoke, he put away the jade bottle containing the Ice Extreme Pill. Just some pariahs. What's worth the care of an existence like ours? Just give me that bottle of Ice Extreme Pill. I can report to the everlasting heaven and persuade our Imperial Majesty to retreat. How about that? Hassel said calmly as he looked at Shamer. He knew that he was no match for this Xia Emperor. But to go deep into the treasure mountain and return empty-handed is really upsetting. Everlasting Heaven has an extremely special status in the Prairie Dynasty. It was the emperor of the Grassland dynasty that had no way of ignoring the will of the everlasting heaven. Retreat? Shamer felt a pang of amusement. The northern frontier is at least neighboring my northern state of Great Xia. The steppe dynasty has traveled long distances and fought a great war for 3 years. How many more troops do you have to put in? When you get out, the palace will walk up to you personally. This palace would like to see how many swords your proud steppe wolf riders can receive? Forget about the others. As for you, you'd better stay today. Shamer's figure suddenly appeared in front of Hassel's eyes. Venerable Cold was really killed by you. Seeing the killing intent contained in Summer's eyes, Hassel seemed to understand something. A green wind wrapped around the body, and then quickly retreated backwards. Gentlemen, if we don't join forces at this moment, are we waiting to be broken one by one? There was anxiety in his voice, and a hint of imperceptible fear. He clearly knew that this Xia emperor in front of him really had the ability to kill himself. You assholes! Hassel craned his head. All of them had long since begun to fight for the treasures within the hall, where anyone would care about his side. It was even bad enough that Hassel was able to stall Shamer and buy them time. No one can save you. Xiaomo's body was wrapped in blazing red awnings, as if the sun was rising in the east at the beginning of the day, with 10,000 splendor, dazzling and impossible to see. Dozens of palm shadows poured toward Hassel, as unstoppable as a torrent breaking through a dike. Hassel's martial arts skills were inferior to Wen Liang's. There was no need to turn on the Vajra unbreakable divine power at all. Shamer was confident that he could finish him off within 10 moves. Bang! 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 A series of deafening booms exploded. Hassel simply couldn't avoid under this overwhelming attack. The green wind that surrounded his body wavered. A look like it was about to dissipate at any moment. The silhouettes of the two intersected, almost breaking through the tiniest boundaries of what the human eye could capture. Damn it! Hassel forced down the chi and blood that was churning in his body. His eyes were like wind wheels, and in an instant, he had already opened a distance of about 10 feet from Summer. This magical stance was performed several times in a row, and it was already near the gate of the Ice Heart Hall. Although treasures were precious, a small life was more important. Can't make it easy on the other side though. A fierce color flashed in Hassel's eyes. The air began to tremble slightly as the fingers came together. The winds around him were rising, the breeze was swirling, the dust was flying, and the breath of heaven and earth was moving with his will. Hassel's eyes were like electricity as he bellowed. Wind-killing finger. The index finger was slightly curled and gently pointed forward. It was as if some kind of power was instantly energized in the air, coalescing into an invisible sharpness. This sharpness was formless and faceless, yet it contained an extremely strong penetrating power. Hassel's figure flashed, not caring whether this finger was successful or not, and flew out of the Ice Heart Hall. Be resolute and never look back. It landed steadily on the vast, cold platform outside the Ice Heart Hall. The wind-killing finger was the culmination of his years of painstaking practice. Once it struck, even the top existences among the great masters would find it difficult to easily defuse its overpowering momentum. Wait a minute, where's the ice ladder? Hassel looked at the shards of ice crystals floating in the air, opened his mouth. How come the ice ladder they just came up disappeared? Roar! Hassel's smile froze instantly, turning fiercely. A sword light resembling the soul of a poisonous dragon shot out from within the Hall of Ice Hearts. Hassel subconsciously covered his neck. Blood ran down his arm. How is that possible? Inside the Ice Heart Hall, Xiat Mo stood with his sword. There was blood oozing from the top of Young Shu's white dress, but it was hard to hide his excitement. Grab a cloth bag in your hand. Not far away, breaking sword Emperor Zhang Hongyun was breathing hard, and his dual swords were pestled on the ground before he managed to stand still. Extinction. Jedi dust scatter. Zhang Hongyun uttered his last few words on earth with difficulty. It went straight down. Compass Eagle, Zhao Fu Manchu, and Lu Rinchen were in a three-legged position. All of their bodies were wounded, and they each held a jade futon in their hands. Asshole. On the other side, Zhu Yao covered his chest, half squatting on the ground, a touch of blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. A pair of eyes looked grimly at the veiled woman in black. Sky Demon Dance. Ever since the demon sect was disbanded 1,000 years ago, this martial art should have been lost. Who the hell are you? The black-clothed woman did not pay attention to Zhu Yao's colorfulness, gently stooping down to pick up a bead on the ground that emanated a cold aura. What does a dead man know so much about? You! Zhu Yao glared angrily and stood straight up. Just as he lifted his feet, his body began to tremble violently, as if he had suffered great pain. Bang! 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 Blood mist filled the air, bursting out from the surface of his body, splendid and tragic, as if it was the remnants of the setting sun, reflecting the surroundings in red. Finally, he ran out of strength and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Zhu Yao, the Compass Eagle drank. He directly abandoned Zhao Fu Manchu and Lu Rinchen and swept towards the side. Shama's gaze also fell on the woman in black. He knew Zhu Yao's martial arts in his heart. definitely has the strength to ascend to the Great Summer Machine Pavilion martial assessment. I didn't expect to die so easily at the hands of this woman in black. Chapter 90, The Holy Maiden of the Devil's Sect. The Heavenly Devil Dance? It doesn't sound like any serious martial arts. Shamer came to Jing Shu's side. One hand rested on her back, and the 9 yang true chi continued to be inputted. The dustless scattering is one of the killer techniques in the secret code of the phantom poison. This poison was born in 1,000 years of rotten wood, contain all the poison, through the cold and summer changes and not immortal, and finally become its form, blue as the night. Internal force catalyzed that is transformed, invisible, no phase, only to the mind to perceive its existence, specialized in deep internal strength of the generation, once inadvertent inhalation, the initial senseless, and then disturbed, such as falling into the infernal hell, all the ghosts devouring the heart. The pain is unbearable. If there is no corresponding antidote or method of restraint, even if one has the ability to penetrate the heavens and the earth, it is still difficult to escape death. Although the broken Sword Emperor was not a great master, but his status in the Jianghu was also the same as that of a great master. Dying under the Jedi dust scatter is not an insult. Thank you, Master of the Division. The redness gradually returned to Jingshu's face. No harm done. What is it? Shamer looked curiously at the cloth bag in Jingshu's hand. In order to compete for this thing, they even went so far as to use the dustbuster scatter. This is the 100 years iceworm. I didn't realize that this kind of strange insect still exists here. With it, together with the ice extreme pill that my concubine took earlier, within a year, my concubine will definitely be able to break through the bottleneck and reach the realm of a grandmaster. Jingshu's bland nature couldn't help but be a little excited. Although with her qualifications, coupled with the ice extreme pill's increased internal strength of 1 armor, breaking through to grandmaster was something that was just around the corner. But with this iceworm, this process would undoubtedly be much shorter. It's more of a double insurance policy. Summers nodded. This trip to the ice domain, these treasures were secondary. Mostly, it's a lot of eye-opening. In the past, the Tianji Pavilion martial arts evaluation had undoubtedly been the top existence in the Jianghu. But having seen this ice heavenly monarch's methods, Shamer understood that he was still far from it. There was also the Divine K organization duo with this woman in black. Where did all these great masters come from? This water. It's deep. Snort. The woman wearing the compressed sculpture mask swung her sword violently, chopping towards the woman in black. Zhu Yao's death was so sudden that she didn't have a moment's preparation. Regardless, being a member of the same organization, this is a knife that must be swung. And, Dance of the Heavenly Devils. The Compass Eagle obviously knew the origin of this martial art as well. The original blue light in the ice hall was also covered by its sharpness. Everything that stood in the way of the blade's light was split in two. A flash of gravity flashed in the black-clothed woman's eyes. Being able to kill Zhu Yao was more of that guy's lack of defense. I don't know if it was an illusion, but the light around the woman in black suddenly became much darker. She was like a dark phantom of the night, instantly blending into the surrounding gloom. His feet didn't touch the ground, and he danced under the blade's awnings with only the power of nothingness. Although the dance is beautiful, but contains endless killing gas, this is the dance of the heavenly devil. Not on earth can peep its mystery. As the dance grew stronger, the air around them froze. The black-clothed woman's long sleeves fluttered like the wings of the dark night, and each swing brought up gusts of gloomy wind. Compass Eagle gripped the knife in his hand, deadly staring at the woman in black. Is this the Sky Demon dance? It's no wonder Zhu Yao got caught up in it. It's almost like dancing on your own heart. The woman in black appeared and disappeared, traveling freely between the swords and shadows. It actually incorporated all of that overwhelmingly powerful blade into the dancing shadows. The Compass Eagle's blade technique was overbearing to the extreme. The blade light was like a dragon, roaring away, wanting to devour everything. But the woman in black seemed to be transformed into a devil, using the dance as a shield. And between the revolutions, there were countless phantoms emerging, as if 10,000 devils had come out to defend this sword. Wherever the blade reached, it was blocked by the phantom, emitting bursts of gold and iron clanking sounds. Those who were still alive in the hall were attracted by the battle between these two. Shizuko's face blanched slightly, subconsciously avoiding the gaze. That woman in black has some regal abilities in her martial arts. It's better to look less, Summer said softly, but one of his own eyes was fixed on the dancing woman in black. So it's this generation's demon sect Holy Maiden. No wonder she has such martial arts, and no wonder she knows the heavenly demon dance. Humph, showing up today. Aren't you afraid that the people of the 2 sects and 7 clans in the demon state will know that there are still remnants of the demon sect's main vein surviving? The Compass Eagle exchanged a dozen rounds with the woman in black, suddenly out of the blue. Humph, those traitors, one day, the sacred sect will seek to liquidate them. As for your organization, you were forced out of your ancestral land by the sacred dynasty 1,000 years ago, and now you want to stir up the storm again? The woman in black said calmly as she looked at the Compass Eagle. listening to the meaning of the words. It seemed that he had some knowledge of the Divine K organization. The Holy Dynasty? Ancestral land? Shamer muttered. He had heard of the Holy Dynasty. It is said that 1,000 years ago there was a great unifying dynasty. It seems to be called the Holy Dynasty. Since then it has lasted for hundreds of years of war before gradually splitting into the 7 major dynasties of today. Their old Xia family even came from a rebel background, overthrowing the last central dynasty and occupying the prosperous land of today. Instead, it's the ancestral land. Shamer had never heard that title before. Could it be referring to the boundaries of the 7 great dynasties combined now? The battle between the woman in black and the Compass Eagle had already reached white heat. After the Compass Eagle had defended herself against the black-clothed woman's heavenly demon dance, it's not that easy to get hit. Yellow Springs Crossing, the Compass Eagle once again cut out a stunning slash. It is like the first break of morning sunlight, but then it instantly turns to twilight, which contains the extreme transition from light to darkness. When the blade rose, the surrounding space was gently folded and violently unfolded, forming a picture scroll of light and weirdness. Phantom Demon Barrier. The woman in black was not to be outdone. Like a ghostly butterfly in the dark night, it instantly merged into the blade awnings that were about to devour everything. She closed her eyes and concentrated, and a strange wave surrounded her body. Use the dance to transform the devil, and use the devil to defeat the enemy. In the face of this shocking slash from the Compass Eagle, instead of avoiding it, the woman in black rose to the challenge. Gathering his true chi in his fingertips, he transformed into a black demonic barrier as his dance changed, hardening and devouring that blade light. However, although this move was strong, it was also evident that it consumed a great deal, together with the fact that the Compass Eagle slash was truly extraordinary. Under the collision of the two forces, they were actually evenly matched and both were defeated. The figure of the woman in black drew an arc in the air, and finally landed steadily on the ground. Instead, a shocking bloodstain had split open on her shoulder, staining half of her sash. The Compass Eagle was equally bad, stifling a grunt as his body trembled a little from the pain. Having to cover his chest, he quickly flew backward, pulling away from the woman in black to alleviate the chi and blood churning in his body. The two stood opposite each other, both gasping for breath, with both surprise and resentment in their eyes. Ha ha ha, an incense stick of time has passed. I'm sure you've gotten everything you can within the Iceheart Hall, right? I hope not too many people die. The treasures in the temple are precious, but they are compared to the few treasures I purposely left behind. Those things are only additions. Those who are still alive stop. Next, the real test. Ice Heavenly Monarch's voice sounded once again. Chapter 91, 5 Treasures. And the treasure? The real test? Everyone was captivated by what Ice Celestial Monarch said. That demon sect Holy Maiden and the Compass Eagle exchanged glances. A tacit choice to strike the fight. If the fight continues, I'm afraid it will have to be a fight to the death. The main vein of the Devil's Gate. The Divine Queer Organization. The two men's eyes flickered, not knowing what they were thinking. Ha ha, should they all be heartbroken? No need to guess. This monarch will tell you directly what kind of treasures have been left behind. After the Ice Heavenly Monarch finished speaking, the Ice Heart Palace suddenly trembled, as if heaven and earth were resonating. In the four corners of the hall, suddenly, icicles rose up from the ground. Each column is about 10 feet high, more than 5 feet wide, crystal clear, like a cold jade carving, reflecting the surrounding, cold and aggressive. Inside the icicle at the east end, a book is hidden, with a cover in ice blue with silver lines outlining the clouds. The inner pages of the booklet, which seem to be made of thin sheets of ice crystals, recorded words on each page, revealing a transcendent aura. In the icicle in the south corner, an egg was frozen, as big as a human head, with a smooth surface like a mirror and a faint blue light. There were fine ice patterns intertwined on the eggshell, as if it was naturally born, and a touch of life was faintly visible within. This egg is cold, yet vibrant. One can't help but think of its shocking appearance when it breaks out of its shell. Westward icicle. Then stood a body by the cold ice condensed halberd, about 9 feet long, halberd blade sharp and unparalleled, as if it can cut the void. The body of the halberd was engraved with intricate ice patterns, each of which contained an endless cold aura. The tip of the halberd was even coalescing a bit of extreme icy blue light, causing the mind to sway a bit. As for the northern end of the icicle, there was an ice lotus hidden inside, its petals as white as snow, each piece seeming to be carved out of the purest ice and snow. Xia Emo was somewhat surprised as he looked at the ice lotus in the ice pillar at the northern end. Isn't this the snowy ice lotus? It just seemed to be a deeper color than the snowy ice heart lotus that he had obtained in the martial border town. In the center of the hall, an even more massive ice pillar stood, transparent, its body straight and upright without a single flaw. A shimmering light flickered in the pillar, and a black finger ring was frozen inside. Then what's in the other 4 icicles? It seems a bit plain and unassuming. In the pamphlet of the eastern icicle, There is a kung fu style of a Xian ice condensing vein heavenly deity technique. This function guides the purest and purest cold chi in heaven and earth into the body, condensing it into a supreme ice vein that penetrates the meridians of the entire body, achieving the realm where ice and fire do not invade, and where frost is self-generated. This skill is divided into 9 weights, and each weight requires the cultivator to go deep into the land of extreme cold, experience wind, frost, snow and rain, and realize the essence of ice before he can comprehend it. When first practiced, the limbs and bones seem to have cold ice wandering around, and the pain is unbearable. But as the cultivation improves, the cold air is gradually transformed into ice veins that are as warm as jade, which not only condenses the physical body, but also protects against the enemy. It's a superior method that can assist in breaking through to the Grand Master realm. After the Ice Heavenly King finished speaking, the breathing in the hall was much heavier. This was a very rare thing for these experts who were almost all Grand Masters. You can imagine the temptation of this ice condensing veins Big Dipper technique. Breaking through to the Grand Master? Summers vaguely felt that something was wrong. Isn't it a celestial above a Grand Master? Why doesn't this Ice Sky King just say so? The egg in the southern icicle is a ferocious bird that contains a trace of the legendary Ice Phoenix bloodline. This little guy was about to be born before this sovereign sealed him in the icicle with a secret method. This ferocious bird's bloodline is extraordinary, and it has been nourished by this sovereign's secret method. Once it reaches adulthood, it will definitely be able to possess a strength that surpasses that of a great master, and there is even that slight possibility of becoming a generation of demon kings. Right. I forgot to mention that it's no secret that this world's foreigners are able to cultivate. The so-called demon king corresponds to none other than the celestials of our human race. The breathing intensified again. Everyone looked at the egg in the southern icicle. A ferocious bird capable of becoming a demon king. Cracking heaven halberd, about 9 feet long, has the power to crack the sky. This is the weapon that this sovereign used in his early years, and it is already considered a psychic weapon. More than that, if you follow the right master, this weapon is not inferior to the first 2 treasures in the slightest. Although there was an endorsement from the Ice Sky Monarch, but apart from Lu Rinchen, the Cold Lance Northern Sect, the attraction of the heaven-splitting halberd was far less attractive than the Xian ice-condensing vein heavenly deity technique and the fierce bird with Ice Phoenix bloodline. 1,000-year-old snowy ice heart lotus. As long as you can withstand it, an ordinary person will be able to become a grand master overnight. Ha ha ha, be careful not to burst into flames. Sure enough, they were all treasures that could cause a bloodbath in the Jianghu. Everyone's eyes were focused on the top of the black finger ring in the center of the hall. This thing can get the 4 sides of the arch. The degree of preciousness must be needless to say. As for this last treasure, well, the Ice Heavenly King dragged out his voice, as if trying to sell a story. Ha 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 ha, it's better for you guys to figure it out yourselves. I can only say that of these 5 treasures, the most precious is this one. 5 treasures, each corresponding to a different test, to keep people from eating alone. Whichever treasure you want, touch the icicle of the corresponding treasure with your hand. Then you will be transported to the place of testing. Good luck, juniors. Ice Heavenly Monarch's voice faded away. Zhao Fu Manchu glanced around at the others with his eyes. Hey. 5 treasures, now there are 6. I don't think it would be such a coincidence that all the guys are looking at the same treasure, right? Zhao is not greedy, so I don't want the most precious ones. After saying that, Zhao Fu Manchu stomped his feet, but his round body was extremely fast. He came directly to the ice pillar that sealed the Xian ice condensing vein Big Dipper technique. Without saying a word, he reached out and touched it. In full view of everyone, Zhao Fu Manchu suddenly disappeared into thin air. Lu Rinchen didn't hesitate when he saw this. He went straight to the icicle sealing the heaven-splitting halberd, likewise disappeared. Do you two want to fight with this palace? Xia Mo smiled and looked toward the demon sect Holy Maiden and Compass Eagle who were standing still. He and Jing Shu had long since arrived under the ice pillar in the center of the Great Hall. Not sure what the black ring does though, but since the Ice Sky Monarch said that this item was the most precious, that nature has its way with him. The martial arts skills of these 2 women in front of me were not weak. It was safer for Jingshu to follow him. The Holy Maiden of the Devil Sect looked deeply at Xia Mo. Nothing was said. Twisting his waist, he walked towards the fierce bird egg that had the bloodline of an ice phoenix. The Compass Eagle sheathed his sword. Again, there was no intention to fight with Summer. Directly towards the 1,000-year snowy ice heart lotus. Only Xia Mo and Jingshu were left in the Great Hall. Wait for me outside. Xia Mo instructed towards Jingshu. There's the ice extreme pill and the 100-year ice worm. It was already on the cards for Jingshu to break through to Grandmaster. There's really no point in risking your life for these things. Yes, Master of the Division. Shizuku nodded gently. Then he sat down on the ground with his knees crossed and began to apply his energy and regulate his breathing. Shamer touched the central icicle with one hand, likewise disappeared like the others. Chapter 92 Yuan Shun? In the middle of an infinite icy sky and snow, The heaven and earth seemed to be covered by a silver veil. Every ray of light jumped between the snowflakes, refracting a dazzling, soft glow. The air was filled with countless tiny snowflakes falling at a leisurely pace. Without haste, it landed slowly on every inch of the ground, and gently touched the young man who stood in its midst. This young man wore a blue and white robe, the sleeves of his robe gently swinging with the wind. Just like an immortal, untainted by dust, snowflakes fell on his shoulders, his hair, and even the gently outstretched slender fingers, but they did not melt away into the warmth as usual. Instead, it coalesced at his fingertips, gradually forming an exquisite and delicate ice flower. Honestly speaking, whether or not to leave the ice spirit ring behind, this monarch was quite hesitant back then. This object is really a bit distant to the martial civilization of the ancestral land. The young man's voice was low and magnetic, echoing in the silent snowy landscape with a few moments of contemplation and emotion. His gaze pierced through the layers of snow curtains and seemed to travel back in time to that decisive moment. Turning slowly, the young man's gaze fell on another young man walking from the distance. Late generation Xiao, meet the ice heavenly monarch, holding the underworld prison. Shamer clasped his hands together and respectfully bowed towards the young man in the blue and white robes. That's clever. The ice heavenly monarch's eyes flashed with a faint white light. Little friend's internal strength is profound, like the abyssal sea hiding a dragon, submerged but not revealed. And there are 9 suns in the sky, blazing and glowing. What's even more rare is the strength of the physical body, which is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Of all the people who came in this time, it was little friend who was the best. Bing Tianjun nodded in satisfaction as he looked at Xiao. Elder's fallacy. In front of senior's means of moving mountains and seizing the void, this trivial skill of my junior is really not worth mentioning. Xiao was equally curious as he sized up the ice sky monarch. He couldn't feel any breath at all. If it weren't for the fact that the eyes actually saw a human presence in front of them, thought I'd seen a ghost. Ha 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 ha. This humility of my little friend is quite a bit better than what this sovereign had back then. This monarch's true body is not here, and right now it's just a trace of Yuanshan in front of you. It seemed to have seen Shamer's doubts. The ice heavenly monarch said directly, Genjutsu? Shamer's mind was shaken. You can practice martial arts and still get this? Not waiting for Shamer to ask carefully, the ice heavenly monarch continued to speak. The ice spirit ring is a treasure that this monarch spent a lot of effort to obtain back then. Leave it here though, but if it is given to the mediocre, this king is not happy in his heart. So your test this time is to last 100 moves in the hands of this king. The ice heavenly monarch spread out his hands and said in a flat tone. Shamer couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. Senior is joking. With the martial arts of the late generation, how can I be a match for Senior? If Senior really doesn't want to part with it, take back the ice spirit ring. Senior's harvest this time is already enough. Ice heavenly monarch smiled blandly, his lips slightly raised, and his eyes seemed to have cold plums blooming at the beginning of the year, crisp and elegant. Don't worry, this king naturally won't force himself on anyone. The strength that this wisp of Yuanshan is capable of exerting definitely won't exceed the limit of a Grand Master. In that case, are you confident? Shamer's heart stirred at his words. It won't exceed the limit of the Grand Master. If that was the case, he really wanted to fight this celestial and see. Please teach me, Elder. Good, cool. A flash of appreciation flashed across the bottom of Ice Heavenly King's eyes. A movement of the feet has arrived in front of Xiao. Like a breeze, noiseless, lightly raise the hand. A palm shoot out, as if spring willow actually contains the cold of autumn frost. Xiao's heart suddenly alarmed. An inexplicable sense of crisis came like a tidal wave and chilled his body. No time to think about it. 9 suns married true chi surging and surging. As much as possible, a palm accordingly out. Red light glittering, such as the blazing sun in the sky. Bang! The 2 palms intersected, rolling up snowflakes in the sky, revealing a destructive power in the flurry. Light splashed in all directions as the 2 streams of true chi fiercely exchanged blows, like the most splendid fireworks in the heavens and earth, yet harboring endless dangers. Awesome! Xiao used the momentum to fly back and looked at the ice heavenly monarch who was not moving in place. Since the fusion of the 9 suns marriage divine power, this was still the first person he had encountered who was able to overwhelm him in terms of internal strength. Is this the limit of a Grand Master? The golden light came out from the body through the body, and then violently converged and coalesced on the surface of the body, forming a layer of flowing golden-colored chi shield. At this moment, Xiao's aura had climbed to its peak, exuding a palpitating sense of oppression. Interesting. Ice Sky Monarch had a smile on his lips as he stood still and did not rush to make a move. A golden aura flickered in Xiao's eyes, like 2 bright lights, illuminating the surroundings. The air was slightly distorted under his aura. Boom! A deep crater exploded at his feet. Shamer's golden body was wrapped in a red aura. A fist blasted towards the Ice Heavenly Monarch. The Ice Heavenly Monarch's figure did not move, but his gaze was slightly condensed, like a crack suddenly appearing in 10,000 years of cold ice. Xiaomo's state at this moment was definitely considered to be at the top level amongst the great masters. The air became more oppressive at this moment. Cold prison palm. Suddenly, the Ice Sky Monarch's figure surged up like a fierce beast leaping out of an icy abyss, and he pushed forward with both palms. An unheard of terrifying power exploded. This power transformed into an infinite cold prison, carrying a destructive might as it met Xiaomo's fist. The golden aura shield also looked shaky in front of this extreme cold. Xiaomo only felt an unprecedented chill invade his bone marrow. Even the 9-yang grafted true chi in his body seemed to be suppressed by this coldness, and his operation became sluggish. Bang! 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 A series of metallic clashes exploded between the two. Sparks splashed in all directions with each encounter, like two stars colliding fiercely in the night sky, blossoming with dazzling light. This extraordinary sight made it hard to believe that this was a battle between fleshly bodies, more like two supreme divine weapons fighting. Dozens of moves passed. Xiaomo didn't show the slightest sign of defeat. Split sky palm. Ice Heavenly Monarch didn't know what kind of lightness he had performed. Instantly spanning space, his double palms carrying the might of tearing apart the heaven and earth as he blasted towards Xiaomo. Xiaomo was also not willing to show weakness. His body's 9-yang grafted true chi boiled, and his fists were covered with a layer of blazing golden aura. The speed and power of the two had reached a jaw-dropping level. 60 moves, 70 moves, 80 moves, 90 moves. Shamer's golden body was gradually covered with a layer of frost. Miso, the underworld is sheathed. The poisonous dragon of swordlight pushed straight into the throat of the Ice Sky Monarch. Ice Heavenly Monarch's pupils shrunk violently and his body retreated violently while his head quickly shifted by half an inch. The deadly sword was narrowly avoided. However, a strand of hair was still clipped by the sharp swordlight and gently floated down to the ground. A thin wound appeared on his face where the sword chi had scratched him, but surprisingly, there was not the slightest trace of blood coming out of the wound. Ice Heavenly King's skin seemed to be covered by an invisible layer of cold ice. Even such a sharp swordlight was unable to penetrate the layer of cold ice and injure his flesh and blood. Chapter 93, The 15th Sword. Good swordplay. This monarch's strength at the moment is limited to the limit of a Grand Master though, but both experience and spiritual awareness are far beyond this realm. Otherwise this sword just now really isn't that easy to dodge. Although it's not even 100 moves, you're already considered qualified in this king's place. The Ice Celestial Monarch smiled faintly, a flash of appreciation in his eyes. No matter how much his strength was suppressed, the essence of his top celestial would not change. Just now, apart from internal power and stances, all other factors could be said to have exceeded the realm of a grandmaster. In this way Shamer also fought with him for more than 90 moves. The few remaining moves were harmless. Thank you Senior for your fallacious praise, but the latecomer still has one more sword that I hope to receive Senior's appraisal. The tip of Xiaomo's sword lightly tapped the ice, standing in the midst of the sky and snow, independent and pale. Oh, you've already mastered the subsequent changes to the sword technique? Ice Heavenly King's eyes lit up. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that Xiaomo's sword technique was not yet finished, but that sword just now did already have the power to threaten the limits of a great master. Could it be that the young man in front of us, the late generation, has never performed this sword since mastering it? Today, when I get to meet Senior, it's the perfect time to show off this sword. Xiaomo gazed at the Ice Sky Monarch not far away. This was simply a perfect object to test the 15th sword. The creator of this sword hadn't even mastered it perfectly, and even ended up having to cut his own throat. But with the systematic transmission of power, naturally there would be no such side effects. What he had mastered was definitely the perfect 15th sword. However, since he came out of the Jianghu, no one has been able to make him make this sword, especially after getting the Vajra unbreakable divine power. The threat to him from the realm of Grand Master was even greatly reduced. Even Xiaomo himself had never seen the power of the 15th sword. I'm going to try anything I say today. There was a flash of sharpness that swept past from the bottom of Xiaomo's eyes as his eyes flowed. Make a move. Ice Heavenly Monarch left hand behind his back, his right hand lightly raised, making a gesture to invite each other. In the light of his eyes, the first time to see the attitude of gravity. It's like underneath the frozen miles, the undercurrents are waiting for the storm to change. Ice Heavenly Monarch opened up this ice domain without knowing what the principle was. The sky was still high and distant, with heavy leaden clouds pressed extremely low. The snowflakes were no longer gentle dancers, but transformed into razor-sharp blades of ice, frantically cutting through every inch of air. The heavens and earth were enveloped in a layer of piercing coldness, and everything was silent. Only Xiaomo's figure stood upright like a pine in this desperate situation, and the underworld prison in his hand glowed with a deep light. The 15th sword was not only the ultimate in swordplay, but also a profound understanding of life and death, destruction and rebirth. The void revealed a crack as black as ink, a direct manifestation of the sword intent cutting through the heavens and earth. The ice and snow instantly vaporized under the sword intent, forming a hazy mist. Within the mist, the shadow of death and destruction was also faintly revealed, causing the heart to be in awe and not dare to look directly at it. Wherever the tip of the sword pointed, whether it was an impenetrable ice rock or an ancient tree that had stood for thousands of years, all of them were reduced to pieces under this sword. Surely that step has been taken. Bing Tianjuan's body was somewhat illusory in the cold wind. This sword was able to touch the Yuan Shen. He had already felt himself firmly locked by this sword. Endless cold chi quickly converged, forming an ice shield in front of the Ice Sky Monarch. There was only infinite indifference in Xiaomo's eyes as he stabbed away violently, and all defenses seemed so pale and powerless. The moment the tip of the sword made contact with the ice shield, there was no deafening roar, only an unspeakable shock. This icy heaven and earth seemed to be compressed and distorted at this moment. The ice shields were shattering like fragile glass. Ice Heavenly Monarch's body began to emit a faint glow. It eventually turned into a thin strand of cold air, slowly drifting away in this icy sky and snow, as if it had never existed. Summer's face was slightly pale. Casually, he put the underworld into his scabbard. The consumption of the 15th sword was really not small. With his power, performing a sword in its entirety was almost the limit. A wisp of the Ice Sky Monarch's Yuan Shen. Finished off by him? Ha 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 ha. Little friend, this sword is really smooth. This monarch's mission has been completed. And this ice spirit ring is your little friend's. Ice Heavenly Monarch's voice sounded once again. But it's like the ice and snow in front of you. It was like a glass-shattering shadow, disintegrating with a bang and turning into thousands of crystals, gradually fading into the infinite void. The scenery around you is ever-changing. With a sway of his body, Xia Emo once again returned to the Ice Heart Hall, gently reaching out. The black ring that Ice Sky Monarch called the Ice Spirit Ring fell into his hand. This is... Shamer's expression twitched. The first time the Ice Spirit Ring fell into his hands, he then already knew what kind of treasure it was. Though the Sumeru is large, though the mustard seed is small, in one thought of the heart, size and compatibility are unhindered. Storage rings, space rings, whisker rings. Legends of this object have been passed down in all the worlds. Murder and arson. Yuck. A standard for home travelers. Directly injecting his true chi into the Ice Spirit Ring, a cubic space of about 10 feet or so appeared in Shamer's mind. There's nothing in there. Don't look at the small space inside. This ability to stabilize a piece of space in such a small ring, definitely not something easy. Master of the division. Shizuka's voice rang out. It was then that Shamer noticed that there was no one but him. Everyone else had also returned to the Ice Heart Hall. Judging from the expressions on their respective faces, it was thought that they had all successfully passed the test. Lu Rinchen walked over with his ebony lance in one hand and his heaven-splitting halberd in the other. Xiaomo's gaze glanced back and forth between the demon sect Holy Maiden, Compass Eagle, and Zhao Fu Manchu. Ha. Since everything is done, I'll take my leave. Zhao Fu Manchu's heart skipped a beat when he met Summer's eyes. Clasping his hands together, he laughed softly. Then he performed his stance and swept towards the outside of the temple. The Witch Sage and the Compass Eagle also didn't move and pulled away the distance between them and Shamer, just as the atmosphere in the Hall of Ice Hearts fell into an eerie state. Ice Heavenly Monarch's voice sounded once again, only this time, the voice was very cold, and not the slightest bit of emotion could be felt at all. The juniors, surprisingly, all got what they each wanted. Then leave. The words were just finished. Everyone's face changed, including Summers. No resistance at all. There was a sudden blackness in front of his eyes and his head was spinning. This is, under the Ice Extinction Ridge Mountain? Looking at the nearby scenery, Shamer immediately reacted. This is teleporting all of them right out? Lu Rinchen and Jingshu weren't around. It looks like it's teleporting people out separately. Suddenly, the Ice Extinction Ridge began to shake violently. Under the cold ice, there seems to be 10,000 dragons roaring. The vibration waves around, the mountains echoed. Birds and beasts flew. This is... Shamer looked at the scene in front of him in surprise. The hand holding the underworld prison subconsciously gripped very tightly. Chapter 94, Breaking the Border. The ice sheets cracked one after another, the cracks spreading rapidly like a spider web, releasing a dazzling and cold blue light. It illuminated the entire valley as if it were day. With a deafening roar, the Ice Jade Ridge seemed to break free from its 1,000-year bondage. The entire mountain rose up into the air, carrying endless momentum and power into the sky. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. Everything was silent, and the only thing that stood out was the majestic posture of the Ice Absolute Ridge, which drew a brilliant trajectory between heaven and earth. Maybe the Ice Heavenly Monarch is really still alive. Xia Emo muttered as he looked at the Ice Extinction Ridge that was gradually disappearing into the sky. I'm afraid that only this top celestial can do such tactics. The Ice Extinction Ridge also suddenly descended here 1,000 years ago. It's not that hard to accept that it suddenly disappeared again today. I'm just afraid the people in this neighborhood don't know how many more myths they're going to come up with. About an hour or so passed. It was only then that Xia Emo rejoined Jingshu and Lu Rinchen. The Ice Heavenly Monarch had teleported them quite far. As for the Devil's Sect Holy Maiden, the Compass Eagle, and Zhao Fu Manchu, there was naturally no trace of them. Out of the ice domain. If they still dare to stay here, Shamer wouldn't be polite. After all, the treasures those three had gotten were of great interest to him. Stayed around for a few more hours. Finally, the body of Wen Liang was found in a deep pit. Shamer breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, Iceworld spit those dead people out as well. Otherwise, his credit this time would be somewhat impure. The three of them briefly rested for a while. He then performed a light power and headed in the direction of North Sky City. The great masters of the everlasting sky and the heavenly pool all died in the ice domain. But the war between the three great kingdoms is not yet over. Granted, this is not within the purview of the Jinwu division, but as the Prince of Daxia, Summer wouldn't mind showing her face at the border. It was naturally impossible for him to kill all the armies of the two major dynasties, but taking the head of an enemy general in the midst of 10,000 soldiers, it should be a breeze. With the trip to the ice domain, he had a full knowledge of his own strength. Unless the Holy Lord of the Heavenly Pond or the High Priest of the Everlasting Heaven was present in person. Otherwise, even if the two major dynasties had one or two more great masters, it's just more dead souls under his sword. The three of them quickly returned to Northern Sky City. Master of the division, something's wrong. Shizuku looked at the heavily guarded city gates and opened her mouth. The guards were even tighter than when they had arrived earlier, not to mention, before even entering the city, one could already smell the austere atmosphere in the air. Is it hard to believe that war has broken out again? Lu Rinchen had let go of his old love at the moment. The only thing in his hand was the Rift Halberd, which he had just gotten a new favorite. Those two Grand Masters went to the Ice Jade Ridge. They must be able to guess that I'll be there too. There's no interference from the Archons. The grasslands and the northern borderlands might want to take advantage of this opportunity to take Northern Sky City in one fell swoop. Lu Rinchen's expression moved. Into the city. Shamer took the lead towards the city gates. The governor's mansion. What are you waiting for? Armor. The crown princess was holding a sharp sword, her eyes glaring at the two personal female guards. Put. The two female guards went straight to their knees. Crown princess, your injuries have not healed. Can't really go. The crown princess' moth brows were slightly knitted, and her eyes flashed like cold stars with hidden anger. The grasslands and the northern frontier are coming on strong this time. If this palace is not on the front line, will the generals be able to fight to the death? Armor this palace, and fetch the disguise mask. A female guard looked up cautiously, but before Fourth Highness left, he instructed the crown princess not to appear in front of people disguised as the crown prince again. The crown princess was silent for a moment as she sniffed. It's 100,000 times more urgent than that. If we really let the grasslands and the northern borderlands break through Northern Sky City, it's the consequences of that are unimaginable. Don't worry, Crown Princess. Master C and Warrior Lu have already gone to the North City Gate. It is better to ask the Crown Princess to rest well. The master of the division said to just leave everything to him. A white silhouette lightly entered the courtyard. The two female guards were immediately alert. After seeing that the visitor was Jing Shu, she let out a soft sigh of relief. At the same time, he respectfully clasped his fists and said, Lord Serpent, Daxia Zhenwu Envoy, ranked the same as a third-grade officer. Naturally not their two small guards can be compared. The crown princess looked at Jingshu and was also pleased. Have fourth imperial brother and grand warrior Lu returned already? Jingshu gently nodded. So please don't worry, crown princess. The prince consort suddenly remembered something. Hurriedly, she said to Jingshu, since fourth imperial brother and elder warrior Lu have returned, then the great masters of the grasslands and the northern border should have returned as well. Lord Serpent would be better off going to help the fourth imperial brother. The crown princess now also knew that the Jinwu envoy in front of her was an expert in using poison. Such a person played out on the battlefield much more than she did. Shizuku smiled slightly. Don't worry, crown princess. The great masters of the grasslands and northern border will no longer return. I was ordered by the master of the division to protect the crown princess. As for the war outside, the crown princess need not worry. The crown princess looked at Jingshu's confident appearance. Her vermilion lips opened slightly, but she couldn't speak. What does it mean that the great masters of the grasslands and the northern frontier will not return? That's a grand master. Outside the northern heavenly city, the wind and clouds were changing colors, and the war drums were beating, shaking the sky and the earth. The sound of shouting and killing, day and night, was like a group of dragons fighting for the sea and 10,000 horses galloping. On one side was the great summer frost China iron cavalry, clad in armor, glittering with cold light, like the frost of a rising winter day, cold and majestic. Side by side, the northern state border army, valiant and bloodthirsty, sworn to defend the frontier, not yielding an inch of ground. On the other side, the grassland wolf rider whistled, as fast as lightning, fierce as a jackal, where the hooves of the horse, the dust flies, covering the sky and the sun. The snowy iron guards followed close behind, clad in heavy armor, with a steady pace and resolute eyes. The two armies faced each other, with flags covering the sky, swords and spears, and a murderous atmosphere. With a command, 10,000 arrows were fired. Hundreds of thousands of troops were engaged in a fierce battle on this land, and the scene was exceptionally spectacular. Fourth Highness, the one on the left is the fourth prince of the Grassland dynasty, Aguda. The one on the right is Zhao Yunlan, the commander of the Snowy Iron Guards of the Northern Border dynasty. These two are the supreme commanders of the grasslands and the northern frontier this time. On top of the city wall of North Sky City, Xia Mo and Lu Rinchen stood side by side. The governor was on the sidelines, his hand leading and pointing. The fourth prince? And he deserves it? Shamer sneered. His eyes went to the man in the distance who was surrounded by the Prairie Dynasty's army. About 40 years old, he was tall and lanky, with smooth, uncluttered muscular lines. The body was a robe woven of wool, which was dark blue with a golden wolf totem embroidered on it. A wide cowhide belt was girded around his waist, from which hung various knives and riding whips. Taisho bowed his head, knowing that fourth prince of the Grassland dynasty had already violated the taboo of the one in front of him. Leave Zhao Yunlan to me. Lu Rinchen, who had been silent, suddenly spoke out. Chapter 95. The Great Power returns to itself. The great general of the Northern Border dynasty, the commander of the Snowy Iron Guards, Zhao Yunlan also looked to be in his 40s, a head of short hair, neat and capable. The battle robe was black with intricate designs embroidered in red and gold. The armor covered his entire body, each piece polished to a brilliant shine, reflecting a cold light. With a long sword hanging from his waist, he looked rather like a general of Xia. So let's compare. Xia Mo looked at Lu Rinchen, who was leaping forward, pointing at that fourth prince of the Grassland dynasty. Yes. Lu Rinchen was silent for a moment, a resolute answer. With his trip to the Ice Extinction Ridge, he naturally knew about Xia Mo's martial arts. If you were to fight alone, you would never be a match. But his martial arts were wide open, originally created on the battlefield, taking the head of an enemy general in the midst of 10,000 troops. He may not lose. What if I win? Shamer smiled. Lift your left hand up gently. A black ring on his ring finger flashed with a shimmer. It's yours. Lu Rinchen was somewhat just surprised. No one knew what the black ring that Shamer had gotten in the ice domain was. However, Ice Heavenly Monarch could have said that this was the most precious treasure of them all. Shamer took it straight out, obviously extremely confident in himself. Lu Rinchen couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph at the moment. He was at least the northern sect of the Great Summer's cold gun. Yes, if I lose, the Rift Halberd is yours, Lu Rinchen said cheerfully. But Shamer shook his head. I'm not good at weapons like spears and halberds, so what's the point of having this heaven-splitting halberd? Besides, who in my Great Xia is able to match this weapon besides the Cold Lance Northern Sect? Lu Rinchen's eyes stared. What do you want? Join the Jinwu division. Yes. At this moment, outside of North Heavenly City, the sky was filled with snow that dyed this battlefield silver white. The afterglow of the setting sun was obscured by thick clouds, leaving only a few dull rays that barely illuminated the land shrouded in the shadow of war. Lu Rinchen looked down at the densely packed, silver-white armored and imposing snowy iron guards below. Straight away, he agreed to Shamer's conditions. With a heavy foot on the edge of the city wall, he leapt forward, like a meteorite crashing to the ground, and with devastating power, he smashed into the formation of the Snowy Iron Guards. The surrounding clamor was instantly shaken by the blow, and the snowflakes were swept in all directions by the strong wind that was stirred up. What man? The Snowy Iron Guards were caught off guard and were disrupted by this sudden attack. Dozens of snowbound iron guards were directly shaken away by this powerful force. Armor shattered and blood sprayed, leaving blinding red marks on the white snow. Lu Rinchen, Grand Master. Damn it! Lu Rinchen's face wasn't unfamiliar in Northern Sky City. The nearby Snowy Iron Guards recognized him at the first opportunity. Zhao Yunlan. But Lu Rinchen's eyes at the moment, only in the distance and the great general of the northern frontier who was protected within by tens of thousands of troops. Anyone who doesn't want to die, get out of my way. Lu Rinchen actually threw the heaven-splitting halberd directly out of his hand. The split sky halberd plunged straight into the dense formation of the Snowy Iron Guards. The tip of the halberd brought up a gust of piercing cold wind, instantly freezing the enemies it touched before bursting apart and turning into ice shards in the sky. The Snow Iron Guard was caught off guard by this sudden attack. Lu Rinchen flew up. Using the momentum of his descent, the heaven-splitting halberd swept across the four directions. Each strike was accompanied by a deafening roar, sending the surrounding enemies flying one by one, or directly piercing through their armor, leaving behind shocking wounds. Seeing this, the Xia border army's morale was greatly boosted, following Lu Rinchen's lead and fighting to kill the enemy. Grand Master, it's really an enemy of 10,000 people. Zhao Yunlan rode on a horse clad in silver armor. His eyes were dead set on Lu Rinchen, who was already coming towards him at an astonishing speed. General, Venerable Cold has not returned until now. Will The adjutant general beside him leaped forward and whispered in Zhao Yunlan's ear. "Oof, the people of Tianqi really can't be relied upon. But a single Grand Master wants to hold back my 200,000 snowy iron guards. It's too much to look down on the generals of my northern border dynasty." Zhao Yunlan waved his hand. The tens of thousands of troops from the snowy iron guard began to move slowly. The soldiers on the outside quickly spread out, forming circle after circle, each just the right distance from the other. With a command from each point, the circles began to slowly shrink inward. It was like countless silver rivers converging into a sea, eventually condensing into an impenetrable fortress of ice. Humph! A mere military formation can't block my path. Lu Rinchen stared at the glittering, cold, impenetrable barrier in front of him. The true chi in his body boiled as if there were 1,000 armies rushing through his body. The hand gripped the cracking halberd. At this moment is to emit unprecedented biting breath. Halberd tip slightly trembling, as if want to crack the sky. Lu Rinchen leaped up, just like a wild horse that had taken off the reins, and rushed straight into that sky full of wind and snow. The heaven-splitting halberd turned into a trail of shadows in his hands, cutting through the sky and heading straight for the core of the barrier. A terrifying aura emanated from Lu Rinchen's body, causing the surrounding snowy iron guards to feel a palpitation. "Don't panic everyone, he's only one person even if he's powerful. Wear him out." Boom! The moment the heaven-splitting halberd collided with the barrier formed by the tens of thousands of snow domain iron guards, a destructive force erupted from the point of collision, forming a huge shockwave that blew the surrounding snow into the sky. "Drink!" Tens of thousands of snowy iron guards shouted in unison. Despite the forcefulness of Lu Rinchen's attack, the barrier stood like a lofty mountain. Only layers of ripples were seen on the surface of the barriers, followed by a rapid return to calm, as if nothing had happened. A military formation formed by tens of thousands of troops is actually this powerful. On top of the city wall, Shamer watched in fascination. There was no urgency at all because Lu Rinchen was already close to Zhao Yunlan. Tai Shou-yi, beat the drum and tell the generals to pull back. Shamer slowly walked to the edge of the wall. The words spoken made the Taisho on the sidelines freeze for a moment. "Fourth Highness, although Warrior Lu blocked the iron guards of the snowy domain, but the steppe wolf riders are the best at running. If they take advantage of the retreat of my army." Tai Shou-yi, have you ever heard of a saying? I still ask for your Fourth Highness's guidance. Shamer took the underworld and walked over to the city wall, looking at the densely packed ant-like army below. 1,000 armies, not as great as greatness to itself. After saying that, under the gazes of Tai Shou-yi and the soldiers on the city wall with horrified faces, he stepped out with one foot. It is like an invisible ladder stretching under the foot, and the heel of the military, and the path to the prairie army. Steps and shadows move. Every footfall, the ripples rise slightly. If the water ripples, expanding and invisible, hidden between heaven and earth, the majesty of self-generated. Chapter 96, The End of the War. Roar, roar, roar. Looking at Shamer who came stepping like a godly man, the great summer frostbite iron cavalry roared in unison with the weapons in their hands. "I'd like to see how you're going to kill Laguda under the blockade of 100,000 steppe wolf riders." Lu Rinchen lifted hundreds of snow domain iron guards with a halberd. It had just opened an opening in the wall formed by the snowy iron guard. The scene of Shamer stepping into the air was seen. The Grand Master's internal strength was so deep that he could do a short period of airborne deflection, but to be as smooth as Shamer and walk so far, unless one is endowed with great lightness of being themselves, otherwise there was absolutely no way to do it with just deep inner strength. If you fall from a height of 10,000 feet because your internal strength is not good, it was the Great Master who was absolutely no better. There were tens of thousands of snow domain armies in front of them, and Zhao Yunlan was escorted by tens of thousands of snow domain armies. Lu Rinchen held himself that with his current progress, he was going to kill Zhao Yunlan before he could follow him. It's going to take at least another incense stick. However, the snowy iron guard's defensive ability was definitely above the prairie wolf riders who were good at offense. But summer struck so late, even with the ability to fly through the air, trying to kill Aguda under the protection of so many prairie wolf riders. Lu Rinchen turned his attention this way. Asterisk 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 off. A cry of rage. The split sky halberd suddenly shone brightly. The air around it condensed into ice. The cold air overflowed, and the wind and snow stopped. The tip of the halberd lightly tapped the void, and in a split second, a thick and incomparable icy blue pillar of light erupted from the tip of the halberd, and then it violently exploded into thousands of ice blades, each one of them incomparably sharp, flashing with a palpitating cold light. None of the snowy iron guards were able to escape under this overwhelming ice blade. Wherever the ice blades passed, the iron guards' bodies were frozen and then burst into fine ice crystals. Hundreds of iron guards instantly grayed out. The only thing left is a ground of ice debris. Release the arrows. Grassland 4th Prince Aguda looked at the mid-air Xia Mo with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. It's such an obvious spot. It's a living target. So what if you're a great master of martial arts? Just drain you of your inner strength. It's just that if you don't die under a hail of arrows, you'll fall alive. Tens of thousands of prairie wolf riders came galloping in as if they were dark clouds. Their movements were neatly synchronized. The long bows in their hands were instantly drawn to full strength, and the arrows on the strings flashed with an icy cold aura. With a muffled call, 10,000 arrows were fired. The rain of arrows that covered the sky completely enveloped Shamer. A dazzling golden light lit up over the battlefield. Vajra, unbreakable divine power, instantly enlightened. The arrows rained down on Jean, but they broke and disintegrated like a fragile branch that had met a heavy blow from a hammer. Use armor-breaking arrows. Aguda grimaced. Among the array of wolf riders, hundreds of riders steered their horses out. The carts were clattering and the horses were rustling, carrying a load of specially made arrows called armor breaker. The shape of this arrow is extraordinary. The arrow body is thicker than normal arrows. The arrowhead is unusually sharp, flashing with a cold blue light, apparently forged with special materials, designed to penetrate heavy armor. A Jianghu master can release his protective astral energy when he reaches a certain level. Normal arrows were a greatly reduced threat to such masters, so the major dynasties have the same response to these Jianghu masters. This armor-breaking arrow is one of the killer weapons of the Steppe dynasty. The arrows were engraved with complicated totems, resembling wolves and eagles, and were hideous. The arrow feathers are made of hard feathers and arranged in an orderly fashion to ensure stable flight. The whole carload of armor-breaking arrows was like a group of beasts ready to go, waiting to unleash their terrifying power. With a command, the wolf riders quickly loaded armor-breaking arrows on their bows and pulled back the bowstring once again. The force was so great that it almost collapsed. The bowstring hummed, heralding a new shower of arrows. Bang! 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 The armor-breaking arrow touched Summer's golden body. The result was no different from the earlier shower of arrows. It was shattered into pieces, turning into a sky of debris and scattering all over the place. This guy is a sky god? Looking at the golden light in mid-air, Shamer, the grassland wolf riders actually became a bit flustered. Dozens of figures violently rose up in the air from the army. Each one of them exuded a thick fluctuation of true chi. Obviously all of them were the best of the best in the army. With a collection of experts, facing the siege of these dozens of experts, Xia Mo did not have the slightest fluctuation of emotions. Slowly, he pulled out the underworld. Xia Mo's figure looked particularly lonely in the air. The tip of the sword moved slightly, and time lost its flow in this moment. Dozens of self-proclaimed expert powerhouses didn't even have a chance to react before they exploded in the air. The mist of blood was like a blooming flower on the other side of the river, instantly filling the entire battlefield. The originally rushing wolf rider army was as fragile as an autumn wind sweeping away leaves under this sudden sword chi. Wherever the sword chi reached, whether it was 1,000 or 10,000 horsemen, they were mercilessly torn apart. Aguilar witnessed this, and his pupils shrunk violently as unprecedented fear and anger welled up in his heart. No way. This is absolutely impossible. A grand master wouldn't have this kind of strength. It is the high priest who. Agura roared, his palms violently launched out, a giant wolf silhouette covered in blue flames, attempting to block the unstoppable sword intent. However, the giant wolf's shadow was like papier-mâché under the impact of the sword chi, and was instantly blown away into nothingness. Aguilar's body trembled violently from the tremendous backlash, and his head actually left his body in the next moment, flying high into the air and eventually rolling down into the dust. Your Highness, the surrounding prairie wolf riders witnessed this scene and exclaimed as they leapt forward. Just then, Aguilar's body, which hadn't completely collapsed, suddenly erupted with a shocking sword aura. The sword chi was like a tidal wave, instantly piercing through all of the thousands of surrounding grassland wolf riders. Run! A terrified cry cut through the sky. The remaining prairie wolf riders finally realized that the enemy in front of them was no longer something they could fight against, and they turned their horses and fled in a great defeat. Dang! 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 The war drums roared like the roar of an ancient beast, and the frost China iron cavalry surged like a silver torrent from the horizon. The drums were stirring, and each strike was like the most direct command between heaven and earth, driving them to chase after the fleeing steppe wolf riders. The sound of horses' hooves was like thunder, rolling up dust in the sky, and the flag of the frost China iron cavalry was hunting in the wind. On the other end of the battlefield, Lu Rinchen had just killed his way out of the sea of steel made up of tens of thousands of snow domain iron guards. Warrior Lu, want to help? Summer's voice rang in her ears. Lu Rinchen sighed helplessly, looking at the snowy iron guards in the distance who had the intention of retreating. Master of the division will wait here. My subordinate will go and take this guy's dog's life. After saying that, he carried his heaven-splitting halberd and swept towards Zhao Yunlun. Summers made a gesture to go ahead. A sword was swung. The snowy iron guards around them exploded. Less than an incense stick, Lu Rinchen walked back carrying Zhao Yunlun's head. It was a war that lasted 3 years. Today is finally over. Chapter 97 2 years. 182 years of the Great Summer Calendar. 2 years have passed since the end of the war in the north. The northern border and grassland dynasties sent emissaries to Daxia. After paying a huge price, it was only then that the captured snowy iron guards and grassland wolf riders were ransomed back. Sure, the people can go back, but the armor and weapons and the wolf horses of the steppe, all of them stayed in Daxia. This time, the two dynasties were greatly wounded, and within a few years, I am afraid that they will not have the strength to violate the border again. The fourth prince of Grand Xia's reputation for sweeping away thousands of troops with a single sword. In addition to the three major royal dynasties of the Grand Xia, Northern Border, and Grassland, even the other four major dynasties had learned of this matter, though it's not quite the day of the big summer Kajaku martial arts review update. However, there were already some people in the Jianghu who had vaguely compared Xia Mo to that one in martial arts evaluation, Shendu, the office of the Jinwu division. My lord, unjustly accused. Two Jinwu guards dressed in black power suits with long swords at their waists. At the moment each was clutching the wrist of a small, thin man, to be dragged towards the Jinwu Si Yamen. Injustice? Thousand-faced thief Saint Lu Qianchang. From the first day you stepped into the divine capital, our brothers noticed you. In just a few days, it has continuously patronized a dozen or so large doors in the divine capital, to catch you boys out. How long has it been since either of my brothers had a good night's sleep? You said that every time you stole something, you gave it back to someone to put back after a while. Is there something wrong? The Jin Wuwei on his left looked at the thin man with a panicked face and complained out loud. Now this face. It should be your original face, right? Curiosity flashed in the eyes of the Jin Wuwei on his right. Reaching directly toward the skinny man's face, he pinched it. After pinching that face red and still not noticing anything wrong, only slowly did he withdraw his hand. The thousand-faced thief sage, Lu Qianchang, rose to fame in the Central Plains several years ago. This person possessed an ancestral copy of the Thousand Faces spectrum, which was capable of imitating the face of anyone under the sun, making it difficult for people to recognize the truth. And the means of theft is extremely high. No matter how complicated the brass locks were, they were like nothing in his hands. Each time you get it you always leave a special peach blossom as a marker. But this man never stole from ordinary people. They even used the stolen money to help the refugees from time to time. So there are still some righteous names in the jungle. Lu Qianchang at the moment felt as if his two arms were tightly clamped by invisible iron pincers. Alas! With a long and heavy sigh, Lu Sanbian slowly lowered his head. He felt that he was a bit of a backslider. In the effort of having a breakfast by the roadside, it was surprising that he didn't notice the two Jinwu guards touching up. My two lords, I admit it, but for this little matter that I have committed, there is no need for the two Earth level Zen Weiwei lords to personally greet me. Is there? It's just theft and it's all paid back. Big deal. Go to jail for a while, and with his own means, he might have slipped out in a night. Damn it. Ever since the court announced that Department 6 and the Brocade Guards were merged into the Jinwu division, these courthouse guys are getting more and more difficult to deal with the more tired they get. I really miss the days when I used to tease the Department 6 constables. What's with all the bull asterisk 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 asterisk? You'll see when you get inside. The two Jinwu ignored Lu Sanchan's alarmed cry. Like dragging a dead dog, he was quickly dragged into the Jinwu Si Yamen. Within the study, elegant and quiet, the windows and lattices are half open, penetrating a few wisps of heavenly light, and the indoor pine fragrance, ink-rhyme convergence. On the top of the desk, a volume of files stood still. Ji Chushue was standing in the room, a plain dress, like a cold plum in the snow, clear and elegant. I don't know when it started. She was beginning to dislike the idea of wearing her Jinwu Wei outfit in front of this man in front of her. Xia Mo held the dossier, his brows coalesced with concentration and deep thought, sometimes caressing the pages, sometimes frowning in contemplation. Thousand Faces spectrum. I didn't realize there was such a quick way to make human skin masks, although it is far less subtle than the Thousand Faces illusory face technique, but the victory is that it's not that difficult to cultivate. This Lu Qianchang. Recruitment. Right. With a single tick of his Zhu pen, Xia Mo decided the fate of this Thousand Faces thief saint. The Jinwu division is not what it was when it was first established 2 years ago. After returning from the northern state, there was no more opposition in the courtroom. It didn't take long for the news of His Highness the Crown Prince's illness and death to spread throughout the entire Grand Xia. Among the princes today, no one's limelight is as dazzling as this Fourth Highness. This Fourth Highness is self-absorbed and likes to manage those mudbloods in the rivers and lakes. Some ministers who were originally opposed to the Jinwu division instead strongly supported it at this moment. The Jinyui and Department 6 were merged into the Jinwu division without incident. Below the third-class Sen Weiwei of Tianren, the post of alternate was established. After all, if a huge organization wants to operate, there is certainly no shortage of manpower at the grassroots level. Feng Zhang, the former commander of the Jinyui, is now the 11th Zenwuji Su Dog. Sitting in Xianzhou, he had basically gotten acquainted with those few righteous sects in Xianzhou anyway. Department 6 arresting deity, now the 8th Jinwu envoy of the Jinwu division, An Yang, sitting in Jiangzhou, with the full support of the court, plus the ice extreme pill obtained from the ice domain. Within 2 years, all 12 Jinwu ambassadors had been put in place. Among them were masters from the jungle. There were also people from the court like Feng Zhang and the Sheriff King. Each of the Jinwu ambassadors had killed their way through the Jianghu. After all, it was necessary to make the sects of the 13 states submit and make these unruly martial artists bow their heads. It's never done by lip service. Gather the 12 Jinwu ambassadors to come to the divine capital, and we'll all have a meeting together. Discuss the matter of the demon state. Shamer put down the dossier in his hands. The voice was very soft. Ji Chu Shue, however, was in high spirits. Is it finally time to make a move on the toughest bone in the 13 states of Daxia? Yes. A large number of letter hawks flew out from the Jinwu Division's office. Cold State, Jinwu Division Branch. Bai Xian looked at the young man in front of him with a curious expression, then circled around the young man over and over again. It was like surveying some rare species. Lord Shen Monkey, is there something wrong with my humble servant's face? The young man spoke softly with a sword with an ancient wooden hilt in his hand. The voice was flat and unassuming. It was not touched in the slightest by the fact that it was one of the 12 Jinwuji ambassadors in front of him. Each of them was given an ice extreme pill that increased their internal strength by 1 armor, not to mention, there are even a large number of precious martial arts secrets for us to pick from. Could be what I know about our division master. You Jinwu guards of the headquarters, and you are the ones who are under the heel of the division master, getting no less resources than us, right? When you get a chance, let's cut a deal. Lin Fu, Chapter 98, 9 Rings of the Bell. The Iron Sword Sect, situated in the hinterland of the Cold Prefecture, surrounded by mountains, was a renowned holy land of the Sword Tao. The mountain gate is based on a huge stone, towering into the clouds, and engraved on the stone surface are the 3 big characters of Iron Sword Sect in ancient simplicity and vigor. The font was as harsh as a sword blade, and every stroke contained the flow of sword intent. These inscriptions were said to have been carved by the sect's founding ancestor himself with his sword chi, and after hundreds of years of erosion by wind and rain, they were still shining, bearing witness to the splendor and legacy of the Iron Sword Sect. Nowadays, the Iron Sword Sect's patriarch, with his Shen Iron Sword breaking technique, is said to have reached the realm of the Iron Sword Sect's founding ancestor, only 1 step away from the Grand Master. The Iron Sword Sect's status in the Cold Prefecture was no less than the Bai Luo Sword Mansion in the Xian Prefecture. A winding path paved with verdant stones stretches slowly forward. On both sides are lush ancient trees and staggered forests of sword monuments. What man? The surrounding Iron Sword Sect disciples suddenly moved towards, looking at the figure stepping into the mountain gate. Iron Sword Sect. Lin Fu looked at the end of the trail, where there was a sword peak. At the top of the peak, you can faintly see several ancient and rustic building complexes built on the mountain in a staggered manner. Go tell your patriarch. The blood feud of the Plum Blossom Villa should be settled today. The Iron Sword Sect disciples' face changed at his words. A number of people then showed cold smiles on their faces. So it's the remaining members of the Plum Blossom Villa. There's a way to heaven if you don't go, and there's no door to hell if you break in. Take him to the master. The wind picks up in the forest and the dead leaves fly. A dozen or so Iron Sword Sect disciples were dressed in uniform greenish-gray power suits, their feet stepping on fallen leaves as they pressed forward, converging towards the clearing where Lin Fu was. We will leave you alive. After all, we still have to find out the whereabouts of the cold plum reflecting snow sword technique. The leading Iron Sword Sect disciple suddenly whispered. A smug smile played at the corners of his mouth. I remember you. One of the men who broke into the lodge that night. Lin Fu looked at the Iron Sword Sect disciple. Take him. The Iron Sword Sect disciple did not say much. He's not a cutie. Lin Fu alone dared to break through the gates of the Iron Sword Sect. Either you're crazy or you have something to fall back on. A dozen or so iron swords formed an airtight sword net, sweeping towards Lin Fu. The Iron Sword Sect's cold iron broken mountain sword technique is distinctive. Each sword was both heavy and fast, with the power to open up mountains and crack rocks, but without losing the delicate and subtle changes. In the face of this seemingly flawless siege, Lin Fu gently smiled. The smile reveals a transcendent confidence, eyes slightly closed, as if in another peaceful world, oblivious to the crisis around him. An unspeakable chill filled the air, an icy cold that could penetrate the bone marrow. Even the dozens of Iron Sword Sect disciples watching the battle from afar couldn't help but shiver, before they could recover from their doubts. A demonic ice flower then quietly bloomed at the nape of each person's neck. It was a beautiful yet deadly pattern of blood instantly condensing under the extreme cold. This scene was so breathtakingly fast that not a single person reacted when those ice flowers bloomed. No, don't come over. An Iron Sword Sect disciple fell to the ground. Keep climbing backward. Lin Fu looked at this Iron Sword Sect disciple and revealed a smile. Go tell Tian Wuxiang that the Plum Blossom Villa has come to collect the debt. That Iron Sword sect disciple looked at the corpses all over the ground. Yelling, he ran like a madman toward the mountain. It wasn't long before hundreds of Iron Sword sect disciples led by the three elders rushed down aggressively. Bold fanatic, how dare you spill your guts on my Iron Sword sect's territory? A loud cry rang out like thunder. The elder in charge was furious. The voice contained a thick inner strength, and the sound waves rolled, showing that his inner strength was not bad. So it's you, old dog. Lin Fu looked at that elder. The killing intent in his eyes could no longer be hidden. Ling Frost sheathed his sword in response, and the sword emitted a bitterly cold aura. 2 years ago, he took the Ice Extreme pill rewarded by Xia Mo, Lin Fu's inner strength sword. Within 2 years, the cold plum reflecting snow sword technique had long since been accomplished. With his martial arts skills, he is fully capable of serving as a party's Jinwu envoy, but he still chose to stay in the central divine capital. The cold state already had a Jinwu envoy, and he was unfamiliar with the rest of the 12 states. Might as well stay in God's capital. The tip of the sword lightly point. The surrounding seems to have snowflakes falling, but a closer look, those snowflakes are actually condensed by the sword chi. Cold and deadly. Lin Fu's stance was extremely fast, weaving through the Iron Sword sect disciples. The sword light was like the first release of a cold plum, cold and noble, instantly piercing through the defenses of several disciples, leaving trails of blood. The snow dancing and flying sword shadows were as heavy as the flying snow in the sky, making people's eyes dazzled and elusive. Under the alternation of these two sword styles, the Iron Sword sect disciples fell down one after another, wailing and wailing. The scene was miserable. Asshole! Stop! The three elders were furious. I didn't realize that the fish that slipped through the net back then would now have such martial arts skills. The three of them bellowed in unison, their bodies united, and their sword light converged into a huge black sword like a mountain collapsing, directly chopping towards Lin Fu. Lin Fu's eyes flinched. His eyes were like cold ice suddenly cracking, instantly swinging out a sword. A biting white sword aura broke through the air and met the surging black sword aura. The frost and snow blade. Nothing can destroy it. Lin Fu pondered in his heart. His sword intent resonated with the cold air of heaven and earth. The white sword aura was unstoppable and fiercely exchanged blows with the black sword aura. The pure coldness contained in the white sword awnings gradually eroded away the domineering and heavy black sword awnings. The black sword on light dimming. The sun is thinning. Finally cannot withstand the biting cold air. By the white sword on penetrated in one fell swoop. Blast broken. What? The three elders were in disbelief before they had time to react. Lin Fu had already borrowed the power of the sword and his body flashed 3 cold ons respectively into the chest of the three elders. The movement of the swift, if the snow falls noiselessly, as soon as the sword is out, the wind and snow fill the path, and life and death are immediately decided. Lin Fu softly chanted, his tone not carrying the slightest bit of emotion. The three elders' figures shook dramatically, and the light in their eyes quickly dimmed as they crumpled to the ground. Lin Fu followed the blood-stained steps, one step at a time, towards the mountain. Dang, dang, dang. The Iron Sword sect's sword blade suddenly rang one bell after another. 9 rings of the bell. The danger of extinction. My lord, is this the Zen Weiwei of the Central Plains? A single person with a single sword was able to force the Iron Sword sect to such an extent. A few miles away from the Iron Sword sect's mountain gate, a dozen or so riders lined up, looking in the direction of the Iron Sword sect to reveal a look of surprise. The leader was none other than the Ninth Xinwu envoy Bai Xian. After 2 years of development, the Cold State Xinwu division has long been better. Hey. Anyway, when I met this kid 2 years ago, he might not be as good a martial artist as you are. No way? The Hanzhou Xinwu guards around Bai Xian showed their surprise. Ki. Just as the crowd was sighing, Bai Xian suddenly looked up. A gray letter hawk circled constantly above their heads. Chapter 99 12 Xinwu Envoys. The setting sun hangs diagonally. The ancient road is pale, and the afterglow is sprinkled with golden splendor. The road winds and reaches up to the sky, with barren grass on both sides. Bai Xian rode on his horse and waited for the time. None of the dozen or so Xinwu Wei under his command lost their composure. Horses occasionally whinny low, hooves knocking lightly on the old road. My lord, Iron Sword sect patriarch Tian Wuxiang is no longer a renowned figure in the Jianghu, plus the thousands of disciples of the Iron Sword sect. Don't we really need to go help? A stout man with bronze skin beside Bai Xian whispered. An hour had passed since the 9 bells sounded from the Iron Sword sect earlier. The hearts of the group of Hanzhou Xinwu guards waiting here were somewhat alive. After all, being in the boundaries of the cold state, they were certainly more aware of Tian Wuxiang's martial arts than this Lord Lin of the Central Plains. To be able to force the Iron Sword bell to ring the bell of extermination was enough to show that this Lord Lin's martial arts were equally extraordinary. But it hasn't come back yet. Wait for another incense stick of time. If he hasn't returned, we'll just go to the Iron Sword sect. Bai Xian pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, The Jinwu division registers the world's martial arts sects as well as Junhu masters. The Iron Sword sect was naturally among them. In the past year, as the prestige of the Jinwu division master and the 12 Jinwu ambassadors spread throughout the world, many large sects had sent their disciples to take the initiative to hand in their Jinwu books. Of course, whether the roster inside is hidden or not, this is only clear in the hearts of the major sects themselves. The Iron Sword sect as a great sect in the Cold State was certainly no exception. For nearly a year, Iron Sword sect patriarch Tian Wuxiang had paid several visits to his door. Bai Xian all but shrugged it off by saying that he had an important matter to attend to. So much so that the Iron Sword sect has been the same as before until now. It is a completely spontaneous gathering of jungle sects. There was no recognition from the court. After all, if the Iron Sword sect took over the Jinwu book, if Lin Fu wanted to destroy the Iron Sword sect to avenge the Plum Blossom Villa, it was impossible for the Cold State Jinwu division to stand idly by. It was still a matter that he had consulted Shamer about. Back then, Lin Fu joined the Jinwu Sea in order to practice martial arts to avenge the Plum Blossom Villa. Summers also had an attitude of acquiescence. The matter itself can't be delayed for too long. That's why there was this trip to the Cold State by Lin Fu. About half an incense stick of time slowly passed. A slightly wretched figure, dragging a long shadow, stumbled from the end of the ancient road in the distance. The cloth of Lin Fu's shirt was torn in many places, spots of blood seeping out through the holes. His face was a little pale, and thin beads of sweat were intertwined with a few dried bloodstains on his forehead, obviously experienced a fierce battle, but a faint smile miraculously hung at the corners of his mouth. Lin resurfaced here. The results of the Iron Sword sect naturally spoke for themselves. The Iron Sword sect was bloodied by an unknown enemy at their door. The Jinwu division is bound to find out about this. Wu Ho, Li Ji, take someone to see if the Iron Sword sect still has any survivors. If there is one, it must be protected. Yes. Just after Bai Xian finished speaking, the burly man beside him and another somewhat shorter Jinwu answered. At that moment, he led the Jinwu present towards the Iron Sword sect's mountain gate. The divine capital Flying Eagle has sent a message that the division master has summoned the 12 Jinwu ambassadors. Any idea what it's about? Lin Fu was a bit surprised, then shook his head. It wasn't a big deal when I left God's capital. Bai Xian saw that Lin Fu didn't know either. A moment of contemplation. Let's go back and rest first, and we'll set sail in 2 days. Lin Fu gently nodded. Then something seemed to come to mind. The matter of the Iron Sword sect won't cause you any trouble, will it? Bai Xian flung his horsewhip and looked at Lin Fu with some amusement. Trouble? More or less. But most of the sects in the Cold State have accepted the Jinwu book at the moment, and there are no great masters in the Cold State. A few minor annoyances need not concern you. This time, the division master has summoned the 12 Jinwu ambassadors, so I'm sure there's some kind of big and unimaginable action. I really can't wait to get my hands dirty. Lin Fu glanced at Bai Xian. Lord Shin Monkey is now becoming more and more like the official authority of the Dxia's third-grade Jinwu envoy. This mouthful of this official made Lin Fu fall a bit uncomfortable. Ha 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 ha. People, it's all going to improve. The two of them chatted as they headed in the direction of the Cold State Jinwu division. 2 days later, Lin Fu's injuries had recovered. Bai Xian was all a bit surprised. One person annihilated the Iron Sword sect's entire family, and his body actually only had some external injuries. He held himself that he couldn't even see how much better he could do than Lin Fu. The forest road is narrow. The branches and leaves are sparse. The two horsemen drive side by side. The sound of hooves can be heard through the forest. Xia Mo did not have any other special instructions for summoning the 12 Jinwu envoys this time, so Bai Xian didn't bring anyone with him this time. He just traveled to the divine capital with Lin Fu. You've been in the divine capital for the past 2 years, and you've met all 12 Jinwu envoys? On the way, Bai Xian suddenly asked curiously. The 13 states of the Great Xia, with the exception of the Central Plains where Xia Mo was personally in charge. Each of the 12 Jinwu envoys guarded a state. But what exactly are the 12 Jinwu ambassadors? Even Bai Xian didn't know. In the 2 years that he had been sitting in the Cold State, he hadn't seen any of the other Jinwu ambassadors, only heard some rumors in the jungle. A great master like North Guncold sect became the 12th Jinwu envoy. I don't know how many people were stunned. The former commander of the Jinui and the sheriff of Department 6 were considered to be relatively familiar people. As for the other Jinwu envoys, Bai Xian hardly knew much about them. The names circulated in the rivers and lakes. They are also all the external titles of these Jinwu ambassadors. Therefore, Bai Xian was quite curious about these colleagues. Lin Fu pondered a little. Out of the same curious expression, the 12 Jinwu ambassadors answer to the division master alone. I haven't seen them all. Together with Lord Shen Monkey, I have only met 6 Jinwu envoys. Hearing Lin Fu's words, Bai Xian wasn't disappointed in the slightest. Instead, his eyes lit up. You boys have even seen half of it? And don't hurry up and tell me about it. Otherwise, when we arrive at the god's capital, if this official makes a fool of himself in front of all his colleagues. But it's going to take you. The 12 Jinwu ambassadors gathered in the divine capital this time. I can see from the bottom of my heart that some necessary sparring is inevitable. Know your enemy and know yourself so that you can fight 100 battles. He didn't want to pick on some tough guys. Lin Fu naturally guessed Bai Xian's thoughts. This time, the extermination of the Iron Sword sect, even though it was the tacit approval of the division master, and it was done by himself alone, but after all, it was on the borders of the cold state. It was also considered to be a not-so-small favor to Bai Xian. He was the Zhen Weiwei of the Central Plains, and who could say if he would have an errand to the cold state in the future? There was nothing wrong with having a good relationship with Bai Xian. The 11th Shenmue envoy, Lord 100 Dogs. I'm sure Lord Shin Monkey is already familiar with it. Bai Xian nodded his head gently. Feng Zheng, that guy's heavenly silkworm palm does have some tricks up its sleeve. It's a shame that the years were steeped in the jinxed set. Martial arts have fallen quite a bit. If it were not for the fact that it was originally the Imperial Court's regular third-ranked Jinui commander, I'm afraid that this 11th Jinwu envoy's position, he may not sit on it. Bai Xian and Feng Zhang had fought before. 2 years ago this former commander of the Brocade Guards was no match for himself. Nowadays even if there is some growth, but one doesn't stay put. Lin Fu didn't answer. Bai Xian and Feng Zhang were both third-grade Jinwu envoys. It's okay to say that. Although he asked himself that his martial arts would not lose much to the two men. But now, after all, it was just a heaven-grade Jinwu Wei. Speak ill of the chief in private, not without some disrespect. The 8th Zhen Weiwei, Lord Wei Yang, is Department 6 God of Capture? The same goes for Miss G's master. The original Department 6 direct line of men are all sitting in Jiangzhou along with Lord Wei Yang. It's said that he fought with Gu Fei Bai, the master of the Angry Whale Gang, some days ago because of something. Neither side bargained for anything. Bai Xian listened quietly. He hadn't met this 8th Jinwu envoy, but the numbers in front of the Jinwu ambassadors are just the order, not the ranking. Otherwise, the famous Cold Gun Northern sect would not be the 12th Jinwu envoy. It turns out that there was no Jinwu Si in existence. This god of capture's reputation in the Jianghu was much stronger than Feng Zhang, the commander of the Brocade Guards. He is known as the Sword and Sword, and the 12th Jinwu ambassador, Lord Inuyasha. I don't think I need to tell you more about that. Bai Xian's expression was a bit odd. Why did that Northern Guncold sect accept the 12th Jinwu envoy's token? The Ohio pig, no matter how you think about it, doesn't fit with the identity and temperament of that great master. I heard that at that time. The master of the division only had the 12th Jinwu envoy's license plate with him. Lord Inuyasha doesn't care about that. With him sitting in the northern state, both the court and the Jianghu are very relieved. The northern sect of the Cold Spear is in the northern state. There is no doubt about any of these things. Who are the other two? Bai Xian felt his curiosity completely piqued. There is also the 6th Jinwu envoy Si Snake-sama, as well as the 2nd Jinwu envoy Ugly Bull-sama. Bai Xian looked at Lin Fu, signaling him to speak on. Lord Si Snake sits in Myozhou, but she comes to the divine capital more often. It is said that 2 years ago, he had followed the master of the division to the northern state. This official has also heard of the heir to the emperor of the phantom poison. Such a person is more than suitable to sit in Myozhou. The land of Myozhou, which is on one side of the corner, is characterized by strange mountains and rivers, and deep forests and ravines. The people there, who practice foreign arts, are especially good at toxicology, said finished Xian with his eyes fluttering and said in a somewhat whispered voice. This official has heard that this 6th Jinwu envoy is also a rare and great beauty. She and our master of division. Lin Fu couldn't help but roll his eyes. Lord Shin Monkey, before coming to the cold state, did the division master explain? Let me observe if your old problem improves. Bai Xian's expression suddenly became serious. This officer was just joking with you. When you return, you must report truthfully to the master of the division. Those old mixed-up problems of this official are long gone. Lin Fu shook his head helplessly. Tell me about that 2nd Jinwu ambassador. What's coming? This official doesn't know anything other than that he's sitting in Western State. The Western State, also known as the Western Desert, was the border in the other direction of Disya. The yellow sands of the desert are magnificent. The desert swordsman who had hijacked Lin Fu in the beginning was from the Western State. I've only met this Lord Ugly Bull once. The specifics are not clear. I only know that Lord Ugly Bull is supposed to be from some Buddhist sect in the Western State. A monk? Bai Xian was a bit surprised. Lin Fu seemed to remember something at this moment. Somewhat oddly, he said, I'm not so sure. Lord Ugly Bull was alone that day talking to the master of the division. Except that it does wear a robe, and it's bald. Just a little meat and potatoes. Ha 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 ha. Still looks like a drunken monk. The martial arts of the Western Desert have always been very different from the Central Plains, and the Buddhist sect over there is even known as the place of origin of the Great Summer Buddhist sect. It's already a completely different sect from the Buddhist sect in the Central Plains. To be able to be the town marshal there, think there must be something to it. This officer is really looking forward to meeting these colleagues more and more. Hiya. Bai Xian's face showed excitement. Slapped the horse's ass hard with the riding crop. There was the same curiosity in Lin Fu's eyes. The two of them sped up their horses and rushed in the direction of the divine capital, the imperial garden, covered in greenery, with hundreds of flowers competing for color. The colorful butterflies are dancing among the flowers, and the breeze comes, carrying the light fragrance of the flowers and the slightest coolness, whisking away the heat of the world. The blue water in the pool is long, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds and the surrounding exquisite pavilions. A few koi carp swimming leisurely, adding a bit of vitality and elegance. Emperor Xia was sitting in the gazebo. His dragon robe was a majestic sight, but at the moment, his face appeared to be grave. Across the street sat an old monk. The old monk was clad in a robe, with white hair, holding a white disc in his hand and dropping it without a sound. Black and white intertwined on the chessboard. The game was stalemated, and both of them were fully concentrated, without any distractions. Eunuch Li stood behind the Xia Emperor, holding a duster with a respectful expression. I swept around from time to time to make sure everything was peaceful and safe. Not far away, an old Taoist priest leisurely, sitting on the green stone, beside a simple tea case. Tea set on several pieces, hot air rising, and the surrounding scenery into one. The old Taoist holding a tea light, gently sipping a mouthful, closed his eyes and savored it, seeming to realize the Tao in the tea. Your Majesty, the poor monk has lost. After a while, the old monk folded his hands and slowly opened his mouth. Ha 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 ha, you old monk is clearly a monk. Chess is a masterful game. It's not easy for me to win against you. Unlike some guy who stinks at chess. Emperor Xia glanced at the old Taoist who was sipping tea outside the gazebo. The old Taoist was oblivious and even closed his eyes. The old monk laughed softly. His Majesty has summoned me and the old Taoist priest to the palace. Could it be related to the 12 Jinwu ambassadors gathering in the divine capital? Summers nodded. Good, that's exactly what happened. Lao Si's errand for the past 2 years has been very much to my liking. It is the appointment of personnel to the Xinwu division, independent of the jurisdiction of the court's Ministry of Mandarins. It's really causing me some headaches. The old Taoist outside the pavilion opened his eyes at that moment and walked into the gazebo. Isn't all this permitted by His Majesty? When the 4 temples came down to my White Cloud Temple, they scared the old Taoist out of me. Chapter 100, Making Trouble. Emperor Xia looked at the old Tao with some dissatisfaction. How much facilitation has the Great Summer given to the White Cloud Guan over the years? It's so difficult to let you pick up a Jinwu book. Look at the old monk. When I asked Eunuch Li to deliver the decree, it was a quick one. The old Taoist smiled sarcastically. If His Majesty sends someone directly to the White Cloud Temple to proclaim the decree, then the old path has nothing to hesitate about. I just didn't expect Fourth Highness to be able to develop the Jinwu division to this point today. Even people like the northern sect of the Cold Spear joined them. The old Taoist entered the gazebo and said with quite a sigh. Emperor Xia nodded approvingly. Yes, I also didn't expect Lao Si's martial arts to be as high as this. One sword sweeps across 1,000 armies. Can you 3 do it? Xia Mo swept his gaze over the old monk, the old Taoist priest, and Eunuch Li beside him. Eunuch Li smiled respectfully. How could an old slave have that ability? The Fourth Highness has amazing natural talent and is under the tutelage of a famous teacher. The realm of martial arts has been better than one day since. Old slaves are nothing but dead wood. How can they be compared to Fourth Highness? The old monk and the old Taoist priest shook their heads at the same time. The two of them ranked low on the Tianji Pavilion's martial assessment. If it's just a matter of walking back and forth among 1,000 soldiers, it's probably not hard. It can take a long time to get caught up in the military formations of a large army. Even the Grand Master would be in some danger. The details of that battle outside Northern Sky City had long been probed by the major powers. If it wasn't for the fact that Summer's strength was too terrifying, let the Steppe Wolf Riders and the Snowy Iron Guards lose their minds. Lu Rinchen wasn't that easy to get under the heavy siege of the Snowy Iron Guards. Kill the Iron Guard commander of the Northern Border Dynasty. Eunuch Li, I don't know what the Fourth Highness's teacher is? Hearing the words master teacher, the old Taoist priest and the old monk's hearts fluttered at the same time. Eunuch Li smiled without saying anything. Lingtai Fangchun Mountain, Slanting Moon 3-star cave. Have you heard? Emperor Xia took a light sip from his teacup. The old monk and the old Taoist priest looked at each other. At the same time, he shook his head. Amat Ba. The poor monk has never heard of such a sect in the world, but it sounds rather Zen-like. Could it be that Fourth Highness's teacher is from my Buddhist sect? The old monk said doubtfully. Humph. You old monk. Everything has to be about your Buddhist sect. The spiritual platform is the abode of the human heart, the square inch of earth, the essence of heaven and earth. My Taoist true cultivation, in the square inches of the spiritual platform, deep plowing, in order to purify the metaphysical, to the emptiness and to the quietness. Could it be that Fourth Highness is a disciple of my Tao sect? Emperor Xia was somewhat speechless as he looked at this Buddha Dao. He's just asking if he's heard of the sect. What's with the difference between Buddhism and Taoism? Well, don't argue. I've also asked Lao Si. He said his master was not a Buddha or a Taoist, just a reclusive man of the world. I won't hide it from you, but I have probed privately. Nothing. Emperor Xia gently shook his head. Get to the point. This time, the two of you were invited to the palace precisely for the 12 Jinwu ambassadors who will soon gather in the divine capital, the old Taoist priest said with some hesitation. The 12 Jinwu ambassadors were all hand-picked by His Highness. All of them are highly skilled in martial arts. Most of the sects in the 13 states of Daxia have come under the rule of the Jinwu envoy in the past 2 years. What does His Majesty mean? The Summer Emperor was silent for a moment. It is precisely because the 12 Jinwu ambassadors are all highly skilled in martial arts that I have concerns. Being strong in martial arts also means it's easy to be unruly. The divine capital is not like other places. There are many dignitaries. Most of the 12 Jinwu ambassadors come from the Jianghu. I'm afraid that I'll cause unnecessary trouble when the time comes. With you two plus eunuch Li, the weight of the 3 Grand Masters will more or less make them somewhat restrained. I do. The old monk once again folded his hands. Your Majesty should be overly concerned. With your 4th Highness here, the poor monk believes that the 12 Jinwu ambassadors won't cause any trouble. And it seems that the poor monk has heard that the purpose of this gathering of the 12 town martial envoys is for the demon state? The old monk asked tentatively. The old Taoist priest on the side also pricked up his ears. I'm not really sure. All matters of the Jianghu are under the jurisdiction of the Jinwu division. Everything is Lao Si's intention. Even I can't interfere with anything. Emperor Xia's tone was a bit depressed. The existence of the Jinwu division is supposed to stop people in the Jianghu chivalry with martial arts to violate the prohibition. But when the Jinwu Sea has a strong force, the court also had to look sideways. If not for the fact that the absolute power of the Jinwu division was in the hands of his own son, the Xia Emperor even wanted to take the necessary precautions against the Jinwu Sea. It's not something that crosses a bridge. Rather, it is an essential quality that an emperor possesses. Your Majesty, a dark shadow suddenly appeared in the imperial garden. What is it? The 3 lords, Wei Yang, Shun Monkey, and Su Dog, arrived outside the East City Gate at the same time. Just arrive. The dark guards don't have to report back on everything as long as they don't cause trouble. Emperor Xia said flatly. Your Majesty, they're fighting. Emperor Xia, the Eastern City Gate of God's capital. Lin Fu was holding Lingfrost in his hand and looked at the 3 people exchanging blows in the distance with a helpless expression. Cold State, Xian State, Jiang State. These 3 places are not the same distance to the God's capital. How is it such a coincidence that they arrived together? And it was Bai Xian who started the trouble, saying that he wanted to try Feng Zhang's growth over the past 2 years. There was no chance for Feng Zhang to speak at all. The hand just greets it straight away. Feng Zhang's face darkened right away. The 8th Jinwu envoy Wei Yang had not wanted to pay any attention to the two when he arrived. However, Bai Xian was deliberately affected by the wave and had no choice but to join in. The East City Gate was originally one of the gates with the largest flow of people in God's capital. 3 of the best fighters are fighting here. There had long been a number of people around. The guards at the city gates obviously knew the trio's identities as well. Now it's neither stopping nor not stopping. Lord Lin, think of something. The gatekeeper general knew Lin Fu. Lin Fu had his hand on the hilt of his sword, and had the presence of mind to step forward to stop it. But all 3 of these Jinwu envoys' martial arts skills were not below his own. If you accidentally get caught up in it you can't pull out. Instead, it's more of a hassle. Just when Lin Fu was a bit hesitant, a surprised voice suddenly sounded beside him. Is the God's capital this busy on weekdays? Lin Fu's face instantly changed. Someone was so close and he didn't even notice? Jerking around, he was empty next to him. A dozen feet away, stood a man with an emaciated face. This person looked a bit thin, with a head of ebony hair tied casually behind his head. It was clearly broad daylight, but he was wearing a nightshirt, just not masked. Your Excellency? Lin Fu frowned lightly. Such a time, such an expert, appeared outside the divine capital city. The man shifted his gaze from the 3 people exchanging blows to Lin Fu, then feel around on your body, and he kept muttering, no way, did he forget to bring it? It took a moment before he snapped his head. Remove a token from his back waist. Lin Fu secretly said in his heart that it was true. At the same time, he clasped his hands and said, your humble servant has met Lord Z-Rat. Chapter 101 3 Bodies Transforming Intense Skill. The master of the division didn't lie to me. This stuff also works well in the Middle Kingdom. The thin man saw Lin Fu acting like this, seemed a little happy about it. With that, he put back the token that represented the first Jinwu envoy Z-Mouse. Which Jinwu ambassador are you? Z-Mouse looked at Lin Fu and asked bluntly. My humble position. Lin Fu, Central Plains Sky-ranked Jinwu Wei. Lin Fu clasped his hands together in an unassuming manner. At the same time, His remaining light surveyed this mysterious first Jinwoo envoy. The 12 Jinwoo ambassadors were all personally recruited by the master of the division, except for a few who are notorious in their own right. Most of them sit in a state under the code name of the Zodiac. This first Jinwoo envoy sits in what appears to be Spirit State. The Spirit State definitely ranked among the top in terms of strength among the 13 states of the Great Xia. However, in recent years, the most famous sect in Spirit State was undoubtedly the Star Sect, the sect in which Tianji Pavilion's martial arts rating was 4th. The only top sect in Xia that specializes in Qi Men arts. Rumor has it in the Jianghu that there is a gap between the first 4 positions in the Tianji Pavilion's martial arts evaluation and the back. It was no different from the difference between a top Jianghu master and a great master. This Lord Z Mouse is sitting in Spirit State, so he must have something to offer. Oh, you're not a Jinwoo envoy after all? I can clearly see that you're not that far off from those 3? Z Mouse pointed to the 3 men who were still fighting furiously. Then something else came to mind. Nod lightly. You kid is still smart. Going out to the world is not as good as staying with the master of the division. Ugh, think of me back in the day. Lin Fu immediately interrupted Z Mouse, who seemed to be caught up in his memories. Lord Z Rat, this is not the time to talk about such things. Better stop those 3 lords first, otherwise if there's any mess, it's not easy to explain to the master of the division. Hearing Lin Fu's words, Z Mouse gave an exaggerated shout. Are you kidding me, kid? There are 3 Jinwoo envoys over there. How am I going to stop them alone? Your kid's kung fu isn't bad. Why don't you go yourself? Lin Fu stared at Z Mouse for a moment and scrutinized him, straight to the other side to see some hair before slowly said, then humble servant can go. I'd like to trouble Lord Z Mouse to swat for my humble servant. When he finished, he pulled out Ling Frost. The temperature in the air dropped at once. Well, you're not exactly a cute kid. It's me who's going to be tired if you get dragged into this later. The master of the division is really too, knowing that we all don't know each other, and don't say anything about sending someone to welcome them. Z Mouse rubbed the back of his head and walked towards the Baixian trio on his own. Lin Fu put away his sword and sheathed it. Perhaps the master of the division wants the lords to get acquainted themselves first. After saying that, he looked at the Subrat curiously. He also wanted to know what made this first Jinwoo envoy stop the 3 people who were fighting furiously. Baixian, Feng Zhang, and the God of Capture were originally top-notch experts. In the past 2 years, after obtaining the Ice Extreme Pill, his martial arts skills have even improved by leaps and bounds. It was that in front of a great master, one would not be powerless. 3 of you, how about stopping the fight for now? Z Mouse slowly walked towards the 3, his voice soft, but it was like thunder in the ears of the 3. The 3 people's bodies shook at the same time, and they all stared at Xiang Z Mouse with scornful eyes. Zimrut, meet 3 of your peers. In a matter of moments, Z Mouse's figure shifted slightly, as if it were a phantom superimposed. All of a sudden, they transformed into 3 shadows, each following their own path, leisurely striding towards Baixian, Feng Zhang and the God of Capture. His demeanor was calm and relaxed, as if he were walking idly. Between raising his hands and throwing his feet, he turned the field of strength formed by the 3 people earlier into nothing. It's not that I want to fight, but this madman is too difficult. Feng Zhang looked at the Z Mouse in front of him, and the light in his eyes flickered. That doesn't look like stumping. And what are the other 2? I was just passing by and got involved. The god of trapping should be about 50 years old, a knife in his hand and a sword at his waist. The previous sparring session had only used the sword technique, and obviously had not exerted all his strength. Looking at 2 such well-spoken cohorts, the Subrat laughed softly. First Jinwoo envoy, then your martial arts shouldn't be weak. Baixian looked Z Rat up and down. It's still coming together. Martial idiot Baixian, I've heard of your name. Now among us, it would be considered the oldest 9, wouldn't it? That, old 9, can we stop first? Zimao similarly looked at Baixian and laughed somewhat embarrassedly. Hey, that number isn't a ranking between us. Since that's what you think, then let me test the accomplishments of the first Jinwoo envoy. Dawn, Baixian let out a low cry, and as he waved his hands, there were countless cloud shadows that surrounded him. Streaming clouds scattering hands. The corners of Z Mouse's mouth smiled as he recognized this martial art at first glance. Standing still without the slightest movement, Baixian's movements were extremely fast, his palms instantly in the air, and an invisible air current instantly filled the air. Z Mouse only felt a flash of light, as if he was in a sea of tumbling clouds. The surrounding space was affected by this force and lost its original sense of direction. After all, the other party is the Jinwoo envoy who has taken the name of Z-Rat. Baixian didn't have any underestimation either. Boom! There was a loud bang. Baixian's palm power clashed directly with Z Mouse's protective astral aura. However, at this moment, the palm power dispersed in all directions like streaming clouds. Avoiding the frontal defense against Z-Rat, it poured into its body from all directions. A look of dismay appeared on Z-Rat's face. Somewhat incredulously, he looked at his body, then it exploded with a bang. Bai Xian froze in place and gulped. I didn't kill him. Eyes fluttered, glancing around. It's just a sparring match. Why is this first Jinwu envoy so unforgiving? It's over. It's over. Cold sweat suddenly dripped from Bai Xian's brain. That is, until he saw an intact Subrat standing in front of Fengjiang and the god of prey respectively. What kind of martial arts are you doing? Bai Xian blinked. He was absolutely certain that what just stood before him was the entity. It was impossible to fake that majestic body shielding astral energy. The other two Subrats' bodies suddenly turned into a light smoke, then quickly fused into one. The people surrounding the onlookers looked as if they had seen a ghost in the middle of the day. Excuse me. I've only just cultivated this 3 bodies in transforming intense skill for a short while. It's not quite pure yet. I'm sorry to see you laugh. The Subrat arched his hand in all directions. The 3 bodies transformation technique? Bai Xian, Fengjiang, and the trapper god frowned at the same time. With their experience they had never heard of this martial art. This first Jinwu envoy had no intention of making a move with Bai Xian just now, completely unable to feel out this person's bottom line. Don't embarrass yourself here. Go into town. The master of the division is waiting. Transmitting sound into secrets? All 4 froze at the same time. Eyes quickly scanned the crowd, until you see the back of the crowd of people. A swordsman wearing a bucket hat glanced at them. Then without hesitation, he headed towards the city. The hat was made of deep bamboo, with a few strands of thin bamboo silk hanging gently from the edge, swaying gently with the wind. Underneath the bucket hat was a well-defined, cold and resolute face. Which one is this? Including Z Mouse. Several Jinwu envoys simultaneously ventured this thought. Chapter 102 Gathering in the Divine Capital. Tough luck. Eunuchly, please also go back and report to father. This palace has a clear idea in mind. Inside the study, Shama sat in front of the case, his expression focused, his eyes not slanting, holding a wolf hair in his hand, lightly dipping it in thick ink. He seems to want to wield the brush and splash the ink, while his mind wanders to 10,000 refuges, bamboo shadows outside the window, the breeze, sending a ray of cool. The room adds a few points of indifference and tranquility. Old slaves don't work hard. The 12 Jinwu ambassadors entering the capital is really a matter of great importance. I don't know how many pairs of eyes are staring at the court in the jungle. His Majesty is also compelled to inquire. His Majesty explained on the way here, if there is any need. The old slave as well as those 2 from the White Cloud Temple and the Lotus Temple are at the disposal of the 4th Highness at all times. Eunuchly held a duster in his hand and served at the side, with a dignified posture and a humble look on his face. The palace knows. Summers nodded gently. The old slave retires. Eunuchly bowed deeply to Xia Mo with a very respectful salute. Then he slowly retreated, with a steady pace, showing the composure and decency of an old servant in the palace. When he reached the threshold and turned around, he saw a white-robed beauty lightly opening the vermilion door. Eunuchly, take your time. The white-clothed beauty smiled faintly, and between her eyes, she made a gesture of invitation. Thank you, Lord Serpent. Eunuchly glanced at the white-clothed beauty, then walked out. Really? These guys really don't let the palace worry about them. Still, you're good. Shamer stretched gently. The white-clothed beauty was none other than Jingshu. After coming out of the ice domain 2 years ago, he followed Shamer back to the divine capital. With the power of the ice extreme pill and the 100 years ice silkworm, it took half a year to have broken through that barrier, became a grand master. Amines was no better than the spectral poison emperor back then, so finally decided to go to Muzhou. Miao State is characterized by high mountains and steep hills, so there are few cities and towns, and most of them live in the form of mountain fortresses. The mountains were filled with poisonous miasma, comparable to the much larger 10,000 Poison Ridge. Muzhou was a place in Daxia that was notorious for its abundance of compote masters and poison masters. Among the 12 Jinwu envoys, only Jing Shu, who was also a great master and a great expert in using poison, could suppress the forces in this place. It's just that the process and the outcome are not so easy as all. If the master of the division wants them to be honest, an order will go down, and it is to be feared that they will not dare to disobey it. Honestly, it was the concubine who knew that the 12 Jinwu ambassadors were to be summoned this time. Curious about these colleagues too. Shizuku smiled faintly. There was undoubtedly a touch more fireworks than back then in the 10,000 Poison Ridge. The Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion and the Golden Pupil Night Shadow Spider stayed on her shoulders left and right. When he first took in the Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion it was only on a whim. With Xiamo's current strength, the Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion wasn't very helpful. Following Jingshu, a poison expert, was significantly better for the growth of the Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion. That was why when Jingshu traveled to Muzhou, Xiamo gave her the Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion. The Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion was not repulsed by this new master. Speak as if the palace is deliberately making you fight. Since they're all so curious, let's get acquainted. Shamer rose from his chair. Jingshu smiled gently. Then followed Shamer out. The Jinwusi government office, with its vast atrium and winding paths, is unusually tightly guarded today. Inside the court passages, crisscrossing, within 3 steps, there will be sentries standing. 5 steps away, I'm sure to see the guards standing. The Zenweiwai's armor was sharp, and his eyes were not slanted. The 2 Earth-grade Jinwu guards who had escorted the Thousand Faces thief Saint Lu Qianchang in the first place also had to stop at the outer courtyard at this moment. In the outer courtyard, the pines and cypresses are verdant, and the stone paths are quiet, but the shadow of the Zenweiwai's body can be seen everywhere, or hidden under the shade of a tree, or standing between the porches. All of them were glaring and alert. Although the 2 of them were Earth-level Jinwuwei, they also felt heavy pressure at this moment. After all, these were the elites of the Central Plains Jinwu division in front of them. Every one of them is a first-class good fighter when placed in the Jianghu. In the middle of the inner courtyard, there were about 20 to 30 figures, either standing or walking in a staggered manner. There are those who are alone and those who meditate. Ji Chushue's posture was exquisite, independent of the side of the east wing, with a precious sword on her waist and a volume of ancient books in her hand. Lin Fu stood with his hands on the top of the atrium wigwam, gazing at the sky from afar with a grave expression. Yu Hao and several people were sitting around under the western pavilion, laughing loudly, playing with a jade pendant, lightly hitting the tabletop from time to time, with a bright rhythm. Meng Liang strolled in the south garden in the flower path, surrounded by flowers, but he did not seem to realize, as if in search of something. Zhu Yan stood under the north corridor, whispering with his fellow robes on the side, his eyebrows heroic. Almost all of the sky-ranked Jinwu guards of the Central Plains were gathered here at this moment. It's not as formal as the outside Zenweiwai, though, but 1 by 2, no matter what they were doing, their eyes couldn't help but glance toward the council chamber. Had 12 Jinwu envoys, we finally see a living person today. Shu, keep your voice down so the adults inside don't hear you. What's wrong with hearing it? I've long wanted to learn the martial arts skills of the Jinwu ambassadors. Forget about you, kid. You'll have to go through 2 moves with me at most. If you want to challenge the Jinwu envoy, Miss Ji and Brother Lin and the others are more like it. Oomph, my 1,000 heavy hands will never be weaker than a human being's if it comes to full fruition. Ha 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 ha, let's wait until you're a great success then. That said, are all 12 Jinwu ambassadors here? Aside from the 6th Jinwu ambassador, Lord Sea Snake, the other 11 lords have already arrived. All here? Why is it so quiet? As the group of sky-ranked Jinwu guards chatted idly, Xia Emo and Jingshu also arrived at the inner courtyard. Master of the division, Master of the division. The heaven-grade Jinwu guards in the courtyard saluted. Shamer gently waved his hand, somewhat amused. He looked at the closed doors of the council chamber. Let's go. If we don't get in there, some of the guys won't last much longer. After saying that, he directly walked towards the council hall. Jingshu seemed to sense something as well, and shook her head helplessly. Following closely, the door suddenly opened, creaking sound, and then a cold air. If the cold tide suddenly arrived, from the council hall surging out. The sound was like a hidden thunderclap, shocking the hearts of the people. Xia Emo looked calm, as if he did not feel the slightest difference. His clothes did not move, and he steadily stepped on the threshold and entered. Jingshu's eyes narrowed, her delicate fingers moved slightly, and an invisible true chi condensed all of a sudden, turning into a light shadow shield. He blocked this horrifying airwave from the outside and followed closely behind. Stepping into the hall, that powerful chi was like the passage of a gale, sweeping through every corner of the inner courtyard, and wherever it went, the grass and trees swayed and dust flew up. In addition to Ji Chushue and Lin Fu and a handful of other Tian-level Jinwu guards who have deep internal strength, they are fully capable of hardening themselves against this gas. The face was stony, but it stood. The rest of the crowd, either in shock or fear, their faces as pale as paper, were forced to retreat by this sudden momentum. Some people retreated a few steps, and some even staggered more than 10 steps away before they could stabilize themselves. Everyone looked at the council hall with horrified gazes. It's not quiet. It's clearly a fight that's been going on for a long time. Xia Emo and Jingshu entered the council hall, and the doors quietly closed themselves as if they were aided by ghosts and gods. There are 6 chairs on each side of the hall, and the chairs are well arranged, in the right column, but the 3rd chair hanging empty, the rest of the shadow of the people, each according to their position. The atmosphere in the hall was unusually heavy, and the air pressure was 10,000 pounds heavy, causing palpitations. If the internal strength is a little weak, in this, I am afraid that the blood will be immediately chilled. Body trauma and do not know. All the people are different in form and spirit. All feel this invisible pressure, and secretly exercise their internal breath to resist it. It's all here. Great. Shamer didn't seem to feel the heavy pressure of the air at all. Calmly to the throne above the 12 chairs and sat down. Most of the gazes in the hall at the moment fell on Jingshu in the doorway. Jingshu used her inner strength to defend herself, her true chi flowing, isolating the heavy chi around her from the outside. The pace is light. To the right column of the third chair, calmly seated, calm. The 12 chairs in the hall have nothing to do with status or strength, simply fall in the order of the zodiac. After not seeing you for many days, Miss Jingshu's inner strength has gotten deeper and deeper. The middle-aged man in the 6th chair on the right spoke softly. The man had previously kept his eyes closed. Next to it was a halberd that looked like it was made of cold ice. Shizuku nodded gently. Swordsman Liu. The people in the hall listened to the conversation between the two, revealing various looks. Ha. Cold gun northern sex Liu Rinchen. Really powerful. Under the collision of the true chi of the 12 of us, one can still speak so calmly. It seems that so-called Tianji Pavilion martial assessment really does have some gold content. The figure in the second chair from the left suddenly spoke. The eyes of the crowd fell on this man. It was a somewhat svelte young man, an exquisite brocade robe, light in color, with azure as its base. The face was clean and clear, and a bookish air was revealed between his eyebrows. It's quite a good look. Third Jinwu envoy Inhu, you're not so bad. Liu Rinchen gave the young man a deep look, speaking very sincerely. Ha. You stinky men can be a real pain in the ass, even our wise and honorable lord of the division. Just now, this sister sea snake has similarly ignored the field of our interaction. How come none of them complimented her? The exaggerated gaze of the Jinwu envoy on the 5th chair on the right side swept over all of them one by one. A tight, powerful suit in a fiery red color, the material of which was light but tough. The blouse covers only the chest and is embroidered with flames in gold silk thread. The hemline was extremely short, revealing white legs with a pair of special flaming red soft boots. The tops of the boots were studded with tiny jewels, and at this point both legs were crossed in the chair. Each step shimmers seductively. Long hair like a waterfall, without complicated hair ornaments. Only a red ribbon randomly bundled in the back of the head, adding a few points of unruly and enchanting. The Tension Wu envoy UG. Compared to that, some people are far worse. It's really taking up the name of our 12 Jinwu envoys for nothing. Not as good as that little guy out there with the sword. The Yukai idly toyed with a short, fiery red blade. Bai Xian and Feng Zhang glared at her. Only the two were a little red in the face at the moment. It was as if he couldn't speak at all under the heavy air pressure. Compared to them, the god of capture sitting in the 4th chair on the right was relatively much more subdued. Only the trapper god's attention at the moment was completely drawn to the swordsman wearing a bucket hat across from him. This guy is really a Jinwu envoy as well. 7th Town Councillor Noonhorse. Nunuma sat in his chair, his form frozen in place, his sword bursting forth, clanking like the clashing of stone and metal. The sword was not yet sheathed, but the sword intent had already resounded in the 9 heavens. All the pressure surging towards him was all chopped clean off. Amat Ba. I didn't expect that the Sun Patriarch of the 2 sects and 7 clans in the demon state would defect to the imperial court, and became the Tension Wu envoy. The monk sitting in the 1st chair on the right looked at the Yukai curiously. The drunken monks of the Brahma Pure Land do not also covet worldly glory and wealth. Become the 2nd Jinwu envoy? It seems that the ugly bull's name has been rising in the western state for a long time before this patriarch's, doesn't it? The Yukai carefully worked his nails with his short blade as he did so, while unceremoniously shortchanging the ugly cow. Brahma Pure Land? The Sun sect? The Jinwu envoys who knew about these 2 sects had sideways glances. Even the catcher's attention was taken away from Numa. One was the Buddhist Holy Land in the western state, while the other was a great sect of the Devil Tao in the Devil State. Decades ago, these 2 sects seem to have had a feud. It's no wonder that the UG and the Ugly Ox have some trouble with each other. Well, we're all divided into peers, so let's not even talk about it. Can't you see that the master of the division is watching everyone's jokes? A voice suddenly rang out, warm and gentle as the sunshine, sheepish, like the forest breeze brushing through the tender leaves. 2nd chair on the right, clothed in a light and elegant dress, lightly veiled and dancing, a plain-colored skirt embroidered with light orchids, swaying gently with the wind. The skirt is floor-length, but cleverly designed with a slit a few inches above the knee, revealing a pair of long, slender legs. The skin is snowy, with smooth lines, like a bamboo shadow under the moon, clear and beautiful. The woman's hair was pulled up in a high bun, and a few strands of green silk fell over her shoulders, adding a little more softness. What was even more surprising was that the color of this woman's eyes was not the usual pitch black of the world, and has a rare pair of red eyes. The 4th Town Marshal, the Rabbit. You ******* Ore is right. How can you be so rude in front of the master of the division? 3rd chair on the left, an aged man said in a deep voice. With that, he blasted out with a palm without the slightest hesitation. Roar! In an instant, a deafening dragon roar echoed through the hall. The voice penetrated the boundaries of the air with an ancient aura, and a subtle ripple rippled through the air. Immediately afterward, a transparent dragon-shaped true chi appeared out of thin air, snaking and hovering over the hall. It was formless and intangible, but exceptionally clear and recognizable. Wherever the dragon-shaped True Chi passed, the dust in the hall was removed and debris flew. Within the field, all distractions in bloom were swept away. Grand Master. All the Jinwu envoys stared at the old man. 5th Jinwu Envoy Qianlong. This was the only Grand Master currently exposed besides the 12th Jinwu Envoy. Ohio Pig. Gazes were exchanged with searching implications. Among these 12, how many other Grand Masters are there? Elder Long. I wonder when your old man became a Grand Master. Tianji Pavilion is really getting worse by the year as well. With your old man's kung fu. It's surprising that you didn't make it onto the martial assessment. The Yuji's eyes flickered as he stared at Cinnabar Dragon and couldn't stop sizing him up. Qianlong said unconcernedly, "It's been less than a year since I broke through to Grand Master. Having never revealed his kung fu before, it's impossible for Tianji Pavilion to be unforeseen even if it's more powerful, right?" With a twinkle in his eye, Yuji asked wryly, "What was Master Long's kung fu just now? I've never heard of your old man being good at palmistry." "Humph, the Devil's Maidens just have a lot of heart. It wouldn't hurt to tell you. I am indebted to the dragon subduing 18 palms passed down by the master of the division, which has broken through the shackles of many years." Chapter 103, Your Majesty, you have committed a crime. The dragon's 18 palms? The Zhenwu ambassadors looked different. This was the first time they had all heard of this martial art. Who is this Master Long? The ancestor of the dragon family. The number one family in the eastern state. 30 years ago was a famous half-step grandmaster in the Jianghu. I don't know for what reason. It's amazing how hard it is to be stuck at this step for 30 years. This old man's obsession with the Grand Master was on the verge of going off the deep end. Now that he has gotten what he wanted, he must be loyal to the Jinwu Sea. The Zhenwu ambassadors who knew something about this Elder Long had revealed meaningful expressions. Martial arts were prevalent in the eastern state, and this old man was no good for nothing. Xia Mo had completely let the Jinwu ambassadors communicate with each other from just now. In the span of 2 years, the system issued 4 sign-on missions. Dragonfall 18 Palms is one of them. That signing took place at none other than the Long family shrine. After seeing the power of the dragon subduing 18 palms, this elder dragon was astonished. The latter is logical. Elder Long joined the Jinwu division, and the first family in the eastern state was used by the court. The Long family's popularity was instantly unrivaled. Coupled with the full assistance of the Eastern Prefecture Governor, the Dongzhou Jinwu division is growing unusually fast. In less than half a year, all of the martial arts sects in the eastern state had accepted the Jinwu book, at least on the surface. Master of the division, you are also too biased. My subordinate begged for a long time, but you didn't pass the heavenly mountain plum breaking hand to me. Otherwise, my subordinate wouldn't have made such a big fool of himself today. Bai Xian took a few deep breaths, then looked at Xia Mo and said somewhat depressed, "Just now, the 12 Jinwu envoys exchanged hands across the air. He and Feng Zhang could be said to have lost face. Well, it's a good thing Feng Zhang was there to pat it out. Otherwise, his hallowed martial idiot would really have no words to see the fathers and mothers of the cold state." Feng Zhang's face wasn't much better. Hands gripped tightly on the arms of the chair. The speed at which the Jianghu sects in Xianzhou accepted the Jinwu book was still above that of Dongzhou. Among the 13 states of Daxia, it is second only to the Central Plains Jinwu division. He also thought for a time that he was in good command. Now that I think about it, how naive it was. The reason why the Jianghu sects in Xianzhou would fully cooperate with him, totally for the sake of the master of the division. Bijou Sword Mansion, 9 Palace Cult, Heavenly Crane Palace, Vajra Temple. There was also the Dark Night Hall and Evil Spirit Valley that were blocked in their lair behind them. Look at these Jinwu envoys in front of you. The Jianghu is ultimately a place where strength speaks for itself. The Jinwu division, which has entered the jungle, is no exception. There. Stop complaining. Going to the cold state for so long, no growth at all. If it weren't for the ice extreme pill that this palace sent you, I'm afraid it would be difficult for you to even sit here today. Summer said nonchalantly. Master of the division, I am not like your fellow officers with a large family. It's either the first family or a great sect of the jungle. Even this 100 Days dog guy has the original Jinyui's manpower. I went to the cold state penniless in the first place. It's not easy to keep up with all of you. Bai Xian skimmed his lips. Are you complaining to the palace? He. Dare not. Dare not. It's an honor for my subordinate to work for our Jinwu division. Looking at Xia Mo's gaze, Bai Xian hurriedly retracted the words that were about to come out of his mouth. There. The palace knows it's been a hard year or two for everyone, especially some of my colleagues, in order to complete the Jinwu division's control of the Jianghu as soon as possible. Even at the expense of families and sects, it can be considered a labor of love. Currently, in the 13 states of the Grand Xia, almost all of them have accepted the Jinwu book, except for a few stubborn forces, some gutter rats. Nothing to fear. Shamer's eyes turned stern as he spoke. But there is another place that openly kills court officials and provokes the court. The power of the Jinwu division has not been able to penetrate it. Even the town guards there can only keep a low profile, because once you reveal your identity, it's hard to see the sun the next day. What do you all think should happen? As Xiaomo's words fell, the gazes of the crowd coincidentally focused on the 10th Jinwu envoy Yuji's body. There is only one such place in Daxia today. Magic State. Hey, what are you guys looking at me for? That's a magic state. Although this girl has defected to the court, there are still many old codgers within the clan. I was thinking of slowly nibbling away, but who knew you guys would move so fast? No, if this girl wasn't in the demon state, her movements would definitely be faster than yours. The yokai's pair of white jade legs were lowered from the chair, looking at the many Jinwu envoys' searching gazes, somewhat unconvincingly. To say that the 10th Jinwu envoy has no way to suppress the demon state, this is something this official believes, but not even a single sun palace is fully in hand. That's a bit of a stretch, isn't it? After all, none of those three great masters from the demon state came from the Sun Palace. With the ability of the 10th Jinwu envoy, is there any resistance? Hear the voice next to you. The yokai's face sank, snapping back. The short red blade in his hand sparked in the air. Scrap dog, do you have something against your aunt? Just like you, Auntie will keep you alive for no more than 3 days in the demon state. You. Feng Zheng looked at the Yuji who looked like he was about to make a move and was shocked and angry. He was still self-aware, as the existence of the bottom of the 12 Jinwu envoys. Using martial arts to communicate with these guys is going to be a big loss. But this is in the Divine Capital Jinwu Division office. How can the Chief Secretary be so violent in front of us, when we are all officials of the 3rd grade? Could it be that the old man in the Heiyaochen Palace is still alive? The ugly cow suddenly spoke up at this moment. Heiyaochen Palace? Shamer looked curiously at the ugly cow. After the 12 Jinwu ambassadors took their positions, how exactly did they develop in their respective territories? Shamer didn't intervene too much, only when there is a difficult problem that really can't be solved. It was the Jinwu ambassador who took the initiative to ask for his help. In those 2 years, he struck no more than 3 times in total, so not much is known about the Sun Palace specifically. And ever since the Jinwu division started suppressing the Jianghu forces, the 2 sects and 7 clans of the Devil State then had a tacit understanding. It is possible to be unanimous on the issue of the Jinwu division, almost recreating the grandeur of the Devil's Gate from 1,000 years ago. Humph, I want you to talk more. The Yukai glared hard at the ugly cow. Master of the division. The Heiyaochen Palace is where my Sun Palace's successive generations of palace guards have been located. If there is no special matter, even I, the palace master, have no way to enter without authorization. The palace guard? Shamer looked to Yuji, signaling her to continue. There are similarities between the 2 factions and the 7 clans. If there is ever a day when there is a danger of extinction, the palace guardian exists to protect the sect's heritage. That old thing in the Heiyaochen Palace is called Yang Yinzi and is still my senior uncle. To put it mildly, is it a Grand Master? Shamer asked directly. I'm not sure, but there's a rumor circulating among the higher echelons of the 7 sects of our 2 factions. That is, every family similar to the Palace Guardian's underbelly can be treated as a Grand Master. The Yukai was especially serious when he said this. Everyone could sense that she wasn't an alarmist. That is to say, apart from those 3 Grand Masters on the explicit Tianji Pavilion martial assessment, there are at least 9 more Grand Masters to consider going in. Are you kidding me? 12 Great Masters. What power in the world can resist? If they really have such strength, why have the 2 sects and 7 clans been cowering in the demon state for so many years? Elder Long said in a deep voice. He wasted half his life in the realm of a half-step Great Master. Today, when he heard that there were actually 12 Great Masters in the demon state, how could this be acceptable to him? That's right, the 12 Great Sect Masters, before the Jinwu division developed, were enough to sweep all the forces of the Great Xia. With the nature of those guys from the demon state, they were able to hold back until now? 3rd Jinwu envoy who was likewise a bit surprised. What are you guys talking to yourselves about? This girl just said that they can be treated as Great Masters. When did it say they were Archons? I'm not sure about the underpinnings of the other several factions, but that old guy from the Sun Yaochen Palace. One must resort to a special secret medicine from my Sun Palace in order to briefly raise one's inner strength to the level of a Grand Master. Once the drug wears off, it's weak for quite a while. Can everyone use this secret medicine? Shizuku suddenly opened her mouth and asked. There were quite a few people among the Jinwu ambassadors whose eyes lit up. The Yukai gave Gingshu a deep look, knowing that the relationship between this 6th Jinwu envoy and the division master was not the same like. Naturally not. This secret medicine only works on those who cultivate my Sun Palace's martial arts. If an ordinary person ate it, their internal organs would be burned immediately. So it is. Shizuku nodded gently. Thinking about it, if it were really that convenient, I'm afraid that the Sun Palace would have long ago unified the Devil's Sect. Master of the division. Are we going to make a move against the demon state? Z Mouse, who was sitting in the first chair on the left, suddenly spoke up. This first Jinwu envoy spoke for the first time today. Not bad. The demon state is really too special. This place must be firmly in the hands of the imperial court before it can be done. Gentlemen, any questions? The 12 Jinwu ambassadors respectfully bowed their heads. Your will is above all else. Look at the 12 men in front of you. Shamer revealed a satisfied smile. These are all Jinwu ambassadors that he personally selected. Each one of them can stand alone. The 2 factions and 7 clans are extremely deeply rooted in the demon state. So once we make our move, we absolutely cannot give them the slightest chance to react. Otherwise, once they encourage the people of the demon state to riot, that's quite a problem for the court. Xiaomo looked at the 12 Jinwu envoys and said in a deep voice, which is far more than just the people. Most of the army of the Devil State is also controlled in the hands of the 2 factions and the 7 clans. In the past, the Devil State could almost be said to be the state within a state of the Great Xia. Now that the court is in a position to do so, it certainly will not allow this situation to continue. The 12 Jinwu envoys nodded their heads. With the exception of Feng Zhang and the God of Capture, these guys used to think about things without considering this. Now that he has been recruited by the court, he is a bit more worried about the country. Nice. If we make a move against the 7 sects of the 2 factions, we must use thunderous means. These devil cubs are no good. Elder Long stroked his beard in approval. It looks like Elder Long has become much bolder after becoming a Grand Master. When the one from the Blood Temple passed through the Eastern State, I heard that the old master didn't even dare to meet him? Ho ho ho. A flirtatious laugh rang out. Elder Long's face instantly sank. Little girl with shark teeth. The old man was merely in seclusion at the time. If that fellow dares to appear in front of the old man, he will definitely be taken down. Yuji ignored Elder Long. Instead, he turned his gaze to Shamer, master of the division. Although the disciples of the sacred sect are forthright, not every one of them is a person of 10 evils. What I mean is that the main thing is still to recruit. Of course, if you meet a stubborn person, it's not too late to kill again. Shamer nodded slightly in agreement. If the 7 sects of the 2 factions know what to do, then naturally it would be the best. The Evil Spirit Valley in Xianzhou, the Dark Pavilion in the southern state. There is no such thing as righteousness and devilry in the eyes of the imperial court, as long as they accept the management of the Jinwu division. These sects are no different from before. Yes, the 12 Jinwu envoys stood up at the same time and arched their hands and clasped their fists. But, Shamer's words changed. The 2 factions and 7 clans of the underworld Dao have the audacity to collude with the nobles of the dynasty and plot against them. This palace is bound to uproot it. Yuji smiled and said, my subordinate has also been looking at that old thing from the underworld Dao for a long time. If the master wants to destroy the underworld Dao, my subordinate is willing to serve. Shamer gave her a soft look. Since you've volunteered so much, you'll be the one to deliver the holy decree this time. A holy decree? The Yukai looked at Shamer in dismay. The other Jinwu envoys looked thoughtful. Ning King's mansion. In the center hall, a middle-aged man wearing a white 4-clawed python robe had his hands behind his back, looking anxious and walking hurriedly, pacing back and forth in the hall. Non-royal families of the Dasha dynasty cannot be crowned kings. Nowadays, all the emperors, including the late crown prince, did not have a single king. This king of Ning is the elder brother of the Xia emperor, the son of the late emperor, Summer's uncle's generation. Your Majesty, all around the royal residence, it has been surrounded by the Jinwu Wei. A black-clothed swordsman looked terrified and hurriedly stepped in from outside. King Ning's color suddenly changed in anger, slapping one hand on the table and saying sternly, how dare you? As a prince, this king is in a position of great authority. Even the sovereign's office would not dare to speak lightly of besieging my residence. When did the Jinwu division have the right to govern the rivers and lakes? Is it a rebellion? Quickly go and gather the guards of the house and follow this king out of the house. This king would like to see what these maniacs are capable of. Daring to act recklessly in front of this king. As soon as he finished speaking, he pushed the black-clothed swordsman away and walked out. Just then, a flirtatious laugh rang out. Why is His Majesty so shaken? The Zenwei dared to surround His Majesty's residence, naturally with His Majesty's decree. Isn't it clear what the king himself has done? King Ning's face changed and he snapped out. Nonsense! This king has a strong bond with his royal brother. How can he allow you and other villains to stir up trouble? A red figure fell from the sky and landed in the courtyard. The Yukai was holding a roll of golden holy orders. Smilingly, he looked at King Ning. Your Majesty, stop struggling. You're in trouble. Or, Vice Taoist of the Underworld Dao? Chapter 104, Secret Passage. What Underworld Dao Vice Taoist? What nonsense! The king doesn't know what you're talking about? Who the hell are you that you dare to falsely pass on an imperial decree? Don't you know that this is a crime of executing 9 clans? King Ning's face was grim as he looked at the smiling Yuji. Without realizing it, he made a wink towards the black-clad swordsman beside him. Tenshinwu Envoy UG. Meet your majesty, your highness, this is the divine capital, at the foot of the Son of Heaven, where the Jinwu Envoy is headquartered. Who has the guts to fake an imperial decree? The king might as well tie his hands and save this envoy the trouble, though the king has committed some great crimes, but his majesty is merciful today, and with his majesty's royal kinship, I'm sure he will be able to leave a life behind. If the king is recalcitrant, this envoy can't guarantee that he will not hurt the king in a while. The Yukai took the imperial decree and didn't read it at all. There was a polite smile on his face the whole time, and a curious glint in his eye. The vice-temple master of the underworld Dao, historically mysterious, had many rumors in the demon state. It was said that the underworld Dao had developed rapidly over the years without the factor of this vice-hall master. She had also sent someone to scout for news of the vice-temple master of the underworld, but there was always nothing. I didn't expect it to be one of the princes of Daxia. Humph, Yujin Wuxi are really bold. It seems that this king did the right thing in opposing the establishment of the Jinwu division back then. In the past 2 years, relying on a little slight merit in his hands, he has been arrogant and domineering, and the civil and military officials have suffered greatly. How dare you press this trumped-up charge on this king today? This king will definitely report you in front of the imperial court. Get out of the way. This king will go into the palace to meet his royal brother. King Ning waved his hand. Dozens of guards instantly flashed into existence in the courtyard. These guards of His Majesty have extraordinary hands. I don't believe that the king would dare to enter the palace at this hour. Could it be that you want to gather the group of black riders hiding in the Backing Valley? Yuji faintly glanced at these royal guards and said with some lethargy, "Kill her." King Ning's pupils shrunk as he heard this and said in a cold voice. The black-clad swordsman moved, shadow swept away and the sound disappeared, as fast as the electricity passed, and as fierce as the cold wind invaded the bones. Soundless sword? The Yukai was a little taken aback, holding the holy writ in his hand, without seeing any evasive maneuvers. A sword to the throat. The black-clothed swordsman cold smile Fonchi, eyes in the sharp knot convergence. All of a sudden the eyes light bloomed, but instantly solidified. Between the white collar of the Yuji neck, a scar of a sword, as thin as a swimmer. The blood has not been splashed but the fire has been burned. Yuji slapped his palm at the black-clothed swordsman, and a golden aura gulped between his palms. The black-clothed swordsman was horrified in his heart and hurriedly raised his sword across his chest. Bang! That palm made contact with the sword. The sword was instantly red-hot, and then rapidly melted from the center. The aftermath of the palm continued to blast the black-clothed swordsman, knocking his entire body away like a thrown stone. He traversed several feet of space and finally crashed heavily on top of a fake mountain. The mountains and rocks trembled, and dust rose in all directions, waiting for the dust to settle, only to see the black-clothed swordsman's body twisting and falling to the ground, lifeless. A wisp of black smoke rose from the body. The smell of roasting was in the air. The Sun Will reincarnation technique. You're the one from the Sun Palace. King Ning looked at Yuji in surprise, his eyes filled with disbelief. I didn't expect this generation's Sun Palace's palace master to defect to the court. Aren't you afraid of being liquidated by the 2 factions and 7 clans? Or does there is no unity of opinion even within the Palace of the Sun? King Ning's expression had regained its calmness at the moment. There was no sign of the earlier anger at all. It has been less than a year since this ambassador inherited the position of Palace Master of the Sun Palace. Even the heads of several other sects in the demon state have never seen the true face of this envoy. Although your highness is a teacher of the underworld Dao, after all, he has lived in the divine capital for a long time, and he was actually able to recognize this envoy with a single glance. What an eye! King Ning snorted coldly. Do you take this king to be those trashy brothers who don't come out of their doors? The Sun Will reincarnation technique, an unearthly wonder that only successive generations of Sun Palace masters have been able to cultivate. The sun rises and the moon sets. The cycle of the circumference. The cultivator's internal breath is synchronized with the sun, day and night. The cycle is endless. It is rumored to have the ability to reverse the light of day, heal all wounds, and even bring people back to life, as if everything is reborn under the wheel of the sun. Even the guardians of the Sun Yao Chen Palace are not qualified to cultivate this technique, right? Yuji looked at King Ning with his eyes lit up. Your highness knows quite a lot. Ha! King Ning gently waved his hand. Dozens of guards sheathed their swords. This king comes from the royal family, so naturally he's different from the average demon sect member. Senior brother once told this king that the devil sect originally only had 2 sects and 6 factions, and that the Sun Palace was not originally a lineage of the devil sect. It was the Sun Palace ancestor who lost to the demon sect saint ruler 1,000 years ago. That's why this was merged into the demon sect. If it weren't for that great nephew of the kings who intervened across the board, what Shinwu division would be established? This king has some scruples. Otherwise he would have long ago traveled to the demon state in person and paid a visit to the palace master. The yokai's gaze was shallow, staring at the Ning king in detail. It looks like the king's ambition is not small. Even the Jinwu division has only just decided to go after the demon state. I didn't realize that your highness had this in mind long ago. King Ning sketched out a smile. The threat of the jungle is much clearer to this king than my royal brother, but there's no point in talking about it when it's already happened. Palace Master. Although the Sun Palace is not a pure devil sect, it has been rooted in the devil state for 1,000 years. If the Palace Master is willing to help this king to accomplish things, this king can grant the Palace Master the honor and wealth of being under one person and above 10,000 people. Why ruin the Sun Palace's 1,000-year legacy for the sake of a mere third-ranked minor official? King Ning's hands unfolded, and a rare mania appeared on his face. Your highness is not going to deny it? Ha 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 ha. You guys even know about the Backing Valley. Is there any point for me to deny it anymore? It's just a pity that it took this king so many years of hard work to form this black cavalry. I think the one that was sent out to intercept the great nephew revealed itself. I should have known. King Ning shook his head inside. The king's black rider is finished, and he still presumes to recruit this messenger. Could there be other means? I wonder if the king can clear up this messenger's confusion. The Yukai stretched out his delicate fingers and scrutinized them as if he were looking at the most perfect thing in the world. As long as Palace Master can escort this king to the demon state, this king is naturally confident that he will be able to recreate the grandeur of the demon sect under the command of the holy monarch back then. In the end, still wants to utilize the power of the 2 factions and 7 clans. So much for the underworld. Is your majesty sure you can convince the other families? That's a little too whimsical, isn't it? The Yukai gently raised his hand. The Junwuwei who had just rushed into the courtyard all stopped at the door. If it were an unusual moment, this king would naturally not have the entire grasp. But this time, your 12 Jinwu divisions have gathered in the divine capital. Even without this king, I'm afraid the 2 factions and the 7 clans have already reached a tacit agreement, right? It's just that they don't know that the Palace Master, an insider, exists yet. King Ning's tone was becoming more and more relaxed. 2 figures appeared behind him at an unknown time. One was a man carrying a large sword, with a gnarled face and eyes like bronze bells. The other was a strange man with eyes of different colors, one blue and one purple, wearing black robes. Mad Knife Butcher. Evil pupil Can Huang. The 2 of you have been out of sight in the jungle for so many years, so it's defected to King Ning. What? Do you still want to fight this ambassador? Yuji handed the holy decree in his hand to a nearby Zenwei. The short red blade appeared in his hand at some point. Looking at the 2 people behind King Ning, he said in a cold voice, ha 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 ha, Sun Palace Master. I didn't expect it to be such a little. This name is fine to scare others. What's the point of pretending to be a senior in front of your grandpa too? The large knife in the butcher's hand cut through the air and pointed directly at the Yuji. Your Majesty, you go first. Emperor Kan spoke softly to King Ning. King Ning nodded gently. A deep look at the Yukai followed. Without looking back, he walked in the direction of the backyard. Kill! The dozens of guards from the royal residence rushed over with their swords drawn. The Jinwu guards were not idle either, fighting with these royal guards. Strange eyes, don't hold me back. The butcher strides toward the Yukai profound. Every time he landed a foot, the ground trembled and deep pits appeared, just like the foot of a giant beast. Blood aura rose up, coloring half of the sky red and causing heart palpitations. Go to hell! With one slash, the murderous aura condensed into substance, chilling one to the bone. The yokai's face was expressionless, and a huge circle of light floated around his body. The flames within the aperture were blazing, incomparably hot, as if the blazing sun was in the sky, shining brightly, illuminating everything around it to the finest detail. Drink! The butcher roared, his blade elongating and coalescing into a dark red blade shadow. Boom! Although this blade was strong, it ultimately failed to penetrate the aperture formed by the blazing flames. Instead, it erupted with a shocking force the moment it made contact. The pond in the courtyard, which was originally rippling with blue waves, was at this moment as if it had suffered a heavy blow from the sky and earth. Water columns rose up into the sky, turning into a curtain of rain. Then there was a boom and the pond exploded, splashing and making a mess. The wigwam was not spared, and was flattened by this powerful force, with debris bursting out and dust and smoke rolling in. Blood see endless kung fu, thousand soul breaking blade. If the one from the blood temple sees you, I'm afraid it's a luxury for you to be able to die. The circle of light faded and the sound of the yukai came out of the smoke. Humph, big talk. Butcher coldly grunted, and then chopped a knife. The sharp edge of the direction, you chicken like a stream of fire, swept to avoid the front, instantly close to the body. The golden flame between the jade palm was blazing, and in a flash, it had enveloped the butcher's head. If this palm was received, just look at what happened to the black-clothed swordsman earlier. At the critical moment, the blue and purple lawns reflected. Yuji's figure suddenly condensed. The surrounding scenery suddenly changed, plunged into the netherworld abyss, pitch black. The yukai was a bit dismayed that another her appeared before her. The other yukai face hangs a sly smile. Blood and flesh peeled off. Instantly white bones. The true chi within the Yuji's body churned and the flames were reborn, dispelling the darkness around them. With a tap of her toes, her figure stormed back, narrowly avoiding the butcher's knife that was close to her neck. The Yukai looked to Kan Huang in the distance. I see. Is this the famous evil pupil? It's quite interesting. The two of you aren't exactly famous in the jungle. Dying in the hands of this ambassador today is not an insult to you. Yuji's feet slowly leave the ground, ran floating in the air, as if the gods swim in the void. His right hand was raised in the air, a red aura appeared in his palm, and the broken blade appeared in his hand. Inside, there is a blazing fire and light that flows on and on. In a matter of moments, the blade transformed into a giant flame that stretched across the sky. Sun God Blade. Yuji's face was expressionless, as if he were a god in the 9 heavens, looking down on the living world. With a deep cry, the divine sword swung down, and the two of them, Butcher and Kan Huang, suddenly changed in color as they tried their best to use their energy to fight against each other. However, under this amazing knife, all of them appeared to be overrated. In a flash of fire, the two figures were engulfed in flames and instantly turned into nothingness, with only ashes floating in the wind. There was a loud rumbling sound, the earth trembled, and a deep crack spread from the place where the sword fell, like a mote in the sky, bisecting the courtyard and the house. The view from both sides is like a world away. The Yukai falls from the air, eyes scanning around. The royal guards have all been taken down by the Jinwu. Go! Find out the secret passageway to the royal residence and hope it hasn't caved in yet. Yes, in a corner of God's capital, the ugly courtyard is deeply hidden, in which there is an ancient well, which has been dried up for a long time and no one cares about it. A hand poked out from the well, and King Ning leapt out of the well in a single bound, lightly dusting his lapel. King Ning scanned the surrounding area, and finally gazed in the direction of the royal residence. The corner of his mouth hooked up a cold smile. Just wait, the king will be back. King Ning's gaze swept over the withered well that had collapsed. With a palm strike, the withered well completely collapsed, and debris splashed everywhere, quickly blocking the mouth of the well completely. Just as King Ning was about to leave this courtyard, his footsteps suddenly lurched. A melodious zither sound rang out, penetrating the tranquility of the compound. Ning Wang's eyes instantly turned icy cold as he quickly gathered his inner strength. Holding an incoming chi blade in his hand, he squeezed it fiercely, and it dissipated between his fingers. So it's you, the traitor, who still has the guts to appear in front of this king. King Ning turned to look at the courtyard entrance. A woman in a black sarong stood there holding a guqin. Her face was calm, but her eyes revealed a complex emotion. Lu Wuyin has met his majesty. The black sarong woman bowed. It was none other than the Zither demon, Lu Wuyin, one of the 3 absolute fiends of the underworld who had attacked Xia Mo in the martial border town at the beginning. After falling into the hands of Shamer, he gave an account of his Dark Night underworld song. He has been wearing his sins for the past 2 years, and is now one of the heaven-level Jinwu guards of the Central Plains Jinwu Division. She also didn't expect that the most mysterious deputy Dao master in the sect was actually the king of the dynasty. Humph. What? With just one of you, you want to catch this king? A fierce light flashed in King Ning's eyes. Of course she's not the only one. On the courtyard wall, 3 more figures appeared. At the head of the group was a youth wearing the official uniform of a heaven-level Jinwu. It's none other than Yu Ho. The two next to them, a man and a woman, were none other than Meng Liang and Zhu Yan. It looked like it had been waiting here for a long time. The master of the division really does anticipate things like a god, and the king has been plowing through the divine capital for many years. There must be some doorway. Even Lord Yuji was unable to catch you. Yu Hao arched his hand and clasped his fist. By order of the master of the division, the king is invited to the sovereign's palace. King Ning looked at the 4 people who were in a vaguely encircling position. What if the king says no? Then my humble servant can only be offended. Chapter 105, 2 schools and 7 sects. Inside the broken courtyard, the wind swept the leaves, and the air was suddenly heavy and filled with silence and solemnity. King Ning sneered, with just you 4 Jinwu? This king is really underestimated. Do you think this king is one of those pampered losers? Sound like cold ice cracking stone. Shocked, the surrounding air seems to be frozen. The powerful internal force made the 4 Yu Hao not dare to be careless. I'll be the main attacker, and you 3 will strike when you see the chance. The master of the division has ordered that they be taken alive. Yu Hao's clothes bulged in the wind, his eyes like torches, locking onto King Ning, his body draped in faint green light. As the earliest patriarch to join the Jinwu division, his talent wasn't bad, and he had naturally been cultivated accordingly over the past 2 years. Although he was behind brother Lin nowadays, he had always felt that the powerful one was the cold plum reflecting snow sword technique. He himself would not lose to Lin Fu, as long as one continues to make meritorious achievements in the Jinwu division. With the breadth of mind of the division master, he will never begrudge having divine merits bestowed upon him. Meng Liang and Zhu Yan looked at each other. Simultaneous nods. arresting the king of Ning. This kind of errand is neither deep nor shallow. Since Yu Hao is interested in taking the lead, let him go. Moreover, the other party was the vice Taoist master of the underworld Tao, and he still didn't know how good his martial arts were? Both of his martial arts were not suitable for attacking the front. Lu Wuyin gently ingested the ancient zither in midair. If she hadn't been nudged from above, she wouldn't have wanted to face King Ning originally. More than that, he wouldn't fight with Yu Hao about something. Your Majesty, I'm offended. Yu Hao suddenly stormed up and blasted out with a palm. The sound of water roaring, and like the wind of 10,000 ravines and pines, the blue wave vaguely has a mysterious sound surrounded, clear and impassioned. The hearer will not be shocked. By Bo Xianin Pong. King Ning obviously recognized this martial art. Glancing at the other three, he put his palms behind his back, sending up layers of ghostly blue ripples and a chilling aura. Sculpture. However, he saw King Ning's figure spread out, drifting like a ghost as a giant, ghostly blue hand met it toward the Baibo Xianin palm. The blue waves trembled, and the arcane sound weakened, as if it had encountered an insurmountable barrier. Yu Hao bellowed out, urging his inner strength with all his might, and the Xianin stirred once again. However, the huge spectral blue hand was like a hungry ghost devouring the soul, continuously eroding the purity and power of the Baibo Xianin palm. The Baibo gradually dimmed, and the Xianin gradually dissipated. Boom! King Ning slightly retreated half a foot, his posture calm and unhurried. On the contrary, Yu Hao's body staggered and retreated 5 or 6 steps away, his face showing a look of astonishment. The sword's roar rose abruptly, accompanied by the vibrating sound of buzz-buzz, and the air rippled. King Ning's face sank, a fierce look flashed in his eyes, and his hands suddenly turned into claws. He turned around violently. His fingertips condensed dark black chi energy and grabbed directly at the sword that suddenly appeared behind him. Just as his touched the sword, the long sword actually seemed to be alive, and the sword light skyrocketed, accompanied by 2 clear whistles of miso. The long sword split into 2, transforming into 2 streams of light, one on the left and one on the right, stabbing towards King Ning at an incredible speed. These 2 sword lights, one cold and one blazing, reflected on King Ning's stunned face. Meng Liang's figure slowly appeared behind the sword light and was reflected in King Ning's eyes. King Ning reacted almost instantly. The figure weaved in and out of the gaps where the sword lights intertwined, each movement accompanied by a blur and distortion. It was as if there were several Ning Kings appearing at the same time, each of which could be a real body or a phantom. This kind of imaginary and real stance made it difficult for those 2 sword awnings to lock onto the real target, and the strength of the attack was greatly reduced as a result. Soon enough, all of these phantoms disappeared, and King Ning's true form appeared several feet away. Those 2 sword lights dissipated like morning dew. Before King Ning could think much about it, an even stronger sense of crisis slammed in from behind. Like a swift wind sweeping by, King Ning instantly deflected a few feet and managed to avoid that fatal blow. Snort! There was a soft sound, and the back of King Ning's robes was slashed open by a large gash in the sword chi, and a cold wind penetrated, causing his face to be as gloomy as water. The king's body casting is magical. It's impossible to recognize that one is the real one, but His Majesty is a bit too cautious. Otherwise, my illusory sword shouldn't have been so easy to hide from the king. Meng Liang aimed his sword at King Ning. The 2 sword lights that King Ning had avoided just now were all fake. King Ning was in too much of a hurry to avoid it and was hit instead. Unfortunately, King Ning's stance was not bad after all. In the nick of time, he still avoided the real sword. Only the shirt was cut open to a button. King Ning had just stabilized his footing, and the air around him still had the after effects of the previous exchange. Zhu Yan appeared from the shadows. Her fingertips moved slightly, and a concealed weapon with the appearance of a butterfly cut through the air, silently shooting toward King Ning. This butterfly's wings were as thin as cicada wings, with sharp edges that could reflect a ghostly blue and eerie light in the sunlight. The speed is dizzying. Even the Ning King's martial arts experts had closed in almost as soon as they realized it. Just as King Ning was about to be enveloped by this sudden crisis, with his profound internal strength and keen intuition, he stiffly flicked sideways, although avoided a fatal blow, but the sleeve was still by the butterfly weapon of the residual force cut a slit, revealing the inside of the taut protective soft armor. These guys, King Ning was secretly alarmed. He had thought that with his martial arts skills, it would be easy to solve a fusion Wu Wei. I didn't expect 1 or 2 to be this difficult. Clang! A clear sound, like morning dew dripping down cold jade. Lu Wuin's 10 fingers were like the dance of a fluttering butterfly, plucking the strings with speed and precision. There seemed to be invisible ripples rippling through the air, carrying an unspeakable magic. Buzz! The sound of the zither is getting better and better. The sound waves are getting thicker and heavier, just like the dark clouds pressing down on the top of the roof. The sky is really darkening quietly at this moment. The air around them became heavy and oppressive. The wind, too, seemed to have stopped breathing, and an endless crisis was hidden in the silence. Once the Dark Nights of the Underworld is played, it is like opening a gateway to the underworld. An ethereal blue light loomed between the strings, contrasting with the growing darkness around them. A sudden angry cry cut through the harmony of the zither. Asterisk 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 how dare you! King Ning glared angrily at Lu Wuyin, clearly knowing what move she had performed. Just as King Ning was about to run towards Lu Wuyin, his path was suddenly firmly blocked by three figures. Yu Hao's hands had quietly condensed a turquoise wave-like palm force. The palm wind was mixed with subtle sound waves, disturbing the mind. Get the hell out of my way! King Ning blatantly launched his palm. Yu Hao, Mang Liang, and Zhu Yan worked in tandem to pester King Ning to death. Asshole! The surrounding sonic attacks caused Ning Wang to have a splitting headache, and his face grew paler and paler under the endless onslaught of sound waves. Debo Xianyin. Yu Hao let out a low gulp, his figure instantly storming up, his palm carrying the sound of whistling winds and a hidden blue wave of light, slapping at King Ning's chest with unerring precision. Bang! With a muffled sound, accompanied by a mouthful of blood spurting out from King Ning, his body flew backwards like a kite with broken strings, falling heavily to the ground. King Ning's face was even paler, with blood hanging from the corners of his mouth, and he had obviously suffered a considerable amount of injuries. Yu Hao, Mang Liang, and Zhu Yan seemed as if they were not affected by the sound waves around them. They glanced at each other. They were relieved, but also had a deep fear of Lu Wuyin's terrifying zither sound. If it weren't for the interference of this zither, King Ning would never have become so sluggish. Really, thanks to this messenger holding his breath and rushing over here, you guys are pretty good at what you do. The figure of the Yukai appeared on the yard fence at some point, looking at the King of Ning in the end. The tone couldn't help but carry a hint of depression. I didn't realize that the first errand I came to the god's capital was not even done. I should have known that I shouldn't have talked more nonsense with King Ning at that time. Just take it straight down. Who knew that the King of Ning was so decisive that he directly abandoned the royal residence and slipped away? It also destroys the cul-de-sac. Take it away. Viciously glaring at the unwilling King Ning, the Yukai turned and left the yard. Yu Hao directly stepped forward to point several major points on King Ning's body. King Ning's body shook, and he could only stare hard at a few people, then escorted out. The cold forests are pale. The old trees of the mountains are stacked with greenery and frost. Ancient trees are so disjointed that sunlight struggles to penetrate the dense canopy. On both sides are dense thorns and from time to time poking out of the strange stone. Every step needs to be careful. The slightest mistake may fall into the abyss. A silhouette of the tip of the foot lightly pointing to the treetops. Using the force to fly. The sleeves of the clothes with the wind drumming, hunting and ringing. Not only did he avoid the thorns in the forest, but he also made the grass around him tremble slightly without breaking. The birds of the forest rise up in alarm, their feathers fluttering and chirping noisily, fleeing from their perches. The 12 figures followed closely behind, weaving through the forest like shadows, moment to moment with the figure in front to maintain a subtle distance. Seems to be chasing, but also seems to be escorting. The forest for a moment, a few more points of tension and mystery. Farther away, hundreds of figures jumped up and down, shaking the forest branches and leaves. The previous figure didn't take much longer. It landed on the edge of a cliff. The eye traveled through the layers of forest and lingering clouds, looking away. That's the demon state? Town slowly came into view as far as the eye could see. Shamer spoke faintly. There is no need to say what happened to King Ning, even if the Summer Emperor had any regard for brotherly love. The abolition of martial arts and life imprisonment is already an extraordinarily generous favor. After taking down King Ning, he led the 12 Jinwu ambassadors as well as the Jinwu guards that had been transferred from other states directly out of the divine capital. In order to not let the 2 factions and 7 clans of the demon state react, he decided to directly carry out decapitation tactics on the top management of the 7 sects of the 2 factions. Those who go with the flow will prosper and those who go against it will perish. Otherwise, once things get out of hand, with the influence of the 2 factions and 7 clans in the demon state, drumming up the people to revolt and inciting the army to mutiny is definitely done. So he directly abandoned the official road, all the way over the mountains. A few twists and turns spent most of the month, finally came to the magic state. The experts that the Jinwu had recruited over the past 2 years were almost all gathered here. If we can't settle the matter of the Devil State in a short period of time, I'm afraid that the Jinwu divisions in the states of Daxia will be immediately paralyzed. But if we can completely take down the 2 factions and 7 clans, it's all worth it. We came all the way from the divine capital, though we could have caught the 2 factions and 7 clans off guard. But once you step into the boundaries of the demon state, you will be immediately discovered. Yes? Yukai. That's right. The 2 sects and 7 clans are so deeply rooted in the devil state that they've completely become one with the Jianghu as if they were one. Each city has its own scouts in almost every city. No breeze can be hidden from them. If it were not for the fact that my subordinate had just taken over the Sun Palace not long ago and had not appeared before the public. Otherwise it's not really good to get out of the demon state this time. So us trying to focus on taking one down first is probably out of the question. Once the 2 factions and 7 clans discover us, they will gather immediately. And once they are allowed to join forces, the 1,000-year demon sect will reappear. And they will definitely go and open up the hidden treasures left behind by the saint ruler back then. It's going to be really tricky then. Yuji's waist twirls like a willow, fluttering to Xiaomo's side, her eyes flowing, distantly toward the direction of the magic state. The saint? Shamer muttered. The bottom line left behind by the supreme wizard who unified the same demonic sect for 1,000 years. He was a bit of a leap of faith. In the past 2 years, he hadn't gone all out at all. The only time he was slightly more enjoyable was when he went to Shuzhou to help Wuma solve the problems of the Jiang sect. Tianji Pavilion's 5th-ranked martial arts evaluator, realist Lai Yang. That body of pure Yang internal strength actually dared to be able to compare to the fused 9-Yang marriage divine strength. It's a shame to have met Shamer. If it wasn't for the fact that in the end, this old boy decisively admitted defeat, then I'm afraid that there won't be the name of Realm of Liang in the Jianghu anymore. Sky Demon Sect, Black Demon Sect, Sun Palace, Underworld Path, Blood Temple, Een Moon Sect, Ghostly Sect, Wind and Sand Sect, and Pavilion of Ultimate Bliss. You each pick one. Summers pondered for a moment, still speaking, waiting to wipe out the 2 factions and 7 clans in one fell swoop. Can we always find out what the saints have left behind? The Yukai let out a silvery laugh. Most of the disciples of the Sun Palace will follow the orders of their subordinates. Only that old thing from the Heiyao Chen Palace is a disturbing factor. I wonder which of my colleagues would like to sit in the Sun Palace. The Yukai looked to the other were 11 Jinwuji. His eyes lingered on Lu Rinchen and Elder Long for a moment. If these 2 great masters are willing to go, that's the best. But one didn't need to think about it to know that these 2 must be targeting one of those 3 sects that also had great masters. This officer will accompany you on your journey. Trapper walked out. Yuji was a bit surprised, then still laughed, with Wei Yang making a move. I think it must be a sure thing. 7 or 8 heaven-grade Jinwu guards walked behind the duo. Ji Chushue hesitated for a split second, but still followed her master. After a short deliberation, the 12 Jinwusi directly divided the 2 factions and 7 clans. Summers turned around. Now that we have conferred, the soldiers should not delay much. This operation is dangerous, so I'm not going to say anything about all of them being alive or any of that. This realization should have been there from the first day you joined the Jinwu division. Go on. Shamer waved his hand. Whoosh. In an instant, only Jingshu was left alone in the surroundings. Is Master C wanting to go and meet that second in the world? Shizuku's tone was full of certainty. Ha 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 ha, or you know me. It really didn't occur to me that this second in the world, who has dominated the Tianji Pavilion's martial arts evaluation for 3 terms, would be enlisted by the Extreme Bliss Pavilion. I don't have to worry about this, but it's that Inu sex Inu maiden, 8th in the Tianji Pavilion's martial arts evaluation. Sister Shu? Jingshu smiled sweetly with 100 winks. If my concubine dares to pick on the Een Moon sect alone, she naturally has a certain degree of certainty. Plus there are a few Tianji Jinmu guards accompanying them. Master of the division has nothing to worry about. After saying that, he turned around and performed a light power to fly towards the bottom of the cliff. Shamer shook his head gently. The wind passes and the body is hidden, like the morning mist dispersed in the forest, without a trace. Chapter 106 Yang Inzi, the Sun Palace, one of the 7 sects of the 2 sects in the Devil State, is located in the east of the Devil State, and is known as the Sunrise of the East. A stone path, naturally paved by ancient trees, winds and twists, leading one to explore deeper. On both sides of the path, exotic flowers and plants competed for color, undefeated in all seasons, and the air was filled with a light fragrance and aura. Within the mountain gate seemed to be a world of its own, a palace built on a cliff face, shining with a faint golden light. It harmonizes with its surroundings as if it were made in heaven. That's the Hei Yaochen Palace? What on earth did your founding fathers think? Surprisingly, the place where the underpinnings of such sects are located is repaired in such a blatant manner. At the foot of the mountain, the god of capture looked at the palace between the cliffs with some surprise. Who knows what the Grandmaster really thinks? The location of this Sun Yaochen Palace is still above the Sun Palace. None of the successive palace masters have liked it. It would be just as well if I met a good-natured guardian of the palace. Once encountered some ambition. Hey, the Sun Palace this 1,000 years of time. There have been 4 or 5 times of civil unrest caused by the Hei Yaochen Palace. Oh, is there no rebellion that succeeds? Ha ha ha, who knows? Anyway, according to the palace records, in the end it was the Orthodox who won. My lineage may also be the traitor of one of the successful revolts. Lord Yuji, this cliff is so steep and there doesn't seem to be a path around it? Ji Chushue looked up at the Hei Yaochen Palace, a puzzled look in her eyes. This is not the Jinwu division. and our Lord Division Master is not here. Just don't call me Lord UG. This name of our Division Master is really enough. Ugh, forget it. My real name is Shiyu. Miss G, remember? Yes, Lord Shiyu. Ji Chushua nodded gently. Her current martial arts skills had long since fallen below her master, the god of trappers. Sky-level Jinwu guards like her were not as constrained as ordinary Jinwu guards when facing the 12 Jinwu ambassadors, because this Shi Yao Chen palace was never intended to let ordinary people go up. The people who built this palace back then were brought up one by Sun Palace disciples. Were all these people killed by the Sun Palace? Why? Except that when it went up, it really didn't come down either. Very few talented ones worship under the Sun Palace. Most die of old age up there. This ancestor of yours is really domineering. No wonder he was admired by that saint ruler. Hey, you held the short red blade in his hand and turned his head to look at Trapper God and Ji Chushue. Most of the Sun Palace's elder disciples are within my grasp, but these people would never make a move against the palace guardians. The only way to subdue the Sun Palace without bloodshed is to take care of Yang Yinzi first. Otherwise, if this old thing raises his arms, with his prestige, at least a third of the Sun Palace disciples will fall in line. Me, the Sheriff King, and Miss Ji will go directly to the depths of the Sun Yao Chen Palace to catch this guy. The rest of the Jinwu guards are guarding all the key points of the Shi Yao Chen Palace to prevent any leakage of information. Shiyu's tone was slightly more grave. For this operation, she didn't bring a single Sun Palace disciple with her. It's to prevent extraneous matters. The Sun Palace guardian line of 1,000 years of prestige. It is the elders in the palace who have completely fallen to her, and she does not trust them. Can't we recruit? The Trapper God said in a deep voice. This time, of the 2 factions and 7 clans in the Devil's State, only the Sun Palace was the easiest to take down. After all, Shiyu, the palace master, was one of theirs. If we can recruit the palace guardians, it will be a true bloodless battle. Humph, the Sheriff King is really an official body out of the imperial court, and I wonder how troublesome these ancient eating old things in the Jianghu really are. This guy, Yang Yinzi, was an avid admirer of the demon sect saint ruler 1,000 years ago, bent on making the Sun Palace the devil's sect orthodoxy. If you can convince him, great to try. Shiyu's eyes twitched with a look of readiness to watch the show. The Trapper God was silent. Let's go. Don't delay. Shiyu lightly opened her vermilion lips, and a wisp of clear sound came out leisurely. Her figure moved slightly, her feet lightly tapping on the edge of the cliff, instantly transforming into a stream of light that swept straight toward the palace hanging on the cliff. The god of trappers pressed each of his 2 hands on the swords at his waist. His eyes were like electricity, and his figure stormed up, as swift and precise as a cheetah hunting. There was an unspeakable explosive power in the likeness of the Trapper God. Each step across was accompanied by the subtle sound of air being torn apart. Right after Shiyu, each step landed precisely on the best borrowing point. Although Ji Chushua studied under the god of trappers, her lightweight skills seemed to be of a different lineage. The tip of his foot flicked, leaving behind only a faint residual shadow. The 3 swept up to the He Yao Chen Palace at an extremely fast speed. The tunnel was long and seemed to lead to an endless sky. The stone walls on both sides were carved with delicate patterns of the rising sun and setting moon, intertwined with gold and fiery red, reflecting the 3 figures slowly moving forward. 3 people walk slowly side by side, footsteps even heel, landing soundless. If the wind through the quiet forest, do not leave a slight sound. In a matter of moments, the tunnel appeared at the end of the tunnel and opened up. A large hall was in sight. The dome of the great hall towered over the city, with a huge transparent gem set in the center. The sunlight pierced through the clouds, refracted by the jewels, and transformed into 10,000 rays of golden light, showering the entire hall. It's unimaginable. Ji Chushua's vermilion lips slightly opened, her eyes overflowing with surprise. This Yao Chen Palace is really something spectacular. It's hard to imagine that this is where a jungle sect is located. A circular altar stood majestically in the center, its surface paved with fire jade, warm and blazing. The rim is encircled with an intricate sunburst carving that is sacrosanct. Around the altar, 10 giant torches blazed, their firelight jumping and reflecting every corner of the temple. Golden light and flames intertwined, as if it were day, and better than day, overflowing with the richness of the sun. In the middle of the altar, an old man sat cross-legged, his white hair like snow, his long beard flowing, and he was wearing a gold and red robe. Noticing the 3 approaching, the old man's eyes snapped open with a brilliant light shining brightly. Palace Master, if there are no major events, trespassing into the Sun Yao Chen Palace is a violation of the Sun Palace's palace rules. Shiyu's charming face evoked a cold smile. Yang Yinzi, I'm the Palace Master. Where can't I go in this Sun Yao Chen Palace? Or even the entire Sun Palace? Yang Yinzi sniffed, his face as frosty and unmoving, his eyes as deep as a pool, slowly skimming between Ji Chushua and the god of capture, eventually resting his eyes on the Trapper God. A court eagle? The voice is cold, like an ice blade sheathed in a chilling light. The trapper god was a bit conspicuous in his official uniform as a Zhenwu envoy, palace master. You betrayed the Sun Palace and defected to the court? Yang Yinzi looked at Shiyu again, his eyes like torches as a majestic force surged. The golden light of his body swam around like a river rushing through a thin stream. Unstoppable. Be careful. Although this old thing's realm is not yet a grand master, his internal strength is by no means bad. Hey, you let out a low gulp. The trapper god's swords were sheathed at the same time. Ji Chushui also drew the blade that was like autumn water. Good. Very good. All the generations of my Sun Palace's palace masters have been ambitious and stubborn on one side or the other. It's just that no one has ever been a traitor to the court. It looks like the old man is going to clean up today. Yang Yinzi's gold and red robes were windless in hunting. A faint cyclone surrounded the area, swirling all the dust around it, forming a circle of ripples visible to the naked eye and spreading outward. His face was red, the veins between his forehead bulged, and his voice was mixed with the sound of gold and stone striking each other, shaking the air around him more than buzzing. Oomph! God of the trapper's body shape stormed up, like a cheetah pouncing on a meal. His hands swung rapidly, his sword like a dragon's roar, his blade like a tiger's roar. The two intertwined into a thrilling picture of killing. The sword walks lightly, the blade walks fiercely. As the trapper god's inner strength was pushed to the extreme, the sword glowed with a faint blue light, while the blade was entwined with crimson flames. The two soldiers combined and transformed into two streams of light, one blue and one red, intertwining and chopping towards the old man at a rapid pace. Looking at this old man's appearance, he already knew that the matter of recruiting was purely a waste of words. Yang Yinzi's eyes stared without anger. True chi surged, and his body was enveloped by a circle of golden aura, like the sun in the sky, yet it carried a bizarre and terrifying aura. Be careful, this is the old man's eclipse divine power, don't take it hard. As Shiyu's words fell, his person had already transformed into a remnant and moved forward to support the god of capture. Drink! Yang Yinzi slapped out his palm, and the golden aura swelled violently, colliding head-on with the trapper god's sword. In an instant, the gold, blue and red rays of light intertwined like a tapestry. The air was ignited at this moment, and violent fluctuations spread in all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye. The trapper god's body swayed slightly and flew back, retreating a dozen steps in a row before stabilizing. Eclipse divine power. This officer is sort of getting the hang of it. The body catcher's face was serene and grave, and despite his mental preparations, he was still surprised by Yang Yinzi's martial arts. Just now, his sword combination seemed to have been corrupted by the other party's true chi, but that true chi was hallowed and not like the usual corrosive and damaging true chi. The Eclipse Divine skill is a martial art passed down through generations of palace guardians, aiming to harness the power of heaven and earth with the supreme mind method, turning daylight into a blade and melting the firmament into a shield. The true chi in the body gradually transforms into a golden color that can burn away all the filth in the world. Shiyu's figure intersected with the god of capture, and his short blade ignited with flames as he slashed towards Yang Yinzi's neck. This slash was not just a cut to the physical, it was a scorching of the soul and will. The flames at the tip of the blade jumped like stars falling into mortal dust, carrying an unrivaled might, vowing to burn all obstacles to ashes. It's not corrosion, it's incineration? It dawned on the trapper god that he finally understood what the sense of dissonance was just now. Damn girl, what a hard hand. At this moment, Yang Yinzi no longer maintains his elder demeanor. Just as Heiyu understood the Eclipse divine power, he was also no stranger to the Sun Will reincarnation dharma. The Eclipse divine skill instantly operated to the extreme, and his body encircled a circle of dim but deep light. This was the unique body-protecting aura of the Eclipse divine skill, capable of devouring light, distorting trajectories, and turning all attacks into nothing. Yang Yinzi's feet seemed to be rooted in the ground and floating in the air, deflecting at an incredible angle. A powerful suction force emanated from him, swallowing up all the surrounding light. Even Heiyu's blazing blade light became dim at this moment. Finish you off first. In the midst of this sudden darkness, Yang Yinzi's figure disappeared from its place. When he reappeared, he was already on Shiyu's flank. His palms were full of eclipse chi, attacking Shiyu's vitals. Not only was it as fast as lightning, it also contained the terrifying power to devour all light. Bang! Both palms hit Shiyu's body without any concern. What was expected did not happen, as Shiyu's body turned into a radiant flame the moment it made contact. It exploded brilliantly like fireworks, with sparks flying in all directions. Those sparks did not dissipate immediately, but slowly fell to the ground with a fiery glow. Every little spark that touched the ground seemed to ignite a new life, but it soon returned to peace. A few feet away, a ball of flame appeared out of nowhere without warning. Amidst the flames, Shiyu's figure gradually coalesced into shape. Her clothes were unruffled, and a faint glow of fire still lingered in her hair. The corners of Yang Yinzi's mouth twitched slightly. The power of the Sun Will reincarnation technique was left aside for now, but this means of body protection was undoubtedly one of the top secret techniques in the Jianghu. Trying to take down this stinky girl is a bit troublesome. It's better to open a breakthrough from the other two first. That middle-aged man who makes swords and knives has some martial arts skills even if they are not as good as mine. On the contrary, the other little girl, the old man will not believe. Ha, where are the people? Yang Yinzi's thoughts tossed and turned. His eyes looked towards the god of capture, and when he swept his afterglow, he did not see Ji Chushue's figure. Just then, the light in front of Yang Yinzi began to distort. It was as if the air had been hardened. A knife with a chilling light snapped out of it, so fast that it instantly closed the distance between it and Yang Yinzi. What? Yang Yinzi was shocked and angry. He never expected that someone could approach him so silently at this critical juncture. Still, the body reacted quickly. Only Yang Yinzi's figure retreated violently, each step creating stumps. In this flash of lightning, the Eclipse divine skill was energized to the extreme. A deep and bizarre dark black aura gushed out from his body. It quickly coalesced around him into a rotating, unending barrier. The barrier was not solid, like it was made up of countless tiny gases. When the tip of the blade was about to touch Yang Yinzi's neck, it seemed to hit an invisible wall. It was violently bounced off by that strange force. The moment the tip of the blade made contact with the barrier, a tiny burst of sparks and waves of air erupted. Even though Yang Yinzi avoided the fatal blow with the subtlety of the Eclipse divine skill, but the barely visible aftershock of the blade's tip still gently cut across his neck the moment he dodged. It was a subtle but deep wound, and blood quickly oozed out, leaving shocking red marks. Yang Yinzi's brows tightened, and a hint of pain and anger flashed in his eyes. Quickly raising his hand to cover the wound, he sealed the blood veins with his true qi to prevent the blood from flowing. Ji Chushue's figure emerged from the air. After following Xia Mo for the past 2 years, her martial arts would not be weaker than Lin Fu, who had achieved great success in the cold plum reflecting snow sword technique. Just now, both the god of capture and Heiyu were creating the opportunity for her to make this slash any deeper and it would have killed him. Ji Chushua looked at Yang Yinzi, a flash of pity in her eyes. Chapter 107, A Surprise Attack on the Underworld Road. Good, very good. How many years has it been since the old man has been pushed to this level, and it's still in the middle of this Hei Yaochen palace? Since you are here for the old man's life, then the old man doesn't need to be concerned about your status as a palace master. That's what you guys are forcing me to do. Yoko's thumb touched lightly on her neck. Look at the blood on it. His eyes skimmed over Shiyu, the god of prey, and Ji Chushue, who were slowly walking in 3 directions. Finally, he said in a cruel voice to Shiyu, the Sun Palace Master. Inside the Great Hall, the sunlight seemed to have dimmed a few points due to this sudden change. Yang Yinzi's movements were swift and decisive, and between his back palms, a pitch-black elixir appeared out of nowhere in his palm. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Yinzi swallowed that pill in one gulp. In a flash, a roaring sound emanated from his body, as if there were 1,000 armies rushing through his body. A stream of true qi that gradually turned from gold to black rose from the dantian and quickly spread to all the limbs and bones. Eventually, it condensed into a circle of black aura around Yang Yinzi, like a burning black flame under the night, both mysterious and palpitating. An extremely strong aura swept out like a storm, spreading in all directions, and wherever it passed, even the dust seemed to be shaken by this power. The light inside the palace seemed to be distorted by the force of the impact. This is the Eclipse divine skill that forms the Cyflint Xian flame when it reaches the highest level. The Sun Palace hasn't had a palace guardian at the Grand Master realm for nearly 300 years. Even I'm seeing it for the first time. Be careful. Shiyu's gaze was a little scornful. The trapper god and Ji Chushua held their swords tightly, their robes fluttering, and no one shook. The aura emanating from Yang Yinzi now was simply a far cry from earlier, even if that power was gained through trickery. But after all, he had stepped into the threshold of the Great Master. As the Sun Palace Palace Master, does Lord Shiyu not have a similar secret medicine? This secret medicine was left behind by the Sun Palace ancestors specifically for the lineage of palace guards. Only those who have practiced the Eclipse divine power can take it to have this effect. Gaining great power for a short period of time can be overkill. Until now, I'm afraid this is the last one in the old thing's hands. God of trappers, Miss Chi, if you have any underhanded techniques, use them all today. Otherwise, a little while is not the same as the earlier skirmish. Ha 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 ha. 3 frogs from the bottom of a well. Today I'll show you the power of the flint flame. Yang Yinzi slowly opened his arms, feeling the surging power within his body. An almost demented smile spread across his pale face. Both hands swung violently, and 3 black as ink flame tornadoes, carrying destructive power, whistled as they sped toward the 3 experts in the Great Hall. Isn't this fire? Why is it so cold? Ji Chushua's jade face was slightly shocked. Her body lightly rotated, and the flowing blade light followed her like a shadow. Her blade technique was not only as fast as flowing light, but also contained endless agility and drift, as if she could see ahead and predict the trajectory of the flames in advance. Under the pull of the blade light, The flames that were about to touch her seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, and they all shifted their direction. Although Ji Chushua looked relaxed, her forehead was slightly sweaty, and it was clear that she had also expended a lot of effort. The Eclipse Divine skill follows the path of sudden yin energy, encroaching on yang energy, the siphoned Xian flame that is formed after its completion. Although it has the characteristics of a flame, it is actually a cold and shadowy true qi. Shiyu stood still and moved slightly, but his eyes suddenly lit up with brilliant gold. A circle of golden aura continuously spread out from his body. It's like a fierce encounter between day and night. The sun will spun endlessly, grinding the flaming tornado alive. However, Shiyu was also shaken slightly by the force, and was obviously under a considerable amount of pressure. The God Catcher's sword and sword came out in unison, transforming into two silver lightning bolts, one on the left and one on the right, precisely chopping at the other fire dragon scroll. The sword was powerful, the blade was overbearing, and sparks flew in all directions under the clash of swords. The flame tornado instantly dissipated in an instant under the pressure of the tip of the blade. The god of trappers stifled a grunt and swayed slightly, the dark loss causing his blood to tumble a bit. Hey! Yang Yinzi looked at the three, his face regaining its calmness. The secret medicine wouldn't last long, and he had to finish off these three before the effects of the medicine passed. With Shiyu, the Sun Palace Master, the god of capture in Ji Chushue certainly knew about this. That was why none of them were planning to fight hard with Yang Yinzi at this time. Just carry through the waves of pressure. That would be the death of this old thing. Yang Yinzi stomped one foot violently, and the ground could not withstand the force of the 1,000 pounds. Cracks spread in all directions like cobwebs, and dust and debris were shaken in all directions along with a low rumble. An imperceptible ripple quietly rippled through the air, a sign that the sound barrier had been blatantly torn apart. Yang Yinzi's speed was so fast that it surpassed the limit of the naked eye's ability to capture it, instantly flashing in front of the trapper god. An unspeakable pressure instantly enveloped the entire arena. The trapper god's face suddenly changed, and at that moment, he no longer held back, and his body's true qi boiled up, transforming into two brilliant rays of light. Clang! There was a deafening metallic clash, like the heavy beating of ancient war drums. The sword in the trapper god's hand, as if endowed with a soul, clashed violently with Yang Yinzi's 5 fingers covered in black flame. In an instant, sparks danced wildly between the two like out-of-control stars, blossoming into a dazzling and fleeting light. The trapper god clenched his teeth and stiffly blocked Yang Yinzi's palm that was enough to shake mountains, but his body staggered backward in a row, each step seeming so difficult. A bright smear of blood had hung from the corner of his mouth at some point. The clothes even left traces of black flame burning, and several parts of the fabric had turned to ashes, revealing the burned skin inside. This is Grand Master. The god of trappers stared at Yang Yinzi dead in the face and opened his mouth with some difficulty. Do it! The trapper god's forehead was bruised and he roared out. Yang Yinzi's face changed slightly just as he was about to withdraw his hand, when he suddenly felt a huge suction force coming from trapper god's sword. Immobilize him to death here. Are you looking for death? Yang Yinzi was furious and was about to kill the Sheriff King in one fell swoop. There was a faint chirping of a blade in his ear. Stream of light breaks through. Ji Chushua let out a low chant. This was the strongest stance in her flowing light blade technique, pouring all of her inner strength and heart and soul into it. In this instant, Ji Chushua seemed to become one with the sword, every breath and every heartbeat perfectly matching the rhythm of the sword. The air was cut in half, leaving the illusion of a tiny crack in space. The moment the knife was about to touch Yang Yinzi's side, the internal force within Ji Chushua's body reached its peak. The light of the blade skyrocketed, transforming into a brilliant silver-colored pike, as if it was the first ray of dawn at the break of dawn. With unrivaled dominance and astonishment, he chopped at Yang Yinzi's vital points. Damn it! With Yang Yinzi's martial arts skills, he was naturally able to judge the killing power of this blade. But right now, the archenemy was dead in the water with no regard for his life. Large mouthfuls of blood continued to spit out from the trapper god's mouth, trying to suck in a grandmaster, even a stoned grandmaster. It's never easy either. Once Yang Yinzi broke free, the god of capture was afraid that he would be seriously injured immediately. A coldness flashed in Yang Yinzi's eyes. The moment Ji Chushua's brilliant blade light was about to come, his other hand came out violently. The center of his palm was black, and the air made a hissing sound. Only black light and silver light collided fiercely in the air, like the clash of night and day, blossoming into a palpitating light. Ji Chushua's slash was indeed extremely powerful. With that terrifying cutting power, Yang Yinzi's palm was not able to completely block it. Click! There was a crunch. Yang Yinzi's protective astral aura was actually cut through by this blade. Immediately afterward, the knife light was like electricity, leaving a blood scar on his shoulder that was deep enough to be seen on the bone. However, Yang Yinzi's palm power was also not idle, and despite being broken by the flowing light blade's defense, the remnants of his palm winds were still furious. Ji Chushua only felt a mountainous force coming in, and her body instantly lost control. Knocked away like a broken kite, it traced a long arc and ruthlessly crashed into those 10 burning pillars of fire. The pillar of fire was shaken violently by the impact, and Ji Chushua's figure looked unusually thin in the firelight. However, she did not fall down, and with her amazing willpower, she quickly rolled over and stood up, with a single blade on the ground, barely stabilizing her form. He quickly tapped a few fingers on a few large points on his body in an attempt to seal the churning chi and blood, but even so, a mouthful of blood mist spewed out from her mouth, staining the lapel of her coat red and reflecting the eyes of those around her, planted helplessly. Ah, damn it, Yujimbo growled lowly, the pain of his wounds and the loss of blood causing his originally hidden anger to completely explode. The muscles in his face were twisted with anger and pain, and his eyes were red as if they could spit fire. The powerful true chi in his body was like a volcano that had been suppressed for a long time, finally finding an outlet to vent it, and erupted with a roar. The trapper god only felt an irresistible huge force coming from his hand, although the sword in his hand had been fully resisted in front of his chest. However, it was still like paper mache, and was directly slapped away by Yang Inzi's angry palm. Bang! The trapper god was thrown hard by this huge force and didn't land until he hit the wall of the great hall. His face was as pale as paper, his chest rose and fell violently, and almost the only proof that he was still alive was his faint breathing. Kill you all! Yang Inzi's eyes were red. Looking at the trapper god and Ji Chushua lying on the ground, a shocking killing aura erupted. Put! Yang Inzi's body shook violently, and his eyes instantly widened, filled with disbelief and shock. With great difficulty, he lowered his head, and his sight passed through the layers of blood and sweat, only to see an illusory and fiery flame blade slowly emerging from his abdomen. His head turned with difficulty, but behind him came Shiyu's voice with a hint of mockery. An opportunity created by two masters fighting for their lives. Do you think I won't be able to catch it? Condensed flame blade. When did you practice? Yang Yinzi clenched his teeth and spoke with difficulty. To deal with you, naturally, I've been practicing since a long time ago. Shiyu's voice continued to come with a hint of contempt. You old thing is scared to death. You always like to leave 3 points of true chi to protect your heart. But how could I not know that the medicinal power of the secret medicine is almost converging in the Dantian? Let's see how you can still be rampant now. Shiyu's words were like a pronouncement, declaring Yang Yinzi's desperate situation at this moment. She slowly withdrew the flame blade from Yang Yinzi's abdomen and her figure stormed back, each step seeming so calm and unhurried. Yang Yinzi turned around violently, his breath rapidly disorganized, and his face was as pale as paper, as if he had instantly aged 10 years. Trembling, he stretched out his finger and pointed it at Shiyu. He struggled to speak, but couldn't even get the full words out. Shiyu's fingers lightly touched the short blade, her body tensing without her realizing it. With a flick of the pendulum, the short blade was raised to his chest, and with a whisper that was barely audible, the air was set ablaze, and a thin streak of fire accompanied by a powerful blade aura cut through the sky. Yang Yinzi's head actually rose up into the sky. Shiyu performed a light power and flew to Ji Chushua's face. I'm not in any serious trouble. Ji Chushua spoke with some difficulty. Hey, you nodded, then flew back to the trapper god. Reaching out, he probed the trapper's nostrils. We need to bring the Ungot down in a hurry, otherwise we'll be in trouble. Damn it, kill, assholes, do you know what this place is? Where did so many guys with great martial arts skills appear? Elder Wu, quickly go see how the Dao Master is doing? In the valley where the underworld Dao was located, the corpses of the underworld Dao's disciples were lying everywhere. In the direction away from the inner valley, 9 heaven-grade Jinwu guards guarded the main road. Hundreds of underworld Dao disciples held their weapons and stared intently at the Jinwu Wei. At the head of the group was an old crone with a walking stick and a blue-robed man. At this moment, neither the old crone nor the blue-robed man dared to act rashly. The corpses of the valley full of underworld Dao disciples had proven the strength of these 9 people. The Jinwu division has been ordered to govern all the sects in the world. Do you and the others want to rebel? A burly Jinwu Wei coldly shouted. This is where my underworld Dao's mountain gate is located. You guys are too unbridled. The old woman's expression was gloomy, and with a wave of her hand, hundreds of underworld Dao disciples rushed up in unison. Hey, what's the point of talking nonsense with these devilish brats? Everyone from the underworld is on the division's must-kill list. The 2 lords have already gone in to clean up the underworld Dao master. Kill all these guys. The Jinwu Wei in the middle of the 9 Jinwu Wei laughed, with a handsome appearance and a heroic spirit between his eyebrows. Who else could it be if not Yu Hao? Kill. The 9 heaven-grade Jinwu guards were like wolves entering a flock of sheep. In the inner valley, in front of a thatched hut, the underworld Dao master looked gloomily at the 2 figures not far away. On the left was a swordsman with a bucket hat, and on the right was the middle-aged man with a shadowy and ruthless look in his eyes. To be able to break through my underworld Dao's mountain gate at such a speed, and then waltz into the presence of this seat, You guys, impossible. You guys have such bold guts to make a move against 2 factions and 7 clans at the same time? The underworld Tao Master's voice was icy cold. Then you have such great courage to resist when the heavenly authority of the imperial court has descended upon you? The middle-aged man on the right stared at the underworld Taoist lord and spoke flatly. The Taoist master of the underworld Tao gently closed his eyes. Then it snapped open again. Then this seat has no choice but to send the 2 of you on your way. Chapter 108, A Sword Across the World. Before the cottage, the atmosphere suddenly changed. The air precipitated as lead. The feeling of oppression came. The pupils of the underworld Tao master abruptly tightened, just like a cold star suddenly bright, and a might that could not be underestimated was transmitted in the depths. By sight alone, it can stir up the wind and clouds and cause fear in the heart. The surrounding forest, by this invisible pressure, branches and leaves rustling and fall. The rock also showed fine cracks, as if the power of heaven and earth were all within its reach. The 2 of them, Wu Ma and Feng Zhang, had their closed corners drumming and hunting with the wind, very calm in the midst of a raging storm. The Taoist master of the underworld Tao was indeed a famous top expert in the Jianghu. I can't imagine that the 2 of them would be affected by a mere sighting technique. That would be underestimating the content of the court's Jinwu envoy. Eyewitnessing is also known as pupil power. The deeper the internal strength of the martial arts practitioners, the more they can use their eyes to create a substantial effect on reality. This trick was not only used by the underworld Tao master, but also by Wu Ma and Feng Zhang. It's just that the effect of each casting it out is very different. Facing the gaze of the underworld Tao master that was enough to shock the heart. The 2 of them were not only fearless, but instead dealt with it in a bland manner. Feng Zhang snorted coldly. This little tactic, it's fine for ordinary Jianghu people, but there's no need to use it in front of the 2 of us. The same powerful internal force surged out from Feng Zhang's body, and the 2 auras fiercely exchanged blows in the air. At that moment, the air trembled and the electricity wandered, forming a dazzling arc of electricity that crackled, reflecting the surroundings in a bright light. The corner of Feng Zhang's mouth sketched out an imperceptible smile. The imperial court had heavily supported the Jinwu division in the past 2 years, and whatever heavenly materials and divine secrets were gathered in the treasury of the Jinwu division. Even a former Jin Wei thousand household like Yu Hao was greatly cultivated. Now it has jumped to become a superb master in the jungle, not to mention the fact that he was one of the 12 Jinwu envoys. It's just as well that it's no better than the rest of the fellow Jinwu ambassadors. These Jianghu wild fox Zen. Feng Zhang power rose greatly after he never feared. The underworld Tao master's gaze continuously looked back and forth between Feng Zhang and Mount Wu Ma. The same eventually fell on Feng Zhang. He didn't recognize the swordsman with the bucket hat on his left, but this middle-aged man on the right. That face is still recognizable in the jungle. Former commander of the Jinui, Feng Zhang. Take care of the weak ones first. The Taoist master of the underworld Tao pondered slightly. Just make an immediate judgment. The sound was faint, but at this distance, of course, they all heard it clearly. The old piker is angry with me. Feng Zhang burst into a rage. Daylight poured over the deep valley, and Feng Zhang's body moved. It was like the breeze of a mountain stream, instantly transforming into a blurry shadow. Die, old man. When he reached within 10 feet of the Taoist master of the underworld Tao, Feng Zhang's palms came out at the same time. The palm wind was soft but contained endless winding power. Like silk slowly unfurling in spring, it is both tough and delicate. Swirls appear in the air visible to the naked eye. The grass and trees swayed, and the rubble was gently lifted by this soft but powerful force, and slowly fell down again. The Taoist master of the underworld Tao hooked a cold smile, and without moving his body, he slapped out his palm. The palm was suddenly illusory and unpredictable, appearing and disappearing, directly touching Feng Zhang's heavenly silkworm neon palm. What? A cold aura invaded Feng Zhang's body along his arm, causing his heart to flinch. Right in the middle of this lightning bolt, the figure of the underworld Tao master suddenly split into 3. 3 figures pounced on Feng Zhang at the same time, and their speed was so fast that it was dizzying. Caught off guard, Zhang could only withdraw his palm force and retreat several feet to avoid the front. When he stood his ground, he only saw that the 3 ghostly shadows had merged into one. The underworld Tao master was still standing in place, his expression bland, as if everything just now was an illusion. Feng Zhang was just about to say something. Instead, his brows suddenly furrowed, and his right hand immediately raised, then quickly pressed down. A somewhat grayish aura dispersed in all directions from his body. The surrounding grasses and trees withered when they came into contact with this breath. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid that this seat's underworld true chi would have long since invaded his body. The organs will fester in less than a moment. This palm technique of yours is unique, even though it is not aggressive enough. It was actually able to expel this seat's underworld true chi out of his body. Surprise was evident in the eyes of the underworld Tao master. Just now, I wanted to catch Feng Zhang off guard. I didn't expect the other party's palm power to be lingering and unceasing. like a spring silkworm spitting silk. It is also like flowing water around the stone, pervasive, but also can follow the shape of the situation, transforming rigid into soft. Although his underworld true chi invaded the other party's body, it was almost blocked by the silk-like true chi. It is not yet necessary for an old piker like you to lecture this official. Feng Zhang's face did not look good after clearing the underworld true chi from his body. He was also one of the Jinwu envoys who had taken the ice extreme pill. I had thought that after my internal strength had increased greatly, I would be able to get rid of the disadvantage I used to have against top experts. I didn't realize there were still too many monsters in the jungle. In the simple exchange of hands just now, the inner strength of the Taoist master of the underworld Tao was clearly above him. Buzz! Before the sword was unsheathed, the sword intent had already arrived, and the space around him buzzed as if the ancient war drums were first beating, announcing the awakening of the hegemony. The face of the Tao master of the underworld Tao instantly became grave, looking over to Numa, who hadn't said a word since the beginning, and likewise hadn't made a single move. Also silent was Feng Zhang, who was preparing to strike again. At this moment, Feng Zhang was also looking at Wu Ma with a look of disbelief. This 7th Shenmue envoy, he wasn't too familiar with, but he also knew that Noon Ma wasn't a grand master yet. But this sword, what's going on? Even if he wasn't deliberately targeted, Feng Zhang still felt a palpitation at this moment. Not to mention the underworld Tao master who was completely under the shroud of this sword intent. Who the hell are you? The underworld Tao master's voice was a bit hoarse at the moment. A dark aura surrounded his body, and his eyes were as cold as ice, obviously ready to deal with all strong enemies. Noonday. The words were brief and concise, and the sword was not really sheathed. A radiant sword chi shot out from the scabbard like a silver dragon, roaring as it rushed towards the underworld Tao master. The power of this sword could be seen without having to personally experience it. The Taoist master of the underworld Tao was the one whose figure swayed, not intending to receive it hard. When he reappeared, he was already at the side of Noon Ma's body, and his right hand transformed his palm into a sword, violently slashing at Noon Ma's sword-wielding wrist. Noma, however, seems to have expected this result. His body shape slightly sideways, easily avoided the palm blade's sharpness. At the same time, the long sword finally came out of its sheath, and the dazzling sword light caused the eyes of the underworld Tao master to subconsciously close. A sword chi had chopped at the underworld Tao master's neck like substance. The underworld Tao master reacted quickly. His figure retreated violently while his left hand formed a claw and grabbed at that sword chi. Underworld Ghost Claw. The Tao master of the underworld Tao let out a low gulp as his left hand instantly became as black as ink, claw shadows flashing. It was as if a real ghost of the underworld was tearing the air. The sword chi collided with the underworld ghost claw, erupting in a blinding light and a roaring sound. The Taoist master of the underworld Tao flew out of the smoke like a bat, a long way from Numa. This sword of yours. The Taoist master of the underworld Tao stared at the noonday horse in death. The tone was a bit foxy. It seemed to recognize the swordsmanship that Nozomu was using, but wasn't quite sure. With his eyes like torches and still not uttering a word, the tip of his sword slowly pointed towards the ground before thrusting down. The long sword plunged into the ground, sending earth and rocks flying and dust in all directions. A crack in the ground large enough for several people to walk side by side and extremely deep appeared, and it kept spreading towards the underworld Tao master. The underworld Tao master's face was grave as he lifted his foot and similarly stepped on the ground. His entire body's true chi bulged, and a powerful force surged out from the soles of his feet, colliding head-on with Noon Ma's earth-splitting chop. Boom! The cracks in the ground stopped spreading, and the underworld Tao master's figure swayed slightly, his face slightly pale. Noon Ma did not give the Taoist master of the underworld Tao a chance, and the air was suddenly filled with swordlight like shadows, overlapping and overlapping. Each sword shadow contained overbearing sword intent, causing the underworld Tao master to be caught in an endless storm of sword shadows. Underworld Demon Palace. Open! The Tao master of the underworld Tao fiercely bellowed as an unprecedentedly powerful true chi erupted from within him. A dark crack suddenly opened up above his head. In the middle of the crack, the silhouette of an ancient and solemn palace slowly emerged. Beware, this is one of the highest supreme martial arts of the underworld Tao. Feng Zhang looked at the two people exchanging blows in the distance with a complicated expression. Did he suddenly realize he was being a little redundant? Naked Horse's martial arts skills were fully capable of suppressing the Taoist master of the underworld all by himself, but seeing the illusory palace that surfaced, he still couldn't help but warn. This move of the underworld demon palace was extremely famous in the Jianghu. It was said that hundreds of years ago there was once a predecessor of the underworld Tao who used this move to injure a great master. The moment the underworld demon palace appeared, a terrifying aura filled the air. Nunuma's eyes turned sharper. A swordsman would rather bend than break, and this great pressure instead made his sword intent even purer. The moment the storm of sword shadows touched the underworld demon palace, It was as if it had encountered an invisible barrier. It was weakened layer by layer and eventually dissipated into dots of swordlight, overwhelming heaven and earth, splitting 7 extreme swords. No wonder this seat feels somewhat familiar. This isn't the mastery of the bastard sword emperor who ranked 5th in the last Tianji Pavilion martial arts evaluation. I just heard that the bastard sword emperor left the Grand Xia in his later years. No one knows where he went. This domineering and overwhelming sword technique has since been lost. I didn't expect this seat to see it today. Kid, the last time this seat cast the Underworld Demon Palace was 10 years ago. I wonder how many swords you've practiced with the 7 swords of extinction. The Taoist master of the Underworld Tao had one hand facing the sky. It's like a giant holding a palace in the sky, then swung violently toward the Napoleon. The shadow of the Underworld Demon Palace slowly pressed down. It was like an ancient deity slowly rising from the 9th sepulchral abyss, with endless years of sedimentation and the characteristic eeriness of the underworld. The Underworld Demon Palace emanated a dark light throughout its body, and with every inch it fell, the pressure increased, like a huge mountain about to crumble, or a thick dark cloud obscuring the sky. The power of this heaviness is not just in the sense of physical oppression. It is more in the spiritual and psychological shock it brings. 7 Jedi returns to 1 hegemonic heavenly infinity. The Noon Horse stood upright, his long sword pointing straight up at the sky, sharp as attack. The sword body was flowing with 7 different colors of light, which was the fusion of the 7 extreme sword intentions. Where the sword blade passed, the air and white clouds all split in two, leaving faint cracks in the void for a long time. This sword was so domineering that everyone within the valley where the Underworld Tao was located created the illusion that one's head is no longer on one's neck. Boom! The shadow of the Underworld Demon Palace began to crack in large areas under this overbearing force. Pieces of debris fell like rain, and bursts of mournful wailing sounds were even heard from inside the Demon Palace. However, although this sword was strong, it ultimately failed to completely destroy the Underworld Demon Palace. The Devil Palace shattered, and the Underworld Tao Master spat out a mouthful of blood. But the Underworld Demon Palace continued to fall, emitting an even more dangerous aura. The bucket hat worn by Nunzio exploded. The ground under his feet could not withstand the force and shattered, and his figure involuntarily retreated backward, at the same time violently grunted. 7 orifices, blood gurgling out, apparently suffered a not light internal injuries. Noon Ma regarded the spectral demon palace, which was on the verge of shattering but was becoming more and more dangerous. 5 fingers whitened as he tightly gripped the hilt of his sword, a flash of determination in his eyes. Enduring the pain of his injuries, he made a vertical leap and quickly came next to Feng Zhang. Help me block it for a few breaths. I need to utilize my energy to heal my wounds. The afternoon horse then sat down cross-legged and began to adjust his internal breath. Feng Zhang opened his mouth, moved his feet, and then retracted. Are you kidding me? That sword of yours didn't even break through this underworld demon palace. I can't stop it at all. Feng Zhang was still self-aware at this time. The afternoon horse gently opened his eyes and looked at the speeding spectral demon palace. That old thief is likewise at the end of his rope, and this is his final blow. The 7 extinction sword can't break it, so let's use a stronger sword move. It's just that I'm not too pure with this sword yet, so it'll take a while. Feng Zhang looked at Noon Ma in surprise. You know a sword technique even stronger than the heaven-splitting 7 swords? A rare smirk appeared on the lunch pony's face. It was passed down by the master of the division. And there is only one move, called one sword, one world. Feng Zhang's body shook at his words. The current Xia Mo was undoubtedly a godlike existence in the Jinwu Sea. Okay, this official will fight this old thing today. You speed up. Feng Zhang gritted his teeth, but finally nodded his head gently and blocked in front of Noon Ma. Ah! With a low and furious roar, Feng Zhang slowly raised his hands, palms facing each other. His aura became unusually calm at this moment, and a faint blue light began to permeate around him. The heavenly silkworm transforms into a cocoon, silk wrapping around the Qianquan. Feng Zhang violently bellowed, only to see that between his palms, there were even wisps of silk-like shadows slowly condensing. These silks were crystal clear and quickly intertwined and twisted in the air. As Feng Zhang's internal force continued to pour in, those silken shadows began to become more and more solid, as if there were really countless tiny silkworms spitting silk in the air to make cocoons. These silks were not only exceptionally soft, but also contained amazing toughness and strength. It wove a huge net in the air, distorting the space around it slightly. Just then, a corner of the underworld demon palace suddenly collapsed. Strands of dark and berserk true chi surged out like a tidal wave and came straight at Feng Zhang. Feng Zhang pushed with both of his hands, and the giant silk net that was condensed from the heavenly silkworm Mian palm instantly met it. Chapter 109 Ice Face May. Die for this seat. The true chi around the body of the Tao Master of the Underworld Tao surged and turned into rolling black streams that surged towards the Underworld Demon Palace in the sky above. The Devil Palace shadow, by this true chi agitation, actually once again solidified a lot. carrying an eerie eternity that would not melt. It slowly pressed down like a mountain. Cracks in the ground spread like a spider web. Rubble flew and dust covered the sky. Never! Feng Zhang's eyes were rounded and he was furious. The true chi in his body had reached its limit, and the heavenly silkworm Mian palm was running to its extreme, only to see the true chi coalescing in his palm, transforming into the shape of several heavenly silkworms. The heavenly silkworm can spit silk into a cocoon that is as solid as gold, surrounding Feng Zhang's body, lightly dancing and flying. Each heavenly silkworm's mouth spat out thin, tough, unparalleled threads of true chi. The silk threads intertwined and staggered as if the net of heaven was sparse, firmly blocking the void between Feng Zhang and the underworld demon palace. Miso, miso, miso. The silk of the heavenly silkworm resisted with deadly force, and the sound of cracking, every sound shook the heart, yet it also signaled that Feng Zhang was bearing an unspeakable weight. Damn it! Feng Zhang's face looked unusually grave due to his full strength. The veins between his forehead rippled, and his eyes flashed with determination. Just now, he was able to run, but now he was completely enveloped by the underworld demon palace. Once the underworld demon palace fully descended, he and Noon Ma feared that they would explode to their deaths. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, 4 breaths. The heavenly silkworm's silk slowed down the rate of descent of the underworld demon palace though, but it only lasted for 7 breaths. Put! A mouthful of blood sprayed out. Feng Zhang kneeled down on one knee and roared. Still not well? As far as the eye could see, the figure of Noon Ma was bathed in a faint blue light. The left hand was compared to a stern sword finger, pointing straight at the sky, while his right hand was holding the hilt of the ancient longsword tightly, the tip of the sword lightly tapping on the fingertips of his left hand. There actually seemed to be an invisible force flowing between the two, weaving a palpitating picture. The source of that buzzing sound was none other than this longsword, with a sharp and extremely sharp sword chi coalescing into shape at the tip of the sword, as if it were a materialized laser, dazzling and eye-catching. It was as if the surrounding space was cut to pieces by this sword energy. The clothes on the afternoon horse's body even split apart automatically under the force, leaving a shocking crack. A sword across the world. Noon Sword's voice was low and cold, each word containing endless power and determination. As the words fell, the sword chi suddenly erupted, transforming into a brilliant silver beam of light that chopped towards the underworld demon palace in the sky above. The silver beam of light traversed across the sky to the front of the underworld demon palace, bursting and turning into thousands of sharp swords. The underworld demon palace instantly split into two. Cracks like spider webs densely spread, from the top to the bottom, everywhere. The underworld Tao Master's face changed drastically as he roared angrily and raised both palms violently toward the sky. The black chi in his palm quickly condensed into a large and sturdy black shield in an attempt to resist this shocking sword. However, that sword chi was too overbearing, cutting through all obstacles in the world. The black shield lasted only an instant before shattering under the impact of the sword chi. The remaining momentum of the sword chi did not diminish, directly piercing through the chest of the Tao Master of the underworld Tao, leaving a shocking bloody hole. Dead. Dead? Feng Zhang looked at the body of the underworld Tao Master with some disbelief. Go! Settle the remaining disciples of the underworld Tao and then go to the holy mountain in the demon state together. I'm afraid that the person who was coveting in the shadows just now is the underworld Tao's underbelly. This guy is cautious, looking at the situation and slipping away early. According to the information from the UG, the sacred mountain is located in the center of the demon state, and is the last retreat for the 7 sects of the 2 factions. The afternoon horse quickly adjusted his internal breath, then headed towards the outer valley. It's a good thing we slipped out early, or else we'd be in the state we're both in right now. Another vicious fight with an expert of this caliber must result in deaths and injuries. Feng Zhang took a deep breath, although today is dangerous. But just now, he went out of his way to fend off the underworld Tao Master's underworld demon palace. His sense of the heavenly silkworm sheep palm deepened a lot. Going back this time will definitely break through the current bottleneck. Around the same time, it's just a matter of laying down your life for one more sword. Are you afraid to die? Nunzio stopped suddenly. A pair of sharp eyes stared tightly at Feng Zhang. Feng Zhang froze, his face changing for a moment, then immediately blurted out, if that person escapes to the sacred mountain, he can naturally be wiped out in one fell swoop behind him. If that person is greedy for life and fear of death, he will go far away from here. Without a sect like the underworld Tao behind you, it's nothing more than an ordinary Jianghu martial artist. Sooner or later, it will be taken down by the Jinwu division. And why should this official fight him to the death here? The lunch pony shook his head gently. Nothing more was said with Feng Zhang. Taking the sword and leaping, he made a few blinks and exited the inner valley. In the outer valley, the war clouds are first dispersing, and the landscape is full of devastation. Bodies were strewn everywhere. Almost all of them were disciples of the underworld Tao dressed in black robes. The blood gathered into a trickle and snaked down the ravine of the valley, dyeing the earth a dark red. The air was suffocating with the heavy smell of blood and rust. Most of the surrounding trees were affected by the battle, some snapping at the waist and scattering their branches and leaves all over the place. Some left deep sword marks or palm prints. The wind made a whimpering sound through the treetops. Die! Yu Hao swung out his palm like a blue river tide rising abruptly. The blue-robed man on the opposite side's face suddenly changed. As the palm force fell with a loud bang, the blue-robed man's figure seemed to be wrapped in an invisible curtain of water, instantly becoming heavy. Bang! The arcane sound curled up and lingered, yet it was mixed with a slight chill. The blue-robed man had not been able to dodge, only felt a force of a Pei Ran Mo Gui attacked. His body was like being hit by a heavy hammer. All of his organs were cracked, and he collapsed in response to the sound, his blood splattering, turning into a touch of bleak red, blending into this blood-colored earth. Just then, there were two whooshing sounds. Yu Hao's complexion flinched as he quickly turned around, his gaze like electricity, locking onto the person coming behind him. After seeing that it was the two of them, Wu Ma and Feng Zhang, Yu Hao's heart is a little more at ease. The taut string is slightly loosened, and then bowed and cupped his fists. Two adults. Fortunately, the four elders of the underworld road and the two holy sons have all been put to death. Most of the inner disciples have also been completely eradicated. Only a very few with a flexible mind saw the situation and escaped early. The lunch pony sniffed and nodded softly. A large sect naturally couldn't be full of die-hard disciples. The heaven-grade Jinwu guards that came this time were all experts though. But if someone is bent on escaping, it's not really good enough to stop them all. Yu Hao, what are the casualties? Feng Zheng came to the corpse of an old crone, kicking lightly with his foot. He then asked Yu Hao. Yu Hao's face was a bit ugly. My lord, 3 brothers are dead, 2 are seriously injured, and 4 are lightly wounded. The underworld Dao was a top sect in the demon state anyways. The 9 heaven-grade Jinwu guards, almost every one of them hung with colors. Even Yu Hao himself was among those with minor injuries. The blue-robed man from earlier was one of the 2 saint sons of the underworld Dao. A martial arts skill is still really hard to deal with. Noon Ma came to the corpse of a heaven-ranked Jinwu Wei. With a soft sigh, he wiped at the face of this sky-level Jinwu Wei. A large portion of the hundreds of heaven-grade Jinwu guards that came to the demon state this time were under the command of the 12 Jinwu envoys. The one in front of him was none other than his subordinate from the Shuzhou Jinwu division. I didn't expect to die here today, but the menace of this operation was known to all before they came. The opponents were, after all, 2 factions in 7 clans, not to mention the heaven-grade Jinwu guards. Even their 12 Jinwu envoys did not dare to guarantee that they would be safe and sound. Just now, in the inner valley, hadn't they also almost lost at the hands of the Taoist master of the underworld? Gather the bodies of the brothers, and then place the seriously wounded ones in a nearby town. The rest of you, follow us to the holy mountain. Feng Zheng kicked away the corpse in front of him and directly began to command. As a former commander of the brocade guards, he still had a lot of experience in these matters. Yes, easy city, with its lofty walls and ancient charm. Inside, the streets, buildings and pavilions are all decorated with colorful paintings, reflecting the sun, as if stepping into the embroidered scrolls. Places of fireworks abound in the city, with deep willow alleys and flowery shadows. When the night is low, the lights go out and the sound of silken bamboo is heard. Flower boat rippling in the blue waves, lights swaying, reflecting the beauty of the silhouette, smiling, charming, attracting visitors to stop and linger. This wind and moon really is the best on earth. Make people relaxed and forget the dust and clamor. On the banks of the river, there is an inn called Linjiangju. On the 2nd floor, at the east end, there is an elegant room, set up by the window, with a wide view. The river, as far as the eye can see. Within the elegant room, the furnishings are elegant, the fragrance is floating, and the 2 beauties are dancing with light veils. A woman dressed in a light green tulle skirt dress. The skirt is light, like the willow silk in early spring. Her hair was pulled up in a high bun and fixed with a jasper hairpin, with a few strands of broken hair hanging lightly in front of her forehead, adding a bit more softness and beauty. She held the wine pot in her hand with an elegant posture, slowly pouring the wine into the cup and whispering softly, "Your Excellency, please fill this cup." The other woman wore a long, deep purple dress with an intricate embroidered peony design and a tulle overlay. There were a few beaded flowers in her hair, mirroring her dress and charming her eyes. She held her glass of wine in her hand, and was almost tempted to get close to the young male in the center, eyes both teasing, but also not lose the tenderness, smiling and said, "Gongzi, do not bear the good time and beautiful scenery, and with slaves to drink this cup." How? This easy city is really a gold-selling grotto. Just treating the 2 girls to a drink requires 500 taels of grain silver. The young male's heart surged, and with a stretch of his arm, he swept the beautiful woman in the deep purple dress into his arms. The fragrance is rich and inviting. The woman not only did not avoid, but to show more charming attitude, the hands of the wine cup lightly raised to the young man's lips. With a smile in her charming eyes, she whispered softly, "Does your excellency think that our sisters are not worthy?" The young eunuch male laughed it off, took the wine cup and drank it down, then replied with a smile, "It's worth it. Of course it's worth it. It's just that my lord is curious about one thing. The cost of this accompanying wine already costs 500 taels of grain silver, and to open a guest room, it would take even more thousands of taels. The Pavilion of Ultimate Bliss has stood in Easy City for many years. Just how much wealth has it accumulated?" At these words, the charming atmosphere fell into a brief silence. The woman in the light green tulle dress suddenly snorted a laugh. Slowly, he came behind the young male and gently held him in his arms. The young male's head sank into a softness. "Your excellency, isn't the pleasure of this place sufficient? Why do you need to worry and think about those unnecessary things?" Finished adding a few points of tenderness. Continued, "Prince has been here. Why not forget the hustle and bustle? This night will let my sisters too do their best to accompany the prince around. Spend a good night." The voice seemed to have a magical power, and the young male's eyes were slightly mesmerized. The deep purple gown woman in her arms had a smile sketched at the corner of her mouth. "One more drink, my lord." With that said, he filled his glass again. The young male clearly hadn't had a few drinks, but he looked drunk. The woman in the deep purple dress gently buried her head in the young male's chest. Behind her, the green-clad, muslin-clad woman's hands squeezed gently on the young male's shoulders. The head buried itself and came up to the young male's ear. Exhaling, "Today, my sisters are destined to be with the prince. Only 5,000 taels of silver. 2, 1. Wouldn't that be 10,000 taels for 2? The green-clothed, thinly veiled woman exhaled softly once again. "For a mere 10,000 taels, my sisters will be able to make your son experience the ultimate happiness of the world. Seeing how the gentleman is dressed, I don't think he won't be able to take it out, right?" The young male nodded repeatedly. "That's natural, not to mention a mere 10,000 taels. Even if it's 100,000 taels, this Gongzi can still take it out. There is one problem though." The two women looked at each other, both seeing the joy in the other's eyes. It was about to continue the trick. Instead, the young male allowed the woman in his arms to stand, then pulled the woman holding him behind him away as well. The earlier drunken look was completely gone. "Duke," the woman in the pale green tulle dress gently twisted her waist, was about to approach the young male again, but he was interrupted by the young male reaching out. 10,000 taels of silver. Are you guys diamond encrusted? It's the flower girl of the god's capital that isn't this expensive. Do you really think my lord doesn't know the market? For your kind, 200 taels is about right. Seeing as there's still a bit of winks left, how about a bite, 300 taels? The young male pulled out a silver ticket from his pocket. The tone and demeanor were very sincere. The two women's faces instantly grimaced. "Humph, so it's here to smash the scene. Knowing that this is the property of the Pavilion of Ultimate Bliss still dares to be so unbridled. I see you don't want to live." The young gentleman looked at the two women who had instantly changed their faces. "I can't help but think back to the days when love started with the clock and the clock stopped." The young male smiled. "The Pavilion of Ultimate Bliss, is it great?" The two women were about to open their mouths when they heard a somewhat magnetic voice from outside the elegant room. "The Pavilion of Extreme Bliss is one of the 2 sects and 7 clans in the demon state, passed down from one of the 9 demon generals under the demon sect state 1,000 years ago. Lust G. Naturally, it's marvelous." The door to the elegant room opened slowly. The young male visibly froze. The face is like the morning sun reflecting the snow. The eyebrows are like the distant mountains containing smoke. The eyes are like the autumn water. And between the looks, the light overflows. But this face, contains the ultimate flirtatious. Lips without pointing injue. Teeth if braided shells. The juxtaposition of the holy and the enchanting is mesmerizing. Pavilion Master of the Pavilion of Extreme Bliss Ice Face May. "Greetings, Your Highness the Fourth Prince." The woman at the doorway walked straight in and made a slight bow towards the young male. Chapter 110, The Second in Heaven. "See you, Pavilion Master." The two women were at the sight of Ice Face May, already on his knees. The two women trembled slightly. How they hadn't expected it. The Pavilion Master of the Pavilion of Ultimate Bliss would personally come to their little Linjiang residence. All of the inns and greenhouses in Easy City were all properties of the Pavilion of Ultimate Bliss, though they are the head girl of the Linjiang residence. But when it comes down to it, I'm afraid that I can't even count as an outer disciple of the Pavilion of Ultimate Bliss. As the two women were terrified, they subconsciously remembered what Bing Yan Mei had said just now. The fourth prince? The body trembled even more. They were in the flesh business in the getaway city. It's natural that the news won't be bad. The master of the Jinwu division that people in the Jianghu talk about as a tiger. Isn't it the fourth prince of the current court? They were drinking with this guy? Oh, 9 demon generals. It is said that each of the 9 demon generals under the demon sect saint ruler back then was a top grandmaster. Except for the founding ancestor of the Sun Palace. The other 8 demon generals, cultivating the highest mind techniques of the demon sect, martial arts above the Tai Devil technique. The 2 sects and 7 clans today are the legacies left behind by the 9 demon generals back then. Miss Ice has taken charge of the Pavilion of Extreme Bliss at a young age. Could it be that you have already received the true transmission from your pavilion's ancestor? Shamer's eyes recklessly surveyed the woman in front of him. There was no hiding the sizzle in his eyes. In terms of looks, this ice face Mei was no match for Jing Shu, but the 2 temperaments of holiness and enchantment were very different in this woman. It's really appealing to the eye. Compared to your 4th Highness, this trivial Dao skill of your slave is really nothing. As Xia Mo sized up Bing Yan Mei, this Pavilion of Extreme Bliss Pavilion master's gaze also always landed on Xia Mo. During these 2 years, this person in front of me has killed his way to fame. In the Jianghu, as long as the refusal of the Jinwu Book of the Sects, none of them cannot escape the fate of the destruction of the family. Even the star-old ghost, who ranked 4th in the Tianji Pavilion's martial arts evaluation, and the 5th Spirited Sun realist had both lost successively to this person. The surrender of the Star Sect and the Supreme Sun Sect was almost the last straw that crushed the Dixia Jianghu sect. The Jinwu division was as powerful as ever, and accomplished the great cause of suppressing the Daxia Jianghu in one fell swoop. At least on the surface, no one dares not to accept the Jinwu book. If the roster on it is false, it will be the crime of plagiarizing and destroying the family. Pavilion Master Ice is too modest. This palace has never revealed its identity or martial arts skills since entering this easy city. The Ice Pavilion Master was able to come to the door so quickly. It seems that the Polar Pavilion's control over this city is truly awesome. Since you know the identity of this palace, Ice Pavilion Master still dares to come alone. Could it be that you think that this palace is a compassionate person who won't make a move on a woman? You 2 go down first. Bing Yanmei did not answer Xiaomo's question. Instead, he looked at the 2 women kneeling on the ground. Yes, thank you, Pavilion Master. The 2 women stood up trembling as if they had been pardoned, then respectfully exited the room. Bamboo shadows outside the window. The breeze comes, sending a light fragrance of flowers. The 2 men in the room looked at each other, neither one a bit embarrassed. Naturally, my slave has heard of the 4th Highness reputation. Otherwise today would never have known that the 4th Highness was rushing towards the Pavilion of Ultimate Bliss, and came here alone. My slave has come today to ask the 4th Highness for help. Bing Yan Mei's tone suddenly turned very soft. One can't help but hear a desire to protect. Mayday? The Pavilion Master of the Pavilion of Extreme Bliss of the 2 sects and 7 clans is in the middle of your base camp, asking for help from this palace? How come this palace can't understand the words of the Ice Pavilion Master? And, don't just show your charming skills in front of this palace, though it's a lot better than those 2 earlier. Much higher. Xia Mo gave Bing Yan Mei a deep look. The tone was flat, with a hint of probing. I don't dare to deceive the 4th Highness. It's not that Nu Jia is practicing charming techniques, but Nu Jia is a Qilua charming body and naturally carries a little bit of the characteristics of charming techniques. Bing Yanmei looked at Xiama. It was with Xiamo's determination. At this moment, his heart couldn't help but raise a trace of fire. The cherry winx body? Could it be the rumor that the bone phase is born with a charming, furnace-ready physique? Shamer asked with some surprise. It is rumored that those who have the cherry blossom enchanting body can seduce people with their knitted brows and smiles, but they are neither demonic nor enchanting. The most praised aspect of the cherry blossom enchanting body is its supreme utility as a cauldron. This physique woman, in the method of dual cultivation, can maximize the integration of her own essence with the other party. Not only does it not harm your own body, but it can borrow the power of the other party to promote their own cultivation by leaps and bounds, and achieve the highest state of yin and yang harmonization. And because of its special physique, after double cultivation, the other party can also benefit greatly. Cultivation greatly increased, it may even break through the bottleneck and go to the next level. Not bad, it is this very physique. Bing Yanmei nodded unapologetically. Pavilion Master Ice is the Pavilion Master of the Pavilion of Extreme Bliss, and is himself a top expert in the Jianghu. Where do I start with this word help? Xia Mo looked at Bing Yanmei thoughtfully. Ice face charming finger like spring onion, inadvertently gently around the green silk. For the Jinwu division to suppress the rivers and lakes, the 2 factions and 7 sects of the demon state are a hurdle that absolutely cannot be stepped over. If your 4th Highness were to take down my Pavilion of Extreme Bliss alone today, I'm afraid that half of the demon state's military and civilians would be turned. That's why my slave guessed that the Jinwu division should take action against the 2 factions and 7 clans at the same time this time, right? The imperial court doesn't have a large army to press in, so it can only be the experts from the Jinwu division who will first take down the top echelons of the 2 factions and 7 clans. And the Pavilion of Extreme Bliss I doesn't have a Grand Master on the Tianji Pavilion's martial arts evaluation sitting on it. Erfei is known for martial arts battles in the Jianghu, but the 4th Highness even appeared here in person. I don't think I need to tell you why. Slave? Xia Mo looked at Bing Yanmei in surprise. The palace thought it was you, the Pavilion of Extreme Bliss. Who had enlisted that man? A flash of affectionate hatred appeared in Bing Yanmei's eyes. The slave hates that man to die immediately. He has already killed an unknown number of sisters from the Pavilion of Ultimate Bliss in order to cultivate a martial art. Even the slave's master was poisoned by that man. If it weren't for the fact that the internal martial arts techniques practiced by my slave are still lacking, I wouldn't be able to utilize the maximum effectiveness of the Qilua enchanting body. I'm afraid I've already been poisoned by that one, too. This time, my slave took advantage of the fact that the man was in seclusion before venturing to see Fourth Highness. Xia Mo looked up and down once again at the extreme pavilion master in front of him. This palace remembers that person has been in Easy City for half a year, right? Haven't you ever thought of asking other sects for help? Well, at least the Pavilion of Extreme Bliss is also one of the demon sect's remaining veins. Although that person's martial arts are high, it's impossible for him to fight against the 2 sects and 7 clans with his own strength, right? Ice Face May sniffed. A cold smile appeared on that holy and enchanting face. The Fourth Highness also said that we can all be from the Devil sect. Such a chance to weaken the strength of the Pavilion of Ultimate Bliss and still pull that person in. It's even if the 2 factions and 7 clans don't fall on their swords. Can we expect them to? It's the 3 who ascended on the Tianji Pavilion's martial assessment, and who is sure to be able to deal with this. Second in the world. Chapter 111, Hyperion. Second in the world. No one knows what his real name is anymore. The Tianji Pavilion martial arts evaluation changes every 60 years. This person had already ascended to 3 consecutive Tianji Pavilion martial assessments, and it's been ranked second every time. From this point of view, this person had already existed before the establishment of Xia. After all, it had only been 182 years since the establishment of the Grand Xia. And what an old man, Shamer muttered. The 2 sects and 7 factions of the Devil State had 3 Grand Masters who had ascended to the Tianji Pavilion's martial evaluation. Blood Soul Demon Monarch, 10th in the Tianji Pavilion's martial arts evaluation. Lord of the Blood Temple, Lady Yin Yu, 8th in the Tianji Pavilion's martial arts evaluation. From the Shady Moon School. As for the 3rd one, he is known as Lan Jun, 3rd in the Tianji Pavilion martial arts rating. From the most mysterious Heavenly Devil sect. If it wasn't for the information from the Jinwu Sea that the 2nd in the world was in the Pavilion of Ultimate Bliss, then the target of Xia Mo is naturally the Lan Jun. Let's hope those 3 guys are okay. When the 12 Jinwu envoys divided the 2 factions and 7 clans, they naturally took these 3 renowned Grand Masters into consideration. Gingshu chose the Yin Moon sect, Cinnabar Dragon and Rabbit went to the Temple of Blood, and that Heavenly Demon sect's Lan Jun. At the same time when 3 Jinwu ambassadors, Z-Rat, Yin Tiger, O Pig, 3 Grand Masters. That's right, there were now 5 Grand Masters among the 12 Jinwu envoys. But even if the 3 Grand Masters joined forces, facing the 3rd-ranked martial arts evaluator of Tianji Pavilion, Lan Jun, it was hard to say how he would win or lose. The actual age of the man was old, but the mold was that of a young man. Bing Yanmei said along with Xia Mo's words. Xia Mo looked meaningfully at Bing Yanmei. In that case, such a 2nd in the world is not a bad old man. Why doesn't the Ice Pavilion master obey him? Bing Yanmei's face was calm and organized, and she said unhurriedly, that person doesn't know what kind of martial art he is practicing. A large number of women with notable internal strength are needed as cauldrons. Within these half a year, almost all of the elders and inner disciples of my Pavilion of Ultimate Bliss have been poisoned, and all of them lost their inner strength afterward and became mentally insane. There were even some that died outright on the spot. Playing so wild? Shamer blurted out. Bing Yanmei froze, not understanding what Xia Mo meant. It's fine. It's fine. Ice Court Master continue. Shamer waved his hand. That man doesn't care about the lives of us poor women. Once the feat is accomplished, I'm afraid that the Pole Pavilion. That's why we still ask the Fourth Highness to save us. And after this is accomplished, the Pavilion of Extreme Bliss is willing to offer the wealth that our sect has accumulated over the years. In the future, for the order of the Fourth Highness. Bing Yanmei had a pitiful look of wanting to cry at the moment, despite knowing that the woman was 80% acting. But this cherry blossom charming body coupled with the internal martial arts of the Pavilion of Ultimate Bliss, Shamer quickly returned to normal. Earlier it was the failure to control one's desires. At his realm, with Bing Yanmei's Dao, he was still a bit far behind. Bing Yanmei now needed to come to someone like him who already had designs on the Pavilion of Ultimate Bliss. It meant that something had really happened to the experts and even the underpinnings of the Pavilion of Ultimate Bliss. The Polar Pavilion is now an empty shell of great wealth. If your Fourth Highness is willing, my slave is willing to nominate herself. Please don't worry, Fourth Highness. That person wants to keep the slave as the final cauldron. So the slave is still intact now. When Bing Yanmei said this, her face blushed slightly and she seemed to be a little shy. Shamer was a bit speechless. A woman who grew up in an environment like Aurora Court, even if it stays intact because of the Kung Fu, how is it possible to show such an expression because of these painless words? Not enough acting. Yes, The palace promises you. In any case, don't want it at the door. Treason. With Bing Yan-mei, the pavilion master of the Pavilion of Ultimate Bliss, cooperating, the Jinwu division would also save a lot of trouble by taking Easy City. Bing Yan-mei's expression was delighted as she bowed. Thank you, Fourth Highness. Xia Mo rushed forward and held Bing Yan-mei in place. A heady fragrance reached her nostrils. This woman. Hell knows if it's on purpose. But Shamer wasn't some sitting duck willow. Taking advantage of the situation, he wrapped a hand around Bing Yan-mei's waist. Go, take the palace to that guy. Bing Yan-mei lowered her eyebrows and whispered. Yes. Smoke and rain cover the dome of the sky, fine silk like wisps of moist and silent. On the blue lake, the fog locks the smoke cage. The distant mountains and near water are all hazy. A small building in the center of the lake is hidden among the smoky waves. The eaves are gently picked, hanging beaded curtains several strings, swaying with the wind, ticking sound, and the sound of rain and harmony. A young man in a broad white robe sat cross-legged on a bed, eyes tightly closed, chest half exposed under the robe, muscles and skin as delicate as gelatin. Around him, 4 figures clad in transparent gauze were scattered horizontally in a strange gesture. The veils are as light as smoke, but it's hard to hide the beauty and sadness their owners once felt. The figures lay there silently, without the slightest fluctuation of life. The youth opened his eyes, and a flash of joy suddenly appeared in his eyes. Under his breath, he muttered, finally, I've succeeded. As long as I can absorb the true chi of the woman with the Chi Luo Mei body again, even if this kung fu is accomplished, it won't be worth wasting half a year of my time here. After saying that, the youth looked slightly stagnant and turned his head to look out the window. The lake surface misty, drizzle misty. There are 2 figures slowly step out, a man and a woman, like people in a painting. Bing Yan-mei held an oil paper umbrella, and her eyes were filled with a murderous aura as she looked toward the Lake Heart Little House. Fourth Highness, that person is in the Lake Heart Little House. Shamer slowly stepped forward and looked curiously at the small building in the center of the lake. I seem to meet with the youth inside. Second in the world. Then this palace will say hello first. Shamer came to the edge of the lake, and the rainwater around him automatically avoided a clear path. His right hand was gently raised, his fingertips slightly open, as if he was holding the most subtle power in heaven and earth. Hyperion. Before the words left his mouth, a dragon's roar resounded between heaven and earth. Waves rippled on the surface of the lake, and a divine dragon silhouette that looked like substance appeared. The divine dragon Voidheart opened its teeth and claws and whistled towards the lake center chapel. The lake is awakened at this moment by an invisible force. The level shook violently, and a huge wave spread from the center of the lake in all directions. It formed a circle of spectacular ripples that didn't subside until it was tens of feet away. It was as if the small building in the center of the lake had suffered an irresistible natural disaster and instantly disintegrated. Debris and wood chips splashed everywhere, stirring up layers of water and air waves. No wonder you girl dared to take the initiative to appear in front of Lao Fu today. So that's how you get such great help. Pity. Today is the day that all 3 great masters of the demon state are here. You'll never be able to pull out the old man's hand either. Before the smoke and dust cleared, the figure of the white-robed youth stepped out into the air. Barefoot, he landed on the lake. Chapter 112, True Element. This white-robed youth clearly looked as young as Xiaomo, but it was an old-fashioned tone. Could it be that your girl's reliance today is this person? That slap just now. Not bad. Such a rigid palm technique is rare in the Jianghu. The white-robed youth's gaze passed through the rain and mist and landed on Xiaomo. With his martial arts skills, despite having only one palm, he still saw through a few of the Dragonfall's 18 palms. With just the body protector's astral chi, he was able to remain unharmed under this palace's palm. Senior's martial arts aren't bad either. Shamer's eyes narrowed slightly. Although he did not intend to rely on the dragon's regret to take the world second, he can be as powerful as he is today. I'm afraid that an ordinary grandmaster would have been injured under that palm just now. Ha 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 ha. It's the first time I've been complimented by a young man. It's not easy for you to have such martial arts cultivation at such a young age. Why waste your life here for nothing? After I've enjoyed that little girl's cherry blossom enchanting body, I'll naturally leave this city. What your court wants to do is none of my business. How? White-robed youth, bare feet lightly pointing lake surface. Ripples do not rise, as if stepping on the ground, step by step toward the shore. Eyes deep, like hiding stars in sea, but also like condensing the ancient cold ice. With every further step, his aura increased by 1 point, and an inexplicable intimidating force came from all over the world. Bing Yan-mei could not hide the color of panic in her eyes, as if she had seen a ghost and a god, and subconsciously took a step back. The aura quietly spread to the entire lake. The mist was blown right out of the air. The sky was originally a fine, unrelenting hazy drizzle. At this moment, it also seemed as if he was shocked by the white-robed youth's aura. The rain became sparse and eventually stopped altogether. How is that possible? Manpower is sometimes poor, and he was able to interfere with the heavenly signs? Ice Face May's voice was somewhat appalled, looking at the white-robed youth in the distance. For the first time, he felt as if he had thought things a bit simpler. You stand back. Xiaomo's voice caused Bing Yan Mei to instantly return to her senses. Thinking about the rumors in the Jianghu in the past 2 years about this Xinwu division master, Bing Yan Mei's uneasy heart calmed down slightly again. Yes, a light salute was given. Bing Yan Mei executed her light power and retreated more than 100 feet. When the top Grand Masters fought, this distance wasn't even too safe. However, Bing Yan Mei was still somewhat confident in her lightness. If it's really dangerous, it's not too late to retreat. In the middle of the Great Xia, there are still characters like you. It's really an unstable factor. The palace gives you the same chance. Explain clearly where you came from in terms of martial arts. Then join the Xinwu division. The palace can be forgiven for what it did in the past. As for this cherry blossom charming body, well, coincidentally, this palace also wants to enjoy it. Xiaomao revealed a rare evil smile. His feet rose off the ground and flew towards the lake. Just like that in the air, the white-robed youth's aura gave way. A pair of eyes stared at Shamer dead in the face. Overhead void was rumored to be a divine skill in the Jianghu, but that's about it in front of him. It's just a brilliant lightweight skill. The color of greed flickered in the eyes of the white-robed youth. Then you can go to hell. Between the white-robed youth's movements, the surface of the lake was as if it had withstood the force of 10,000 pounds. It was like a mountain collapsing and crumbling, and the water mist splashed in all directions. The sound was horrifying. The white-robed youth disappeared with a whoosh sound, and his body instantly leapt into mid-air. A fist swung out. Pristine. The fist has not yet arrived. The surrounding air has been stagnant. All the music is silent. Only the sound of the fist wind whistling. Xia Mo gazed at the punch, but saw that the shape of the non-fist was actually a mountain pressing the top. The surface of the lake was so rough that it seemed as if the sky was tumbling down and the 10,000 hectares of blue waves were trembling. The aftereffects of the fist wind spread. The lake could not withstand the majestic force, and the water waves churned and cascaded. Eventually, there was a state of being sunk. Around the shore, the water level plummeted, revealing the shallow bottom of the lake, which was difficult to see in the past. Flying dragon, seeing dragon, diving dragon. Xiaomo's clothes bulged with the wind and he instantly struck out 3 palms. 3 transparent dragon-shaped silhouettes rose up in the air, the dragons bellowing, their teeth and claws flailing. The 2 men's fists and palms clashed, and a mighty energy that was overwhelmingly powerful violently erupted. The surface of the lake by its impact, dozens of water columns rise up. Each column is more than 10 feet high. Spectacular. The scenery along the shoreline suffered from this unforeseen disaster. Stone benches cracked, trees broken, branches and leaves flying. Bing Yan Mei witnessed this scene. The flower face lost color. Immediately the body shape of a shake. Light power to the extreme, fluttering back to avoid. Even so, the aftermath of the battle was still like a dark current surging, invading his body, causing him to stifle a grunt. The corners of his mouth overflowed with a trace of blood, apparently suffering from not light internal injuries. In her heart, she said that it was a fluke. If not for her swift reaction, the aftermath of the battle between these two would have been enough to kill her. The two fought from the air to the water, feet on the water, not to cause dust, leaving only a trail of residual shadow. The second in the world really has 2 skills. Every slap of Xiaomo's hand carried the force of a mountain and a sea. The lake's surface seemed to be torn apart by an invisible dragon when the palm wind reached it. Having exchanged hands until now, Summer was naturally able to detect it. This second in the world's martial arts seemed to transcend the realm of the great master. That is to say, this person's strength was still above the wisp of residual spirit of the ice heavenly monarch from 2 years ago. Too bad we didn't take the underworld out with us this time. Otherwise it would have just given him the 15th sword now. Xiaoma didn't believe that the other party would be able to remain intact. This junior, how on earth did he cultivate? The more the white-robed youth fought, the more alarmed he became. He had also spent about 200 years since he had been practicing martial arts and had had strange encounters. It was only barely touching a world above the great masters, although it was far from the legendary celestials. But the white-robed youth knew very well that his strength was no longer something that could be summarized by the words Grand Master. I didn't expect to meet such a difficult junior here. That rigid and incomparable palm technique was even so. This junior's internal energy was simply like it was welded inside his body. With his terrifying ability to draw yuan and fuse air, he was unable to shake the other party's true chi in the slightest. Can't keep dwelling on it. The white-robed youth's eyes suddenly became stern. Junior, today, old me will let you see the means of surpassing a grandmaster. As soon as he finished speaking, countless water droplets suddenly rose from the lake and surrounded the white-robed youth, coalescing into a hazy layer of white mist illusion. The white-robed youth had his index and middle fingers together. The massive fog illusion violently shrunk and transformed into a crystal-clear water dragon, roaring and rushing towards Xiaomo, who was not far away. It was different from the dragon-shaped true chi vision when Xia Mo executed the dragon falling 18 palms. This water dragon didn't seem to be an extraordinary object, and along the way it passed, the air was torn out in bursts of sonic booms. The water dragon took off its reins with great speed, and in one gulp, it swept up the slightly thin figure of Xia Mo into it. Then that huge body sank violently, diving into the lake with an unrivaled might, stirring up circle after circle of surging ripples. It quickly spread in all directions. It was as if heaven and earth had been temporarily pressed on the mute button by this force, leaving only the fine sound of water waves lapping at the shore. The face of Bing Yanmei in the distance changed drastically, gathering water into mist transforming into a water dragon. The second in the world revealed his means at this moment. It had completely exceeded the expectations of this pavilion master of extreme bliss. Above the Grand Master? What the white-robed youth said just now fell into Bing Yanmei's ears. The face grew paler and paler. The dragon's tail. The voice rang out from the bottom of the lake as if it was thunder in the sky, and the golden dragon's shadow leapt out from the surface of the lake. The dragon's roar echoed, shaking the heart and soul, like a butterfly breaking out of a cocoon. Xia Mo emerged from the dragon's belly and hovered steadily in midair with a bang. The water droplets on his body instantly evaporated with a push of his inner strength. Xia Mo looked at the white-robed youth, showing a rare look of surprise. You actually have been able to skillfully harness the power of true essence? The most significant sign of transcending the Grand Master realm was that the true chi in the body had gradually begun to transform towards true essence. If true chi was an invisible gas, then true essence was a solidified liquid. It contains infinity within and responds to all phenomena outside, so it can harness natural energies, harmonize yin and yang, and control the 5 elements. Since the true essence resonates with heaven and earth, one can cast spells and techniques without any disadvantage. Wind, rain, thunder, lightning, clouds, frost and snow can all be my help. Those who had cultivated to this realm were not yet called celestials though, but it's no longer mortal. Not everyone who had broken through to Grandmaster was able to skillfully harness true element to defend their enemies. If there is no corresponding dharma, even though the true chi in the body had been completely transformed into true essence, that's just a better Grandmaster. Ha 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 ha. Nice. You juniors have some insight to know the difference between true essence and true chi. In order to obtain this royal water true scripture, old me has paid a small price. It was only then that it was snatched from the barbaric temple. For this reason one has to use these women of the pavilion of ultimate bliss to draw in yuan and melt the air to restore one's vitality. Just as well, ever since I practiced the Royal Water Sutra, no one has been able to let me perform it to my heart's content. Let's take you juniors for a meat feast today. The white-robed gentleman lifted his sleeve and pointed. In an instant, the wind around Xia Mo rising clouds, countless water beads ran suspended in the air, such as the stars fell to earth, densely covered all around. The bead dots saved up. The momentum was like a thunderstorm, and they all attacked Xia Mo. Xia Mo's expression remained unchanged as he stepped on the Big Dipper and performed the indulgent ascending immortal steps. His body transformed into 1,000 phantoms, floating like an immortal, weaving through the forest of water beads, avoiding the real and avoiding the virtual. Although the water droplets are dense, but cannot dip its sleeve the slightest, showing the extraordinary posture. The white-robed youth was not shocked but pleased. I was right in my guess. This light skill of yours should be the same as the old man's royal water true scripture, not a martial art that belongs to the mortal world. I'll take it. Previously, although this junior's palm technique was strong, it hadn't been placed in the eyes of the white-robed youth. The mountain fist he had performed earlier wouldn't be much inferior to that palm technique, but this light skill is completely different. Ever since breaking through the Grand Master, the true chi in his body gradually transformed towards true essence. The white-robed youth had been suffering from the lack of a suitable martial art to utilize his strength. One could only follow the cat's footsteps and mobilize the true essence according to the way it was used. Although the power was strong, it clearly fell short of the white-robed youth's mental expectations. That's why he took the risk of breaking into the savage god's temple. After all, the divine temple had a long heritage, and the current divine temple lord was likewise a person who had surpassed a great master. Before he got the Water Sutra, he had suffered a lot of losses in its hands. White-robed youth show 5 fingers, suddenly clenched. In an instant, countless water droplets should converge, as if 100 rivers to the sea. It condensed into a huge square water curtain in midair, glittering. Shamer's true form appeared in the water dungeon. Hey, let's see how you can hide this time. The white-robed youth laughed out softly, as if the spring breeze was brushing his face, but contained a wit. After saying that, the water curtain started to ripple again, hiding the sharpness inside, shooting out countless crystal water droplets, just like a rain of arrows pouring down. Xia Mo reacted extremely quickly. His body shook and instantly transformed into a Vajra unbreakable body. The water droplets hit it, thumping, gold and iron, sparks splashing, but failed to hurt it a bit. The white-robed youth frowned slightly. With this move of his, every drop of water possessed the full force of a superb expert or even a top expert in the Jianghu. There were even some that had reached the level of Grandmaster. With this kind of quantity, even if a top Grandmaster took a hit, he would never feel good. At a young age, it's just as well to have such power. Light power, palm techniques, and now there's this body refining technique. The old man has heard of you these days. You should also have an extremely strong sword technique, right? This can no longer be described as gifted, not even demonic. By the looks of it, I'm afraid you have more precious things on you than just that light skill. Xiaomo's Vajra unbreakable divine power was transported to its peak, surrounded by golden aura, just like casting iron on copper, with a compelling aura. If you want to know, find a way to defeat this palace. The white-robed youth snorted coldly. Fu Briss. Both hands slowly opened, and between the 10 fingers there seemed to be thousands of strands of water vapor condensing, turning into an invisible net and spreading towards the sky. Water is the most soft, but it can also overcome hardness. The art of royal water, turning softness into a blade. All of a sudden, the lake's surface rippled as if all the water vapor in heaven and earth was inspired by it, converging into a force that could not be named. The white-robed youth's body moved towards the sky, and then fell down violently. Dragon's water whistle. Break! A water dragon containing endless power roared out from the clouds with a thunderous boom, heading straight for Xiaomo. Xiaomo's 9-yang grafting divine skill was catalyzed to the extreme, plus the indestructible destructive power of the Vajra unbreakable divine power. A fist blasted towards the water dragon's head. The golden aura collided with the water dragon. Boom! The lake's surface instantly lifted up monstrous waves, and the surrounding clouds were washed away by this force, revealing a clear and bright piece. In the midst of the roar, a figure was like a meteor cutting through the air, shooting out from the interweaving of light and sound, and smashing heavily into the shore. The momentum was so swift that it even plowed a deep scar in the earth, and the dust flew up to cover the sky. When the smoke and dust gradually dispersed, the figure was revealed to be none other than Xiaomo. He stood in the center of the deep pit, his clothes slightly disheveled and dusty. The blow just now had almost made it difficult for him to maintain his Vajra unbreakable divine power state any longer. Xiaomo's eyes, instead of having the slightest color of frustration, became brighter and brighter. Rising slowly, he once again took a step towards the blue rippling lake, each step seeming to tread on the rhythm of heaven and earth, his momentum growing longer. Really, I originally thought I wouldn't be able to use this kung fu, but it looks like you really can't underestimate the world. Chapter 113, Weekly 6 Void Feats. The white-robed youth looked at the somewhat slightly distressed Xiaomo, eyes slightly glued. This junior's golden body was broken, but his breath was not weakened in the slightest. How is that possible? He didn't hold back with that move just now. Harnessing natural energies with true essence was not a tricky way of doing things like the Chiman's art. The power is no more or less than a real natural disaster. It's hard not to. The white-robed youth's fingertips gently wiped, and a drop of crystal-clear water was leisurely born. I don't believe that you can still block this strike? The hand made a snapping gesture and the water droplet turned into a blue light, leaving a thin trail of water. It shot toward the center of Summer's brow. The speed was as fast as lightning, but with an elusive dexterity. Just as the water beads were about to touch a few feet in front of Xiaomo's body, a sudden change occurred. On the surface of the lake, a blazing flame leapt up out of nowhere. The water droplets didn't have the slightest room to struggle under this extreme heat. It was instantly vaporized without a trace. The white-robed youth raised an eyebrow. The tone was full of surprise and certainty. You've really broken through to the Grandmaster realm as well. That wisp of fire just now, like his water droplets, was the result of the true essence responding to all things externally. With a show of his body, Xiaomo leaped up like a rabbit. His feet lightly tapped the water, and he landed on the lake's surface again. The power of the Royal Water Sutra should be more than that, right? Use your full strength, or else today, the second in the world will be removed from the Tianji Pavilion's martial arts evaluation. Xiaomo's expression was indifferent, as if he didn't place the white-robed youth in his eyes at all. Arrogant. The white-robed youth's face sank. Though I don't know what martial arts you are practicing, but judging from your means just now, it should be a method to condense the fire chi of heaven and earth. Water can overcome fire. There is not much difference between your kung fu and that of the old man's, so if the fight continues, it is the old man who has a better chance of winning any way you look at it. Tell you what, Junior, why don't we make a deal? The white-robed youth similarly landed on the surface of the lake, almost 10 feet or so away from Xiaomo. I can leave Easy City, and I can also guarantee that I won't look for trouble from the Extreme Bliss Pavilion in the future. And that girl with the cherry blossom enchanting body can be given to you, as long as you teach the old man that light kung fu of the party in this current kung fu that can harness fire chi. Speaking here, the white-robed youth's tone lurched. It also seems to have found itself a bit of an empty glove. Of course, if you're willing, The old man's true scripture of royal water can likewise be taught to you. How? Longing appeared in the eyes of the white-robed youth. In today's 7 great dynasties, great masters were already a phoenix-like existence, except for a few hidden places with a long heritage. It was almost impossible to find any bit of cultivation method on true essence. Now I see both in shamer. How could this allow the white-robed youth to be calm? Compared to that, the cherry wink's body is nothing. Why can't people understand people these days? Since you're not going to make a move, let this palace be the first. Xia Mo looked at the white-robed man who was talking to himself and was suddenly a bit speechless. I told you I'd kill you today, and a mind to want his kung fu. It's being so confident in yourself that you don't even consider that you're going to plant yourself. Shama stretched out his palm and aimed it at the white-robed teenager. Boom! The surface of the lake suddenly sank, like a mirror shattered, the flame palm across the sky, blazing to burn. The white-robed youth laughed in anger, his voice cold. Fine, fine, fine. The old man is unwilling to fight with you to the death, but you're just getting ahead of yourself. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? The water vapor suddenly thick, the vortex suddenly rises, like a dragon sucking water, converging beside the white-robed youth. The vortex continued to expand and clashed blatantly with the flame palm. At the moment of the collision, steam rose into the air, obscuring half the sky and blurring vision. Right in the middle of this chaos, a thin stream of water came out like a spiritual snake, wrapped itself around his body without a sound. The speed is staggering. What? The white-robed youth looked at the stream of water that trapped him tightly in dismay. The true essence contained within it was very unfamiliar. Snapping his head up, his vision cut through the white vapor and a figure loomed. The white-robed youth pointed a finger at the current that bound him. The water flowed off quickly and coalesced into a ball of water floating in his palm. Seeing that the water flow was still under his control, the white-robed youth looked delighted. Before he had time to react, the sky changed abruptly, and dark clouds rolled in like ink. A lightning bolt as thick as a water snake was like a pale dragon probing its claws and tearing the sky. It slashed straight down towards where the white-robed youth was. The air was ignited. Flames attached to the lightning, and a pillar of thunder and fire through the sky appeared between heaven and earth. The light was strong enough to illuminate the entire Easy City. At this moment, whether it was the people in the Jianghu or the common people, all of them stopped what they were doing and looked in the direction of the thunder fire pillar. Xia Mo was like a heavenly god floating in the air. The high temperature contained in the pillar of thunder fire instantly vaporized the water in the entire lake. The true scripture of the imperial water, Sanhai dragon's breath. The white-robed youth let out a furious whistle, like a dragon's roar, mixed with horror and unwillingness. Dark clouds in the sky even more, but not a natural sign, is the true essence of condensation, turned into endless vapor. Convergence in the white-robed youth around. 100-foot water dragon appeared from the pillar of thunder and fire. Thunder roared, fire splashed, and the two fiercely exchanged blows. Break it for me. The water dragon became more and more turbulent, eventually slowly swallowing the pillar of thunder and fire into nothingness. When the light dispersed, the white-robed youth's clothes were all wet. His hair was messy like a tumbleweed. His face was pale, and there was a trace of blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he had exhausted his mind in performing this move. The white robe on his body became tattered and torn, revealing traces of burns, making him look particularly wretched. The white-robed youth gasped for breath and looked towards Xia Mo, who was suspended in the air. What kind of martial arts is this? Thunder, fire, and water. This junior's martial art was actually able to manipulate 3 different natural energies at the same time? Circumambulate the 6 void. Dharma image Qiankuan. 8 trigrams as the foundation. True element 8 pole. The name of this feat is Peripatetic 6 void feats. Xia Mo calmly looked at the white-robed youth. This was one of the 4 martial arts he had gotten in 2 years. It was also because of the Zhouyu 6 imaginary feats that his internal strength had surpassed that of a Grand Master as early as half a year ago. 8 pole? Impossible. You must be lying to the old man. I don't believe it. When the white-robed youth heard this, he immediately retorted. The old man's water royalty true scripture is subtle to the extreme, but it can only manipulate the heaven and earth's water chi. How could a martial art that manipulates 8 completely different energies exist in the world? How can a frog in the bottom of a well know how big the sky is? Xiaomo's flat voice caused the white-robed youth to be greatly irritated. I don't believe it. The white-robed youth's fingers flowed with a ghostly blue light, only to see the blue waves suddenly rise under his feet. In this waterless place, an instant convergence of a monstrous wave, the color of the water from clear to blue, blue and white. It was like the first light of day in the sky, magnificent and dangerous. Chapter 114 Red Xia Splitting Earth Miasma. A water dragon loomed in the huge waves, its head high, its eyes flashing with divine light, and a silky cold air wrapped around its body. The speed competed with lightning, bringing up a roar as it headed straight for Xiamo. Is this the last of your resistance? Xiamo's figure was upright. The wind power was like a dragon soaring through the sky. whistling and generating wind. And the thunder power was like an electric flash in the underworld, cracking the sky and shocking the world. Thunder and wind. These two forces of nature wandered recklessly in the air under Xiaomo's control. The air emitted a roar, like the heavens and earth were resonating, signaling the huge changes that were to come. Boom! The wind and thunder stirred, and fought with the water dragons. The wind was like a boa constrictor coming out of a cave. The green shadows were dazzling, circling and flying, cutting the surrounding air into pieces. Thunder energy like a silver dragon breaks through the clouds. Between the lightning and thunder, the light shoots out in all directions. Each flash carries the power of destroying the sky and destroying the earth. Bang! Shamer's body sank, and he dove into the water without hesitation. A huge 8 trigrams shadow violently rose up from behind him, shining brightly and reflecting heaven and earth. In this Bagua diagram, each of the 8 forces of heaven, earth, mountain, zephyr, wind, thunder, water, and fire evolved a strange scene. It's over. The palm that Xia Mo had been building up underwater finally blasted out, carrying the 8 powers contained in the Bagua diagram. It directly blasted towards the white-robed youth. The white-robed youth's pupils suddenly contracted, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. The water dragon also began to collapse and disintegrate at this moment due to the impact of the wind and thunder power. Xia Mo struck the white-robed youth with an unstoppable palm, accompanied by a miserable scream. The white-robed youth's figure fell from the air with a loud crash. The lake pit that had previously evaporated and dried up due to the pillar of thunder and fire also seemed to be unable to withstand the successive impacts and collapsed once again. The water dragon spread out completely, instantly filling that originally empty ground. On the surface of the lake, the wind and thunder gradually subsided, leaving only Xia Mo standing on the surface of the water, and the 8 trigrams shadow behind him slowly dissipated. The old man will, the true scripture of the imperial water to offer it. Spare my life. White-robed youth floating in the water, such as a leaf of rootless ping-pong, gently swaying with the waves, without the slightest struggle. The whole body was drenched in blood, mottled and clinging to the bruised and battered body. The face was as pale as paper, and the lips were so pale as to be almost transparent. The fine beads of sweat on his forehead intertwined with the blood and slowly slid down, dripping into the water beneath him, causing one tiny ripple after another. His eyes were half open, half closed, his eyes full of exhaustion and pain, with the occasional faint flicker of light. A shocking wound loomed on his chest. The blood was no longer gushing like a fountain, but it was still oozing out in thin streams, staining the surrounding waters. And the wind, gently brushing past, brought up a hint of coolness, but also intensified the trembling of the white-robed youth's body. Breathing was weak and rapid, each inhalation accompanied by a violent cough. It seemed that even the lobes of the lungs had been damaged, and every breath became a great torment. 8 strands of true essence were running amok in the white-robed youth's body, which had long ago left his life hanging in the balance. No need for that. What use would this palace have for such weak kung fu? Xiaomo's words caused the white-robed youth's pupils to shrink. A breath didn't come up, and blood sprayed out of his mouth. The divine light in his eyes disappeared. As soon as he lifted the white-robed youth toward the shore, Xia Mo walked toward the shore, a corpse that surpassed the Grand Master realm. There's still some value in that. Fourth Highness, Bing Yanmei stood on the shore and watched as Xia Mo came over and bowed. The attitude was not much more respectful than earlier. Go, find a place to rest and relax. The palace is a little tired. Yes, Inu Mountain, hidden between the haze of smoke and mist, is like a dragon leaping over a snake, which cannot be named. At the beginning of the moon, the color of the mountain becomes more and more profound. The clear light sprinkles down, and all the music is silent. Only the pine waves and the sound of the spring correspondingly and harmoniously. Ancient paths in the mountains, winding, moss-stained, reflecting the moon. The stone path is lined with branches and leaves. On the top of the peak, there is a pavilion winged. The name is Looking at the Moon Pavilion. Pavilion in the stone tables and benches. Climbing the pavilion to look out. But see the mountains as Diane. Layers and layers of peaks. The moonlight in the hazy more magnificent. A white-clothed beauty with a stunning appearance stood in the center of the gazebo. Hair such as clouds, lightly pulled a plain bun, decorated with jade hairpins, more clear and elegant. Lillian lifted her eyes and looked into the distance. Her eyes like water, crossing the heavy mountains and reaching the sky above. The moon in the sky, silver plate bright, but its light seems to be covered by a light veil, transmitting a faintly gloomy atmosphere. Reflected in the surrounding scenery are covered with a layer of cold and deep color. It is the feeling of the cloudy moon. I see. Is that why this mountain do called Inu Mountain? Pity, if you'd shown up a little earlier. I'm afraid it won't take that many deaths. The white-robed beauty spoke softly, but the words she uttered caused people to feel unexplained fear. The gazebo on the top of the hill, standing alone, and the scenery around it, miserable, since the peak meandering down. The road is covered with corpses, men and women mixed. all due to poison and death. The situation is very miserable. There is a man lying on the side of the road, face distorted, eyes wide open, hands clenched, knuckles white, can be seen dying struggle. The woman's skirt is scattered, hair bun fluffy, face as pale as paper, lips still left a touch of black purple, poisoned into the bone marrow of the face. Judging from the clothes on these people, they were all from the same sect. Outside the gazebo, not far away, a black palace dress woman stood quietly, killing intent in her eyes was biting, like frost condensation, chilling, surrounded by dead silence, only the sound of the wind whimpering, as if for the countless dead low cry. The blood scorpion jumped, body like a flame, from the corpses in the middle of the field leaped up, perched on the left shoulder of the woman in plain clothes, black spiders walking, shadow like the night, also from the body into a mound of leaping up, landing on his right shoulder. Red hazer at splitting miasma. I didn't realize that there are still people in today's Jianghu who can cast this poisonous miasma. Little girl, today you broke into my Inu mountain and killed so many Inu mountain disciples without a word. Is it just to force me out? The black palace dress woman's voice was ethereal, like the cloudy moon in the sky. Not bad. There were originally a few heaven-grade Jinwu guards following me, but I thought about it carefully. It's not easy for the imperial court to cultivate these heaven-grade Jinwu guards. If we kill our way up to Inu mountain with brute force, casualties will be an inevitable thing. That's why it's most convenient to have me alone. Wasn't going to kill them either. It's a pity that these disciples of Inu mountain don't seem to know what it means to be polite. I'll just have to learn it better in my next life. The white-robed beauty walked out of the gazebo and slightly arched her hand towards the black palace-suited woman. The 6th Jinwu envoy of the Jinwu division, Sea Snake. Greetings, Lady Inu. Lady Inu stared at Jingshu for a while. Since you made it so clear, then this seat won't talk nonsense with you. Stay here on Inu mountain today. Chapter 115, The Battlefield of Each. The night was as dark as ink, and all was silent, except for the whispers of the wind as it passed through the treetops, and the occasional sound of a beast in the distance. Bai Xian wore the official uniform of a Jinwu envoy, with his basilisk and crimson garments, embroidered with dragons and tigers in gold thread. At this moment, stepping on the top of a large tree, branches intertwined, fine leaves brushing, but it seems that nothing can disturb it in the slightest. That's where the Ghost Domain Sect's headquarters is located. I didn't expect it to be in such an inconspicuous deep mountain. Bai Xian's gaze pierced through the heavy night and looked toward that halfway up the mountain. There's a lodge there and it's huge. Black tiles cover the roof, cornices flying, walls mottled, vines winding. The night is more eerie. If it weren't for Bai Xian's profound power, he wouldn't have been able to see so many things from such a distance. In front of the gate of the mountain villa, double hanging large red lanterns, red silk fluttering, in the darkness blooming a touch of ominous color. The founding ancestor of the Ghost Domain sect was able to rank in the top 3 among the 9 demon generals back then. It's not much better than that Lan Jun of the demon sect, such as today. The Ghost Domain sect's Xian Yuanjin Gang and Shadow Escape Thousand Chance Steps are both top martial arts in the Jianghu. It's completely not inferior to my Lin family's supreme sword technique. It's a pity that none of the later generations of children or grandchildren are competitive. In the past 100 years, there hasn't even been a single person who has cultivated these two great arts to great success. So much so that the mighty Ghost Domain sect is at the bottom of the list of the 2 factions and 7 clans. Not far from where Bai Xian was, Lin Fu held Ling Frost in his arms as he similarly stepped on the branches of the tree. Looking at the mountain villa halfway up the hill, a complex color appeared in his eyes. If I hadn't met the master of the division, the Plum Blossom Villa had fallen more directly than the Ghost Domain sect. Even the door was given out. Ha. Even the Ghost Domain sect, which is gradually going into decline, is still a behemoth in the Jianghu. The branches and leaves shook and rustled slightly. Bai Xian and Lin Fu stood at the top of a tree in the forest, surrounded by dark shadows. More than 10 figures quietly surrounded. Although the master of the Ghost Domain sect has not practiced the Xian Yuanjin Gang, I have heard that he has practiced another more insidious martial art. This time, this ambassador has taken over the Ghost Domain sect in a big way, and he even brought along 15 heaven-grade Jinwu guards, including you. If we can't take the Ghost Domain sect, I'm afraid that we won't have any good fruit to eat when we return. Looking at the eerie appearance of this lodge, it shouldn't be a good host to communicate with either. Preserve yourself while eliminating as many Ghost Domain sect disciples as possible. Do you hear me? Yes. The surrounding heaven-grade Jinwu guards responded in unison. Go on. Bai Xian waved his hand. 14 figures moved in response to the sound. Their figures were swift, like bats flying with their wings under the night sky, heading straight for the mountain villa. What man? Enemy attack. Ah! The guarding Ghost Domain sect disciples were instantly killed just as they became aware of it. The weakest of the heavenly level Jinwu guards were all superb experts when placed in the Jianghu. How could some gatekeeper disciples be their opponents? But the work of a marquis. They had already killed their way inside the Ghost Domain sect's mountain villa. What kind of madman dares to trespass the ghost domain gate? Looking for death? 7 or 8 figures emitting a terrifying aura killed out from the deepest part of the mountain village. Each one's aura was not below that of a heaven-level Jinwu Wei. The number of heaven-grade Jinwu guards was greater than the other party though, but there were still hundreds of ghost domain sect's elite disciples around. Even farther away, there were still a constant number of ghost domain sect disciples encircling over. The 14 heaven-grade Jinwu guards immediately dispersed, each fighting on their own. The ghost domain sect lodge was suddenly thrown into chaos. Aren't you going to make a move yet? Bai Xian unexpectedly looked at Lin Fu. Although he was a Jinwu envoy, he was the best of these heaven-grade Jinwu guards. The concept of superiority and inferiority is indeed a bit weaker than that of the average town's armed guards. It is only when facing the lord of the division that humility is revealed. According to the intelligence, apart from the sect master, the ghost domain sect is only somewhat threatened by the supreme elder who is always in seclusion on the mountain cliff. The sect master is in your hands, Lord Shen Monkey. My humble servant will go and meet how many pounds this ghost domain sect's supreme elder actually has. Lin Fu slightly clasped his fists towards Bai Xian. Then the foot lightly point, light leap up, figure in the forest shuttle, fast as lightning, but also bring up gusts of wind. The plum blossom trembles lightly as it brushes through the branches, emitting a faint fragrance. Bai Xian gently shook his head, the eyes gradually sank. On the roof of one of the tallest houses in the ghost domain sect's mountain villa, a person whose entire body was shrouded under a black robe appeared there at an unknown time. Ghost domain sect master. Without any reason, Bai Xian directly identified this black-robed man. Phew, a gust of wind blew by, and Bai Xian appeared within the ghost domain sect's mountain village. 2 of the nearest ghost domain sect disciples swept up. Bang! It comes and goes quickly. The face of the ghost domain sect's master was hidden under a white hood. To have the guts to take action against the 2 factions and 7 clans. Is the court trying to force the demon state to turn against them? Once the demon state turns against you, do you think the 6 dynasties will be indifferent? The voice of the ghost domain sect master was a bit hoarse. Well, cut the crap. It's better for this official to see what the ghost domain sect master is capable of. It just so happens that this official has learned a new style of kung fu. Before I could use it for actual combat, I stumbled upon this mission in the demon state. Practice on you. Just right. As soon as Bai Xian's words fell, his body transformed into a residual shadow and arrived directly in front of the ghost domain sect master. Seek death. The ghost domain sect master's figure unfolded as if a storm had suddenly risen in the dark night. His entire body's black robes bulged, and his hands turned palms into claws as he violently pushed forward. The claw winds were harsh, carrying a whistling sound that tore through the air as they came straight at Bai Xian. A black vortex formed along the way, releasing a palpitating sense of oppression. Dark night heaven-splitting claw. Bai Xian's eyes lit up, obviously recognizing the kung fu of the ghost domain sect master. The corner of his mouth hooked into a faint smile, and his figure turned lightly. Hands fluttered like butterflies through flowers, as easily as folding a cold plum. Every time he exchanged blows against the ghost domain sect master, he aptly dissolved the opponent's attack into nothing. Bai Xian's eyes grew bright. Finally, someone knows how they felt when they were holding back with the division master. The figure moved like a snowy mountain fly, instantly to the front of the enemy. The cold air suddenly rises, the surrounding snowflakes flying, but not a natural scene, is Bai Xian internal power. Each snowflake contains a piercing cold. The hands manifested into thousands, as if 1,000 cold plums were blooming at the same time, attacking towards the ghost domain sect master. Tianshan Plum Breaker. Bang! Bang bang bang! In a series of bursts, the ghost domain sect master was wrapped in countless cold lights, and each strike shook him to the point where his blood was churning. The black robe shattered and his body stumbled. The surrounding cold air condensed into substance, forming an icicle that blocked the house, like a winter hell where everything withered. Humph! Bai Xian revealed a smile. Under his stocking, and for the sake of this magic state mission, the master of the house finally passed on the heavenly mountain plum breaking hands to him. A top-notch martial art is really the fastest way to enhance one's strength. Before he learned the Tianshan plum breaking hand, he was afraid that he could not do so easily against the ghost domain sect master. Bang! Bai Xian slapped his palm on the shoulder of the ghost domain sect master, sending him flying. Temple of Blood. The doors of the temple were cast from unknown black iron. A huge blood jade was set on the lintel, emitting a demonic red light. It tinted everything around it with an ominous color. Entering the Temple of Blood, one is greeted with a feast of ruins and death, the most terrifying of the 2 sects and 7 clans in the Devil's State. Tianji Pavilion Martial Assessment Grand Master. The sect that the Blood Soul Demon Monarch personally sat in. Today it was actually killed on the main camp. Huge stone pillars fell to the east and west, some broke from the center, and some collapsed completely. In the air, the sound of collision of power chi was unceasing, so it must have been a fight to the death between the intruders and the Blood Temple disciples. Blood and scorched breath filled the air, The firelight jumped through the rubble, reflecting the twisted and hideous faces. Kill them. When had the Blood Palace ever suffered such humiliation? But this time, the invaders were too powerful. No matter how hard the Blood Temple disciples fought, one by one, they eventually fell in a pool of blood. Blood Soul Demon Lord, get the hell out of here. An old voice resounded from the depths of the Blood Palace. It was immediately followed by a terrifying dragon roar. Bang! Elder Long stood on the shore, looking at a pool of blood not far away with a gloomy expression. Devil, how many people have you killed? Gollum! Within the pool of blood, the water bubbled and gurgled. The blood boiled and swirled, intensifying, forming a deep vortex. A figure slowly rose from the blood pool abyss with a firm and powerful stride. With each step, the blood water under his feet transformed into a blooming blood lotus. The petals were demonic and deep in color, like the flowers of hell, competing to bloom and lift him out. The figure was surrounded by a thick layer of blood mist. Dragon Abyss? So it's you, old man. Have you eaten bear's heart and leopard's guts today, daring to come to find this seat's bad luck? The Blood Soul Demon Monarch had an upright posture, transcending the mortal world, and stood on the bank of the blood pool, creating a world of its own. Appearance looked to be a middle-aged man, face cold, sharp edges, like a knife cut, reveals a kind of loneliness and indifference that is beyond the world. The blood pupils of his eyes flashed, looking straight into the deepest fears and desires of the human heart. A blood-colored mark was faintly visible between his forehead. Your blood temple's demonic technique, from the moment you begin, requires the use of human blood to cultivate. Even children are bred to be blood slaves, no different then. How can this official tolerate such a heavenly outrage? Elder Long glared angrily at the Blood Soul Demon Monarch, not at all deterred by its aura. This officer? The Blood Soul Demon Lord was slightly stunned when he heard Elder Long's words. With that, his ears twitched. The situation inside the Blood Temple was probably understood. So you old thing defected to the court. It's really getting back to life. The Blood Soul Demon Lord gently raised his hand, one finger pointing at Elder Long. In that case, let this seat see what you're leaning on. The ends of his fingers converged with an extremely dense blood-red glow. With a low and long whistling sound, a blood-colored power chi carried eeriness and destruction as it shot toward Elder Long. Wherever it passed, the air was corroded by this rich blood color, leaving behind a shocking black mark. A trace of gravity flashed in Elder Long's eyes, but he did not lose his composure. Feet on the Bagua step, body shape slightly turned, the body's true chi surging. A palm slammed out. The golden dragon shadow whistled out and rushed towards the blood-colored energy with open teeth and claws. Bang! The golden dragon shadow collided violently with the blood-colored power chi. The bloodlight was forced by the might of the golden dragon shadow and stirred up, turning into a rain of blood in the sky. Each drop contains extremely strong corrosive power, enough to erode gold and stone. However, Master Long and the Blood Soul Demon Monarch, two people, the mind focus, the only thing in the eyes of the other side of the figure. The outside world are not into its eyes. The blood rained down, but it seemed to be conscious, circling around the two's figures, without ever touching their clothes. Grand Master? No wonder you're a timid old thing with this drive this time. So it's a breakthrough of this layer of bottleneck. The Blood Soul Demon Lord's expression finally became much more serious. Elder Long was originally a renowned half-step grandmaster in the Jianghu. The Blood Palace had also had a karmic encounter with the dragon family in the past. In terms of the depth of his internal force alone, Elder Long would definitely not lose out to an ordinary grandmaster. It was just that the state of mind was lacking, so there was a delay in breaking through. Now that he had become a grandmaster, his martial arts skills must have skyrocketed. Use your blood-sea endless kung fu. I'm afraid you won't have a chance behind you. After exchanging a single move just now, Elder Long's confidence skyrocketed. Looking at the Blood Soul Demon Lord, he sneered. The Blood Soul Demon Lord's tone sank. The old thing speaks loudly. This seat will let you know today. The gap between Grand Masters is equally large. The Blood Soul Demon Lord's figure flickered and flew up from the blood pool. His hand contained bloodlight, and he slapped his palm towards Elder Long's face. Elder Long was equally unwilling to show weakness. The most feminine move in the dragon, falling 18 palms, crawling frost and ice to humongous shot. This palm, without an earth-shattering roar, carried an eerie coldness that made one's soul tremble. The temperature around them plummeted, as if they had instantly shifted from summer to winter, only to see Elder Long's palm wind transform into countless tiny ice crystals that flew like snowflakes in the sky. But each piece contained enough sharpness and coldness to penetrate steel. These ice crystals converged in the air. It eventually condensed into a huge ice-blue dragon head that carried a destructive force as it blasted towards the Blood Soul Demon Monarch. When the Blood Soul Demon Monarch faced this palm, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, but it was then replaced by an even crazier battle intent. The blood-red palm power surged and surged, turning as hot and furious as the fires of hell. It collided violently with that ice-blue dragon head in midair. Boom! the ice blue dragon head exploded violently, turning into countless tiny ice crystals that scattered and splashed in all directions. Each piece accurately struck the Blood Soul Demon Monarch's protective blood mist, eroding and freezing it a little. The Blood Soul Demon Monarch's figure shook and his face changed slightly, obviously not expecting Elder Long's palm to be so powerful. The anger in his heart increased, and an unprecedented killing intent boiled in the Blood Soul Demon Monarch's chest. Blood Soul Destruction. The Blood Soul Demon Lord let out a low roar. The blood-colored light around his body suddenly intensified, and everything around him was dyed red by this blood color. The Blood Soul Demon Monarch folded his hands together and closed his eyes to concentrate, and a moment later, he violently opened his eyes. There was a blood-red color flowing in his eyes, like two burning flames. With his hands separated, he pushed forward, and immediately, an indescribably terrifying force erupted from within him. Chapter 116, The Great Brahma Divine Power. Tokoyami 6 Dragons. Elder Long's beard and hair were all open, his eyes gleaming, and he violently raised his voice to the sky, his voice as loud as thunder. With this roar, 6 illusory dragon shadows rose up in the air from within Elder Dragon. These 6 dragons surrounded him, forming an unrivaled aura, to defend the heavens as well. Elder Long murmured, his hands slowly raised, the yuan qi of heaven and earth in his palms frantically converging, echoing the 6 dragons. The Blood Soul Demon Lord stood not far away, his blood-red eyes flashing with madness and greed. He could feel the terror of Elder Long's palm. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled into a cruel smile. The blood of the strong tastes ever so good. The sea of blood has no end. The demonic soul devours the sky. The ground cracked open, and a foul-smelling and unpleasant blood gushed out like a fountain. In the blood and water, it seemed as if countless unjust souls could be heard wailing, going toe-to-toe with Elder Long's 6 dragon palm power. Bang! Bang! Boom! The two men's palms faced each other, erupting with a shocking loud sound. The demonic souls in the blood and water roared and tried to devour all the light, while the 6 dragons roared and dispelled the darkness with supreme majesty. The pool of blood stirred in the fierce collision, and the blood water splashed in all directions, transforming into a razor-sharp blood blade that cut through the surrounding air. However, Elder Long's palm force was too strong, and it actually suppressed the blood water hard. The blood blades disintegrated and turned into nothingness as they approached him. Right at this critical juncture, a hint of ruthlessness flashed through the Blood Soul Demon Lord's eyes. The true chi in his body instantly skyrocketed, and the unjust souls in the blood water let out even more mournful wails. An unprecedented force surged out from the blood water and collided with Elder Long's palm once again. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire hall began to shake as if it couldn't withstand the force. Stone pillars broke, rubble flew, and the two men's internal power competition had reached white heat. After a dazzling light, the blood pool exploded, the blood mist scattered in all directions, and the great hall collapsed. Elder Long stifled a grunt. His body staggered and retreated in succession, as if an autumn leaf met a swift wind. Unstoppable. Finally, before a column. This column has been half decadent. I do not expect the old man hit the force of the huge. Even make the rotten wood fly again. The sound shocked the 4 fields. Blood was hidden at the corners of Elder Long's mouth, and he clenched his teeth as his internal breath worked to forcefully suppress his injuries and prevent them from spreading. At the same time, a palm was swung out, kicking up a gust of wind. Looking around, the figure of the Blood Soul Demon Lord was long gone. Elder Long came to the blood pool. The martial arts performed by the Blood Soul Demon Monarch just now had long since depleted the blood in the blood pool. At the bottom of the pool there was a dark hole, at the moment littered with debris. Apparently the Blood Soul Demon Lord had slipped away from here. Whoosh! 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 5 figures swept in from outside. 4 men and 1 woman, all wearing the official uniforms of the Zenwei. Lord Qianlong, the top brass of the blood hall, had been executed in full. A bald Jinwuwei at the head of the group clasped his fists and bowed. Is it just you guys? Elder Long gazed at the 5 heaven-grade Jinwu guards. This time, he had brought a 13 heaven-grade Jinwu guards with him, but he didn't expect that he had suffered more than half of the casualties. My lord, these Blood Palace people are bloodthirsty and crazy, and they are simply humongous when they start to go crazy. And in their lair, a few of the brothers were careless and fell prey to them. The only woman in the Jinwuwei spoke up. Elder Long was silent for a moment. He was naturally aware of the strength of a heaven-grade Jinwuwei. Just now it was also a moment controlled by emotions. One of the heaven-grade Jinwu guards who died outside was his son or nephew. The Long family defected to the imperial court, and he himself became one of the 12 Jinwu ambassadors. It was natural for the family to send some people to join the Jinwu division. The Blood Soul Demon Lord has escaped. Elder Long's words caused the faces of the 5 heaven-grade Jinwu guards to change drastically. Just as he was about to say something, he was interrupted by Elder Long. That devil should have been injured as well. Only with the kung fu of the blood temple, as long as there is human blood, recovery will be quick. Send a message to the master of the division. Flying Eagle. For instructions on what to do next, let's deal with the Blood Temple first. Yes, the yellow sands cover the sun, the sky and the earth are dim, the flying dust rolls, and the eye cannot see far. When the wind picks up, all is silent, only the sound of sand grains hitting the surface, such as fine needles and dense rain, unceasingly. The sun is hazy, like a golden pill hidden in the yellow fog. The light is weak, difficult to penetrate the heavy sand curtain. The air was hidden, and the sound of collision kept coming from it. The two figures were as fast as streams of light in the windy and sandy environment, changing instantly. I didn't realize that the wind and sand sect master was actually a woman. One of the figures suddenly spoke, an ink-colored power suit. The material of the clothes was tough, and the collar and cuffs of the clothes were all embroidered with cloud patterns and silver thread. Ponytail hanging high, hair as black as waterfall. The most striking, no more than the pair of red eyes, as if the flame jumped in the cold ice. The one who chose the wind and sand sect of the two factions and 7 clans was none other than the 4th Jinwo envoy Dao Rabbit, and the wind sand sect master, as described by Drabbit, was dressed in rough linen clothing, with a wide robe that bulged with the wind. The collar and cuffs, though not elaborately decorated, are sewn with fine stitches. With a hemp rope tied around his waist, his face was stalwart, his nose straight, his lips slightly pale, and his long hair casually tied behind his head. A woman indeed. Humph, caught in this yellow sand formation. It won't take long for my wind sand sect disciples to kill all those court hawks and dogs. Aren't you going to save those subordinates of yours? The wind and sand sect master looked like a woman in her 40s. Hands were behind his back at the moment, trembling slightly. Obviously, it had suffered a considerable loss in the exchange just now. They are all heaven-grade Jinwu guards selected by the court out of 10,000. It's too whimsical to think that a mere yellow sand formation will leave them behind. Now, better worry about yourself first. Dabbit's figure moved slightly. Shadow swept in front of the wind under her feet, stepping on the moon and stepping on the clouds. Her slender jade leg blatantly kicked at the wind sand sect master. The legs alternated, as fast as meteors, with heavy leg shadows, like 1,000 wind blades intertwined. The air ripped apart and the wind pressure surged, swirling yellow sand in the sky. Jedi kick. Under one leg, the power was astonishing, and the wind and sand sect master's figure couldn't help but sway. The protective astral aura was shaken by this overpowering force, and there were hidden signs of it collapsing around the wind and sand by the leg aftermath of the agitation, adding a few points of violence. But the Dorado body seems to have a circle of invisible air cover. The wind and sand shall not be close to the body. The wind sand sect master's eyes suddenly lit up as if he had stumbled upon a sweet spring in the desert. Quicksand sun devouring palm. This is the wind and sand door of the town school of excellence. A palm that is out, palm wind over, sand and stone flying, can devour all life. The palm gesture contained the internal force that the wind sand sect master had cultivated painstakingly for many years. Facing this quicksand sun devouring palm that came from the sky, the rabbit's body is agile, like a rabbit leaping over a bush, avoiding its sharpness. The corners of his mouth hooked into a faint smile, and his legs were once again poised for action. Jedi Shadow Leg was once again displayed, each leg kicked out, accompanied by a thunderous boom. Leg shadow like a dragon, directly hitting the core of the quicksand sun devouring palm attack. Leg wind. Quicksand was on the force traction. Have to avoid. Cannot get close. The wind sand sect master let out a low cry, both palms downwards, and a strand of quicksand was sucked into his palms. The two streams of sand transformed into a tornado under the blazing sun, sweeping toward Usagi with devastating power. The salon rolls were wrapped in countless sharp sandstones. The rabbit appeared unusually calm, his legs instantly coming together as he sprinted backward, skillfully avoided the first wave of attacks. Immediately after that, his legs fiercely stomped, and his entire body was like a phantom directly leaping over the circle of quicksand, appearing on the flank of the wind sand sect master. Still in mid-air, Usagi's legs kicked out in a series, each kick carrying a cracking sound like thunder and lightning, striking directly at the vitals. This Jedi Shadow Leg not only has amazing speed, but also contains a strong penetrating force. Even thick quicksand is hard to stop its sharpness. For a while the sand shadows and leg shadows were intertwined in an indistinguishable way. Asshole! The wind and sand sect master shouted angrily, and the palm wind became even more intense, as if the quicksand was given life, condensing into a wall of sand in the air. Humph! The rabbit let out a sneer. The legs made a complex trajectory in the air. Not only did he avoid the block of the sand wall, but he also found the wind and sand sect master's break in an instant. With his legs together, he snapped, and a powerful impact instantly erupted out. It directly pierced through the defense of the sand wall, shocking the wind sand sect master into retreating back and forth. You made me do it. The wind and sand raged all around. The sky was dimly lit, and the wind and sand sect master retreated in a series of defeats, determination flashing in his eyes. true chi gathered in both palms, and there seemed to be an unusual tremor in the air. The Wind and Sand Sect Master let out a low roar and unleashed the ultimate killing move in the quicksand sun devouring palm, the Dark Sandstorm Prison. The raging wind and sand around them instantly coalesced into a stream of pitch-black sand that swirled endlessly around the Wind Sand Sect Master. These sand streams contained destructive power, and with every week of rotation, their might increased by 1 point. It eventually converged into a dark sandstorm that covered the sky and pushed straight towards the Usagi. The figure of the rabbit appeared in the wind and sand. Instead of having the slightest fear of the sudden natural disaster-like attack, a flash of excitement flashed across his face. As swift as a stripped rabbit, his legs turned into a trail of shadows, weaving in and out of the gaps in the sandstorm. Finally, at the moment when the sandstorm was at its most violent, Usagi's entire body strength converged on her legs and exploded violently. Shadow Dance 1000 kills, only to see Usagi's legs kicking out in a series, each kick accompanied by an amazing sonic boom. The air left a crack in the vacuum visible to the naked eye. These leg shadows intertwined into a web in the air with dazzling speed. It was as if there were thousands of weights of shadows launching attacks at the same time, with each weight containing an astonishing amount of power. With the full force of the Shadow Dance 1000 kills, Urabit's legs were like being possessed by the wind god, and each strike was precise and deadly. When this 1000 killing moves collided head-on with the Wind Sand Sect Master's Dark Sandstorm Prison, the air was immediately set ablaze. Boom! 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 The sonic booms were incessant. The shadowy sandstorm was under the lightning-like attack of Usagi. It was actually torn open with a hard, blinding crack. It's like the night cut by a sharp blade. The figure of Usagi transformed into a true shadow dancer at this moment. Taking advantage of this brief gap, his figure spread out and crossed the sandstorm like a ghost. It was so fast that it was hard to catch even the remnants. How is that possible? The Wind Sand Sect Master's pupils shrunk. She never expected her stance to be cracked so easily. Still, the reaction was extremely fast, and in the moment when the Uzumaki was about to touch her, the true chi in her body surged wildly. Stiffly, he bounced his body backward several feet, barely avoiding the fatal blow. Even so, she was still shaken by the powerful impact, causing her blood to turn over. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and his face instantly paled like paper. Go! Knowing that he was not a match for the Tao Rabbit, an unprecedented sense of crisis surged in the Wind Sand Sect Master's heart. No longer in love with the battle, he spread his hands and floated up as lightly as a falling leaf. Utilizing the Wind and Sand Sect's unique lightweight skill, wind sprinting steps, he transformed into a blurred shadow and quickly disappeared in the wind and sand. Uzumaki grunted coldly, a flash of coldness in his eyes. Without hesitation, he lifted his chi and lightened his body, and followed closely behind, the two of their silhouettes appearing and disappearing in the wind and sand. A thrilling chase quietly unfolded on this sprawling desert. Black Magic Sect. A black-bearded, black-faced old man stared angrily at the monk in cloth robes not far away. Great Brahma Divine Power. Are you from the Brahma Pure Land? The cloth-robed monk folded his hands. Amit Ba. The Night Cultivator is indeed as discerning as a torch, actually recognizing the poor monk's origins at a glance. However, although the poor monk is from the Brahma Pure Land, he has already rebelled from the sect in the early years. Now it's the second Jinwu division of the Great Xia Jinwu division. Ugly Bull. Ugly Bull looked at the old man in front of him with a bland gaze. Night Lord Cloud, Black Demon Sect Master. The Black Demon Sect is one of the only two sects alongside the Heavenly Demon Sect in the 2 sects and 7 in the Demon State. Except that I've never heard of a Grand Master sitting in on it. The sect's power was arguably the largest of the 2 sects and 7 clans. After all, the Heavenly Demon Sect was traditionally mysterious and didn't care much about the trivialities of the Jianghu. Like Elder Long, Night Lord Cloud had reached the half-step Grandmaster level early on. As the Black Demon Sect Master, Night Lord Cloud was known for his ferocity in the Jianghu. It was just that it had been stuck in the realm of a half-step Grandmaster, which was why the Black Demon Sect had been robbed of a lot of the limelight by the Blood Palace and the Inu Sect over the years. Ugly Cow? I see. Since you guys made the first move, then you and these people you brought with you will stay in the Black Demon Sect. Night Lord Cloud didn't say much nonsense. He naturally knew how difficult it was to deal with someone who had practiced the great Brahma divine power. It was necessary to get rid of this second Jinwu envoy as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will be difficult for the Black Demon Sect to make good today. Night Lord Cloud appeared beside Ugly Bull with great speed. A palm slapped towards the Ugly Ox's Dantian. The great Brahma divine power was not only powerful, but also had an amazing physical body. But the Dantian was, after all, where the majority of body refiners had their hoods. Ugly Bull's whole body muscles were taut, and on the surface of his fist, a layer of faint golden light slowly emerged. Bang! A shockwave, visible to the naked eye, swept out in all directions. Night Lord Cloud's palm force is strong, but the Ugly Ox's golden light fist force is also not to be underestimated. The two offset each other, and each retreated a few steps back. stabilized his figure. Again, the Black Demon sect master's face was grave. The martial arts of the monk in front of him was indeed difficult to deal with. The faint layer of golden light on the surface of the opponent's body was even more disturbing to him. The ugly bull's eyes narrowed slightly as golden light flowed within his body, clearly also assessing the direction of this battle. Chapter 117, Black Demon Parasite. The Jinwu division was going to make a move against the 2 factions and 7 clans. Plus there was the 10th Jinwu envoy as an insider. Awesome characters from the 2 schools and 7 clans as well as accomplished martial arts. It has long been no secret in the Jinwu division. As the Black Demon sect master, Night Lord Cloud naturally practiced the Black Demon sect's supreme martial arts mind method, the Black Prison Reincarnation Technique. This martial art is bizarre and unpredictable. Not only can it manipulate the life and death chi of the opponent in battle, it can even affect the spirit of others to some extent. In addition, the Black Hell Reincarnation skill also grants the cultivator a powerful recovery ability. Even if he was seriously injured, he could convert his true chi into vitality in a short period of time and then recover quickly, almost invincible. And the great Brahma heavenly divine power that he cultivated was not only powerful, but his fleshly body was adamantine. Although it was a hair's breadth inferior to Master C's Vajra unbreakable divine power, it was still the top body refining method in the Jianghu. The main thing was a unique phenomenon that would form within the body of a cultivator of the great Brahma divine power. According to the master of the division, key nodes in the body's meridians are hubs for the flow and storage of true chi. Under the action of the divine power of the great Brahma, these labor passes were thoroughly consolidated and strengthened. This solid locking mechanism effectively prevents the intrusion and interference of negative external energies on the true chi. So some of the tricky aspects of the Black Hell Reincarnation Decree had little effect on him instead. This was why he, a Jinwu envoy, dared to pick on the Black Demon sect. Night Cultivator, the Dharma has no boundaries, turned back to the shore. The ugly bull transported the great Brahma heavenly divine power into his fist, assuming the appearance of a furious Vajra, and blasted his fist at the Night Lord Cloud. The void trembled wherever the wind of the fist reached, and behind it, there was suddenly a million paths of cashlight. The Buddha murmured, and the Sanskrit sound lingered, as if heaven and earth were in sympathy, and shared in the power of this strike. Humph! A renegade monk who has become a hawk and dog of the imperial court dares to speak out in front of this seat. Today, I will simply send you to meet your Buddha. Night Lord Cloud's eyes flinched as he quickly activated the Black Prison Reincarnation skill within his body. The whole body was wrapped in a dense black gas, just like a messenger coming out from the underworld. A palm met it, black light appeared, and the shadow of reincarnation spun endlessly. The 2 men exchanged fists and palms, instantly exchanging dozens of moves. The vigor overflowed, and the grass and trees were destroyed. The ground was even unable to withstand such power, and a huge crater was plowed out by the majestic energy overflowing from the 2. As the 2 of them fought furiously, Ugly Bull's gaze gradually became a bit suspicious. "You're not Night Lord Cloud. Who the hell are you?" The Ugly Bull bellowed and suddenly changed his fist into a claw. A swastika bloomed in his palm. Completely unable to see any changes in his figure, he instantly appeared in front of the Night Lord Cloud. Night Lord Cloud's face was gloomy, and he instead revealed a wry smile when he heard Ugly Bull's words. "What are you monks talking nonsense about? This seat is the Black Demon sect master, and the world knows it." The Ugly Ox looked at the firmness in the eyes of the Night Lord Cloud. The mind vaguely guessed. With such tactics, he felt some déjà vu. Night Lord Cloud pointed a finger towards the Ugly Bull. The black chi jumped around his fingertips, transforming into a pitch-black chain that instantly wrapped around Ugly Bull's arm. Amat Ba! With a loud Buddhist cry, the swastika in Ugly Bull's palm blazed with golden light. The pitch-black chains dissipated into a wisp of black smoke in an instant. Ugly Bull took the opportunity to grab Night Lord Cloud's wrist. "Spread out!" Night Lord Cloud glared angrily as an extremely strong force came from him. But how can one break free from the suppression of the great Brahma divine power? Black Demon Parasitic Technique? You actually practice this evil martial art? Ugly Bull looked up at Night Lord Cloud with a somewhat grave expression on his face. If once the world knows about it, even if the court doesn't take action, there's absolutely no way for you to live in the Jianghu. The moment he grabbed Night Lord Cloud, Ugly Bull immediately sensed that something was wrong with the person in front of him. The Black Demon Parasitic skill originated from the 2nd generation of the Black Demon sect master after that founding ancestor of the Black Demon sect. The 2nd generation of the sect master's feats of strength had similarly reached the level of a top grandmaster, and he likes to study all kinds of weird martial arts in the Jianghu. Because of practicing the Black Prison Reincarnation Decree, he was particularly interested in martial arts involving the level of spiritual will. Eventually, he gathered the strengths of all the families and created this Black Demon Parasitic skill, cultivated to a great extent. This technique can turn one's will into a wisp of light smoke to penetrate into the target's mind. Of course, that requires the other person to be unresisting, and it has to be able to withstand the wisp of consciousness. The process is treacherous, and if you're not careful the other person will be an idiot. After invading the other person's mind, it coexists with the target's will, but does not completely obliterate its self-awareness. During this time, the target will act in accordance with the will of the practitioner, but deep down retains a hint of lucidity and struggle. In the parasitic state, the cultivator's external features are subtly mapped onto the target. It causes a brief change in the target's appearance, temperament and even movement habits. It was as if the two had somehow achieved a fusion that was difficult to be easily detected by outsiders. What's even more peculiar is that the practitioner is able to utilize a portion of his or her own martial arts through the target's body during the parasitic period. It was as if these martial arts were originally mastered by the target. However, there was a limit to this borrowing, affected by multiple factors such as the difference in cultivation between the two parties, the strength of their wills, and time constraints. However, regardless of the length of the parasitization, it will cause irreversible damage to the life force of the person being parasitized. It eventually led to the depletion of its life force and certain death. The stronger the martial arts of the hosted person, the more the full strength of the host could be utilized. Back then, the third generation of the Black Devil sect, with the Black Devil parasitic skill in the Jianghu, set off a huge storm of blood. Eventually, he even hit his idea on the other experts of the 7 sects of the two factions. The result was predictable, with countless righteous people killing the Mountain Gate. He eventually died under the siege of several great masters. If it wasn't for that generation of Heavenly Demon sect patriarchs' efforts to protect him back then, I'm afraid that the Black Devil sect has long been removed from the jungle. Finally, in the presence of the 2 sects and 7 clans, the Black Demon sect destroyed the secret book of Black Demon parasitic technique in public, and swear that if any more disciples of the Black Demon sect cultivate this technique, everyone in the jungle has to kill them. Night Lord Cloud's arm was grabbed by Ugly Bull, but the corner of his mouth revealed a wry smile. As long as you die, who can know that this seed has cultivated the Black Demon parasitic technique? The Ugly Cow's face sank. Where is your real body? A sound of something breaking rang out as he spoke with 5 fingers. Cold sweat broke out on Night Lord Cloud's forehead. Looking at his right hand whose bones were pinched and broken, he said with difficulty, "Go to hell." The muscles of his entire body suddenly tightened after saying that, as if there were dark currents surging under his skin. A shocking wound cracked open. These wounds were just torn apart, and then in an instant, they were propped open by a bizarre force, revealing the pitch-black flesh and blood inside. A black light shot out from these wounds. The Ugly Cow gave a dark cry. Brilliant golden light began to rise from his entire body. Night Lord Cloud's voice filled with pleasure came from his ears. Black Demon Unraveling Technique. Chapter 118 Demon Shadow Maze. The Black Demon Unraveling Technique was executed to the extreme, and the power of the explosion almost surpassed the limits of nature, swept everything around it into a destructive storm. The Night Lord's cloud seemed to be at the center of the storm, and the air was filled with the scent of burning and destruction. The roar continued and the black light surged out like a tidal wave. Not a simple surge, but a convergence into an irresistible black torrent. This torrent carried a destructive force, instantly drowning all obstacles in front of them, including the small hill they were on. The small hill was fragile and papier-mâché under the impact of this force and collapsed. Stones and dust were thrown high into the air by the tremendous energy, creating a dust storm that covered the sky. Such a huge commotion naturally attracted the attention of the Jinwuwei and Black Demon sect experts who were fighting nearby. 4 figures swept towards this side from 2 different directions. All 4 of them looked at the roiling dust with horrified gazes. No one had expected that the battle between the second Jinwu envoy and the Black Demon sect master would cause such a big commotion. Lord Ugly Bull won't plant it, will he? The one who spoke was a Jinwuwei with a chainsword. There was still undripped blood on the tip of the knife. Apparently, he had just gone through a fight to get here. The Jinwuwei next to him was none other than Meng Liang, known as the Illusory Sword. Meng Liang shook his head, indicating that he knew nothing. Sect master him? The other 2 figures were the elders of the Black Demon sect. Neither side was in a hurry to make a move, whether it was the Black Demon sect master or the second Jinwu envoy. It's the win or loss of the 2 of them that will determine the victory scale. The 4 of them unanimously slapped their palms towards the dusty place. A gust of wind rose and the dust quickly dispersed. There was no Night Lord Cloud or Ugly Bull in front of him at all, except for a pile of rubble. Just as the 4 people's faces gradually turned ugly, bang! In the chaotic pile of rocks, golden light surged out like a tidal wave, dazzling and dazzling, sweeping away the surrounding gloom. A figure snapped out of the air from underneath the rocks. Sinful animal, true sinful animal. The Buddha almost suffered. Fortunately, it's a fake. Otherwise, today's little life can really be accounted for. It was a monk in a robe, landing firmly on the ground, but the look on his face could not hide a hint of pain. The golden light gradually dissipated, revealing his slightly distressed figure. The monk's robes were mottled with dust and tiny gravel. Particularly striking is his right hand. There was a shocking charred blackness. The skin wrinkled as if it had been licked by flames. The ugly bull grumbled as he looked around. The figures of the two black demon sect elders came into view. Two dogs. The Buddha has raised the fire of the Ming King. Today count you two as unlucky. Ugly Bull looked at the two black demon sect elders and was suddenly enraged. As he let out a furious cry, the ground under his feet couldn't withstand the force and caved in once again. The Ugly Bull's figure spread out, and no one in the room reacted. It appeared directly in front of the eyes of the two black demon sect elders with a speed that was staggeringly fast. Look out! The faces of the two black demon sect elders suddenly changed, their bodies subconsciously tensing. Just when they were about to react, the Ugly Bull's hands, which were like iron jaws, had already firmly locked around their throats, easily lifting both of them into mid-air. No matter how much they struggled, they were unable to break free from this bond that was like a heavenly rift. Humph! The devil cubs of the black demon sect, how dare you appear in front of Master Buddha? The two black demon sect elders' faces turned red. He was about to open his mouth to curse, but because his neck was grabbed by the ugly cow, it could only make a whimpering sound of struggle. These two black demon sect elders looked much older than Ugly Bull, but now he was being called a devil cub, but he didn't have the slightest power to retort. The poor monk just doesn't believe that with you two elders, you can also practice such an evil skill as the black demon unraveling technique? Today Buddha should have let you all taste the taste of karma, but it's not like you can't be given a chance to redeem yourselves. Say, where exactly is that thief Night Lord Cloud hiding? The ugly cow's voice turned harsh, no longer the gentle one from earlier. The Buddha who was able to rebel against the door was not a good match in the first place. The door, the master of the door, isn't it fighting you? One of the black demon sect elders stammered. Ugly Bull's gaze stared slightly, landing on this black demon sect elder. Seeing the surprise in its eyes, it didn't seem like it was lying. Humph, it looks like your sect master doesn't seem to have you in mind. In that case, go to hell. Ugly Bull slammed his hands together, only heard two clicks, and immediately there were two more bodies on the ground. My lord! Meng Liang and that Jin Wuwei with the chain sword immediately stepped forward. How? The ugly cow shrugged it off. This small injury was naturally not in his eyes. Just, the pain is real. That bastard Night Lord Cloud. Sooner or later I'm going to blow his brains out. My lord, the Black Demon Sect's main hall is already under our control, but for some reason, such as the Poison Dragon Venerable, Black Underworld Sword, Yuji, these Black Demon Sect's famous masters, none of them showed up today. Only some ordinary elders and Black Demon Sect disciples are fending us off. These guys, could it be that they knew the news in advance and fled? Meng Liang and that Chainblade Jin Wuwei were speculating. Ugly Bull turned back to the mountain that had just been flattened by the fake Night Lord's cloud. This Night Lord cloud is also a fake. That guy actually practiced the Black Demon Parasitic Decree. This ambassador was unaware for a moment and was undermined by this man. Black Demon Parasite Technique? The two Heaven-grade Jinwu guards were startled at the same time. Apparently, he had also heard of this evil martial art. So what do we do now, my lord? No matter what plot these devil cubs have, we just need to take down the Black Demon Sect. Humph, the left and right are just playing with the idea of the holy mountain. Let's clean up the mess here first. Yes, deep in a secluded forest, 10,000 trees were thinning, and their branches were slanting and escaping, like swords pointing to the sky. The three silhouettes stood upright, their breath calm and steady, as if they were three mountains standing side by side, unbreakable, surrounding a man whose hair was like a waterfall of ink, unbound but spread out, with a few strands of green silk fluttering in the wind. The man wore a dark purple robe with golden silk outlines between them. In the face of the three people besieged, instead of showing panic, he was calm and relaxed, with a bland smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Three Grand Masters, Yurjin Wuxi really looks up to me. The man's gaze swept over each of the three. It eventually landed on a middle-aged man holding an ice-cold halberd. I don't think it's been some days. Brother Lu. Chapter 119 Lanjun. Brother Lan. Lu Rinchen spoke faintly. Lanjun, the most mysterious of the two factions and seven sects, the Heavenly Demon Sect leader, the third person in the Tianji Pavilion's martial arts evaluation. When Lu Rinchen was young, he had an experience with this Lanjun in breaking into the world. The two were both the pride of that era. Later, one of them became North Gun Cold Sect and the other became Lanjun. I ask myself that I have never wronged Brother Lu, who led the attack on my Sky Demon Sect today. Isn't it a little disregard for the companionship of those days? Lanjuan's voice was gentle. If he had encountered it on a normal day, no one would associate such a gentle person with the Heavenly Demon Sect Patriarch. If Brother Lan is willing to lead the Sky Demon Sect to accept the jurisdiction of the Jinwu Division, then Mr. Lu will make amends to Brother Lan. Otherwise, I'm bound to split the difference with Brother Lan today. Lan Brother Hugh blame Lu Mao today to many bully the few. After all, you are the Lan Jun. Lu Rinchen picked up the heaven-splitting halberd and pointed it straight at Lan Jun. Ha 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 ha, Brother Lu, do you know what I admire most about you? Lan Jun kept a smile on his face as he looked at Lu Rinchen and said, be principled without being pedantic and act decisively without being rigid. But unfortunately, I'm afraid I won't be able to do as Brother Lu wishes today. Lu Rinchen's face sank. Brother Lan, do you really think that with the power of your heavenly demon sect, or the 2 factions and 7 sects, you can fight against the Jinwu division? Lan Jun shook his head gently. I never thought of it that way, though not having met your divine master, who is rumored to be a god, but I have heard about what happened in the ice domain 2 years ago. If that one is truly renowned, this time he made a move against the 2 sects and 7 clans. I think it must have been prepared for everything. So you're hiding all of the heavenly demon sects experts because you're afraid of the division master? Pity those heavenly demon sect disciples who are still fighting desperately for the sect that abandoned them long ago. A youth with a clean-cut appearance suddenly spoke. Lan Jun's gaze fell on this youth. And this is? Third Jinwu envoy Inhu. The youth was undaunted as he locked eyes with Lan Jun. The imperial court dominates the 13 states of Daxia, so it really is rich in resources. With the martial arts skills of the 2 of you, it's enough to take a place on the Tianji Pavilion's martial arts evaluation. But the Jianghu has not heard of the 2 of you in the slightest. As Lan Jun spoke, he inadvertently looked at Z Mouse on the other side as well. To be honest, among the 3, this thin man in night clothes gave him the most peculiar feeling. Lan Jun is confused? We weren't even born yet in the last Tianji Pavilion martial assessment. The Subrat smiled faintly. The 13 people on the current Tianji Pavilion martial assessment, including Lu Rinchen, were all over 60 years old. It's just a matter of keeping your face. Alas, it's true that there are talented people in the Jianghu generation. Brother Lu, we are really old too. Lan Jun sighed. Then his eyes looked toward the fire rushing into the sky in the distance. That's where the heavenly demon sect's mountain gate is. Jin Wuxi was able to find this place with such precision. I think a traitor should have appeared in the 7 sects of the 2 factions. 80% of the heavenly demon sect's disciples, as well as the treasures from the last 1,000 years. These things should be enough for the 3 of you to deliver. Do you really want to fight me to the death today? The martial arts of the 3 of you are not weak. If I can't stop, don't blame me for not having words first. Lan Jun was surrounded by 3 great masters, and up until now, he still didn't show any sign of panic, obviously very confident in his martial arts. The top 4 of the Tianji Pavilion's martial arts evaluation were no longer mortal. This is a saying that has been circulating in the jungle for a long time. Hearing Lan Jun's words, Lu Rinchen gripped the heaven-splitting square halberd in his hand tightly, a look of gravity appearing in his eyes. Yes? Then this ambassador would really like to learn how to do that. Inuyasha looked like he was ready to try. As he spoke, his body immediately disappeared in place. A streak of white residue appeared in the air, with a tiger's roar that was capable of shattering one's eardrums. Inhu had appeared in front of Lan Jun, and without any technique, he directly attacked head-on. Leaping Wind Claw. The other party is, after all, the famous Lan Jun of the Jianghu. Inhu is no longer arrogant, but also dare not have the slightest carelessness. Wisps of white airflow emerged from Inhu's body, converging into the shape of an illusory and massive white tiger, suspended in midair. This white tiger's eyes flashed with a heart-stopping light, and although its figure was illusory, it revealed a majesty and power that could not be underestimated. Wind from the tiger. The white tiger made a deafening whistling sound between leaps. The claw shadows were so powerful that they cut through the air, leaving behind a thin crack. There was a slight coldness coming out of these cracks that sent shivers down one's spine. Lan Jun was unperturbed in the face of this ferocious strike, but his body was as agile as a willow in the wind. With a light touch, he was able to weave in and out of the harsh claw shadows. After a skillful turn, Lan Jun punched lightly at Inhu. Inhu's pupils shrunk violently. The punch looked soft, but the force contained in it made Inhu feel like he was facing a mountain. The claw shadows in the sky were crushed before this punch. One could say it was expected, and it seemed like it was all for naught. That punch landed with uncanny precision on Inuyasha's chest. Inhu's body was transformed into a dazzling lightning bolt in that instant. The speed was incredibly fast, as if it was instantaneous, avoiding Lan Jun's heavy punch. Where the electric light dissipated, Inhu's true body had appeared several feet away. Inuyasha surveyed Lan Jun with some disbelief. Despite being mentally prepared, he was still surprised by Lan Jun's strength. Wind Claw. Thunder Step. So you're an heir to that lineage. Lan Jun likewise looked at Inhu with some surprise, apparently recognizing the origin of Inhu's martial arts. Phew. Before Lan Jun could speak again, cold air, filling the forest, if the breath of the ravine, invading the muscles and penetrating the bones. Lan Jun's gaze was slightly frozen as he looked downward. The earth's veins condensed frost, and in an instant, the ice crystals spread, as if they were dragons and snakes roaming around. Their speed was unpredictable. Instantly that is covered Lan Jun's feet, the ice layer gradually thicker, not its tarsus toes. Good weapon. A flash of blue and white flashed across Lan Jun's afterglow. Lu Rinchen heaven-splitting halberd had already killed the weapon used by the Ice Heavenly Monarch when he was young. The split sky halberd was already psychic. Without the rift halberd, it would be difficult for Lu Rinchen's inner strength to affect such a wide range of circumstances. Drink! A halberd both out. The cold winds suddenly rise, rolling the forest leaves. All the music is silent, only the halberd wind whistling. When the halberd arrived, the cold air condensed into substance, transforming into thousands of ice blades, accompanied by the halberd's shadow, covering the sky. Around Lan Jun, the air was suddenly cold, as if even time had slowed down, and there was no way to avoid it. The tip of the halberd lightly tapped the ground, and in an instant, the ice layer on the ground exploded, and cold ice surged out like angry waves. The ice beneath Lan Jun's feet exploded, and his entire figure retreated violently, wanting to avoid his blade. Chapter 120, Siege. Where to go? Lu Rinchen has a lot of experience, and his halberd has reached the state of perfection. The halberd's aura pierced through the heavy ice fog and struck Lan Jun's protective astral aura with unerring precision. Gang Chi agitation. Can halberd sharp, in a moment to penetrate the gap. The air trembles. Cold air condensation, gradually become a frozen domain. The corners of Lan Jun's mouth rose slightly, and his laughter was clear as he said, "Brother Lu, this decisiveness has not diminished." Before the words fell, Lan Jun's figure suddenly changed, and his heavenly demonic appearance appeared. A palm directly struck towards Lu Rinchen's heaven-splitting halberd, totally fearless of this divine weapon. Under this strike, the surrounding ice layer was like glass and broken jade, disintegrating and turning into ice shards in the sky. What a dominating palm force! Lu Rinchen's face sank as he was naturally able to see the doorway of Lan Jun's palm. Come on! The cold light on the heaven-splitting halberd intensified, directly clashing with this palm of Lan Jun. The halberd body trembled in the air, and was finally knocked off its trajectory by this huge force. With a giggle, it cut a deep, long and wide trail in the ground, splashing ice and stone. Lu Rinchen grasped the heaven-splitting halberd with both of his hands in a death grip, and only then did he barely manage not to dislodge it. Give up! I have no intention of fighting you today, so why should I die biting? Lan Jun's voice was still as gentle as ever, completely not putting the three Grand Masters in their eyes. Three? Lan Jun frowned. Eyes quickly looked to the other side. The man who had given him a peculiar feeling earlier, dressed in night clothes, had disappeared at some point. Bang bang! Two deep holes suddenly appeared at Lan Jun's feet. Lan Jun's gaze quickly dropped, and two pale, strong hands snapped out of the hole, precisely grabbing Lan Jun's ankle. The force was so great that it seemed to want to drag him into that unknown abyss. Lan Jun's figure shifted slightly. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Then he said in a deep voice, "Earth-walking technique? I didn't realize that there were still people in the Jianghu who knew this long-lost kung fu." A terrifying force began to spread towards the feet, and the ground several feet away began to crack. However, the square inch of land underneath Lan Jun's feet remained intact and intact. Lan Jun frowned as the force he had just unleashed seemed to have been dislodged by some strange force. Just then, two figures suddenly flashed to Lan Jun's side. Heck, it was two identical-looking subrats, three bodies transforming intense skill. Lan Jun spoke slowly. These Imperial Zhenwu ambassadors had surprised him quite a bit today. Lan Jun is really knowledgeable. This is the first time anyone has recognized this martial art since this envoy entered the Jianghu. The Subrat on his right smiled and spoke. Ha ha ha, it's just that this kung fu has been recorded in the books left behind by successive generations of the Heavenly Demon sect masters. There was once a Heavenly Demon sect patriarch who was still thinking of accepting this martial art into the Heavenly Demon sect. Unfortunately, that generation of three bodies in transformation of intense skilled transmitters is really a bit stubborn, ultimately dying at the hands of that Heavenly Demon sect patriarch. I originally thought that this martial art should have been lost. Plus topography. Lan Jun looked at the two subrats on the left and right with interest. Hey, yeah, this envoy has not heard of a certain generation of the three bodies in transformation of intent having such an experience, but none of this has anything to do with this ambassador. And anyway, this ambassador only obtained this martial art by chance. But, the Subrat on the left suddenly laughed. Since Lord Lan knows the three bodies in transforming intentions technique, then I'm sure he's no stranger to this locking points and intercepting veins hand. The two subrats quickly nudged Lan Jun's body several times. Lan Jun's body shook, and then he stood in place like a wooden stake. Bang! The subterranean Z-rat broke out of the ground and pointed a finger at Lan Jun's waist. The left and right subrats then faded into illusory shadows, until it disappears. Take that! Ian, who made a long leap to come closer and looked at Lan Jun with some excitement. The third in the Tianji Pavilion's martial arts evaluation was taken by them just like that? Be careful! Lu Rinchen walked over with his heaven-splitting halberd. Looking at the restrained Lan Jun, there was always some suspicion in his eyes. Don't worry, My locking points and intercepting veins hand is different from ordinary pointing, and his 8 meridians and veins have already been infiltrated by my true chi. And it's not limited to a single acupoint. It's a chain reaction based on the chi and blood changes in his body, especially the points shoulder, well, and chu chi. The upper limbs chi and blood were completely blocked by me. He also pointed out his Sea of Chi and Guan Yuan points, cutting off his lower Dantian Chi. I have tested this move on a great master. It's simply impossible to unravel. Z-Rat stepped out from behind Lan Jun. The tone was very confident. Since that's the case, it would be better to simply scrap this guy's martial arts, lest anything happen. Ian, who stared at Lan Jun, a sardonic smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Gathering the strength of his entire body, he swung a heavy palm at Lan Jun, who was standing not far away. With a whistling sound that tore through the air, it attempted to crush the opponent in one fell swoop. Just at the moment when this thunderous strike was about to touch Lan Jun's body, that smile suddenly froze as if it was frozen by ice, revealing an unbelievable consternation. That hand directly penetrated Lan Jun's body. Z Mouse and Lu Rinchen were like enemies. The three men jerked their heads to the sky. Like an elegant black bat, Lan Jun hung high in midair with the cover of the moon. The bodies of the three instantly tensed, and it was obvious that they too had not expected Lan Jun to have such extraordinary abilities. At that very moment, Lan Jun softly bellowed. The voice was soft, but it was enough to shock the mind. Lan Jun's 5 fingers pointed at the three of them, and a dazzling light erupted from his palm and went straight to the ground. With a loud bang, the ground instantly cracked, and a huge deep pit appeared. Z-Rat, In Tiger, and Lu Rinchen were currently standing on the edge of the cliff. Didn't you say that your point-locking and vein-intercepting hand is foolproof? Inuyasha's face was a little hard to see. What kind of martial arts did he just perform? Z-Rat muttered as if trying to see Lan Jun through. 3 of you, let's call it a day. If you all still have the intention to seek me out, the top of the sacred mountain is waiting for you. Lan Jun's voice echoed in the air with a few hints of indolence and indifference. Afterwards, his figure once again turned into a black shadow and quickly disappeared into the vastness of the night. Only In Hu, Z Mouse and Lu Rinchen were left behind looking at each other, their hearts filled with unspeakably complex emotions. 3 great masters had surrounded one person, but they had allowed the other party to leave so calmly. Go! After a long time, Lu Rinchen took the lead and turned to leave. I'll see you next time, and I'll definitely make him look good. In Hu grunted coldly as he looked in the direction Lan Jun had left. Then he followed Lu Rinchen's footsteps. The Subrat stood still, staring out at the moon in the night sky. Hey, Subrat, let's go! Toru's voice came from the distance. The Subrat withdrew his gaze, then followed similarly. Chapter 121, Saint Ruler's Treasure Trove. Flutter. Several letter eagles flew in all directions from an ornate pavilion in Easy City. The pavilion is divided into 3 floors, level by level, are set up with carved railings and paintings, fine craftsmanship, not earthly goods. Entrance for the hall, spacious and bright, the center of a jade several furnished with ancient tripod incense burner. Light smoke curls, the aroma is dense. 4 walls are hung with celebrity paintings and calligraphy, or landscape remote, or flowers and birds spiritual. On the 2nd floor, you can see windows on all sides, with delicate window panes, which allow the wind to flow through without revealing any dust. The mountains and rivers are as beautiful as you can see from the railings. Nearby is the view of the garden, winding paths, flowers and trees, a unique flavor. As for the 3rd level, there is no shade around, only the green sky and white clouds to accompany. This pavilion of ultimate bliss of yours is really a mound of heroes on earth. No wonder the court officials of the demon state, big and small, are all subservient to your pavilion of extreme bliss. The 3-tiered scenic terrace. The room is quiet and secluded, in the center of which is placed a long and ancient bed. The coverlets and pillows are made of brocade, colorful and elegant. Xia Mo sat leisurely on the edge of the bed, his expression bland, as if he was uncontested with the world. Your Highness, where are your words? How can those mundanes be compared to your Highness? It's the Lord Governor of the Demon State who can only sit on the 1st floor of the Pavilion of Ultimate Bliss. This 3rd floor, your Highness is still the first man to come up. Ice Face made this light leaning on the side of Xia Mo, posture delicate, charming. Her hair was pulled up in a high bun, and her cloudy temples were adorned with pearls and jewels, which mirrored the waves of light flowing from her eyes. It shows that her eyes are brimming with light and she is looking forward to the future. Ice Face May's skin was like congealed fat, delicate and smooth, as if with a gentle touch, she could feel the silky smoothness. Shamer stood up from the bed. Bing Yan Mei also stood up at the same time. Her hands were as slender as green onions, gently tying the lapel belt for Shamer. Ha 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 ha, yes? Then this palace has really made a difference this time. But, hasn't that second in the world ever come up either? Ice Face May pouted. Your Highness, didn't you just test it yourself? What else do you suspect, slave? That old lunatic just wants to cultivate with the help of the disciples of the Pavilion of Ultimate Bliss. There's no mercy at all. How could a slave open the third floor for him? So it's because that old man isn't interested in women who don't have inner strength in them. Is this what the palace picks up on? Xia Mo raised an eyebrow, and the light veil on both sides half covered, reflecting the four beautiful figures. Two on the left. One was dressed in a turquoise-colored light veil, with a beautiful and delicate face, holding a jade basin in his hand. The water in the basin is like a mirror, reflecting its shadow, adding a few points of the elegant and unassuming posture. The other was clad in purple silk, with a jade belt around her waist, and was as valiant as a woman. Firm eyes, high nose, natural lip color, holding a white jade teapot, tea fragrance. Then look at the other side of the two women. A woman dressed in goose yellow gauze, sweet face, smile. She held a golden plate in her hand, in which the delicacies were steaming hot and the aroma was mouth-watering. A woman in a long moonlight white dress, with a cool face and an unassuming temperament, just like a clear spring in the mountains, holding a fine silk handkerchief in her hand. She waited quietly, ready to brush away the dust of her master. Your Highness is unaware of the traditions of our pole pavilion. Our pavilion of ultimate bliss isn't like a few other sects. Martial arts are just means to an end for us. The sect's legacy ultimately relies on these natural charming body women. Although the four of them are not as good as Slave's Eloise enchanting body, they still have a different flavor. This is a bottom that Slave personally cultivated. Even Slave's master doesn't know about it. How else could it have escaped the clutches of that old madman? Why don't you come over and meet the fourth highness? Iceface May put away her charming smile and looked sternly at the four women. Xiao Ling, Jean Imaging, Yang Shu, Chang Wan, meet your fourth highness. The four women knelt on the side of the bed, all respectfully bowing their heads in a humble manner. Get up. Your gestures are no worse than those of the sisters who teach etiquette in the palace. Xia Mo smiled and waved his hand, signaling the four women to get up. Your fourth highness, our sisters have been taught by our master and are able to serve your fourth highness today. That would be an honor for our sisters. The woman on the left wearing a turquoise-colored veil laughed delicately. Oh, master? Xia Mo was surprised and looked at Bing Yan Mei on the side. Bing Yan Mei said softly, they are all disciples that Slave personally taught. If there are no accidents, the next pavilion master of the Pavilion of Ultimate Bliss will appear among them. At these words, the four women lowered their heads. However, with Xia Mo's martial arts cultivation, he was naturally able to sense the faintly audible sound of heavy breathing. You guys are a lot of fun. Shamer sighed. With that, he got up and washed his hands in a jade dish. Then rinse your mouth with tea and dry it with a handkerchief. This palace is not hungry. Serve it down. Just the last of the tasty treats left uneaten. Just had some clouds and rain with Bing Yan Mei. There is currently little interest in these master and apprentice games. These four women do not have internal strength, but the disciples are not bad. I think the Pavilion of Ultimate Bliss has some kind of enlightenment means. In his spare time, Shamer didn't mind a change of pace. Go down. Bing Yan Mei waved her hand. The four women bowed and retreated with their things. The treasury of the Holy Ruler. I didn't realize that the saint ruler who unified the demon sect back then had left something like this behind. Shamer slowly walked over to the loft. The height of the three-story pole pavilion was roughly a dozen meters. In these ancient times when there were bungalows everywhere, the whole of Easy City was almost as good as the view. Nice. The location of the Holy Ruler's treasure trove is on the Holy Mountain. Back then, the Holy Monarch created 8 keys, one for each of the 2 factions and 6 clans in addition to the Sun Palace. Legend has it that in the Holy Monarch's treasure trove, the Holy Monarch left behind the Tai demon power that he practiced back then, as well as the 9 demon generals' mastery, as well as the countless treasures gathered by the Devil's sect that swept through the world back then. There's even the Demon Ascension pill that can make one step up from an ordinary person directly into a Grand Master. It's as if the treasures of the world are all in the treasury of the Holy Monarch. It's just a pity that for thousands of years, although the 2 factions and 7 clans have been united, the infighting has never stopped. Each one of them boasts of demonic orthodoxy. Otherwise, it would have long since opened the Saint Ruler's treasure trove and taken out the contents. This time, Your Highness caught the 2 factions and 7 clans off guard though. Can slave to what they know. I'm afraid a lot of people will take it as an opportunity as well. As long as we get the Sacred Ruler's treasure trove, then what is being shed now is nothing at all. Bing Yan Mei gently shook her head. Apparently also knew from Shamer what the Jinwu ambassadors had reported. Ding, please go to the treasury of the Holy Monarch to sign in. The voice that rang in his head caused a smile to curl up at the corner of Shamer's mouth. Turning back, he looked straight at Bing Yan Mei. Where's that key to your pole pavilion? Chapter 122, The Tide of the Blue Sea. Bing Yan Mei smiled faintly. In the era when Slave Master Ancestor was in charge of the Extreme Bliss Pavilion, that one key to the Holy Monarch's treasure trove has gone missing. Xia Mo looked at Bing Yan Mei in surprise. Look at you. You're pretty proud of yourself? Bing Yan Mei let out a light rant. Your Highness is not saying anything. It's just that master ancestor of the slave family was entrusted with the wrong thing. That key to the pavilion of ultimate bliss is, unsurprisingly, either in the hands of the heavenly demon sect or the black demon sect. Shamer mused for a moment. Is the key to each house in the hand of the master? Bing Yanmei gently shook her head. Some of them are kept by the sect leader, and some are in the hands of the supreme elders. From the news coming from the lords of the Jinwu ambassadors, I'm afraid that the people from the 2 factions and the 7 clans who hold the keys to the Saint Ruler's treasure trove have all headed to the sacred mountain at this moment. Then your pavilion of ultimate bliss is completely excluded? Bing Yanmei couldn't help but have a cold smile appear on her face when she heard this. That's a Saint Ruler's treasure trove. What's wrong with being able to have one less family to fight over it, if that key is still in the hands of the Pole Pavilion? And how would they sit back and watch the pavilion of extreme bliss fall into great trouble? If the 2 factions and the 7 clans are united, not to mention the second in the world, it's that Tianji Pavilion's first place in martial arts evaluation. I'm afraid I'll have to hold off for a while, too. Bing Yanmei's tone was quite confident. She still understood the strength of the 2 factions and 7 clans, especially the heavenly demon sect. That was the legacy left behind by the number 1 demon general back then beside the Saint Ruler. The 2 factions and the 7 clans all had at least the level of a grandmaster. Now in addition to the Sun Palace's young hidden son who has been confirmed to have been ambushed, the Een Moon Sect's Een Moon Maiden, the Blood Temple's Blood Soul Demon Monarch, and even the Underworld Dao's shadowy men didn't stay behind to fight Jinwu Si to the death. These guys, by the looks of it, have long wished for some sort of outside force, to get the 2 factions and the 7 clans to come to an agreement to open the Holy Monarch's treasure trove. Once this treasure trove was opened, it would naturally be easy for powerful sects such as the Heavenly Demon Sect, the Black Demon Sect, the Inu Sect, and the Blood Temple to benefit. Perhaps the actions of the Jinwu division might not have gone unnoticed by the demon stateside earlier. There must be a dark hand behind the scenes, secretly pushing for this to happen. Just, where did these people get the confidence that even if they opened the Saint Ruler's treasure trove, wouldn't the Jinwu Si rob it? That Saint Ruler back then, his martial arts realm definitely surpassed that of a grandmaster. As to whether or not one has achieved celestial status, this is unknown. However, it was definitely not comparable to a top celestial like the Not Ice Celestial Monarch. If the Saint Ruler had this strength, the Devil Sect back then would have long ago unified the country and swept the world. Interesting. The corners of Summer's mouth laughed lightly, as if she had encountered something amusing. Get ready. We'll depart immediately for the sacred mountain. Yes. Bing Yanmei respectfully saluted, then retreated to the 3rd floor of the Pavilion of Ultimate Bliss. The sacred mountain was located in the middle of the magic state. It was still a 2 or 3 day trip from Easy City. The forest is profound. The green color is covered. The 2 riders are driving side by side. The sound of hooves is lightly broken, just like the beads falling from the jade plate, and they are heading towards the holy mountain. Xia Emo was dressed in a green shirt, like flowing clouds in wind, with a jasper flute hanging from his waist. Iceface Mei was wearing a tight-fitting power suit in dark blue today. The material of the garment was tightly fitted to her figure, outlining her delicate curves, and her waist was bound with a wide silver belt, with a chilly ice-like jade pendant set right in the center. The duo traveled light without any of their men. Halfway through the trip, Bing Yanmei frowned. Shama instead revealed a surprised look. A strange laugh suddenly rang out, sounding like a ghost. Pavilion Master Ice, how fortunate to meet you here today. An old figure appeared in front of the duo. The face was ugly, with skin like ink and covered with furrows. The eyes were deep-set and glittered with an ethereal green light, like beasts in a deep forest. Chilling. The bridge of his nose was crooked, and a hideous scar hung from the corner of his mouth, adding a bit of ferocity. The hair was thin and disheveled, wrapped in a black cloth that revealed only a few strands of gray. Jade Evil Wang, how dare you show up in front of me? Bing Yanmei's face sank. Killing intent blazed in his eyes. A chilling aura instantly blew through the forest. Hey, 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 we're all old friends. We don't have to fight or kill each other when we meet, do we? A few days ago, I heard that the second in the world went to the Pavilion of Ultimate Bliss, and the old man lamented it for a long time. If the Pavilion of Ultimate Bliss is removed from the Jianghu from now on, the old man will not be able to enjoy a girl as good as the one he has cultivated. But the main thing is, failing to get a kiss from the Ice Pavilion Master. Ha. It's really a life regret. A lustful look appeared in Jade Evil Wang's eyes, completely not putting the aside shamer in his eyes. Your Highness, this old thing is a counted expert in the demon state. My disciples of the Pavilion of Ultimate Bliss have been taken captive by him from time to time. I've met him today. Please wait for a moment. Master of the division. I'll go and kill him. Bing Yanmei said and prepared to roll over and dismount, but it was stopped by shamer reaching out. If he dares to appear in front of you, naturally he won't be afraid of you. This old thing's true chi is embedded in the Heart Mansion, and it seems to be somewhat rebellious to yin and yang, Some of your Extreme Bliss Pavilion's martial arts are restrained by him. Just don't waste your time. Xiaomo rode on the back of the horse and casually removed the jasper flute from his waist. What are you, boy? It was only then that the Jade Evil Wang dropped his gaze onto Xiaomo. He couldn't sense the slightest trace of knowing martial arts from this young kid. But this kid was able to tell the mystery of his true chi in one breath. It's hard not to look away today. Isn't this kid a gigolo raised by Ice Face May? Xiaomo smiled gently and slowly placed the jade flute to his mouth. Signed up for 4 martial arts in the past 2 years. Dragon falling 18 palms. 1 sword between the worlds. And circumambulating 6 void kung fu. And this 4th martial art happens to be a sound attack. There hasn't been any good opportunity to cast it. So today, I will take this Jade Evil Wang to try the effect. Whimpering, a wisp of clear sound overflowed from the jade flute. At the beginning of the song, it was melodious, and then it turned into 10,000 hectares of blue waves, surging and surging. It was as if all the water vapor in heaven and earth was pulled and gathered into a sea, the tide rising and falling, resonating with the song. The Jade Evil Wang's figure shook dramatically, his face full of unbelievable colors, and he snapped, "Kid, looking for death." After saying that, he flew up, like a hawk fighting a rabbit, and grabbed a claw towards Xiaomo. Before he could get close, the sound of the song was like the furious sea waves, instantly sweeping him away. Jade Evil Wing only felt his chi and blood churning, and his internal organs wanted to leave his body. He lost control of his body in midair and fell to the ground. What kind of sound technique is this? Jade Evil Wang's face changed instantly, red as a blazing flame, white as cold ice. Apparently the body's true chi chaotic, meridians damaged seriously. Strongly lifting a mouthful of true chi, he sat down on the ground on his knees, closing his eyes and concentrating, trying to suppress this rampant true chi with his internal energy. Jade Evil Wang's brows were tightly locked, cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and a trace of blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth, obviously having suffered a serious injury. Xiaomo gently put down the flute and smiled charmingly at Bing Yan. He's gone. Chapter 123, Entering the Mountain. In a matter of moments, the true chi in Jade Evil Wang's body erupted, like a river breaking its banks, unstoppable. His face was filled with panic, and his body trembled violently, as if 1,000 sharp blades were traveling through his body. With a mournful scream, the whole person shook violently and then collapsed to the ground. His breath gone, it actually went off the deep end and died. Your Highness is amazing. Bing Yanmei looked at the Jade Evil Wang on the ground and was a bit at a loss for words, even though he had witnessed the entire battle between Shamer and the second in the world that day. But every time he saw Xiaomo make a move, he gave quite a shock. Jade Evil Wang was a top figure in the Jianghu anyways. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to be reckless in front of her, the pavilion master of the Pavilion of Ultimate Bliss. I didn't realize that I couldn't even listen to a full song in front of Summer. What kind of kung fu is this, Your Highness? The waves of the blue sea are so strong that the tides of the sea are moved by the sound. Go, Haya! Neither of the two looked at the Jade Evil Wang on the ground again. Steering his horse over the bodies, he galloped off into the distance. This is the Holy Mountain? At the foot of a huge mountain, a dozen figures gathered together, looking at the mountain range in front of them in quite a bit of awe. Thousands of years ago, this place was called the 8 Winds and Clouds Ridge, where the air of the 4 seasons and the winds of the 8 directions were all harnessed. It wasn't until the Holy Monarch of the Demon sect arrived that the place was renamed Holy Mountain. It has since become a holy place in the hearts of those in the Devil's sect. She was still playing with her short red blade in her hand. Humph, whatever, Holy Mountain or not, this group of devils have surprisingly all arrived here, so we're just in time to kill them all in one go. Elder Long put his hands behind his back. There was a murderous tone in his voice. You Kai, what happened to the Unnote? The ugly cow suddenly asked out of the blue. The 2 factions and 7 clans wanted to open the Holy Monarch's treasure trove. The Zhenwu ambassadors would naturally not let them go. After consulting Summers with a letter eagle, all 12 Zhenwu envoys were concentrated here, except for the god of capture. In addition to the Zhenwu envoy, Lin Fu, Meng Liang, Yu Hao, and a few good players from the heaven-level Zhenwu guards were also here. As for the other heaven-grade Zhenwu guards, they stayed at the mountain gates of the 7 clans of the 2 factions that had been captured to deal with trivial matters. After all, the Holy Mountain is now dangerous. Great masters are at risk of falling, not to mention ordinary masters. Although Xiaomo wanted to use this mission in the demon state to practice his troops, but not to the point of not taking the lives of the Zhenwu Si brothers seriously. The Unnote won't be able to come. It's badly injured. And Miss Chi, I'll leave them all in the Sun Palace to recuperate. Hey, you said softly. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect the god of prey to make such a big fool of himself in this operation. Feng Zheng suddenly laughed. As an old rival, he was happy to see the god of trappers lose face. He was the only one of the 12 Zhenwu ambassadors who was absent. I'll go back and have a good laugh about it. This time to solve the old guy in my door. the Ung-O takes the credit, but it is all of you. I heard they all let their targets escape? Hey, you gave an offhand smile. The moment these words came out, the faces of the Jinwu envoys present did not look too good. The Taoist master of the underworld Tao has been killed by me and Nunma. As for the underbelly of the underworld road, they don't dare to show up at all. So what can we do? Feng Zheng glanced at Wu Ma, and when he saw that the latter did not respond, his voice became much louder. Are you sure that the one you killed was really the spectral Taoist master? Shiyu looked at Feng Zheng and said meaningfully, what do you mean? Numa, who was hugging his sword, suddenly spoke up, staring directly at Shiyu. The Taoist master of the underworld has a twin brother, except no one has ever seen the two at the same time. From what I know of that old thing in the underworld, there is no way he would have given the key to anyone else. Nunzio's eyes glazed over. So that person in the shadows at that time was the true underworld Tao master? Shiyu shrugged. Who knows? Those guys have been in there for a while, and we're just going to wait? I think we might as well go in first. That bastard Lan Jun, how dare he fool me? This time I must find him to settle the score. Inuyasha rubbed his fists together and looked like he was gritting his teeth. But if Lan Jun doesn't leave, the three of us will definitely see death and injury. So that's quite a catastrophe. The Subrat yawned. How do you grow on others? Inuyasha glared at the Subrat. I really can't believe that you guys actually fought with the third in the Tianji Pavilion's martial arts evaluation. Bai Xian had a curious look on his face. You can try it yourself. Inuyasha grinned. After breaking through to Grandmaster, I'd really like to give it a try. Bai Xian pondered for a moment and said to himself, it's good to be confident, but if you can't see the gap, that's the way to death. The voice caused all the Jinwu envoys and Jinwu guards to turn pale, fought hard to leap, and pranced backward to scatter. All of them looked at the two figures that suddenly appeared in the center with wary gazes. Master of the division? The Jinwu ambassadors were flabbergasted. It's all here. Xiaoma looked at the holy mountain in the distance, his voice very flat. See the master of the division. The surrounding Jinwu envoys clasped their fists in unison. So it's Pavilion Master Ice? It looks like Master C has had a good time in the Pavilion of Extreme Bliss these past few days. Thanks to that, Sister C Snake and I missed the master of the division day and night. Shiyu saw Bing Yan Mei next to Xia Mo. A light smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just say what you have to say for yourself, but don't bring me into it. Jingshu walked over to Summer's side with a slight bow. So Palace Master Shi joined the Jinwu division a long time ago. I told you how the two factions and 7 clans collapsed so quickly. Bing Yanmei looked at Shiyu with a look of sudden realization. How's it going? Shamer walked ahead of the crowd. Division Master, the 2 factions and 7 clans have roughly 30 people, and all of them have entered the Sacred Mountain 2 hours ago. All masters, but there's no sign of Lan Jun, the Blood Soul Demon Monarch, or the Yin Moon Lady. Feng Zhang clasped his fists and said, this mountain is so huge. Where is the Saint Ruler's treasure trove? Xia Mo looked toward Shiyu and Bing Yanmei. Shiyu raised her hands in a surrendering manner. Division Master, back then, our Sun Palace didn't have a key assigned to us. They don't really trust us either. I don't know as much as the one next to you. Bing Yanmei gave Shiyu a deep look. Your Highness, the slave has never been inside the Holy Mountain either. This place is guarded by experts from the 2 factions and 6 clans all year round. These experts are fervent worshippers of the Saint Ruler, and have long since formed their own lineage. Even the sect leaders of their respective sects can't make them. The words 2 factions and 6 clans were spat out with exceptional clarity. Shiyu gripped the short blade in his hand tightly, and his gaze began to become dangerous. The main vein of the demon sect. Xia Mo stared at Bing Yanmei and said slowly. Ice Face Mei bowed slightly. Yes, the direct descendants of the Saint Ruler back then. The so-called main lineage of the demon sect. If someone from that lineage shows up, these experts from the Sacred Mountain will definitely follow orders. Into the mountains. With a point of his toes, Xia Mo instantly crossed dozens of feet and swept toward the mountain. Chapter 124, The Mechanical Beast. Hey, really? Is it hard to believe that the group from the Devil Sect emptied this mountain back then? Xia Mo and the Jinwu envoys tracked their way along the traces left behind by the 7 sects of the 2 factions. Finally, we came to the corner of the Holy Mountain. I didn't expect to see a strange structure hidden in front of me, but a city in front of me. From a distance, the whole city is completely set within the mountain, which is natural and ingenious. Hollowing out the whole mountain is not so bad, it should only be part of it. But this city looks like it should be an organ city. Inuyasha stared ahead at the city in the mountains. The top organard family in Jianghu, the Mu family, was in the southern state under his jurisdiction. He hadn't dealt with the Wood family much in the past 2 years. If he hadn't broken through to Grand Master, I'm afraid that the Mu family hasn't accepted the Jinwu book that easily. Not bad, it's the organ city, and by the looks of it, it's even more dangerous than the one in the Wood family. Inhu observed for a moment and said with great certainty, back then, under the Saint Ruler's command, There was indeed a great master who was proficient in organ techniques. This person's status and position in the devil sect is not in the least below the 9 devil generals. I think the city is that person's handiwork, Bing Yanmei said as she looked at the organ city in the mountains. The people from the 2 clans and 7 factions have been in there for some time. But they don't seem to be welcome on the holy mountain either, do they? The entrance to the city of the machine. That is to say, the machine is a longitudinal, subtle, intricate and varied, cold through the bones. The ground is covered with the remains of arrows and rain, and it is as dense as the forests and ravines in the fall, with endless leaves flying. Arrowhead save gather, modeled, as if yesterday's organs suddenly open. 10,000 arrows together reproduced, through the bone cold. Not a single body. Z-Rat crouched down and gently touched the arrow on the ground. It's an armor-breaking arrow. Since someone has already helped us to keep the organs in front of us, then let's not delay any longer. The palace speaks first. This time, going in is all on a voluntary basis. So if you're not confident in yourself, stay outside. With a single leap, Shamer jumped onto the platform of this organ city. A dozen air-breaking sounds sounded behind them. None of them chose to leave. Great danger naturally means great opportunity. The 2 factions and the 7 clans had laid down such a large foundation to open the Saint Ruler's treasure trove. The preciousness of the treasures in here could be imagined. Even Feng Zhang stiffly followed the group. The road is full of traces of the organ's remnants. It took about an incense stick of time to walk. The first body was finally found. It's Wood Ghost Boy, an expert of the Ghost Domain sect. I didn't expect to die here. Shiyu and Bing Yan may both recognize the body of the dwarf in front of them. The fatal wound was in the chest, from being stabbed in the back with a sword. Feng Zhang squatted next to the Wood Ghost Boy's body and quickly did an autopsy. Is it hard to believe that there is some kind of treasure in this place, and that the Wood Ghost child died in an internal battle? Don't even guess. Keep going. Shamer glanced at the Wood Ghost Boy on the ground. I didn't realize that after only entering the organ city so little, there were already deaths and injuries. Instead, it was faster than he thought it would be. As the crowd kept going deeper and deeper, they came to a broken bridge. Behind the broken bridge is a long tunnel. Flowing clouds chasing wind Nie Fu, Black Qilin Wu Gao Min, Night Flowing San Fu Zi, and some guys I don't recognize. Could it be someone from the demon sect's main vein? How did they all die here? Shi looked at the corpses around the broken bridge and said with some doubt, that goes without saying? The 2 sects and 7 clans each harbor their own evil intentions, and the main vein of the devil sect recognizes death. Can these 2 groups of people still sit down and drink when they meet? Bai Xian jumped onto the broken bridge and kicked the bodies away from his feet. Look out! Just then, Yin suddenly let out a cry of alarm. The entire person turned into a wild wind and flew towards the broken bridge. Bai Xian's pupils slightly condensed as he backhanded a palm. Bang! The tremendous force actually directly sent Bai Xian flying. It hit a pillar hard. What was that? The sword in Lin Fu's hand slowly came out of its sheath. Toad? The crowd all looked at the thing that had just sent Bai Xian flying in surprise. The shape was indeed that of a toad, except that it was more than several times the size of a normal human, covered with scales of fine iron, glittering with cold light. At a glance one can tell that it is not a natural thing. This giant toad had forced out feet, stepped on the ground steadily, and walked with terrifying power, shaking the ground slightly. This is an organ beast. I've seen it before in the southern states Mu clan, but it's at this level. The Wood family only has a few at most. Yin who appeared from the wind and looked at the giant toad and said in a deep voice, able to send a Jinwu envoy flying with a single blow. If such an organ beast is in large numbers, that southern state Jianghu has long been honored by the Wood family. Such a battlefield killing weapon is simply a nightmare for ordinary soldiers. The giant toad looked down at Inhu. Mouth suddenly shot a thing. Long can be several feet, wide as a sword blade. The end of the sharp, blue light hidden, electric on slightly exposed. It was the very thing that had attacked Bai Xian just now. It's the tongue of this giant toad, like lightning and thunder. It was like a stream of light and shadow, coming straight at Inhu. Inuyasha grinned. I'm not that stupid monkey I just saw. Quick as a flash, his 5 fingers were like pincers, steadily grasping the cold, hard iron tongue. Drink! The internal energy surged out and penetrated into the center of the palm. In his hands, the toad tongue was like a fragile flower branch in a stormy wind and rain. It was instantly torn apart by countless invisible forces, cracked and lost its light. Immediately after that, the power spread to the entire organ giant toad. The huge body of the giant toad seemed to be cut by invisible wind blades. Pieces of fine iron components and complex organs were disassembled in a very short period of time and scattered all over the ground. A gurgling sound of crisp metal clashing was emitted. Damn it, I'm going to demolish this guy. Bai Xian's voice rang out, and the pillar behind him exploded. Leap onto the broken bridge again. You're welcome. Inhu smiled recklessly. Bai Xian grimaced. Not a word. All of a sudden, the ground shook all around, and under the broken bridge, the river surged and surged. from which dozens of huge things leaped out. In addition to the organ toads just now, there were even organ snakes with eerie scales and eyes like torches, gazing intently at Xia Mo and his party. Hey, really? There are so many? Except for a few great masters who were still relatively calm. The rest of them drew their weapons. Just now, the power of the giant toad strike did not seem to have caused by Xian any damage, though, but this amount of, in front of us, across the broken bridge, in the tunnel, the sound of 10,000 horses galloping, roared, even without having to look at it. He knew that the number of organ beasts inside was even greater than here. Let's not waste any more time. This palace will go over first. A golden light appeared all over Shama's body. With an instantaneous body, he appeared above the head of a giant organ snake. The giant snake, borrowing the power of its tail to leap. Its huge body was premature, and it swallowed Xia Mo into its stomach in one mouthful. The giant snake's body exuded a dazzling aura from the inside out, with golden light overflowing in all directions. In a matter of moments, there were thunder and lightning flashes and booms inside the giant snake. The body was overwhelmed and exploded violently, pieces flying, golden light mixing with mechanical debris. The fragments flew and fell in all directions, as if they were heavenly rain meteors, and they were severe to the extreme. The nearby organ toads were instantly pierced by the fragments, like rags full of holes, and eventually turned into sifting chaff. Xia Mo and the footlight point, borrowing the force and out, the body shape of the storm, straight to the tunnel and go. He didn't have time to delay with these organ beasts now, also not having the heart to be a babysitter for the town's military ambassadors. This included Ice Face May as well. Despite the intimacy, Shamer wasn't the one who was color crazy. This woman got rid of the second in the world with the help of his power. But you want to get the treasures in the treasury of the Holy Monarch. That depends on whether you have the life or not. Still, if you decide to come in, then be prepared to face this. The position of Jinwu envoy is not set in stone. It has been the rule since time immemorial that the mediocre should go down and the competent should go up. Inside the tunnel, the sound of a dragon's roar shook the sky and earth, followed by explosions in all directions. Waves of air surged out from the mouth of the surge channel, accompanied by countless pieces of iron and metal that were powerful and overwhelming. Hey! The master of the division himself opened the way. Then, my colleagues, this envoy will take his leave, and will not accompany him. Inhu saw Shamer walk away. A look of madness appeared in his eyes, directly tore apart two organ toads, one left and one right. A faint green-colored aura surrounded his body. The entire person was like lightning in a blistering storm, leaving behind a trail of residual shadows. Along the way, dust was swept up by strong air currents, creating a swirling vortex. In the blink of an eye, Inhu had appeared at the mouth of the tunnel. Without looking back, he walked in. Shizuku was the second Jinmu ambassador to head toward the canal. All the organ beasts that attacked her were all taken care of by the Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion and the Golden Pupil Night Shadow Spider. There was no need for her to do it herself. After Elder Long palmed down several organ giant snakes, he was the third Jinwu envoy to step into the tunnel. After Lu Rinchen and Z Mouse resolved the organ beasts in front of them, the same entered the canal. Dozens of organ toads and organ giant snakes had already been wiped out by half in the blink of an eye. Is the Grand Master great? Looking at the 5 Jinwu envoys who entered the tunnel with ease, the Jinwu with the chain sword subconsciously opened his mouth. Ha ha ha, Grand Masters are just marvelous. Otherwise why would we risk our lives to come to the sacred mountain for a fight? Gentlemen, the single power of these organ beasts is not enough to threaten us. But if you're surrounded by several at once, I don't think either one of you is absolutely sure of not getting hurt. Is he? The short blade in Shiyu's hand began to spark. You Kai, say whatever you want. There's no need to hide it like that. Feng Zheng's expression moved as he directly opened his mouth and asked. Naturally there's nothing to say about either of these organ beasts in front of us, or the dangers that may be encountered back there. Our martial arts skills are known in the Jianghu as a master, but you all know in your hearts that nowadays in this holy mountain, we are actually the lowest level of existence. So, join forces. This way both the hope of survival and the probability of capturing the treasure will be much greater. Amat Ba. In the poor monk's opinion, it's better to settle these sinful animals in front of us first. The ugly cow suddenly spoke. Which one of those present was not a human savant, and naturally understood the meaning of the words? It was possible to join forces to deal with these organ beasts in front of us. As for whether or not to team up for action later, then we'll talk about it. The Jinwu envoys and Jinwu guards looked different. Joint operations are a little safer though, but if treasures are found, the distribution is a big problem. They're not in a position to do as they please like they used to be. After all, no one dares to plot against a fellow officer without full certainty. Otherwise, once the master of the division knew about it, it would surely be the end of the world. Okay, let's settle these in front of us first. Bai Xian was the first to agree. He wasn't really in favor of so many people acting together either. but the risk factor is indeed too high for one person. It was good that he had secretly reached an agreement with Lin Fu and Meng Liang. It's still acceptable for 3 people to act in tandem. With a clear whistle, Bai Xin's hands were like streaming clouds being swept by a gale, changing in an instant. Palm strike. Not only the force is big and heavy, but also contains the flow of unceasing force, directly hit the giant toad copper skin and iron bones. Boom! The giant toad's body instantly disintegrated under the dispersing stream of clouds, splattering debris in all directions. Do it! The ugly cow let out a low gulp. The great Brahma divine power directly shattered the 2 organ giant snakes. Miso! An iron chain made of fine steel with a cold and chilly surface glow extended violently. That's a chain knife. With extreme speed, the chain drew a silver arc in the air and accurately wrapped around a toad tongue that was preparing to sneak up on the ugly cow. Clang! With a crisp metallic clash, the majestic power contained in the chain blade exploded. The toad's tongue was actually easily chopped in 2. Ugly Bull sensed the situation behind him and blasted out with a backhanded punch, and the organ toad directly exploded. These men don't know how to be compassionate. Palace Master Shi. And this. Lord, why don't the 3 of us travel together? The temperature around them seemed to have dropped a few points, and an unspeakable chill and demonic feeling filled the air. 2 toads powered by sophisticated mechanisms, covered in cold metal shells. A red light flashed in his eyes, and he was poised for an attack. In Bing Yin Mei's eyes, there was a cold air condensing from his fingertips. Tiny ice crystals began to condense in the air, shimmering with a ghostly blue light. Suddenly, she disappeared in place with a show of her figure, leaving behind a faint residual shadow. In the next moment, it had appeared above the head of an organ toad. Her fingers flicked, and a thin, invisible line of ice shot out from her fingertips, instantly penetrating the toad's protection and going straight for its core. There was a soft click, and the precise structure of the organ toad's body instantly froze under the extreme cold. Losing power, it fell to the ground with a thud and was reduced to a pile of useless scrap metal. It all happened in just the blink of an eye. Extreme finger, Shiyu muttered when he saw Ice Face Mei's move. Bing Yan Mei flew to Shiyu's side after resolving the organ toad. What does Palace Master Shi think? The eyes moved gently. Standing next to Shiyu was none other than the 4th Shinwu envoy Uzumaki. Flames jumped and swirled on the short blade, coalescing into a dazzling and eye-catching flame blade shadow. The air made a snorting sound as the blade was cut out. A crisp and loud metallic snap sounded. The flame blade void accurately chopped at the waist of the organ giant snake. The snake's body, which was made of sturdy metal, was actually like papier-mâché at this moment, and was easily split in 2. The flames spread along the cracks, instantly engulfing the remnants of the giant snake's body into a blazing mass of flames. Yes, Chapter 125 Demon Ascension Pill. Along the way, he solved an unknown number of organ toads, organ snakes and even organ bats. Shamer finally passed through that huge tunnel, came to a wider room. 9 ways? This place was surrounded by cold stone walls, and the temperature in the air was extremely low, almost like being in an ice cellar. Shamer's clothes trembled slightly as he scanned his surroundings. All 9 paths are covered with frost and snow, with occasional dark reveals of organs. A cold light flickered in the silver white, like the eye of death, watching every intruder. Xiaomo's eyes suddenly condensed, like a cold star suddenly lit up, and an invisible ripple emanated from his body. The 9 forks of the tidal river spread out. This wave of chi was very subtle, touching the wall and returning, carrying back the slightest of visions. For a moment, Shamer revealed a look of surprise. Following that, his figure turned, his pace was firm, and he stepped straight towards the middlemost of those 9 forks in the road. The foot is like a shock. The foot does not touch the dust. The shape is like riding the wind. The posture is floating, just like a heavenly being. Xia Mo in a flash, has traveled several miles, along the way ice and snow, grass and trees swaying, but it is difficult to touch its shirt a little bit. It wasn't long before 2 ghostly shadows suddenly appeared on the front road, a man and a woman, looking terrified and fleeing for their lives. Master of the ghostly sect, master of the wind and sand sect. Shamer recognized the 2 at first. These 2 were also the top experts under the great masters, even after losing at the hands of Bai Xian and Usagi. But that night, it all escaped anyway. The keys to both sects should be on these 2, right? Shamer stopped abruptly. Get out of my way. Seek death. The Ghost Domain sect master and the Wind and Sand sect master saw Xia Mo blocking their way forward. There were chills in their eyes. The ghostly sect master's palm instantly turned pitch black. The 5 blurred black shadows were like stern ghosts in the underworld, roaring to break free from their bonds. It was the ghost sect's unique martial arts skill, the 5 ghost hands. On the other side, the Wind Sand sect master's eyes glared. A small Salon scroll actually coalesced between his palms. This Salon roll was small but amazingly powerful, flying sand between rolls. Together with the 5 ghost hands' spectral attack, they clamped down on Xia Mo, forming an attack that was difficult to resist. Although these 2 did not recognize Summer, But he also knew the person who appeared in the sacred mountain organ city at this moment. How could it be easy? The first strike left no room for error, totally rushing to take Shamer's life. Oomph! In the face of this double clampdown, Shamer was unusually calm. He swayed and instantly avoided the attacks of the 5 ghost hands and the salon roll. At the same time, with an unbelievable speed and strength, he accurately grabbed the necks of the 2 sect masters. 2 crisp clicks sounded. The look in the eyes of the 2 sect masters instantly solidified, turning into disbelief and horror. Their necks were directly broken by Shamer, and their bodies collapsed helplessly to the ground. Out of your depth. Shamer clapped his hands. When he was about to confirm whether the key to the Saint Ruler's treasure trove was in the duo's possession, the ghost domain sect master on the ground shuddered violently. A ghostly blue true chi appeared at the place where its neck was broken. The bones slowly wriggled and the misalignments miraculously fell into place, accompanied by a low sound of bones rubbing together. The ghost domain sect master had used his momentum to rise. A few vertical leaps, not even looking at the Wind Sand sect master on the ground. It was about to disappear from sight. Shama sneered, not feeling the least bit surprised. The ghost sect has a secret technique called bone breaking and rebirth. He would have wanted to see it too. That's why just now when he struck out, he still left 3 points of leeway. The Wind and Sand sect master is dead through and through. This ghostly sect master. Xia Mo unhooked the jade flute from his waist calmly and gently placed it on his lips. The ghost domain sect master, who had originally fled far away, suddenly had his body shape lurched. A pained look appeared on his face. The ghost domain sect master only felt that the true chi in his body was disorganized. The originally smooth meridians seemed to be pierced by countless tiny needle tips, and the pain was unbearable. Even more frightening was the fact that an inexplicable force was raging within him, guiding him towards the edge of going off the deep end. Ah! A scream! The ghostly sect master directly planted himself. Spare my life! Looking at the ever-approaching summer, the ghostly sect master dragged his injured body on the ground and kept retreating. Hand over the key to the Saint Ruler's treasure trove. The key. Robbed. Shamer's gaze lowered and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. The pupils of the ghost sect master were lax, and he collapsed with a bang. So what else are you good for? Xia Mo carefully searched the corpses of the ghost domain sect master and the wind and sand sect master. Sure enough, there's no key. A gust of wind blew gently, and there was a slight change in Shamer's face. Turning her head lightly, the rest of her eyes looked behind her. 3 people in black robes were currently standing next to the corpse of the Windsand sect master. One of them was an old man, looking gray-haired but hale and hearty. The other 2, middle-aged men and women, looked to be about 40 years old. The male appeared stoic, while the female carried an air of coolness. The 3 looked at Summer and the 2 bodies on the ground. There was little expression from start to finish. No wonder these 2 fled as hastily as if they had seen a ghost. So there are 3 great masters following behind the ass. But you guys seem to. Summers turned around. Looking at the 3 black-robed men, a look of suspicion appeared in his eyes. From the sense of breath, these 3 were indeed great masters, yes. But why? Life cultivation is so weak? It was even far less than Elder Skycrane. You're not from the 2 factions and 7 clans? The old man at the head of the group spoke slowly. Da Xia, Jinwu Si. Shamer carefully surveyed the 3. Da Xia? What's that? Is there another dynasty out there now? The middle-aged man and woman looked at each other. A flash of surprise. The mountain guardians that your 2 sects and 7 clans have sent to the holy mountain throughout the generations. Xia Mo likewise instantly understood the identity of the 3 people in front of him. The 7 sects of the 2 clans have been sending people to the sacred mountain for generations. After these people arrived at the sacred mountain, they no longer referred to themselves as the disciples of the 2 sects and 7 clans. Rather, they consider themselves to be the main vein of the Devil's Gate. The strength of the Devil sect's main vein was far greater than the 2 factions and 7 clans. Bing Yan Mei had told him before he came. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent the elite disciples that the sect had managed to cultivate with great difficulty to the sacred mountain every time. Oomph, the 2 sects and 7 factions are even so. I didn't expect even outsiders to come in. Elder Shi, I'll go and finish off this brat first. It looks like there is a need to do a major cleansing of the holy city. Otherwise the world will forget the majesty of my sacred sect. The middle-aged man's face sank, and a fierce light filled his eyes as he looked at Xia Mo. With a flash of his body, he had already arrived in front of Xia Mo. Both palms struck towards Shama in unison, only to see the black gas transform into 2 ghostly shadows, shaped like a nighthawk pouncing on food. Bang! A pair of meaty palms hit Summer solidly. The chi energy overflowed in all directions, and the ground was affected by it, cracking layer by layer, with cracks spreading rapidly like a spider's web. In an instant, it had expanded to a distance of more than 10 feet. The black-robed middle-aged man's face suddenly changed, and he raised his head violently, his eyes filled with the color of unbelief. Shamer's body didn't even shake, just quietly looking at the black-robed middle-aged man. Sure enough, Your Grandmaster realm is just rootless floating. After saying that, he slapped his palm out. A dragon roar sounded, and the black-robed middle-aged man's body flew out violently, heavily slammed into the ground, breathless. What? The old man and that middle-aged woman were startled at the same time. Do it! The two of them reacted extremely quickly and made their moves at the same time. The old man's entire body was filled with a powerful force, and a dark red glow was faintly visible under his skin. Full power. With a low and powerful growl, the old man fiercely pointed out a finger. At his fingertips, a rich blood-colored true chi coalesced and took shape, tearing through the air like substance and emitting an ear-piercing shrill sound. The space around them seemed to be dyed a dark red, and everything around them was enveloped by this terrifying aura. Temple of Blood. Shamer stood still for a moment, looking at the old man with interest. This person should be a descendant of a certain generation that the Blood Temple had sent to the Holy Mountain. Drink! At the same time, the black-robed woman also moved, and a half-moon shadow suddenly emerged behind her. The waning moon emitted a faint silver glow, carrying an unspeakably gloomy aura. Quickly pulling a soft sword from his waist, sword chi burst out from the black-robed woman's soft sword, bringing with it a piercing chill. As the sword chi advanced, a strange mist began to fill the air. The sword chi approached, carrying with it endless loneliness and sorrow. The Inu sect. A flash of red light gradually began to emerge from Shamer's palm. At that moment, the air seemed to burn, and an unspeakably majestic power surged out. As this palm was swung out, the surrounding scene seemed to have changed drastically. In front of Summer's palm, the air began to fluctuate violently. Immediately after, a fiery energy violently erupted with Xiao at the center. The scene was as if a volcano was really erupting in his palm. Magma eruption. Firelight in the sky. Reflecting the four directions are red. All things are afraid of its power. The attack of the old man and the black-robed woman was like a sandcastle that had been dispersed by a flood, instantly disintegrating into pieces. Pft and pft twice. The two men simply couldn't resist, their mouths spewing blood furiously, their bodies like being pushed hard by an invisible force. With a whoosh, he flew off and fell far to the ground, unable to move. It's the first time this palace has seen such a weak grandmaster. Can you tell this court what is going on with you? Shamer had just finished speaking. The person had disappeared from the spot. Instantly, he appeared between the old man and the black-robed woman, just stayed slightly out of the way. These two still have breath. Humph, want us to betray the sacred sect? Recess? The old man covered his chest, his eyes were fierce, and he gritted his teeth. Kill if you want to. What's the nonsense? The black-robed woman was equally colorful. I've heard that within the Saint Ruler's treasure trove, there is an elixir named Demon Rising Pill. Did you guys become Grand Masters by taking this kind of elixir? Summer slowly crouched down. One hand was on the black-robed woman's wrist. When I heard the words Demon Rising Pill, I heard the words Demon Rising Pill. The black-robed woman and the old man's pupils simultaneously shrunk. But at the moment there was simply no strength to resist at all. The life cultivation is low, and all the potential in the body has been stimulated. Although it's a Grand Master, the strength it can exert is at best a little stronger than a half-step Grand Master. It looks like this Demon Rising Pill isn't a good thing either. Shamer shook his head with some disappointment. The black-robed woman and the old man's life breaths rapidly weakened. Otherwise it would surely have jumped up and argued its case. The people in the Jianghu are like the carp in the river. And how many of them have been able to become great masters throughout the ages? Even if it's a pseudo-grandmaster who's lost his potential, that's a grand master, too. But if this stuff is used to train dead soldiers, Shamer rubbed his chin. That's when the response came. After all, he wasn't some jungle ranger, but the fourth prince of Great Xia. Bring this Demon Rising Pill back to your father. He'll love it. After a short period of thinking, the old man and the black-robed woman had already broken. Shamer briefly searched the bodies of the two. Sure enough, 2 keys made of special metals were found from the old man. With his backhand, he put the key away in the ice spirit ring. The jasper flute on his waist also disappeared. In its place was a black sword. Underworld, come out, or else this palace will send you a sword. Fearing that you won't be able to withstand it, Shamer's gaze suddenly looked into the air at one spot. A blood-colored dot appeared out of nowhere. Then it transformed into a human form. Blood Soul Demon Lord? Shamer looked at the man in front of him. A smile played at the corners of his mouth. This is a real step in the right direction. This person has been hiding aside since just now. It looked like they were also coming for the keys to the Wind and Sand sect and the Ghostly sect. That's what? The Blood Soul Demon Lord looked at Xiao with a complicated expression. To be precise, it was looking at the Ice Soul Ring in Xiaoma's hand. The scene just now when Summer put away the key and jade flute and took out the underworld prison. The Blood Soul Demon Lord saw it all in his eyes. Xiaoma's martial art of killing 2 pseudo-grandmasters with a single slap just now was not bad though, but the Blood Soul Demon Lord was confident that he could do the same. Those who have taken the demon rising pill can still show off in front of people below the level of Grand Masters, but in front of a true Great Master, still no different than a mole. Sumaru Nasu, ever seen one? Xiaemo shook his hand with the ice spirit ring at the Blood Soul Demon Lord. The Blood Soul Demon Lord's eyes gradually brightened. Kid, hand over this ring. This seed may be able to spare your life. The Sumaru Nascent Ring, that was a legendary treasure that none of the Saint Rulers back then had. Although the treasures of the Saint Rulers' treasure trove were precious, they were compared to the Sumaru Nascent Ring, not at all in the same order of magnitude. 10th in the Tianji Pavilion's martial arts evaluation. Xiaemo couldn't help but sigh a little as he looked at the Blood Shadow Demon Lord. It looked like another great master who had become famous in the jungle, to die by his own hand. Kid, this seed has no more patience. You'd better go to hell. The Blood Sea Demon Lord suddenly let out an eerie and strange laugh. The body suddenly turned into a dark red blood cloud. In the blood clouds, countless bat silhouettes tumbled and jumped. As the blood clouds swelled, the entire space seemed to be covered by a thick layer of gloom. The light was mercilessly swallowed up and a deep darkness fell around them. This world's martial arts are really strange. If an ordinary person saw you, they'd be afraid to call you a demon. Summer laughed softly. The underworld was sheathed, and the sword was like a poisonous dragon as it whistled towards the blood cloud. Chapter 126 Blood Transportation. The 14th Sword. It was cast with Summer's current power. The power was no less than the 15th sword when he only knew the Marrying Clothes divine skill, according to the level of the great masters that Shamer had fought on the Tianji Pavilion martial arts evaluation. Except for the Grand Masters ranked in the top 4, everyone else was bound to die. The 5th Slyang real person might be able to escape with his life by virtue of his profound pure yang cultivation, but it would definitely end up with serious injuries as well. If the Blood Soul Demon Monarch doesn't have any cards, curiosity flashed in Summer's eyes. Judging from the depths of the respective sects that the Jinwu ambassadors had encountered when they attacked the 2 sects and 7 clans, how could a blood temple with a Grand Master in attendance not have a killer weapon? Ever since I met the heir to the Tianji Pavilion 2 years ago, Ice Heavenly Monarch, Demon Sect Holy Maiden, Divine K Organization, Second Under Heaven, and now the Holy Mountain. This one person, this one incident, is enough to show that the world is not as simple as it seems. There was also the ancestral land that the Ice Heavenly Monarch and the Demon Sect's Holy Maiden had said at the same time. In the past 2 years, Xiaemo had also found out quite a bit of information with the help of Dasha's power. That great unifying dynasty of 1,000 years ago ruled all the boundaries of the current 7 great dynasties. This is called the ancestral land. Since there is an ancestral land, there is naturally an outside. The heavens and the earth were much more vast than one could have imagined. The Tianji Pavilion martial assessment of the 7 dynasties might just be to fool the frogs at the bottom of the well. The 2 factions and 7 clans came from the Demon Sect back then. The Devil Sect is inextricably linked to that holy dynasty again. That's why Summer is very interested in the possibility of things that are clearly beyond the cognizance of this Jianghu. This sword was only just targeting the intensity of the Blood Soul Demon Lord. Otherwise, if Shama wanted to kill him, it would be no trouble at all. Sword chi was like a rainbow. Poisonous dragons pranced, and in an instant, blood clouds disintegrated and bats wailed. The blood rain scattered in the sky, and the Blood Shadow Demon Monarch reappeared, the stern color in his eyes intensifying. Predatory poisonous dragon in his eyes instantly transformed into a life-threatening sword chi. Wild waves suddenly rise, reflecting his eyes. All is madness and unyielding. Damn it! Who the hell are you? The Blood Shadow Demon Lord's palm flicked up, and a crimson blood fruit appeared between his palms. Before he could say anything more, the blood fruit had already entered his mouth, turning into a majestic blood chi that rushed through his blood veins. In an instant, the Blood Shadow Demon Monarch's aura skyrocketed, and his clothes bulged like a demon god descending into the world, which was quite appalling. Blood Prison Skyrocket. Facing the 14th sword, the Blood Soul Demon Monarch did not hesitate and executed the Blood Temple's supreme mastery. When this feat was launched, the wind and clouds changed color, and an invisible force field enveloped the surroundings. The blood-colored mist filled the air, converging into countless twisted ghost faces, wailing and wailing, taking in the soul. In the blood mist, a blood dragon similarly appeared, surrounded by the blood fire that corrupted everything. The Sword Chi Poison Dragon and the Blood Prison Poison Dragon, 2 overwhelming forces, fiercely exchanged blows in the air. This guy, Xiaemo slightly transient eyes, divine light flickered lightly. That blood fruit doesn't know what it is. The current Blood Soul Demon Monarch's strength had skyrocketed, and he wasn't any worse than that old man. The blazing sun reality. Between the flashes of sword light, the poisonous dragon instantly condensed into a palpitating sword chi. The sword chi emitted an eerie blue light, which was interspersed with purple poisonous mist, looking both cold and dangerous. In an instant, it seems to have crossed a distance of 10,000 miles, as if the wall of space, but also cannot stop its forward momentum. It directly chopped towards the blood dragon that blood prison heavenly law had transformed into. Snort! The moment the sword chi made contact with the blood dragon, a series of ear-piercing sounds were made. It was like a sharp blade cutting through metal, or like ice meeting fire. The collision between the two stirred up countless dazzling lights and raging storms. Ah! The blood-souled demon monarch suddenly roared as if he had gone mad, and his entire body felt as if it had been set ablaze. A blood light so dazzling that people dared not look directly at it erupted. The light, red and purple, was like the most evil blood boiling in heaven and earth, and it was a sight to behold. Boom! The loud bang sounded like the sky had collapsed, and a small mushroom cloud rose into the air. Finally, with a crisp crack, the blood light in that small mushroom cloud completely collapsed and turned into dots of blood beads. The remaining momentum of the sword chi continued forward, cutting a deep and long gully into the ground. Black smoke rolled in the gully, as if even the earth had been scorched by the sword chi, leaving scars that were hard to heal. Self-destruct? Shamer's body emitted golden light from the sky. Looking at the bloodstains all over the ground, the corners of his mouth revealed a mocking expression. Sculpture. A few miles away, in a passageway, the blood-souled demon lord was holding onto the wall. The face was pale to the core. Such a terrifying fellow has actually come in the holy city. That sword just now, could it be that Jinwu division master? Damn it, wasting a blood-burning pill for nothing. What a loss. Better find a place to heal first. Going to open the Saint Ruler's treasure trove in this state right now is just looking for death. Hey, just keep those guys waiting. The blood-souled demon lord let out a cold laugh. With that, he was ready to leave the place. Demon rising pill, blood-burning pill. I heard that the Black Demon sect also has a Black Yuan Dan. It seems that the devil sect back then was really full of talents. In addition to the organ technique, there is also a Grand Master of Alchemy, right? The Blood Shadow Demon Lord's pupils shrunk. Turning violently, he leapt backward, behind where he had just stood. Summer seemed to have appeared long ago. No way. It was only after the seat took the blood-burning pill and greatly increased its power that I was able to barely execute the legendary blood escape technique in my blood palace. It is indeed a secret technique that greatly depletes vital energy. No wonder the ancestors' transcripts tell those who come after to use it with caution. How can you possibly catch me? The blood-souled demon lord looked at Xia Mo incredulously. A great increase in power? This blood escape of yours, the distance is only spanning a few miles. Isn't it because your kung fu is too weak? This distance, it still can't escape my palace's senses. Alright, your blood palace's contraptions. This palace has seen them before. Now it's time to send you on your way. Shamer hadn't finished speaking. The blood-souled demon monarch once again fled as a mass of blood shadows, but it was too late to escape the passage. The chest was pierced by a laser-like sword chi. Unbelievably, he fell to the ground. Most of the people in the Jianghu use the Tianji Pavilion martial arts evaluation as a lifelong pursuit. But even if it's a grand master on the martial assessment, here today, it's nothing more than a mole cricket. The martial way is endless. Da Xia, and even the ancestral lands, are too small. Xia Mo found a blood-colored key from the blood-souled demon monarch's corpse. A sudden realization rose in his heart. The system check-in tasks have tapered off over the past 2 years. Could it have something to do with the fact that he stayed in Daxia most of the time? If that's the case, then his gaze can't just fall on this bit of business in the Daxia Jianghu. Put the blood-colored key into the ice spirit ring. Shamer's figure flickered. The person has disappeared. Chapter 127, The Three Great Powers. The mountain was lofty and walled in, with an iron gate set completely inside it. This gate is about 10 feet high and wide enough to accommodate 100 horsemen. The doorways are thick and heavy, each weighing 10,000 pounds and inlaid with fine iron hinges. Outside the door of the mountain color, pine waves burst, the distant peaks stacked, layers of mountains towering, not visible top. The two groups of people were at swords drawn, yet neither was slow to make a move. You traitors, how dare you actually break into the sacred mountain and hit this sacred ruler's treasure trove? I should have known I should have curbed your development all these years, otherwise it would never have come to this. A black veil-covered woman looked at the other side of the room and said in a cold voice, Holy maiden, words can't be said like that. Our 2 sects and 7 clans are all actual disciples of the holy sect. Now that it's a foreign enemy, the 2 factions and 7 clans have all fallen. We're trying to avoid trouble, which is why we're hiding in the holy mountain. The enemy is the present-day court, with powerful minions at its command. If we don't open the Saint Ruler's treasure trove, what are we going to use to fight against our foreign enemies? After all, we are not like you, who get away day and night on the holy mountain and enjoy our offerings for nothing. Lady Yin was dressed in a long white dress. His eyes looked towards the holy maiden of the devil sect and the group behind her. Not a trace of fellowship was felt in his tone. Next to the Lady of the Dark Moon, Lan Jun and Night Lord Cloud looked like they were watching a good show. In addition to these two, there were 7 other figures shrouded in black robes. On the side of the devil sect's holy maiden, 2 old men followed behind her. a man with black hair and a black beard, also wearing a black robe, looked not young. One man had white hair and a white beard, wearing a white power suit, and was not much different in age from the other. In addition, there were likewise 13 black-robed people behind the holy maiden of the demon sect. There is a difference in numbers between the two sides though, but all of them looked at each other with scornful eyes in unison, especially the two old men behind the holy maiden of the demon sect. His eyes were dead set on Lan Jun, who had his arms wrapped around him. Don't dare to be the least bit lax. Humph. Foreign enemies? Avoiding trouble? Do you guys think I'm 3 years old? Elder Lan Jun and Lady Inoue for now. Night Sect Master. Hiding deep enough? I wonder when Night Sect Master broke through the Grand Master realm. The Devil Sect Holy Maiden suddenly looked at Night Lord Cloud. Night Lord Cloud froze. It's obviously that old Inu who's pulling your leg. What's it got to do with him? Had. Mr. Knight wouldn't dare to labor the Holy Maiden's thoughts. It's just that my heart hurts that our descendants are incompetent and have lost the foundations passed down by our ancestors. It was only after an epiphany under sentimentalism that I broke through the threshold of the Great Master. Night Sect Master. It seems that your realm can't be possessed by an overnight breakthrough, right? Night Lord Cloud had just finished speaking. The white-bearded, white-faced old man suddenly spoke. Ha, Elder Bai is too kind. Compared to the two prime ministers in the sacred sect, what is this humble Tao of the latecomers? Night Lord Cloud bowed slightly towards Elder Bai. The attitude was respectful, but there was no sense of any emotion at all. Humph. When have the people of my sacred sect acted in the same manner as those guys who claim to be righteous? It's all come down to this. Just don't get all that mumbo-jumbo. What a court Jinwu division. Still strong enough to make your 10 grandmasters flee without a fight? That's a lot of hiding. Without the demon ascension pill, it's still possible to cultivate so many great masters. Straight up, you are here for the sacred monarch's treasury. Elder Black looked towards the 7 black-robed men behind Lan Jun who hadn't said anything from the beginning to the end. The main lineage of the Devil's Sect and the martial arts of the 2 schools and 7 clans originated from the same source. It might be difficult for others to detect the strength of those 7 black-robed men, but how could it be hidden from his senses? Elder Black is so perceptive. But the main vein has enjoyed all the resources of the Holy Mountain over the years. Haven't more Grand Masters been produced than us? Other than that, even the Demon Rising Pill, the main vein has never thought to share it with us at a time when the enemy is at hand. Lan Jun looked at the 13 black-robed men across the street who were dressed in the same way as his own side and smiled faintly. 26 great masters were gathered. If this were to be said, people in the Jianghu would definitely think that the person who said this was suffering from insanity. Oh, no, counting the guys who aren't here yet. The number of great masters in the sacred mountain at this time could be far more than that. Humph. It is the duty of the 2 factions and 7 clans to guard the holy mountain. You have committed crimes against your superiors, which would have been punishable by capital punishment back in the day. Elder Bai glared angrily at Lan Jun's words. Come to your senses, old thing. It's not the same as it was back then. The duty of the 2 clans and 7 sects is to guard the holy mountain, while your lineage is to guard the sacred monarch's treasure trove. After all these years, people's minds move, don't they? If you don't have any ideas about the holy monarch's treasury, and how could we have gotten here so easily? For this reason even went so far as to shut down some of the powerful organs of the organ city. Isn't that why we brought the key here? What's the point of pretending to be innocent? On the side of the 2 clans and 7 factions, a black-robed man lifted his hood up, revealing a face as sharp as a knife and angular. Sky Demon Sect Yubu, weren't you dead a long time ago? The Holy Maiden of the Devil Sect looked at this person in surprise for a split second. An immediate reaction followed. The eyes swept over each of the 7 black-robed men. Humph, looks like you guys have been hitting on this idea for more than a day or two. In that case, the bright ones don't say anything. The sacred sect has been divided for 1,000 years, and it's not like I can't understand your minds, but all of this has to be done before opening the Saint Ruler's treasure trove. Keys, how many do you have now? A look from the Holy Maiden of the Devil's Sect. A black-robed man behind him served a box. Inside lay 2 keys. It's the 2 from the Underworld Path and the Pavilion of Ultimate Bliss. Lady Inu said softly. Night Lord Cloud looked at the key to the Pavilion of Ultimate Bliss with a gloomy expression. You killed Poison Dragon and Spectre and the others? Just taking care of some unsuspecting guys. Didn't think there was a key on it. Back then, after your master ancestor tricked this key from that generation of the Pavilion of Ultimate Bliss's Pavilion Master, it should be given to successive generations of sect masters for safekeeping. How dare you hand it over to someone who isn't even a Grand Master? That's quite a mind. The Holy Maiden of the Demon Sect said softly, not minding in the slightest to tell where the 2 keys came from. So there are now 5 keys. There are still 3 more to go. The Blood Palace, the Wind and Sand Sect, and the Ghost Sect. This is your territory. Haven't you found them so far? Lan Jun took out a box. Inside lay 3 keys. They don't come anymore. Let us participate in what comes next. A light voice rang out. All eyes looked in the direction from which the voice came. Shamer walked slowly up the steps. 6 figures followed close behind. Chapter 128. What man? Looking at Summer and her party, Elder Bai suddenly bellowed. Between the palms, a white rainbow streaked across the sky, and the stern chi intertwined horizontally and horizontally. It turned into a pillar of radiant light and went straight to where Xia Mo and the other 7 people were. The palm wind sped, the void seemed to crack, and the whistling sound was faint, like a dragon chanting in the abyss. All around the grass and trees, all feel its power. Shuddering and trembling, fallen leaves lightly dance, flying in the sky. White rainbow palm power? I didn't think that there were really people in the world who had practiced this martial art to such a level. Just as the white rainbow palm power wanted to engulf the crowd, behind Xia Mo, the silhouette abruptly flashed. Lu Rinchen stepped forward. His figure was as swift as electricity, and he swung his halberd out violently, meeting that white rainbow palm force head-on. The two forces clash. In an instant, the music of the sky is lost, only the sound of the roar, like thunder hidden in the clouds, shaking the ancient and shimmering. It is palpitating and unnameable in its magnificence. Not even close? Both sides looked at each other with surprised eyes. Lu Rinchen was from the Northern Guncold sect, and was originally the 9th-ranked Grand Master in the Tianji Pavilion's martial arts evaluation. 2 years ago in the ice domain, he obtained the split sky halberd and the ice extreme pill. The martial arts skills have even improved by leaps and bounds. In Shamer's eyes, the current Lu Rinchen should be 3 times stronger than the one Liang at that time. I didn't expect an unknown white-faced old man. Surprisingly, he was able to fight Lu Rinchen to a draw. Elder Bai, stop! The voice of the holy maiden of the devil's sect sounded quietly, calling out to Elder White, who was ready to strike again. Holy maiden? Elder Bai forced down his anger and turned back to look at the demon sect holy maiden in puzzlement. Old man White, so old you can't see clearly? All of the opposite sides are grand masters. You rushed up there alone. Do you want us to collect your body for you? The black old man on the side said calmly as his gaze fell on Shama's group. Elder Bai looked shocked. It was only then that he looked closely at the line of people across the street. The middle-aged man who had blocked his white rainbow palm power was left aside for now. The young man who was in charge looked at himself. Elder Bai suddenly had the feeling of being in a 9-layer ice cellar. There's 5 more of them back there. 4 men and 1 woman. Sure enough, all of them are great masters. Abominable. Since when is a grand master so worthless? In all these years, the Holy Mountain has only produced a dozen or so by virtue of the Demon Rising Pill. Elder White caved in, somewhat unwillingly retreating behind the Holy Maiden of the Demon Sect. Don't look at the largest number of them. By taking the Demon Rising Pill to break through the great masters, the water in it is still clear to him. Holy Maiden, we meet again after a goodbye in the ice domain. Xia Mo smiled and nodded at the Black-Veiled Devil Sect Holy Maiden. So it's the Jinwu Division Master who has come to visit. I apologize for my daughter's failure to welcome you from afar. The Holy Maiden of the Devil Sect gently saluted towards Xia Mo. Might as well. Everyone has come here for the same purpose, so this palace will not talk too much nonsense. With the addition of these 3 keys, it should be possible to open this Saint Ruler's treasure trove, right? Summers spread out in his hands. No one saw clearly how the 3 keys appeared in that hand. He hung around inside the Organ City for a while, never met anyone else, until the Jinwu ambassador followed behind. Jing Shu, Elder Long, Lu Rinchen, In Tiger, Z Rat, plus the ugly ox who was on the verge of breaking through to Great Master. 6 in all, got here in a hurry. As for the other Jinwu ambassadors, get involved further down the line. 9 times out of 10, your life is in danger. That's why Shamer let them move freely in the Organ City. If we run into any leaks, you're totally welcome. The Blood Soul Demon Lord died at your hands? Lan Jun looked at the blood-colored key in Shama's hand. Subconsciously, he opened his mouth to ask. As for the Wind and Sand sect and the Ghost sect, those two were nothing to be surprised about. After saying that, he didn't wait for Shamer to answer. Looking towards the 6 Jinwu ambassadors behind him, Rangoon blinked in silence. Such a lineup, with the strength of that blood ghost, it's not wrong to die. However, the Blood Palace's blood-burning elixir is a good way to fight for one's life. And I don't know that vampire before he left. There's no taking each other out. What are you looking at this seat for? Night Lord Cloud suddenly realized that a large bald man across the street was looking at him unsuspectingly. Suddenly it felt a bit inexplicable. Buddha was just thinking that this body you're in now should be the original body, right? The ugly ox's laughter caused the nearby Inhu to frown, subconsciously taking a few steps away from him. So it's you. Fine. The Black Demon Sect's account. This seat will settle with you later. With these words, Night Lord Cloud naturally knew that Ugly Bull was the one who led the attack on the Black Demon Sect that day. I didn't realize that the body he was hosting hadn't killed the other party. One must know that for the final self-detonation, He had arranged it based on the strength of the average grandmaster. Humph, the ugly cow sneered. This is where my sacred sex forbidden land is located. This Lord Master of the division has brought people here without authorization, and wantonly killing people. Are you going to give us an explanation? Elder Black looked at Shamer's somewhat overly young face. There was a flash of suspicion in his eyes. There is no king's land under the sky, and there is no king's subject in the land. The Devil State is one of the 13 states of the Great Xia. As a prince, this palace was attacked by outlaws on the territory of Xia. Does this senior mean that those outlaws were sent by you? There was a dangerous glint in Summer's eyes. Elder Black was speechless for a moment. If we were to talk about orthodoxy, then no matter if it was the main vein of the Devil Sect or the 2 sects and 7 clans, all of which really can't be compared to the owners of this land. What is the opinion of the Holy Maiden? Xia Mo looked at the Demon Sect Holy Maiden. Since that's the case, let's open the Saint Ruler's treasure trove first. But don't blame me for not warning you all. This treasure trove was built by the Saint Ruler himself back then. There are many rumors in the jungle, but what's really in there? Even I don't know. Perhaps there is some mortal danger. You all should still be careful. The Devil Sect Holy Maiden's words were not just directed at Xiamo's group. At the same time, they were also ordering the 2 factions and 7 clans. Humph, that's not a concern for the Holy Maiden. After opening the treasure trove, everyone will naturally rely on their own abilities. The Een Moon lady hummed softly. Her eyes swept over to Jingshu's side without a second thought. There was a flash of killing intent in his eyes. This woman who uses poison is here too. Then open the door first. Lan Jun also spoke up at this time. The door to the Saint Ruler's treasure trove was made of some kind of unknown meteorite iron. A top Grand Master strikes with all his might. At most, it leaves a mark on it. Now all 3 parties have keys. If we can't talk, the contents of this holy monarch's treasure trove, no one gets it. Shamer handed the key to Een Hu. The one sent from the demon sect's main vein side was a black-robed man. The 2 factions and the 7 clans were that Yubu of the Heavenly Devil sect. The trio took the keys and headed for the front door. Everyone else pulled away in silence. No one raised the issue of the distribution of the treasures inside the treasury. Perhaps all of them tacitly agreed that they did not intend to share their treasures with anyone. Chapter 129, Chaos. Hey! Inuyasha took the key, strutting towards the door of the Saint Ruler's treasure trove. Yubu and the black-robed man from the demon sect's main vein also walked over at this moment. The black-robed man from the main vein of the demon sect removed his hood. It's a woman whose appearance is not impressive. The keyholes of the treasury door are not common. They are irregularly laid out. 8 in total. This 8 holes, between each hole, there is an invisible line connected, forming a mysterious pattern, is the most complex lock and key mechanism. No one can be enlightened without the key of a holy ruler. Een Hu flew up and, in the blink of an eye, inserted 3 keys into the corresponding holes. Yubu and the woman from the demon sect's main vein glanced at Lan Jun and the demon sect's holy maiden respectively. After receiving a positive signal, separately, insert the remaining keys into the holes. All of them held their breath and did not look away. The gate trembled slightly, a soft sound like the first stirrings of distant thunder. Do it! Lan Jun and the demon sect holy maiden opened their mouths at the same time. Yubu and the black-robed woman each struck towards Inhu with a palm. Hey! I expected you guys to flip out. Inuyasha grinned. The body split into electric light, avoiding the duo's joint strike. A tiger whistle. Both hands transformed into white tiger shadows and grabbed towards the 2 men's heads. Xianin palm. Yubu was not willing to show weakness. A palm was like a cold winter night wind through the forest. The ground is even cracked in all directions. Rubble flying, as if it cannot withstand the cold force, disintegrate on its own. This was an extremely powerful palm technique of the Sky Demon sect. The person who was hit by the palm, the body's chi and blood instantly stagnation. The limbs and bones as in the 9 ghosts of the cold springs. The pain is unbearable. Flying sand. Yellow light filled the black-robed woman's palm. Sand and dust flew. The sky obscured the line of sight. And where the palm wind went, it rolled up 1,000 snowy waves of sand and rocks. This woman is full of wind and sand sect's martial arts, but it was much more powerful than the wind and sand sect master. Bang! Powerful waves scattered in all directions, and the 3 of them immediately fought in one place. Ha 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 ha, good timing! Inhu fought 1 against 2 without losing a single step. Even the sharpness of the wind claws made Yubu and the black-robed woman grit their teeth in secret. None of the treasures have been seen yet. So soon to be poorly charted? Looking at the 2 groups of people that had gathered around, the corners of Summer's mouth smiled lightly, not the slightest bit surprised. On the contrary, the 5 Jinwu envoys behind him looked much more serious. After we finish you guys first, it's not too late to enter the Holy Monarch's treasure trove again. Lady Inu flicked her wrist. Humph, the traitors of the 2 factions and 7 clans will be cleaned up later. What the Holy Monarch left behind? Can't let you outsiders get your hands on it, Elder Bai said in a deep voice. That's still touching. it's come to this, and you still remember that little bit of incense. The holy maiden of the devil's sect, the black and white elders, Lan Jun, the Een Moon lady, and 18 black-robed men. All be careful, Shamer instructed the Jinwu ambassadors. Yes, fortunately, among the 18 black-robed men, there were mostly pseudo-grade masters who had taken the demon rising pill. Otherwise, even if Shamer's power surpassed the realm of Grand Master, it's all a bit dangerous today. Let's take care of this kid first. The black and white elders took the lead. A black and a white two huge palm prints emerged in the void, hit towards Shamer from both sides respectively. Shama blasted a palm toward the sky, accompanied by a dragon's roar. A transparent dragon-shaped shadow circled around him. The powerful palm force instantly shattered the black and white palm prints. The two black and white elders' faces were horrified. It took several steps back in succession to stabilize itself. Little heart. 2 words remained to be said. Xia Mo performed the indulgent ascension step. It appeared behind the 2 black-robed men of the demon sect's main vein. Not the slightest time to react. The chest was hit with a palm of Summer's hand respectively. As the 2 flew out backwards, he was lifted up by Shamer's death grip on his neck. In the blink of an eye, 2 people had been killed. The scene was a mess. Devil, give Buddha death. Ugly Bull approached Night Lord Cloud at the first opportunity. The great Brahma divine power was exerted without fear. After breaking through to the Grand Master, Ugly Bull's great Brahma heavenly divine power vaguely had the shadow of the Vajra unbreakable divine power. Night Lord Cloud's expression was gloomy. A few slaps against the ugly cow. Thump, thump, thump. He had hidden so far, and his martial arts skills were not even close to Lan Jun's, but it definitely wouldn't lose out to the Een Yun Yang. This dead donkey just broke through. But that Brahma divine power was just too restraining for the black demon sect's martial arts. Leave these 6 to us. The Z-Rat's body flickered and quickly transformed into 3 Z-Rats. It blocked 3 black-robed men from 2 factions and 7 clans. The other 3 black-robed men were about to move forward to support them. A cold and icy halberd fell from the sky. Lu Rinchen. The 3 of them flew back. The ground was smashed by the heaven-splitting halberd to create a huge deep pit. Before the 3 of them even landed, a shocking cold aura centered on the deep pit. It quickly spread towards the 3. The ground was instantly frosty and icy, as thick as alabaster, and widely covered. Damn it! The 3 of them were also great masters after all. It's not so bad that it's impossible to deal with the situation at hand. Striking out in unison, the palm power whistled into a torrent. The ice shattered and the cold came to an abrupt end. A blood palace, a Inu sect, and a heavenly demon sect. Lu Rinchen's expression moved, immediately recognized the martial arts origins of the 3. On the other side, Zimao similarly forced out the martial arts origins of the 3 black-robed men, a heavenly demon sect and 2 black demon sect grand masters. The fight on the other side was equally intense. After Xia Mo killed the 2 people from the main vein of the devil sect, immediately, he was caught in a siege by the Lan monarch, the holy maiden of the demon sect, the black and white elders, and 4 black-robed men. These 4 black-robed men were clearly different from the others. The body does not have that kind of weak aura off-taking the demon rising pill. Apparently it's a normal archon. Vajra's unbreakable body was covered in an eye-catching red color, facing the siege of 7 top grand masters. This battle was not going to be any easier than fighting the second in the world. Xia Mo simultaneously pushed the 9 Yang marrying clothes divine skill and the Vajra unbreakable divine skill to the extreme. Now it's time to end the feud between us. Lady Yinyu brought 4 black-robed men to Jingshu. The blood jade spirit scorpion and the golden pupil night shadow spider leapt onto Jingshu's shoulders. Watch out for her poison. Lady Yinyu looked at the 2 poisonous creatures. Once again, scorn flashed in his eyes. The 4 black-robed men immediately dispersed. Keep a relatively safe distance from Jingshu. Humph, don't be wild. Each of Elder Long's palms was accompanied by a dragon's roar. Battle with the last 3 black-robed men. The martial arts of the 2 of you don't seem to come from the 2 schools and 7 clans? Xia Mo weaved through the 7 top grandmasters' attacks with idle steps. Curious, he asked to the black and white elders. Humph, my sacred sect's martial arts are profound. The 2 sects and 7 clans are just the legacies left behind by the 9 demon generals. And how can it compare to a personal transmission from a holy ruler? The 2 black and white elders' faces were grave. The martial arts skills of the kid in front of him were indeed somewhat appalling. If it were any of them, facing a siege of 8 people had long shown defeat. This kid looks, how it's so easy. White rainbow, dark abyss, the figures were intertwined. The black and white 2 elders once again struck out a palm towards Shama. Chapter 131 Sword. 5 kills. Black old man's palm was covered in black gas. A huge palm appeared out of nowhere in the void, emitting a powerful devouring force. All in all the surrounding grass, sand and gravel. The air left a twisting trail of dark shadows. Even the light has dimmed considerably. At the same time, white light blossomed between Bai Lao's palms, like the purest rays of the rising morning sun. It coalesced into a warm yet stern white rainbow palm force. It echoed the dark abyss palm, yet it was very different. Everything seemed to be enveloped in a soft glow, but underneath that radiance, there was a hidden sharpness that could penetrate all defenses. Hey! Xiaomo spread his face and smiled, his teeth slightly exposed, and his golden body suddenly released a strange color. A flash of red light like a flame, blazing extraordinary, dazzling its body, more and more eye-catching. In a jiffy, 9 rounds of small sun phantoms, like the sun of the blazing sun, following the position of the 9 palaces, surrounding its body, slowly rotating, light and splendor intertwined, reflecting heaven and earth, with a variety of visions. Both palms were swung out in a loud manner, whether it was the white rainbow's palm force or the dark abyss's profound strength, all shattered like shards when touched. Black and white two old man, caught off guard, was wrapped in such palm force, staggered, face suddenly changed. Oomph! The two old men grunted at the same time, crimson blood spilling out from the corners of their mouths, their figures like disconnected paper kites, thrown by the huge force. It tumbled backwards. Bai Lao shouted loudly while he was in the air. This son has high martial arts skills. Don't hold back while he's not yet stabilized in his breath change. Do it quickly. Drink! 4 black-robed men flew up, judging from the martial arts they performed. It should be the Blood Palace, Ghost Sect, Sky Demon Sect, and an expert from the Sun Palace. No wonder the 2 factions and the 7 clans have revolted in their hearts. All of the experts cultivated over the generations have been used as graft for the main chakra. Who else could stand it? These 4 people did not take the Demon Rising pill, and they were all genuine Grand Masters. Tianshan Plum Breaking Hand was executed. All the moves were all neutralized. Lan Juan's figure spread out, and he stomped his foot on the air. The ripples spread, and the pace is too wonderful for words. Without a sound, he had traveled between the 4 great masters. Each step fell, although there was no substantial touch. It seemed that the subtle sound of the void lightly trembling could be heard. Looking at the 4 great masters of the demon sect's main vein who were already in a precarious position, Lan Jun's divine light flickered for a moment, and his figure lurched, like a cheetah building up momentum before hunting. Instantly spanning a distance of several feet, he blasted out with a palm, locking onto Xiaomo's back. Great Void Palm? He actually practiced this martial art? At the same time the Devil Sect Holy Maiden, who was preparing to make her move, had a movement in her heart. Somewhat scornfully, he glanced at Lan Jun, but still, he seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The body slowly danced along with it, like a meditative flower blooming in the night, leads to endless darkness and temptation. The sound of music, non-silk and non-bamboo. The devil's soul whispered the song, the smell of which makes one's mind sway. Those who are weak-willed lose their way in a moment and are reduced to puppets. The heavenly devil dance is able to arouse the desire of the human heart. Whether it is greed, anger, dementia, slowness or doubt, all of them are magnified infinitely and transformed into a substantial devil shadow. Summer was outside this scene, but seemed to be in it. The true chi in his body was affected by the heavenly demon dance, and it was actually moving stupidly and uncontrollably. At first, it was like a trickle of water that slowly converged into a river, and gradually the waves surged, wanting to break out of the body, a vague sign of going off the deep end. Although the principle is completely different, it is somewhat similar to the Bihai tidal wave song. Noticing the abnormality of the true chi in his body, Shamer muttered. Rather, he didn't care much about the heavenly demon illusion in front of him. There was a huge difference in power between the holy maiden of the devil's sect and him. There's no way it's going to make him go off the deep end. This is just creating an opportunity for Lan Jun. Sure enough, the moment that Shamer's attention was attracted by the sky demon dance, a palpitating sense of oppression came from behind. Bang! Lan Jun transported his power to the extreme, without the slightest reservation. The great void palm directly struck Xiaoma's back. In a flash, it was like the morning bell of an ancient temple suddenly ringing. The roar was deafening, causing the mind to tremble. Where the golden body was struck, it actually stirred up layers of golden ripples. It was like ripples on the surface of a lake, slowly spreading and dazzling with golden light. This is the great void palm? Shamer's body shifted and his face went a little pale, somewhat careless. What is this lousy great void palm that can even pass through the body of the Vajra unbreakable divine power? Transmit the power to his internal organs. It's simply a high-level spacer. Vajra unbreakable divine power despite the strengthening of the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. But it is not yet possible to be as adamantine as the body's surface. It's not a bad injury. Shamer gently wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth. After taking out that second in the world, one does seem to have gotten a little carried away. This palm just now had revealed that Lan Jun's power had not surpassed the realm of Grand Master. At best, it was about the same as the wisp of residual spirit of the Ice Sky Monarch. Although you have the intention of fishing, but it still hurts. I don't know if it's just the art of being brave. Seeing that Xia Mo was injured, Lan Jun had no intention of retreating. Instead, he tried to add another slap. At the same time, the 4 black-robed great masters also performed their lifelong mastery. All together, they struck towards Shamer, a sword across the world. The underworld was instantly sheathed. At such a close distance, not to mention ordinary great masters, it was Lan Jun who wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The sword chi coalesced into an extremely terrifying sword light that was like an incomparably sharp line that streaked through the air like lightning. The 4 black-robed grand masters hadn't had time to react. Their throats were then instantly cut by this sword. Blood sprayed out wildly like a fountain. The scene was tragic to the extreme. A sense of deadly crisis came. Lan Jun's pupils suddenly shrunk as he let out a low roar and his figure sprinted back, wanting to escape from this deadly sword light. A terrifying heavenly demon shadow quickly wrapped him within, attempting to ward off the overwhelming sword force. But unfortunately, that sword light was too sharp. The heavenly demon shadow was like a fragile piece of paper that was easily cut apart and could not be blocked at all. Lan Jun finally landed firmly on the ground and subconsciously touched his neck. His fingertips instantly stained with warm liquid. He stared with wide eyes, his eyes filled with disbelief and horror. Blood oozed out from between his fingers and dripped onto the ground, forming a blinding red flower. Impossible, Lan Jun muttered, a hint of trembling in his voice. He had never imagined that he, as the heavenly demon sect's patriarch, would be here, facing death in such a wretched manner. The power of that sword was far beyond his imagination, and even a strong person like him failed to block it. But if he had been a little further away from that sword light, might be able to avoid the blow with his stance. A sword, the world between us. Lan Jun mouthed these words. Bang! The fell down with a bang. This sun is fierce. Holy maiden, go into the treasury first. The black and white elders who were preparing to participate in the siege were startled. Immediately stopped the body, coming to the side of the holy maiden of the devil's sect. The 3 of them had heavy colors all over their faces. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly gave up all and directly turned around and swept into the Saint Ruler's treasure trove. Chapter 131 9 Demon Generals? Wanna go? Xia Mo coldly laughed. His figure slightly moved, has broken the limit of the void, leaving the remnants of the shadow in the dust. In an instant, it had come to the doorway that had just opened. The black-robed men around them split into 2 groups. When the black-robed men from the 7 clans of the 2 factions saw that Lan Jun was dead, some of them wanted to enter the treasure vault directly. Some don't want to wade through this mess and want to leave straight away. But Zi Mouse and Lu Rinchen couldn't easily let them leave. The main goal of this demon state mission was of course the treasures inside the Saint Ruler's treasure trove. But these 2 factions, the 7 clans and the hidden great masters of the main vein of the devil sect, and you can't just put it in the jungle. It's drop or die. Lu Rinchen danced imperviously with a heaven-splitting halberd, taking one against 3 and completely pressing the opposite side. Z-Mouse's 3 bodies of transformation of intent split into 3 bodies. It's not at all clear which one is the original, completely no different from 3 solid grand masters, and each performs a different martial art. There was no sign of defeat at all. As for the demon sect's main lineage, these pseudo-masters, although the martial arts were a bit weaker, there were more people after all, and they were good at the art of combining attacks. Several battlefields could not be divided into winners and losers for a while. It was clear that the Holy Monarch's treasure trove was right in front of him, but none of them could draw in. The breeze was light, the void moved slightly, the ripples were lightly hidden, and Shama had already traveled through the lofty door cast in meteoric iron. Shamer frowned. No hints from the system? Isn't this the Holy Monarch's treasure trove? As far as the eye can see, the door is a giant cave of natural beauty. The cave entrance is entwined with vines, and when you step into it, it is like a cave with a different world. The bridge spans, cast in fine iron, is carved with dragons and phoenixes. Xia Mo gently leaped, stepping with a resounding sound, but without losing stability. The water under the bridge is gurgling and crystal clear, and the thin streams between the stones converge into a stream to wash the dusty heart. On both sides of the exotic flowers and plants, seasonal, fragrant, refreshing. Where did those 3 guys go? Just for a moment, the holy maiden of the devil sect and the black and white elders had already disappeared. People don't just disappear into thin air. There's got to be some kind of an organ in here. Xiaomo high art people bold, deep into the cave belly, only to see more and more light. Gold and silver treasures piled up. People are dazzled. Gold paved the ground. Silver built the walls. Pearls and onyx, scattered among them. There are even swords and spears, staggered, or hanging on the wall, or placed on the shelf. The cold light is biting, showing extraordinary. The treasures here, I'm afraid, are able to match the tax revenue of Disya for an unknown number of years. He was a royal prince in this world and was not very sensitive to wealth, but still a little surprised by the wealth of the place. It was worthy of the accumulation of the entire demon sect 1,000 years ago. Sure enough, it's a mess. At the end of the cave, There was another hole with a deep entrance. I don't know how deep it was, and I don't know where it led to. An ordinary person in front of this cave would only feel his heart swinging and his head spinning. Could the real Saint Ruler's treasure trove be down there? Shamer came to the side of the cave. Looking down, all he could see with his eyesight was pitch black, obviously very deep. Traces of rope were visible on the side of the cave. The Devil's Sect Holy Maiden and the two elders of Black and White were both top Grand Masters. Even they have to resort to ropes? It was important to realize that their current location was very high up on the Holy Mountain. This hole doesn't go straight through, does it? Summer pondered for a moment. With a gentle leap, he jumped straight into the hole. Just now at the door, the Holy Maiden of the Demon Sect and the Black and White elders had seen his martial arts. Should have known there was no chance of winning. But still, I was determined to enter here. It must be that there was something within the Saint Ruler's treasure trove that they felt they could rely on. Shamer's lightness was utilized to the extreme. The body maintained an ineffable balance and harmony despite its rapid descent. The surrounding air currents formed a circle of swirls visible to the naked eye, slowing down the speed of the descent. As the distance from the ground continues to approach, Shamer with a speed close to shrinking into an inch, it landed gently and delicately on a soft patch of grass at the bottom, without even a speck of dust being stirred up, just stabilized. The Black and White two old man suddenly appeared, a left and a right, like the yin and yang poles, all attacked towards Xia Mo. Kid, die, white old palm light dazzling, pure and blazing, palm power 2, all things bright, and hidden sharpness, want to break all things do not leave traces. Black old man's palm carried an abyssal chill, and a palpitating aura of death spread out. Two old things, tired of living? Xia Mo's face did not change. The sword was not out of the sheath. The sword chi had already condensed, turning into a dark as night sword shadow. Black and white two old palms are scattered. Under a sword. Into nothing. Since you dare to make a move, don't leave. Just as the Black and White two elders missed a blow and retreated backwards, a sword-like poisonous dragon roared in, instantly drowning the Black and White. The poisonous dragon tumbled in the air, with black and white light constantly overflowing from its crevices. A moment later, the poisonous dragon dissipated without a trace with a roar. The Black and White two old men appeared, blood staining their lapels, their bodies staggering and involuntarily tumbling backward. Face as white as paper, obviously has been seriously injured. You're stalling? It was only at this time that Shamer took a good look around. Dark currents and cold air, like a place where yin and yang meet. Behind the Black and White two old man, stands a huge altar, stone pattern modeled, through the years and more obvious vicissitudes. In the center of the altar, there was a cold jade bed, and the Devil's Sect's Holy Maiden placed her hands in front of her, her eyes closed tightly as she lay quietly on it. All around, the candle flame flickering, turquoise light, reflecting the four walls, showing the eerie. Candle flames are sometimes tangible and intangible, bright and dark, adding a bit of weirdness to this altar. Under the altar, 9 coffins were placed side by side, black wood and black lacquer, ancient and heavy, each emitting a faint deathly aura. Ding! Congratulations on arriving at the Sacred Monarch's treasure trove and signing in successfully. Mission reward, settlement in progress. In the settlement, Summer wasn't surprised, because this is not the first time that the effect of enlightenment has not been immediate. The last time was when I got the 6 void skills, but down there was indeed the true treasury of the Holy Monarch. But apart from the cold jade bed and the 9 coffins, we didn't see any treasures? It's too late for you to know now. Today, no matter how good your martial arts skills are, you can't escape death. What a hell of a way to barge in. The 2 Black and White elders, with a gentle leap, retreated to the altar. The 2 of them immediately sat down on their knees and used their energy to suppress the injuries in their bodies. But there were cold smiles on their faces. Squeak! The faint sound originated from under the altar. One of the 9 coffins, slowly opening the door. A slightly pale hand grasped the edge of the coffin. At the same time, the other coffins also produced strange movements. The 9 figures slowly sat up from inside the coffin. 7 men and 2 women. Their faces as pale as snow. Their skin not seeing the slightest bit of blood. The eyes were hollow and lifeless. The eye sockets deeply sunken, without the slightest flow of vitality, just like 2 deep and withered wells. 9 demon generals? Shamer asked tentatively. Chapter 132, the chapter of the Void of Eternity. Among the 9 people, there were old, middle-aged, and young, except it doesn't look like a living person. Clothes worn by all. The styles are all very antique and very dated at first glance. Not bad, they are none other than the founding ancestors of the 2 sects and 7 clans. Back then, under the Saint Ruler's command, the famous 9 demon generals, any of them will not lose to Lan Jun. There are even a few of them that definitely have the strength of being the first in the successive generations of Tianji Pavilion's martial assessment behind them. Elder Bai said smugly while running his power. The living dead? Zombies? What the hell do they count as now? A rare flash of gravity flashed in Summer's eyes. The 9 demon generals slowly sat up from their coffins, one after another. They gazed at him with lifeless eyes. The air around them almost froze under the interaction of the 9 people's chi. That old white man was right. These 9 people were indeed very strong. I'm afraid that ordinary great masters couldn't even speak in the face of them. Especially, Shamer looked at the 3 in the center. An old man wearing an arcane robe with silver hair casually draped. A middle-aged man with sword brows slanting into his temples and wearing black battle armor. And a man in a ghost mask. The aura emanating from these 3 people was clearly different from the other 9 demon generals. 3 second in the world. With this kind of strength, it was no wonder that the Devil sect was in the Jianghu for a while back then. Even the Holy Dynasty, which had completed its great unification at that time, had to be cautious. It doesn't hurt to tell you when you're dead. My sacred sect has a secret technique known as the Void and Eternal Chapter. This technique can make one's martial arts cultivation in life solidify and not dissipate, and one's physical body will remain immortal through the ages. But the mind dies and the remaining shell remains, following only the caster's commands. The white old man looked at just 9 devil generals. A smug look appeared on his face. With the 9 demon generals in hand, it was enough to sweep away all obstacles in the world. The day when the sacred sect would return to its heyday was just around the corner. The one who was able to turn the 9 demon generals into their current appearance. I think it's only that saint ruler from back then. If he were still alive, your lineage wouldn't have to keep cowering in this holy mountain. So this holy maiden of yours, is it possible that she is a direct descendant of the holy ruler? Void Forever Chapter. Could it be a secret art that involves the bloodline level? Xia Mo looked toward the demon sect holy maiden in the center of the altar. What I have seen and heard today is not as surprising as the Ice Heavenly Monarch's means of changing the sky and the earth. But it's not something that can be described as a normal jungle tactic. Not bad. The holy maiden is indeed a direct descendant of the holy ruler. Only by dropping her essence blood into this altar can the 9 demon generals be awakened. Originally, I was thinking of opening the sacred ruler's treasure trove with the keys of the 2 factions and 7 clans, and then using the power of the 9 demon generals to subdue them. I didn't expect to be spoiled by the court. Boy, the 2 of us can give you a chance instead. As long as you are willing to submit to the sacred sect, with your martial arts skills, your position in the sacred sect in the future might even be above the 2 of us. Elder Black slowly opened his eyes as he finished running his energy. The tone was very sincere. Old Black. Elder White looked at Elder Black in surprise. Apparently the black old man hadn't discussed this matter with him. This kid already has such martial arts skills at such a young age, and he's a royal son of the court. If you can return to the sacred sect, you will definitely be able to become a great help to the holy maiden. Compared to that, those trivial matters of the 2 sects and 7 clans are not worth mentioning at all. What do you think, kid? Elder Black stared at Summer. Old Bai on the side was also silent. With the 2 of them joining forces, they might be able to deal with a 9 demon general. Therefore, it was considered that Xiaomo's martial arts were among the top of the 9 demon generals. Such a person joins the holy sect. Indeed, join the holy sect? With these 9 inhuman contraptions? Shamer suddenly let out a light laugh. The faces of the black and white elders instantly sank. Your holy maiden should be receiving some sort of inheritance right now, right? Don't know what to say if you're interrupted. What will happen? Xia Mo looked toward the demon sect holy maiden on the altar. Even though he was separated by a long distance, he could still sense the vicinity of that cold jade bed. There's a seemingly unnoticeable fluctuation of energy. That's metamorphosis. If he hadn't met the Ice Heavenly Monarch, he might not have sensed it. But since the breakthrough to Grand Master, Shamer had been able to detect that unique aura of the Yuan Shen. This Yuan Shen fluctuation was definitely not that of the demon sect holy maiden. With her martial arts skills, it would be difficult to touch this level even after a few more decades of cultivation. It's hard not to. There was an aura leaping in Xiaomo's eye waves, and he stared with a deep frown. This is the treasury of the holy monarch. If there is anyone who can touch this level of Yuan Shen, kill him. The black and white 2 elders heard Xiaomo's words. The face changed dramatically. Couldn't care less about words of solicitation anymore. Immediately, he ordered the 9 demon generals, prepare to kill Summer. The words were spoken, but the 9 demon generals still sat motionless in the coffin. How is that possible? Before the holy maiden fell asleep, she clearly ordered the 9 demon generals to listen to the orders of the 2 of us. Could it be that too much time has passed and the bloodline connection of the Void Forever chapter has weakened? The black and white elder gave several orders one after another, but the 9 demon generals remained indifferent. Xia Mo looked at the 9 demon generals thoughtfully. A bold guess suddenly popped into his mind. The body instantly disappeared in place. In the next moment, 3 of the 9 demon generals suddenly moved. An old man in a red-colored robe flew up. Using his hand as a sword, he condensed a 10-foot flame blade and chopped down in the air. A yellow-robed bald man with 5 fingers grabbed towards the void. Countless gravels slammed like rain in one direction or another. The third was a woman with a cool appearance, filled with an aura of loneliness. The woman slapped her palm out. The temperature plummeted, and the air actually condensed a thin layer of frost. The Sun Palace, the Wind and Sand sect, and the Een Moon sect, Shamer appeared in the air. All three of them were not weaker than Lan Jun in terms of martial arts. Miso, a sword across the world. The underworld was sheathed, and Shamer didn't hold back. The sword chi was like a laser, filling this space, indestructible. Not only easily dissolved the power of the old man's flame blade, but also threw the rain of gravel, breaking the barrier of the woman's frost. The three attacks, the same end. The sword chi directly penetrated the bodies of the Wind and Sand sect ancestor and the Inu sect ancestor. The two were 1,000 times worse in an instant. Slowly, he collapsed. Only the Sun Palace ancestor, his body directly transformed into a flame and avoided the sword. At the same time, he flew backward to the camp of the 9 demon generals. The Sun Wheel reincarnation technique. The Yukai are like young children at the beginning of their training compared to you. Xia Emo looked at the Sun Palace ancestor. Despite knowing that the other person can't hear, still subconsciously, he said, the body completely transformed into flames without solidity, even if only for a short time. This was also beyond the realm of ordinary martial arts. The stage of art has been reached. This Sun Palace ancestor only needs to take one more step forward. It will be able to break through to the realm of the Great Master. Unfortunately, being made to look like this. Chapter 133, the last three. It looks like the 9 demon generals received only one order. That is to guard this altar. As soon as someone tries to break in, the 9 devils will then strike. Just now, I took them by surprise and killed 2 people. So if I try it again rashly, it's hard to guarantee that they won't come together next time. Especially those 3 9 demon generals who surpassed the great masters. It's still a bit of a pain in the ass. Summer pulls away for a moment, looking at the remaining 7. Thinking quickly about countermeasures, the Sun Palace ancestor retreated back. The gazes of the remaining 9 demon generals all had a strange light flickering in them. But even so, no one, including the Sun Palace ancestor, chased them out. It was as if just not getting close to the altar wouldn't cause them to react. The Holy Maiden of the Devil's Gate didn't know what she was up to. The metaphysical aura on it gave him some bad vibes. What just happened? The 2 black and white elders looked at each other. At this time, they did not care about the reason why the 9 demon generals did not listen to their orders. That kid just now killed 2 9 demon generals with one sword, and it forced back the Sun Palace ancestor. That's the 9 demon generals. Any one of them placed in the Jianghu is in existence capable of stirring up a bloody storm. How is it here? Kid, we've learned that your martial arts are unpredictable, but advise you to get out of here. That sword just now, I'm afraid you couldn't have executed it at will either, right? Outside the Saint Ruler's treasure trove. Plus here, you've already made 2 swords. Even if you get lucky enough to get past the 9 demon generals, when the Holy Virgin awakens, trust the old man, you never have half a chance. Elder Black looked at Shama and said rather scornfully, this palace also thinks it will be troublesome if it drags on. That's why it's better to do it quickly. Just now you said to give the palace a chance, so don't blame the palace for not being humane either. If the 2 of you can abandon your darkness and return to the court, then everything that happened earlier can be forgiven by this palace. Otherwise, I'm afraid the 2 of you will have a hard time escaping death today. Xia Emo pointed his sword at the black and white elders. The treasures of the Saint Ruler's treasure trove were all on the upper floor. There's nothing down here but an altar. But if we don't completely solve the trouble in front of us, it might turn out to be more problematic later on. The wind and thunder in Xiaomo's eyes were hidden between his pupils. Humph, delusional, old Black. What's all this nonsense with him? If he wants to get killed, just let him. Take the time to heal. Elder Bai snorted coldly, then closed his eyes. His body's true chi flowed, and he began to transport his energy. The black old man also stopped speaking at his words and concentrated on running his energy to heal his injuries. Humph. Shamer grunted lightly. Attention fell back on the 9 demon generals. Oh, no, it should be called the 7 devil generals now. Xia Emo gently raised his hand, and inside this mountain space, the wind and clouds instantly changed. Dark clouds gathered from nowhere and rolled in to obscure the light. Thunder boomed as if the heavens were shaking with anger, and lightning flashes cut through the sky, coloring the pitch blackness into a fleeting phantom of day. The sleeping coffins of the 9 demon generals exploded like rotten wood, releasing an evil aura from long ago. Yet again, it was instantly swallowed up by the raging storm without leaving a trace. The 7 figures scattered in all directions. It reeked of danger. The black and white elders opened their eyes once again. The mouth opened slightly, his face filled with horror. In any case, the wind and the rain and the lightning flashed between the lifted hands. It's no longer mortal means, is it? Shamer's figure moved instantly in a dazzling light. It appeared directly in front of the flaming body of the Sun Palace ancestor. A cold glint in his eye. This time, you have nowhere to run. Xiaomo's palm slightly opened. and an unprecedented amount of power converged. The vast torrent of rain from the 9 heavens contains the great power to purify all filth. With a palm blast, the monstrous flood was no longer an illusion of nothingness, but turned into substance, surrounding the blazing flames transformed by the Sun Palace ancestor. The Sun Palace ancestor's face was expressionless as the flames on his body surged, but in front of Shamer at this moment, it does nothing at all. Heaven, earth, mountains, zephyrs, wind, thunder, water and fire. Those who had practiced the 6 void techniques of circumambulation could easily harness these 8 powers, and then harness all things with these 8 powers. Within the 8 powers, there must be one power that is uniquely strong and one power that is uniquely weak. The remaining 6 powers, on the other hand, wax and wane with transportation, and the changes are insignificant and not very significant. Zhou Shu Gong, according to the operation of the heavenly Tao, to make up for the loss of its surplus, in fact, to harness the Zhou 8 strength of the purpose, the Sun Palace ancestor was able to transform into flames. Just the right amount of restraint for this water breath. When the water chi is uniquely strong, the remaining 7 forces can even provide it with a constant supply of power. Not to mention that Xiaomo's power was far above that of the Sun Palace ancestor. Xiaomo's left hand snapped, and that originally raging flame, as if being pulled by an invisible lock, it slowly coalesced and eventually transformed into a humanoid with a blurred form. Thunder roared in the cave and the Sun Palace ancestor's head snapped. It fell straight to the ground. The sound of air breaking behind them rang out. A person's sleeves bulging, his body wrapped around the dark night storm. The palm of the black aura flashed violently. The void seems to be cut by the invisible blade. A deep light came out of the crack, as if it was connected to an endless abyss. A person was bathed in bloodlight. The space around him turned into a scarlet wave of blood. Every drop of blood contained endless killing intent. Everything touched was corrupted and destroyed, and the air was filled with suffocating bloodshed and despair. There was also a seductive woman of the utmost charm, like the bodhisattva of ultimate bliss, with a compassionate face. However, the sound of Brahma was heard, and the sky was filled with flowers, and what should have been a peaceful scene was instantly transformed into an illusion. The countless sights of bliss conceal murder, tempting one to step into ruin. The 3 of them joined hands and actually briefly broke through an opening in Zhou Yu's 6 imaginary feats. All of them were men of the moment. Pity! Xiaoma swung his sword violently. This sword was not only a pronouncement on the enemy, but also a merciless crossing of the boundary between life and death. The tip of the sword was pointing to exactly where those 4 9 demon generals were. The 4 words extinguishing life and opportunity were perfectly interpreted under this sword. As far as the sword she reached, the air around the 4 was instantly drawn away, forming a huge vacuum that wrapped the 4 tightly. Between the flashes of the sword, the scarlet color did not reappear though. However, the suffocating power of destruction was more terrifying than any sea of blood. The indifferent look on the 3's faces remained, but the physical body began to twist and crumble under the sword she's assault, as if it was instantly stripped of its right to exist by an invisible force. The air around them trembled violently from this sudden change, emitting a roar. It was as if even the heavens and earth were trembling at the power of this sword. There's only 3 of you left. All the visions are all gone. Xia Mo quietly looked at the last 3 9 demon generals, beyond the 3 of the Grand Master. Chapter 134, Silent Eyes. Grand Masters, at this realm, were already located at the top of the world's martial artists. Ordinary moves were incredibly powerful, almost to the point of realization, but it still falls into the category of mortal. The true chi in the body no longer nourishes itself. A lifespan of 200 is almost a very extreme number, and one of the most important signs above the Grand Master. That is, true chi has begun to slowly transform into true essence. True energy can also be called yuan chi, undoubtedly a higher form of energy. Once the true chi in the body is completely transformed into true essence, then at this point in time, a person's lifespan can skyrocket to at least 500 years. Of course, it's a way to gain an increase in lifespan through cultivation. If you take any heavenly material that can increase your lifespan halfway through, that's a different story. True essence compared to true chi is like a clear spring to a turbid stream. It eliminates impurities. Gathering the essence of a martial artist's lifelong cultivation and the essence of heaven and earth's energy, it becomes pure and flawless, multiplying its power. Most of all, true essence not only contains a huge amount of energy, more than that, it has the ability to convert energy directly into matter or change the form of matter. This mystery of mass energy conversion allows martial artists to manipulate nature in a way never before possible, or even create strange phenomena that exist briefly. In other words, all the martial arts learned in the past, as long as there is enough potential, they will slowly begin to evolve in the direction of art and intent. Of course, this requires that these martial arts have enough potential, like some kind of mantis fist, tiger crane double form, or some other martial art. There's no hope of holding out. This evolution of martial arts takes time and luck. So for those above the Grand Master, It is most convenient to learn a martial art that involves art and intent directly. Xiaomo's Jiaoyu 6 Void Technique, and the second most powerful water royalty sutra in the world. It's all martial arts at this level, and the last 3 of the 9 demon generals. It seems that, to be equally so, the man in the ghost mask was the first to move. The figure was like traveling between reality and the underworld, crossing the boundary between life and death. It was as if it had disappeared out of thin air in front of Shamer's eyes. This body, it is similar to the indulgent ascension step, after reaching the level of art. Perhaps it would be more accurate to call it the transported man. Behind Xia Mo, a terrifying ghost gateway shadow appeared. The doorway opened, silently, and the ghost-faced man emerged from it. The distance to Summers was less than a few feet. A pitch-black quill pen was held in the ghost-faced man's hand. The end of the pen swirls lightly and looks to have the power to seduce. The sound of the wind suddenly stopped, leaving only the swish sound of the pen tip cutting through the air, sharp and urgent, like the whisper of death, heralding the coming of life and death decisions. Rarely did Shamer feel a hint of threat in this quill. At his level, the feeling was almost nothing like the truth. However, Shamer's demeanor remained bland, gently to one side, as the quill was only an inch from his throat. His body was already 10 feet away. The art corresponding to the indulgent immortal steps was precisely shrinking the ground into an inch. Judge's pen of life and death? Shamer looked at the brush in the ghost-faced man's hand, without the slightest hesitation. The sword light flashed violently as a poisonous dragon roared away. The 14 swords of life. Earlier, the black and white elders were right. A sword that separates the world from the rest of the world, or a 15-sword sword that takes lives. It was also impossible for him to cast it without limitations with his power. The brush in the ghost-faced man's hand should be the long-lost treasure of the ghostly sect, the judge's pen of life and death. It is said that this object has the ability to outline life and death and rewrite destiny. Those who have practiced to a high level can not only injure people with the power of the brush, more than that, he can use the power of his brush and ink to influence people's hearts and minds, causing his enemies to fall into deep fear and confusion. Unable to extricate themselves from the situation, the ghost sect master stepped on the astral dipper, and the judge's pen of life and death slowly lifted up. The tip of the pen lightly tapped the void, and suddenly the light flourished. The ink color was like a waterfall, sweeping towards that sword light poison dragon. The ink flow under the pen was not ordinary ink, but was like the most ean and evil gas in heaven and earth. With one stroke, the sword light was extinguished and the poisonous dragon turned into a wisp of green smoke. The ghost-faced man retreated several steps in a row. A crack appeared from the ghostly side of the face. It split in half with a bang, revealing a flat face. This is the ancestor of the ghost sect? Judging from the martial arts skills revealed by each of the 9 demon generals, the last 3, the ghost-faced man should be the ancestor of the ghostly sect. That silver-haired old man was the ancestor of the sky demon sect. The middle-aged man in black battle armor was naturally the black demon sect's ancestor. The silver-haired old man suddenly moved. The fingertips trembled lightly, as if tugging at the tiniest threads of heaven and earth. These threads were not extraordinary, but were the threads of the demonic soul that the old man's lifelong cultivation had transformed into. Each one contained a terrifying power that tore the soul. Thousands of silks moved in unison, like 10,000 snakes coming out of their holes, surrounding Xiama. Endless demonic thoughts infested the mind, making it impossible to defend against them. The black-armored middle-aged man and the silver-haired old man acted at the same time, their hands clenched into fists, with black smoke rolling from their fists like substance. The black smoke instantly dispersed and turned into an endless sea of fire. In the sea of fire, black flames jumped. Unlike the blazing heat of mortal fire, this fire was cold and cold, carrying death and despair. Both of them struck out at the same time, one side using the soul as a guide, thousand silk devouring soul, and the other side using darkness as a medium. Black flame burning world. There was hardly a single intact place in the entire space of the cave, only the altar in the center. A transparent barrier suddenly rose. Isolate all the storms. Oomph, just 3 walking corpses. Do you really think you can stop this palace? Xiaomo was not surprised but smiled instead. The true essence in his body surged. The circumambulation of the 6 virtual skills operated to the extreme. All of a sudden it seemed as if there were countless doors of emptiness quietly opened between heaven and earth. The void transported shadow. The 6 harmonies returned to one. After saying that, his figure shifted, and he actually seemed to have merged into the surrounding void. Thousands of demon soul filaments and black flame flames all fell short. Only ripples remained, signaling the thrill of the moment. Yet this is only the prologue. The void cracks. The shadow destroys the world. Xiaomo's figure suddenly appeared in the middle of the silver-haired old man and the black-armored middle-aged man. 2 shadows of nothingness probed out from the depths of the void, one on the left and one on the right, wrapping around the necks of the 2 men. This was not a substantial hand, but a void lock condensed by the Jiaoyu 6 void technique, capable of binding all things to invisibility. The two struggled as if they were overrating a tree, and the voidlock continuously devoured their life force and cultivation. The light in the eyes of the silver-haired old man and the black-armored middle-aged man dimmed, and eventually turned into two withered bones, falling into the dust. Although the Joyu 6 Void Kung Fu is based on Bagua, however, the practitioner can create new dermas according to his or her own temperament. Summer's face was vaguely pale. It was so easy to take out two existences above the great masters. It can be quite a burden on him. There's one last one left. Xiaomo's gaze fell on the last ghostly sect ancestor. Just a look. The body of the ghostly sect master actually exploded. Silent Eyes. Chapter 135, 6 Void Robbery. After learning the 6 void techniques of circumambulation, based on what he had learned, Xiaomo created his own martial art of killing with his eyes. This is silent eyesight. On the day of accomplishment, his eyes are as cold as the cohesion of stars, deep and boundless, containing all the images of the universe, and the secrets of the 6 void are hidden within. The eyes of a moment, not only insight, but also across the limits of space, directly hit the hearts of people, and even the root of all things. As far as the eye can see, it can make the mind awe-inspiring and the thoughts unsettling. At the mid-completion level, it can disrupt a person's mind, causing them to create illusions and disorganize themselves. As for the great accomplishment, in a single thought, the light of the eyes is like electricity, penetrating the void and looking straight into the origin, and all the things that are looked at can be turned into pieces under its gaze. It can be described as a glance that returns everything to ruin. However, this gong is too overbearing, even for a short period of time. Summer, using it once is the limit. Not to mention that after the previous fierce battle, the true essence in Xiaoma's body had consumed a lot. An inexplicable sense of exhaustion flooded his mind, and now it felt as if he was going to be deflated. It was a good thing that the 9 demon generals had been eliminated as much as possible. Only the black and white are left. Shamer took the underworld and walked towards the altar. The black and white two old men were already dying at this moment. How could he not expect that even the 9 demon generals would fold in the hands of Xiaomo? Old Blackie, what to do? Elder Bai asked anxiously. Witnessed the whole thing just now. The barrier raised by the altar could not give him the slightest sense of security. Don't worry, his aura is a world away from what it was just now. Guess it's at the end of its rope now. The barrier outside the altar was laid by the saint ruler of that year himself. There is no way he could have breached. The words just fell. The black and white elders directly froze. A crisp ringing sound. Debris flew in the sky. The altar's barrier was shattered by Shamer's sword, but Summer's face showed even paler. Nor do they talk nonsense to the black and white elders. With a direct leap, he jumped onto the altar. Traveling around the 6 emptinesses, the imperial thunder is honored. 6 void thunder transformation. Looking at the arcs of electricity traveling around Shamer's body, the black and white elders' faces sank. Fight him and there's still a chance of survival. Leaping up violently as he spoke, the white rainbow palm power and the dark abyss palm power fused into a kind of black and white pillar of light. Towards Shamer hit him head-on. Palm thunder! Xiaomo slapped out his palm, transforming it into an incomparably thick pillar of thunder. The black and white light pillars were like papier-mâché in front of the thunder pillars. Ah! 2 screams. The black and white 2 old men were instantly engulfed by the thunder light and were transformed into nothing but dregs. The aura on Xiaoma's body was odd. It has been switching between extremely strong and extremely weak since just now. Just you. The demon sect holy maiden on the cold jade bed was thinly clothed. The aura on his body compared to before, it's just not comparable. What kind of inheritance this woman was actually receiving was unknown though, but in his own current situation, there was no way to deal with another existence above a great master. It's better to kill and save. There was a flash of killing intent in Summer's eyes. Just get ready to go over there and finish this woman off. Just as he stepped onto the steps, there was a loud bang inside his chest, like the roaring of war drums. Shamer's face suddenly changed. The pallor was mixed with a few moments of stoic pain. His brows were locked, and a fine sweat seemed to seep out from his forehead. Damn it! How did the 6 void tribulation erupt at this time? Looking around, the holy maiden of the devil sect, who was lying quietly on the cold jade bed, was at the moment no longer covered by a veil. The face was stunning, but Xiaomo had no intention or even ability to care about her at this moment. Shama bent his legs and sat firmly on the ground, closing his eyes and concentrating. A streak of strange light slowly came out from his body, which was actually 8 distinct types of light. Circumambulation of the 6 imaginary kung fu works to participate in the creation of the world. The 8 strengths of the circumfluence are generated by the body and grow without rest, and the true chi is abundant and increasingly augmented. Every 20 years of the period, the meridians are overflowing. It is difficult to contain the vastness of the gas, so it is necessary to reshape its veins, in order to accept 100 rivers. This is a very dangerous path. If you become one, your power will multiply, just like a dragon leaping over Yunjin. If you lose, the the lightest of them will be scattered like a wisp of gas, and your work will be lost. The heavier ones even lose their shape and spirit, shattering their bodies and jeopardizing their lives. This was the 6 void havoc unique to the Joyu 6 void technique. The creator of the Joyu 6 void technique had only crossed the 6 void tribulation twice. He eventually fell under the third 6 void tribulation. So how many times has the circumambulation of the 6 void kung fu actually happened? No one knows, whether it's the grafting divine power or the 9 suns divine power. Since the system was enlightened, all martial arts are at full level. But that day after acquiring the 6 void of circumstance technique, with the power of the system, he crossed the first 6 void tribulation. This martial art's true essence then grows all the time. So in theory, there should be no concept of a full level. Once the true essence exceeds the limit of the meridian's tolerance, and the 6 void tribulation will come. If one only practiced the 6 void techniques of circumambulation, this process would take about 20 years. But Shama had a wide range of martial arts skills, and most of them are not mundane. A body's power was far stronger than a single cultivation of the 6 void techniques of peripatetic travel. If one were to exert oneself at full strength, it would be easy to accelerate the growth of true essence, reduce the time by 20 years. Let the 6 void tribulation break out early. There was one outbreak in the intervening 2 years. He was totally unprepared and was cleaned up enough. Therefore, his peripatetic 6 void feats should be the feats of those who had crossed the second 6 void tribulation. Right now, it's the third time. A third time that even the creator of the 6 void techniques of peripatetic travel did not cross. When Xia Mo transported his power, he was so loud and powerful that the waves of qi around his body were tossing, and his true essence was surging as if a river was flooding, surging, and it was difficult to contain it. Within the meridians, the true essence was bulging as if a dragon was swimming in the shallows, wanting to break through the walls. This feeling, like a volcanic eruption, was unceasing, impacting every inch of the meridians, as if it was going to turn the physical body into nothingness. At this moment, there was a hidden glow coming through Summer's skin. That was a sign that the true essence was too full and overflowing out of the body. The body expanded and contracted at times, revealing a struggle against heaven and earth. The true essence used to kill the 9 demon generals just now has far exceeded the limit of the meridian's tolerance, and when using the Vajra unbreakable divine skill, it also puts a certain burden on the meridians. It's a problem at the moment. Shamer opened his eyes, his face a bit ugly. With his power, even if he failed to cross the third 6 void tribulation, nor would they die on it like the creator of the 6 void techniques of Joyu. But you can't run away from the meta, and without fixing the meridian problem. If the power continues to grow, perhaps the system enlightenment new martial arts. Instead, it will accelerate the next 6 void tribulation. The 8 strengths rotate and all things harmonize. I didn't expect that as soon as this monarch woke up, he would see such a peculiar martial art. Who created this martial art? That's quite a generation of wonders. Shamer's complexion was slightly stagnant. Look up. The holy maiden of the demon sect had woken up at some point. At the moment, he was sitting on the edge of the cold jade bed, a pair of bare feet swinging ceaselessly. Resting his hand on his jaw, he surveyed Summer curiously. Ding! Chapter 136, The Holy Monarch. At this time, Xia Mo didn't even have the heart to think about what had happened to the holy maiden of the demon sect. His attention was now completely drawn to the voice in his head. Ding! Settlement successful. Quest reward, the Taishian Sutra. It would actually be this martial art. It's no wonder that the system takes some time to settle. In the beginning was the way, nature was the law, and the door of all the wonders was subtle. This is an amazing martial art. From the point of view of the bit pattern, it should be at the same level of martial arts as the 6 void techniques of Joyu. Who can write your excellency? The whitehead of the Taishian Sutra. One sentence summarizes the essence of this gong. The Taichuanjing is actually a discipline that contains several types of internal martial arts, lightweight techniques, swordsmanship, boxing, and then the ability to integrate all the martial arts that you have learned. The Taishian scripture of the grand completion was undoubtedly far beyond a grandmaster, and it has moved forward to a point where it is hard to look back. Xiaomo's power at this moment was far beyond the limit of what the second circumstance of the 6 void techniques of Joyu could withstand. The meridians of his entire body continued to crumble under the impact of this powerful force. However, around the body, countless golden tadpole shadows emerged. This tadpole is like coming home. One after another, they surged towards Shamer's body. The aura emanating from Shama continued to grow. The meridians in the body were led by these golden tadpoles, recovered as good as new at an alarming rate, and toughened up. The surge of true essence in the body flowed smoothly into the limbs and bones, dispersed into the various acupuncture points and meridians of the body. The third 6 void tribulation of the Joyu 6 void technique. Just give it a pass. Shamer opened his eyes. Look at your hands. He felt that he was now strong and scary, and it's far from the limit. If you are quiet and practice a little, he was completely certain that he would be able to directly pass through the fourth sixth void tribulation. Only now was not the time to practice. Shamer's gaze lifted slightly. The palace thought you'd make a move? The disposition of the holy maiden of the devil sect seemed to have changed quite a bit compared to earlier. The pretty face was smiling lightly. Raising his hands and feet reveals a calmness. This monarch has just awakened, and his martial arts have not yet recovered as much as they should. Don't make the mistake of inviting a strong enemy because of a thought. Besides, you're not in a desperate situation. If this monarch makes a move, he may not really be able to defeat you. Han, you're the holy monarch of the demon sect? You're alive? Shamer looked at the woman in front of him with some surprise. As for the words that came out of its mouth, that's not entirely true. If the system hadn't settled the Tai Xian Jing martial art in time, if she had struck out at herself just now, I'm afraid I'm in some real trouble today. Devil's sacred daughter. Now it should be called Saint Ruler. Looking at Summer's surprised look, faintly laughed. This king was indeed dead back then. There is merely a wisp of the spirit left in this altar. At the time it was just used as a sort of preparatory backhand, and didn't think it would really come in handy one day. This little girl looks like she should be in the direct lineage of Hanjun. Otherwise it would be impossible for this king to be so perfectly attuned to it. In that case, it shouldn't take long for this monarch to be able to regain the strength he had at the peak of his life. The holy monarch raised his hands and nodded in satisfaction. It's a shame they still think it's a gift left by their ancestors for their descendants. I didn't realize that it was just a plot to take over from the beginning to the end. It's really a basket case, a wasted life. Shamer revealed a sneer. After passing through the third sixth void tribulation, and after fusing with the Taishian scripture, he had been able to clearly sense the existence of the Yuan Shin in his body. Regarding the means of the saint ruler in front of him, it didn't feel that it was that impressive. Benji didn't force her to be able to serve as a continuation of Benkuan's life. This girl is more than willing. The sea has changed, but in 1,000 years, even such a powerful holy dynasty has fallen into the dust of history. Don't worry, kid. This time, this ruler has not come back from a new life with ambitions. There won't be any threat to your great Xia dynasty. A fine light flashed in Shamer's eyes. It looked like the memories of the holy maiden of the demon sect had also been absorbed by this guy. Otherwise he shouldn't have known about the existence of Daxia. This palace just didn't expect that the holy monarch of the Hall of Devils would be able to accept becoming a woman. After cultivating the Yuan Shen, Shamer suddenly had an instinctive awareness of taking over. Taking over will consume the origin of the genjutsu, so there's definitely no way to take over the body with impunity, and the failure rate is very high. Once it failed, that Yuan Shen would completely dissipate. If there is a bloodline connection between the two, it does increase the success rate of the takeover. At such a young age, he acts quite decisively, but I urge you to stop. Although this king has not yet recovered to his peak, but you can't stop me if you're bent on leaving. And, who told you that the holy monarch of the demon sect is a man? The holy monarch got down from the cold jade bed. The feet don't touch the ground. Ripples fluctuate with each step. Shamer quickly thought about the feasibility of making a move on the woman in front of him. He was only a little surprised that the holy monarch was a woman. Not really concerned. This time, the Jinwu division has wiped out the sects in the demon state. If we let a guy this dangerous out, who knows what kind of mess it could cause. Learn the Taishian Sutra and cross the third sixth void tribulation. Shamer's strength had drawn a world of difference from earlier, but this devilish sage. Yes, I have long heard that the Tai demon power is the #1 demonic power in the world. This palace has a momentary itch for skill, so I asked the holy monarch to not be stingy with her advice. The sword rose and hummed, and at this moment, the 15th sword transformed into a sharp edge capable of cutting through fate, facing an opponent like a saint ruler. There was no need for any trial at all. Once you're out there, it's all hands on deck. The air was compressed to the extreme, and then exploded, forming a circle of ripples visible to the naked eye. Time seemed to be frozen as the sword light passed by. Boy, how dare you! The saint ruler's original relaxed demeanor instantly solidified, and a trace of incredulous gravity flashed in his eyes. With her eyesight, she was naturally able to see the terror of this sword. Tai flows, everything returns to the void. There was no sound of fierce collision or dazzling light. Just where the tip of the sword was, space was distorted by an inexplicable force. It was as if the saint ruler was able to perceive every subtle change in the sword's awnings, and adjusts its form and position in an instant. It made it so that the sword awnings were never able to touch her body. A huge crack suddenly appeared in the wall of the cave. It was as if it had been violently split open by a sharp blade. A sword she surged out from a crack in the mountain and rushed straight into the sky. It penetrated the layers of clouds and stirred the languid ones to pieces. Those who were still alive on the sacred mountain looked at this scene in horror. Then he swept towards the bottom of the mountain at an extremely fast speed. Inside the cave, the saint ruler's figure had disappeared. Only a smear of scarlet blood was left, floating in mid-air. Shamer's gaze lowered, looking at the blood that fell to the floor for a long time. Chapter 137. There are words. In the unknown hinterland of deep mountains, there was a hidden valley. The trees were so thickly branched that only a glimmer of light from the sky pierced through the forest tops, shedding dappled light and shadows. The water of the pool is as green as emerald and clear, reflecting the lush scenery around it. Suddenly the breath was turbulent, and there was a watery wave in the void. A delicate silhouette slowly stepped out from the void. The saint ruler appeared on the side of an ancient tree, his left hand caressing the trunk while his right palm was pressed against his chest. The peaks are undulating, and it is obvious that the injuries have not yet healed. The saint ruler closed his eyes and concentrated, his fingertips slightly moving as he quickly pointed a few acupoints on his body. A trifle of redness gradually returned to the pale face. What a powerful sword technique! The saint ruler opened his eyes, and a trace of amazement flashed through his eyes. If it wasn't for my quick reflexes, I nearly died under that kid's sword. I didn't expect that after 1,000 years, the ancestral land would still have such a wunderkind. Could it be that the luck has really not yet run out? The holy monarch looked around and took a deep breath. It looks like before this king recovers from his injuries and retrieves his peak strength, I'm afraid I'm going to have to lay low. This Dacia is afraid it's not going to be a good place to stay with that kid around. The holy dynasty back then is now split into 7 dynasties. The saint ruler's eyes flickered as his figure gradually became blurry and eventually disappeared without a trace, leaving only a wisp of breeze at the edge of the emerald pool, gently blowing the surface of the pool, causing layers of delicate ripples. It wasn't long before the holy monarch left this place. Xiaomo's figure appeared next to the ancient tree that the saint ruler had just supported. Tai-E demon power. This holy monarch's martial arts skills were indeed at the peak. That god's unpredictable recluse method was even more of an eye-opener for Shamer. Not only did he avoid the 15th sword's fatal blow, and even shrink to earth as a step too slow. Pity! Shamer shook his head gently. By this point, the holy monarch had erased all traces. He just couldn't go after it even if he wanted to. Master of the division. The 2 sects and 7 clans. The disciples who are still alive have all submitted to the imperial court. Only a small number of leaks escaped the jungle. My subordinate has already summoned the state capitals and issued a wanted notice. The Jinwu division has also notified all the major sects in the Jianghu. They all cooperate with the state capitals in catching these people. In a hall, the 12 Jinwu envoys were seated on either side. Feng Zhang stood in the middle of the hall and said respectfully. Xia Mo perched on the first seat of the hall. Su sipped a mouthful of fragrant tea, and then set the cup on the case. The palace knows. Feng Zhang arched his hand and saluted, then retreat to his position. The remnants of the 2 factions and 7 clans can't make any waves. It's that the Jinwu Sea doesn't take action. Those righteous people in the Jianghu, how can they allow the devil's way to poison the Jianghu? Moat, is the injury better? Trapper God stood up respectfully. Thank you for your concern, Division Master. My subordinate has taken the Sun Palace's sacred medicine for healing injuries Sunlight Jade Dew. It's no longer a problem today. There was some depression in the Trapper God's tone. In the Battle of the Sacred Mountain, he was the only Jinwu envoy who did not participate, more or less faceless. Summers nodded gently. Trapper sat back down again. Master of the division, is it really the holy monarch who has been resurrected? Shiyu suddenly asked. All the way from the sacred mountain to here. This 10th Jinwu envoy had been in a trance, though it betrayed 2 factions and 7 clans. But the Sun Palace was, after all, one of the legacies of the Devil's Sect. For that legendary holy ruler, all the disciples of the Devil's Sect have an innate longing. This palace doesn't know, but the woman who took over the Demon Sect's holy maiden. Indeed, he calls himself the holy monarch of the Demon Sect, and that martial art is indeed vaguely indicative of the 7 sects of martial arts of the 2 schools. Hasn't your Sun Palace ever recorded the gender of a holy monarch? Shiyu shook his head. There has been no one who has cared about that. With the holy monarch's reputation in the Demon Sect, naturally, no one would treat him like a woman. Unexpected. Hey, you was still a bit incredulous. Amit Ba, the sage ruler of 1,000 years ago has resurfaced. I'm afraid the Jianghu is going to be bustling. The ugly cow recited a Buddha's name. That wouldn't hurt. This person took a sword from this palace. If you are smart, naturally you won't stay in Dacia anymore. Let her scourge the rest of the world. You have been summoned today, mainly for one thing. Xiaomo's gaze swept over the 12 Jinwu envoys one by one. Though nowadays all things are settled in the Dacia Jianghu, no matter what the major sects think in secret, they would never dare to disobey the orders of the Jinwu division, at least on the surface. The jungle can be left alone for now. You are all involved in this holy mountain operation. How does it feel? Summer picked up her teacup again. Take a light sip. The hall turned silent. The 12 Jinwu envoys looked at each other, including Lu Rinchen's several grand masters, all speechless. The 2 factions and 7 clans plus the main vein of the Devil Sect had almost taken out more than 30 great masters. This would have been unthinkable in the past. However, with such strength, he had only reigned supreme in one state of the demon state all these years. It looks like these sects that have taken over the Jinwu book are not that honest. How many heads did they grow when they hit it? Feng Zheng suddenly sneered. What's the cover-up if it wasn't discovered? For so many years, the great masters walking around the Jianghu are almost all those on the Tianji Pavilion's martial arts evaluation. It hasn't been a day or two since we wanted to find out the bottom of Tianji Pavilion. But apart from the Tianji house that the states put out in the open, it's amazing how nothing has come of it so far. The water of the Jianghu. I'm afraid it's much deeper than we thought. Master of the division. Are we next? The Subrat looked over at Summer. Far from it. Shamer put his teacup down. The Subrat bowed slightly and sat up straight. A single demon state can take out more than 30 great masters. What the various sects of the jungle have hidden. Does this palace need you to say more? All 12 Jinwu ambassadors sat up straight. 6 months. In half a year's time, the Jinwu division will hold a grand competition. Both the reserve Jinwu guards and your 12 Jinwu ambassadors. Those who can do not. After all, the division covets your position. Could be in the minority. Except for the 6 who were already grand masters, the remaining 6 Jinwu envoys' faces changed. Especially Feng Zheng, although he didn't want to admit it. Right now, it looked like he should be the weakest of the 12 Jinwu envoys. To really compete, there are a few of the heavenly level Jinwu guards. He wasn't really a match. The resources we got at the Holy Mountain this time, it will be distributed to you according to your needs. The Jinwu envoy is the face of the court in the Jianghu. If a year's time is not enough for you, Shamer stood up from his chair without saying much and walked towards the backyard, leaving the 12 Jinwu ambassadors in the hall looking at each other in disbelief. Chapter 138 Ice 1. In a quiet room. All 4 walls are made of lapis lazuli and the room is softly lit. The dome is open to a skylight, covered in muslin, which lets in daylight but filters out the blaze. In the center of the quiet room, a futon was quietly placed on a white jade platform, polished like jade, untainted by dust. Xiaomo's posture was upright, cross-legged, his eyes closed, and he was calm and relaxed. The air around his body seemed to fluctuate, vaguely transmitting an extraordinary atmosphere. There were only half as many 12-town martial ambassadors grand masters. Facing the jungle of the past, it might have been a very powerful force. But this time, the battle of the Holy Mountain, especially since crossing the third six void tribulation and touching the Yuan Shun, Shamer had a vague premonition. Something strange seemed to have changed in heaven and earth. Grand Master. Just the starting point, I'm afraid, though he didn't say so explicitly. But the 12 Jinwu ambassadors all knew it in their hearts, especially the 6 who hadn't become Grand Masters. Half a year was the deadline to give them a breakthrough to Grandmaster. Among the heaven-grade Jinwu guards, such as Lin Fu, Ji Chu Xue, and a few other powerful characters, definitely all of them had the strength to threaten the Jinwu envoy. If any of them were to be the first to break through to Grandmaster, that doesn't even have to be a contest. How can a Jinwu envoy who has not yet become a Grandmaster still have the face to stay in this position? In the treasury of the Holy Monarch, apart from the Demon Rising Pill, which has great side effects, there were also quite a few heavenly treasures that had no side effects but needed time to be refined. So just for the next 6 months, if these 6 people grabbed the time to cultivate, breaking through to Grandmaster wasn't a difficult thing to do. After all, they were able to cultivate to this point today. His own natural qualifications were definitely not bad either. All around the quiet room, staggered with various weapon racks, swords, guns, knives, halberds, and even strange weapon blades. Between the racks of weapons, there are occasional ancient and secret books, bound by gold threads and placed in special wooden boxes. These were all collected from the 2 factions and 7 clans this time. Each martial art was in existence capable of causing a sensation when taken to the rivers and lakes. If you set a standard, that's the martial arts secret in this quiet room. All of them can cultivate to the realm of the Great Master. Of course, this likewise required the cultivator to have sufficient qualifications. But Shamer's attention was not at all on these things at the moment. Not far away, there is a stand, which is covered with a kind of fabric called cloud brocade. This fabric is taken from the color of the clouds and haze in the sky, and woven with thousands of strands of silk. The light is restrained but not lost in splendor. This alone on the shelf is worth 100 taels of gold. On top of the cloud brocade rested a giant blue and white egg, big as a human head, color and luster, like the deep sea pearl first appeared in the morning sun, but also like the ice of the dome of the ice condensed in the mortal world. It was the egg of the ferocious bird with a trace of ice phoenix bloodline that the holy maiden of the demon sect obtained 2 years ago in the ice domain. 2 years have grown so much. It looked like the holy maiden of the demon sect had poured a lot of effort into it as well, but now it fell into his hands. On the surface of the eggshell, a faint crack arose. When Summer got this egg, already I could feel the creature's inside stirring. It's about to break out of its shell. The average bird needs little nutrition before birth, because they are in their mother's body. They have been given enough nutrition to grow and develop, but that clearly didn't apply to the giant egg in front of him. This creature with the nature of a legend, trying to be born obviously requires tremendous energy support. The holy maiden of the magic sect spent 2 years nurturing it to this point. Now all that's missing is the proverbial kick in the pants. The giant egg exuded a palpitatingly cold aura, as if 10,000 years of cold ice had been sealed and hidden here. The air around you is frozen, and the summer heat has to be avoided. A fierce bird with a hint of ice phoenix bloodline had such a divine difference. I wonder how powerful that real ice phoenix is. Shamer's gaze stared slightly. The vast true essence in his body was slowly drawn out and transformed into an extremely cold chi that was pure and clean. Yin and yang transformation. That's not a hard thing for him to do right now. Both palms were slowly raised, palms facing each other, as if yin and yang were meeting. All was silent, except for the sound of breath flowing. As Shamer's mind went, both palms were directed at the giant egg. The extremely cold chi coalesced into shape, transforming into wisps of fine silk that surged towards the giant egg. The surface of the giant egg was originally dull, but at the moment it was gradually covered by a thin layer of frost, just like the first snow of a winter night, gently brushed, leaving a silver-white mark. Inside the quiet room, the water mist turned into dots of ice crystals as it rose, spreading rapidly in all directions over time. The tables, chairs and benches, and even the four walls, were invaded by this sudden chill. A layer of crystal-clear ice shell gradually condensed on the surface, and the entire space seemed to be frozen in an eternal winter. Yet, strangely enough, the outside world of the quiet room remained the same. It was a beautiful spring day, with birds and flowers, unaffected by the frost that raged indoors. The inner and outer worlds are distinct, because Shamer had previously instructed that no one was allowed to disturb him, so time passes little by little. Around the quiet room, no one dared to come to this place. As Shamer continued to inject true essence into the giant egg suddenly trembled slightly. The surface began to shimmer with a white light. "Don't let me down, little one." Shamer's face was grave. A drop of sweat dripped from his forehead. The dome had a much larger appetite than he had expected. If it wasn't for the great increase in power after learning the Taishan Sutra, I'm afraid he's long since been sucked dry. No wonder with the resources that the holy maiden of the demon sect is able to mobilize. It took 2 years to be able to nurture this egg to this point. The Ice Heavenly King once said, "This is a ferocious bird with a trace of Ice Phoenix bloodline, steadily surpassing the strength of a Grand Master in adulthood." It was even possible to become a demon king comparable to a celestial. Celestials. Xiaomo had now crossed the 6th void tribulation 3 times, together with the help of Tai Xiangong. It wasn't that difficult to cross the 4th great void tribulation, but Shamer didn't feel like it after 4 robberies. One would be able to match the legendary celestials. He wasn't exactly a white boy now with his knowledge of the celestials, become the 2 most important signs of celestial beings. One is to be able to do the out-of-body of the Yuan Shen. The second is the ability to breaking the void. He had only scratched the surface of both of these abilities. Ka-ching, beeping and peeling softly, like the first crack of the ice. It was inaudible. The eggshells began to crack, and the sound gradually turned louder, rustling like a cold wind through the forest and leaves rubbing against each other. The sound grew stronger, culminating in a rumble. Shell divided into 2 valves. A young bird leaped out, covered with fine silver feathers, flashing cold light, like the first snow-covered branches, pure and flawless. The bird's eyes are like deep pools reflecting the moon, and there seems to be a spiritual light flowing between the glances, which is unusually dynamic. The beak is short and sharp, with a light blue color, as if carved by cold ice, revealing an extraordinary atmosphere. Clank! The young bird first cries sound like heavenly music, crisp and pleasant, adding a few minutes of vitality and peace in the cold air. Shamer curiously surveyed the young bird. It's hard to believe that this is Ice Luan? Chapter 139 Martial King. The Phoenix. Phoenix and Luan all belong to the legendary mythical creatures, but the Luan is nowhere near as important as the Phoenix and Phoenix, a ferocious bird with a hint of Ice Phoenix bloodline. Shamer's gaze was a bit odd. This young bird, is it possible that it's a real Luan bird? But the Luan bird was clearly a bird of paradise. Why would the Ice Heavenly Monarch say that this Ice Luan was a vicious bird? Perhaps the Ice Celestial Monarch didn't know exactly what the creature in the egg was either. Shamer stood up from the futon. Judging from the vision when this Ice Luan was born just now, whether it was a swift bird or a fierce bird, it was definitely not a simple fellow. Ice Luan was almost a little larger than a human head at the moment. The wings are slightly spread, and the hazel eyes of sleep are opening. Looking towards Shama, a curious color flashed in his eyes. Small homes. Summers just put on a nice smile. The cold wind whistled, and the little Ice Luan suddenly transformed into a bolt of lightning. In an instant, it had already appeared in front of Shamer. Snow flurries. At a glance, you can tell it's not natural. This little Ice Luan had just been born and was able to unleash such a vision. In his heart, Xiaomo became more and more satisfied with this little guy. Back then, after returning from the ice domain, he took the time to visit the Heavenly Crane Palace in Xianzhou. Unfortunately, none of the danding cranes bred by the Heavenly Crane Palace were as powerful as the Crane King of the Heavenly Crane Elder anymore. Adhering to the principle that it's better to have no one than no one, he didn't end up adopting a dandelion from the Sky Crane Palace. And that Crane King of Old Man Tianhe compared to the little ice one in front of him, it's almost like a cloud of difference. Inside the quiet room, frost suddenly, at first like a fine silk, quietly spread. Frost quietly, instantly into ice, as thin as cicada wings, covered in green stone surface. Following, the cold is more and more. The ice layer is gradually thick, from the tips of the feet of the summer to the ankle, from the ankle to the knee, as if the ice and snow casting columns. Xia Mo stood still, extending a hand to aim at the ice luan that was sprinting towards him. There seemed to be air currents surging in the void, condensing into an invisible barrier that stretched across between the two. The little ice luan feathered wings flapped more violently. The cold wind whistled, and rushed over without fear. There was a strong wind and a rustling sound. Really? So belligerent at birth. Now there's a bit of a ferocious bird. Little one, there are more precious things in this room. I'll walk you out into the yard. Shamer smiled faintly. A dazzling red light burst out from within his body, quickly spreading in all directions. It colored the entire quiet room with a warm color. In the light of this red light, the cold ice melted in response, and the fine ice crystals shimmered in the sunlight and melted away without a trace. Only a little bit of water stains remained, and before it hit the ground, it had already turned into a curl of white vapor, which was instantly evaporated. Little Ice Luan is the closest. Not only did not feel warm, instead of an inexplicable sense of vertigo, heaven and earth flipped. Time and space are disoriented. Shook his head hard. The door to the quiet room had been opened at some point, and the sunlight poured down, and a light breeze brought the fresh scent of the outside world. Come on, it's a little more spacious. Should be enough for you to toss around. Xia Mo smiled and hooked his hand at the little ice luan. The little ice luan seemed as if she was enraged. Suddenly lifting his wings, his form contracted dramatically in the air. A dazzling blue-white light erupted from within his body. It instantly transformed into a lightning bolt that cut through the sky. With incredible speed, he rushed towards Shama. The air was instantly torn apart, leaving behind a tiny crack that emitted a sharp whistling sound. The speed is good, almost comparable to a top Grand Master. Shamer nodded in satisfaction. The body shape moved slightly, just like a swimming dragon playing in the water, without the help of any external force. It was in the square inch to move around. With his feet lightly tapping the ground, he was lifted up as if by an invisible wind, lightly leaping into mid-air, forming a skillful confrontation with that blue and white lightning. Shamer's stance was ethereal, and every twist and turn was just right. Both avoided little ice luan's swift attack and weaved through the narrow courtyard without losing their poise. The blue-white lightning was fast, but it was always a fraction of a second off. The little ice luan's eyes flashed a hint of annoyance between the flow of light, just like a cold pool with slight waves, reflecting the unpredictable clouds in the sky. The wings are spreading lightly. Before the sound of the wind rises, there is already a secret inexplicable force, wanting to vent the unfairness in his chest. Abruptly, the little ice luan's mouth let out a clear cry like a copper bell. The cold air in the courtyard suddenly gathered, transformed into thousands of ice cream, surrounded its body, like a silver dragon coiled. Magnificent. Oh, with a flash of his body, Shamer appeared in the center of the courtyard. Without any action, he just watched as the little ice luan performed her divine ability. The grass and trees in the courtyard were all covered with frost and snow, and the air was filled with a piercing chill. The iceling gathered into a sword of icy blue light, and the tip of the sword condensed a cold aura that was enough to crack stone and pierce gold. It came towards Shamer in an overwhelming manner. Numerous clicks were heard. That ice cream was a few feet in front of Xiaomo's body, as if it had met an invisible barrier. It's all in pieces. Put. Plop. Ice falls to the dust. Broken jade crumbles, sounding like pearls scattering on a plate, crisp and pleasant to the ear. The cold air was raging like a tide, wanting to break through the air and overflow beyond the courtyard walls. However, when he reached the courtyard, he encountered an invisible barrier, which was like a dense and impenetrable net in the sky. When the cold air touched this boundary, it instantly stagnated, and then was violently bounced back by an inexplicable force. As the waves horrified the shore, the surging momentum suddenly reduced, and then circled back to the courtyard, adding a few points of biting cold and murderous. The grass and trees in the courtyard, attacked by this rebound cold air, the branches and leaves lightly trembled. More transparent. Shamer reached out. Little Ice Luan panicked, completely unable to stabilize her body. It fell directly into Shamer's hands. With this move just now, an ordinary Grand Master would surely die when he meets it. Nice. Don't be unconvinced, little one. If you want to beat me, then grow up fast. But until then, you have to listen to me. Xiaomo's gaze met the little Ice Luan's eyes. Little Ice Luan's body trembled. Slowly, he lowered his head. Ha 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 ha. Shamer casually waved his hand. Ice and snow melt in the yard. The little ice swan spread its wings and flew. It landed firmly on Summer's shoulder. It's time to go back to God's capital. In the name of the Emperor decrees. I undertake the mandate of heaven. From night to night, committed to the calm sea and clear river, all the people peace and happiness. Now there is the Emperor's fourth son Xiao. Rigid nature, outstanding talent, since young, practicing literature and martial arts, the heart of the ambition, unswerving, in the face of danger. Jinwu Jianghu was ordered to quell the banditry with a thunderous force. Its line is not afraid of difficulties, not afraid of the strong enemy, repeatedly built a miraculous achievement. Shock the four seas, is the royal unicorn, the pillars of the earth and grain. I am very pleased. I commend his loyalty and courage, and remember his hard work and dedication, so I give him a special honor. Hereby have the imperial decree, the emperor's fourth son Xiao, from this day onwards as the king of Wu, give the gold seal and purple ribbons, plus 9 tin gift, open the government to govern the affairs, the jurisdiction of the Jianghu martial arts, and also manage the border military affairs, in order to recognize its virtue, in order to show its achievements. Chiming in, tell it to the whole world, and let it be known to all. Long live the emperor, long live the emperor. Inside the Jinwu division, the hall was solemn, and daylight filtered through the windows. The Jinwu guards rose in unison, lined up in a solemn formation, all standing at attention. Uniquely smiled and handed his holy decree to Xiao. Congratulations, your majesty. Congratulations, your majesty. Accept the decree. Chapter 140, Undercurrents. Uniquely has worked hard. Why don't you come in for a cup of tea? Shamer calmly received the holy decree. It had just been a month since he returned from the demon state. Half of the resources received by the 7 sects of the 2 factions and the sacred mountain went to the Jinwu division. The other half was sent to the palace. The Xia Emperor was naturally pleased with his dragon's face. Not to mention, there are as many as 8 demon rising pills that are capable of creating grandmasters. Shamer couldn't look at this kind of stuff with lost potential. It is also not allowed to be taken by the Jinwu division. After all, the Jinwu Sea wasn't some killer organization. But the Summer Emperor doesn't mind. As far as he knew, the Xia Emperor had given all 8 demon rising pills to the secret guards. The commander of the dark guards was himself a great master who had cultivated himself up. Now we have these 8 demon rising pills. The number of grand masters in the dark guard jumped to 9. The number is rather more than the Jinwu division. The 12 Jinwu envoys returned to their respective townships with their own cultivation resources. All of them were focused on preparing for the great competition in half a year. That's if you get pulled off the horse. What face will you have in Jinwu Sea in the future? Even the 6 Jinwu envoys who were already grand masters did not dare to be careless. The holy decree of sealing Xiao as the martial king naturally passed through the air with him in advance. With the power of the Jinwu Sea now, if it weren't for the fact that Summer was a royal son, I'm afraid the Summer King should suffer from a headache. Originally, Emperor Xia wanted to go straight to one step, seal Xiao as the crown prince. But although the prince's status was honorable, it was after all not as convenient as the prince's. Summer didn't want to live the kind of day where he was criticizing the Zhangfu every day. That's why it's only fitting that a prince be crowned first. Thank you, your majesty. But the old slave has to return to the palace to serve his majesty. Just don't bother here. Your highness is the first prince to be crowned king in my this dynasty. In the future, the old slave will have to look up to your highness more. Uniquely took the duster and clasped his hands. The attitude was as respectful as ever. This great inner chief, with all his martial arts, probably had the strength of around the 10th position in the Tianji Pavilion's martial arts evaluation. It wasn't too far off from that blood-soul demon lord of the Blood Palace. Nowadays, although not in the eyes of Shamer, it can still be considered a high-end battle force of Daxia, one of Emperor Xia's bottom cards. Moreover, Uniquely had served around the Xia Emperor when he was still a prince. It's called the old man in the dungeon. Uniquely is not saying anything. When this king was young, he was also indebted to the eunuch's care. In the future, if you have any problems, feel free to come to this king. Before Summer was 18, she had lived in the palace. This Uniquely has his hand in the palace. There is indeed something about taking care of him. With the Jinwu division's position in the Great Xia rising as high as the sky, the entire court is still a bit of a brain. There's nothing wrong with it. Your Majesty is welcome. If there is nothing else, the old slave will take his leave. Uniquely bowed, then held that position for a few steps back. That's when he turned to leave. Pop! A delicate teacup slipped from between slender fingers. It was accompanied by a crisp and harsh shattering sound that echoed through the empty chamber. Porcelain tiles splashed. Tea spilled. The dense vapor mixed with a trace of imperceptible bitterness. A young man in a magnificent python robe. The appearance was 5 or 6 points similar to that of Shamer. At this moment, his complexion was somber, and he whispered with anger, "King Wu? What right does he have to be the heir of a lowly palace concubine? Father once clearly said, my Dasha's royal son cannot be crowned king unless he has been successful in opening up new territories, just cleaning up some jungle mudbloods. Surprisingly, he was crowned martial king? It really pisses me off. The youth's tightly clenched, sinewy hands slammed into the table in front of him. The tabletop met a heavy hammer, and wood chips and splinters flew in all directions along with a strong stream of air. Your Second Highness is at ease. What the one in the Jinwu division is doing is, in a sense, much more difficult than opening up the frontier. Martial king? Hey, in my opinion, it is the position of the crown prince, which is completely within the reach of that person as long as he or she wants it. With all due respect, whether it's you, the second prince, or the third prince, in this game of jockeying for divine artifacts, it's long gone. A corner of the room. A man wearing a white robe with a jade hairpin of the same color on his head smiled as he looked at the fuming second prince. Humph, isn't that what you showed up here for? Third in the Grassland Dynasty Tianji Pavilion's martial arts evaluation AMU Gulon. The second prince turned around and stared at the white-robed man dead in the face. You Grassland dynasties are really thieves. So many corpses of prairie wolf riders outside North Sky City. All forgotten? Right. And that great master called something like Windwalker. Amugulin smiled faintly. It was His Majesty the Emperor's intention for the steppe wolf riders to attack the northern state. As for Hassal, although he came from the everlasting sky, that time 2 years ago belonged to his private actions. We had no prior knowledge. For this the high priest punished his lineage severely. It just didn't die at the hands of that martial king. Back on the prairie, he can't do much good. Second Highness, please don't doubt our sincerity yet. Only with our help do you have a slight chance of taking that seat, when the time comes. It's just a matter of fulfilling a little insignificant request from us. Right, your Second Highness will not call me by the name Amugulin in the future. There's a saying in Dacia, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. That's why I named myself Dacia. Morongsu. Morongsu's voice had always been so gentle. The second prince frowned. The palace doesn't care what you want to be called. But you waltzed into the divine capital like this and came to this palace's residence. Is it really okay? Although none of the 12 Jinwu envoys are currently in the divine capital, but those Jinwu Wei aren't vegetarians either. Not to mention the hidden guards in father's hands. This palace doesn't want to be taken to the clan house as soon as we go out. Uncle Ning has learned from his previous mistake. Morongsu revealed a confident smile. Don't worry, your Second Highness. My martial arts are rather special. As long as I don't take the initiative. Even an expert above a Grand Master wouldn't be able to see the end that easily. The second prince nodded with seeming understanding. His martial arts were also at the level of a first-class expert in the Jianghu, but it was still too early to face the Grand Master's circle. Yes, as long as you help this palace with all your might, the palace will not treat you poorly in the future. Lao Si, humph. The second prince grunted coldly twice. Immediately, he was interrupted by Morongsu's voice. Your Second Highness must not think that the opponent is only the martial king. The second prince's gaze was tinged with doubt. Morongsu looked directly at the second prince. Except for the Bohai dynasty, which is really too far away from Dacia, the grasslands, northern borderlands, barbarians, Great Xian, and Great Qi, should all have sent people to the divine capital. At this moment, they should all be guests at those brothers' residences of the Second Highness. The second prince's pupils shrunk violently. Chapter 141, The Sword Saint. Second prince, third prince, fifth prince, sixth prince, master of the division. Our men have passed the hook to several of your highnesses, but none of them have given up their guests in the house. Jinwu Si study. Ji Chushue reported respectfully. Shamer gazed out the window. There is a sycamore tree in the courtyard. The tree trunk is gnarled and pale, and the leaves are dense and cascading, like emerald clouds floating in the sky. Breeze, soughing sound, clear rhyme, full of cool. Aisluan was currently lying on her back in a bird's nest at the top of a sycamore tree peacefully dreaming. The sycamore tree had been transplanted especially for Aisluan's perch. Phoenix perched on a sycamore. As a one of the genus Phoenix, Aisluan also has a fondness for sycamore trees. It looks like the royal education is indeed a bit of a failure. These idiots, letting people just fool around so much. Just think you have a shot at that seat. The second and third are even. Little 5 and little 6, two guys with no hair on their heads, followed suit. Shamer sighed. The royal family really has a long way to go in education. In the beginning, the crown prince, as the crown prince of the country, even disregarded the dissuasion of the court and led troops to the border, and the summer emperor finally obliged. It was something he had wanted to talk about for a long time, but consider that the prince died for his country after all. The people are gone, so there's nothing to talk about. The rivers and lakes have just been at peace for a while. These idiots just give him something to do. Master of the division, the 5th and 6th highnesses turned 18 half a year ago, and opened their homes and built their teeth in God's capital. Ji Chushue reminded. Grasslands, northern borderlands, barbarians. Daki. The ones who came are all the guys who ranked in the top 3 of their respective Tianji ranking martial arts ratings. Really thought it was from the border to God's capital. Are we all blind in the Jinwu division? Shamer looked at the desk about the great masters who had entered within the various imperial residences. The face was more or less speechless, even if these people had known about the existence of the Jinwu division. But it's still like the old days. With his martial arts skills, he swaggered into the territory of Daxia. And these guys were before they got to God's capital. And they've played each other, not paying the slightest attention to the beggars and stray dogs at his feet. After all, there is no such gang as the Beggars Association that exists in this world. Any news from the guy from Deshien? Shamer opened his mouth and asked. Ji Chushue shook her head. No, the one from Deshien has not been heard from since his brief appearance at the border. Shamer's body tilted back slightly, 1 foot on the table. Interesting. I didn't realize that I had just settled the trouble in the demon state. Another ungrateful fellow so soon. The experts of the 5 great dynasties have gathered in the divine capital. Surely it's not as simple as helping the prince seize power. What's going on that we don't already know? It's not just Summers. A thoughtful look also appeared on Ji Chushue's face. Daxia was founded less than 200 years ago. The intelligence is just too little. Master of the division. Are we going to do it? If you can't figure it out, you don't want to. This was something Ji Chushue had learned after joining the Jinwu division. Hands on. Shamer was thinking about that too. This time, the 5 great dynasties came with people who were all top grandmasters, putting eyes on the capital. The only way to ensure that everything is safe is to do it yourself. As for the idiot brothers, let them go into the clan house for a while. I'm sure it will be quite obedient. Thinking about it, Shamer nodded. Yes, the king himself will walk up to. The words were not yet finished. Summer's voice came to an abrupt halt. Master of the division? Ji Chushue looked at Shama suspiciously, only to find that at that moment, Shamer's attention had been completely drawn to something outside the window. The ice lawn on the sycamore tree had also awakened at this moment. A frost filled the courtyard. Ding Luan's eyes looked sharply into the sky. Fluttering his wings, he seemed to want to rush up, but the body instinctively trembled a little. Ji Chushue looked at this in confusion. She has until now, doesn't seem to have noticed anything yet. Divine capital, all the great masters all stopped what they were doing at this moment. One by one, they looked to the sky. Mr. Morong, what happened? A corridor in the second prince's residence. Morong So looked up at the sky in disbelief. The second prince on the side asked with some curiosity. It was the first time this Mr. Morong had shown such a look. Could it be him? No way, Muratsa muttered, somewhat uncertainly. Who? The second prince asked in confusion. Morong So twisted his head to look at the second prince. If it weren't for, he really didn't want to say anything more to such an outsider. Decades ago, a child was born in a remote village in Daxia. This son has shown extraordinary talent at an early age. Whenever I see flying flowers and falling leaves, I can use my finger as a sword, mimic its trajectory, and unite my mind and spirit. The parents, Isozi, they were originally first-rate swordsmen in the Jianghu. They just live in seclusion. Seeing that this son is not an extraordinary weapon, I taught him everything. The secret of the sword, nothing. The child practiced hard day and night, in cold and summer, and his sword light was like water, getting more and more refined. And when he was weak, he went out to test his sword, and he was invincible. The people of the rivers and lakes are frightened by the sound of their names. However, this person's temperament is indifferent, do not want to honor. So although the fame of the 4 directions, but still living in the mountains and forests, practicing the sword. You thought that 2 years ago, we, the grasslands and the northern frontier, joined forces to invade the northern state of the Grand Xia. Has it been the greatest threat the Great Summer has encountered in nearly 100 years? 60 years ago, the grasslands, northern borderlands, barbarians, and Daki, the 4 major dynasties had teamed up to move against Xia, and it almost worked. It was this man, single-handedly and with a single sword, who approached the 4 great dynasties' masters at the time one by one. Great armies or great masters. In front of this person, they are all just a matter of a sword. Before that martial highness came out of nowhere. This person is the prime jade pillar of Great Xia. Without this person in place, the position that Great Xia is in, far would not have been as smooth as it has been these past few decades. The second prince swallowed his saliva. Who is he? Morong So looked at the sky again. Above the firmament, the cloud mantle is heavy, dense as a tapestry, covering the sun and hiding the stars. A gentle breeze touched the heavy curtain. Then, the clouds and waves gradually rose, rolling like a boil, as if the waves of the sea surging in the sky, and in the silence of all the music, the only sound heard was the sound of the clouds and waves, roaring faintly. Suddenly, a line of light, sharp as a blade, quietly cracked open from the depths of the clouds. It was as if the god of heaven had wielded a brush, and with invisible ink, sketched out a slender but determined crack on the azure tapestry. This line was subtle at first, but then the light flourished, as if a huge force had been born from nothingness, hardening the dome of the sky in two. Within the divine capital, the swords and weapons all faintly chirped, sword chanting sound clear and stirring. The sword body slightly trembling, seems to have a spirit, sensing the heaven and earth phenomena, want to unsheath and out, dancing together between the wind and thunder. First in the Great Summer Machine Pavilion's Martial Arts Evaluation. Sword Saint, Chapter 142. The Sword Saint hasn't traveled in the Jianghu for at least a dozen years. What do you intend to do in God's capital today? Yes, and it's so high profile. Hey, what's so hard to guess? Look at the I capital, and even the entire Great Xia, except for that martial king of ours, His Highness. Who else could be in the eyes of the Sword Saint? What do you mean? Nice, don't forget, His Highness, the martial king, besides his unfathomable martial arts, also a great swordsman, 13 swords of life snatching. Who else in the Jianghu nowadays hasn't heard of this sword technique? So the Sword Saint is driving to the divine capital this time, just for a sword match with the martial king? 80% so. A sword cuts through the clouds. I'm afraid the Sword Saint's martial arts are no longer something mere mortals can speculate on, but with such a high profile, it's clear that it's already violated the Jinwu division's taboo. So what if it's taboo? That's a Sword Saint. The voices of discussion in the god's capital didn't stop. The imperial garden of the palace. Emperor Xia looked at the sight of that line of sky in the sky. Half a dozen words. I'm afraid it would be easy to take the life of such a character. Eunuch Li and the Dark Guard commander served on either side. Both had their heads buried low. There was just as much shock in his eyes. They were all great masters, already standing at the top of the Jianghu. But in front of this Sword Saint who was ranked number 1 in the Tianji Pavilion's martial arts rating, I'm afraid it's not much better than those who have never learned martial arts. The oldest 4. Can you deal with this Sword Saint? Emperor Xia came back to his senses, somewhat uncertainly, going so far as to manage the Jinwu division in less than 3 years, overwhelm all the Jianghu sects in Daxia. But a lot of things didn't happen in front of Emperor Xia's eyes after all. Outside of North Heavenly City, Xia Mo's sword destroying 1,000 troops was already the most incredible rumor that Emperor Xia had ever heard. But compare it to the scene in front of you. The sword destroys 1,000 armies, and I'm afraid it's just a glowing fire in front of the white moon. Your Majesty is relieved. The Sword Saint is extremely fond of the sword, and doesn't ask much about the affairs of the Jianghu, and it has helped my Grand Xia many times before. This time, we invited the king to fight by opening the sky. Naturally, the king is regarded as an equal opponent. Eunuch Li flicked his duster and said respectfully, let's hope so. This proves to me once again the importance of the Jinwu division. In the face of such tactics, if the court has no checks and balances, that's just like a fish on a chopping block. Just leave everything to the oldest. Not only the imperial palace, but all in the divine capital sensed the presence of the visitor as a Sword Saint. At this moment, they all looked in the direction of the Jinwu Sea. The second in the world died at the hands of Summer. In order to endorse the Jinwu division, naturally a very great deal of publicity was given to the matter. For a certain period of time, various versions of this story could be heard everywhere in tea houses and taverns. Since then, rumors had spread that the Jinwu division master was comparable to the first person in the Tianji Pavilion's martial assessment. It's just that there's never been an answer as to which of the two is stronger or weaker. Master of the division, Xia Mo and Ji Chuxue had already arrived outside the courtyard, watching the sky open up above. Ji Chuxue similarly revealed a curious look. With what she knew about Summer, faced with this bright challenge, and in front of so many people, there was no way that Summer could refuse. Ice Luan flew down from under the sycamore tree, chirping and chirping. Shama gently touched Ice Luan's head. If only you were a little older. Kensei, the sky opens up. King Wu rides the phoenix. It'll be around for at least 100 years in the jungle. A person's life is nothing but the word fame and fortune. Shamer is certainly not exempt. And look at the way this Sword Saint came out. He must be a tweaker too. Summer's current martial arts status. Naturally, there will not be any Tianji Pavilion martial arts evaluation of the first Sword Saint and other filters. Ice Luan lowered her head. He's a lot bigger than he was as a newborn, though, but obviously not enough to be able to ride it. At ease. The voice was soft, but enough for everyone in the Jinwu Sea to hear. The Zhenmu guards who had been looking a little agitated since a moment ago had their hearts and minds shaken. Phew! Lin Fu took a deep breath. 5 fingers tightly grasped Lingfrost. Since his cold plum reflecting snow sword technique became a great success, it never occurred to me that another day would befall me. Surprisingly, someone was able to make him almost lose his grip on the sword in his hand with just his sword intent, especially since this sword intent was not directed at him alone. Don't think too much. That's the sword saint who has dominated the first place of the Tianji Pavilion's martial arts evaluation for 60 years. Zhu Yan could see Lin Fu's reluctance. Out of the blue, he said reassuringly, "Sooner or later." Lin Fu looked at the sky. A look of determination flashed in his eyes. Xiaomo's body shape gradually rose, slowly leaving the ground, as if it were a light hawk, and then turned into a stream of colorful residual shadow, breaking through the air and rushing straight into the sky. Before long, he was already at the top of 10,000 feet, above the clouds and waves, overlooking the world. The only thing that remains is a tiny hidden in the vastness of the sky, hard to find its trace. Nowadays, it was no longer difficult for him to make a long period of time in the air. This was something that could only be done after crossing the third sixth void tribulation. On the edge of the void, not far away, a figure arrived. Shamer looked over curiously. There were quite a lot of legends in the Jianghu about this Tianji Pavilion's one in martial arts evaluation. Today, I see that it lives up to its reputation. The wind is in the air, and it is as transcendent as an immortal's posture. The visitor was wearing a plain white robe, with his hair in a high bun, bound by a jade hairpin. A few strands of green silk in front of his forehead danced lightly with the wind, adding a bit of uninhibited and unrestrained. The eyes were deep, as if they could see into the nature of everything in the world. As Shamer surveyed this sword saint, the sword saint's gaze similarly fell on Shamer. Other than that, just the feat of being in the air at 10,000 meters. This Shenwu division master who has been rumored in the Jianghu in recent years is indeed not a person with a false reputation. You learn the sword. The first words that the sword saint opened his mouth made Shamer a bit stunned. Are all these people like that? A little bit. Summers returned briefly in the same tone. The sword saint looked towards the underworld prison in Shamer's hand. I've been in seclusion for many years, thinking that one day, I'll be able to use my sword to enter the Tao and reach the legendary celestial manifestation. But 30 years ago, in this ancestral land, there was no one who was my opponent. It's naturally difficult to advance an inch in cultivation when it's a self-imposed endpoint. I'd like to see the farther side of the landscape. So, draw your sword. The sword in the sword saint's hand slowly left its scabbard. An inexplicable sword intent began to spread. The clouds around them looked like they had been cut by some sharp blade. 1,000 holes. A smile appeared at the corner of Shamer's mouth. This sword saint seems to be a pure practitioner. You want to enter the way with a sword. But the king is not a swordsman. I'm afraid I won't be able to keep my hand in the fight later. There's no harm in it. Just give it all you've got. Sword saint said without a care in the world. Shamer shook his head gently. What this king means is, if you lose, join the Jinwu division. For the positions of the two deputy division masters, this palace has not been able to find suitable candidates. Yes. Chapter 143, Sword Fighting. Miso. Shamer directly pulled out the underworld prison. The sword saint's famous Suexian sword was also sheathed. Don't say stupid things like no move is better than a move. Everything in heaven and earth can be a sword, and every move is not bound by the sword. If you don't believe me, you can try going barehanded against someone with a sacred weapon. Kung Fu like the Six Veins divine sword. It's just swordplay in name only. It is actually using chi to harness power, turning the invisible into the sharp. The way of making a move is similar to swordplay. Pangu all had to use the power of the heaven-opening axe to open up the heavens and the earth. The importance of a good sword to a swordsman cannot be overstated. The sea of clouds rolls over and is vast. The two looked at each other, and both felt that the other was a formidable enemy that they had encountered in this life, especially Summers. His current power had already exceeded the upper limit of the third sixth void tribulation. It just hadn't officially crossed the fourth sixth void tribulation yet. Even so, the sword in the sword saint's hand still gave him an extremely strong sense of threat. This person was even not as good as a saint ruler in his heyday. I'm afraid it's not far off. Shamer seemed enlightened. Although he hadn't seen what a saint ruler looked like in his heyday, it can be roughly judged from the previous exchanges. The peak strength of a saint ruler should be between the fourth sixth void tribulation and the fifth. Of course, it's just feats that are being talked about here. Those who play with swords are generally good at attacking. This is something that Shamer himself knows all too well. The two of them looked at each other, and before they could make a move, the world had already been born with a murderous atmosphere. Suddenly, the sword saint's eyes snapped open with a brilliant light. An unspeakable sword intent erupted from within him, instantly filling the entire void. As the sword saint swung his sword, the clouds opened up easily, like a long whale sucking in 100 rivers, and in an instant, 10,000 meters in the air, cracking open a line of heavenly light. This line is the sword intent through the gods, leading to the change of the Qianquan, not human power. Light poured down from the crack, a golden splendor that shone through the world, and the sea of clouds was split in two. One side is as gorgeous as the sunset, the other is as dark as the night, and the yin and yang are beginning to separate. Shamer's complexion was quite heavy. The left hand is compared to the finger of the sword, and the right hand holds the sword on the left hand. The true essence surged, almost solidifying into substance, transforming into an invisible sword, hidden in the blood veins, ready to strike. The underworld was aimed at the sword saint. The tip of the sword trembled slightly, gathering thousands of sword chi in a single line, and the sharpness was unmistakable. The sword saint's eyes brightened slightly, seeing the extraordinary nature of Xiaoma's sword. The sword chi coalesced into a line, which was similar to the sword saint's stance. It contains the power to destroy the sky and the earth. The heaven and earth were split in two, and as the sword light passed through, the clouds retreated and space distorted, forming a brilliant sword path. The two strands of sword chi clashed as if there was heavenly might energy added to it. Where the sword lights collided, space tore apart, forming a black crack and emitting a destructive aura. This already belonged to the category of shattering the void. However, the two men's attacks had obviously only just touched a hint of space. The black crack had been restored as before in the blink of an eye. The people of God's capital looked at the sky above with horrified expressions. Sword chi was strewn across the sky, light and shadows were interlaced, and each sword light contained an endless killing intent. Each collision stirred up layers of airwaves, shaking the void. Old 4, is he still human? The third prince's residence. The third prince held a scroll in his hand. Looking at the sight of heaven and earth cutting through the sky above the god's capital muttered. Not far away, a figure shrouded in black robes suddenly spoke. Don't worry, Third Highness. Once a person practicing martial arts breaks through the realm of a grand master, indeed, there is no doubt with the immortals. The lord of my temple is also a powerhouse of this level. As long as you are comfortable working with us, the dragon throne of the great Xia Emperor will be yours sooner or later. The third prince took a deep breath. After calming his mind, looking towards the black-robed figure, his gaze was somewhat low. I hope you won't let the palace down. Shamer and the sword saint exchanged an unknown number of moves in the air. The one sword apart, the 13 swords of life snatching, and the 14th sword were all blocked by the sword saint. This person's swordsmanship had no fixed stance. It seems to stem from the Taoist truth of doing nothing and clearing one's mind. Sword in the Tao. The sword meaning is profound. Unless the state of mind is clear, plain heart like snow cannot be obtained. The second in the world compared to the man in front of me. It's almost like a cloud of difference. Shamer grew more and more excited. If we really pull this person into the Jinwu division, then he wouldn't have to sit in Daxia for a long time. When the time comes, you can explore the unknowns of this world properly. Sword Saint, don't die. Xiaomo's voice reached the sword saint's ears. The clouds were vaguely hellish. Flames and ice intertwined. Wailing and despair resonated. A chill that transcended physical boundaries suddenly erupted. Not only did it freeze the air around it, but it struck fear into the heart. It was as if even the soul was touched by this aura of death, gradually losing its temperature. This sword play. For the first time, the sword saint had a noticeable mood swing. The hand holding the sword trembled slightly. The 15th sword of the 13 swords of life snatching was claimed to be a sword technique that transcended nature and came from the heavenly realm. In fact, in today's perspective, there was a high probability that he possessed the strength to survive the full force of 4-6 boy tribulation strikes. It doesn't matter how high the kung fu of the person practicing this sword technique is. That's the upper limit of this sword technique. If the power increases later, it's also just that the practitioners themselves are strong. Shamer was not a pure swordsman. That's why the subsequent variations of this sword technique could not be created. But so far, 15th sword, still enough to use. When this sword was cut out, all the hostile chi in heaven and earth was attributed to this sword. Space cracked open again, emitting a sharp and ear-piercing whine, like 10,000 ghosts crying at night, or like the anger of the gods. So far, no one had been able to remain calm in the face of the 15th sword. The sword saint didn't hesitate for a second. The same sword came out as if white snow covered the ground and did not stain the dust. The spatial cracks around them unexpectedly slowly healed. This sword of the sword saint appeared to be only one sword, but it seemed to contain 1,000 sword techniques. Each sword technique was a very exquisite existence. The heart turns at will, the sword moves with the heart, and the intention arrives at the sword, which is unusually agile and elusive. This kind of skill utilized to the extreme naturally could not block the 15th sword. However, it was rare that the attack of the 15th sword was delayed for an instant. The sword saint held the Sukin sword up in front of him. The fingers of his left hand rested on his sword. What seems to be desperately suppressed? The last sword intent of the vegetative heart is not stained. The heart of the sword is united. The swords in their hands came out at the same time. An extremely strong wind pressure spread from 10,000 meters in the air. The wind pressure was so strong that it was as if the sky was about to split and the Earth's axis was about to shake. The people of Shindu were caught off guard, and all of them changed their faces and colors, and their clothes flew as if they were flags. Between the markets, the stalls were overturned and rubble flew, making it difficult to tell west from east. Chapter 144, Left Deputy Division Master. Blocked. Shamer raised an eyebrow. Since coming out of the Jianghu, It is the holy monarch of the devil's sect. Facing the 15th sword can only flee in haste. I didn't expect to finally be picked up today. On the sword saint's left shoulder, the blood was stained crimson, like the morning sun reflecting the snow, shocking to the eyes. That sword just now, if I hadn't blocked it, it would have pierced the sword saint's neck. Xiao slightly turned his eyes, the afterglow lightly swept, the left hand middle finger hanging blood. If the morning dew hanging tip, want to fall not fall. The essence of this move is contained in the words, a heart untainted by dirt, which is beyond the mundane, can hurt him before the 15th sword? Shamer recalled the image of that sword just now. This king has performed all the sword techniques he knows. Still fighting? The sword saint breathed slightly. He hurt Summer's arm, but half of his shoulder was almost pierced through by his opponent's sword. The injuries are much more serious. Moreover, the wound was filled with a sword intent of destruction and death, constantly eating away at his wounds. Even he could only temporarily suppress it with his Su Xin sword intent. Trying to get rid of it completely is not something that can be done in a short period of time. Of course, let me see how far you've come. The sword saint smiled. The vegetable heart sword was pointed straight at Xiao, though the injuries were more severe than Shamer's, but it's far from losing the battle. Hey! Shamer flashed the same smile. A huge Bagua map vaguely floated behind him, like a crack in the dome of the sky, leaking the sky. In the picture, the 8 chi of red, orange, yellow, white, green, blue, purple and black are intertwined and entwined. Red gas like fire, hot, like the sun in the sky, shining in all directions. The orange light is warm and moist, like the slanting sun of an autumn day, shedding warmth and hope. The yellow gas is brilliant, like the original color of the earth, heavy and vibrant. The white gas is pure, like the first dew of the morning sun, refreshing and cleansing the dust. The green air is lively, like the essence of mountains, rivers, grasses and trees, containing infinite vitality and vigor. The blue gas is deep, like the blue sea dome, vast and boundless, attracting people's imagination. Purple energy is mysterious, noble and extraordinary, portending good fortune and well-being. As for the black chi, it was deep and unfathomable, checking and balancing with the remaining 7 colors, like the depth of the night, encompassing all things. The sky is high, the earth is thick, and the mountains are thick, and the people are blessed. The wind rises, the thunder flashes, the water gurgles, and the flames blaze. The 8 natural elements of heaven, earth, mountains, zephyrs, wind, thunder, water and fire are revealed one by one with the flow of the He, the flow of change, the flow of emptiness. Sword Saint opens a line of light again, that sharp and incomparable sword line, this time, folded into sand in front of Xiaomo's unreserved peripatetic flow void technique. After a boom that resounded through the divine capital ended, the vision in the sky gradually dissipated. God is beginning to turn boiling. Who actually won? Regardless of the outcome, I'm afraid that today's battle will be rumored for 100 years. So, what's your real name? We can't just call you Sword Saint, can we? There is a restaurant in Chengdu, named Xiongyu Xian 2-story high, for the city's best. The second floor has several elegant rooms, elegantly decorated, isolated from the world's hustle and bustle, leaving a touch of elegance in the square inch. Xiao and the Sword Saint sat and talked to each other, and the breeze outside the window gently sent gusts of floral scent. The Sword Saint's Sukin sword was put aside. Gaze out the window. 20 years without arriving at the divine capital, and not much has changed here. My real name is E, with the single character Shan, Easy Mountain. Summer nodded thoughtfully. Sir, your dishes are ready. Just then, Xiaoer's voice suddenly rang out. Delicious dishes, one after another, were set on the table. The Qiongyu Xian was able to rank in a place like the divine capital. All of these dishes are naturally delicious and rare. A plate of fortune is the meat of rare birds and exotic animals, carefully cut and slowly stewed, accompanied by a secret sauce. The color is golden and the aroma is mouth-watering. Next to a cup of jade liquor, this wine is taken from the ancient springs hidden in deep mountain caves, with the essence of 5 grains. After several years of cellar, at the time of opening the altar, the wine is full of aroma, mellow and thick without losing the freshness, and the smell of it makes you 3 times drunk. There is also a dish of jade tofu, selected from the best soybeans, blended with fresh vegetable juice refined, delicate taste, refreshing and detoxifying. The squirrel gouet fish is deep fried to a crisp golden color on the outside, and the fish is juicy and tender on the inside, topped with a special sweet and sour sauce, shaped like a squirrel, lifelike, sweet and sour. In addition, the table also has golden bird's nest, abalone juicy cucumber and other delicacies, each of which is unique, colorful and fragrant. For this table of food, the people of the divine capital could not afford to eat it with a year or 2 of their savings. I'm afraid, this Qiongyu Xian is meant for dignitaries. Brother E, welcome to the Jinwu division. This time it's a pick-me-up for you. Shamer raised his glass high. Ishan looked at it faintly. Again, he picked up the glass on the table. The two of them drank it all in one go. During these few days of recuperating, you mentioned the Jinwu division in front of me no less than 10 times. What? Afraid I'll backtrack? Ha 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 ha. A character like Brother E. This king is really thirsty for talent. Shamer flashed a smile. This sword saint in front of him had powers comparable to the third Six Void Tribulation. It could even erupt into a fourth Six Void Tribulation attack. On top of that, the sword saint had traveled across the Jianghu for dozens of years, and had reached his realm. There shouldn't be much about the 7 dynasties that could be hidden from him. Ugh! Ishan put down his glass, sighing softly. He also didn't think that he would actually lose to a young man. Don't worry. I naturally won't go back on what I promised, but it's just a name to hang out in your town's martial arts division. If you meet something tricky, Mr. E can make a move at any time, but those worldly chores are really not my forte. Don't worry, Brother E. How can I trouble you with those trivial matters? Xia Emo took out a token from his body and placed it on the table. Ishan picked it up and carefully examined it for a few moments. Left Deputy Master? And who is the right Vice President? Ishan's tone revealed curiosity. Could it be that there are still experts at their level in the Jinwu Sea? Ha 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 ha. Brother E, go ahead and take your place. Eat your vegetables. Eat your vegetables. After 3 rounds of wine, the food is over. Neither had a trace of drunkenness on their faces. The grassland everlasting sky, the northern border's heavenly pool, the savage temple, the Daki martial realm, and the Dexian imperial family. Brother E, what is so special about Disya? No, what is so special about this land? Worth all the trouble they're going through? A puzzled look flashed in Xiama's eyes, because of Ishan's sudden arrival. For a while, to the point where he didn't bother to take care of those great masters hiding in the imperial prince's residence. You don't know? Ishan looked at Shamer in surprise. Oh, it looks like there's something special about it. Can Brother E speak for this king? Chapter 145 Ancestral Dragon Vein. Ishan drank the wine in his cup in one go. Does your majesty know what the name of the continent we are on is called? Sumer looked out of the window. When the twilight, the sky is changing. Lift your head and look up. The stars are bright and dazzling, as if the heavenly river is pouring down and spilling into the mortal world. The stars are brilliant, intertwined, or gathered or scattered, hidden and hidden, weaving a vast and infinite canopy. Who doesn't know this? Beneath our feet is the Shinwu continent, vast and boundless, billions of miles. Shamer trailed off. A trace of imperceptible doubt passed between his features. Shinwu continent, billions of miles of pale. This is the knowledge that Mr. Dasha Folk School will teach to small children. But the territory covered by the 13 states of the Grand Xia was by no means more than tens of thousands of kilometers across. Great Xia's territory was the largest among the 7 great dynasties, but the 7 great dynasties, the so-called ancestral lands, combined were far from billions of miles in size. Not bad. The continent under our feet is called the Divine Martial Continent. The place where the 7 great dynasties are located is the birthplace of the human race on the Divine Martial Continent. It's also known as the ancestral ground by those outside. Ishan mused for a moment, then said, I used to go check out the edges of all the 4 directions of the ancestral land. It is found that no matter which direction, it is filled with violent cracking winds. These rifting astral winds separate the ancestral land from the outside world. I tried to break in, but in less than an incense stick's time, it was forced back by the rift wind. Even with Brother Yi's strength, he can't block that so-called rift wind? Shamer asked with some surprise. Ishan nodded with a grave expression on his face. I'm not good at body refining though, but the power of the cracking air dipper kind of rips through space at will. I think it must be someone who specializes in cultivating the physical body to our kind of realm. At best, it's only slightly farther than I can go. Shamer showed a listening look. Sword Saint continued. Supposedly 1,000 years ago, the sacred dynasty that unified the ancestral lands once organized a group of experts who wanted to break through the rift dipper. Did it work? I don't know. Maybe someone made it. Maybe all of them died inside the split dipper. Anyway, no one ever came back. Xia Emo looked at the Sword Saint with some doubt. Brother E, this king once encountered 2 people who claimed to be some kind of Divine K organization. Them. Yes, they are indeed outside. Not only the Divine K, but even the Celestial Pavilion is outside. Shamer asked in a hurry. But Brother E just said, I'm just saying I don't know if anyone has been out there. But it's not uncommon for people on the outside to find a way in after all these years. But because of the presence of the split dipper, the people they send in are only at the highest level of existence of a Grand Master. No one knows how big the Divine Martial Continent really is, but it's only as big as the ancestral lands. Then a being such as you and I can be born. Outside, the heavens and the earth are vast. What kind of a point has the martial arts developed to? I'm afraid the only way to find out is to get out. One thing's for sure, though, the forces that have been able to extend their hands into the ancestral lands over the years. At least all of them have the presence of strong people at the level of celestials. Ishan's gaze was similarly looking out the window at this moment. The bright moon hangs high. It's not hard to hear the yearning in the tone. Celestial incarnation. That's a real land god. With Brother Yi's qualifications, I'm sure it's only a matter of time before he achieves celestial. Junior, serve another pot of wine, Shamer said towards the junior who was napping at the corner of the stairs. Yes, okay customer, you wait a moment. Ishan turned his head. Looking at Shamer, he said word for word, there's no way to give birth to a celestial being when the ancestral lands heaven and earth are incomplete. What? Shamer was startled. Then he heard Ishan continue. The ancestral land is the place of origin of the human race in the divine martial continent, though no one knows when the cracking astral winds around them began to exist. But for countless years, have there really been no births of amazing talents? Other than that, existences above Grand Masters are rare though, but the holy dynasty of 1,000 years ago, dozens of such existences were still taken out, especially the lord of the holy dynasty back then. To be able to suppress a generation of holy monarchs from the devil sect and achieve greatness as a hegemon, a martial arts skill is definitely far above you and me. Among the experts who broke into the Rift Dipper back then, the one who led the group was none other than this lord of the sacred dynasty. Such a character thinks it's hopeless to become a Taoist in the ancestral land, Ishan said with some sighs. Shamer frowned. Ishan's words today had given him a general understanding of this world. The existence of the rift wind isolated the ancestral land from the divine martial continent. Heaven and earth are incomplete, and it is impossible to break through to the celestials. This was something he couldn't feel with his current strength. His martial arts came from the system. It shouldn't be affected by any incomplete heaven and earth, right? But extrapolating from the current feats, trying to impact the celestials, I'm afraid that at least the sixth void tribulation would be possible. It's really a bit early to be thinking about that. Then what does all of this have to do with the great masters of the 5 dynasties infiltrating the divine capital? They came for the ancestral dragon vein. The sword saint once again drained his glass. The junior not far away looked at the two in horror, though it was completely inaudible what these two were saying. But after a dozen jugs of wine, these two men were clear-eyed. There wasn't a hint of drunkenness. Ancestral dragon vein? Summer's voice got a little louder. 3 words that mean something simple. But he is the prince of Daxia. How come I've never heard of this ancestral dragon vein thing? The current divine capital is actually the imperial city of the holy dynasty back then. The holy dynasty has a feng shui master above the grand master. Once, with the power of the entire holy dynasty, the world's dragon vein chi was gathered here. It's also known as the ancestral dragon vein. By destroying the ancestral dragon vein, the great Xia that inherited the holy dynasty's chi will naturally run out of gas. Shamer said disdainfully, how dare you hope for a nebulous dragon vein? It looks like the time has come for the ancestral lands to be unified once again. Ishan wrapped his arms around himself and looked at Shamo and laughed. There's another reason. Of course, this ancestral dragon vein was designed by the sacred dynasty back then to fill in the missing parts of this heaven and earth. 1,000 years have passed and the ancestral dragon vein has fully matured. Just destroy it. This heaven and earth will be able to give birth to celestials again, and it can also gradually wear down the rifting astral winds around the ancestral land. 20 or 30 years at the most. The split dipper will then dissipate completely. This way the ancestral land will be able to connect with the divine martial continent once again. Honestly, if this thing is true, ancestral dragon vein, and one of my goals, Ishan said unapologetically. Chapter 146, Plum-Scented Chapel. Ishan put down his glass. Quietly, he watched the silent summers without another word, and Shamer was thinking about it. The dragon's vein theory is nebulous. He himself was not much of a believer in the rise and fall of a dynasty just by the dragon vein alone, but feng shui is a real thing. The location of the Daxia dynasty is in the center of the ancestral land. It just happens to coincide with the holy dynasty of that year. So this ancestral dragon vein is also equivalent to the dragon vein of Daxia? If that was the case, then naturally, it would not be tolerated for the great masters of the 5 great dynasties to hit the ancestral dragon vein. But this ancestral dragon vein is the key to whether the ancestral land can give birth to celestials. Shamer looked up at Ishan. The ancestral dragon vein you speak of was formed back then when a feng shui master above the great masters of the holy dynasty gathered the chi of the world's dragon veins. That means the establishment of the sacred dynasty has nothing to do with the ancestral dragon vein. And when the ancestral dragon vein existed, the sacred dynasty still didn't escape extinction. So from this point of view, this so-called ancestral dragon vein shouldn't have much to do with the rise and fall of dynasties. Ishan shook his head. That I don't know. I don't know anything about feng shui. But back then, the demise of the sacred dynasty was indeed due to the fact that the lord of the sacred dynasty took away all of the dynasty's experts, breaking into the rift dipper. The dynasty was leaderless before it was finally torn apart. Summer's hand rested on the table. Fingers tapped the tabletop in a rhythm. Mend heaven and earth, and dissipate the rifting astral wind. Using common sense, I'm afraid that this ancestral dragon vein is a huge mass of energy. It's also known as the dragon vein chi. It's just that there's something special about these dragon vein chi, being able to play those roles. Shamer muttered, if the ancestral dragon vein is about the rise and fall of the great Xia dynasty, then, naturally, it must never be destroyed. But if it has no real relevance to that, from his perspective, he naturally hoped that the ancestral ground would give birth to celestials. Now there was no way to determine if the system's transmission would be affected by the incompleteness of heaven and earth. As for the surrounding rifting winds, then let's take down these archons first. First, force out the location of the ancestral dragon vein. No matter what happens in the end, the outcome is in our hands. Shamer raised an eyebrow. Look to Yi Shan, the high priest of the everlasting sky, the holy lord of the celestial pool, the master of the temple, the 3 Jedi elders of the martial realm, and the old monsters of the Deshian imperial family, and the guardians of the Bohai dynasty. None of these people are below me in martial arts. They were actually able to send these top grand masters to infiltrate the divine capital. Naturally made means accordingly. Forcing, 80% of the time, you can't force anything, Ishan said softly. Summers nodded. With his current means, if he were to send out dead soldiers, it would be difficult for an expert of the same level to get anything out of the dead soldiers. The big deal is that it's just a dead soldier's life. But the biggest possibility is still that these people themselves haven't figured out the location of the ancestral dragon vein. It's just that I have some information about the ancestral dragon vein in my hands. Ishan continued. The king understands. Then let these guys bounce around for a while longer. This king will also send people to scout the location of the ancestral dragon vein. A two-pronged approach. No matter which side finds the ancestral dragon vein first, there's no need to keep these grand masters. Shamer drained the last sip of wine from his glass. But still, be careful. If the ancestral dragon vein really comes out, except for the ones I just mentioned, I'm afraid that some old monsters who have been hidden for a long time will also appear. These old monsters are not as good as us even if their martial arts are not as good as ours. I'm afraid it's not far off. They're trying to open up the connection between the ancestral land and the outside world. A glimmer of hope to be able to become a celestial being. In time, thanks to Brother E for informing me, this king has a good idea in mind. Brother E, don't worry. This king and father are not people who are stuck in their ways. Just make sure that this ancestral dragon vein won't affect the rise and fall of the great Xia dynasty. Then this king will be the first to strike and destroy it. Ishan nodded in relief. He was not willing to be a man of his word. But with the temptation of the celestials, how many can stick to their hearts? From the history of the formation of the ancestral vein, the so-called dynastic fortunes are nothing but empty talk. What is Brother Yi's next plan? Why don't we just stay at the Jinwu Sea? You probably know everything you need to know today. Shamer issued a direct invitation. Apart from him, the Jinwu Sea finally had an expert who could hold his own. Ishan shook his head. I'm not a fan. For this period of time, just find a random clean mountain near the divine capital to meditate and fix it. If something happens, send a message to me, Ishan said faintly. This time, he fought with Shamer. His bottleneck was vaguely loose, just in time to close down and consolidate for a while. A night breeze blew in from outside. The snoozing junior opened his eyes. It was found that the 2 guests at the window had long since disappeared. A gold ingot was left on the table. Ha! Junior smiled to himself. This is one of the biggest restaurants in the god's capital. You think he hasn't seen the world? These jungle people love this kind of tone. Ding! Please go to Mei Xiang Xiaozhu for check-in. Xia Mo, who had just landed on the roof of the Jinwu Division's study, froze. Why is the system coming to sign in for a mission at this time? Plum-scented chalet. That's a pretty common name, isn't it? There's no hint of anything. Where's he gonna sign in? The ancient window is slightly open, and the wind gently lifts and opens itself. Instead of entering the house, Shamer landed in the courtyard. There is a place called Plum Fragrance Little House in the Jianghu. 2 figures appeared in the courtyard with a brush. Tonight's night watch was Meng Liang and another female heaven-ranked Jinwu Wei. This woman is called Misty Lady, and she joined the Jinwu Sea more than a year ago, also involved in the demon state. Misty Nyang's appearance could not be described as beautiful, but only somewhat durable. But her martial arts skills were barely able to meet her eyes. She specializes in a strange weapon called Thousand Chance Change. The Thousand Chance Change is not a sword in the traditional sense, but a transformable, multifunctional weapon. In Shamer's opinion, there should be a little bit of organ technique in it. It looks like a plain folding fan on a normal day. However, with a gentle display, it can be transformed into a sword, whip, hook, shield and many other forms. It can even shoot fine needles, ropes and other concealed weapons from it, making it impossible to defend against. Misty Nyang's inner strength isn't bad either, barely the caliber of a superb expert in the Jianghu. Hearing Shamer's words, a puzzled look appeared on Meng Liang's face. Apparently, the name Meixiang Xiaozhu is too common. If you couldn't find 10 within the divine capital city, you could find 8. Master of the division. Are you talking about the amorous prince's other compound in the divine capital back then? That place seems to be called Plum Fragrance Chapel, Misty Mistress said after a moment of thought. The amorous prince? Shamer looked to Misty Mistress. I think. Right. If you know, then show the king. Yes. Chapter 147, Flying Daggers. The amorous prince. In one night's time, Shamer already knew all the information about this person. The first prize winner of an imperial examination shortly after the Xia Emperor ascended the throne. But in the end, he refused the official body and chose to get away in the jungle. This man was extremely affectionate, but at the same time was entangled with many women of great reputation in the Jianghu at that time, and it was also the third greatest grandmaster of the Tianji Pavilion's martial arts evaluation back then. Hearing this script, Shamer felt some familiarity anyway. Day 2. The three of them, Xia Mo, Misty Mistress, and Meng Liang, arrived at the Plum Fragrance Chapel where the amorous prince had lived in seclusion back then. It was high in the summer sun. From afar, although the courtyard plum tree is not in flower, but the branches and leaves, the shade of the ground, the cool breeze, the summer all disappeared. Occasional cicadas chirping among the green trees, clear and melodious, adding a bit of seclusion. It seems that this amorous gentleman knows how to enjoy life quite well. The 3 summers were not polite. Directly exerting his light power, he stepped on the leaves and flew plums, and swept towards the Plum Fragrance little building, traveled to the mid-air, the plum tree branches and leaves rustling and moving, but also weave their own net, turned into a wonderful array, stretched across the front. This, Meng Liang and Misty Maiden's faces changed. One after another, they fell from mid-air. The surrounding plum forests are not in bloom though, can all start moving, layers upon layers, obscuring the two from view. I didn't realize that the mercurial male knew a little bit about Chi Men Bagua. This formation only has the effect of trapping people, not hurting them. You two just experience the experience. If you can walk out on your own before the king leaves, the king has a reward. Seeing this, Xia Mo smiled blandly and his figure turned into nothingness in an instant, with no trace to be found. When he reappeared, Xia Mo was already standing outside the door of Meixiang Xiaozhu, smiling, as if he was walking leisurely. The formation was nothing more than an illusion to him. This Plum Fragrance little building was located at the edge of the divine capital. This area is rare. It seems like it's been a long time since anyone's been here. This check-in task may seem simple. Other than that formation outside, nothing unexpected came up. As soon as Xiama stepped into Plum Fragrance Xiaozhu, a familiar voice came to his ears. Ding! Congratulations on arriving at Plum Fragrance Chapel and signing in successfully. Quest reward, Little Leaf Flying Dagger. Little Leaf Flying Dagger. A flash of surprise appeared on Summer's face. A long-lost feeling came over me. Fingers moved slightly. It was like instinct. An instant mastery of a feeling. That's right, it's the feeling. Little Leaf Flying Dagger has no moves and no mind tricks, completely by a surge of energy. When it's time to make a move, it's natural. There are no false starts. Shamer closed his eyes to feel it carefully. There were no flying daggers in his hands now though. However, condensing a chi blade with true essence was not a difficult task. The invisible gas between the fingers and palms of the spinning gradually condensed into a blade. The shape of the flying knife appeared. The cold light convergence. Do not show the sharpness. Suddenly, Xiaomo's mind moved. Without hesitation, his arm spread like an eagle striking the sky, and the invisible flying dagger was thrown upwards, pointing straight at the sky. In an instant, the mind was depleted and a feeling of exhaustion surged in. The flying dagger went like electricity, beyond the reach of the eye, 10,000 meters above. The clouds opened and closed for it, leaving a gaping little hole, so deep and unfathomable that it was unknown. Shamer revealed a flash of joy, not because of the power of Little Lee's flying dagger. Rather, it's because of the cap on the junior. The 13 life-snatching swords were already extreme by the 15th sword, but Little Lee's flying dagger is not a concealed weapon, but a use of essence. In other words, as long as Summer's essence could continue to grow, there is no such thing as a limit to the power of Little Lee's flying dagger. About an hour or so passed. Misty Mistress walked out of the formation with her 1,000 chance change in hand. Another half hour passed. It was only then that Meng Liang came out of the formation. Not that there was much of a difference between the two men's martial arts. Misty Mistress knows a little bit of organ magic. Therefore, he has also dabbled in formations. So much time had passed since the formation laid down by this mercurial male. It was also able to trap two superb experts for such a long time. It is clear that his attainment in this course is very deep. With their purpose achieved, the three of them didn't make much of a stop and returned directly to the Jinwu division. 2 more months have passed without realizing it. The rivers and lakes were calm and nothing much happened. Or rather, There was nothing major that required Shamer's personal attention. As for those great masters who had infiltrated the imperial prince's residence, the Zhenwu division didn't send anyone on a special stakeout. With the martial arts skills of those great masters, unless Shamer personally stared at them, otherwise it could not have gone unnoticed. But they wanted to find the location of the ancestral dragon vein. It's impossible to personally scout somewhere every time. That's why they approached the various royals. Make up any reason you want. For example, if you get the dragon vein, you get the world. Most of these princes have little military power in their hands though, but there have been quite a few disciples and dead soldiers raised over the years. The Jinwu Sea just needs to keep an eye on these people. Once we find the place where the ancestral dragon vein is located, Shamer would be able to know firsthand. Inside the secret room, dark and quiet, Xia Mo sat in the middle of it, his legs coiled like a lotus, closing his eyes and concentrating on his gong. Sweat seeped slightly on his forehead, like morning dew hanging leaves, reflecting the dim light of the room, showing the color of perseverance. Behind him, the giant Bagua map slowly unfolded, with ink-colored lines intertwining, like the scene of the beginning of heaven and earth, where yin and yang meet. The momentum was majestic, and there was a hidden sound of wind and thunder. As Xiaomo's internal breath surged and his true essence surged, within the secret room, everything was subject to its force and suspended in the air. The veins on his body were rippling like gnarled dragons coiled up, and the power surged under his skin, almost wanting to break out of his body. The fourth 6 imaginary robberies. Of course Shamer wouldn't really wait 20 years to cross. It was already known when he was in the treasury of the Holy Monarch. As long as the power used exceeds the limit of what the Meridians can withstand, the next 6 void tribulation will break out early. Just as Shamer was a little shaken up, in the Bagua diagram, golden light flourished, and a small golden tadpole leaped out from the diagram, unusually animated. They circled around Shamer's body, as if following some special pattern, and entered the body one after another. As the golden tadpoles entered, the sound of thumping came from within Xiaomo's body, crisp and powerful, as if the meridians are unblocked. Stagnation is removed. In a matter of moments, the golden light gradually converged, and the tadpoles were no longer visible, and Xiaomo's face turned from pale to rosy, as if it were a peach blossom in spring, full of life. The exposed veins also slowly calmed down and returned to invisibility, showing the signs of cultivation improvement. At this moment, Xiaomo was transformed, his breath was long, and his spirit was complete. The fourth 6th void tribulation would not have been difficult for him, but to get through the 5th 6th void tribulation, Shamer opened his eyes. He wasn't the kind of person who practiced hard work all the time. It looks like after the matter of the ancestral dragon vein is resolved, the system now has fewer and fewer sign-on tasks. This bit of territory in Daxia might not be enough anymore. Time rushes. Half a year had passed since the trip to the Devil's State. The day of the Jinwu Division Grand Competition has arrived. The 12 Jinwu envoys once again gathered at the Divine Capital. Chapter 148-14. In the past few days, the great masters lurking in several imperial residences had kept a much lower profile. The number of scouts sent out dwindled. The 12 Jinwu envoys are now pivotal big shots in both the temple and the Jianghu. They arrived at the Divine Capital almost at the same time as each other. It's impossible to keep this news from anyone. Sir, the last time the 12 Jinwu envoys gathered in the Divine Capital, it was still for the matter of the demon state. This time it's not. The second prince's residence. A garden. The second prince and Morongsa sat opposite each other at a stone table. The tabletop is set up with a chessboard. The second prince's colorful tone showed no concern. Ever since the battle between Xia Mo and Ishan at 10,000 meters above the Divine Capital, from time to time, the second prince would recall that divine means, if I hadn't already gotten on board. I'm afraid he'll think more carefully about whether or not to cooperate with the Grassland dynasty. After all, as good as that seat is, you have to have a life to sit on it. Your Second Highness need not worry. We've come to help the Second Highness accomplish something, so naturally we won't be without a little preparation. Don't worry. This matter of the 12 Jinwu envoys gathering in the Divine Capital, we figured it out a long time ago. They're all here for the great competition within the Jinwu division. It's said to be something that His Highness, the Martial King, set in motion as early as the end of his trip to the demon state. At that time, we haven't come to Daxia yet. Naturally, it won't be against us. Morongsa gently placed a white stone into the chessboard. The second prince subconsciously let out a sigh of relief at his words. Such a situation had likewise occurred in several other royal residences. The sensation caused by the 12 Jinwu divisions coming to the Divine Capital once more. Of course Summer didn't care. On the outskirts of God's capital, there are thousands of miles of fertile fields, emerald-colored eyes, and there are fields interspersed with pathways. The sun is like gold. The breeze is not dry. 14 figures, just like the forest ghost shadow, quietly standing in the wild. This time, everyone can participate in the Jinwu Sea Grand Competition. The The rules are simple. You can't challenge each other at the same level. Of course, a private contest couldn't care less. The subordinate has one chance to challenge the superior. From reserves NYY to sky levels NYY, you can't challenge beyond the level, but after succeeding, you can challenge again to a higher level. The great competition lasted for 10 whole days. There were quite a few other successful challenges. Many reserve town guards made the switch, become a human levels NYY in advance. There were also a number of horses lost in the ground levels NYY. There were even a few heaven-ranked Jinwoo guards that lost to the challenging earth-ranked Jinwoo guards. The 12 Jinwoo ambassadors were as steady as a mountain. 6 months. There are the resources of the entire Jinwoo division pouring in relentlessly. All of the Jinwoo envoys had broken through to the Grand Master realm. For this grand competition, there were certainly quite a few confident heaven-grade Jinwoo guards who challenged one of the 12 Jinwoo envoys. But until now, none of them have been able to succeed in the challenge. Among the 12 Jinwoo envoys, the one who received the most challenges was Fengjiang. These heaven-grade Jinwoo guards weren't stupid either, knowing that persimmons picked the soft ones. But Fengjiang not only broke through the Great Master in terms of power, in addition to the heavenly silkworm palm, he also practiced another martial art with amazing power. It still maintains the majesty of the Jinwoo envoy to this day. Today, however, Fengjiang's face was a little less than pleasant. From time to time, his eyes looked towards the two figures in the other direction. Most of the other Jinwoo envoys also revealed gloating looks. Who would have thought? Among the heaven-grade Jinwoo guards, there was really someone who was able to break through to Grand Master, and it's still two people. One of them was none other than Lin Fu. Clothing elegant, a light blue long shirt, embroidered on the cold plum several, in the snow proudly bloom, holding the sword in his arms, his brows hid in unyielding pride, and his eyes were like cold stars flashing. Today's Lin Fu has become a school of masters. It had long since been impossible to see what he looked like when he was being chased by the desert swordsman. The other man looked to be about 30. Surprisingly, it wasn't Ji Chuxue, who had the highest call for a Grandmaster among the heavenly level Jinwoo guards. Ji Chuxue didn't break through to Grandmaster, challenging her master, the god of trappers, 100 moves away, defeated. More than 7 feet tall, his body was thin, as if he was a candle in the wind. A head of disheveled hair like withered grass, pale face, narrow eyes. Eyes often contain the ghostly green light, such as the wolf pupil of the night, daunting. This person was dressed in pitch-black tights, with a smirk at the corner of his mouth. A wide black belt was tied around his waist, with several strange hidden weapons hanging from it. Shadow Fury. Originally, he was a devil in the jungle, perpetually active in the Central Plains. He is a misbehaving, unconventional person who will do anything to achieve his goals. One day the offense was committed at the hands of Shamer. Remember that he has done no great evil. Solely recruited him into the Jinwoo division. When he was in the Devil's Prefecture, he was one of the heaven-grade Jinwoo guards who followed Z Mouse, In Tiger, and Lu Rinchen to attack the Heavenly Devil sect. I didn't think the man was competitive. After reading some of the Heavenly Demon sect's secret martial arts books, and then combine it with what you've learned all over the place, really stepped out of his way, almost one after the other with Lin Fu breaking through the Great Master. There, it's all here, isn't it? 14 people looked up, only to see that Shamer had appeared above their heads at an unknown time. He's like a god in the sky. Besides Xia Mo, it was Ishan, who had just come out of the customs and wanted to come and watch the fun. Greetings, Master of the Division. Greetings, Deputy Division Master. The news of the Sword Saint joining the Jinwoo division had already spread throughout the Jianghu. Most of the Jinwoo ambassadors had not seen Ishan though, but it's nice to be next to summer at this time of year, and the same one that showed the ability to go through the air. I'm afraid this is the only one. The crowd sized up Ishan with curious eyes. Tianji Pavilion's first in martial arts evaluation. This is a living martial arts myth, especially Lin Fu and Nunma. The sword intent in his body was almost on the verge of being suppressed. Ishan's gaze swept over the duo. The two immediately calmed down. There. No more bull asterisk. Lin Fu, Shadow Fiend, who do you two want to challenge? Just to be clear, you only have one chance to challenge. It's not a big deal if you lose, but if you win, then you will be the new Jinwoo envoys. Think about it. Summer's voice was soft, except for a handful of extremely confident Jinwoo envoys. The rest of them have been shaken. Fengjiang, in particular, when Lin Fu's gaze looked at him, subconsciously, he looked the other way. This kid's cold plum reflecting snow sword technique is a bit powerful. He wasn't sure of victory. Sir, my subordinate would like to choose Lord 100th Dog. Linford hasn't chosen yet. Shadow Fury, who was on the sidelines, grabbed the opportunity to speak. Fengjiang's gaze looked back. Humph, a soft grunt. Lin Fu he was a bit scornful, but this Shadow Fury, he was not afraid of. Master of the division. Then my subordinate will ask Lord Numa for some advice. Lin Fu also made a decision. He wasn't really interested in the position of Jinwu envoy. Of the 12 Jinwu ambassadors, only Numa is a pure swordsman. It was a decision he'd made a long time ago. Chapter 149 Bijou Finger. Let's get started then. Shamer and Ishan landed on a boulder between the fields. Shadow Fiend and Lin Fu chose to be completely within his expectations. Lin Fu pursued the way of the sword, so he chose the Wu Ma, who was not considered a weakling among the 12 Jinwu envoys. Shadow Fury's quest is much simpler. He's just trying to get ahead. A heaven level Zen Weiwei could only become a Jinwu envoy if he wanted to go further. So compared to other prestigious Jinwu envoys, Lord 100 Dogs, who was recognized as the weakest Jinwu envoy within the Jinwu division, was the perfect fit. Hey, Lord 100th Dog. Offended. Shadow Fury gave a strange smile. Feng Zhang's eyes flickered, and the corners of his mouth were outlined with a touch of disdain. Yes, then this official will play with you. The surrounding Jinwu envoys scattered in all directions. All of them looked as if they were watching a good show. Whether Feng Zhang loses or wins, it doesn't even matter to them. After all, no one wants to be a weakling to a fellow colleague who is on par with them. Brother E, who do you think will win between the two of them? Summers wrapped his arms around him. He looked at the duo confronting each other in the field with interest. In terms of Kung Fu, the 100 Days Dog is naturally a bit stronger, but it's also extremely limited. The key is still to see how the duo reacts on the spot. I guess. Who does the master of the division think will win? Ishan twisted his head to look at Shamer. The 100th Dog. Summer said softly. Oh, Ishan was a bit surprised. With such a close distance, it was reasonable to say that it was impossible for the duo's conversation to be hidden from the surrounding great masters, but none of them heard what the two were saying clearly. As he spoke, Shadow Fury took the lead. He had just broken through to Grand Master not long ago. It was normal for there to be some disparity with Feng Zhang's feats. The Devil's Path adheres to the principle of striking first and suffering later. Shadow Fury's body twisted for a moment. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of residual shadows appeared all around. 1,000 heavy steps. Before Shadow Fury joined the Jinwu Sea, he relied on this lightweight skill to walk in the Jianghu, cultivated to a great extent. It can manifest 1,000 residual shadows in an instant, making it difficult for people to recognize the real one. Even those with high levels of skill would find it difficult to capture their movements. The 1,000 heavy steps not only focused on the flexibility and versatility of the stance, but also incorporated the art of psychedelia, being able to release mind-disturbing auras between movements. Gain a head start by putting your opponent in a brief moment of confusion and disorientation. Humph. Feng Zhang snorted coldly. Not the slightest bit of these tricks of the Shadow Fiends. The true chi in his body surged, and he directly blasted a palm towards the area where the residual shadows were the densest. In Feng Zhang's palm wind, the air was pulled by invisible threads, and the surrounding light suddenly coalesced and transformed into dots of starlight that surrounded the edge of the palm. The person who created the heavenly silkworm palm martial art. I'm afraid that none of them have cultivated to the extent that Feng Zhang has today. Palm power is soft but secretly strong, such as the spring rain is silent, like the autumn night silk continuous and unceasing. As far as the palm wind reached, the area looked like it was wrapped by a silkworm slowly spitting silk. Shadow Fury's 1,000 heavy steps, under the stance as weaving palm force, actually dissipated one by one, difficult to hide. However, at this time, Shadow Fiend's true form had already appeared in front of Feng Zhang. The eyes were cold and deep, and the hands turned into dark ons, which was another of Shadow Fury's mastery. Bone Eater. When it touches the skin, it rots the flesh and bones. Feng Zhang didn't dare to be careless, and once again slapped his palm out, like silk, with endless power hidden in its flexibility. In the blink of an eye, the two had already exchanged dozens of moves. Feng Zhang's true chi flowed unceasingly in his palm, and the heavenly silkworm Mian palm became more and more subtle. The Shadow Fiend's true chi was actually slowly absorbed and transformed into part of the heavenly silk net. Although the bone-eroding hand was unusually insidious, it gradually lost its harshness and sharpness under the entanglement of the heavenly silkworm sheep palm. The Shadow Fiend's face changed slightly, and his true chi surged wildly, wanting to break free of the heavenly silk net, but Feng Zhang would not give him a chance. The heavenly silkworm Mian palm was continuous, like a spring silkworm spitting silk, layers upon layers. Wrap the bone-eroding hand tightly so that it cannot move. Humph. Shadow Fury revealed a wry smile this time. The killing move was hidden, like a dark night stalking. Silent. However, the Shadow Fiend slapped out a palm, black light like ink, instantly devouring the soft strength of the heavenly silkworm sheep palm. The two hit each other, even stirred up a circle of dark waves that are difficult to see with the naked eye. The surrounding grass and trees trembled, leaves flying, like the scene of the end of the world. What kind of martial arts is this? Feng Zhang was puzzled and retreated sharply, but the Shadow Fiend's moves followed him like a shadow. And in the end, there was no way to avoid them. Just when the crowd thought that the victory had been decided, the corner of Feng Zhang's mouth slightly raised, slowly raising his hand. His 10 fingers flicked lightly, but an unspeakable pressure filled the air. Bijou fingers? Some Jinwu envoys recognized the martial arts that Fengzhang was performing at the moment. The rare sword-pointing mastery of the Bijou sword house in Xinzhou. I wonder when this guy learned that. As Fengzhang moved his fingers slightly, there was a subtle buzzing in the air. A finger pointed at the shadow fiend, and the air condensed into a bead, and then instantly burst, forming a circle of ripples that were hard to see with the naked eye, spreading in all directions. Shadow Fury was alarmed. It was impossible for him to avoid it at such a close distance. One could only push his body's true chi with all his might to form a powerful body shield. Fengzhang flicked his 10 fingers in succession, and the power of the Bijou finger force gathered into a river, transforming into a radiant sword chi. It pierced through the protective astral aura without any hindrance. The Shadow Fiend's figure shook dramatically. Disbelief flashed in his eyes, and then he was struck by the sword chi and flew backwards several feet. The winner is already decided. Fengzhang took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the agitated true chi in his body. The face was a little pale, but the eyes were to overflow with joy. Being able to defeat a great master head-on, this would have been absolutely unthinkable in the past. Lord Hundred Dogs is a strong martial artist, so my humble servant admits defeat. Shadow Fury got up from the ground, arching his hand. Then he stepped aside and said no more. At this moment, there is a sudden phenomenon, and there is a cold current in the air. A wisp of cold air penetrated the heat and turned into flakes of snow that drifted lightly and incredibly over the green fields. Sword intent comes from nothingness, like a cold winter plum shadow, standing proudly in the snow, reflecting the surrounding grass and trees with frosty splendor. Lin Fu stepped out with his sword, which was flowing with a faint cold light. Lord Numa, please enlighten me. Noon Ma stood not far away, his face as calm as water. He gently raised his hand and removed the bucket hat from his head. The face under the bucket hat is even more resolute, and the brows hide the wisdom and weathering precipitated by the years. All the Jinwu envoys watching the battle had their spirits shaken. Fengzhang's fight with Shadow Fiend was a bit of a spectacle though, but everyone knows that. Now these two are the highlight of the day. A smile appeared at the corner of Yishan's mouth. Two great masters of the way of the sword. Neither the lunch horse nor Lin Fu. These two were both rising stars of the sword Dao in his eyes. Cold plum reflecting snow sword technique. Back then, he had also had a past with that ancestor of the Plum Blossom Villa. It's the other one. Yishan's eyes moved slightly as he looked at the lunch horse. This sword intent, some resemblance to him, but the details of it are different again. A little too sharp. Chapter 150, Sword Chi. Lin Fu stood between the fields, his sword sheath hanging lightly like a cold moon hanging in the sky, eyes gazing at the lunch pony. His body had not moved, but his aura was already open. His right hand slowly moved to the hilt of the sword. His fingertips lightly touched it, and a cold air flowed between them. Miso was a clear and long sound, and the Lingfeng's sword came out in response. The sword light was like a practice, reflecting the four fields, and the cold aura was so aggressive that even the air condensed with frost. This sword out, the surrounding grass and trees all feel its cold, and the shivering is like an invincible, slightly trembling. This little guy has already obtained the true meaning of cold plum reflecting snow. It just lacks some polish. Yishan looked at Lin Fu and nodded. If Brother E is interested, why don't you give him some pointers? Shamer smiled and looked at Yishan. Ha ha ha. No, I'm not good at teaching. Besides, this little guy's sword intent is very different from mine, going down a different path. Yishan shook his head repeatedly. A look like don't ever bother me. On the other side, Lin Fu had already taken the lead, the tip of the sword lightly pointing, like the first bloom of the plum, in the snow-covered proudly independent. This move is called the first bloom of the snowy plum. Between the flashes of sword light, it seemed that there were pieces of snowflakes floating down from the tip of the sword, but when it touched the air, it turned into invisible sword chi. Noon Ma's complexion was grave, did not dare to have the slightest carelessness. His body shape retreated sharply, wanting to avoid its front, but Lin Fu's sword force is continuous, followed by a plum shadow flying. The sword body danced and the sword light intertwined into a net, just like in the middle of a winter plum forest, where the wind passed by. The petals flew all over the sky, but each petal is an incomparably sharp sword chi, which blocked the space around the horse in an airtight manner. The sword chi broke through the air, leaving behind icy trails that looked like real snow. Between Lin Fu and Wu Ma, it instantly turned into a world of ice and snow, where the cold plums and white snow are intertwined, which is beautiful, but with hidden killing opportunities. Noon Ma's eyes suddenly lit up, without drawing the scabbard, only with the internal force stirring. In an instant, a sharp aura flourished out from within his body, before the sword came out, but the gas had already arrived. The sharpness of the momentum, indestructible. Immediately afterward, the noon horse figure rose violently, and with a flash of sword light, his sword was already out of its sheath. he saw that the sword was as swift as a dragon coming out of the sea, and it went straight to Lin Fu's face. None of those light petals were spared by this extremely sharp sword stroke of Nunma. As far as the sword light reached, the petals were instantly torn apart by the sword chi, turning into bits of debris that drifted away with the wind. The air was left with only a thin trail of sword marks, as well as the unbeatable sharp sword aura of Nunma for a long time. Within 10 feet around the two of them, a terrifying sword chi visible to the naked eye filled the area. Even the dust is not spared when it gets caught up in it. The light of Noon Horse's sword was like electricity, and it pushed straight into Lin Fu's vitals. Lin Fu raised his hand and blocked, deftly deflecting Noon Ma's attack. The tips of the swords touched each other. Sparks flew everywhere, and the two of them collided with each other's internal strength, stirring up a circle of airwaves. As the battle intensified, the Wuma sword technique changed again, and thousands of sword shadows came in like a tidal wave. Each sword shadow was as sharp as a blade, wanting to cut apart the area where Lin Fu was. Good timing! Lin Fu bellowed out. Ling Frost danced, and his sword light was like a cold plum blooming above the snowy plains. Each plum blossom is a sword chi, colliding with the shadow of the sword of the afternoon horse, forming a thrilling picture of sword fighting. Two people double sword and out, such as dragons and tigers compete, each show mastery. For a time it is difficult to distinguish between winners and losers. Between the flow of Lin Fu's sword light, there seemed to be cold plums blooming in the snow. Each swing of the sword brought up flakes of snow, and the cold air was so aggressive that everything around was frosted and condensed into ice. Noon Horse sword momentum like a gust of wind and rain. The sword has not yet arrived. The sharpness has arrived first. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to be cut by sharp blades, leaving behind tiny cracks. All the things touched, no matter whether they were real or not, were easily crushed by its sharp sword chi. The sound of gold and iron clanking was deafening. The two of them staggered. Sword moves chained, sometimes like a flying swallow shuttle, sometimes like a dragon out of the sea. Every move and every style contained endless power and changes. When the battle was in full swing, Lin Fu's eyes suddenly condensed, like the vision of a falcon, similarly revealing an unrivaled sharpness. Although the cold plum reflecting snow sword technique emphasizes sword intent, but also being a swordsman, how could he not have this aura of preferring to bend? The two sparred several more swords. Lin Fu darted back with a force of recoil and pulled away. Cold plum proud snow, frosty sky cracks. With a clear whistle, Lin Fu gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands. The air around them stagnated, and a clear sword intent streaked across the sky, turning into flying snow. Lin Fu's figure was like blending into the wind and snow. 10,000 cold plums competed to bloom in the boundless void. Each one contained a biting sword aura, and each petal shone with a piercingly cold light, beautiful and murderous. In the next moment, Lin Fu suddenly appeared not far from the lunch horse. With a slight spin of his fingers, 10,000 plums fired in unison, and the sword chi raged towards Noon Ma. Of course, Noon Ma was not willing to show weakness, and the long sword in his hand turned into a streak of light and danced in the air. The tip of the sword flicked, as if there were 10,000 silver snakes dancing wildly, forming a brilliant sword curtain. All of the plum blossom sword chi was blocked. An extreme frost froze the sword screen. The Ling Frost in Lin Fu's hand transformed into an extremely powerful icy blue sword blade. The hearts of all the Jinwu envoys watching the battle were moved. I can see that Lin Fu was trying to settle things in one round. This icy blue sword made them all feel a full sense of threat. A sword across the world. Naked Horse cites his finger and his sword. The tip of the sword was aimed at Lin Fu. He wanted to decide the winner just as much. So you taught him this trick. Ishan looked at the Napoleon's posture with a twitch of color. He crossed paths with Summer. Naturally, he recognized a sword across the world. It's just chance. Summer didn't care. One sword across the world was strong, but it wasn't enough to make a big gap between Noon Ma and Lin Fu. It was still just that the power of Noodle's own kung fu was enough to utilize the power of the sword. The two swords intersected with a roar that shook the sky, and the sword chi and sword ons entwined in a colorful manner, like the most splendid fireworks in the sky. Between the radiance, the area where the two were located distorted with the naked eye. The wind rose up, the sand flew away, and everything lost its color. The clothes on both of them were slashed with countless cuts. A huge cold plum silhouette appeared behind Lin Fu, condensed frost hanging branches, vaguely connected to the sword intent, with the rhythm of 1,000 years of cold iron casting, palpitating, cold plum reflecting snow sword technique, far-reaching meaning, the sword in the flower is the sword is also like the flower, austerity inviolable. Just as the crowd was sighing, a gap opened up in front of them, and a sword chi like a laser suddenly appeared, pushing the cold plum shadow straight towards them. That sword gas became more and more fiery, like the blazing sun burning snow, unstoppable, peeling off the layers of the shadow of the cold plums. Pieces shattered, and turned into points of cold light dissipated. Lin Fu's body trembled slightly. The face turned extremely pale, clenched his teeth. positive with the sword again. A figure suddenly appeared between the two. A casual wave of the hand. Everything became calm. Okay, victory and defeat have been won. Is it really going to be a fight to the death? Ishan stood with his hands in the air. Calmly, he looked at Lin Fu. If that cold plum had been in full bloom just now, maybe there's still a chance of winning. Unfortunately, the Napoleon could sense this just as well. This bout was ultimately better for Nunsma. Chapter 151, Yi Duanzhong. The Zhenwu Division Grand Competition is over. The 12 Zhenwu ambassadors had kept their positions after all. Less than half a month in God's capital. All returned to their own territory one after another. If they were in the divine capital, I'm afraid those great masters lurking in the imperial prince's residence wouldn't quite dare to act so easily. Fruity. After ascertaining that the 12 Zhenwu ambassadors had really left, a large number of scouts are active again. So blatant. It looks like they should be close to finding the location of the ancestral dragon vein. Building height of 100 feet. Flying eaves and corners. If the dragon and phoenix dance, want to pick the stars and the moon. Glazed tiles cover the roof. Glittering, reflecting the sun. Then the golden light, reflecting the moon. Then the silver light flashes. The foundation of the building is vast. Made of green stone. Sturdy and unusual. Surrounded by carved railings and jade masonry. Skillfully crafted. Imperial Palace. Stargazer Building. Xiaomo and Ishan stood side by side. Their clothes fluttering. As if they were guests from the sky. Transcendent. The two of them climbed the building and looked into the distance, taking in the prosperity of the divine capital. The palace is continuous, the city is noisy, the traffic is busy, and the hustle and bustle are all under control. The sky is vast, the clouds roll in and out, as if within reach. Really, hand can pick the stars of the realm also. I've already told you the information about those old monsters. First things first, even if it's a fight for my life, I can at most hold two of them back. You better be prepared. Ishan looked at a sneaky figure several kilometers away. To their realm, vision almost rivals that of an eagle. Don't worry, Daxia wants to unify the ancestral lands again. These old monsters are a step too far. If we can get rid of them all this time, couldn't be better. Summer's tone was full of confidence. After crossing the fourth sixth void tribulation, if he were to face Ishan Su Xian sword again, it should be a lot easier. And, ding, please go to the ancestral dragon vein to sign in. It's a surprise. I didn't expect the system to release a sign-in mission at this time. Ever since I got Little Lee's flying dagger at Plum-Scented Chalet, haven't had a chance to cast yet. In terms of the system's urbane nature, to this stage, the martial arts that come out of signing in are at the level of even if they are not Zhouyu 6 Void Kung Fu and Tai Xin Jing, that would definitely be able to enhance his strength as well. Ishan heard Shama's words. Somewhat suspiciously, he glanced at Shamer. The average person couldn't see the changes that had taken place in Summer in these few short months, but he could more or less sense it. That's a little too amazing. He was stuck in a bottleneck for 20 or 30 years. Can we just say that this is a demon? About half an hour passed. A strange windy sound rang out from the plucked star building. Shadow Fury arched his hand respectfully. Division Master, it's been checked out. I'm afraid the ancestral dragon vein is in the calibrated river. These days, the people in the houses of several of your highnesses have different processes though. But in the end, they all go in the direction of the calibrated river. There are brothers in the division who are good swimmers who dive to the bottom of the calibrated river. Found something else down there. I'm afraid there's an underwater dungeon. Judging by some of the bits and pieces scattered in the river, there are many things that are indeed from that era of the Holy Dynasty. The Jidian River, meandering for 10,000 miles, with waves as rough as 10,000 horses galloping. There is even a portion of the Caliente River that passes through the city. Where is the location of the underground palace in the calibrated river? Shamer turned his head to look at Shadow Fury. Back to Division Master, 800 miles east of the divine capital. Also, one more thing. Shadow Fury gulped a bit. Say, Shadow Fury's body shook. Master of the division. The 4 Grand Masters in your highness's mansion seem to have sensed us. An hour ago, they were all gone, along with several of your highnesses. Shadow Fury got down on one knee as he spoke. It doesn't take much to think about this situation. The 4 emperors had become hostages in the hands of the other party at this moment, despite the fact that they colluded with a foreign dynasty and committed a great crime. There can be a day without a public will. For one day they were the imperial sons of the Great Summer, for disappeared at once this time. Either way, it's a dereliction of duty on the part of the Zhenwu division. Shadow Fury looked up cautiously at Shamer. There was no sadness or joy on Summer's face. It even looked like it was expected. After all, it's the existence of the top 3 in the martial assessment of the Tianji Pavilion of several great dynasties. Although because of the fear of the Zhenwu division, I have been staying in the mansion for the past half year. But if you haven't noticed your stalking until now, then it is this king who really doubts their level. These 4 idiots deserve to die for colluding with foreign enemies, but it's not going to be easy with father after all. This king is not someone who has to fight hand to hand. Inform them. When you do it, be careful of the lives of the 4 highnesses. Go on. The words fell. Shadow Fury had disappeared to the top of the Stargazer building. The division master has allowed the 12 Jinwu envoys to return to the divine capital? Ichuan asked as he looked in the direction Shadow Fury had left. Of course not. The 12 Jinwu ambassadors have naturally all gone back, except for the 2 who are closer to the Middle Kingdom who were able to make it back in time. None of the other Jinwu ambassadors will act. Summers replied with a smile. If we don't make a move, 2 Jinwu envoys, even if we add Lin Fu, Shadow Fury and the 2 from the palace, I'm afraid I'm no match for those guys? Facing a top Grand Master like that, those secret guards who take the Demon Rising pill can't be of much use at all. Did Ishan talk to himself? Before Shamer could respond, suddenly something came to mind. Go! Shamer made a gentle leap, stepped out of the Star Pickers building. A ripple of water appeared under his feet. The person has disappeared. Ishan's footsteps were a little bit, and he similarly made a false step in the air and followed. Bastard! How dare you treat this palace like this? In a dense forest outside the divine capital, the second prince sat on the ground in a sorry state. If eyes could eat people, then Morong Su. No, it should be Amigurumi who has gone back to his real name. It's been dead for I don't know how many times. Ha! Your Disya's prince is really something. There are terrifying figures like the Martial King. There are also idiots like the Second Highness. Amugulin opened his water bladder and took a gentle sip, not caring in the slightest about the second prince's eyes that wanted to eat people. Since you've already found the location of the ancestral dragon vein, why do you still want to take this palace captive? The palace can assure you that it will not go to expose you. How about releasing this palace? Amugulin casually struck a strong wind. The second prince directly fainted. All out. I have your royal son. Is there no regard for him? Amugulin said softly. 3 figures had surrounded him at some point. Chapter 152, Siege. The second highness's status is honorable though, but his majesty said that compared to my Disya's 1,000-year cause, if his second highness were to meet with misfortune, it would be considered a blessing for him. Colluding with the Grassland dynasty and plotting the ancestral dragon vein. Second highness, even if you are able to go back, I'm afraid I won't be able to avoid walking up to the clan house. Besides, I really don't believe that you would make a move to kill the second highness until it's a matter of life and death. Eunuch Lee flicked his duster, eyes dead set on Amigurumi, third in the Prairie Tianji Pavilion martial arts rating, though not necessarily with the gold content of the Great Summer Machine Pavilion martial arts assessment, but it can be ranked in the top 3 in the huge Grassland dynasty. This man is by no means a generalist. So it's you, old eunuch. I didn't expect the Xia Emperor to be willing to send you out this time. Aren't you afraid of having your head taken off in the palace? You guys were able to find me, so I'm sure you can't hide the traces of the other few guys from you either. Amugulin recognized Eunuch Lee at once. Out of the corner of his eye, he was surveying the other 2. An old man with the appearance of an ancient pine, skin like a rocky cliff, and white hair. A handsome young man with an unruly brow. Cinnabar dragon. Cinnabar tiger. The eastern and southern states are not far from the central plains. The 2 of you are quite capable of fighting this time lag. However, our people have confirmed that all 12 Jinwu ambassadors have returned to their respective state capitals. I don't believe that the other Jinwu envoys will be able to arrive as well, unless they can fly. Saw the 2 Jinwu ambassadors. Amukurin's gaze was slightly strained. These 2 guys had quite a reputation among the 12 Jinwu envoys. Humph, that's none of your business. Behind your back if you know what's good for you. Spare everyone the trouble. Inhu sneered. A flash of imperceptible madness flashed in his eyes. Such a strong enemy was what he had been hoping for. I don't know how many more bones will be broken today. What's with all the bull asterisk. Take this Fong down quickly. Elder Long's figure swayed, only to see his feet not pointing to the ground, and in an instant he had reached mid-air. Both palms contained power, stored and waiting to be launched, to the top of the head of the Amu Gulong, violently a palm blast. It's called the Dragon's Remorse. The palm wind seemed to carry the might of heaven and earth, transforming into an invisible dragon that roared and slapped at Amu Gulong in the air. In an instant, the surrounding air was torn apart by this force, forming a circle of cyclones visible to the naked eye. It was accompanied by a deafening dragon's roar that struck a chord of awe. It was as if the ground beneath Amuguling's feet was being suppressed by an invisible gravity, and even the air became heavy and difficult to move. At the same time, Eunuch Lee transformed into a residual shadow, swiftly swept towards the unconscious second prince. Poof, and say you don't care. Amuguling's feet are firmly planted on the ground. In a flash, a wild and domineering aura erupted from his body. The arms seemed to have transformed into a gale, swirling up the surrounding dust and fallen leaves to form a huge wind whirlwind. He fought against Master Long's excessive dragon's regret. Bang! Master Long's palm wind was blocked by Amu Guling's wind whirlwind, and was unable to advance an inch for a moment. For his part, Amugulin took this opportunity to spread his body. Only a faint remnant was left behind. The speed was 3 times faster than Uniquely. Swiftly swept to the unconscious second prince's side. Uniquely is like an old tree coiled roots, steady with ruthless, the duster in his hand lightly waved, but contains an extraordinary momentum. The seemingly soft duster was as if it had been given life. It instantly transformed into a sharp black and white intertwined blade, pushing straight towards Amu Gurung. Yin and Yang cut the twilight, describing the mystery of heaven and earth and the intertwining of Yin and Yang. With one swing, the Yin and Yang are separated, and the dawn and dusk are decided. Amugulin was shocked in his heart. This old eunuch's kung fu, rigid and fierce, is not as good as that old man's palm just now, but the killing power is much better. With both fists clenched, Amu Gurung instantly rose up in the air, avoiding Eunuch Li's flick of the dust. At the same time, his hands quickly changed and transformed into eagle claws, lunging towards the trajectory of the duster, attempting to crack the mystery of this yin and yang, cutting the dusk and dawn with a rigid force. Although Eunuch Li has lived in the palace for a long time, but the experience of fighting is very rich, the duster flexibly turned in the air, the black and white chi intertwined, as if it could predict Amuguling's movements. Always a deadly threat. Although Amu Guling's eagle claws were fierce, it was difficult for a moment to reach the duster's body, and the two sides were caught in a fierce exchange of blows. Right at this moment, the unconscious second prince, beside his body, even slowly condensed a thick pitch-black shadow. The shadow spread out wordlessly, eventually wrapping the second prince's body completely. Then the shadow moved away from the area at an alarming rate. Where to go? Amu Guling's angry roar cut through the momentary tranquility, his face instantly turning iron blue, no longer the calm and collected that he had been before. Just at the moment when Eunuch Li's duster was about to touch his lapel, Amuguling's palms had coalesced into 2 brilliant golden rays. The golden palm wind instantly erupted, like the rising sun piercing through the clouds, and fought against Eunuch Li's yin-yang, cutting dusk and dawn head-on. Eunuch Li's duster looked like it had encountered something horrible. It split apart the moment it came into contact with the golden palm wind. Poof! Eunuch Li stifled a grunt and flew back. Amu Guling is, after all, the third in the Prairie Dynasty Tianji Pavilion's martial arts evaluation. Naturally, it wouldn't be something he could fight against alone. After getting rid of Eunuch Li's entanglement, Amu Guling chased after him towards the pitch-black shadow that wrapped around the second prince. This is the divine capital of Daxia. The location of the ancestral dragon vein has been exposed. What happens next? Amugulin had it in his mind. There's a royal son in the hand. The odds of him getting back alive could increase quite a bit. Never! In whose eyes flashed with a sharp light, and his body was surrounded by a faint layer of electric light. Both feet violently stomped on the ground, and his figure instantly blurred, as if he had transformed into several residual shadows. Ray step instantly closes the distance to Amigurumi. Come to me dead. In whose right fist was clenched tightly, and then opened violently, with 5 fingers like hooks, flashing with a metallic cold luster. With a wave of his arm, the air seemed to explode with thunder. 5 claw shadows containing thunder cut through the void and directly attacked Amu Guling. Get thee outta here! The shadow in front of him was unknown. The speed would have been extremely fast. At this moment, the distance was getting farther and farther away when he was blocked by Inhu. Amigurumi swings with a hook. A shadow of a pale wolf brought up a gust of wind that swept up the fallen leaves and dust on the ground, creating a swirling storm. It was as if a small natural disaster had erupted when their attacks finally met. The wind and thunder between heaven and earth converged into a river at this moment. The air around them was twisted and distorted by this force. A circle of ripples visible to the naked eye spread in all directions. Everyone felt the shock of this power. The two men's moves became more and more subtle. Dozens of moves had been demolished in an instant. Inuyasha gets forced back by a jab from Amigurumi. A cocky look on his face. Hey! Third in the Tianji Pavilion's martial arts evaluation? This guy is much weaker than Lan Jun. Chapter 153, Dark Guard Commander. At the time of the Devil's State, Inhu teamed up with Z Mouse and Lu Rinchen to deal with Lan Jun, who was the third highest rated martial artist in the Grand Xia. At that time, the three of them joined forces, but they didn't take any advantage. Now that half a year had passed, although Inhu thought that his kung fu had improved, however, there was still a considerable distance from that level of Lan Jun. May fight with Amigurumi. Discovering that this guy was all over the Prairie Dynasty side of martial arts was powerful though, and yet, it was not as good as Lan Jun at the time. Cynthia clawed towards Amugulin. The wind and thunder whistled. Amigurumi punches the air. A sound similar to a wolf's howl erupted. The powerful force caused Torahu to fly back. That's all the delay. The massive shadows wrapped around the second prince had long since disappeared from view. Ow! Elder Long rose up in the air. the flying dragon in the sky move violently slapped towards Amu Gulong. Amukorin's shape suddenly turned into a wisp of green smoke, and when there was no time to lose, he skillfully weaved his way through the palm force and avoided the thunderous strike. As Amu Guling's figure flashed by, a palm print several feet deep and more than 10 feet wide was left on the ground. It was the result of Master Long's palm force, with the rigidity of the 18th palm of the descending dragon. Even if Amuguling's power was above Elder Long's, and never want to take it hard, Amu Guling just set up his stance, and before he could catch his breath, he suddenly heard the sound of the wind, and Uniquely had already killed him like a ghost. Both hands fluttered. It was the day and night without boundary, the masterpiece of the yin and yang cutting dusk and dawn. Black and white chi lingered between his palms. With a stern cry, the palm wind whistled and the black and white chi rotated rapidly. It actually formed an unrivaled sword chi and chopped towards Amu Guling's head. Space seems to be split in two, with alternating flashes of light and darkness, day and night, dazzling the eye. Amu Guling, heart secretly aghast. Know that this move is not trivial. Immediately concentrate on the concentration. The body shape slightly rotated, and the palms of his hands held in vain, as if he wanted to include all things in heaven and earth in his arms, and as if he was simulating the solidity of the grassland dome. In an instant, his body was surrounded by an abundant chi, and his form stood like an ancient tree in the sky. As Uniquely's day and night without boundaries sword chi approached, Amu Guling let out a low roar and blasted his fist towards the sword chi. Waves of air scattered in all directions and sand flew. Uniquely retreated several steps. Amugu froze but stood still for a moment. Inhu and Elder Long gathered around at this time. The three of them formed a formation of 3 talents, and all of them made a move towards Amukorin. Well, you Daxia people really don't know what to do. Today, I'll settle you guys first. Amukorin laughed in anger. The whole body was filled with golden light. A golden giant wolf silhouette appeared from the top of his head. The golden giant wolf whistled up to the sky. A huge shockwave diffused the attacks of Inhu, Elder Long, and Uniquely. Bang! The hair on the golden giant wolf's entire body stood up. Countless golden needles shot out in all directions. Whether it's trees, rocks or the ground, all of them were made to look like 1,000 holes by these golden needles condensed by the true chi. Inhu, Elder Long, and Uniquely surprisingly did not dodge at all. There have been a number of stunts. Wind and thunderclaws, dragon subduing 18 palms, yin and yang cutting the dusk. A vacuum formed in the area where the 4 were. Inhu, Elder Long, and Uniquely's bodies were pierced by many golden needles. Blood is flowing, but fortunately, they all avoided the vitals. Amugulin's face was pale. The golden giant wolf behind him turned much darker. Are these 3 guys desperate? Surprisingly, he took this life-for-life approach to fighting. At this rate, even if one would be meta. But they're dead. The sun's color is brilliant, and its light pours over the earth. Just as the 4 were at a standstill, the shadows behind Amigurumi swayed gently. A figure came out from the dark corner, as if solidifying from nothingness. The one that slowly emerged from the shadow of Amigurumi, dressed in a nondescript black power suit. The material of the garment clung to his figure, outlining his lean and athletic physique. A broad black bucket hat covered most of his face, revealing only his tightly pursed thin lips and the faint stubble on his chin. His eyes were hidden in the shadow of his bucket hat, but the occasional flash of cold light revealed a haunting sharpness. It's you! Amugulin looked behind him out of the corner of his eye. There can be no mistaking this scent. It's the one who snatched the second prince just now. The commander of the secret guards beside the Xia Emperor. Amugulin instantly guessed the identity of this person. This strange ability to lurk in the shadows of others. It's really a little bit unbelievable. Grand Masters were still only mortal in the end. Was about to make a move, but Inhu, Elder Long, and Uniquely could not let him have his way. This is a good opportunity to create. The 3 of them released their true chi in their bodies with all their might. It was as if the area was imprisoned. All the golden needles were frozen in mid-air. The golden giant wolf silhouette was getting dimmer and dimmer. If Amukorin were to withdraw his hand at this moment to deal with the Dark Guard commander, that was bound to be a heavy blow to the 3 of them. The shadows on the ground began to change, gradually expanding into a perfect circle, surrounding Amugulin completely. There was no dead space. Half of the Dark Guard commander's body emerged from the shadows, stretching out a finger. He gently pointed it at Amigurumi. Numerous sharp shadow blades suddenly erupted from the shadows underneath Amugu Frozen's feet. They seemed to have been galvanized by some kind of force, and they stabbed towards Amugulin like lightning. The golden giant wolf's shadow collapsed the instant it was pierced by the shadow blade. Amugulin's chest churned with blood, and a mouthful of blood gushed out unexpectedly. Ruthlessness and unwillingness were intertwined. Like a wild beast's frantic recoil after being injured, he no longer had any hesitation, and with a palm wrapped in a mountainous force, he fiercely slapped at the Dark Guard commander. Go to hell! The Dark Guard commander didn't even choose to dodge, and took the palm hard. there was a muffled grunt, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, and blood slowly seeped out of his 7 orifices. In this moment of life and death, the Dark Guard commander's hands were like iron pincers, firmly grasping Amu Guling's wrists. The shadow covered it quickly. What? Amugu froze and blushed, horrified. He found himself unable to break free for a moment. Die, die, die for us. Elder Long, In Hu, and Eunuch Lee could not let go of this opportunity. All of them exerted their lifelong strength. All together, they hit the body of Amigurumi. Blood poured wildly from Anukoran's mouth. With a backlash before dying, a powerful aura erupted. No good. Retreat. In Hu was the first to execute Thunderstep to fly back. This guy is at the end of his rope. No need to die with him. Slowly wear him out. Eunuch Lee's likeness was not in any way inferior to In Hu's. The Dark Guard commander's stance was even more bizarre. Dragging his wounded body, he sank straight into the shadows. The next moment, it appeared by a large tree in the distance. Only Elder Long was a beat slower. He had no choice but to perform the dragon subduing 18 palms to strike towards Amukoran again. Then the body flew out like a kite with broken strings. Amugu froze and staggered where he stood. Chapter 154 Old Star Ghost. Phew, phew. Several heavy breaths sounded through the forest. 4 figures surrounded a body lying on the ground. There were inexplicable looks on the gods' faces. I can't believe we actually killed him. In Hu showed a flash of excitement. There was a time when he could never have imagined that a Grand Master who was in the top 3 on the Tianji Pavilion's martial arts evaluation would die by his own hands. It was a combined effort of 4 people, but the final fatal blow was done by him independently. The ground was mercilessly torn apart, and huge craters stretched across it. A battle of 5 great masters. Almost all of this dense forest was destroyed. Lord Commander, where is the Second Highness? Eunuch Lee asked towards the Dark Guard commander. Don't worry, Eunuch Lee. I've already had someone bring Second Highness back to the Divine Capital. Otherwise it would not have been possible to come to your support. The Dark Guard commander's voice was a bit hoarse. The weakness in it was audible to those present. After all, he had just done it to create that great opportunity. Hard takes a slap on the ass from Amigurumi. If it wasn't for the fact that the kung fu he practiced was able to greatly weaken the power of this kind of palm force, that slap just now could have really killed him. Oomph, this guy is really hard to kill. A voice even weaker than that of the Dark Guard commander rang out. Elder Long coldly grunted as he looked at the corpse of Amu Guruan. His likeness was no match for the remaining few. It was almost as if one person had endured the counterattack of this prairie grandmaster. Luckily, enough damage had been done to him earlier. It was also fortunate that the power of the dragon subduing palm was most powerful enough. But even so, Elder Long's internal organs were severely damaged. How about now? Is it to back up the others? In Hu spoke up. He was the least injured of the 4. It can be said to have retained almost its full war chest. Eunuch Lee gently shook his head. The orders we received were only to settle a Muguling alone. Now it is accomplished. Naturally, we have to return to the palace to resume our orders to His Majesty. The Dark Guard commander nodded as well. I'm not lightly injured. If I go up against a great master of this level again, must die. Torahu was a little disgruntled. Then he looked at Elder Long. What are you looking at the old man for? Inuyasha boy, the division master didn't order us to support the other teams. Just don't make more trouble. Besides, do you think my old bones can stand another fight? Elder Long blew his beard and eyes out. If it wasn't for this kid dodging too fast just now, he wasn't above carrying Amugurum's counterattack all by himself. Cut. Inuyasha spat. And no more words. There. I think we'd better go back first. We've long since figured out the identities of the several great grandmasters who infiltrated the Divine Capital. The lineup for them this time can be quite targeted. We were able to kill Amigurumi. I'm sure a few other teams won't be surprised. Phew. Finally dead. I'm afraid that if we keep fighting, we're all going to have casualties. In the middle of a canyon, the crystal clear river flows leisurely. Elder Tianhe, Old Taoist Yun Chang, and Monk Shikong were sitting cross-legged on the ground. Looking at the appearance of the 3, it was obvious that they had just experienced a great battle. There was indeed a body lying not far away. There was also an old man in a crimson Taoist robe standing next to the corpse. In the old man's hand, he was also carrying an unconscious youth. The old man gently probed his hand towards the youth's nose. The 6th Imperial Highness is still alive. Don't you worry about it. Old Taoist Yun Cheng and Monk Shikong simultaneously sighed in relief. This person is from the Northern Border's Heavenly Pond, and I heard that he is ranked 3rd in the Northern Border's martial assessment. This time it was all thanks to the work of the real person that he was able to kill him. Elder Skycrane looked at the body on the ground. A flash of fear flashed across his face. Just a little bit closer. He could be accounted for here. And the old man with the crimson Taoist robes. It was the previous head of the Jiang sect. Great Summer Machine Pavilion's 5th-ranked realist Liang. Realist Liang looked at the corpse on the ground with some gravity. In all honesty, This person's martial arts are indeed a shade better than poverty's. If it weren't for the help of the three of you, it's absolutely impossible to kill him with just my strength alone. Ba. Anyway, our mission is kind of done. The sixth prince is also alive. It's good to go back and talk to His Majesty. Monk Shikon clasped his hands together, whispered. Realist Liang and Elder Tanha didn't have any opinions. They didn't have much psychological burden on the Summer Emperor. But to that martial king His Highness, then the two of you will take this Imperial Highness back first. The poor Taoist still has important matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Realist Liang gently put the sixth prince down. It then turned into a ball of fire, leaving this grand canyon. Elder Skycrane also bid farewell to the two. After the two left, Old Taoist Yun Sheng and Monk Shikon looked at each other. Old Monk, do you think they'll go and watch the fun? Ha. Old Taoist you knowingly ask. An existence of that level exchanging blows. If one can observe a bit from it, it's a great benefit to a great master like us. Then hurry up and send the sixth prince back. Let's both rush over there again. Good. Beyond the deserted countryside, there is an abandoned court with no one in it. The door is half covered. Artemisia is all over the path. The wind passes through the gap, bringing up several points of dust and sand. The hall is crumbling. The rubble is scattered. The sun's shadow is dappled, illuminating the cobwebs and rat trails. Come out. A black-robed man sat on a stone bench in the courtyard. Suddenly whispered. Another figure was in the courtyard without warning. I didn't expect the great Qi martial realms Mr. Li to be in such a sorry state. The black-robed man looked at the other figure and uttered a scoff. The man known as Mr. Li is a woman with a knife in her hand. Woman, where is that royal sun in your hand? The black-robed man scoffed afterward. Somewhat suspiciously, he looked at Li. This woman was ranked third in Dichi's Tianji Pavilion martial arts evaluation, and the number one swordsman in Daki. Not an easy role to play. Robbed, Mr. Li sounded a little different. Are you hurt? The black-robed man frowned, just about to get up. Suddenly there was a lurch in his feet, snapping to one side. The place where you enter your eyes is empty. The figure of that third prince's highness who had taken the trouble to capture this place from the god's capital, just now, right under his nose, disappeared. Three figures suddenly appeared in this abandoned courtyard. Li had his hand on the hilt. The black-robed man looked towards the one in the middle of the three figures. Somewhat skeptically, he said, "You are the Star Old Ghost?" Chapter 155, King of Dark Weapons. The blue and yellow springs are all in the eyes, and the dry universe is twisted to the west and east. The stars fall as chess pieces, and the formation is set to determine the fate of the pieces. In addition to the Tianji Pavilion, the Star Trail Chi Men of the Star Sect of the Spirit State was the most popular of the Chi Men of Daxia. The Star Sect has secretly passed down this strange art, and for many years it has been the only one in the Jianghu. The current Star Sect Patriarch, ranked fourth in the Tianji Pavilion's martial assessment. But there has been a saying in the jungle. One would rather mess with the demon Sect Lanjun than offend the old ghost of the Star Sect. Star Track Chiman. Observe the stars and measure luck to know the destiny of heaven. The average juggler is confronted with a strange art. Simply don't know how to respond. It's easy to get into a dead end and not realize it. And the art of the strange door, too, is rarely able to be in the mortal stage. You will be able to master the art of natural energy. The old star ghost looks ancient and strange. His beard and hair are white, like frost covering the pine, floating and unruly. A pair of eyes that seem to have strange powers. It seems to have insight into the secrets of the stars above the nine heavens. A green shirt with fluttering robe sleeves that move with the wind. In his hand, he holds a long staff, the head of which is inlaid with treasure. The name of this staff is Lead Star, which is a token of the successive Star Sect Patriarchs. Both of you, you'd better tie your hands. Old Star Ghost's gaze fell on the black-robed man and Mr. Li. Mr. Li of the Daki martial realm, the divine envoy of the barbarian temple. The two of you are ranked third and second in the Tianji Pavilion martial assessment in your respective dynasties. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to stop you two today. The person to the left of the Star Old Ghost said. The temple messenger looked over. The person who spoke was a middle-aged scribe, with an internalized divine light and an aura somewhat similar to that of the old Star Ghost. Rather unexpected. The Star Sect has another Grand Master besides you. Star Old Man. The temple messenger looked at the middle-aged scribe and sighed. The Chimera arts are vast and profound. It's hard for an ordinary person to even get in the door, not to mention learning the art of Kismet at the same time. He also cultivated martial arts to the level of a great master. The middle-aged scribe smiled faintly. Star Clan, Liao Jinsong. The temple messenger's gaze was slightly condensed. So it's you, Smiley. Before we came to Daxia, we had a detailed investigation of the experts in the Jianghu. Shouldn't you have died 10 years ago? This middle-aged scribe was of the same generation as old Ghost Star. However, rumor has it that this person met a great enemy 10 years ago and died long ago on the left side of the road. Hey, the way of good and bad fortune is minimal and wonderful. Sort of my life is not meant to be. Rather too, today, a sign of great evil. The middle-aged scribe shifted his feet without thinking. The three had scattered around the abandoned courtyard. In a marvelous standing position, he surrounded the temple messenger and Mr. Li of Daji. Humph, big talk. The temple messenger was rather disdainful. Chimera is indeed a divine skill in the eyes of the general public, but martial arts cultivation has reached the realm of the great master. Has a very keen sense of the Chimen's bureau laid down by the warlocks. A warlock of the caliber of the middle-aged scribe. He doesn't put it in his eyes yet. The real threat of the temple messenger looked at the old star ghost, who was holding the star staff. The gaze sank slightly. This old thing was also a character who had dominated the Grand Summer Machine Pavilion martial assessment for 2 terms. The last armor was the 4th. This one is still 4th. This should be the famous Iron Blood Judge, right? The temple messenger looked to the person to the right of the star old ghost. Iron Blood Judge? No one knows what his real name is anymore. I only know the Iron Blood Divine Palm and the Judge's Pen, which are the best in the world. 6th in the Great Summer Machine Pavilion martial arts rating. His character is fierce and decisive. Just like the judge with an iron face who never shows any mercy to his enemies. Hence his name. This term's Grand Master on the Tianji Pavilion martial assessment. Almost a third of them died at the hands of Shamer. If it weren't for the Jinwu division filling the void, then I'm afraid that the power of the Dasha Jianghu has weakened to an unprecedented level. The Iron Blood Judge ignored the temple messenger. Instead, he looked to Mr. Li. I can't cast in here. How about going outside? Facing the temple messenger. The Star Sovereign should not be able to get away. This you're the perfect opportunity to get rid of. Li didn't say much. On your toes. Flying, he swept out of the courtyard. The Iron Blood Judge also disappeared into the courtyard with a whoosh. Elder Li, go help. The star old ghost stared at the temple messenger and spoke. Sovereign? The middle-aged scribe was startled. This temple messenger was ranked 2nd in the Barbarian Heavenly Chance Pavilion's martial assessment. The two of them teamed up to cast the Star Trek Wonder Gate. Should have a better chance of winning. As long as the Iron Blood Judge stalls the one from Dachi for a while, they can naturally go forward to provide support. Go on. Old Star Ghost's voice was calm. The middle-aged scribe's brows were slightly knitted, and his eyes flickered with what appeared to be hesitation. Still, the decision was made immediately. The body turned into a bit of starlight. Out of nowhere, he disappeared into thin air. It would be good for him to help the Iron Blood Judge take down that Mr. Li first. With the strength of the Patriarch, there's no need to worry about anything at all. Face me alone. Gutsy. The means that robbed the third prince just now is the so-called Star Trek Chi-Man, right? The temple messenger looked at the old star ghost. Hands were behind his back in an unobtrusive manner. With a slight movement of his fingers, countless metal chains as thin as hair were sent out in all directions. Chains and shadows were as if they were invisible webs woven in the darkness of the night, quietly had surrounded the old star ghost. Let this messenger see it. The temple messenger's fingers were nimble as a weave, as if directing invisible dancers, as if responding to his will. Those chains instantly accelerated and transformed into a streak of black lightning. In the blink of an eye, it had already bound the body of the star old ghost. The star old ghost did not look shocked. Instead, the corner of his mouth hooked into a faint smile. Although the star sect is isolated in the spirit state, I have heard of your excellency's name. Your excellency is known as the king of concealed weapons in the savage wasteland. I don't know if it lives up to its name. The star old ghost's eyes were slightly closed, and a mysterious aura began to permeate around his body. The temple messenger seemed to sense something. 5 fingers exerted force, and the silken chain contracted sharply. From a distance, the star old ghost's body instantly distorted, and those almost transparent chains were constantly dripping with purple-black liquid at the moment. Apparently it contains high levels of poison. Is this the famous phantom chain? I'm afraid that ordinary grade masters would find it hard to even notice. Old Star Ghost's voice came from the other side. The old Star Ghost who was originally bound by the chain. It's a cloud of air at the moment. The temple messenger wasn't the least bit surprised either. If it's that easy to get rid of the other side, that would be fantastic. With that in mind, the temple messenger spread out his 5 fingers. Countless fine particles, if any, floated in thin air around that palm. The phantom chain can't catch your words. Then try this phantom dust again. Chapter 156 Star Trek Strange Door. Phantom dust. A curious look appeared in the star old ghost's eyes. Just like this king of concealed weapons was far away from the barbarians but had heard of the Star Trail strange sect, he had also heard of the so-called phantom dust. It is said that this concealed weapon is not a solid object, but a fine particle made of a special material, light as dust, colorless, odorless and hard to detect. All the user had to do was sprinkle it lightly, and the phantom dust would fill the air, creating an impenetrable mist. By the time the mist dissipated, all the enemies inside were dead. A smile appeared at the corner of the temple messenger's mouth. It seemed to be extremely confident in its next tactic. Reach out and flick your hand. The nearly transparent particles slowly drifted out. Instantly, the entire courtyard was enveloped by a thick mist. As the phantom dust filled the air, the temple messenger's figure gradually disappeared into the mist. The star-old ghost's eyes flickered. A strange pattern emerged from it. From a distance, it looks like a link in the tracks between the stars. So it is. Not only sight, but even hearing and perception are greatly disturbed. I am all yet. An ordinary person enveloped by this phantom dust is no different from a dead person in an instant. The star-old man's star staff in his hand gently touched the bottom. A gale of wind sprang up. Unfortunately, the surrounding mists rolled around without a single sign of dissipation. Hey, don't bother. This phantom dust of mine looks small though, but every grain is heavy. It can't be blown away so easily by you. The temple messenger's voice came out of the mists. It felt like the sound source was coming from all directions. It's impossible to tell exactly which direction it's coming from. As time passes, the star-old ghost's body trembled. This is poison? Feel the difference in your body. The star-old ghost revealed a surprised look. What kind of poison could work on him? Hey, stop struggling. I don't even know the name of this poison. Except he was able to instantly paralyze the meridians in your brain. Even the Grand Master is no exception. It's over. 10,000 strands of fine needles, as tiny as a cow's hair, flew all over the sky, and all of them attacked the star-old ghost at a rapid pace. The ground cracked and the walls crumbled, and the fine needles were as pervasive as a torrential downpour. Ground masonry, all were smashed to pieces. That's not necessarily true. The old star ghost looked calm. His feet suddenly glowed. 7 channels of photoelectricity instantly sprang up, interweaving into a diagram, fitting the shape of the Big Dipper and the North Dipper. Bright white light burst out from the star-old ghost's body. In the light of the glow, all the fine needles fell to the ground. This light not only reflected his body, but also penetrated the surrounding fog, and all the darkness was dispersed. In the mist, a humanoid figure gradually coalesced and took shape. No way? What is this? It was actually able to penetrate the phantom dust? And, aren't you poisoned? The temple messenger was a bit incredulous as he looked at the star elder ghost whose light was getting brighter. My star sect star tracking strange sect is different from ordinary strange sect techniques. When a walker is lost, looking up to the Big Dipper, the direction will be clear, as if a bright light shines on a dark path, guiding the way back without fear. The radiance of the 7 stars is like a heavenly spring cleansing the heart, removing the filth of the world and purifying all things. That's why your phantom dust can't block my vision. All of your toxins that were able to paralyze the meridians in your brain have also been cleared away. Star-old ghost said calmly as he looked at the temple messenger who had appeared. Oomph. The temple messenger snorted coldly. It seemed to be very displeased with star-old ghost's tone. A red tail feather appeared in his hand. It's called Phoenix Feather, and it has a hidden mechanism inside. It required an extremely strong internal force to be able to catalyze it. The temple messenger was on his toes. The entire person took off into the air and flew over the ruined courtyard. 10,000 flames danced with the feather, as if the phoenix had risen from the ashes and the flames burned the sky. It's not over yet. The temple messenger had a fierce light in his eyes. Another object was brought out, shaped like a miniature dragon with a pearl in its head. It is called Song Long Shao and contains poison and steel needles. As it was thrown, the sound waves stirred, causing people's minds to be unsettled. And the fine needles hidden in the dragon's body are even more silent to take people's lives. And each needle is precise and accurate, aiming directly at the vitals. Coupled with the erosion of poison, the person in a moment the tendons and veins are broken. The pain is unbearable, and its mighty momentum, not losing the phoenix feather magnificent blow. Starfield condensation. Star-old ghost's voice turned quite serious at this moment. The jewel on the star staff suddenly shone with great splendor and light, reflecting in all directions. The technique was both unfolded, and amidst the gemstone's radiance, it seemed as if countless star trails were intertwined and entwined, forming a strange domain. Within the realm, the movement of all things is governed by it. The wind rises and falls, the clouds roll in and out, and it all becomes slow motion. The dust has become sluggish and heavy. The sky was filled with fire, originally like an angry dragon roaring, wanting to burn the sky. At the moment, it was as if it was sealed, and the flames danced around, losing their previous fury and rampage. Each flicker of flame was like a carefully sculpted work of art, slowly swaying. The heat and energy inside are bound by the starfield condensation, making it difficult to leak out. Meanwhile, in the dark places all around, poisonous needles rained down, impermeable, and were supposed to take people's lives silently. And now it was all suspended in mid-air, with the cold light and venom flashing from the tips of the needles. It looked hideous in the slow stream of time, yet it was powerless to hurt. Each poisonous needle is like a viper frozen in time, losing its former speed and virulence. It became a picture of static terror. The temple messenger's body was completely fixed in mid-air. eyes wide, as if seeing something extremely unbelievable. He felt that his body had become abnormally heavy, as if it was being pressed by 10,000 pounds of boulders. All other parts of the body seemed to be out of control except for the thoughts that were still spinning in the head. Even trying to blink was extraordinarily difficult. This, impossible, the temple messenger exclaimed inwardly. A powerful force suddenly erupted from his body. After all, it was one of the few top grand masters in the world. With this burst of power, it was as if the true chi in the temple messenger's body had been awakened. It turned into a substantial stream of air, weaving and surging around his body. Immediately after that, his arm actually moved slowly, although the movement remained a bit stiff. But it was obvious that he could temporarily get rid of the star-old ghost's tactics. This old man's strange arts are eccentric. It's not advisable to engage in a battle. It's better to withdraw first. A flat bead suddenly appeared in the temple messenger's hand. The gaze that looked at the star-old ghost was filled with scorn. Chapter 157, The Fierce Position. The temple messenger's hand gently loosened. The unusually ordinary-looking bead slowly fell down from mid-air. The star-old man's star field condensation has not been removed, but it didn't seem to affect the bead at all. As the beads fell, the air seemed to be cut by sharpness, emitting a sharp whistling sound. A ripple of flame visible to the naked eye erupted around the bead. It was the dazzling light and fire created by the violent friction with the thin air when moving at high speed, like a fire left behind by a god. It raged through the mortal world and crashed into the courtyard with a bang. The moment the beads touched the ground, there was no loud sound as expected. Instead, there was a deep and depressing roar. It rose from the ground and instantly covered the entire space. The scenery in the courtyard changed radically at that moment. A twisted and violent energy fluctuation filled the air. The grass withered. The moss on the stone path was instantly vaporized without a trace. And even the air seemed to become heavy and hot. A shocking explosive force centered on the bead's landing point and swept out in all directions like a furious sea. It wasn't just a physical explosion. It was a rampage on an energetic level that defied the boundaries of matter. The courtyard was completely erased from the land as if it had never existed. In its place was a jaw-droppingly huge, deep crater. Like a greedy beast, it suddenly opened its bloody mouth and devoured everything around it. This deep pit, with a diameter wide enough to allow dozens of houses to stand side by side without being crowded. The edges are steep and straight, as if cut by an invisible knife, exposing bare soil and gravel. The three figures flashed out with amazing speed, whoosh whoosh whoosh, and instantly arrived at the edge of that huge deep pit. The middle-aged scribe's pupils flickered with horror. There were several cuts on his body that had been torn open by sharp instruments. Is Star Sovereign okay? The Iron Blood Judge frowned. It looked much better than the middle-aged scribe. Lee clutched the knife in his hand. The eyes were equally somewhat cloudy. Just now, the three of them were fighting furiously not far outside the courtyard. If it wasn't for the quick reaction, I'm afraid they'll all be caught in the blast. Don't worry, with Sovereign's strength, nothing will happen. It is now imperative that this man be taken down. The middle-aged scribe looked back. Looking at Mr. Lee, he gritted his teeth. This woman doesn't know what's gotten into her. Wound for wound are going to get him first. The Iron Judge nodded gently. This Mr. Lee had been chased all the way here by the three of them earlier. The body has long been wounded. Just now he had joined forces with the middle-aged scribe. Overall it still prevailed. It's only a matter of time before we take down the other side. How could Mr. Lee not be aware of what these two were playing at? Nothing more was said. An astonishing blade slashed through the air, chopping towards the two. A dense forest. The skyscraping tree stood upright, its trunk covered with moss and vines. Under a particularly thick and ancient tree, the temple messenger was sitting on his knees, and was exercising his energy to regulate his breathing. A wisp of white smoke rose from his head. A moment later, the temple messenger slowly opened his eyes, a complex color flashing in his eyes. There were a few hints of surprise and regret in his tone. I didn't expect that the only remaining heavenly pearl would be used in such a place. This is specially prepared for the top grand masters. With that kind of misplaced field, and that kind of explosion, even I was nearly buried in it. I'm sure that old ghost doesn't have the energy to come after me even if he survives. The temple messenger stood up and swept his eyes around, just about ready to move his feet. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly looked behind him. The old star ghost was holding the star staff. His clothes a little dusty though, but it didn't look injured in the slightest. No way. Even the air is unstable within the range of the heavenly bead's explosion, not to mention the true chi. There's no way your chimera could have unfolded. How do you? The temple messenger's entire body tensed with force. A dagger fell from his sleeve into his hand. Give it up. In your current state, you can't escape me at all. Star Old Ghost said calmly. The temple messenger sneered. Then I really want to try. As he spoke, the dagger came out of his hand, and in the blink of an eye, it had appeared in the center of the Star Old Ghost's brow. The dagger penetrated the Star Old Ghost's body without any hindrance. The old star ghost was like a ghost standing in the forest. It was clearly standing there, but it was as if it didn't have any entity. Star Trek Wonder Gate Kai. The old star ghost spread out his palms. A brilliant light erupted from his palm, instantly illuminating the entire dense forest, making even the most hidden corners invisible. Within the light, a complex star map appeared out of thin air, forming a mysterious track. It seemed to compress the entire night sky into this square inch. The star-old ghost had a floating figure, like a walker who traveled between the stars. With every movement he made, the star map changed with it, releasing palpitating power fluctuations. The temple messenger naturally would not sit back and wait for death, and with a wave of his hands, the sky was filled with dark weapons like locusts crossing the border, coming from all over the sky. Each concealed weapon flashed with a cold light, tracing a path of death in the air. In the face of this overwhelming attack, the star-old ghost did not panic, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a faint smile. With a flick of his hands, the surrounding star charts suddenly glowed with light. Those incomparably powerful hidden weapons had actually deviated from their original trajectories the moment they touched the star track. Some collided with each other and annihilated, while others circled in the air for a few times before falling helplessly to the ground. A mere concealed weapon. You want to hurt me? The star-old ghost laughed contemptuously. Then with a flash of his body, he had appeared in front of the temple messenger. With a glance of his right hand, a bright star shadow coalesced and took shape in the center of his palm. Suddenly, the star shadow erupted with a dazzling light, transforming into a beam of light that pierced straight into the heart of the temple messenger. Stab! The temple messenger looked incredulously at the beam of light that penetrated his chest. How is that possible? With such speed, how could his body not be able to avoid it? The temple messenger's body trembled violently, his eyes went black, and the entire world lost its color and sound at that moment. As if the ground beneath his feet could not bear the sudden weight, a dull and decisive thud sounded. The body fell to the ground powerlessly as if it had been drained of all vitality. The king of concealed weapons perished here. The stars are intricate, their trajectories unpredictable, their behavior erratic, and their fortunes and misfortunes determined. Stepping on the seat of the most fierce, it's also considered that you have a way of taking death. The old star ghost lifted the body of the temple messenger with one hand, toward the outside of the dense forest. Chapter 158, The Three Friends of the Absolute Dust. Iron Blood Divine Palm. On the other side, the Iron Blood Judge's eyes sharpened and he roared. His entire body was churning with blood chi, just like a killing god on the battlefield. Between his hands, a powerful true chi began to converge, and this was none other than the Iron Blood Divine Palm that he was so proud of. This palm was aimed directly at Mr. Lee, who was not far away. The blood-colored light dazzled, releasing an iron-blooded fury. Oomph! The long knife in Mr. Lee's hand swung out violently, and a 10-foot-long blade uncut through the sky. The two extremely strong forces collided in the air, stirring up layers of airwaves, stirring the surrounding air into chaos. Just as the two were in the middle of a fierce battle, the middle-aged scribe appeared silently behind Mr. Lee. A huge map of star trails appeared above his head. Lee only felt that the space he was in began to become distorted and uncertain. It was as if her surroundings were disconnected from her presence. This feeling had been experienced earlier when he was being chased by the trio. The middle-aged scribe's tactics were still quite a far cry from that star-old ghost. If it were normal, it would still be fairly easy to get rid of this chimera. However, the Iron Blood Judge's attack was as swift as lightning, making it somewhat difficult for her to resist in the middle-aged scribe's Chi-Men bureau. Even more frighteningly, the scene around her began to blur. It's like being in a world of make-believe, where you can't tell what's real from what's not. The middle-aged scribe unleashed his Chi-Men technique with all his might. He knows his weaknesses. If you don't count the Star Trails Chimera, he was just an ordinary martial arts grandmaster. Compared to top grandmasters like the Iron Blood Judge and Mr. Lee, the difference is too great. So this fight, at first he put himself on the back burner. I don't know how long it's been. The Iron Blood Judge's body had an additional wound that was deep enough to be seen on the bone. Mr. Lee's body lay still in a patch of rubble. It's over. The middle-aged scribe let out a long breath. The face was unusually pale. A long period of time to influence a top grandmaster with a strange art. His internal injuries were even more severe than the Iron Blood Judge's external injuries. The Jidian River, with its blue waves, meanders like a dragon through the mountains and over the mountains. Vast and boundless, the river is clear, reflecting the sun, moon and stars, sparkling, like 10,000 pearls jumping on the green silk. The green hills on both sides of the river are out opposite each other, with strange peaks. This is the place where the ancestral dragon vein is located? The two figures appeared on a hill by the river. Ishan revealed a curious look. There should be no mistake. There is indeed a huge space under the water. If it wasn't under full concentration, this king wouldn't necessarily be able to notice it even if he was passing by. Shamer looked at the choppy river. The same strange color flashed in his eyes. Count the hours. Those few Grand Masters should have all been taken care of already. Ishan suddenly remembered something. This lineup is specifically for those guys. God's capital annex. The chances of an accident are slim. Shamer said calmly. The current Jinwusi commanding the Jianghu is not an empty phrase. The 12 Jinwu ambassadors didn't have the means to participate in all of them. He had sent someone early to invite these long-established great masters of the Jianghu to the divine capital. The great masters of those dynasties had their hands tied at God's capital. Plus, the attention was all on the 12 Jinwu ambassadors. So naturally, I didn't notice this. What now? Directly striking out to destroy the ancestral dragon vein? Ishan looked at the river with an air of eagerness. That said, they have the same purpose as these people. Destroy the ancestral dragon vein so that heaven and earth could once again give birth to celestials. As for the cracking winds around the ancestral land, as long as one succeeds in breaking through to the celestial realm, that may not be afraid of those big powers out there or anything. A celestial sitting in the town could at least ensure the prosperity of a power for 1,000 years. This time, besides the Bohai dynasty, the other 5 dynasties have sent people to infiltrate the divine capital. But as of today, that Grand Master of Dishian still hasn't shown up. You said. Shamer looked toward Ishan. Could it be that old fellow from the Grand Xian imperial family himself? The ancestral dragon vein must be destroyed. Although Shamer was very confident in the system, but you don't blindly hope for one place. After all, in recent years, the system had released fewer and fewer missions. Maybe there really is a reason for this special place in the ancestral land. But the ancestral vein is at the same time a good bait. After all, how could anyone else think of it? The great Xia martial king would want to destroy the ancestral dragon vein, which was a matter of the great Xia dynasty's qi. I searched it myself for a while. This work of stealth, it does look like that old monster. Among the figures of the 7 dynasties who surpassed the great masters, that old monster is the oldest. I think I should be running out of time. So after destroying the ancestral dragon vein, I'll give up my life, Ishan said with a smile. Now that you're here, don't even think about going back. Just leave your old life here. Shamer sneered. The waves of the river reflected in his eyes as if they were colored with a layer of blood. Someone's coming. Ishan's gaze looked into the distance. There was no need to mention that Xia Mo had sensed it before Ishan. The 3 shadows are floating, as if the traces of the immortal Hong, walking in the void, from the distance leisurely to the occasion of the river and the sky. A crane-haired old man, a burly man with a big body, and a woman who looked like a woman of 2 or 8. I didn't realize all 3 were here? Surprise was evident in Ishan's tone. Summer looked at him. The circle above the Grand Masters, Summer was not quite familiar with. The 7 great dynasties occupy the vast majority of the ancestral land's territory though, but there are still many places that are not under the rule of the 7 dynasties. In the far north, there's a valley called the Valley of Absolute Dust. These 3 are known as the 3 Friends of the Absolute Dust, and they have long been in seclusion since the time of my debut. That crane-haired old man is called Fominzi. It is said that his lightness is so great that he can step on the clouds and follow the moon. And it is obvious that there are people who can reach him. The stout, burly man is called Lei Jinwang. In the past, he was on the shores of the Bohai Sea, and with his own strength, he calmed the chaos of the sea beasts, and has been famous in the 4 seas ever since. As for the 2-8-year-old woman, hey, she's called Frosty Nimbus. Don't look at her like this. It's only because of the special kung fu that she resides in the face. Older than even most of you in the Daxia dynasty. Even we have just learned of the location of the ancestral dragon vein not long ago. It's such a coincidence that these people are coming. It looks like the old guys from the other dynasties really aren't cuties. Both want to destroy the ancestral dragon vein and don't want to bear the wrath of the Grand Xia alone. So, hey, I just don't know how many people will come. As he spoke, 2 more figures stepped into the air from different directions. Chapter 159, Dividing the River. Its spirit would Taoist and Iron Bone Scholar. All difficult characters, Ishan said as he looked at the 2 newcomers. Taoist Ling Muzhen looked older and wore an emerald green Taoist robe. A belt made of woven vines was tied around his waist, and his feet were in a pair of specially made wooden clogs. The walk was almost silent, like a light breeze in the forest. The Iron Bone Scholar looked like a middle-aged Confucian. The face was stalwart, with sword brows and starry eyes, revealing an aura of unruffled authority. A jade pendant with a warm texture hung at his waist, as well as a folding fan that looked ordinary but actually concealed a sharp edge. A pair of black cloth boots, steady and powerful. The 3 Friends of the Jedi. I didn't expect even the 3 of you to come this time. The Iron Bone Scholar looked to the 3 Friends of the Absolute Dust. A look of surprise was evident. Of all the experts in the ancestral lands who had surpassed the great masters, these 3 are all very tricky existences. Iron Bone Scholar, I didn't think you'd dare show up. Aren't you afraid of running into that old guy from Tianqi? Granny Frostbite looked at the Iron Bone Scholar with a mocking smile at the corner of her mouth. You're not even afraid of running into your old lover. You old ice woman. What am I afraid of? The Iron Bone scholar's face sank. Then he said in a cold voice. This statement was made. The faces of the three friends of the Absolute Dust sank similarly. Iron Bone, are you looking for death? Lei Jinwen's voice was like a torrent of thunder. Python-like arcs of electricity erupted from the lanky flesh. Frost Nimbus had a cold frosty aura around her. The eyes that looked at the Iron Bone scholar were filled with ill will. A few of you, please also stop for now. Just as the two sides were at swords drawn, Taoist Spiritwood suddenly spoke. The words seemed to have a calming power. Whether it was the Iron Bone scholar or the duo of Lei Jinwang and the Frost Nymph, all the hostility in his body was lowered considerably. We are all here for the same purpose. The legendary ancestral dragon vein has yet to be seen at this moment. Never implode first. After destroying the ancestral dragon vein, a few of you can settle any grudges on your own again. Taoist Spiritwood arched his hand, acting as a peacemaker. Brother Spiritwood has a good point. The immediate priority is to destroy this ancestral dragon vein first. It's about our path. We mustn't be careless. Windy Hidden Sun, who hadn't said anything, suddenly spoke up. Both Lei Jinwing and Granny Frostbite tacitly withdrew their chi. I can see that the Wind Hermit is the person in charge of the three friends in the dust. In that case, let's do it right away before the night gets too long. The Iron Bone scholar closed the folding fan in his hand. Looking down at the river below, he said, not bad, it's not far from the Great Xia Divine Capital. Except for the kid with the sword on the Tianji Pavilion martial arts evaluation. But there are still a few old monsters. If we get caught up in them, even if we destroy the ancestral dragon vein, it would be quite troublesome. Wind Hidden Sun said in a deep voice. Ha ha ha, Brother Wind filtered it. The ancestral dragon vein is about the way of the Celestials, and how those guys don't know any better. We were able to come here this time, and we don't need to think about it to know that it was a few other dynasties that pushed us, but those old guys haven't shown up until now. It's obvious that we're going to be the ones to take this out. I don't care much for the old ways. After destroying the ancestral dragon vein, the old Taoist me will find a place to dive into cultivation. If you can't achieve Celestials, there's no point in this remnant of life. If you all still have any concerns, then let the old Taoist do it. Taoist Spiritwood's eyes suddenly glazed over. The Taoist's robe and sleeves fluttered. His eyes were closed and he was concentrating, and a faint green aura surrounded his body. Suddenly a finger pointed towards the river. Above the river, the wind rose. The originally calm and wave-free river seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, and slowly split in two from in front of Lingmu Taoist. A gully about several feet wide and deep was revealed in the center. On both sides of the river, like a wall standing 1,000 feet, the water is raging, but not to cross the minefield one step. Jagged rocks, schools of fish in fear, fleeing in all directions, the occasional swaying of water plants, showing the depth of the river bottom. Good kung fu! There was clearly some surprise in the eyes of the Frost Nimbus. The Spiritwood Taoist's use of a huge force to divide the river was not some kind of technique. Instead, they were forced apart simply by the power of true essence. Other than that, the depth of this old man's true essence, they were no match for any of the three friends of the Jedi Dust. The Frost Nimbus instantly struck out, lightly opening her vermilion lips, and a wisp of cold air was exhaled from her mouth. It instantly turned into a sky full of frost and floated down the river. At this moment, the river that had been separated earlier by Taoist Spiritwood, the waves were still raging, but they were suddenly attacked by the cold breath of the Frost Nimbus. All of a sudden, the temperature plummeted, the cold air overflowed. Above the river, the white mist steamed, then condensed into frost, then turned into ice. Both sides of the river, quickly frozen into two crystal clear ice wall, smooth as a mirror, reflecting the reflection of the surrounding scenery. Within the ice wall, the water flowed still, and the fish were frozen in it in various lifelike forms. There's a huge space underneath the river bottom. Your true essence can't last forever. I've come to help you out. Granny Frostbite looked at Taoist Spiritwood and said slowly. Taoist Spiritwood nodded his head gently. So what are we waiting for? Let's go down. Lei Jinwen crossed his arms over his chest, electricity coursing through his lanky body. The whole person was like falling straight down from the sky. Look out! There was a sudden exclamation of surprise from Windy Yuzi in his ears. Lei Jinwen himself felt a piercing chill coming through his back. It's too late to think about it. The angry whistle shook the sky, and the true essence in his body surged wildly, condensing into a huge ball of thunder, roaring out and exploding the river and sky. Lei Jinwen's figure retreated violently and returned to his original position. Just one arm had gone missing. The wound was as smooth as a mirror. The broken arm fell from the air and landed directly at the bottom of the river. Lei Jinwen's face was as cold as frost, clenching his teeth and his eyes, deadlocked on one of the two figures that suddenly appeared. Sword Saint. The two words exited. Words like electricity, containing endless hatred and anger. Just 5? It looks like those guys aren't going to show themselves. Xiaomo swept over the three friends of the Absolute Dust as well as the Iron Bone Scholar and the Spirit Wood Taoist one by one. If I hadn't made a move just now, with the abilities of these 5 people, it was indeed possible to destroy the ancestral dragon vein, but then those big fish can't be caught. That's why he asked Yishan to make a move. The Sword Saint's sword is not that easy to dodge. This Legion one only left behind one arm. The response was pretty quick. Sword Saint, what do you mean? The sudden turn of events turned the atmosphere tense for a moment. Granny Frostbite said angrily. Countless ice blades and ice swords coalesced around them. All of them were aimed at the two of them. Xiama and Yishan. Who is this friend, I wonder? The two of you are highly skilled in martial arts. Wouldn't destroying this ancestral dragon vein be beneficial to everyone? Daoist Spiritwood's gaze landed on Xiaomo. Da Xia, Jinwu Si. Shamer's calm voice made everyone's hearts jump. Kill them all. No unnecessary bull ********. Underworld and Soshin went out of body at the same time. 2 sky-opening sword chi. They chopped towards the 3 friends of the Absolute Dust and the Spirit Wood Taoist and the Iron Bone Scholar respectively. Chapter 160. No good. Damn it. No one expected that these two would just say they were going to make a move. In addition to the 3 friends of the Absolute Dust, the Spirit Wood Taoist and the Iron Bone Scholar, who were originally still watching what was going on, were simultaneously startled. There was the same gap above the Grand Master. Judging from the outbursts of Taoist Spiritwood and Granny Frostfingers just now, the strength of these 3 people was equivalent to when Xiaomo had just crossed the second 6 void tribulation. When Yishan fought with Xiaomo, he was at the peak of the 3 hacks. However, with the special characteristics of the swordsman, it is enough to utilize the killing power of the 4 robbers. Xiaomo had just crossed the 4th calamity not long ago, so against these 5, there wasn't even the slightest bit of suspense. Granny Frostbite's face suddenly chilled. Anger and despair intertwined in her eyes, and she scolded in a stern voice. Under the full force, the surrounding air seemed to be frozen by the coldness, and the void gradually showed a strange phenomenon. Countless fine ice crystals slowly overflowed from her palm, like a flower in bloom, and like the stars in the night sky, dancing gently with the wind, gradually gathered into shape. Where the ice crystals converged, the light flourished. A huge 10,000 flower ice mirror appeared. The pattern in the mirror is intricate and each ice flower is unique. Cold air from the mirror overflowed. Wherever it passed, the sword chi encountered condensation. Frost flowers spread. The sword even showed stagnation. Oomph! Ishan let out a light laugh. The ice flowers in that mirror were agitated by the sword chi and shattered one after another. In the end, the ice mirror of 10,000 flowers could not withstand its edge, and it crumbled into ice shards in the sky, reflecting the pale and determined face of Frosty Nurse. Lei Jinwang forcefully suppressed his injuries and was furious, his body covered in thunder and lightning like an angry dragon roaring. A giant shadow of a thunder rock was outlined in the void, its feathered wings spreading out and covering the sky. The power of thunder gathered in its beak, wanting to peck the sky. Unfortunately, the thunder rock's body was split in 2 by the sword energy before it could exert its power. The thunder dissipated, leaving only a lingering sound. Go! Lei Jinwang shouted violently, pushing Frost Nimbus with all his might, wanting to keep her safe. In a flash of lightning, the sword chi had already arrived and pierced through his neck. Blood splattered and dyed the surrounding air red. Frost Ningwoman stood in a daze, eyes wide open, hands trembling, wanting to help and stop, sadly exclaimed, "Old Lei, avoided?" Ishan ignored the 2 of them, Granny Frostbite and Lei Jinwang. His eyes fell on the last of the 3 friends of the Absolute Dust, Wind-Hidden Sun. That sword just now enveloped all 3 of them at the same time. Relative to the other 2, this Wind-Hidden Sun was much more subdued. On the other side, the void transformed and the dense forests appeared again. Everything in the forest was invaded by the sword chi, like a frosty blade passing through bamboo, leaving traces but not stopping. Spirit Wood Taoist half hidden in the gnarled trunk. Only the upper half of the body is revealed. Face frosty, fear hidden. Thinking about the moment just now, a sword was released, and the Iron Bone Scholar was killed in an instant. Spirit Wood Taoist secretly thankful. Fortunately, the spirit of a touch did not directly meet its front, so as to be able to save this life. The young man next to the Sword Saint. How does it feel even more terrifying than Sword Saint? Oh, there's 2 of them. Seeing Taoist Spiritwood summon a dense forest in the void barely blocked his sword chi. The corners of Summer's mouth moved slightly. There was an inexplicable flow in the air. Apparently it was transmitting a message. Taoist Spiritwood's face changed slightly. Looking towards Xiama first revealed a color of suspicion. Finally the look returned to normal. Ishan instantly disappeared next to Shamer. The essence of the Su Xin sword technique, Traceless Bijou, exploded. The tip of the sword was lightly tapped, and space was torn apart, like a flash of clear light like moonlight spilling down into a cold pool. Cold and biting. The temperature around them plummeted, and it seemed to be even colder than Frost Nimbus's true essence. Thousands of sword intent condensed into a single sword, pointing directly at Frost Nimbus. Frosty Nymphet's dead soul was too big to think about Lejeune. Old wind, help me. At the same time, he didn't dare to hold back any longer. Countless ice blades, like a raging storm, whistled towards Ishan. From a distance, it looked like a frost storm. The sword light broke through the dawn, piercing through the layers of ice blades as it continued to close in on Frost Nimbus. The area where Frost Nymphet was located was completely enveloped by Ishan's sword power. There was no way to even escape. A sword cut through the space that was about to solidify. It also cut off all of Frost Nymph's vitality. The Frost Nimbus's body was split in two, her eyes filled with unwillingness and shock. The afterglow reflected the image of wind-hidden sun fleeing as a stump. Wind. From just now until now, it was only a matter of tea. 2 of the 3 friends of the extinct dust have died. Wind Yuzi was very fast, and in an instant, he had broken the waves from the center of the river and arrived straight at the riverbank. Above the Grand Master, lightness has become a recluse. Just feel a wisp of breeze across the river, as if it was the only one left in heaven and earth who traveled without a trace. But the wind-hidden son of the party to the shore. Before gasping for breath, the sound of breaking air suddenly rose. The ground suddenly sprouted several thick tree trunks with sharp tips like blades. With the swiftness of thunder and lightning, he stabbed at wind-hidden son's body. Wind Yuzi's expression was austere. His body shape suddenly changed, weaving and wandering among the tree trunks, lightly avoiding each strike. The pace is so marvelous that it is like a shadow in the wind, making it difficult to catch its traces. After avoiding the attack, Wind Yuzi stood still, his face as heavy as water, looking straight at the spirit wood Taoist who slowly stepped out of that bush of tree trunks. Taoist spirit wood, what do you mean by this? Fonianzi asked in a deep voice. Although his voice was low, it contained a hidden monstrous anger. The air around them seemed to freeze because of the confrontation between the two, and a storm was coming. Old Tao's life is in the hands of manpower, so I'm afraid I'll borrow Brother Fang's head today. Spirit wood Taoist's body was bubbling with crystalline green light. There was no hint of previous injuries to be seen at all. You want to take my head as a pitch? You think they'll leave you alone? As long as you still covet the celestial realm, that ancestral dragon vein is absolutely destroyed. Why don't the 2 of us join forces and wait for those few truly old monsters to arrive? Even if the Sword Saint is strong, he won't be able to stop so many people. Taoist spirit wood didn't wait for wind-hidden sun to finish. A flick of the finger, countless trees broke out of the ground, forming a huge wooden dragon. It looks like you don't have a clue. A deep green light flickered in Taoist spirit wood's eyes. The wooden dragon whistled towards Wind Yuzi. The one who was really strong is not a Sword Saint at all. Instead, it was the young man next to the Sword Saint. The Gongfu cultivated by Taoist spirit wood had an ability to sense the essence of the other party's life. The young man, definitely the most terrifying existence he had seen so far. Compared to that, the Great Summer's Sword Saint could only be considered moderate. Otherwise, when the other party suggests the purpose of soliciting oneself, it was also impossible for Taoist spirit wood to agree so quickly. Asshole! Wind-hidden sun cursed angrily. If we're stopped here by the spirit wood Taoist, wait for that duo to catch up. But you can't really go. An unspeakably powerful force erupted from wind-hidden sun's body. Countless tiny and powerful wind blades sped towards that wooden dragon. This didn't seem to be an ordinary wind blade, accompanied by gusts of shrill whistles, like thousands of ghosts crying and howling. It was creepy.